The Ice Age has descended, leaving scarcely a tenth of living beings intact. Liu Kai, swayed by the malevolent charm of a duplicitous woman, consented to join an expedition in search of a new homeland. However, upon stepping through the gates of this so-called expedition, he was met with the glint of a sharp butcher's knife. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Mysterious Realm. The meteorological station of Fenghai City reports that the upcoming week will see sustained high temperatures, with a peak of 39.9 degrees Celsius. Citizens are advised to take precautions against heat. The city will remain under a red fire risk warning for the coming week. Please exercise caution with outdoor fires. As Liu Kai gazed at the two new messages on his phone, he finally accepted an undeniable truth. He had been reborn. A scoff escaped his lips. The forecast will never exceed 40 degrees. It's quite reasonable. Clad in shorts and a tank top, he found himself ill at ease amidst the stifling heat. Even after extravagantly lowering the air conditioning to 16 degrees, beads of sweat still adorned his brow. Lazily sprawled on the sofa, he felt as if he might dissolve into the air. His gaze drifted to the refrigerator, his right hand reaching out in an almost instinctual manner. A once quiet popsicle lay within, now inexplicably appearing in his grasp. The moment it touched his lips, a refreshing chill enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. Delightful. This was Liu Kai's extraordinary ability, a wondrous gift following his rebirth, the power to manipulate space. Outside, the sun hung low over the mountains, mercilessly scorched the earth below. It was now April 29th, 2043, at 7 p.m. In both work and residential group chats, individuals lamented the oppressive heat. Some even expressed hopes for a miraculous snowfall in this southern city come May. Liu Kai scrolled through his phone, momentarily lost in thought. In just 7 days, your wish shall be fulfilled, for the entire world will be encased in ice. Yet, this fleeting reverie was quickly overshadowed by a surge of bitter hatred. He could never forget. He could never forget the innocent-faced Lin Xiaoro approaching him, gently persuading him to join the quest for a new homeland, the expedition. He could never forget the image of Lin Xiaoro nestled in the arms of a burly butcher, grinning menacingly after he crossed the threshold into the so-called expedition. Most haunting of all was the bloodied steel knife wielded by that imposing butcher. Perhaps due to the countless lives it had claimed, its blade was slightly warped, and the metal bore signs of rust. The memory of the butcher dragging the blade across his neck, the sound of skin and trachea tearing, lingered vividly in his mind. With a fierce expression, Liu Kai crushed the popsicle in his mouth. A bunch of scoundrels who relish human flesh. Is it? Just wait. I shall take my vengeance upon you all. Filled with rage, he swung his right hand, and the wooden stick of his ice treat inexplicably teleported 2 meters away, embedding itself into the wall with the force of cannonball. With the emergence of his spatial manipulation abilities, Liu Kai discovered his physical prowess had significantly enhanced. Not only could he control objects and teleport himself over short distances, but he could also utilize a storage space. The rules of the storage realm were straightforward. Items could be retrieved from afar, and time stood still. Living beings could not be stored. The little goldfish swimming in its tank was testament to this. It could not be collected while alive. Only after he had dispatched it with a single blow could it be placed within the storage. Upon observing this, Liu Kai mused inwardly. Bacteria and viruses are also alive. This seems rather illogical. This is of little significance. What truly matters is the vastness of the spatial capacity. The exact dimensions remain unclear to him. Since the inception of his spatial abilities, he has been relentlessly consuming the air outside his dwelling. Even as the air has been drawn into a swirling vortex, after more than half an hour, the storage space remains unfilled. Liu Kai, in exasperation, ceased his attempts and expelled all the air from within the space, causing a wave of scorching evening breeze to sweep through the neighborhood. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying Director Chun. Liu Kai hastily masked his previous pained expression as another memory surged forth. At this very juncture in his past life, it was indeed this same Director Chun, residing in the same community, who had called. He was arranging fire prevention efforts for the May Day holiday. As expected, once the call connected, a somewhat grating bureaucratic tone emanated from the receiver. Xiaolu, the higher-ups have scheduled us to go to Linhai Township for fire prevention work on May 1st. I have some matters to attend to, so you'll need to drive yourself there the day after tomorrow and remember to sign in for me. Listening to the sound of mahjong tiles clacking on the other end, he felt an urge to retort, questioning whether having matters meant playing cards. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, responding with a smile, No problem, Director Chun, but a hint of impatience crept into the voice on the other end. But what? It's just that, Director Chun, I've encountered some issues lately. I was hoping to request an advance on a year's salary and bonuses from a unit. What do you think? Ah, no wonder you readily agreed to go to the countryside alone. You were waiting for me here, weren't you? Just a bit of urgent help? Please, Director. You think your own appetite fills the family? What kind of urgent matter could you possibly have? It's about the bride price for my potential partner. With no parents to rely on, I must fend for myself. Liu Kai usually appeared rather honest and easy to manipulate. Moreover, a position at the Tobacco Bureau is highly coveted, leaving no substantial reason for an abrupt resignation. Additionally, requesting an advance on salary and bonuses would not necessitate any personal funds from Director Chun. As a seasoned professional, he naturally leveraged this opportunity to request a favor from Liu Kai. Fine, I'll instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you tomorrow morning. You can submit the reimbursement materials for my signature after the May Day holiday. Thank you, Director. Wishing you daily fortune. Liu Kai felt elated as he hung up. He had already planned a trip to Linhai Township, and now he had successfully secured a substantial sum of money. His boldness in soliciting funds was certainly motivated by the impending global freeze expected in a week's time. As an individual plagued by profound insecurity, his interpretation of safety revolved around stockpiling supplies, frantically hoarding provisions. In search of a secure and comfortable refuge, he aimed to hunker down completely. He was eager to witness just how long this damned apocalypse would persist. Surely, the Earth could not revert to a prolonged ice age lasting millions of years, could it? Indeed, possessing spatial abilities would allow for a comprehensive zero-cost shopping spree. Yet, in his mindset, such a venture would be most appropriate on the very day the apocalypse dawned. All he needed to do was locate the largest local supermarket, outdoor equipment stores, and fresh markets and systematically clear their warehouses. However, in the preceding days, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. Should one act prematurely and inadvertently alert the authorities, the consequences could extend far beyond mere incarceration. There exists the grim possibility of being apprehended for dissection to study spatial abilities. After struggling for survival in a post-apocalyptic world and suffering the painful lesson of betrayal leading to death, he learned one vital word: endure. The crux of the matter is that certain skills cannot be acquired through zero-cost purchases. For instance, proficiency in firearms, first aid techniques, and other essential survival skills in the wild. In his previous life, he languished at home until his demise, barely scraping by. It can only be said that he managed to avoid starvation, let alone engage in serious study of such knowledge. In these few days, he must invest in intensive learning, acquiring as much as he can. After exploiting the resources available at his workplace, Liu Kai contemplated leveraging the opportunities presented by online lending platforms. Just as he prepared to download various dubious credit apps, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him without warning. In a hazy state of consciousness, he seemed to perceive a dynamic holographic map materializing before him. The map centered around the 10th floor of Building 3, rapidly unfurling in his mind. As his awareness traversed the space, he beheld the intricate layout of the surroundings. Fire shafts, electrical conduits, ventilation shafts, drainage systems, and even the refuge floors that are typically concealed from view were now vividly apparent. This enchanting experience was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had arrived. The broader the map's coverage, the less precise the spatial structures became. He barely managed to encompass this small community before he found himself unable to extend further. As the map dissipated, Liu Kai felt his mind struck as if by a heavy blow, engulfed in excruciating pain. Suddenly, a whirlwind of darkness and dizziness overtook him, compelling him to clutch his head in agony, curling up on the sofa as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. After a prolonged moment, he felt his mind gradually regain some clarity. However, there was no time for respite. He struggled to his feet and staggered to the window. Peering through the glass, his gaze was ablaze with fervent excitement as he directed it towards the nearby villa district. He distinctly sensed that beneath that very ground lay an indomitable underground fortress, concealed from the world above. Chapter 2. The Luxurious Doomsday Fortress. Reflecting on the sensation of scanning the outside world, Liu Kai murmured to himself, "Is this a new ability?" Temporarily suppressing his curiosity regarding this newfound power, he redirected his thoughts to the underground fortress. This subterranean stronghold is situated at the heart of the community. Beneath the grandest three-story imperial villa, Liu Kai resides in the esteemed high-end residential complex, Li Chu Yuan, located in Fohai City. The layout is a classic circular design, with apartment buildings encircling a cluster of villas. Although positioned in the suburbs, it has already been incorporated into the new district planning. If all goes as anticipated, it is destined to evolve into a bustling city center. A young professional, having worked for only a few years, finds himself residing in such an upscale neighborhood, thanks to his company's subsidized group purchase. With the savings left by his parents, he managed to secure a down payment and, coupled with a 35-year mortgage, purchase this modest 60 square meter unit. The residents here are either affluent businessmen and corporate professionals or government officials and unit leaders who have obtained internal pricing. As the saying goes, a small temple often attracts fierce winds, and shallow waters are rife with turtles. Following the advent of the apocalypse, an array of bizarre and extraordinary characters emerged, staging absurdities unimaginable to ordinary citizens. The property owners are somewhat acquainted with one another, yet they are largely in the dark about the identity of the master of this imperial villa. According to the property management staff, the villa is adorned with opulent decor, with a single bathtub valued at over 700,000. However, the villa's gates remain perpetually closed, devoid of any signs of habitation or parked vehicles. Were it not for the regular monthly cleaning service, the residents might assume it had not been sold. Speculations regarding the true identity of the villa's owner abound. Some claim he has entered, others assert he has exited, while some suggest he has ascended or descended. However, during a chance encounter, Liu Kai overheard fragments of conversation from a drunken former superior. It was revealed that the villa's owner was a prominent leader from another province, a male aged 48. Subsequently, the matter became a scandal, yet the case was left unresolved. The disciplinary committee suspected he either fled abroad to reunite with family who had already departed or, more likely, succumbed to despair and took his own life. Thus, upon discovering this extraordinary fortress, Liu Kai brazenly resolved, I shall seize it. For in his recent scan, he distinctly sensed the presence of a human skeleton within the fortress. The remains were tattered and decayed, yet adorned with luxurious attire. The skull bore 2 puncture wounds at the temples, and next to the right hand lay a handgun. Thanks to the enlightening insights gleaned from sensational detective dramas, Liu Kai deduced from the skeletal information that the individual was male and had perished before reaching the age of 50. If his assumptions hold true, this skeleton is undoubtedly the villa's rightful owner. In addition to the remains, the entire structural layout of the underground fortress unveiled itself without reservation in his mind. The fortress is located 10 meters beneath the villa, connected by a steel-reinforced concrete pipe, 2.5 meters in diameter, leading directly to the utility room on the first floor. The subterranean fortress itself is a hemispherical structure, wider at the top and tapering downwards. It comprises 4 levels, each 3 meters high, encased in an exceptionally thick layer of reinforced concrete. The cement used here must possess a remarkably high grade, and amid its construction, a layer of lead for radiation protection has been recklessly incorporated. It appears that this opulent Doomsday bunker is specifically designed for the eventuality of nuclear warfare. Analyzing the internal structure and the arrangement of items provides a rudimentary comprehension of the functions of each level. The uppermost tier, being the most spacious, is presumably intended for cultivation, as it contains enclosures and is filled with soil, although no livestock or crops have yet been established. The remains of what seems to be the original owner lie on this level. The second tier, slightly smaller in area, serves as a well-appointed living space, replete with various entertainment amenities. The third level, further diminished in size, is designated for the storage of supplies, with an abundance of resources stacked precariously up to the ceiling. Furthermore, there is auspicious news. Liu Kai can distinctly sense the presence of firearms within. This revelation sends a tremor through his body. It is no wonder he is overwhelmed. In a nation where firearms are forbidden, such items are exceedingly rare. In this morally ambiguous apocalyptic world, possessing a gun serves as an invaluable talisman of protection. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile weapons, for my neighbors are my pantry. Any carbon-based life form, even the legendary zombies, cannot withstand the assault of modern weaponry. A firearm excels in speed from 7 paces away, and it is both accurate and swift within that distance. The final, 4th level is the equipment tier, functioning as the lifeline of this apocalyptic fortress. It is equipped with sewage disposal, water collection, pumping, purification systems, and air filtration equipment, alongside a geothermal power generation setup. Additionally, the previous owner has installed various network devices, including private servers. A thick cable, as wide as an arm, stretches along the corridor to connect directly with the community's network station. The entire Doomsday bunker maintains connectivity and electricity, exhibiting distinctly modern attributes. The only incongruous element is the heavy alloy door, secured by the most traditional of mechanical combination locks, presumably to guard against potential electromagnetic pulses. Indeed, the lock is far from the subpar variety found on a suitcase. Upon examining its intricate internal mechanism, Liu Kai is profoundly impressed by the craftsmanship of this grand lock. To call it a work of art would be no exaggeration. With a 7-digit code, the possible combinations amount to an astounding 10 million. Moreover, having discerned the internal structure of the lock, he has come to know the password, 143-3223. Coupled with its exceptional airtightness, this underground fortress is virtually impenetrable. Unless it were to be situated at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, subjected to a magnitude 10 earthquake, or struck by a precisely targeted ground-penetrating missile, it would withstand the vast majority of apocalyptic scenarios. To the average person, the prospect of a zombie apocalypse, a climate catastrophe, or even the most plausible nuclear war seems like a mere jest. Yet, concurrently, there exists a substantial cohort of believers in doomsday theories. Among them, the affluent often take tangible actions to prepare, for the wealthy possess a profound fear of mortality. It is common to see many millionaires online, eagerly investing significant sums to create fortified sanctuaries against the apocalypse. He could hardly fathom that within the community he had inhabited for so long, there existed a ready-made fortress. It was somewhat regrettable that neither the villa nor the fortress contained a single coin, let alone a vault brimming with RMB and gold bars. It was certainly not as depicted in television dramas. Liu Kai felt an urgent need to see the fortress with his own eyes to find solace. Once he successfully claimed this place as his own, he would be able to lead an opulent life, one that everyone else could only dream of during the impending global calamity. Taking several deep breaths to steady his wildly racing heart, he did not bother to change his attire. He merely retrieved a mask and placed it in his pocket. Grabbing his phone and house keys, he stepped out in flip-flops, shorts, and a tank top. As he exited the cool embrace of the air-conditioned room, a wave of scorching heat engulfed him, causing beads of sweat to form instantly on his forehead. While the oppressive climate was indeed vexing, the terrifying prospect of an icy apocalypse was far more despairing. Contemplating the frigid wave that would arrive in a week, Liu Kai felt a profound sense of melancholy. Even in a southern coastal city like Fohai, temperatures would plummet to a staggering -60 degrees. Snow would rapidly engulf the second floor within 2 days, hardening into impenetrable ice under the extreme cold. Roads, railways, airports, and docks would cease to exist. Healthcare, law enforcement, and transportation would come to a complete standstill. The entire city would be utterly paralyzed. Chapter 3. Exploiting online loans. On-site investigation. As his thoughts drifted, the elevator swiftly reached the first floor. Liu Kai did not exhibit a pronounced sense of purpose. Hence, he was not in a hurry to head to the Emperor Villa. He feigned a casual stroll post-meal. However, the oppressive weather was quite bothersome, causing him to break into a sweat after just a few steps. While walking, Liu Kai lowered his gaze to fiddle with his phone. Vanity loan, download. Blood-sucking promissory note, download. Life dependency installment, download. Heartless credit, download. One must admit, the 7G network was truly impressive. In no time, he had installed several online loan applications on his phone. Each app allowed for one-touch login through fingerprint or facial recognition, automatically checking credit records. In this efficient society, even online payday lending platforms were perpetually competing against one another. Once identity verification was complete, they would assess the loan limits, with disbursement speeds surpassing one another. These platforms operated with impunity, entirely unafraid of borrowers defaulting. After all, it seemed reasonable to lend someone over 100,000 only to later inflict considerable harm. Dear Mr. Liu Kai, your application for a 120,000 yuan vanity loan has been approved. The platform's fee is 20,000 yuan, management fee 10,000 yuan. Client manager service fee 10,000 yuan, with a net disbursement of 80,000 yuan, repayable within 3 months. Please ensure that the total principal and interest of 138,500 yuan is repaid by July 29, 2043. Dear Mr. Liu Kai, your application for a 150,000 yuan blood-sucking promissory note has been approved. His position as an employee of the Tobacco Bureau afforded Liu Kai significant advantages. Soon enough, his phone chimed with a flurry of notifications. Each platform was more unscrupulous than the last, exemplifying the adage that one borrows 10 only to return 13. Observing the additional 850,000 yuan in his account, Liu Kai felt no burden whatsoever. In fact, he experienced a twinge of exhilaration. Why was he unafraid? Because he had no intention of repayment. The world lay in a frozen state. Only critical network devices with military-grade protection could evade catastrophe. For instance, the owner of Tangtama had the foresight to place servers beneath the East China Sea many years prior. However, Other less critical official servers and those of small to medium-sized private companies were not so fortunate. The most crucial characteristic of servers is their need for uninterrupted power supply. Any disruption could lead to permanent database damage and loss of information, such as credit and loan records. This was the foundation of his audacious exploitation. Even if the world were to return to normal one day, no one would ever know of his extensive borrowing from online lenders. With his salary and bonuses set to arrive tomorrow, totaling just over 1 million, he had ample resources for many endeavors. Having finished his exploitations, Liu Kai finally strolled to the entrance of the Emperor Villa. Gazing at the sturdy iron gate, the high walls, the security nets, and the surveillance cameras, he had no intention of breaching it. He didn't even pause in his steps. Only when he entered the blind spot of the cameras did he make a sideways leap into the dense greenery. Beneath the dim streetlights and moonlight, he hunched over, cautiously approaching the corner of the villa's wall. His muscles tensed, his body quivered slightly, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This was the first time engaging in such clandestine activities. A mix of anxiety, curiosity, and exhilaration coursing through him. Unbeknownst to him, he was bitten multiple times by pesky mosquitoes as he stealthily navigated through the greenery. Finally arriving at the wall of the Imperial Villa's backyard, leaning against the corner of the wall, he gently closed his eyes to concentrate. In the next instant, his figure vanished into the darkness like a phantom, only to reappear mere inches away within the courtyard. Liu Kai felt as though his body had been utterly drained. His limbs lay limp and powerless against the ground, a mixture of cold and hot sweat streaming down as he gasped for breath. It took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. While managing to teleport a mere 2 meters with a popsicle stick seemed trivial, moving his own substantial weight of 150 kilograms over half a meter felt like a near-death experience. Once he steadied himself, he gazed up at the 3-story villa. Perhaps in consideration of aesthetics or perhaps due to confidence in the courtyard wall and the barbed wire above, the villa's exterior was adorned with extensive glass, lacking any burglary deterrents. However, upon seeing the thick glass, Liu Kai was taken aback. Bulletproof glass. With a mix of astonishment and intrigue, he pushed open an unlocked window and climbed into a pitch-black bedroom. Upon entering the room, he was again struck by its opulent decor. Even with the moonlight and streetlights filtering in, he could discern the classical Chinese style of the furnishings. While he lacked knowledge of the luxury of the materials used, he recognized the bed within the room, a logo of a horse, belonging to the Swedish bedding brand H. Stens, with a market price of 189 million yuan, far exceeding the cost of the home he had mortgaged for 30 years. One could only say that a humble dog could never comprehend the joys of the wealthy. Cursing the corrupt officials in his heart, he then broke into a radiant smile. If the villa above was this lavish, what splendor awaited him below in the refuge? Treading lightly, Liu Kai approached the storage room and lifted a dusty floorboard in accordance with his scans. This floorboard concealed a carpet, a bucket, and a mop, disguised clutter. Once the floorboard was placed back, the storage room would revert to its original chaotic state, completely obscuring the secret passage leading underground. This passage lacked any mechanical devices, featuring only an iron staircase. With his phone flashlight clenched in his mouth, Liu Kai cautiously descended into the spacious passage, which measured 2.5 meters in diameter, and deftly closed the disguised floorboard behind him. The 10-meter-long passage was not extensive, and he soon found himself standing in a narrow space surrounded by cold concrete walls. Directly ahead of the staircase loomed a massive iron door, appearing sturdier than any civil defense structure. Activating the switch beside the staircase, bright lights illuminated the passage and the door. Prying open a protective panel on the door revealed a rotating combination lock, the kind that delivered an electric shock upon incorrect entry. 143-3223. Click. As the combination aligned, a crisp sound resonated, and the lock sprang open. A surge of joy filled Liu Kai as he hurriedly turned the rotating handle on the iron door, and the steel pillars securing it gradually retracted inward. The iron door swung open, revealing a welcoming light within. A chilling breeze swept toward him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Almost immediately, a mingling of mustiness, dust, and a faint hint of decay assailed his senses. He had anticipated this and promptly donned a mask, however. The sight before him caused his heart, which had begun to calm, to race uncontrollably once more. Not far from the entrance lay a stark, white skeleton, illuminated under the bright lights with every detail laid bare. The hollow sockets where the eyes once resided seemed to gaze directly at the door, locking eyes with Liu Kai as he stepped out. In his previous life, Liu Kai had remained cooped up at home, struggling to survive. Though he had observed numerous deceased individuals through the screen of his phone, he had never had the opportunity to confront a skeleton face-to-face as he did now. Despite his prior mental preparations, a wave of goosebumps washed over him. Repeating to himself that there were no ghosts, he gradually summoned the courage to approach the stark white skeleton, beginning to scrutinize it with earnest intent. Chapter 4. Everything in abundance, a fortune made. The skeletal remains were clad in tattered garments, with only the leather shoes, an LV belt, and a verdant mechanical watch preserved in pristine condition. Nestled between the ribs was a finely crafted leather wallet, the size of a palm. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind. I first stored the bones in the storage space before retrieving the wallet that lay on the ground. Extracting the ID from within, I confirmed that the name and photograph matched that of a high-ranking official who had mysteriously vanished 2 years prior. Liu Kai exhaled a long, relieved breath. It was now unequivocally established that the owner of the fortress had perished. No longer was he superstitious about handling objects touched by the dead. He eagerly picked up the handgun from the floor. The grip felt chilling and heavy in his hand. As a man from a gun-restricted nation, Liu Kai harbored an immense fascination for firearms. Now, grasping the genuine article, he felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins. This was a Swiss SGP-320 pistol, accommodating 9mm ammunition with a maximum capacity of 17 rounds. Upon inspecting the magazine, he discovered only 3 rounds remained, suppressing the urge to fire it immediately. He temporarily stowed the handgun in the storage space. As a novice, he knew better than to act recklessly. A misfire could spell disaster. Next, his gaze fell upon the cracked, barren soil of the first level and the enclosures for livestock. Since his arrival, Liu Kai had been contemplating the renovation of this space. With his vast storage capacity, he had no need, nor desire, to cultivate vegetables or raise pigs himself. Why not relish the convenience of ready-made provisions? Thus, he resolved to remove the soil and enclosures on the first level, transforming it into a gymnasium. This would ensure that his physical fitness remained in excellent condition. The overhead lights, designed to simulate sunlight, were already bright enough, eliminating the need for electrical modifications. He intended to relocate all supplies from the 3rd level into storage, converting it into a shooting range for practice. Without delay, he set to work, leveraging the immense capacity of his storage space. He swiftly cleared the soil and makeshift livestock pens, revealing a waterproof layer laid beneath. In an instant, the first level was immaculate. Outside the complex stood a defunct gym, its premises and equipment seized by the court, seemingly awaiting auction. Just 2 days before its closure, Liu Kai had invested several thousand yuan into a membership. Thus, he resolved to exact revenge for his investment. After tidying the first level, he lifted a concealed section of the floor. Beneath was a small iron door secured with a combination lock. Upon entering the 2nd level living area, the lights illuminated automatically. A resplendent decor unfolded before Liu Kai's eyes, a spacious layout of over 300 square meters, 5 times the size of his own residence. The living room was particularly striking, dominated by a luxurious crystal chandelier that radiated opulence. Opposite the sumptuous leather sofa stood a television wall, featuring an imposing 110-inch Samsung micro-LED television, valued at a staggering 1 million yuan, akin to that of Wang Sikong. Flanking the television were 2 framed ancient scrolls, harmonizing beautifully with the pair of celadone vases adorning the television cabinet below. Even if Liu Kai lacked understanding, he could surmise that both the painting and the vase were likely authentic antiques. The individuals collecting payments appeared rather unimpressive. True connoisseurs of corruption indulged in the acquisition of ancient artworks. After surveying the living room, he proceeded to 2 equally opulent bedrooms, each furnished with luxurious H-stins beds and equipped with a state-of-the-art electric massage chair. Next, he encountered 2 bathrooms, one designed for soaking, a room dedicated to tobacco and tea, a home theater, a kitchen, a dining room, and a storage room, all replete with air conditioning, refrigerators, water heaters, linens, cookware, household appliances, a piano, a drum set, and gaming consoles. Every essential item and indulgent amenity was meticulously accounted for. Finally, he entered a study, which also served as a surveillance room, housing 2 computers and 10 monitors. Beyond mere gaming and entertainment, the Fortress's original owner had engaged in far more nefarious activities. The computer was equipped with sophisticated hacking software, user-friendly and designed for novices, capable of breaching basic firewalls. It had already accessed the surveillance systems of Fenghai City's traffic management, Skynet, residential complexes, and commercial establishments. With a mere desire, he could observe nearly every corner of the urban landscape. For instance, at the entrance of the community, the property manager's poodle was harassing a stray cat 3 kilometers away. In a dimly lit cinema, a girl had just stepped out for a restroom break, leaving her boyfriend eagerly kissing her best friend 5 kilometers away. A hidden pinhole camera concealed atop a roof was trained on a grand circular bed. This godlike perspective thrilled Liu Kai, satisfying humanity's insatiable curiosity for voyeurism. Regrettably, apart from the specialized cameras of Skynet and traffic, other civilian surveillance devices would struggle to endure the frigid temperatures. The efficacy of this monitoring system would undoubtedly diminish in the face of an impending cold wave. What astonished Liu Kai further was the sight beyond the curtains. Whether in the living room, bedroom, or kitchen, a climate simulation system had been installed outside the windows. High-resolution displays, sound systems, sprinklers, and heating units formed an integrated system capable of synchronously simulating the external environment, whether it be a sunrise, sunset, wind, or rain, according to personal preference. He was rendered speechless, his mind swirling with the realization of how the wealthy truly indulge in their whims. Upon opening the storage room's grand door and lifting the floorboards, he discovered a smaller third level, the storage layer. Before him lay mountains of supplies: rice, flour, cooking oil, detergents, toiletries, seasonings, bottled water, dried vegetables, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and condoms. An advanced ventilation and drying system operated continuously, ensuring the longevity of these provisions. In addition to the items displayed on the shelves, several expansive freezers were also present: chicken, duck, fish, pork, dumplings, steak, frozen tofu, and ribbon fish awaited. Navigating through the dazzling array of food supplies, he arrived at the miscellaneous area, where an assortment of household items was readily available: faucets, showerheads, power strips, plugs, wrenches, hammers, saws, electrical testers, gas masks, fire extinguishers, chemical protective suits, oxygen tanks, tents, sleeping bags, kayaks. Liu Kai had grown accustomed to the unusual sights as he arrived at the third zone, the medical supplies area. A dedicated refrigeration unit housed an array of medications, meticulously organized. From cold remedies, adhesive bandages, vitamins, calcium tablets, anti-inflammatory drugs, dental pain relief, antihistamines, to emergency contraceptives, to potent antibiotics, HIV prophylaxis medication, rabies immunoglobulin, controlled analgesics, adrenaline, and insulin. There were even antidotes for common venomous snakes. Fortunately, the medications appeared to have a shelf life of at least 6 months. And Liu Kai's timely arrival was aided by the fact that time stood still in the storage space, alleviating any concerns. Next came the medical supplies: bandages, surgical gowns, scalpels for tubes, and syringes. The most astonishing sight was in the corner, where portable X-ray machines, portable ECG monitors, portable ultrasound machines, and defibrillators were piled together. Liu Kai felt a sense of bewilderment. The preceding supplies and commonly used medications were understandable, but what purpose did scalpels, surgical gowns, and X-ray machines serve? Was it truly necessary to bring a doctor to the refuge? Overwhelmed yet perplexed, he proceeded to the final weapons area. This so-called area consisted merely of 3 2-meter-high metal weapon cabinets, standing forlornly in the corner. Upon opening them sequentially, Liu Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of the firearms within. The first cabinet brimmed with arrows and ammunition, over 300 aluminum arrows of Type 168. 300 boxes of 9mm pistol cartridges, totaling 9,000 rounds, 20 boxes of 7.62mm sniper ammunition, 400 rounds, and 1 box of 18.4mm shotgun shells, 250 rounds. The second cabinet contained firearm maintenance items and accessories: cleaning cloths, lubricants, springs, silencers, scopes, grips, and stocks. Below were 3 domestically produced Kevlar vests and ballistic helmets, appearing somewhat disorganized. The third cabinet, however, held the true treasures: 2 Russian Viper S-400 crossbows equipped with scopes, 2 SIG P320 pistols, 2 domestically produced CS-LS-7 submachine guns, 1 domestically produced CS-LR-4 sniper rifle, and 1 domestically produced Type 09 shotgun. Chapter 5. The insufferable wealthy colleague and military drones. The sight of these armaments filled Liu Kai with both exhilaration and trepidation. After all, influential figures possessed channels to procure prohibited items, and he was fortunate that they were now within his reach. He swiftly gathered the entire cache of supplies and firearms from the 3rd floor into his storage space, rendering the area remarkably vacant. Thankfully, time stood still within the confines of his storage, alleviating concerns over the expiration of perishable goods and pharmaceuticals. As for the materials required to transform the space into a shooting range, he planned to procure them from a local shooting club. The 4th floor offered little of interest, consisting merely of private network servers, water purifiers, small geothermal generators, air purifiers, underground water pumps, and sewage systems. In critical situations, it was even feasible to recycle domestic water without the need for sewage disposal by filtering it for reuse. Moreover, each of these items had a supplementary backup, indicating thorough foresight. Upon surveying the entire Doomsday bunker, he identified 5 pressing issues. Firstly, while the variety of supplies was extensive and comprehensive, the quantity of food was insufficient, likely only enough to sustain 1 person for 2 years. Secondly, apart from essential living items, there were only a few luxury goods such as high-end cigars and foreign liquors. The refrigerator held no snacks or beverages, and the computer lacked games, with the home theater devoid of films. Thirdly, there were no close combat weapons like daggers or machetes. Fourthly, the deceased original owner was of diminutive stature, rendering the clothing in the wardrobe ill-fitting. Fifthly, a common issue in southern cities was the lack of adequate heating equipment. Relying solely on air conditioning and electric heating wires would likely prove insufficient. As for fresh fruits and vegetables, Liu Kai, possessing a storage space, deemed it an inconsequential matter. He conducted another thorough inspection of the underground fortress to ensure nothing was overlooked, meticulously noting each concern. He modified the bunker doors code to 204-0615, commemorating the date he received his first salary, which held significant sentimental value. With that, he returned to the first floor and, with practiced ease, slipped out through the window. Taking a deep breath, he activated his teleportation once more, his body materializing outside the courtyard wall. Liu Kai still felt as though he had been drained of energy, his limbs trembling as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. However, this time, his recovery seemed slightly swifter than before. Strolling away from the greenery and toward home, he contemplated the preparations necessary before the impending apocalypse. Suddenly, a voice tinged with surprise and hostility rang out ahead. Liu Kai? Looking up, he saw a somewhat portly young man approaching with a questioning expression. Dressed in trendy designer attire, his skin was almost effeminate in its pallor, and he sported an exaggerated pair of large headphones atop his head. Why are you wandering around our villa district when team leader Liu isn't home? Liu Kai instinctively frowned. None of your business. He had no desire to engage with this imbecilic colleague named Su Huan, coldly retorting before turning to leave. A mocking voice echoed from behind. One should possess self-awareness. Even if you frequently roam this way, it is merely futile envy. You will never be able to afford a house in the villa district. This remark incited a surge of anger within Liu Kai, prompting him to halt and cast a cold, piercing glare at Su Huan, whose face was awash with derision. As the saying goes, one armed with sharp tools harbors a burgeoning desire for violence. Recalling the handgun concealed within the storage space, Liu Kai contemplated whether he ought to dispose of this loquacious object. The corpse could be ensconced within the storage without leaving a trace. A chilling gaze from Liu Kai sent a shiver down Su Huan's spine, as though something ominous were fixated upon him. What are you staring at? Considering the loud report of the handgun, it was not prudent to provoke further complications. Moreover, since the apocalyptic events of his previous life, it seemed he had not laid eyes upon this fool again. Perhaps he had succumbed to the cold. Thus, Liu Kai quelled his murderous intent. Both Liu Kai and Su Huan were employees of the Tobacco Bureau in Fohai City, having been recruited in the same batch. The distinction lay in Liu Kai's merit. Having passed the examinations through his own efforts and demonstrated superior capability, now serving as a team leader. In contrast, Su Huan was merely a product of his family's considerable financial investment, meandering through life, esteemed by superiors as a lost cause. This disparity was the fundamental reason for their mutual disdain. Nonetheless, Liu Kai harbored a twinge of envy towards Su Huan's affluent upbringing. Who wouldn't wish to luxuriate in life at a young age, rather than toil incessantly? The starting point of others might well be a destination he could never hope to reach. However, the current circumstances were different. With the bunker firmly under his control, Liu Kai felt exuberant, disinclined to engage further with this individual. Noticing Liu Kai's silence, Su Huan mistakenly perceived fear. Casting aside his earlier trepidation, he laughed with increasing arrogance. Wishing Group leader Liu a joyful Labor Day overtime. Tomorrow, I shall be basking on the beaches of the Maldives with my family, unable to join you in your labor. Pausing momentarily, Liu Kai turned to Su Huan with a perplexed expression. You are heading to the Maldives tomorrow? Of course. Unlike you, I don't need to toil for those pitiful overtime wages. In the face of this mockery, Liu Kai remained unperturbed, instead smiling radiantly. The Maldives, splendid. I wish you and your family a delightful time. In a tropical nation like the Maldives, one would be hard-pressed to find a single down jacket among 100 individuals. To venture to such a place on the brink of an icy apocalypse, it was no wonder he had not encountered this family again. They must have perished from the cold. What delighted Liu Kai was not merely the fact that this insufferable glutton had indeed become a moribund figure. He recalled Su Huan boasting to colleagues about securing a powerful military-grade quadcopter through connections. The quality of military equipment far surpassed that of civilian drones. Capable of withstanding gale force winds and equipped with a unique battery heating technology, it could remain operational in frigid temperatures. Su Huan claimed it was intended for his future Antarctic explorations. This uncharacteristic laughter from Liu Kai left Su Huan bewildered, pondering if perhaps this impoverished soul had lost his sanity due to his provocations. Liu Kai, disinterested in quarreling with one on the brink of death, cast a sympathetic glance at the bewildered figure before briskly making his way homeward. The underground bunker was connected to a surveillance system. Yet many civilian cameras were unlikely to survive the chilling gales. Even if some cameras endured, numerous interconnected servers would inevitably succumb in due course. Therefore, to prevent oneself from becoming blind, a reliable drone is absolutely essential. Returning to the cool embrace of the air-conditioned room, I retrieved a chilled beverage from the refrigerator and savored its refreshing essence. After a brief respite, I retreated to the bathroom to indulge in a rejuvenating cold shower, washing away the weariness that had clung to me. Stepping onto the balcony, I unearthed a twisted circular steel column from beneath a pile of miscellaneous items. A smile curving upon my lips. This was a small segment of train shock absorber steel that I had procured from a scrap dealer. Initially, I had intended to seek out a blacksmith to forge 2 durable kitchen knives, yet procrastination had repeatedly thwarted my plans. Serendipitously, the underground fortress lacked close combat weaponry, and this steel would serve excellently to craft a machete for self-defense. Chapter 6, A Friendly Reminder, The Revenge Plan on the morning of April 30th. Liu Kai exhibited a stark contrast to his usual despondency. Rising early, he completed his morning routine and descended to drive his car. Although he felt no desire to return to work, he was compelled to visit the finance office to sign for his advanced salary and bonus, necessitating the trip. Just as he was about to exit the community gate, he spotted the rotund Su Huan, who had taken a leave of absence. Su was driving his bright yellow Porsche, ferrying his parents and girlfriend, seemingly en route to the airport for a direct flight to the Maldives. As Su passed by Liu Kai, he lowered his window and cast a disdainful glance at Liu's modest vehicle, leaving behind a victorious smile as he drove off. Liu Kai, however, wore a radiant smile himself. With their departure, he felt free to seize the opportunity presented by the drone. As he drove past the park, Liu Kai observed fellow office workers and students rushing about, as well as retirees taking advantage of the cool morning air for their exercises. He also noticed small children, their big, dark eyes curiously surveying the world around them, a quintessential scene of everyday life. Regrettably, this tranquility would soon be shattered. The harrowing spectacle of hell on earth was something Liu Kai, having endured it once, found difficult to contemplate again. Before long, he arrived at the tobacco bureau, parked his car, and ascended the stairs to the finance office on the 2nd floor. Sister Wang, engrossed in her accounting work, was oblivious to her surroundings. Her 2-year-old son sat quietly beside her, engaged in drawing. Upon Liu Kai's arrival, the child beamed with innocent joy, calling out to him, "Uncle Liu." It was only upon hearing her son's words that Sister Wang snapped back to reality. "Come in, Xiao Liu. It's not even time to work yet. What brings you here so early?" Sister Wang, I'm just in a bit of a hurry for some cash," Liu Kai replied with a chuckle. Sister Wang's expression shifted slightly as she pushed a stack of documents toward him, indicating he should sign. Just as Liu Kai focused on signing, Sister Wang could no longer contain her curiosity. "Xiao Liu, I heard from Director Chen that you're advancing your salary because your blind date wants a bride price?" Liu Kai, feeling somewhat helpless, fabricated a response, yes, that's the case." Sister Wang immediately lowered her voice. "I don't mean to pry, but the girl you're dating, Lin Shiro, there are some concerns about her character. I've heard she's seeing multiple people simultaneously. As a young man just starting your career, be cautious not to fall victim to deception." Upon hearing this, a rare warmth coursed through Liu Kai. He was acutely aware that Lin Shiro had her issues. Her pure visage and somewhat aloof demeanor were undeniably beguiling. Moreover, she was a teacher at the municipal middle school, and Liu Kai had always believed her to be an ideal candidate for marriage. Although he had heard rumors about Lin Shiro, he dismissed them as the fabrications of busybodies. His initial trust in her had caused him to overlook the age-old adage, where there's smoke, there's fire. After the apocalypse descended, Lin Shiro, who resided in the municipal middle school's dormitory, curiously appeared in their community. She claimed to be staying at a friend's house, which thrilled Liu Kai for quite some time. At last, he could spend his days in the company of a virtuous woman. Upon calming down and reflecting carefully, it becomes apparent that the villa where she resides is not merely a friend's abode. The owners are unmistakably a pair of twin brothers in their 40s. Local contractors engaged in earthworks in Fohai City. Those who appear most innocent often indulge in the most unexpected escapades behind closed doors. The mere thought of their gathering nearly made him regurgitate his last meal. In response to Sister Wang's kind-hearted admonition, Liu Kai felt no offense. He merely smiled and reassured her, "Rest assured, sister, I am well aware." He then glanced at Sister Wang's son beside her, contemplating quietly before moving a stool to sit down. "By the way, Sister Wang, your husband is returning from out of town for the May Day holiday, right?" A gentle smile of happiness graced Sister Wang's slightly plump face as she replied, "Yes, he will be back for about half a month," lowering his voice conspiratorially. Liu Kai said. A classmate of mine conducting biological research in the United States called me yesterday. He mentioned that the virus from 24 years ago seems poised to resurface. I suggest you stock up on supplies at home. The virus from 24 years ago, Sister Wang exclaimed, startled, quickly gesturing for him to lower his voice. Don't speak carelessly. If it falls into the ears of the wrong person, we could be accused of spreading rumors, and that would be troublesome. Liu Kai remained silent, his serious gaze fixed upon her. Observing the earnest expression on Liu Kai's face, Sister Wang suddenly realized something. Tell me the truth. You're not overextending your salary for a betrothal gift, but rather to hoard supplies, aren't you? Liu Kai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Sister Wang's astuteness. He neither confirmed nor denied but merely chuckled. Well, better safe than sorry, especially with young children in your home. With that, he swiftly exited the finance office, leaving Sister Wang in thoughtful contemplation, her gaze shifting to her innocent son, as if she had resolved something significant. Once outside the finance office, Liu Kai's expression gradually darkened. Sister Wang's earlier warning had reignited memories of his past sorrows. If Lin Shiro had merely deceived him emotionally, there would be no need for retribution. Unfortunately, this cruel woman and her butcher paramour had committed heinous acts that outraged both humanity and divinity. Before taking Liu Kai's life, they had likely lured countless others to their demise. He had heard the tales of the butcher and the lamb, yet to confront such atrocities in his proximity, even involving himself, was profoundly unsettling. Liu Kai would rather hurl himself against a wall than partake in cannibalism. He was uncertain if the slaughter team had other accomplices. But there was no doubt, both she and her butcher paramour deserved to perish. He sought not merely to dispatch these scoundrels with a single bullet but wished for them to first experience the height of exhilarating hope before plummeting into the depths of despair. Only then could he extinguish the hatred that festered within him. Yet, he would not recklessly expose himself. Operating from the shadows was undoubtedly the wisest course. Liu Kai's expression twisted with madness, his fists quivering with fervor, for he had just conceived an effective plan for torment. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, inviting the adversary into a trap. Since he had resolved to endure within that fortress of doom, he could not let his modest 60-square-meter abode go to waste. He merely needed to deliberately let Lin Shiro know that their home was replete with ample provisions. When the time of scarcity arrived, she would undoubtedly come seeking assistance. At that moment, these visitors would discover that the supplies stacked within the house were mere empty boxes, and upon removing the final box, they would be greeted by a bomb. Surprise, motherfucker. Even if explosives could not be procured in Fenghai City, it posed no challenge for Liu Kai, a chemistry major. A mixture of sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal, with a dash of sugar, would suffice. Chapter 7. Reconnaissance for the zero-cost purchase. Liu Kai found no time to linger at the office, sipping tea. The hours were fleeting, and he urgently needed to conduct reconnaissance for the zero-cost acquisition. After hastily signing an outing form, he departed. His first destination was the No. 3 tobacco warehouse under his unit. Inside the desolate bunker lay only a handful of cigars and foreign liquor, items that even a dog would disregard. As a provincial man, Liu Kai preferred cigarettes and fresh beer. He pretended to inspect the leaf warehouse, meticulously planning the route for May 6th before taking his leave. Next, Liu Kai repeated the process, visiting the vegetable market where he mingled with vendors for some time. It was only after their conversation that he realized his grievous error. The large cold storage here housed primarily frozen meat, predominantly pork. Fresh fruits and vegetables were entirely absent. Located instead at a distribution center 10 kilometers away in the suburbs. Having acquired the necessary information, he proceeded to the Durun FA Supermarket's central warehouse in Fenghai City. This vast facility spanned an impressive 60,000 square meters, reportedly containing nearly 200 million yuan in goods. Unfortunately, access was strictly prohibited for unauthorized personnel. Before he could behold the grandeur within, he was promptly intercepted by a diligent security guard. Ultimately, he ventured to the distribution center for fruits and vegetables, as well as a nearby craft beer factory, both of which were less encumbered by regulations. Disguised as a customer, Liu Kai swiftly completed his reconnaissance. Initially, he intended to include the storage center of the Miaosho Pharmaceutical Trading Company in his survey, but he ultimately abandoned this notion. The common medications stored within the bunker were extensive in variety and sufficient for years of personal use. Under such circumstances, attempting to raid the pharmaceutical warehouse would be unwise, especially considering the presence of armed special police officers guarding the premises around the clock. Following the onset of this apocalypse, the government's immediate recovery efforts would likely ensure that these medications were not left to languish in storage. Upon returning to his vehicle, he opened his phone and marked these 5 locations on the map, beginning to plot his route. Although the distribution center was the farthest away, its operating hours were rather unique. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., they would gradually receive fresh produce from nearby towns. with many vendors arriving around 4 a.m. to replenish their stock. There existed only a 1-hour window in between. Thus, his first stop was set for the center, planning to clear the warehouse by 3:30 a.m. on May 6th. The second stop would be the craft beer factory, as the guards would likely be at their most fatigued during the early hours. The third stop was the central warehouse of Doomsday, a supermarket in the city, where goods would be drawn from the warehouse before 5 a.m. The fourth stop would be the frozen meat warehouse at the market, and the fifth would be the tobacco company warehouse. With the plan finalized, the time had now reached the sweltering afternoon hour of 3 p.m. Having signed the outing form, no one at the office would inquire about his whereabouts. Liu Kai had not eaten a single bite in his pursuit of reconnaissance. He securely stored his dense notebook in the compartment and casually purchased a boxed meal to satisfy his hunger. A notification chimed, signaling the arrival of his salary advance. As he gazed at the account balance of 1,024,500, a sense of reassurance washed over him, prompting a smile. With the support of a zero-cost purchase scheme, although this amount was modest, it was certainly sufficient for his needs. Liu Kai felt an increase in his workload that afternoon. He first ventured into the desolate wilderness, ensuring the area was void of any onlookers before discarding the bones he had collected into the storage space the previous night onto the open ground. Subsequently, he released a heap of soil, bricks, and ill-fitting clothing atop the bones, thus granting a semblance of peace to this former leader who once wielded significant influence in the provincial government. Having completed this task, he hastened towards the city center. Before long, he arrived at a Ralph Lauren boutique. This brand could be considered somewhat upscale, with items priced at around $3,800. Typically, purchasing a single piece of clothing would require a degree of sacrifice, yet now he could indulge extravagantly. With a grand flourish, he purchased 20 sets of autumn and winter attire, along with 5 sets of sleepwear. However, when it came time to buy underwear and socks, the sales assistant was taken aback. "I'm sorry, sir. How many pairs of underwear and socks did you request? I didn't quite catch that. 10 pounds of underwear and 20 pounds of socks? Is there a problem?" After taking a closer look at the young man before her and recalling his generous card payment for the clothing, the sales assistant managed to suppress her inner questions and the impulse to report him to a mental health facility. She picked up the intercom to notify the warehouse to prepare the items. The warehouse staff were equally bewildered, repeatedly confirming before they could believe it. Indeed, someone was purchasing clothing by the pound. Liu Kai had no intention of utilizing the zero-cost purchase scheme for clothing, as it necessitated precise timing and route planning. Each additional destination would require a recalibration of both route and time. The drop in temperature on May 6th was swift, and a moment's inattention could lead to being stranded in the icy wilderness. Furthermore, he was disinclined to shop online, uncertain if those unreliable couriers would cause delays. Before long, the sales staff emerged from the store, enthusiastically assisting him in loading his purchases into the car. Balance, 910,000. Next, he intended to visit an outdoor supply store. The clothing he had just acquired was too lightweight for the harsh winter conditions. He needed authentic cold weather apparel. He arrived at a well-known chain outdoor store. In the face of the owner's astonished gaze, he promptly declared his intention to purchase 10 sets of cold-resistant gear rated for temperatures as low as -60. The owner, internally lamenting, began calling other branches for assistance. It must be said, the southern cities truly suffered in this regard. After inquiring throughout the city's chain stores, they could barely gather 5 sets that fit Liu Kai's dimensions. These consisted of long trench coats, fleece pants, rugged boots, gloves, fully enclosing thermal hats, snow goggles, and electric heating vests. Each set was priced at $12,000, and he purchased them all. Balance, 850,000, with a decisive swipe of his card. The owner's earlier grievances evaporated. The way he regarded Liu Kai transformed, as if he were viewing a wealthy benefactor, while awaiting additional stock from other branches. The owner enthusiastically began to promote various outdoor products to him. Tents, sleeping bags, hammocks, ice axes, trekking poles, mountaineering backpacks, and folding steel frame tables and chairs are all items that can be found in the original supplies of the underground bunker. Liu Kai had no intention of purchasing any additional equipment. However, he did present 2 new requests to the proprietor. The first was to acquire knowledge in outdoor survival and first aid, preferably through an expedited 5-day course. Even if such rapid training was not feasible, he insisted that the information be compiled into documents and videos and sent to him. The proprietor readily agreed and promptly arranged for a one-on-one private instructor for Liu Kai. Should he choose to join the club for group classes to learn the fundamentals of survival and first aid, it would take approximately 2 weeks. In contrast, with the private instructor, he would only need to dedicate 4 hours each day for 3 days to achieve proficiency, along with the benefit of lifelong consultative support. However, The reliability of such post-training consultation remained uncertain, as one could only wonder if the instructor would still be available in the future. Nevertheless, the price of 30,000 yuan was reasonable, and he immediately called for the instructor to come and finalize the contract. Liu Kai's second request was for the proprietor to assist him in procuring a local electric snowmobile within the next couple of days. This left the proprietor utterly bewildered. Who in their right mind would purchase a snowmobile in Fenghai City, a place that rarely sees snow? Chapter 8. The shooting technique is inferior to a dog. Snowmobiles are in short supply in several neighboring cities. Ordering from northern cities would consume too much time, which is precisely why Liu Kai intends to spend his money. Had he known there was a snowmobile shop nearby, he would have simply taken advantage of the opportunity to acquire one at no cost. The proprietor was at a loss. But the personal trainer who had just signed a contract with Liu Kai had a solution. A friend of his possessed a Taiga TS2 electric snowmobile, impulsively purchased a year ago for 150,000 yuan, which now sat gathering dust in a warehouse. After some communication, the seller promptly provided a quote, 110,000 yuan, including repair tools, an extra battery pack, 2 pairs of replacement front skis, and a replacement track. This specialized vehicle does not require registration with the Traffic Management Bureau. A contract and the vehicle invoice are sufficient. 2 hours later, 5 sets of winter clothing arrived from other chain stores, along with a trailer carrying the stylish snowmobile. Liu Kai promptly settled the payment, leaving him with a balance of 710,000 yuan. After stowing the winter attire in his vehicle, he drove the trailer to a secluded warehouse. The trailer driver was not one to meddle in others' affairs. After unloading the snowmobile as per Liu Kai's request, he quietly departed. Upon careful inspection of the surroundings, Liu Kai noted that there was no one around and no surveillance cameras. He then swiftly stored the purchased clothing, winter gear, and snowmobile into his storage space. With an air of nonchalance, he proceeded to his next destination, the industrial park. Following the precise navigation, he arrived at an equipment factory. Without haggling, he directly approached the owner and spent 30,000 yuan to acquire 24 units of 20 kW industrial heaters, leaving him with a balance of 680,000 yuan. These heaters were intended for winter cultivation of flowers and vegetables in greenhouses, boasting impressive heating efficiency. Moreover, even if the fortress's electrical appliances were all in operation, their total power would remain within the capacity of the geothermal generator. The only drawback was the considerable noise produced by the heaters. Thus, Liu Kai's plan was to place 2 heaters on the first floor, gym, 3rd floor, shooting range, and 4th floor, equipment level, reserving the remaining 18 as spares, as long as the upper levels were kept warm. The presence of air conditioning on the 2nd floor, residential level, would maintain a comfortable temperature range without the torment of heater noise, an ideal solution. The inspiration for this arrangement stemmed from peculiar news stories of neighbors leeching heat from one another in the north. Although the fortress is subterranean, providing it with a natural advantage in insulation, it cannot remain warm indefinitely in frigid conditions. Furthermore, the vital equipment on the 4th level cannot withstand excessively low temperatures for extended periods. However, the good news is that lower temperatures mean that even with the heaters running 24 hours a day, there would be no risk of overheating protection or spontaneous combustion. After departing the industrial area, Liu Kai's next stop was the live fire shooting range. Much like the defunct gym, the shooting range was conveniently located near his residential complex, eliminating the need for meticulous site planning. With a sense of excitement, he stepped into this nearby shooting range, which he had never visited before, his eyes filled with curiosity. Even though numerous firearms were laid before him yesterday, he dared not wield them recklessly. Yet now, he was on the cusp of embarking on an authentic live-fire shooting experience. A muscular instructor, exuding familiarity, approached him with enthusiasm and accompanied him throughout the introduction. Liu Kai, pleased to have someone to guide him, engaged in amiable conversation with the instructor. First, they discussed prices. Typical enthusiasts would opt for the 22 caliber rounds, priced at 8 yuan each. Meanwhile, ardent military aficionados might choose the 9mm pistol rounds at 15 yuan, or even the 7.62mm rifle cartridges at 20 yuan. The range fee was 90 yuan per hour, a fairly standard rate. Recognizing Liu Kai as an undeniable novice, the instructor displayed no sense of wariness. During their casual exchange, he divulged a crucial piece of information. The ammunition stored in the commercial shooting range would not exceed the lifespan of the firearms in use. This facility was a large shooting venue, boasting an impressive array of weaponry. Consequently, the warehouse likely held around 100,000 rounds of various calibers. The sheer magnitude of this quantity caused Liu Kai's eyelids to flutter with astonishment, though he managed to maintain a facade of composure. Wealth was within reach. He sought merely self-defense, not an assault on the peaceful county town, and certainly would not exhaust those 100,000 rounds. However, gunpowder within those bullets could be repurposed for explosives. No longer would he need to assemble improvised bombs with the cumbersome ingredients of sulfur, nitrate, charcoal, and a dash of sugar. After completing a series of registrations and security checks, the two donned soundproof ear protection and entered the spacious, open shooting range. Apart from Liu Kai, there were two middle-aged men thoroughly enjoying themselves, their movements suggesting they were seasoned veterans. As a novice who had only ever strategized on paper and had never fired a weapon, Liu Kai, under the instructor's strong recommendation, reluctantly opted for the low recoil, 22 rounds. He decided to test his skills on the easiest target, set at a distance of 30 meters. Grasping the practice PMR-30 pistol, he recalled the shooting stances and techniques imparted by military bloggers. With legs apart at shoulder width, he raised the firearm, instinctively holding his breath. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions, not overly jarring, echoed as 5 rounds were discharged in less than 2 seconds. Such a rapid rate of fire caught the attention of the two nearby players, who exchanged glances, perhaps wondering if they had encountered a skilled marksman. As the pulley mechanism drew the target paper closer from 30 meters away, Liu Kai and the two players scrutinized the results. 4 shots missed the target entirely, while one struck the 7 ring. The dismal outcome made his face flush with embarrassment. Even the middle-aged onlookers rolled their eyes, as if to say, "Is this your skill? A dog could do better." The muscular instructor, exhibiting commendable professionalism, burned no hint of derision, approaching with an encouraging smile. He first acknowledged Liu Kai's strong and powerful arms before pointing out his shooting errors. For instance, the instinctive breath-holding was a rather absurd mistake, commonly made by beginners. Concerning these life-saving techniques, Liu Kai cast aside his earlier humiliation and earnestly began to learn. Motivated by the instructor's attitude, he promptly opted for the 200,000 yuan package, becoming a platinum member of the shooting range. Remaining balance, 480,000. Although the visitors here are generally affluent, very few individuals choose to deposit a substantial sum of 200,000 in one go. Consequently, this formidable coach naturally became Liu Kai's personal trainer. Dedicating the following days to one-on-one sessions with him, he resolved to intensively practice his shooting skills during this period. Thus, Liu Kai's itinerary for the subsequent days became completely filled. On May 1st, tomorrow, he is scheduled to participate in fire prevention patrols in Linhai Township. In truth, the work itself has become secondary. There are 2 compelling reasons that necessitate his visit to Linhai Township. First, there is a highly renowned blacksmith in Linhai, whom Liu Kai intends to solicit to forge 2 formidable cleavers from train spring steel. Second, Linhai Township boasts the largest livestock slaughtering and trading center in Fohai City, where he aims to stock up on fresh beef, lamb, and pork, while the frozen meat in the supermarket's cold storage is not inedible. When it comes to enjoyment and flavor, nothing surpasses the delight of fresh meat. From May 2nd to May 5th, the mornings will be dedicated to learning wilderness survival and first aid, while the afternoons will be spent engaging in fervent shooting practice. At the dawn of May 6th, he will initiate a zero-cost purchasing event, then retreat to his underground fortress to await the impending cold wave. Chapter 9. The Gentleman on the Beam. The military drone in hand emerging from the shooting range, the clock read 6 p.m. There is a certain pleasure in working at a leisurely unit. Liu Kai had merely stepped out to sign an exit form in the morning, and then spent the day meandering outside, with no one inquiring about his whereabouts. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a post from his portly friend Su Huan, who had specifically tagged Liu Kai. Like a child, he lay on the warm, luminescent beaches of the Maldives, eyes closed, as if he were in paradise. Liu Kai. The accompanying image showed him with a protruding belly, his left arm around his girlfriend, and his right arm embracing a rather exotic-looking woman in a bikini. Behind them, the sunset cast its glow over the sea, sparkling beautifully. In a previous life, this rotund fellow had traveled discreetly, seemingly never sharing his adventures on social media, let alone tagging himself. Perhaps it was due to the humiliation he suffered the previous night. Seeing this, Liu Kai could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Paradise, is it? In a few days, you'll freeze to death, you rascal. He exhibited no sign of irritation. Instead, he graciously liked the post and responded with a starry-eyed emoji expressing envy. Let Su Huan bask in his glory for a couple of days. When the cold wave descends, he would soon understand who the son and who the father is. Setting his phone aside, Liu Kai started his car, heading towards the final destination of the day, the supermarket. Without hesitation, he retrieved a shopping cart. As he passed the aisles, he filled the cart with rice, flour, oil, condiments, snacks, and mineral water. For large carts were quickly filled to the brim. Snap! He lifted his phone to capture a photograph of the overflowing cart. At the checkout, he spent 2,000 yuan. With the assistance of the supermarket staff, he loaded all the bags into his vehicle. Snap! Snap! The second photograph showcased the trunk brimming with supplies. The third captured the shopping receipt. Having completed his procurement, he returned to his apartment complex, struggling with 2 large bags as he squeezed into the elevator. It was the peak hour for returning from work, and the elevator was crowded. Liu Kai made several trips back and forth, 7 or 8, in fact, before he finally transported all the supplies into his home. Even though the neighbors residing in the high-rise were not intimately acquainted, they had a general awareness of each other's floors. Before long, many had learned that the young man living on the 10th floor of Building 3 had brought home an abundance of food. Snap! Snap! The fourth photograph displayed the various supplies piled on the balcony of his living room. The fifth captured his sweat-drenched face. Knock! Knock! A sound echoed at the door. The high-security anti-theft door he had ordered for 20,000 yuan had arrived. Intentionally, he shared a message in the community chat. Apologies to all my neighbors. There may be a bit of noise as we replace the door, but it should take no more than an hour. Thank you for your understanding. With a series of clangs and bangs, the installation crew completed the replacement with an evidently more imposing, high-tech smart anti-theft door equipped with a camera. Additionally, he discreetly installed a hidden surveillance camera on the balcony, wrapping it in several layers of tin-foil insulation to prevent it from freezing right away. Snap! The sixth photograph featured the newly installed anti-theft door. With everything in place, he posted on social media. During a person's May Day holiday, they decided to replace the sturdy front door and stock up on supplies, simultaneously seeking a female host for their abode, inviting companionship for a cozy stay-at-home experience. Accompanying this narrative were 6 photographs, which, to be frank, appeared somewhat ostentatious. Nonetheless, the impact was remarkable. 2 minutes later, Lin Shiro bestowed a like but refrained from commenting, while the rotund Su Huan opted not to like the post but left a terse hint in the comments. Liu Kai, glancing at his phone, nodded in satisfaction. Not only did he share this on social media, but he also made sure that the neighbors were aware of his stockpiling and door replacement. All of this was orchestrated to ensure that the butcher was well aware of the abundant supplies within his home, a strategic ploy. With a grand flourish, he stored away the numerous supplies that filled his balcony, replacing them with a multitude of pre-prepared empty boxes. A sinister smile crept across his face as he imagined the expressions of those who might attempt to break in only to discover a mere collection of empty boxes. After a refreshing shower that washed away his fatigue, the usually frugal Liu Kai indulged in preparing an extravagant feast. The glistening white rice was perfectly cooked. The beef stew with potatoes emanated a tantalizing aroma. The winter melon and pork rib soup floated with glistening oil. The stir-fried vegetables were vibrantly colorful, and the sautéed crayfish appeared irresistibly red and inviting. He picked up his phone to capture the scene, framing the delectable dishes alongside the night view outside. He opened an AI composition software and imported the photo, issuing a command to replace the nighttime scenery with a snowy daytime landscape. In the blink of an eye, the AI software flawlessly executed the transformation. Night morphed into day, with soft snowflakes cascading down. Moreover, it adjusted the photo's hue to a cool tone, rendering it strikingly realistic. Safely storing this image for future purposes, he then indulged in his feast. Although these dishes appeared rather ordinary at present, they would take on a different allure in due time. After relishing the sumptuous dinner, he typically descended to stroll in the sweltering heat. This time, Liu Kai's destination was Su Huan's house, a modest 2-story villa. These small villas were open and lacked cumbersome exterior walls. The entire family was away on vacation, and even the housekeeper was enjoying a rare day off, leaving the villa dark and deserted, thanks to Su Huan's penchant for boasting about his advantageous living conditions. The layout of his home was no secret. Likewise, the location of the military-grade drone was no mystery either. Navigating with caution, Liu Kai evaded surveillance and crept to the first floor, crouching beneath the tightly locked bedroom window. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and focused. Instant teleportation. Whoosh. Liu Kai had braced himself for the familiar discomfort of post-teleportation aches, but was pleasantly surprised to find the sensation considerably diminished. It seemed that frequent use of his abilities was honing their efficacy. Taking a deep breath in an attempt to ease his body's fatigue, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a pungent, deeply offensive odor that invaded his nostrils, penetrating all the way to his very core. Hastily pulling his shirt up to cover his mouth and nose, Liu Kai then beheld the chaotic disarray of Su Huan's bedroom, littered with discarded socks, underwear, and even crumpled tissues strewn about in a most unsightly manner. Suppressing the nausea and the urge to scoff, he followed Su Huan's description and lifted a section of the floor beneath the bedside table. Below lay a pitch-black polypropylene box, measuring 1 meter on each side. Upon opening the lid, he was astounded to discover a folded white quadcopter drone nestled inside. Its somewhat imposing design starkly contrasted with the more commonplace civilian drones. When the folded rotors were fully extended, the width would likely exceed 2 meters. Beneath the drone rested a remote control, alongside an array of accessories and a manual. Despite the pungent odor pervading the room, Liu Kai eagerly activated his phone's flashlight to examine the find. To his astonishment, this device was indeed military-grade, with long endurance, a high-strength alloy frame, and resistance to extreme low temperatures. It boasted impressive specifications. In addition to a standard camera, it was equipped with a high-definition thermal imaging camera and a phased-array radar. A small mechanical arm was affixed to the underside of the drone. Most surprising of all, this model featured an experimental long-range microwave charging system. Provided there were no obstacles between the drone and the microwave transmitter, the effective charging range extended a remarkable 150 meters. Liu Kai had initially fretted over the noise generated by the drone during charging, as directly charging it in the underground fortress would unmistakably signal to everyone that the Emperor's villa was occupied. However, this concern was now alleviated. By simply positioning the microwave transmitter atop the Emperor's villa, the drone could safely charge from a distance, specifically from the rooftop of the nearest building. Chapter 10. A chance encounter with Lin Xiaoro. Isn't your father a deputy department head? After meticulously stowing away the drone, the meticulous Liu Kai restored the floor to its original condition and returned home. He couldn't help but fondle the drone for a while longer before finally contenting himself by turning on his computer. The pitiful machine within the Doomsday bunker was utterly devoid of content. Without some form of mental sustenance, even Liu Kai, who had grown accustomed to solitude, could not assure himself that he wouldn't succumb to madness. He filled all 5 USB ports of the computer with drives, stealthily accessing a long-treasured piracy website. With a single click, he selected the most popular songs, films, and novels from the past 50 years. Download. Required memory, 3,589 terabytes. Internet speed, 120 gigabits s. Estimated time remaining, 5 hours. He recalled hearing the elders speak of the internet speeds 2 decades prior, which were not only sluggish but also subject to a subscription model, requiring a monthly fee known as a rental charge. Liu Kai couldn't help but reflect on the resilience of those seasoned veterans. Next on his download list were games. The Sexy Beach series, download. Yandra Simulator, download. The Last Guardian 3, download. Summer Rhapsody, download. With these delightful treasures, the days ahead would surely not be dull. The following morning, Liu Kai leisurely drove for an hour, finally arriving at the Linhai Township government compound. He dutifully signed in for himself and Director Chun before engaging in casual conversation with the township staff. Then, Liu Kai announced his intention to go on an inspection, boldly departing from the government office. In truth, everyone understood that the so-called inspection was merely a guise for wandering aimlessly or perhaps finding a shaded spot for a nap. Taking advantage of the relatively cool morning, Liu Kai first visited the market. Today was not a market day, so the place was rather empty. At the end of an inconspicuous alley stood a blacksmith shop. Many had spoken highly of Boss Lin's exceptional forging skills. Liu Kai had seen the knives crafted by this individual at a colleague's home. While they might not be able to slice through hair, they could effortlessly cleave through a pig's leg bone without dulling, a remarkable feat retrieving a 10-kilogram piece of trained spring steel from his storage space. Liu Kai was about to step into the blacksmith shop when he suddenly heard the resigned voice of a middle-aged man from within. Father truly has no money left. Once the land rental payment arrives next month, I will send it to you immediately, all right? Then, a familiar, icy female voice rang out. Did you hide Mom's accident compensation? I absolutely refuse to let you use that money to please that old woman. That money was left to me by Mom. The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. Daughter, please speak with integrity. Your mother's compensation was spent when you bought the car. I don't care. You must find a way. Sighing, he lamented. I have long advised you not to get entangled with those dubious individuals. What good does it do to say this now? My illness. It cannot be delayed. The 2 brothers, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, were rather affluent, weren't they? A cool, feminine voice expressed some exasperation. Please don't raise your voice. I am not yet on intimate terms with them. This exchange was overheard in its entirety by Liu Kai. His eyebrows arched, and an odd expression crossed his face. That cool voice undoubtedly belonged to Lin Xiaoro. Yet, from the context, it seemed she had contracted some unsavory affliction. The brothers, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, were local contractors in earthworks. In a previous life, when the cold wave descended, Lin Xiaoro claimed to be residing at a friend's house, but in truth, she was living with these brothers. Liu Kai patted his chest, immensely relieved. It was fortunate that in his past life, Lin Xiaoro had not acquiesced to his advances. Otherwise, goodness. What's the big deal about a wart? The odds of winning the lottery are slim. Why worry about impotence? The conversation within continued. Liu Kai quickly adjusted his expression, feigning ignorance, and pushed the door open. As he strode into the room, he called out loudly, "Is the boss here? I need to forge a knife." This sudden exclamation startled the father and daughter. The three exchanged glances, and a momentary silence enveloped the atmosphere. Standing before Liu Kai was a middle-aged man, not yet 50, with bronze skin and a muscular build. He wore no shirt, merely draped in a leather apron used for blacksmithing. Beside him stood a fashionable woman, her long, fair legs exposed. She possessed a pure and beautiful exterior, yet her demeanor radiated an icy aloofness, capable of igniting a man's desire for conquest. Before the blacksmith could respond, Liu Kai, well prepared, seized the initiative to break the silence. He feigned surprise as he regarded the woman. "Oh, what a coincidence, Teacher Lin. Are you here to forge a knife as well?" Lin Xiao's expression was complex, yet she refrained from explaining her presence. "Yes, what a coincidence, Liu Kai. What brings you here?" The middle-aged blacksmith, appearing honest and straightforward, smiled broadly at Liu Kai and inquired, "Sir, are you and Xiao friends?" "Not exactly friends. I merely know Teacher Lin." "And you are?" "Oh." Knowing each other counts as friendship. "I am Xiao's father." Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Xiao's face suddenly flushed crimson. A multitude of complex emotions intertwined in her mind. Liu Kai claimed they were not friends. Who, then, had been the one to invite her to movies and occasionally present her with gifts over the past 6 months? Now, he spoke so casually and even referred to her as Teacher Lin. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her, and she suddenly felt as though she had lost something. What had she lost? Perhaps it was money, since she had not received any funds from her father. Lin Xiao was preparing to concoct an excuse to solicit money from Liu Kai and other admirers. What truly embarrassed her, however, was her father's identity. Indeed, Liu Kai astutely seized this opportunity to unsettle her. He pretended to tread carefully. "If I may ask, is your blacksmithing a matter of passion?" "Not at all. Our Lin family has been blacksmiths for generations. If Xiao were not a girl, she would certainly inherit this craft." The blacksmith shook his head in regret. Yet at that moment, Lin Xiao was desperately signaling Liu Kai with her eyes, a gesture that conveyed both a threat and a plea for him to remain silent. Liu Kai feigned ignorance, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is. I believe I heard Teacher Lin mention that her father is a retired deputy department-level official. Although I might have misheard." In truth, he had not erred. Lin Xiao often boasted of her familial connections. This prestigious background, coupled with her remarkable beauty and poise, attracted numerous admirers. The blacksmith, upon hearing this, cast a complex glance at Lin Xiao, fully aware of his daughter's nature. He chuckled bitterly. I, old Lin, have spent my entire life forging iron, not serving as a government official." Liu Kai felt a slight sense of relief, though it did not fully assuage his anger. The enmity between them was not something that could be resolved with mere jests. It demanded blood. Yet, now was not the opportune moment. With a quiet scoff, he chose to ignore Lin Xiao, who left the room with a flushed face, and proceeded to place the 10-pound spring steel on the stone platform beside him. "Boss Lin, your craftsmanship and reputation are renowned in these parts. I wish to request your assistance in forging a couple of knives." It was evident that the blacksmith was passionate about his craft, as he visibly set aside the earlier discord and focused intently on the piece of spring steel. "Xiao Lu, how many kitchen knives do you intend to forge?" Liu Kai slightly shook his head, pulling out his phone and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Not kitchen knives, but cleavers." He then presented his phone, which displayed a picture of the formidable swords wielded by their ancestors against the invaders. Chapter 11. Principally illegal, 6 tons of fresh meat. Boss Lin glanced at his phone, confidently lifted his cup, and took a sip of water. "A chopping knife weighs about 3 pounds. With this piece of steel, you could forge 3. With his enhanced physical prowess, Liu Kai was unperturbed by the thought of wielding a 5-pound knife. "Let us make 2 weighing 5 pounds each. And while we're at it, sharpen them." Puffed. Tea sprayed from Boss Lin's mouth, and he set down his cup, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Liu Kai from head to toe. Even his manner of address shifted. "Young man, sharpening this might not be entirely legal." Indeed, an unsharpened large chopping knife could merely be considered a craft item. However, once sharpened, it would be classified as a regulated weapon. Liu Kai cut to the chase. "Exactly. It is indeed illegal in principle. So, how about you quote a price?" Boss Lin was a straightforward man who had spent his life working with iron. Initially, he instinctively considered refusing Liu Kai's request. Yet, he suddenly recalled his daughter's embarrassing ailment. Every family has its unspoken troubles. With a resigned sigh, he discreetly gestured to Liu Kai. 6. The labor cost for forging a kitchen knife here was approximately 350 yuan. Given the added risk of making 2 large chopping knives with sharpened edges, 6,000 yuan was indeed a reasonable price. "All right, How long will it take? Come by tomorrow noon. Is it possible to finish before 6 p.m. today? The time is a bit tight. 8,000. Deal. Leaving the blacksmith's workshop at 9 in the morning, it was soon time for the slaughter trading center to open, just as Liu Kai prepared to depart. A Mercedes CLA adorned with a Pikachu sticker slowly emerged from around the corner. Lowering the window, Lin Shiro wore an expression of complexity. Without glancing at Liu Kai, she softly called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Liu Kai's plan for revenge was not solely about murder, it also aimed to strike at the heart. Thus, he concealed his emotions adeptly. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "I'm heading to the slaughter center to buy some meat. What about you, Teacher Lin? Get in the car. I'll give you a ride." "No need. I drove here." Lin Xiaoro was taken aback by his refusal, momentarily at a loss for words. "You." Her gaze flicked toward Liu Kai's modest vehicle, revealing a hint of disdain. "Get in. I have something to discuss with Wyatt, Teacher Lin. Please do not misunderstand. I merely feel unworthy of you." His words, nonsensical and devoid of any emotional burden, left Lin Xiaoro momentarily speechless. She had intended to seize the opportunity to ask for a betrothal gift, yet this underachiever was straying from the expected script, having declared her intent to marry down. Even in jest, he ought to have displayed a semblance of astonishment. She wished to articulate more, but they had already arrived at the slaughterhouse. In stark contrast to the desolation of the market, the slaughterhouse thrived with bustling activity. Liu Kai eagerly opened the door and approached a bald man smoking a cigarette, who was directing two large trucks laden with live cattle and sheep. He appeared to be a significant dealer. Lin Shiro was taken aback. She recognized this bald man as a distant cousin. What business did Liu Kai have with him? While concocting a ruse to swindle Liu Kai, she was preoccupied and missed their conversation. Yet, she soon noticed that within a mere 2 minutes, their initial unfamiliarity had transformed into jovial camaraderie. The bald man even laughed heartily, offering Liu Kai a cigarette before summoning someone to bring forth a contract. After signing, Liu Kai promptly paid via his mobile phone. Upon jotting down the delivery address on a slip of paper, the bald man, grinning widely, waved goodbye as Liu Kai departed. Upon catching sight of Lin Xiaoro in the nearby Mercedes, the bald man hesitated momentarily, then kindly nodded in her direction. This revelation left Lin Xiaoro astounded. Her cousin, known for his mercenary disposition and considerable business acumen, now displayed such sycophantic demeanor. Surely, the order he received from Liu Kai was no less than 7 figures. 7 figures? 1 million. Her heart raced, and her eyes sparkled. Desperate for funds, she refrained from contemplating the source of Liu Kai's wealth or the purpose behind his meat purchase. The crux of the matter was, Liu Kai had money. In truth, Lin Xiaoro was entirely mistaken. The cost of beef was 35 yuan per kilogram, pork 12 yuan, and lamb 28 yuan. Purchasing 2 tons of each would only amount to 300,000 yuan. Liu Kai had just fabricated a story, claiming to be merely a runner while the actual owner was an outsider, testing the waters in Fohai City. If the quality of the fresh meat met standards, he would order at least 1,000 tons for shipment to other locales the following week. He had not given it much thought. This explanation was merely to ensure the bald man would not attempt to pass off inferior meat. The bald man was entirely convinced by his account and cheerfully waived the local transportation fees for this transaction. According to Liu Kai's estimates, if the meat were consumed normally, it would last him a full 30 years. Coupled with the frozen meat he was about to acquire at no cost, he could sustain himself indefinitely. Returning to the vehicle, he noticed Lin Xiaoro's intricate expression, filled with unspoken words, and he offered a knowing smile. Then, without hesitation, he reclined the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. Witnessing him slumbering soundly, Lin Xiaoro, despite her multitude of grievances, found herself unable to voice them. Frustration simmered within her as she drove Liu Kai back to the market. As the vehicle came to a halt, Liu Kai abruptly opened his eyes like a clockwork mechanism, swiftly rising to disembark. He casually uttered, "Thank you, Teacher Lin." Lin Shiro was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "I still have things to say." Initially intending to follow Liu Kai's car to discern his destination, she ultimately decided to remain at home, considering that Liu Kai would return in the afternoon to retrieve a knife from her father. After all, the news of her ailment was no longer a secret within certain circles. Rather than humbling herself and seeking out those brothers in society who shunned her, she believed it would be far easier to deceive Liu Kai, a seemingly upright individual, for his money. Chapter 12. The desire for goods without the will to pay regrettably. Lin Xiaoro's meticulous plans have met with failure. She waited until 6 in the evening, yet Liu Kai had not returned. Instead, it was his bald uncle who made a fleeting appearance, claiming to have been sent to collect 2 large machetes. His visit was swift, and he hurried off to deliver the weapons to Liu Kai, paying no heed to his anxious niece. At that moment, Liu Kai had already returned to the city. After deducting the deposit for purchasing meat, he was left with 210,000 yuan. He first acquired several brand-new mobile phones as backups, followed by 2 high-end Zeiss handheld binoculars. Such luxurious items are indeed quite expensive, and their availability is scarce. Liu Kai believed that sometimes it is not the rarity of an item that elevates its worth, but rather its inherent value that makes it rare. With the remaining funds, he indulged in a fervent purchase of the final category of goods that could not be obtained for free, ready-to-eat meals. After all, everyone experiences moments of lethargy. Procuring dishes prepared by skilled chefs not only allowed for convenience, but also provided a nostalgic taste of peacetime. Being cautious, Liu Kai first loaded a handgun with ammunition before heading to the secluded warehouse as agreed with the bald man. Fortunately, the transaction proceeded smoothly. With 6 tons of fresh meat and 2 sharpened machetes delivered, and the final payment settled with no debts remaining. The following days were filled with purpose. Mornings were spent with a private tutor learning wilderness survival and first aid skills, including injections, intravenous therapy, and splint application. Afternoons were dedicated to practicing firearms at the shooting range, where noticeable progress was made. Evenings were consumed with the systematic receipt of the pre-ordered ready-to-eat meals, leaving him to organize his Doomsday fortress late into the night. He began by installing 6 heating units, followed by transferring downloaded games, movies, and music to his new computer. In the dead of night, he ascended to the rooftop of the Imperial Villa, setting up the remote charging and signal transmission devices for his drone. He then discreetly constructed a slanted insulated shelter on the roof of the nearest building, allowing snow to slide off naturally, providing a secure resting place for the drone. Anticipating the heavy snowfall that would soon engulf the second floor, Liu Kai ensured that the windows of both the first and second floors of the villa were securely closed, preventing snow from entering or blocking the interior. Fortunately, the bulletproof glass proved sufficiently robust. Lastly, he upgraded the ventilation system of his underground fortress by installing an odor-neutralizing device to prevent the aroma of cooking from wafting outside, thereby evading the notice of any prying eyes. It must be said that the services he paid for were indeed considerate. Over the past few days, his 2 private tutors had procured for him 3 nearly rare books. The first was the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, which purportedly allows anyone who can read to practice medicine, focusing on practical applications rather than theoretical discourse, addressing everything from minor ailments to serious conditions and even radiation protection. The second was Friend of Military and Civilian Dual-Use Talents, and the third was Militia Training Manual. While excellent service is commendable, after days of close interaction, Liu Kai began to question his own inclinations. Why? After all this time spent with brawny men, had he not sought out a beautiful female instructor? Even on the afternoon of May 5th, after frivolously squandering the 200,000 yuan he had deposited for the shooting range, the burly coach looked at him with tear-filled eyes, inquiring if he wished to recharge his account. Contemplating the mere 200 yuan balance remaining, he simply shook his head. That evening, a beautiful woman arrived. Lin Xiaoro could no longer contain herself and knocked on Liu Kai's door. Unfortunately, she had come at an inopportune moment. It was not that Liu Kai was intentionally ignoring her. He had already left to avert any potential mishaps in his plans. He had arrived early at the first stop of his zero-cost shopping spree, the suburban fruit and vegetable distribution center. He intended to spend the night in his car and had turned off his phone, leaving only the alarm set for 3 a.m. As the night deepened into silence, an excited Liu Kai compelled himself to rest for a few hours. Finally, the 3 a.m. alarm rang. He abruptly opened his eyes, his face alight with exhilaration. I desire the goods without the cost. Let the zero-cost shopping commence. To avoid raising any suspicions, Liu Kai parked his vehicle at a considerable distance. Dressed in a black long-sleeve shirt, donned with a hat, mask, and gloves, he exited the car. Despite the night's warmth causing him to sweat profusely in his attire, he endured the discomfort, knowing that such concealment would minimize any trace of his presence. During this season, Fohai City was abundant in fruits, and Liu Kai beamed with delight. What a fortuitous time for this endeavor. The plan unfolded seamlessly. By 4 a.m., he had emptied both the fruit and vegetable trading center and the craft beer factory of all their stock. These locations maintained a lax security, as who would suspect a thief to be pilfering produce and alcohol in the dead of night? Moreover, the staff occasionally took items home themselves. Consequently, Liu Kai absconded with the computer host connected to the security cameras in the guardroom, while the elderly security guard remained blissfully asleep. The most arduous challenge awaited at the third stop, the RT Mart warehouse. Cameras were omnipresent within the warehouse, and the on-duty personnel were far more diligent than the security at the previous 2 locations. Prepared, Liu Kai changed into work attire and stealthily maneuvered over the wall into an unoccupied corner. Rather than heading directly to the warehouse, he ventured to the adjacent office building. Sneaking into the first-floor storage room, he doused mops and brooms with gasoline and ignited them. In an instant, the fire alarm blared, and the automatic sprinklers unleashed torrents of water. However, water only exacerbated the gasoline flames, and soon the entire first floor was engulfed in fire. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night, and only a few security guards occupied the monitoring room on the first floor. Upon hearing the alarm, they disregarded the salvage of any property. After all, their lives took precedence, and they hurriedly escaped the office building, covering their noses. Remaining calm in his hiding spot, Liu Kai located the weak current machine room and forcefully broke down the door with an axe. He seized the CVR device, which stored the surveillance footage, and stowed it away. Although the warehouse cameras remained operational, they were unable to record any footage. The warehouse staff, alerted by the commotion from the office building, rushed out to witness the spectacle. Thus, rice, flour, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, pots, bowls, and pans, sheets and bedding. The goods in his vicinity vanished in an instant, all absorbed into his storage space, concealing both merit and fame. The remaining frozen meat warehouse and tobacco company warehouse felt a sense of relief. Over 50 tons of frozen meat could never be consumed entirely, not to mention the 1,000 boxes of cigarettes. Even if he smoked a pack a day, it would last him for over 13 centuries, each box containing 50 cartons, and each carton holding 10 packs. Upon returning to the vicinity of his community, Liu Kai first looted the gym that had been sealed. Not only did he acquire a complete set of exercise equipment, but he also procured a considerable amount of fresh protein powder and nitric oxide boosters. Following the same method, he teleported into the weak electrical room of the shooting range. He seized the surveillance storage devices and emptied the nearby small warehouse, obtaining a substantial quantity of target paper, ammunition, common consumables, and 3 PMR-30 handguns for practice shooting. The remaining large-caliber old firearms were chained and locked in the shooting room, which Liu Kai found unworthy of his attention, thus he refrained from taking further risks. By the time he completed the final stage, it was already 6 in the morning, and Liu Kai did not rush to the bunker. Instead, he returned temporarily to his modest 60-square-meter abode. Next came the moment he had long anticipated, the time for explosives. Chapter 13. Homemade Bomb. The end of the cold wave from the shooting range, he procured a staggering 60,000 rounds of ammunition, nearly 40,000 of which were 22 caliber bullets intended for the PMR-30 practice pistol. Each round contained 3 grams of nitrocellulose powder. Without hesitation, Liu Kai grasped a pair of pliers and commenced the disassembly of the cartridges. Within an hour, he had dismantled nearly 800 rounds, successfully acquiring approximately 5 pounds of nitrocellulose explosives. With utmost caution, he poured the nitrocellulose into a meticulously prepared stainless steel thermos. Reluctantly, he then opened 39mm cartridges to extract the mercury fulminate primers, as the structure of the 22 caliber primers rendered them irretrievable. The mercury fulminate was layered atop the nitrocellulose within the thermos. He sealed the container with cotton and tape, gently inserting a steel nail into the mixture. Inverting the thermos, he had successfully crafted a homemade bomb. It merely required a string to suspend it upside down. When someone inadvertently triggered the string mechanism, the bomb would plummet, causing the steel nail to strike the primer and ignite the explosives. Boom. To enhance the bomb's lethality, he meticulously wrapped a multitude of small iron nails around the exterior of the thermos. The design was nearly flawless. However, the bomb's airtightness was not robust, ensuring that the explosion would not breach the floors or load-bearing walls above or below. It was intended solely to wreak havoc upon anyone entering his dwelling. Fortunately, he was aware that the neighbors above and below were away during the cold wave, alleviating any moral burden. Quietly, he suspended the homemade bomb from the balcony railing and fashioned a simple tripwire using copper wire, attaching it to an empty box as bait. Should anyone dare to move the box, the trap would be triggered. A frenzied smile adorned Liu Kai's face, as it seemed his revenge plan was nearing fruition. With the trap set, he gently closed the door behind him and descended to the third-floor stairwell, placing a hydraulic rescue tool beside the ventilation window. Task complete. Today marked the first day back at work following the May Day holiday. At 7:30 in the morning, Liu Kai was already present on the ground floor of the Imperial Villa. He did not rush into the underground bunker but instead sat on the living room floor, gazing through the locked, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the distant sky. The sun rose above the horizon, dispelling the remaining chill of the morning. Although the weather forecast predicted continued warmth, reality was soon to deliver a harsh contrast. At this hour, most office workers were still at home, preparing for the day. Only a few early risers hurriedly departed, and Liu Kai silently mourned for them, knowing their mortality rate would soon be alarmingly high. Indeed, the world's transformation unfolded rapidly. Countless clouds gathered ominously without warning, shrouding the once brilliant blue sky within minutes. As the luminosity faded, a frigid gust swept through, causing those outside to shiver involuntarily and glance skyward. Drip, drip. 2 droplets fell, stirring a small cloud of dust. Passers-by, puzzled, wiped the moisture from their faces. Oh, is it raining? Indeed, the rain has begun to fall, and the weather forecast has proven to be quite misleading. I shall return home to fetch an umbrella. Without affording anyone a moment to react, the scattered raindrops in the sky suddenly intensified. The sound of raindrops pattering, large droplets descended, stirring up a cacophony as they struck the leaves and ground. The parched earth and soil were swiftly saturated, and the air was instantly filled with the rich scent of damp earth. As visibility dwindled, the temperature correspondingly dropped. This rain was unlike any ordinary spring shower, devoid of the slightest rumble of thunder, which was rather peculiar. People hurriedly dashed home, braving the downpour. Moments later, the accumulated water on the community grounds began to converge, rushing toward the drainage system. The underground parking garage was not spared from the deluge, ultimately transforming into a realm of ice. This bizarre torrential rain unfolded simultaneously across the globe. Even after surviving for half a year in the previous life, Liu Kai had yet to witness any official announcement elucidating the specific cause of such calamity. The sudden downpour left those who had not yet ventured outside in a state of bewilderment. Judging by the speed at which the water accumulated, it had long surpassed the level of a super heavy rain, with daily precipitation exceeding 250 millimeters. While the rain and drop in temperature might be perceived as a blessing, it raises the question of how one is to venture out to work. In numerous chat groups, people celebrated the end of the sweltering weather, secretly relieved to have an excuse to take a day off. However, their concerns were unwarranted, for this ferocious downpour lasted a mere 15 minutes. What followed from the heavens was hail. The dull sound of rain outside transformed into the sharp clatter of ice striking the ground. Without any warning, the hailstones, the size of an adult's fist, plummeted to the earth, smashing upon impact and scattering shards of ice. At that moment, the roads outside descended into utter chaos. Vehicles could barely withstand the torrential rain, but they were completely unprepared for such ferocious hail. Windows of the cabins and sunroofs were shattered, leaving drivers exposed to the elements. Hailstones the size of sandbags struck heads, causing many to lose consciousness, resulting in a loss of control over their vehicles. What ensued was a scene of even greater disarray, as cars collided with one another like bumper cars in an amusement park. Some quick-thinking drivers either swerved toward the nearest shelter or underground garage or simply halted their vehicles, shielding their heads and fleeing towards the nearby shops. A thunderous boom resonated, even reaching Liu Kai within his villa at the center of the community. In this era, vehicles had largely transitioned to electric power. The violent collisions inevitably led to some battery packs igniting, and explosions followed suit. This triggered a chain reaction. The crammed vehicles resembled the fiery inferno of the Red Cliffs. The wind fanned the flames, and in the blink of an eye, the entire street was engulfed in fire, with thick smoke billowing upward. Even the relentless hail could not quell the raging inferno. Liu Kai glanced at the thermometer. The outdoor temperature at the Imperial Villa had plummeted to a startling 7 degrees Celsius. If all goes as anticipated, the hail will be followed by a flurry of snowflakes resembling goose feathers. By noon at the latest, the temperature will plummet to a chilling -20 degrees. At that time, a commercial aircraft is destined to crash, landing upon the small hill behind their neighborhood. The subsequent days will witness a continual drop in temperature, ultimately settling at an astonishing -62.5 degrees in Fohai City. He sighed softly within, unwilling to witness the impending natural calamity any longer. Tightening his clothing, he prepared to seek refuge in the bunker. Just then, a tiny figure caught his eye through the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, it was a little black puppy, dashing through the hail and arriving at the window. His unfamiliarity with dogs rendered him incapable of discerning its gender, breed, or even whether it had been weaned. Yet, the sight of the trembling creature huddled beneath the villa's eaves evoked a deep sense of compassion. As it shivered, its eyes, resembling black gemstones, gazed pitifully at Liu Kai inside. He could only wonder how it had survived such a terrifying hailstorm, but a flicker of empathy stirred within him. This serendipitous encounter felt destined. He made a whimsical decision to adopt a dog. At times, one might prefer the companionship of a dog over that of a human. After all, a dog remains a dog, while a human may not always embody humanity. Swiftly, he opened the window and scooped the drenched little creature inside. The puppy seemed to recognize Liu Kai as its savior, extending its soft pink tongue to affectionately lick his hand. Feeling the warmth and gentle tickle, Liu Kai smiled knowingly. You are pitch black. From now on, I shall call you Little Black. Woof. Chapter 14. The little black dog is actually a white dog. Looting supplies. Liu Kai felt a twinge of embarrassment as he suddenly realized that Little Black was, in fact, a white dog. Moments ago, he had hastily converted the first floor into a gym and the third floor into a shooting range with the dog by his side. After a long day of zero-cost shopping, he was drenched in sweat and quickly dashed into the bathroom. However, as he bathed the small dog, he was astonished to see its once dark fur visibly fading. In the end, only a hint of pale yellowish-white fluff remained, with just a tuft of black fur on its ears. Even Liu Kai, who was not well-versed in canine breeds, could discern the dog's lineage at that moment. The originally pitch-black eyes, now illuminated by the bright surroundings, revealed their true color, a soft blue, coupled with its intelligent gaze. Liu Kai came to a startling realization. Little Black was an exceptionally rare albino Siberian husky, and a male at that. Liu Kai's lips twitched at the thought. This creature was renowned for its destructive tendencies. Although huskies did not consume as much as Labradors, they could easily surpass the weight of an average adult female, often exceeding 60 pounds in adulthood. Sitting on the sofa, he used a hairdryer to fluff the damp fur of the dog while contemplating whether he should preemptively neuter it before it grew, to avoid the expense of feeding it later. However, he soon dismissed the idea, recalling that there seemed to be a substantial supply of dog food among the provisions he had acquired from the supermarket warehouse. Despite the dog's creamy white coat, he found the name Little Black quite imposing. Consider yourself lucky, Little Black. You shall guard my home from now on. He retrieved an oversized metal basin from the storage area, lined it with soft bedding, and fashioned it into a cozy dog bed. Following online advice, he soaked the puppy food in warm water until it softened, and upon catching the aroma, Little Black scampered over eagerly to eat. Having been on the go since 3 a.m., fatigue began to wash over him after the bath. He entered the spacious master bedroom, closed the door behind him, and collapsed onto the opulent seven-figure bed. The fortress, buried deep underground, retained its coolness much slower than the outside world, still a pleasant 24 degrees. He adjusted the climate simulation system to rainy night mode, listening to the soothing white noise while basking in the sense of security the bunker provided. Liu Kai did not bother with a blanket and surrendered to sleep in the most relaxed position. He dreamed of joyfully riding a snowmobile across the icy surface. Yet, in the next moment, the ice suddenly cracked, and he, along with the vehicle, plunged into the frigid water. The cold was piercing. Liu Kai jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath. The air he exhaled crystallized into white mist, and he involuntarily shivered. Once he regained his senses, he understood the reason for his chills. The fortress's temperature had plummeted to 10 degrees. Dressed only in thin pajamas and without a blanket, it was a miracle he hadn't frozen awake. He donned his regular clothes and stepped out of the room, relieved to find Little Black peacefully sleeping in the dog bed. It seemed that huskies were quite resilient to the cold. After surveying his surroundings, Liu Kai finally discerned the reason for the rapid temperature drop in the fortress, the air circulation system. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about this matter. Liu Kai slapped his forehead, promptly activating the central air conditioning, setting it to 22 degrees. He then proceeded to the first, third, and fourth floors to turn on the 20 kW heaters. He had no intention of shutting down the air circulation system, as that would necessitate activating the oxygen generation system within the bunker. Such a measure was best reserved for emergencies. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was noon. He retrieved a serving of braised beef and hot rice from the storage space and sat down at a luxurious mahogany dining table, savoring his meal. It was then that he suddenly recalled that his mobile phone had been turned off since last night. He wondered if there were any new messages. Indeed, as soon as he powered on the device and connected to the network, the notification chimes rang incessantly. Among the notifications, one particular news headline caught his eye. Shocking. Our city's fruit and vegetable trading center has been robbed, with an entire warehouse emptied within an hour. Could it be extraterrestrial visitors? Naturally, this was Liu Kai's handiwork. Yet he remained entirely unperturbed. This news had been released at 7 a.m., prior to the onset of the disaster. Given the current chaos, the police station was likely inundated with calls. Who had time to investigate such matters now? The subsequent news reports were far more sobering, filled with harrowing accounts of the disaster. The temperature had plummeted to minus 20 degrees. The G1011 highway was blocked. A severe traffic pileup occurred on Welcoming Avenue, and dozens of frozen corpses were discovered in office buildings, along with the uncontrolled crash of a civil aircraft. Liu Kai could hardly be bothered to read further, having witnessed such calamities far too often. In addition to the news, his phone was inundated with messages. In work and community groups, people initially rejoiced at the drop in temperature, celebrating the respite from work. However, such sentiments lasted only a few fleeting moments. As hail fell and the external chaos unfolded, the tone shifted to one of terror, lamentation, and despair. Although the cold snap had only descended for a few hours, officials had already released the latest satellite monitoring results, predicting that this freeze would engulf the globe, with snow and low temperatures expected to persist for approximately a month. A month? Liu Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Reactions to this news varied widely. Some stubbornly believed that once the government dispatched snowplows and personnel to clear the snow, life would return to normal. Conversely, others with a keen sense of awareness began to sense something amiss. How could mere -20-degree temperatures cause planes to plummet from the sky? It seemed this disaster was far from simple. These individuals realized the critical importance of resources. At present, the temperature hovered around -20 degrees, with snow accumulation of no more than 30 centimeters. With a few additional layers of warm clothing, it was entirely feasible to venture outside. Liu Kai, in his previous life, belonged to this perceptive category. He recalled decisively abandoning the notion of braving the snow to go to work and donning the down jacket he had bought years ago, which he had kept in reserve. Although he still shivered from the cold, he successfully navigated the chaotic streets to reach the nearest medium-sized supermarket. In times of disaster, it was the strong and vigorous youth who held the advantage. The elderly, who typically jostled for bus seats and eggs, were woefully inadequate in such circumstances. In a cacophony of chaos, Liu Kai successfully seized 2 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds. As the adage goes, while I cannot lift 100 pounds of bricks, I can not only carry 100 pounds of gold bars but also run with them. Resources are akin to gold bars. Liu Kai, fueled by an unknown vigor, sprinted home with the 100 pounds of rice, swiftly securing the door behind him. At that very moment, messages began circulating in the group from those who had failed to acquire supplies, offering to purchase them at a premium. The 100 pounds of rice, coupled with half a bottle of vitamins and the leftover cured sausage from the New Year festivities in the refrigerator, would sustain him comfortably for over 6 months. News of the supermarket shelves being stripped bare had spread like wildfire. People, inherently conformist, began to panic. Those who had initially resisted stockpiling supplies were now filled with regret. It was only at this juncture that the municipal government issued a call urging citizens not to hoard resources, a notification that was slowly disseminated through the district government, the street office, and the neighborhood committee, finally reaching the residence groups with a delayed response. Chapter 15. Manipulation and Heartless Betrayal. A late hope that breeds despair. Aside from group messages, my mobile device also harbored several private messages and missed call notifications. The first was a missed call from Director Chun, accompanied by multiple voice messages. Upon opening the first voice note, I was greeted by the sound of relentless hail pounding against surfaces. His voice, stripped of all bureaucratic pretense, conveyed nothing but uncertainty and urgency. Xiao Lu, please come to the Wanyu farmhouse and pick me up immediately. My car has. Oh dear, my God. Boom. Before he could complete his sentence, a violent explosion reverberated through the recording, leaving me puzzled about the unfolding events. At this point, I couldn't help but chuckle, for Director Chin's predicament mirrored that of his previous life. My sentiments towards this middle-aged man, who was adept at shirking responsibility and claiming credit, while also exploiting his subordinates, were far from favorable. Even though he had consented to advance my salary and bonuses, my feelings remained unchanged. Yet, fate seemed to favor him, as he eventually returned to the Leisure to UN community. Next came 5 missed calls and WeChat messages from Wang Ning in the finance department. Xiao Lu, are you all right? I've been trying to reach you, but your phone has been off. I reassured her, don't worry, Wang Jia, I'm fine. To my surprise, she responded almost instantly. That's a relief, thank you. I understood that her gratitude stemmed from my timely warning, as she and her husband must have stocked up on supplies in advance. However, being a woman and a mother, she likely had her moments of vulnerability. Adhering to the principle of helping others thoroughly, I added, one's true intentions are often hidden. Wealth should not be flaunted. Little Belle is quite adorable. The implication that she sought in advance on her salary to stockpile supplies was not lost on her. She grasped my meaning immediately. I know you live alone, so take care. Okay. Lastly, there were numerous missed calls and messages from Lin Xiao, over 20 in total. Her proactive outreach was a luxury that the former Liu Kai had never experienced. The earliest message, sent last night, read, Liu Kai, are you home? I'm at your doorstep and have something to discuss with you. Following this were a series of anxious soliloquies. Ultimately, the last few messages broached the subject directly. She claimed to be in need of some financial assistance due to family troubles and even appealed to sentiment, expressing a favorable impression of Liu Kai and her willingness to be his girlfriend. As a realization struck me, I hurried into the surveillance room, effortlessly adjusting the feed to the camera positioned at the entrance of Dehu and Erhu's villa. Indeed, the footage confirmed that Lin Xiao, bundled in thick clothing, had entered the villa just 5 minutes prior. The die was cast. A cruel smirk played upon my lips as my fingers danced across the screen. rapidly composing and dispatching several messages. Meanwhile, Lin Shiro, enveloped in the warmth of her bath, felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. The African exchange student had hastily returned to his homeland without so much as a word of farewell. Could it be that, despite having gone through that day's events, she has left not even the slightest imprint upon his heart? How handsome and robust he is. If only he were free of the HIV virus. He would be utterly perfect. In this era, AIDS can be completely cured, albeit at a staggering cost, necessitating early treatment. Lin Shiro understands that her devoted admirers could scarcely afford such an expense. After all, which affluent individual would willingly assume the role of a sycophant? With the fortunate emergence of Liu Kai, a lavish spender, she naturally intends to seize the opportunity. However, after mustering the courage to seek him out last night, she discovered he was absent, his phone switched off. Had it not been for the doctor's warning that delaying further would significantly diminish the chances of complete recovery, she would not feel such urgency. Left with no choice, she resorted to contacting the brothers, Dehu and Erhu, under the condition of accompanying them. As wealthy individuals and seasoned in the realm of romance, these brothers have already availed themselves of the $1 million amylin multi-vaccine. The crucial point is that they are also notorious in their circle for their peculiarities, relishing various forms of cruel practices. The thought of the impending torment sends a wave of profound dread rising within Lin Shiro. Yet, to survive, she must confront this fear head-on. Just then, her phone buzzed with a series of message notifications. Casually cutting off the shower, Lin Shiro picked up her phone with an air of indifference. Shiro, what's wrong? Is everything all right at home? My phone broke last night. I just returned from purchasing a new one. How much do you need? I have 2 million here. Is that sufficient? Sorry, Shiro. I spent too much today, and my bank card has a limit. Can I transfer it to you tomorrow? All these messages were from Liu Kai. No longer addressing her as Teacher Lin, he now called her Shiro. The words were imbued with a tenderness unique to a devoted admirer. However, the information displayed on her phone caused her eyes to widen in disbelief. Her lips trembling with incredulity. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Those beautiful, large eyes were now misty with unshed tears. Why? Why didn't you reply to me sooner? Why must you wait until I've entered this den of peril before responding? If only Liu Kai had reached out an hour earlier, no, even 10 minutes would have sufficed. She would have resolutely avoided stepping into this villa. Hope is a beautiful thing, yet this belated hope brings forth an unbearable despair. She is a person who refuses to yield. In the next moment, an immense courage erupted from within her. With unwavering determination, she quickly typed a response. Liu Kai, please wait for me at home. I'm coming to find you. Liu Kai sat cross-legged on a luxurious leather sofa, a small dog nestled on his lap, soundly asleep. A cigarette in his left hand, a craft beer in his right, and a large platter of seeds and fruits before him. He laughed heartily at the comedy playing on the television, unfazed by the cold winds and snow. He was enjoying life to the fullest. When his phone buzzed, he glanced at it. Upon seeing Lin Shiro's message stating she was coming to find him, he snorted dismissively. If a lamb entering the tiger's lair could escape, he would live-stream himself eating dung. All right, Shiro, I'll be waiting for you at home. After sending the message, Liu Kai projected the surveillance footage onto the television in the living room. Soon enough, the door of the villa belonging to the Dahu and Erhu family was flung open, allowing the biting wind and snow to rush inside. There appeared Lin Shiro, her hair disheveled and wrapped in heavy clothing, yet her feet were clad in mere slippers. Battling against the tempest, she dashed out of the villa's entrance, crying for help. But her desperate plea was swallowed by the howling winds. Almost immediately, another imposing figure emerged from within the villa, her brother, Erhu. The robust man moved swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lin Shiro crashing to the ground. He approached her, seizing her collar and striking her face repeatedly, exclaiming, "You deceitful wench. Did you think you could fool us? You thought you could escape. Go on, run." However, seemingly reluctant to mar her lovely visage, Erhu ceased his assault. Like a child being lifted by the scruff, he grasped the nape of Lin Shiro's neck and dragged her back into the villa. Liu Kai chuckled softly. "I told you there was no escaping. No need for a live broadcast now." Chapter 16. This woman is ruthless. Facing an even more severe future, it remains uncertain whether there are surveillance cameras within the villa of these two brothers. Nevertheless, an attempt was warranted. After some maneuvering, Liu Kai indeed managed to locate one. The screen flickered to life on the television, revealing a dimly lit room. It appeared to be a bedroom of the villa converted into a dark chamber. Whips, shackles, racks, and swings adorned the space. Even a man as formidable as Liu Kai felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing the room's unsettling decor. Soon, the protagonist, Lin Shiro, was ushered into this dark chamber by Eru, with Daha following closely behind, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he undressed. Once the door to the chamber was securely closed, The two brothers did not rush into their nefarious intentions. Instead, they violently snatched the phone from Lin Xiao's grasp, unlocking it with her fingerprint to peruse her messages. After a brief examination, Eru's expression soured. He handed the phone to his brother and then seized Lin Xiao by the hair, delivering a sharp slap to her face. Filthy bitch. This back up to Liu Kai, Tobacco Bureau. Handsome fellow 1. 8 meters tall, six-pack abs is your lover, isn't just because he promised you 2 million, you think you can toy with us? Dao, having read the chat history, stepped forward to restrain his brother's violent behavior. He then turned to Lin Xiao, whose face was drained of color. One must uphold the spirit of a contract. One cannot renege on promises. Today, let us pretend this did not occur, provided you fulfill your commitment. Your promise will remain intact. The despairing laughter of the two brothers echoed throughout the dark chamber. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Kai was observing their every move. Having positioned the camera at an optimal angle, seemingly prepared to document the impending events. However, Liu Kai, embodying the essence of a gentleman, found himself disinterested in the ensuing surveillance. Upon exiting the voyeuristic state, he lowered his head in contemplation. This was the first time he learned that Lin Xiao had saved his contact as backup too. Nevertheless, one must ponder if she was aware that Dahu in Eru's abode was akin to a den of peril. Why did she not erase the chat history before deciding to flee? Could she have forgotten? Or was it a deliberate choice? Liu Kai leaned toward the latter hypothesis. Her intentional retention of the chat history was likely a calculated move, designed to provoke the brothers' competitive instincts. Should the brothers be unable to resist reaching out to Liu Kai via call or message, Lin Xiao was confident that he would rush to her aid without hesitation. In a chaotic world where law enforcement was unreliable, Liu Kai remained her final hope. Liu Kai's conjectures were not born of malice but rather from the knowledge that in his past life, Lin Xiao had only sought refuge with the butcher after departing from Dahu and Eru's residence. Thereafter, the brothers had vanished from everyone's sight. The only plausible explanation was that they had perished, and Lin Xiao had orchestrated their demise in secrecy. Thus, this woman was indeed a formidable character. Putting these matters aside, he concluded the final moments of a comedy, switched off the television, and returned Little Black to his doghouse. He then rushed to the first floor, embarking upon an intense workout regimen. After consuming a nitrogen booster, he felt an exhilarating surge of boundless energy coursing through his veins. With enhanced physical fitness, it took several hours of rigorous training for him to feel a slight soreness in his muscles. Subsequently, he descended to the third level to practice shooting. Due to spatial limitations, only a 20-meter fixed target could be installed on this level. After several days of intensive training, his shooting accuracy had significantly improved. Although hitting the bullseye remained a challenge during rapid-fire conditions, at the very least, he was no longer missing the target altogether. Time seemed to fly during his training sessions. When the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, it was time for dinner. By this moment, the ground temperature had plummeted to a chilling -40 degrees. The snow accumulation on the roads had reached at least 50 centimeters and continued to pile up at an alarming rate. As the hours passed, news of the disaster from the outside world became increasingly overwhelming. The most despairing prediction came from experts. The cold wave was expected to last from 1 month to 2. Internet users expressed their outrage. When would the so-called experts ever provide reliable information? Reflecting on his previous life experiences, Liu Kai sighed deeply. The days ahead would undoubtedly grow more arduous. The impending cold wave threatened the very infrastructure upon which humanity relied for survival. First, as the snow rapidly engulfed to the height of the second floor and transformed into hard ice under the frigid temperatures, all roads, railways, airports, and docks would cease to exist. Underground water pipes and those in residential buildings would freeze and burst due to the low temperatures, forcing everyone to brave the cold to collect ice and snow outdoors. The Doomsday bunker extracted underground water, and the freezing of pipes and sewage systems was unlikely to occur too soon. Furthermore, having raided supermarket warehouses, Liu Kai had no shortage of water. However, those who withstood the cold would soon face shortages of food and medicine. In the aftermath, people either formed small groups to brave the biting winds and trudge through the snow in search of supplies and hope, or they huddled in their homes, trembling in fear, awaiting rescue. It was during this time that public resentment and scorn towards those in power would reach a peak. However, the authorities faced immense challenges. As Liu Kai understood, the government had never abandoned its rescue efforts, nor had it ceased seeking solutions to the crisis. Struck by such an unforeseen catastrophe, the military had suffered significant losses in personnel, leaving the government in a difficult position. Moreover, specialized vehicles capable of withstanding extreme low temperatures were only sparsely equipped within northern forces. Military aircraft could endure such temperatures, but their numbers were too limited to provide nationwide rescue. More common military diesel and gasoline trucks could only withstand temperatures down to -40 or 50 degrees. They were utterly incapable of starting their engines. Following the transportation infrastructure, the next targets of destruction would be the power generation and supply facilities. For many years, nations had vigorously developed clean energy and AI systems. Fortunately, manhwa had been at the forefront of this movement. By 2043, facilities for hydropower, nuclear power, solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, and tidal energy were abundant, completely replacing the thermal power generation that had accounted for 70% of electricity production 2 decades prior. After the global freeze, hydropower and solar energy would be rendered utterly inoperative. Nuclear power plants, depleted of fuel, would gradually extinguish. The silver lining was that AI robots would automatically take control, eliminating the risk of waste leakage. Ultimately, only geothermal power generation and underwater tidal power stations remained steadfast in their output of electricity, operating under automated programs. However, the high-voltage transmission towers succumbed to the ravages of low temperatures and accumulating snow, delivering a fatal blow. The AI program of the Power Corporation implements certain remedial measures. Firstly, it supplies electricity intermittently to residential areas and signal bases within the urban confines through underground cables that have yet to be fully deployed. Secondly, it waives electricity fees for residents, adhering to the government's imperative for safeguarding livelihoods. During this phase, even a couple of hours of electricity daily is met with gratitude. The signal within the city deteriorates dramatically, regressing from the 7G era to a dismal 3G from 40 years ago. Survivors seize this fleeting opportunity to warm themselves, melt ice, and prepare meals. The most crucial task is to heat the electronics that have long been rendered inoperative by the cold, allowing them to reboot and recharge. After all, trapped within their homes, electronic devices are the sole means for individuals to connect with the outside world. Chapter 17. Captivating videos. Pretending to be a sycophant as Liu Kai engaged in his fitness routine and practiced his marksmanship, his stomach grumbled with hunger. Rather than succumbing to laziness and opting for ready-made meals, he resolved to personally prepare his food, even amidst fatigue. After all, the stockpiled cooked food would not last for years, and the duration of this cold wave remained uncertain. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple endeavor, but the reverse is fraught with difficulty. He prepared 2 tails of fresh pork tenderloin accompanied by egg and flour to create crispy meat strips, 3 tails of frozen beef for a potato curry, a boiled baby bok choy, and a plate of steamed prawns. To complement the meal, he poured himself a large cup of chilled fresh beer, alongside a pot of white rice, pure delight. Having endured hunger, Liu Kai cherished his food, refusing to waste even the scraps. His culinary creations were nothing extraordinary, mere home-cooked dishes, yet under the circumstances of the first day of the cold wave. With no power outage, most normal households still had some food, unless one were among those peculiar individuals who relied on takeout daily, whose refrigerators contained little more than beverages, so sparse that even a mouse would emerge in tears. As he relished in frying the pork, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a video from Lin Xiao's account. Upon opening it, Liu Kai was left speechless, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is absolutely sensational." The individual filming was clearly not Lin Xiao, as she was turned away from the camera. What met his gaze was the bold tattoo emblazoned on the back, a testament to the audacity of that 1.8-meter-tall handsome sycophant with a sculpted six-pack. As the footage progressed, the voice of Era resonated with a rhythmic flair akin to that of a rapper. His palm struck down, leaving a vivid red handprint on the words continue. "Who is stronger, your brother Eru or that sycophant? Is it brother Eru?" Whoa. The scene shifted to reveal Eru's smug face, etched with lines of triumph. "Little brat, I heard you were willing to give Lin Xiao 2 million, right? Now that she is like this, would you still be inclined to give her money?" Haha. Liu Kai felt a wave of admiration wash over him. Regardless of past or present, he and Lin Xiao had never established a definitive relationship. Moreover, he had never engaged in any sycophantic behavior. Thus, the notion of affection seemed unfounded. Outside, the accumulating snow threatened to engulf the first floor of the villa, while the 2 brothers remained preoccupied with their petty jealousy and rivalry. On another note, had Liu Kai been oblivious to Lin Xiao's true nature, Eru's actions would undoubtedly have served as a means of safeguarding him from potential pitfalls. This was, in essence, an act of benevolence. Recognizing this, Liu Kai resolved to lend a hand to the brothers, contemplating how to liberate them from this frigid world. Resorting to crude violence was the basest method. A more sophisticated approach lay in orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Given that Lin Xiao was destined to succumb to darkness, it would be prudent to nudge her further along that path. He chuckled sinisterly at the thought, thus neglecting his meal preparation. He hastily closed the induction cooker and rushed to the surveillance room. He activated the cameras in the hidden chamber of the Arab brothers' villa. On the monitor, the two brothers exhaled with satisfaction, relishing their cigarettes before stepping outside, leaving behind Lin Xiaoro, desolate and trembling, curled up in a corner of the dim room. Bruised at the corners of her eyes and bloodied at the lips, her vacant expression rendered her utterly disheveled. Liu Kai cleared his throat, striving to discern the emotional state he should embody at that moment. It was only then that he seized his phone and dialed directly. On the screen, the phone that had been cast aside by error began to ring, rekindling a flicker of life in Lin Xiaoro's dazed demeanor. Despite this, she remained transfixed for a considerable time before suddenly lunging toward the phone in a frenzy. The call connected. "Xiaoro, where are you? I've been waiting for you at home all afternoon. How are you? Who are those scoundrels that bullied you? I swear, I will make them pay." Liu Kai's voice was laced with urgency, anger, and a hint of compassion. This performance could easily earn him an Oscar, yet Lin Xiaoro remained silent. "Xiaoro, please speak. Don't leave me anxious, all right? Where are you? I will call the police and come to find you." Silence persisted. "Please, I beg you, Xiaoro, say something. Don't do this. Regardless of what has transpired, I will never abandon you." The final phrase elicited a reaction from Lin Xiaoro. However, on her face, apart from a painful, bitter smile, there was also a trace of disdain. It was disdain directed at Liu Kai. "After enduring such humiliation before you, how can you still grovel? Are you even a man? You deserve to be a pathetic sycophant." Unbeknownst to her, a peculiar pride began to swell within her, as she believed that following a coward like Liu Kai offered no future. In that moment, her feelings towards Liu Kai were exceedingly complex. She felt a mix of gratitude for his willingness to offer her 2 million, though he had not actually done so, alongside contempt for his servility. Most prominently, however, was the feeling of hatred. Hatred for him giving her a belated, illusory hope. This hope was fleeting, quickly transforming into despair that plunged her into an abyss of darkness. Had Liu Kai not mentioned the prospect of financial assistance, perhaps the torment she endured would have been significantly less. "Liu Kai." Lin Xiaoro's voice was hoarse. "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'Justice delayed is justice denied'?" On the other end, in the bunker, Liu Kai was struggling to contain himself. He observed Lin Xiaoro's demeanor intently, gripping his thigh tightly to suppress the urge to laugh aloud. She was quoting English phrases, attempting to be pretentious even in such dire circumstances. After reining in his nearly uncontrollable emotions, Liu Kai asked, his voice trembling, "Xiaoro, please, don't say those things. Where are you? Let me come to get you, all right?" A bitter laugh emanated from the other side. "Heh, Liu Kai, you truly infuriate me. Why give me hope? Xiaoro, you." "Enough, Liu Kai. I'm tired. I've decided to stay here and will never reach out to you again." "Xiaoro, don't hang up. Let me say one last thing. No matter what you become, should you ever need anything, you can always reach out to me. All right. Take care and rest well. Good night." Beep, beep, beep. Haha. After hanging up the phone and disabling the surveillance, Liu Kai could no longer contain his impulse and burst into laughter. Good night? Alas, Lin Xiaoro is likely to have a sleepless night. The so-called act of killing the heart is merely a tactic disguised as feigned consolation. However, Liu Kai's primary intention was not to inflict psychological torment on Lin Xiaoro like a deranged individual, but rather to provoke her transformation into darkness. He aimed for her to swiftly eliminate the duo, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, and subsequently make contact with and ally herself with the Butcher. In truth, Liu Kai harbored a concealed obsession to eliminate this twisted pair of individuals as quickly as possible, thereby minimizing the number of victims who might fall prey to them. Just a couple of days prior, Liu Kai had inquired with the security guard about the Butcher's information. Before he could finish describing the Butcher's appearance, the guard's face lit up with realization. The guard, being quite the gossip enthusiast, beamed with delight at the pack of cigarettes Liu Kai had presented, and eagerly divulged all he knew. The Butcher, known as Liang Fuha, was 40 years old and had once served as a surgeon at the city's first people's hospital. It was said that he had committed a grave error, but thanks to some influential connections, he avoided imprisonment and was merely dismissed from the hospital. For the past 2 years, he had been idling at home, rarely seen by anyone. Yet, his life was surprisingly affluent, with the source of his wealth remaining a mystery. When Liu Kai first heard the name Liang Fuha from the guard, he was struck with a jolt of recognition, for he had encountered this name before. Chapter 18. The Unremarkable Life at Home. 2 days without power. The events of the first day were numerous. After dinner, Liu Kai walked on the treadmill for half an hour, refraining from any further entertainment activities. He retreated to his bedroom, basking in the warm breeze, and succumbed to a deep slumber on his plush bed. His alarm was set for 7 a.m. Even with a super bunker at his disposal, Liu Kai had no desire to sleep until midday. Excessive lethargy could lead to a rapid decline in his physical health. potentially resulting in sudden demise due to ailments like hypertension, diabetes, or heart attacks. Thus, he had set a self-rewarding alarm for 9 a.m. However, at 7:50 a.m., Liu Kai abruptly opened his eyes, as if struck by a bolt of inspiration. Oh no, I overslept and will be late. He jolted upright in bed, surveying his surroundings. After a moment of confusion, he finally realized it was the apocalypse, and he was not required to work. Cursed biological clock. Unfortunately, having been roused, he found it impossible to drift back into slumber. With a yawn and a string of grumbles, he sluggishly got out of bed and dressed. Upon checking his phone, he noted that the signal still displayed 7G, yet all group messages had ceased. Most likely, the extreme low temperatures had caused the majority of people's phones to shut down for protection. Liu Kai prepared warm dog food for his pet, Xiaohei, and turned on the television to begin making breakfast. In light of the impending disaster, all programming had ceased, leaving only the news. At 6 a.m. this morning, 5 transport planes laden with 180 million yuan worth of winter supplies departed from Sanya Airport, heading to Rwanda for aid. United in the face of the snow disaster, the Russian Federation's government had sent aid to China, which had arrived at Harbin Airport. The United Nations convened an emergency online meeting, forming a team of experts from the 5 permanent member states along with Germany, Japan, and India to devise strategies. According to incomplete statistics, the number of affected individuals in China has already surpassed 1 billion, with the death toll still being assessed. Heilongjiang University is closely monitoring the mental health of international students, dispatching study buddies of the opposite sex to support them through the harsh winter. The Northern Theater has begun advancing southward with equipment and supplies, gradually initiating rescue operations, urging citizens to gather within urban areas and stay attuned to radio information. We possess ample confidence in overcoming this natural disaster, while simultaneously calling upon all citizens to be proactive, to help one another, and to engage in self-rescue. Please note, this calamity is a global phenomenon. There is no so-called paradise beyond the world. Citizens are urged to enhance their discernment and guard against divisive online rhetoric, firmly resisting the sweet-talking tactics of foreign hostile forces. The host's voice was powerful and resolute, exuding confidence in overcoming the disaster. Listening to the ever-familiar official tone, Liu Kai shook his head in resignation. He switched to the more relatable Fenghai City television station, where the municipal government was announcing various arrangements and deployments. For instance, plans to establish survivor concentration bases, lifting the environmental ban on fire usage, and permitting the use of coal and wood for heating within urban areas. Official rescue teams would distribute a limited amount of supplies per community to be collected with identification cards. Simultaneously, a call was made for survivors with the ability to act to join the disaster relief efforts, assisting the municipal government in self-rescue. Naturally, as compensation, resources would be plentiful. A robust individual joining the relief team could amass a considerable amount of supplies over this period, sufficient to sustain a family for an extended time. The government had unreservedly deployed emergency reserves and food supplies to save lives. Such decisions were being uniformly enacted across the nation. Unfortunately, Liu Kai understood that such days would not last long. In the midst of the apocalypse, there remained numerous influential individuals with lofty connections, akin to pests voraciously devouring resources, significantly accelerating the depletion of stored supplies. Moreover, amidst nature's fury, any resistance from humanity was utterly futile. All attempts to salvage infrastructure and restore societal order to its original state had failed. The sole successful decision made by the government was the establishment of survivor camps. Regrettably, the camp was situated in the city center, the most densely populated area during times of peace, residing in the suburban Lishertsu community. Liu Kai of the past had neither the means nor the courage to venture there. However, now ensconced in a warm bunker, he no longer felt the need to mingle with the crowd at the camp. A modest breakfast consisting of 2 fried eggs, a bowl of noodles with fried sauce, and a glass of milk was served at the table. Just as Liu Kai was savoring his meal, a sudden clicking sound echoed throughout the bunker. The lights flickered briefly before returning to normal. However, the television, which had been broadcasting news, was now filled with static. Even when switched to the central television, the signal was painfully poor, with audio cutting in and out. Liu Kai recognized this as a sign of power outages in Fenghai City. The earlier clicking noise indicated that the bunker had automatically switched its power supply from the external grid to its geothermal generator. Checking his phone, he noticed a glaring red cross in the signal bar at the top right corner. This signified that many essential servers had likely failed due to the power outage. Even if peace were to be restored, no one would ever know that Liu Kai had borrowed so much money online. With the power and internet down, group chats and online networks fell into a profound silence. Only when the AI of the power company implemented remedial measures to restore power in phases could this cold expanse of land regain a semblance of vitality. Contentedly consuming the warm milk, Liu Kai spent another half-hour watching downloaded programs. With nothing pressing to attend to, he routinely descended to the first floor to engage in weight training. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, he would never abandon the safety of the bunker. Nevertheless, he had been making preparations for the possibility of having to leave the bunker. Besides strength training and shooting, he had added another training regimen, spatial awareness. The capacity for storage was self-evident, seemingly lacking in potential for enhancement. What needed consideration now was the teleportation ability, alongside the recently discovered scanning functionality. How might he extend the range? How could he minimize, or even eliminate, the debilitating effects of headaches and fatigue? After a day of rigorous training, Liu Kai lay in bed that night, reflecting on the sensations experienced after utilizing his special abilities once more. In the end, two conclusions were reluctantly drawn. The scanning function, exercise can increase range and reduce the duration of headaches. Yet the maximum interval of 3 times a day remains unchanged for now. The personal teleportation ability, exercise can enhance range and decrease the duration of weakness. But excessive use still leads to hunger. The control of item teleportation. Similarly, it requires more practice with no shortcuts. Presently, a complete power outage has occurred, severing internet connections and rendering many surveillance cameras within the city unable to connect. Thus, in the following 2 days, Liu Kai remained in the bunker, methodically implementing his training objectives. His physique has become more robust than during his workdays, with the elusive 7th and 8th abdominal muscles beginning to emerge. Even his shooting skills are progressing at a remarkably visible pace. However, this tranquility lasted only until the morning of the 4th day of the cold wave at 8 o'clock. What awakened Liu Kai was not an alarm clock, but the clicking sound of the bunker's automatic power switch. Power has been restored outside. Incredible! Chapter 19. The White Cat and the Butcher. Once again falling short of his goal to rise by 9 o'clock, Liu Kai lay in bed, engulfed in impotent rage. Yet, he distinctly recalled having adjusted the default power source to the geothermal generator just a couple of days prior. Despite the external power supply, there should not have been any disruptive sounds from the circuit breaker. Descending to the 4th floor equipment room, Liu Kai soon discovered that the manual power switch had malfunctioned due to years of neglect. Control had been seized by a rudimentary computer, essentially just a circuit board, capable only of mechanically obeying commands, using external power when available, and resorting to geothermal energy when it was not. It was beyond repair. Furthermore, the cables extending from the villa lay buried outside the bunker, impervious to severance. The only recourse was to venture out to the villa and cut the power. Determined to secure a good night's sleep in the future, Liu Kai, despite his reluctance to leave the confines of safety, donned his winter gear, a mask, gloves, and face mask. Approaching the 1st floor, he peered through the observation hole in the heavy steel door, confirming that the passageway was clear of anomalies. He then reset the scrambled combination lock from within. As he turned the large dial, the steel door's pins slowly withdrew. With a creaking groan, the massive iron door swung open, allowing a frigid wind to rush into the bunker. Even with his thorough protection, Liu Kai shivered involuntarily. The thermometer indicated an outside temperature of -55, 3 degrees Celsius. Although it had yet to reach the lowest temperature, the iron stairs leading to the passageway were already blanketed in a thin layer of frost. Pulling the latch, he pushed aside the disguised flooring of the villa's storage room. Liu Kai beheld that the 1st floor was entirely engulfed in snow, blocking any glimmer of light. Only the 2nd floor, not yet fully submerged, allowed a faint beam of daylight to penetrate, casting an eerie pall over the villa. Locating the position of the electrical distribution box in the living room, he decisively pulled the circuit breaker, accompanied by a faint click emanating from the storage room. The power supply between the bunker and the villa was irrevocably severed. Just as Liu Kai prepared to return to the bunker, a sudden, sharp noise echoed from the 2nd floor, like something fragile shattering to the ground. Intruder. Liu Kai's heart raced, and he instinctively ducked into a corner, retrieving his bulletproof vest and fastening his helmet. He armed himself with the formidable 09 shotgun from his storage space, cautiously emerging from his hiding spot to aim at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. "Who goes there?" he called out, the weapon in his grasp promising that even the mightiest of creatures would fall to its might. The tension in Liu Kai's demeanor was palpable. However, the sound reverberated through the empty villa, met with silence. After a prolonged stalemate, the upper floor remained still. Summoning his courage, he ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. In the dim light, he discerned the remnants of a shattered porcelain vase scattered about. Beside it lay a small, grayish-white cat, its limbs rigid, as though it had succumbed to the cold. Though it still breathed, each exhalation was labored, suggesting that it was on the brink of demise. Confirming that the bulletproof glass windows on the second floor were securely sealed, Liu Kai finally exhaled, releasing the tension that had gripped him. It appears that no one has entered, and this cat must have squeezed through the narrow exhaust pipe. What shall I do? I already have a dog. Must I also adopt a cat? Yet, upon witnessing the little feline shivering in the cold, Liu Kai's heart softened once more. He tucked the frostbitten cat into his winter coat and murmured, I shall call you Xiaobai from now on. Upon returning to the underground fortress, Liu Kai felt a renewed sense of awkwardness. For Xiaobai was a black tabby cat. Despite her fur being entirely black, subtle stripes of varying shades were discernible. She had appeared white only due to being coated in frost and ice. At that moment, Xiaobai had awakened from her stupor, politely meowing at Liu Kai several times before voraciously devouring a sausage, entirely ignoring the curious little black dog nearby. After a mere 10 minutes, as external calls surged in, the signal in the upper right corner of the phone transformed into 3G, accompanied by a cacophony of notifications. Liu Kai's expression dimmed slightly as memories of past events resurfaced. Opening the homeowners group chat, chaos unfolded before his eyes. It was not merely due to a shortage of supplies. There had been fatalities. The residents of the community, often preoccupied with their own lives, had left the care of children to their grandparents. When the cold wave struck, many homeowners had ventured out, leaving only the elderly and children behind. The already unbearable sub-zero temperatures, compounded by power outages, proved too much for many vulnerable seniors and newborns, who did not survive the harrowing cold night. Some were found in despair, clutching their lifeless grandchildren and pleading for medical assistance in the group chat. Others were seen weeping beside their grandfathers' pale bodies, beseeching the uncles and aunts in the group to help contact their parents. There were even instances where both the elderly and children perished together, tightly embracing one another in their final moments, hoping for a miracle, only to leave behind two corpses unnoticed in their home. Moreover, many who had narrowly escaped death now suffered from severe colds. They sent messages in the group, offering their entire fortunes in exchange for a few cold medications. The stark realities of life and death unfolded within this small homeowners group, evoking deep sorrow. Numerous individuals, having just warmed up their phones and restarted them to check on the outside world in the progress of rescue efforts, were confronted with such a heart-wrenching scene. Some wept in empathy, expressing their willingness to extend a helping hand by taking in orphans left without guardians. Others, upon seeing the trembling children beneath their blankets, resolved that they would do whatever it took to ensure their own child's survival. However, the subsequent dilemma was acute: how to handle the bodies. There was a unanimous agreement that the corpses could not remain in their homes, setting aside whether the homeowners could accept such a reality. The mere thought of it made the neighbors uneasy. The entire society had come to a standstill, and transporting the bodies to a crematorium was out of the question. Some placed their hopes on the property staff, who were currently unaccounted for. A suggestion arose, since the snow continued to fall. Why not leave the bodies at the bottom of the community building, allowing the falling snow to naturally cover them, as the low temperatures would preserve the bodies well? It is not too late to wait for the end of the cold wave before interring the deceased. However, there are dissenters. Even under low temperatures, a corpse will gradually decompose. Certain viruses and bacteria may seep into the ice as the body deteriorates, and consuming melted ice could lead to illness. Some even argue that carelessly discarding bodies could disrupt the feng shui of the community, resulting in a significant decline in fortune. The various opinions have stirred a cacophony among the residents. At this moment, a lengthy message emerged in the group, capturing everyone's attention. Dear friends, please listen to me. Bodies indeed cannot be disposed of carelessly, as it could lead to severe consequences. I am a doctor, and if you trust me, I can arrange for the bodies to be transported to my villa's basement. I assure you that I will do my utmost to preserve them and prevent disease, keeping them safely until the cold wave passes, after which we can give the deceased a proper burial. What do you all think? The speaker's group nickname, Villa District Building 47, Liang Fuha. Liu Kai narrowed his eyes. It's you, Butcher. Chapter 20, Simple Halitosis. Ultimate indulgence at this juncture in his previous life, Liang Fuha had also shared this message in the group. Yet, he remained oblivious until his demise that the Butcher was, in fact, this seemingly virtuous doctor. Liu Kai could only recall the man's visage, devoid of knowledge regarding his name. Thus, when he heard the security guard refer to him as Liang Fuha just a couple of days ago, he was utterly taken aback. Following Liang Fuha's unsolicited offer to safeguard the corpse, the members of the group, for once, spoke in unison, extolling him as an exemplary physician. Only Liu Kai understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Liang Fuha had already come to the grim realization that the cold wave would not dissipate swiftly. In other words, he had begun to contemplate the notion of human corpses. Upon contemplating this, Liu Kai felt an urgent need to hasten his pace. Before Liang Fuha could consume corpses or even lure the living to their demise, he must ensnare both him and Lin Shiro in one fell swoop. As the crowd extolled Liu Fuhe for his profound understanding of righteousness, 3 articles from marketing accounts were shared in the group by Liu Kai. Prion virus. The Creator has bestowed upon humanity the shackles of civilization. Have you perused the poem The Lament of the Vegetable Man? It serves as a poignant depiction of the grim realities faced during ancient years of calamity, chronicling the devastating famine of 1928 that ravaged 8 provinces, where skeletal remains lay scattered across the land, and cannibalism became a desperate means of survival. With the emergence of 3 articles, the group has noticeably fallen into silence. Liu Kai has said nothing yet seems to have conveyed everything. He harbors no expectations for these 3 pieces to affect any change. They are merely a warning shot. Each member of the group harbors their own thoughts, and many astute individuals have already contemplated the notion of cannibalism. However, such thoughts seem too far-fetched at present, and no one dares to voice them. As the saying goes, throw a stone into a pack of dogs, and the one hit will yelp first. Only Liu Fuhe, struck by the implications, has turned pale. He still possesses some supplies at home, yet as Liu Kai anticipated, this individual is already scheming to secure his own provisions. Huddled beneath the covers in the villa, I stared at my phone, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. Yet, I was still one of those deranged individuals daring enough to entertain thoughts about a corpse. Liu Fuhe swiftly composed himself, his expression hardening slightly, and began typing furiously. 3102 Liu Kai, my dear brother, feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for veiled insinuations. I am forthright and honorable, wishing only to utilize my knowledge and compassionate heart as a healer to alleviate everyone's concerns and eradicate the scourge of plagues and infectious diseases. 300 words omitted. Alas, it seems that good intentions are met with skepticism. If you do not trust me, then perhaps you should seek someone more esteemed. Liu Kai, observing the situation, couldn't he help but smirk? A lengthy discourse? Clearly, he was flustered. The group member, 3102 Liu Kai, has retracted 3 messages. Apologies. They were sent to the wrong group. Nevertheless, the intended message has been conveyed to everyone, and Liu Kai is disinclined to engage in further verbal entanglements. However, this maneuver left many homeowners astounded. How can one tell lies without a hint of embarrassment? The most distressing part is Liu Fuhe. After pouring forth such a passionate and fervent discourse, all I receive in return is a mere, "You sent it incorrectly?" He felt as though he had struck a powerful blow into thin air, so frustrated that he nearly wanted to spit blood. Just then, a new message abruptly appeared in the group chat. The internet is not a lawless realm. Refrain from making baseless claims or insinuations in the absence of evidence. Though I, Wang, am not a law enforcement officer, I possess a heart that champions justice in the face of wrongdoing. I urge the youth to exercise caution, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. The speaker's group nickname, Villa District Building 21, Wang Deqiang. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. Wang Deqiang? The proprietor of the Hong romantic nightclub in Fohai City, in his 50s. It is rumored that he operates in both the legitimate and illicit spheres, with not only a hand in the drug trade, but also several lives seemingly on his conscience. However, such rumors remain unsubstantiated. Whether due to a lack of evidence or the influence of higher powers, Wang Deqiang has yet to face justice. Yet how could such an individual speak up for Liu Fuhe with noble intent? Liu Kai swiftly concluded, it could not possibly stem from a sense of chivalry. The only plausible explanation is a mutual interest. In other words, they are accomplices. Given this camaraderie, Liu Kai felt no obligation to exercise restraint. Moreover, having recently endured a veiled threat, he found it intolerable. His retort was neither subtle nor indirect, but refreshingly blunt. So you wish to play games, do you? I shall name names. Villa District Building 21. Wang Deqiang, you foolish being, what are you pretending to be? I have already acknowledged my mistake in sending the message to the wrong group and apologized. What more do you desire? Unleash whatever tricks you have. Begin your performance. This bold confrontation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The young man, still inexperienced, dared to confront a figure of the underworld. Did he possess the means to escape retribution? Wang Deqiang, now a face flushed with rage, was in his villa's living room, recklessly smashing objects in fury. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Once the snow ceases, I will ensure your demise. However, within the owner's group, Wang Deqiang was keenly aware of his image, tempering his fury. Ah, young man, do temper your hostility. I merely seek to offer sage advice from experience. If you choose to disregard it, I cannot assist you. Beware, for you may find yourself deprived of sustenance for the rest of your days. Thanks to the affluent residents, the villas were equipped with fireplaces, the roaring flames preventing the indoor temperature from plummeting too low. The surveillance camera nestled in the corner of the living room remained operational, capturing the frenzied destruction and the potential drug use unfolding before it. In such bitter cold, Indulging in narcotics seemed a harbinger of a short life. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Kai shared a meticulously edited photo of a fishing trip amidst the impending cold front. The image depicted a scene where outside, the wind howled and snow fell abundantly. Meanwhile, on the dining table indoors, steaming white rice, beef stew with potatoes, winter melon, and pork rib soup, and stir-fried vegetables awaited. These are my 4 dishes for today. May I inquire about yours? Ah, but of course, for one who's half buried in the grave, there is no need to squander food. Today marks the 4th day. Most households have begun to strategize their consumption, rationing their meals daily. In stark contrast, Wang Deqiang continues to indulge in lavish banquets and revelry. Though affluent, the scant provisions within his home could scarcely sustain even a cockroach, leaving him dizzy from hunger. At that moment, he trembled in the cold. The exhilarating effects of methamphetamine momentarily dulling his senses to the pangs of starvation. However, provoked by Liu Kai, and enticed by the delectable food depicted in the photograph, his eyes glimmered with envy. It felt as though the food was within his grasp, leading him to lick the screen of his phone. Liang Fuhe, too, had caught sight of this image, swallowing hard with envy and casting a lingering glance at Liu Kai's group nickname, Apartment 2, 10th floor, Building 3. Yet, he remained unaware that this was Liu Kai's true intention. The apartment had long since become vacant, reduced to mere cardboard, harboring only a bomb primed to explode. This photograph appeared not only in the homeowners group but also on Liu Kai's social circle, visible solely to Lin Shiro. The next course of action was simply to wait for the fish to bite. Chapter 21. The owners group quarrel. Explosive news. The photograph shared in the group ignited a tempest. After enduring such a prolonged winter, how could he still enjoy such a lavish feast? How much had he hoarded? The neighbors from Building 3, who previously witnessed Liu Kai moving his belongings home, joined the fray. It was confirmed that Liu Kai had stockpiled a considerable amount before the cold front arrived. Many who had remained silent earlier now sprang forth. Most were eager to purchase items from Liu Kai at inflated prices, while a few resorted to moral coercion. Unfortunately, none of these tactics proved effective, as Liu Kai remained resolute in his silence. Everyone harbored a lingering hope for a return to the civility of their former lives. Thus, they had yet to cross the final threshold of their moral boundaries. In that moment, they were still human, not beasts. With Liu Kai's silence, the crowd refrained from contemplating robbery. Consequently, the mood within the group underwent a surreal transformation. After all, their community was not just any ordinary neighborhood. Its residents were either affluent or influential, with numerous leaders and white-collar professionals among them. This demographic often exhibited 2 prominent traits: a penchant for imparting unsolicited advice and an inflated sense of self-importance. Some could not tolerate Wang Deqiang's usual misconduct and his recent sarcastic remarks, boldly criticizing him for being overly contentious. Others took issue with Liu Kai's unrestrained vulgarity, deeming him uncouth for his youth. Amidst the chaos, a fresh wave of insults erupted. Ultimately, the majority remained too weary to voice their opinions, leaving only the unmasked Wang Deqiang and another leader to engage in a fierce exchange. The dialogue between the two was nothing short of explosive. Director C, have I not shown you enough respect? Yet you refuse to approve a piece of land. What nonsense is this? I've told you numerous times that the land you desire serves another purpose and does not meet the regulations. What absurd regulations? You consume my resources. Yet that aligns with the rules? Wang Deqiang, watch your words. Oh, Director C, why the urgency? I must say, isn't it your precious seal that holds value? Can you trade it for a meal? Without that seal, what are you? A pauper. An impoverished fool unable to afford a villa. This exchange struck a nerve. Many apartment owners felt personally attacked. What I can't afford a villa concerns you not. They rejoined the battle, launching a fervent assault on Wang Deqiang. Director C ceased his pretense. Yes, Wang Deqiang, you may be wealthy, but can your money buy you a meal? Are you not still enduring hunger? Where lies your superiority? As the verbal clash intensified, Liang Fuhe grew anxious. The official power supply was set to last only 2 hours, yet the quarrel had persisted for a full hour. What of the bodies frozen in the cold? He merely suggested in the group, everyone, please refrain from arguing. We must address the urgent matter of the bodies. Little did he expect that the agitated Director C would redirect his ire towards Liang Fuhe, unleashing a torrent of unrestrained words. Isn't this the doctor dismissed for organ trafficking? Previously, the diligent protector of vice mayor, he has reportedly ascended to the position of director of the provincial health department. Why haven't you accompanied him to the provincial capital? Liang Fuhe panicked. Such matters are hardly suitable for public discourse. I caution you to refrain from such reckless statements, lest I take legal action for defamation. I admit to being dismissed from the hospital, but that was due to a medical mishap. A medical mishap? Then enlighten me. Where has the missing escort girl from the Honglumen nightclub gone? Surely she hasn't fallen victim to your hands, Dr. Liang? You two scoundrels, colluding in heinous deeds. treating lives with utter disregard. How despicable. As the instigator of this verbal confrontation, Liu Kai was relishing the unfolding drama. However, upon hearing such explosive news, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" The security guard mentioned that Liang Fuha had evidently erred and faced dismissal. It turns out this error pertains to organ trafficking. Moreover, Wang Dichang's recent intervention on Liang Fua's behalf against Liu Kai confirms their alliance. Two depraved individuals, united in their grotesque trade, would indeed think of consuming human flesh. This scandal is ripe for revelation. Yet, even the most sensational tales must eventually reach their conclusion. As the uproar subsided, only half an hour remained before the official announcement regarding the power outage. It was at this juncture that the matter of disposing of the bodies was recalled. Once the power ceased, the elevators would be rendered inoperable, complicating the transport of the corpses. However, following the earlier uproar, Liang Fuha's malevolent nature had been exposed, and no one was willing to pile the bodies in his basement. In times of urgency, efficiency soared. Within mere minutes, a consensus emerged to place the bodies in a third-floor shop outside the community. But who would undertake the task? Everyone voiced their opinions, yet apart from the deceased's family, others shied away from what they deemed ill-omened. Ultimately, the burden fell upon the bereaved family and their neighbors, who resigned themselves to their misfortune. Nevertheless, they silently resolved that should such a tragedy befall those who merely engage in idle talk, they would stand as mere spectators. Seizing the opportunity before the power outage, several bodies were gradually transported from the buildings. The homeowners group fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Liu Kai's phone buzzed incessantly. The first message was from Wang Diqiang, requesting to add him as a WeChat friend. It was evident that he harbored ill intentions, prompting a swift rejection and blocking. The second message left Liu Kai astonished. Is this fellow still alive? It was a message from Su Huan, filled with vitriolic curses. Apparently, the photograph Liu Kai shared in the homeowners group had provoked him. Su Huan raged against Liu Kai's perceived superiority, lamenting the waste of resources. Liu Kai, unyielding, responded with two close-up photographs of delectable dishes. Freeze to death, you foolish glutton. Oh, and by the way, that military drone of yours is now mine, huh? He then blocked and deleted him before receiving a reply. Meanwhile, in a seaside hotel in the Maldives, Su Huan was engulfed in despair. His parents and girlfriend had succumbed. He had only managed to endure thus far due to his ample fat reserves. Just when he thought he was nearing a reunion with his great-grandmother, Liu Kai's photograph suddenly appeared in the group chat. His tragic fate is undoubtedly lamentable, yet it is the success of his adversary that is most intolerable. The last vestiges of his strength were expended in futile curses that brought him no solace. Instead, upon witnessing Liu Kai's infuriatingly nonchalant response, Su Huan felt a surge of icy blood rush to his brain. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the hotel floor, never to awaken again. Ding ding dong. Liu Kai's phone rang, the caller ID displaying Director Chen. A hint of mockery flickered in Liu Kai's eyes as he answered the call. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat feeble, as if it were tinged with hunger. Xiaolu, you are at home, aren't you? Oh, Director Chen. Yes. I am at home. What is the matter? That is good. Please bring some food to my place immediately. Though weakened by hunger, Director Chen's characteristic authoritative tone remained intact. His demeanor as commanding as ever, as if Liu Kai were obliged to provide him with sustenance. Presently, Liu Kai, emboldened by his small triumphs, felt no inclination to bow to anyone. Thus, he coolly replied, I'm sorry, Director, but my pantry is bare as well. Bare, you say? Liu Kai, have you forgotten that I am also in the homeowners group? I saw the pictures you posted. Oh, that photo was edited. Humph. Stung by Liu Kai's evasive response, Director Chen's tone became somewhat displeased. One must know how to be considerate. I was originally planning to recommend you for the section chief position this year. So you ought to perform well, understand? Section chief? In this crumbling dystopia, what value does a title hold? Chapter 22. The Unrelenting Calls, Lin Xiao's Descent into Darkness originally. Liu Kai intended to toy with Director Chen. However, upon hearing the term section chief, a painful memory suddenly resurfaced. The anger within him could no longer be contained. And he shouted with all his might, Damn you, Chen Fujian, how dare you even mention the section chief? After all these years of diligent work, mastering every aspect of the job and generously gifting you fine cigarettes, exquisite liquor, and premium tea, what do I get in return? Last year, when the old section chief retired, you swiftly handed the position to your mistress. You hypocritical old fool. Preaching party loyalty and awareness while secretly ruining the lives of the young women in the office. I've heard you have a peculiar skill. Sniffing the scent of a woman's lingerie to identify whose it is, right? Why don't you use that talent to beg for a living instead of shamelessly seeking me out? Don't think I'm unaware that you still have a mistress living at home. Does your wife and child know? Believe me, I could easily share your bed photos with the group to show you some humility. The temperature is set to drop further. May you fend for yourself, you fool. This barrage of invectives left Director Chen utterly stunned. Before he could gather his wits to respond, Liu Kai hung up the phone, blocking both his number and WeChat. After several deep breaths, Liu Kai finally managed to cast aside his fury. The rejection he faced when proposing the section chief position had lingered in his mind. And today he had finally seized the opportunity for revenge. According to his memories from a previous life, this individual wouldn't last long, at most, a month. Just as Liu Kai prepared to commence his workout regimen for the day, his phone rang once more. Upon answering, he found Wang Ning's voice laced with urgency. Liu Kai, have you lost your senses? What's wrong, Sister Wang? How can you even ask? Just a few days ago, you told me not to let anyone know we had food at home. Now, everyone knows your household is stockpiling supplies. Liu Kai was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the news spreading so swiftly. Nonetheless, recognizing her good intentions, he could only chuckle helplessly. It's nothing, Sister Wang. I'm aware of the situation. What do you mean you're aware? Let me tell you, if people get desperate from hunger, they're capable of anything. There was a pause on the line before she softened her tone. Well, my husband and I have discussed this. Why don't you send the supplies to the neighbors? Let us calm things down, and you can come to my house. We can look out for each other. Go to your house? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I'll let you in on a secret. My husband's sister is also here. And she is single. Liu Kai found himself at a loss for words. Sister Wang truly had a kind heart, and he felt somewhat guilty refusing her offer. However, he ultimately had to decline. After repeatedly assuring her that he would ensure his safety, the straightforward Sister Wang reluctantly ended the call while still offering her advice. As if on cue, shortly after Sister Wang's call ended, Lin Xiao's phone rang again. However, Liu Kai, upon seeing the caller ID, did not answer immediately, choosing instead to retreat into the surveillance room. In the dim chamber of the brothers' villa, Lin Xiao appeared to be subjected to further mistreatment, curled up in a corner. As Liu Kai had anticipated, it was indeed Eru calling her phone. Once the call connected, Eru arrogantly declared, "You must be Liu Kai, right? I heard your family has plenty to eat." Beep, beep, beep. Liu Kai let out a cold laugh and, without a second thought, terminated the call. He deemed it beneath him to engage with someone on the brink of demise. In the surveillance footage, upon having the call cut off, Eru erupted in anger, jumping to his feet. Damn it, how dare that little brat hang up on me? He promptly redialed. Liu Kai continued to sever the connection. This back and forth persisted over a dozen times until Eru was thoroughly enraged. Liu Kai neither answered the calls nor blocked Lin Xiao's number, clearly toying with him. In a fit of fury, he turned his wrath upon Lin Xiao in the corner, yanking her hair and lifting her off the ground. Slap, slap, slap. Without uttering a word, he struck her face repeatedly. You better contact your lover and have him bring food, or you'll face dire consequences. Do you hear me? At this moment, the terror that had once graced Lin Xiao's face faded, leaving only a numbing coldness. A trickle of blood adorned the corner of her mouth, giving her innocent visage an eerie allure. She stared at Eru coldly, remaining silent. Eru, unnerved by her gaze, mustered his courage and delivered another heavy slap. What are you staring at, you filthy whore? I asked if you heard me. Big Hu, who had been observing from the shadows, finally stepped forward, rescuing Lin Xiao from his brother's grip. Gently lifting her chin, he spoke softly. My brother has a temper, do not take it to heart. However, we truly require something from Liu Kai's family, understand? Liu Kai began to comprehend the brother's strategy. One was playing the role of the villain while the other feigned benevolence, engaging in a form of psychological manipulation. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed unperturbed by their tactics, responding with a flat, emotionless understood. Satisfied, the brothers exited the dark room. After a considerable time, Liu Kai finally redialed Lin Xiao's number. Lost in her thoughts, she absent-mindedly picked up the incessantly ringing phone. What is it? Upon hearing her indifferent tone, Liu Kai's voice brimmed with remorse. Xiao, I deleted that video from before. You must summon your courage. No matter how you change or what you endure, I will always care for you. Please don't be angry. I'm just an ordinary person, too afraid to openly provoke Big Hu and Eru. Can you forgive me? Why aren't you speaking, Xiao? I was wrong. I promised to change. How about this? If you wish to retaliate against Big Hu and Eru, I will quietly assist you. Will you come to my house? Listening to this heartfelt cascade of words, a flicker of human expression returned to Lin Xiao's face. Unfortunately, it was one of disdain. She abruptly hung up the phone, letting out a cold laugh as she muttered to herself. Ha! Cowardly loser. I'll make sure to take you down too. Liu Kai rolled his eyes at the surveillance footage, bemused by the unexpected tirade directed at him. Let us see who ends up doing away with whom, you shameless wretch. Lin Xiao surveyed the dimly lit room, Her thoughts drifting back to the torment and humiliation she had endured over the past few days, her gaze suddenly resolute. She dialed another number. Dr. Liang, I have accepted your terms. I hope you will not renege once our plans come to fruition. Liu Kai, seated before the monitoring computer, absorbed every detail. Conditions? How intriguing. He was not surprised that Lin Xiaoro seemed to have a prior acquaintance with the butcher, Liang Fua. After all, this esteemed doctor had once belonged to the upper echelons of income earners. Yet, he had not anticipated their entanglement would blossom so swiftly. It appeared that under the influence of various factors, Lin Xiaoro would soon embrace a darker path, ultimately targeting the formidable brothers, Dehu and Erhu. Once she officially allied with Liang Fua, she could lure them into a trap and unleash chaos. A few minutes later, the official 2-hour power supply concluded, plunging the outside world into darkness once more. Feeling a surge of satisfaction as vengeance drew closer, Liu Kai's spirits lifted considerably. Having held back for several days, he decided to grant himself a day of respite. Rather than lifting weights, he opted to hone a skill passed down through generations. From his storage space, he retrieved a delightful silicone doll, standing at 5 feet tall and equipped with a heating function. Activate. Sexy Beach 0. Chapter 23. The Dark Transformation. Xiaoro, I await your return at home. That evening, Liu Kai reclined upon the plush sofa, a comedic film flickering on the television screen. With his left hand, he caressed his dog, while his right hand tended to his cat. The leisurely day of his holiday culminated in a delightful feast of charcoal-grilled lamb skewers, leaving Liu Kai almost entranced by the sheer bliss of the moment. The following day, his wish was granted as he luxuriated in slumber until 9 o'clock. After tidying up his disheveled dwelling, he sat down to lunch when suddenly, the monitoring room emitted a series of beeping sounds. This was the alert for the surveillance connection that he had set up. At last, the outside world was reaching out. The AI of the power company had been gathering electricity usage data across various districts, resulting in a rather erratic supply schedule. Presently, the external temperature plummeted to a chilling -58 degrees. Liu Kai silently prayed for the cameras at the homes of the Dehu and Erhu brothers to deliver some assistance. Whether it was due to his prayers or a slight increase in indoor temperature, he was able to connect to the darkroom camera without incident. However, the scene that greeted his eyes nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. There, in the darkroom, lay the Dehu and Erhu brothers, stark naked upon the floor. A dark crimson stain spread beneath them, clearly the frozen remnants of their lifeblood. Were they dead? Lin Xiaoro bore the remnants of yesterday's bruises on her face, wrapped in a thick, oversized down jacket that concealed her graceful form. Yet, her attire bore flecks of crimson, traces of blood. Her left hand, clad in a cold-resistant glove, instinctively gripped a dagger, also stained dark red. It appeared that the Dehu and Erhu brothers had indeed been deceased for some time. For Shiro's expression was devoid of the panic one would expect after committing such a heinous act. At that moment, her right hand held a mobile phone as she paced within the darkroom. Liu Kai quickly deduced that she was awaiting the activation of the base station. Indeed, when the 3G signal icon appeared in the upper right corner of Liu Kai's phone, Xiaoro halted her pacing. Without hesitation, she seized her phone and dialed. Her tone remarkably calm. They are dead, and I have sent you the photographs. All right, I will wait here for you. Liu Kai sensed that an intriguing narrative was about to unfold. Therefore, he neglected to wash the bowl, instead retrieving a bottle of beverage from storage and positioning himself before the monitor, captivated by the unfolding scene. 10 minutes passed in anticipation. Xiaoro, seated on the edge of the bed, glanced at her phone, abruptly rising to exit the darkroom. 3 minutes later, she returned, accompanied by a robust figure. Similarly bundled against the cold, his body dusted with snowflakes. Upon witnessing the lifeless forms of the Dehu and Erhu brothers, the imposing figure pulled back his hood, revealing a face marked by a sinister countenance. As Liu Kai beheld this familiar visage on the monitor, his pupils constricted in shock. This face was all too recognizable. The butcher. Despairing memories surged forth in his mind, evoking a chilling psychological shadow. Even within the safety of the apocalyptic bunker, a primal fear gripped him. Striving to regain composure, he took 2 deep breaths, suppressing the unease that welled within him, his expression darkening as he continued to scrutinize the monitor. Upon confirming the demise of the formidable duo, Dehu and Erhu, Liang Fua unexpectedly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. The sound intensified, crescendoing to a near-manic pitch. The chill exuded by his laughter did not instill fear in Lin Xiaoro. Rather, it was tinged with a hint of admiration. He extended his right foot and callously trod upon the lifeless visage of Erhu. You arrogant fool, weren't you quite something? Look at you now, dead and gone. Ha ha ha. Your pathetic little brother is fortunate to have his heart dismantled for the sake of saving my leader. He should feel honored. Even you should feel privileged. But alas, alas, you chose to betray me, leading to my dismissal, and even laid hands on my father. Today, Your wretched lives shall pay the price for my father's life. Consider it a favor to you 2 months. Spitting a thick gob of phlegm onto Erhu's face, Liang Fua finally quelled his deranged laughter. He then retrieved a sealed black plastic box from his coat, regarding Lin Xiaoro with an impassive expression. Put down the knife. I assure you, I will not renege on our fair transaction. This is now yours. With a clatter, the sharp blade fell to the ground as Lin Xiaoro gazed at Liang Fua with eager anticipation, watching him open the black box. Inside lay a metallic syringe and a vial of an unknown substance. Hurry, inject me. Lin Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with urgency. I must remind you once more. This substance has only completed Phase 2 clinical trials and has yet to undergo Phase 3, so I cannot guarantee its efficacy with absolute certainty. No time for hesitation. This is my final hope. Proceed. Lin Xiaoro's tone was resolute as she bared her pristine right arm. Liang Fua said nothing further, swiftly assembling the syringe and vial before plunging it into her arm. At this juncture, Liu Kai finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Lin Xiaoro's intention was to secure funds for her AIDS treatment. Though modern technology can cure AIDS, it requires a lengthy regimen and exorbitant costs. It was evident that Lin Xiaoro had amassed sufficient funds from Dahu and Erhu. However, with the world outside frozen in despair, hospitals had long ceased operations, leaving her with no means to utilize her wealth. Then, inexplicably, she found herself allied with Liang Fua, who had compelled her to eliminate Dahu and Erhu, promising her the mysterious drug in return. It seemed that this enigmatic drug was a potent treatment for AIDS. Yet it had not been officially released or even completed the mandated Phase 3 clinical trials. But as Lin Xiaoro stated, she could not afford to ponder such matters. This was her last glimmer of hope. After the injection, Lin Xiaoro felt no sentimentality and prepared to follow Liang Fua out of the dim chamber. Liu Kai understood that this couple of cannibals was about to reunite, just as in their previous existence. He hastily pulled out his phone and sent the message he had long prepared. Xiaoro, how have you been lately? I've sent you several messages but received no response. Are you hungry? I have plenty of supplies at home, enough for us to last 2 years. Would you come to my house? I promise to take good care of you. Desperate for a response, she yearned for his attention, her heart heavy with longing. As she dispatched the message, Lin Xiaoro, poised to depart, cast a fleeting glance at her phone, halting momentarily. With an expression devoid of emotion, she handed the device to Liang Fua, who, upon reading the message, fixed her with an intense gaze. It's that Liu Kai again. What are you contemplating? Indeed, Liu Kai's household was replete with resources. Initially, she had intended to stockpile supplies, and it seemed prudent to commence with him. Liang Fua gritted his teeth, ultimately managing to utter 2 words. Very well. Had it not been for Liu Kai, those corpses should have remained concealed within the depths of his villa. Yet, now, everything had vanished. Given that Liu Kai, a veritable source of abundance, had presented himself so readily, Liang had no intention of being courteous. Moreover, the presence of Lin Xiaoro served as an exquisite bait. Simultaneously, a cruel smile tugged at Liu Kai's lips as he recognized the situation unfolding. Hooked, he understood that, following the devastating blow of delayed hope, Lin Xiaoro likely harbored considerable animosity toward him. However, he hadn't anticipated her to be so resolute. Ding. A notification chimed as Lin Xiaoro sent another message. Thank you. Liu Kai, after everything we have endured, you still do not disdain me. I have come to a realization and will come to your home to see you now. Wonderful. Xiaoro, how did you manage to escape from those 2 perverts? No matter, we can discuss it when you arrive. I shall await your presence at home. Chapter 24 Unmasking Lies. I always knew you were a tramp. Sensing the meticulously orchestrated moment of revenge was imminent, Liu Kai's body trembled with excitement. He entered the surveillance room, connecting to the back-end program and linking 3 cameras. The intelligent door camera purchased for a staggering 20,000 yuan. The camera wrapped in thermal foil on the balcony, and the enormous specialized monitoring device atop the 3 buildings. Under Liu Kai's control, the camera on the rooftop slowly adjusted its angle, ultimately focusing on the direction of the Dahu villa. The snowflakes that had been falling from the sky had ceased, yet the atmosphere remained shrouded in gloom, devoid of any sunlight. The snow on the ground had accumulated to the height of the 2nd floor, compacted into a solid mass resembling ice due to the frigid temperatures. At the Dahu villa, the skylight atop the slanted roof was flung open. 2 figures, heavily bundled, emerged. Their dark, thick garments stood out starkly against the expanse of white. However, at this moment, even the most curious onlooker lacked the energy to pay attention to these 2 shadows. The villa district was originally separated from the outer residential area by an iron fence, connected only by a small gate. Now, however, that iron barrier was submerged beneath a layer of ice, offering no hindrance to Lin Xiaoro and Liang Fua. Battling the biting wind, they trudged forward, one step sinking deeper than the other, making their way toward the three buildings. Compared to the previous day, the temperature had plummeted further, dipping below the minimum required for the elevator's steel cables to remain flexible. Thus, even if power were restored, Liu Kai surmised that the two would likely refrain from using the elevator. As he had anticipated, Lin Xiaoro and her companion ascended the stairs through the unprotected ventilation window on the third floor, avoiding the elevator entirely. They climbed up the flights one by one. Liang Fuha, robust and strong, managed well, but Lin Xiaoro, accustomed to a life untouched by labor, found the endeavor torturous. While the cold had merely been discomforting at the Dehuirhu villa, the biting wind now penetrated her clothing, making the already stiff limbs struggle to ascend and draining her of considerable strength. Each breath of the frigid air stung her lungs, intensifying her physical torment and souring her mood further. Having endured tumultuous oscillations from bliss to despair, Lin Xiaoro's psyche had twisted into something grotesque. Even towards Liu Kai, who had willingly accepted her despite past grievances, she felt no gratitude, only a deep-seated animosity. All the suffering she had endured was projected onto him. Coupled with the effects of the special medication coursing through her veins, her physical state was more frail than usual. Upon finally reaching the 7th floor, Lin Xiaoro was panting heavily, propping herself aga. However, at this moment, the woman was still needed as bait. Otherwise, Liu Kai would certainly refuse to open the door. Thus, he refrained from saying much, merely reminding her, "Don't speak, conserve your strength, we'll arrive shortly." Finally, just as Liu Kai was growing bored of waiting, the surveillance camera on the door captured two figures emerging from the corner of the staircase. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished, and he straightened up with renewed alertness. Before Lin Xiaoro could step forward to knock, her phone rang. Concealing the device within the warmth of her left sleeve, she answered, and Liu Kai's voice resonated through. "Xiaoro, I see you, but who is the person beside you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoro naturally noticed the camera on the intelligent security door, and her heart skipped a beat. She struggled to suppress the impulse to turn back and seek Liang Fua's opinion. Swiftly, she forced herself to regain her composure, softening her tone to a gentle state. She fabricated a response. "Liu Kai, this is my cousin Lin Xiaohua. He is the one who rescued me from those two perverts." "Oh, is that so? Well, please open the door, Liu Kai. I'm feeling quite cold." "All right, Xiaoro, I'll be there shortly to open the door from the bedroom." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the two outside. They firmly grasped the wrench hidden within the wide sleeve of their right arm. However, after waiting for a while, not only was the door not opened, but there was also no sound from within the house. Lin Xiaoro became noticeably anxious. "Liu Kai, have you come yet? I'm freezing." Liu Kai sat comfortably in the surveillance room, leisurely sipping a large gulp of chilled beer. Finally, he spoke in a calm tone. "Hee, you may leave now, Teacher Lin. I will not open the door." "Wah, what?" Lin Xiaoro could hardly believe her ears. "Liu Kai, what are you saying? Please open the door." "Huh, open the door? Why should I? I have food and drink at home. Why should I let you in to mooch off me?" Lin Xiaoro's indignation nearly twisted her nose in frustration. Yet, in order to lure Liu Kai to open the door, she maintained a pitiable and delicate demeanor. "Didn't you say you wanted me to be your girlfriend? I'm here. Liu Kai, could you please open the door? I want to be a freeloader. I'm willing to do anything you want." At this point, a faint blush crept across her face, even as she forced herself to appear shy in the icy cold. Liu Kai was completely unmoved by her act. At that moment, his heart was filled with the exhilarating anticipation of vengeance about to be realized. He intended to toy with Lin Xiaoro's emotions once more, allowing her to experience the tumultuous highs and lows of life. "Humph, even if I were to seek a girlfriend, I would choose a girl of unblemished reputation. What audacity do you possess, a woman who has been trampled by countless others, to think you could be my girlfriend?" Lin Xiaoro's delicate body trembled, and she hurried forward, knocking fiercely on the security door. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at the camera, her face full of grievance. "You, how can you say such things about me? Your acting is commendable, but unfortunately, I'm already aware of everything. Please open the door. Liu Kai, what do you know? I know far more than you can imagine. For instance, the events that transpired on a weekend evening in the classroom with Vice Principal Gao Yi, in your pursuit of admission to the municipal high school, or the encounter with the African exchange student from G University, and not to mention the matters concerning your cousin Dr. Liang, who stands behind you. Shall I continue?" In truth, Liu Kai was unaware of the first two incidents. He had only heard whispers while courting Lin Xiaoro. What were once mere rumors, dismissed as inconsequential, now seemed largely credible. Indeed, as Liu Kai articulated these words, Lin Xiaoro could no longer maintain her facade. She turned in shock, locking eyes with Liang Fuha, both displaying a fierce intensity upon their faces. The phone slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the wrench, long concealed within her sleeve, was drawn forth, and she began to strike violently at the security door. Chapter 25. Breaking in. Is anyone there? You wretched fool, are you toying with me? I have come to seek you, a privilege perhaps earned in a past life. And yet you treat me thus. Why not just perish? You pest, you worthless being, what gives you the right to hoard so much provision? Open the door and let me in. Lin Xiao, seemingly driven to madness, pounded frantically on the door, while Liang Fuhe brandished a short crowbar, attempting to pry the door open through the gap. Observing their desperate performance, Liu Kai's disdainful voice emanated once more from the fallen phone. On one side of the door lies a world of hunger and winter's chill, while on the other, an abundance of food awaits. I wish to let you feel this cruel despair. To be candid, I have seen through your facade from the very beginning. I have been plotting against you all along. Ha ha ha. Do not waste your effort, you wretched harlot. This door cost me 20,000 yuan. Unless you possess a hydraulic spreader designed for fire emergencies, you shall not enter. Provoked to the brink of madness by Liu Kai's taunts, Lin Xiao futilely wielded a small wrench on the security door, cursing and striking it. Meanwhile, Liang Fuhe, upon hearing Liu Kai's words, paused momentarily, only to be overtaken by a rapturous expression. He quickly seized the frenzied Lin Xiao, pressing his menacing face against the camera. Picking up the phone from the ground, a sinister, cruel smile crept upon his lips. He, Liu Kai, my friend, I advise you to open the door willingly. I promise to leave your corpse intact. Should I breach this door, well, wahaha. In comparison, Lin Xiao's earlier frenzy seemed trivial. Liang Fuhe's expression now exuded a true terror. He licked his lips, as if savoring the thought of devouring Liu Kai alive. This deranged, neurotic demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the Joker from Batman. Liu Kai recalled the horrifying images from his previous life just before death, an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. Yet, having prepared himself mentally, he resolved to confront the fear head-on. Regaining his composure, he fixed his gaze upon the distorted visage in the surveillance feed, his expression unchanging, his heart as tranquil as still water. If you dare, break the door. Very well, wait for it, Liang Fuhe declared with a confident smile. Ending the call and dragging the oblivious Lin Xiao away, Liu Kai remained unperturbed, for this was all part of his plan. Informing Lin Xiao that he possessed ample supplies was a means of instilling hope. Yet, refusing her entry at the doorstep would evoke despair. The next step was to provide her with yet another glimmer of hope. His earlier mention of the hydraulic spreader was deliberately aimed at Liang Fuhe, for Liu Kai had already placed a free hydraulic spreader in the stairwell on the 3rd floor. Its conspicuous location ensured Liang Fuhe would see it. Indeed, after a brief interval, 2 figures once again emerged from the stairwell corner. Liang Fuhe led the charge, clutching the hydraulic spreader, while Lin Xiao wore an ecstatic smile, almost bordering on madness. She gazed at Liang Fuhe with admiration, her eyes gleaming with malice as she turned her attention to the security door of Liu Kai's home. Then, mimicking his actions, she extended her delicate pink tongue to lick her lips. At this moment, not only were they smiling, but Liu Kai also wore a grin. He decisively dialed Lin Xiao's number. The call connected. Liu Kai's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Xiao, what exactly do you intend to do? I saw what you have in your hands. It's nothing, Liu Kai. We simply wish to reunite with you. It will be over quickly, came the reply. Xiao, no. Teacher Lin, Goddess Lin, I was wrong. Can we talk this over calmly? You are not a loose woman, I am. Please don't break down the door. Humph. Liu Kai, where were you all this time? It's too late to plead now. Even if you open the door willingly, we won't let you off easily. He. Lin Xiao decisively ended the call and blacklisted Liu Kai's number. She did not wish to be disturbed any further. She wanted to wholeheartedly relish the fruits of their impending intrusion. As the two were grappling, Liang Fuhe had already inserted the pointed jaws of the hydraulic spreader into the small gap pried open by the crowbar. With rhythmic movements of his hands on the long handle, the hydraulic device began to operate. Although the motion was gradual, it was undeniably widening. Bang! The terrifying force forcibly separated the tightly shut security door from its frame, producing a dull thud. Gradually, the lock was pried open with a loud crash. Both of their faces lit up with joy. Yet, the top, bottom, and side still had reinforced steel pins embedded in the door frame, necessitating further dismantling with the hydraulic pliers. However, having opened a breach, the subsequent destruction became significantly simpler. Just then, a crisp sound echoed from within the house. Crash! It seemed to be the sound of shattering glass. Hearing this noise, Liang Fuhe hastened his movements. Lin Xiao's voice drifted through the partially dismantled door. Liu Kai, darling. We are coming in, he. At that moment, Liu Kai was seated on the bunker sofa, holding a drone remote control. The military drone. which had been on standby in the slanted roof shack for several days, had already taken off and was now hovering outside his window. The howling wind masked the drone's noise. The earlier sound of shattering glass was indeed caused by the drone using its mechanical arm to hurl a stone through the window. This act further convinced the duo that Liu Kai was indeed inside. Finally, a few more loud bangs resounded as the reinforced steel pins of the security door were forcibly dislodged from the frame by the hydraulic pliers. Creak. The long unopened security door slowly began to swing open. Lin Xiaoro and Liang Fuhe wore excited and somewhat deranged smiles as they picked up the wrench and advanced into the house. Little Kai, we're here, they're sharp. Ghostly laughter echoed throughout the house, yet it elicited no response. The two remained vigilant, kicking open each wooden door, prepared for any surprise attack from Liu Kai. However, after turning every room and rummaging through every wardrobe, not a single trace of life was found. All of this was captured by the drone hovering in the distance. Liu Kai munched on potato chips, his gaze fixated on the images transmitted by the drone as he murmured, "Stop searching, hurry and gather the supplies, quickly." His soliloquy bore fruit. After scouring the entire house without finding anyone, he noticed the shattered window in the bedroom and the small door on the security bars ajar. The two exchanged a look of alarm. Could he have leapt from the building, or perhaps used the security bars to escape to a neighbor's home? Liang Fuhe pondered for a moment before resolutely making a decision. Even if he had fled, a solitary individual could hardly carry away much. There would be opportunities to deal with him later. It was unwise to linger here. Let us hasten to collect the supplies, he urged. Lin Xiaoro nodded in agreement. Indeed. The supplies are on the balcony. Chapter 26. Vengeance achieved, shattering the nightmares of the heart upon leaving the bedroom and turning the corner. They swiftly discovered a multitude of neatly stacked cardboard boxes on the balcony behind the kitchen. The eyes of both individuals gleamed with excitement. It seemed that Liu Kai had indeed stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. However, when Liang Fuhe exerted himself to lift the topmost box, he was taken aback. For the box felt as light as a feather, nearly causing him to strain his back. With a furrowed brow, he hastily tore open the box, only to find it utterly empty. A disquieting thought immediately arose in their minds. Undeterred, they quickly dismantled box after box, each one revealing nothing but emptiness. Empty, empty, still empty. How could this be? Lin Xiaoro's eyes glazed over as she muttered to herself, and even Liang Fuhe, accustomed to the tumult of life, wore a dark expression. The elation they had felt moments ago when breaching the security door was now eclipsed by profound disappointment. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Kai watched everything unfold from the shadows, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. There's still a grand surprise left. Come and claim it. They tossed the boxes about in frustration until only one remained on the balcony. This box was heavy. Lin Xiaoro's eyes lit up with hope. While one box might not contain much, it was certainly better than none. However, she failed to notice that as she shifted the box slightly, a wire beneath it was abruptly freed from its anchor. As the wire detached, a thermos concealed in the ceiling above them was released from its restraint, commencing a rapid descent. Just as Lin Xiaoro, filled with anticipation, prepared to open the box, a blinding light suddenly flared before her, prompting her to instinctively squint. The light emanated from behind her, casting her shadow upon the balcony wall. In an instant, a violent shockwave struck her back. Boom! Before she could react, the deafening sound erupted in her ears like thunder, and she had no time to register the pain before her vision darkened, causing her to collapse unconscious. Simultaneously, the survivors throughout the community were jolted by the thunderous explosion. Several buildings trembled violently, dislodging the snow and icicles that had frozen on the windows. The nearest residences suffered even more. The glass windows were shattered to smithereens. The worst fate befell Liu Kai's home, where the entire balcony glass and protective railing were obliterated, leaving a gaping charred void. The howling cold wind rushed into the house unimpeded. To avoid being caught in the blast, the drone had been positioned at a considerable distance. The clearest footage, however, was captured by a high frame rate camera on the balcony, which unfortunately met its demise in the explosion. Nonetheless, it transmitted a useful segment of video, prompting Liu Kai to immediately open video editing software and scrutinize the footage frame by frame. Liang Fuhe stood just behind Lin Xiaoro, with the bomb detonating almost at his heels. The footage revealed a flash of white light, followed by an intense blaze that hurled iron nails outward. Several steel nails pierced through his thigh, abdomen, lung, and even his face. The violent shockwave severed his left calf, scattering blood and fragments of bone in all directions. This man had been sentenced to death. Not even the highest deity could rescue him. Liu Kai resolved to permanently archive this video, watching it repeatedly. Shielded by Liang Fuhe, who absorbed most of the impact, Lin Xiaoro surprisingly did not perish immediately. The camera on the balcony had been destroyed, and Liu Kai piloted the drone recklessly towards it. The first sight that greeted him was Liang Fuhui's bloodied, mangled body. The moment the blood touched the ground, it froze into solid ice, unable to flow. His disheveled face bore an expression of shock and confusion, eyes wide open in death. Although Lin Xiaoro was still alive, her breaths were shallow and infrequent. The shockwave had torn her thick clothing apart, and the cold wind swiftly stole her warmth. Dazed, she heard the whirring of the drone's blades, but despite her efforts, she could not open her weary eyes. Even as the jagged metal pierced her abdomen, she felt no pain, as if she were numb to the world. She felt hot, so hot. With the little strength she had left, she struggled to peel off her heavy clothing. Yet even in her nakedness, the heat persisted. She continued to shed layers until she was completely bare. Her consciousness grew increasingly muddled, and her movements weakened. Yet her final thought remained, how unbearably hot it was. Liu Kai understood this was a result of her rapidly dropping body temperature, leading to confusion of the mind. It seemed Lin Xiaoro's life hung by a thread. Eventually, her lips and skin drained of color, her bare chest ceased to rise and fall. The two never comprehended how they had met their demise. Struggling to contain his emotions, Liu Kai trembled as he returned the drone to its perch on the rooftop of Building 1. He could no longer hold back. Memories of Lin Xiaoro's words and their shared experiences flashed through his mind. There was no way out. They had to seek new hope. Liu Kai, could you not be brave for my sake? I must join the expedition team to reach the new homeland. Will you come with me or not? You're such a coward. Not even as brave as I, a mere girl. How wonderful, Liu Kai, you finally come to your senses. When he arrived at the villa of the expedition team, he opened the skylight and descended into the basement. There, Lin Xiaoro wore a grotesquely bloodthirsty smile, gently leaning against Liang Fuhui's chest. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, a masked figure lunged from the shadows. A steel rod struck him violently on the back of his head, jolting Liu Kai awake in agony. It was Liang Fuhui, grinning maliciously, holding a slightly rusted steel knife that inflicted excruciating pain across his throat. What terrified him more was that his limbs were bound to a large table, and any attempts to struggle were futile. As his consciousness began to fade, the last image Liu Kai beheld was a large iron pot beside him, bubbling ominously, inside, something that resembled a severed human arm. Remembering this, tears streamed down Liu Kai's face. As he stood up from the chair in front of the computer, his legs buckled beneath him. With a thud, he trembled as he braced himself against the ground, kneeling silently, tears streaming down his face. He allowed his sorrow and anguish to flow freely, unrestrained. Upon hearing the commotion, his two pets, Xiaohong and Xiaobai, approached curiously, unable to comprehend their owner's distress. Only those who have experienced death can truly appreciate the luxury of life. Gradually, Liu Kai's tumultuous emotions began to settle. The tormenting demons and nightmares that had plagued him for so long were utterly shattered. Releasing the pent-up frustration that had lodged within his chest, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Instinctively, he concentrated, and in an instant, his entire being vanished from sight. He reappeared on the third floor of the Emperor's villa in the bunker. It was cold, so very cold. What on earth? Chapter 27. Enhancement of spatial abilities. Liu Kai found himself in a tragic predicament, still clad in his spring uniform from the bunker. The bedroom on the third floor of the villa was a frigid -60 degrees Celsius. Despite Liu Kai's commendable physical fitness, the extreme cold enveloped him, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. His teeth clattered together as if operated by an electric motor, and a layer of frost quickly formed upon his eyebrows and hair. He lacked the time to ponder the reason behind such a vast distance of teleportation, as it had drained him of all his strength. Now, he sat limply on the floor, every movement of his fingers requiring immense effort. Ultimately, Liu Kai succumbed to the cold. The novel appeared to conclude there, but in truth, it did not. The instinct for survival rendered his mind astonishingly clear. With great difficulty, he closed his eyes, concentrating to banish the sensation of cold from his thoughts. His once contorted visage gradually relaxed. With a sudden burst, he activated his teleportation ability once more, returning to the warmth of the villa. However, at that moment, he was utterly drained of energy. Darkness engulfed him as he collapsed onto the living room floor, unconscious, with crimson blood trickling from his nostrils. Liu Kai felt his hands damp and even slightly itchy. The pain in his head made him grit his teeth, involuntarily gasping for air. Struggling to lift his heavy eyelids, he noticed Xiao He and Xiao Bai standing on either side, licking their paws. With great effort, he forced his weary body to crawl toward the sofa. After a few moments of labored breathing, he began to feel some relief. He wiped away the coagulated blood from his nose and glanced at his phone. He had been unconscious for approximately 20 minutes. Only then did he have the opportunity to contemplate the bizarre events that had transpired. Could it be that his physical capabilities had been enhanced, or was it the augmentation of his spatial abilities? Once the discomfort in his body subsided, he hurried to the gym on the first floor for testing. To his disappointment, his physical attributes had not improved. Instead, it was his spatial control that had strengthened. The distance from the second floor of the bunker to the third floor of the villa was nearly 25 meters. Although he remained utterly exhausted after one instance of teleportation, it was astonishing to realize that the distance had increased a staggering 24-fold from the previous 2 meters. Next, he assessed the storage space. Its capacity seemed unchanged, still appearing boundless. However, the effective range of the scanning function had nearly doubled, and the duration of the accompanying headaches had drastically decreased. He could now even see abandoned vehicles buried beneath the snow outside the community. Yet, these developments paled in comparison to the most significant transformation, his ability to levitate and manipulate objects, or rather, to teleport them. For instance, drawing items into the storage space also constituted levitation. Previously, he had only been able to collect relatively stationary objects, which required minimal physical and mental exertion. Now, he could retrieve objects in motion. After repeatedly collecting a glass that was falling, Liu Kai reached a conclusion. The energy expended seemed to correlate with the object's momentum, as well as the distance involved. Momentum P equals mass m times velocity v. To test this hypothesis, he undertook a daring experiment, successfully capturing a bullet fired from a gun into his storage space. The instant the experiment succeeded, his heart seized violently. Bulletproof. Liu Kai suddenly felt as if a pie from the heavens had struck him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Is it truly within the realm of possibility for a carbon-based life form to possess such an ability? If one were to think more expansively, if it is feasible to deflect bullets in this manner, could one not also defend against a punch, a dagger, or even arrows? Perhaps even the swift strikes of a traditional Japanese swordplay follow the same principle? And what of the future? Might it become possible to withstand cannon fire, or even missiles? Liu Kai did not linger long in these impractical fantasies, for such an ability does not equate to invincibility. First and foremost, one must concentrate their spirit around their body. Otherwise, they remain vulnerable to the threats lurking behind them. Perhaps with further mastery over this ability, one might instinctively protect themselves. Additionally, the velocity of bullets is exceedingly fast, resulting in significant momentum, which in turn demands a considerable amount of energy. Liu Kai estimated that in nearly point-blank situations, he could withstand a maximum of 50.22 caliber bullets. In terms of momentum equivalency, this translates to approximately 17 9mm bullets or 8.762mm rounds. Even the so-called egalitarian 18.4mm shotgun pellets could be entirely absorbed, but only 4 at most. However, these numbers represent theoretical maximums. If his stamina were already severely depleted, the effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Moreover, reality does not permit him to expend all his energy solely on absorbing bullets, lest he become utterly incapacitated, rendered as vulnerable as a fish on a cutting board. Although he had no intention of abandoning his bunker, acquiring such a life-preserving capability was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. The solitary question remained: why had he been endowed with this enhancement? After much contemplation, Liu Kai resolved to attribute the cause to a shift in his mindset. Setting traps to eliminate Lin Xiaoro and the butcher had shattered the relentless nightmares that haunted him. Yet, he suddenly recalled another adversary, namely, the dark-clad figure from his past, lurking in the basement of Liang Fu's villa, who had struck him from behind with a blunt instrument. Initially unaware of this person's identity, he now swiftly narrowed down a suspect, Wang Diqiang. This depraved individual, who colluded with Liang Fuya in the trafficking of human organs, was highly likely to be the one, though it was merely a conjecture, confirming it was straightforward. Knowing that this individual resided in Villa 21, it was probable that he would remain there for the foreseeable future. The bodies of those who had perished in the cold lay in a shop on the 3rd floor outside the community. All that was needed was vigilant observation of his movements. Should he surreptitiously transport the corpses from the shop, it would provide substantial confirmation. The challenge lay in the fact that the majority of the cameras were non-functional, and they only operated for about 2 hours each day. Fortunately, the penthouse of Building 1 offered a clear view of Villa 21. Thus, the drone was enlisted for the task. The camera would be directed at Wang Diqiang's residence, operating continuously with motion detection set for alerts. After adjusting the angle of the drone, Liu Kai glanced at the time. There remained half an hour of operational power for the day. Simultaneously, he noticed that the community owners group had erupted in chatter once more. Upon opening the message, he discovered it pertained to him once again. The discussions revolved entirely around the explosion at his home. The explosion was so intense that it was impossible to remain unnoticed. Upon discerning the location of the blast, everyone instinctively sought out Liu Kai, whose nickname was noted as 3122 in the group chat. Most of those who could still communicate were fortunate enough to have supplies at home. Conversely, those without provisions were cold and hungry, struggling to move, let alone use their mobile phones. Wherever there are people, there exists a community, even within a mere homeowners group. The intricate dynamics of this small social entity became evident. Some were eager to help, tagging Liu Kai in the group to inquire about his situation. Unfortunately, Liu Kai's phone was set to vibrate by habit, and due to his previous unconsciousness and the exploration of his spatial abilities, he had been unable to respond. Consequently, many naturally assumed that he had perished in the explosion. Chapter 28. The public outcry following the explosion and the elevator plummet apart from those concerned for Liu Kai. Speculation about the cause of the explosion ran rampant, with theories ranging from a gas leak to a battery explosion. Some expressed disdain for Liu Kai's previous outbursts in the group chat, feeling that a person of such poor character deserved their fate. Others found it hypocritical that those who themselves lacked decorum would criticize Liu Kai, labeling their double standards as laughable. Consequently, the group erupted into chaos once more. A melancholic voice lamented, with so many resources at home, surely Liu Kai's belongings were not completely destroyed in the explosion? This remark prompted some to take action. A few survivors residing in Building 3 discreetly donned their coats and made their way down the stairs towards Liu Kai's residence. Liu Kai, however, remained indifferent to their concerns. Yet, one particular message caught his attention. 186 Chinfujian. What a pity for young Liu, though he often idles away his time at work and lacks academic merit. He is nonetheless a living soul. Liu Kai felt a torrent of questions swirl in his mind. How audacious of you, Deputy Director Chun. Where were you when I was alive, gossiping in the group? Now that I am gone, you choose to speak ill of me? Are you afraid I might share your indiscretions with your mistress in the chat? His words piqued the interest of several individuals, particularly those who had previously criticized Liu Kai's character. They promptly tagged Chinfujian, urging him to elaborate on Liu Kai's alleged incompetence. It appeared that confirming Liu Kai's shortcomings would somehow validate their earlier condemnations. Thus, Chinfujian launched into a tirade, alleging that Liu Kai had claimed credit for colleagues' work, slept through meetings, and was involved in a theft from the warehouse, which, to be fair, was true before fabricating tales of inappropriate conduct with female colleagues. In truth, many colleagues from the Tobacco Bureau were present in the owner group. However, since Liu Kai had already passed, and Chinfujian held the title of deputy director, there was no need to offend a living superior for the sake of a deceased individual. Upon hearing Chinfujian's account, those who had initially criticized Liu Kai grew increasingly animated, as if they had found ample justification to retort against anyone who defended him. I always said, friends, the small reflects the large. Someone who lacks passion for their work and life cannot be a good person. Indeed, for one so young and sharp-tongued, his demise is fitting. In this small owner group, they reveled in their perceived superiority. Perhaps it was the biting cold of the world around them that rendered them so bored. With gossip serving as one of their few sources of entertainment, they exhibited no inclination to verify the accuracy of the information they were disseminating. Nor did they realize they were engaging in cyberbullying, spreading falsehoods, and speaking ill of the deceased. Were there truly a realm of the afterlife, they would undoubtedly be considered candidates for the punishment of having their tongues severed. As the messages continued to flood the chat, they were abruptly interrupted by a photograph and a brief 5-second voice clip. The image depicted the charred, desolate balcony of Liu Kai's home, where two lifeless bodies, their garments tattered, lay in stark contrast against the cold, hardened blood on the ground, a deep crimson hue. The male corpse was grotesquely adorned with iron nails, his feet violently blown off, revealing stark, white bones beneath. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, his eyes wide open in a haunting stare. The blood and marrow were frozen into icy shards due to the frigid temperatures. The female corpse, while not as gruesome, was likewise devoid of clothing. 2 iron nails pierced her hands, and crimson rivulets streamed from her nostrils, rapidly freezing. Silence is golden, one man exclaimed. Dead. Ugh. Someone's been blown to bits. He retched at the sight, genuinely repulsed by the macabre scene. Even those observing the photographs through their phones felt their stomachs churn. The appearance of the blast victim was indescribably unsettling, a stark contrast to the individuals who had perished from the cold just days prior. Despite the horror, some began to sense something amiss. These individuals did not appear to be the young man from apartment 3122. They resembled Dr. Liang. Indeed, ugh. It truly is Dr. Liang, ugh. Listen, my friend, perhaps you should type instead. Your retching is making me queasy, another suggested. You really should just type. Silence is golden. Let's not dwell on the deceased for now. Check the house for any food. We need to distribute it among us, as this is becoming unbearable. This statement resonated with everyone. Even those who typically remained silent began to chime in. Exactly. Ugh. There's nothing. Ugh. I've searched his entire house and found no supplies. The man continued his tirade, undeterred. Yet, his words ignited a wave of suspicion among the group. I wonder if you're trying to hoard the supplies for yourself and pretending to find nothing? Silence is golden. We are all neighbors. Mutual assistance is imperative. Indeed, honesty is crucial, regardless of past interactions. We are all in this together. True, those living in our community are not lacking in resources. You arrived first at the scene. We could always offer you a token of gratitude for your efforts. In an instant, accusations flooded toward him. The baseless doubts infuriated him to the point where he ceased sending voice messages. He began recording a video from the pried-open door of Liu Kai's home. He filmed the living room, bathroom, kitchen, each bedroom, and finally the shattered balcony. The video was shared in the group with the caption, "Seeing is believing." You can judge for yourselves if there are any supplies. Unfortunately, he was unaware of one vital truth. Once suspicion arises, guilt is virtually assumed. At that moment, nearly no one believed his claims. If this were 20 years ago, I might have trusted your video, but now AI's photo editing capabilities are too advanced. Even a video call cannot be deemed reliable. Exactly, and even if there are no supplies in that house, who has to say you Haven T secretly stashed them outside the door? Humph, if there were anything outside, his family would have long since moved it back to the 6th floor. Selfish and greedy, bah, what a disgrace. Silence is golden. And I have already set out towards building 3. I urge you to relinquish your belongings, otherwise, well. The overwhelming wave of skepticism has left my elder brother in tears of frustration. Gazing at his WeChat nickname, Silence is Golden, he truly wished to strike himself across the face in disbelief. Everyone has been blinded by the vanishing supplies, completely forgetting one crucial detail. There is, in fact, no sign of Liu Kai's corpse in the footage. The very center of the discussion, Liu Kai, is comfortably lounging on the sofa, engrossed in television while perusing group messages. Just then, the entire bunker quivered slightly. Following that, a muffled sound echoed. Boom. He is currently situated 10 meters underground, and yet even he could hear the noise. The commotion rivaled that of the preceding explosion. Indeed, the group chat erupted once more. Everyone had heard the noise and began to inquire about what had occurred. As if merely asking in the chat would grant them an endless sense of security. A user without a name or address sent a voice message. Upon opening it, a voice laced with schadenfreude emerged. Some fool is going to Liu Kai's house to take a look. He is foolish enough to take the elevator. I am laughing to death. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. The elevator had plummeted. The cables, brakes, safety locks, and anti-fall devices are all made of steel. Although the current temperature is not low enough to induce brittle failure in the steel, it has significantly diminished the reliability of the mechanisms. Perhaps the violent explosion affected the structural integrity of the elevator shaft, among other factors, leading to the elevator's descent. Someone quickly responded, questioning the earlier speaker. How did you know he was going to Liu Kai's house? Because I'm going there too. What is it to you? The straightforwardness of the reply left everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, you are quite candid, my friend. Chapter 29. Scandalous revelations and ruinous arrangements. It is well understood that speaking within the group serves little purpose. Ready your winter attire. For we are poised to embark on a journey, whether to Liu Kai's residence or to the abode of Silence is Golden, in hopes of fortune. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, Chen Fujian resurfaced, audaciously tagging the individual who had previously reveled in Liu Kai's misfortune. Brother, do not emulate Xiao Lu's selfishness. Once you secure supplies, you must share with everyone. Otherwise, beware of retribution akin to Xiao Lu's. Liu Kai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Fujian would remain unrepentant, brazenly gossiping about him once more. Clearly, he had been stung by Liu Kai's retort yesterday. A faint smile curled at the corner of Liu Kai's mouth. I initially wished to refrain from stooping to your level, but do not blame me for my lack of civility now. He had briefly contemplated feigning his demise amidst the explosion, seeking solace in the sanctuary of a bunker, living a languid existence. Yet, upon reflection, he questioned the purpose of such a ruse. After all, nobody knew his true whereabouts, even if they discovered he was alive. What would it matter? He set aside his beer, fingers dancing across his phone screen. 3102 Liu Kai. 186 Chen Fujian, who informed you that I had perished. Did your grandmother deliver a prophetic dream? Once this message was dispatched to the group, a palpable pause enveloped the conversation. It dawned upon everyone that, indeed, Liu Kai's body had not been witnessed in the earlier chaos. The individual who had relished Liu Kai's plight, poised to retort against Chen Fujian, was now rendered speechless. He was not dead. It appeared that the explosive scene contained no supplies, which must have been relocated by Liu Kai long ago. What a futile endeavor this had turned out to be. After an eerie silence, a torrent of messages ensued, ranging from polite inquiries to blatant threats. Yet, the underlying sentiment was succinct. We demand supplies. Liu Kai, momentarily disinterested in the cacophony of voices clamoring for attention, resolved to tackle matters one at a time, delivering retribution with precision. Qin Fujian exhibited no shame for his previous whispers, nor did he display any anger from yesterday's scolding by Liu Kai. My apologies, Xiaolu. It appears you are indeed alive, a misunderstanding on my part. But wasn't your home destroyed? The rapidity of his betrayal was akin to turning a page in a book. A necessary lesson for any leader. Liu Kai retorted without hesitation. Indeed, it was destroyed, but who informed you that I possess only one residence? Did your grandmother reveal this in a dream? Qin Fujian suppressed his ire, gritting his teeth in silent fury. You insolent brat, revel in your arrogance for now. Once I ascertain your location, your fate shall be sealed. Were it not for the supplies Liu Kai held, he would not stoop so low. Not to be rude, Xiaolu, but you moved without notifying anyone. Where do you reside now? I wish to pay a visit. Liu Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is that truly a visit you seek? I would be remiss not to point out your ulterior motives. This is none of your concern. Stay away. I find your presence distasteful. Each of his words was laced with a sting, testing the patience of even the most amiable of souls. Moreover, it was evident that Liu Kai possessed a sharp wit, refusing to be ensnared. Qin Fujian, incensed, momentarily forgot the frigid air, shedding his genteel fade, unleashing a tempest of wrath. How ungrateful you are, Liu Kai. If it weren't for my approval of your salary advance, would you have the means to purchase so many supplies? Liu Kai retorted without hesitation. Did I not also keep your secret? Rest assured, Deputy Director Qin, I shall not disclose your affair. Not disclose. You already broadcasted it in the group, didn't you? Qin Fujian panicked and hastily defended himself. I warn you, Liu Kai, refrain from spreading rumors. Such actions bear legal consequences. What shall we do then? Perhaps you should report me? Liu Kai scoffed. I will report it, indeed, and I now have ample reason to suspect that the elevator accident was also your doing. Seeing his stubbornness, Liu Kai wasted no time and sat down at the computer. He opened hacking software and entered a phone number. Moments later, he silently accessed the internal storage of Qin Fujian's phone. What he discovered was shocking. The contents of the private album were truly embarrassing. Selecting 2 selfies and screenshots of chat records, Liu Kai promptly shared them in the group. Since you insist on spouting nonsense, I shall no longer keep your affair secret. The images that flooded the group left Qin Fujian dumbfounded. Aren't those photos from my phone? How did Liu Kai acquire them? Not only in the neighborhood owners group, Liu Kai also forwarded them to the large group of the Fenghai City Tobacco Bureau. This is what societal death looks like. This is how one's reputation is tarnished. Since earlier, the other onlookers had ceased their bickering and quietly observed the confrontation. Now, witnessing Liu Kai unleash such explosive news, they could no longer contain themselves and eagerly joined the discussion. The leader certainly knows how to have fun. What a pose. Given the current circumstances, if this were in the past, our group would definitely be under surveillance by the cyber police. This mistress is quite impressive. My 3 university students combined cannot compare to her. Director Qin has good taste. The young lady seems to be in her 20s, yet her skills are exceptional. She appears to be a seasoned veteran. Quite mesmerizing. I wonder if Director Qin, at his age, can withstand such vigorous encounters? What is there to withstand? As long as one has courage, one can drive a semi-trailer. Speaking of endurance, I have a special dish, epimedium and goji berry stew with pigeon. Drizzled with a few drops of sesame oil, it is utterly delectable. The banter caused Qin Fujian's face to fluctuate between shades of red and pale. However, the next 2 messages plunged him into despair. 186 Wang Manhwa, you scoundrel Qin Fujian. While I am away on business, you are fooling around with other women, aren't you? 186 Qin Yunhan, Daddy, is this true? Are you really cheating on Mom and keeping a mistress younger than me? No, my dear wife, beloved daughter, let me explain. Those photos are doctored. That person is not me, I swear to Buddha. Liu Kai seized the opportunity to strike. Oh, the person in the photos is not you? How do you explain the wedding photo of you and your wife on the nightstand? Moreover, as a member of the Dang, how could you possibly embrace Buddhism? You wretched Qin Fujian. Once the cold wave subsides, I shall return and initiate divorce proceedings, leaving you destitute. Qin Fujian, wary of provoking his wife's ire, redirected his fury. Liu Kai, you ought to silence yourself. It is you who should refrain from speaking, you fool. If you continue to babble, I swear I will bring destruction upon your household. Do you believe me? Upon uttering these words, not only was Qin Fujian taken aback, but the others in the group also fell into a stunned silence. Even now, they remained perplexed about the circumstances surrounding the explosion at Liu Kai's residence. Yet, from the photographs, it was evident that the cause was far from the speculated natural gas or battery. It bore the hallmarks of explosives, coupled with Liu Kai's unscathed condition. Yet the discovery of Liang Fu's corpse within the house, all these elements coalesced, igniting a foreboding sense of dread within their hearts. Chapter 30, A Self-Inflicted Slap. With prizes for the top 3 if one were to inquire who currently finds themselves in the most disarray, aside from the humiliated Qin Fujian. it would undoubtedly be those who recently condemned Liu Kai with fervent assertions of his deserved fate. Initially, there were reports of individuals succumbing to the cold, followed by the grim discovery of Liang Fuhe's lifeless body. Instinctively, none considered alerting the authorities, for deep down, they understood that the fabric of reality had irrevocably altered. The once prized social connections and wealth had crumbled, as had the very notions of order and morality. In a moment of reckless bravado, they had provoked a young man, strong and temperamental, who wielded explosives. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, yet they novelly yearned for a power outage, believing that without signal, Liu Kai's intended retribution would remain undispatched in their group chat. If they did not perceive the threat, they convinced themselves they were not threatened. This was the quintessential ostrich mentality. Unfortunately, Liu Kai was destined to thwart their hopes. With unhurried deliberation, he tagged the 9 individuals who had just boasted. He deliberately omitted Shin Fujian, aware that he was likely contending with the harrowing inquiries of his wife and daughter's demise. A master of manipulation knows the importance of pacing, thus, he allowed Shin a brief respite. Here is your task, within 1 minute. Record a video of yourselves slapping your own faces 5 times while uttering, "I spoke without thinking." I was wrong. The first 3 to submit their videos will receive 10 packets of compressed biscuits. However, should you choose to defy this request, well as the group contemplated retorting, the subsequent video recording rendered their words obsolete. Liu Kai, with a sinister grin, inserted a magazine brimming with bullets into his handgun. The ominous click of the weapon being chambered echoed ominously as he aimed the gun directly at the camera, the dark muzzle casting a palpable sense of dread. Witnessing this scene, the 9 individuals' expressions shifted dramatically. They had no doubt that Liu Kai's video was digitally manipulated. For the laws of Huagua stipulate that images and videos altered by AI software cannot depict firearms or other prohibited items, unless in an animated context. This regulation is embedded in the foundational logic of AI, with minimal possibility for circumvention. As for employing foreign black market software to bypass restrictions, in an era of stringent information control, such attempts would be akin to acquiring a real firearm, regardless of whether Liu Kai possessed the explosives speculated upon. One fact remained: the gun was undeniably real. It is essential to recognize that 99 of civilian security doors offer no ballistic protection. What compounded their peril was the prevalent practice among residents to include their house numbers in their group nicknames for convenient property management services. This meant that while they were exposed, Liu Kai remained shrouded in anonymity. The stakes were clear, yet the notion of recording a video to slap themselves seemed tantamount to submission. Even if they resorted to AI-generated falsehoods, it would still signify a capitulation. Observing the silence that enveloped the group, it was as if the entire community had fallen into a hushed oblivion. Having utilized his spatial awareness to scan the neighborhood repeatedly, Liu Kai was acutely aware that this community concealed many secrets. He was not the sole individual armed. Yet what of it? Those who possessed firearms were unlikely to risk confrontation with Liu Kai merely to defend the pride of the 9 braggarts. As a profound silence enveloped the group, a sudden voice message emerged, its tone bearing the weight of age. The group nickname provided no indication of identity or room number. Young ones, exercise restraint. Humility should guide your actions. Do not be excessively boastful. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow and reopened his hacking software. Within moments, he infiltrated the individual's phone backend, discovering that the group remark had been altered just prior to the message. Without hesitation, he tagged the individual, Qian Lixian, residing at room 3, 9th floor, building 18, correct? Excellent. Now, the number of individuals recording videos has increased, and you are among them. With only 50 seconds remaining, you 10 must hasten. My patience is limited. Seeing Liu Kai effortlessly unravel his ruse, old Qian seethed with anger, his beard bristling. Previously, he wielded considerable power and was accustomed to instructing others, often using the phrase exercise restraint. Now, he found himself being berated by a mere boy who had yet to fully mature. Unable to contain his fury, he promptly tagged another individual, followed by another outburst. Director Zhao, this area falls under your precinct. I, Qian Lixian, formally report Liu Kai for illegal possession of firearms. Will you take action? Director Zhao remained silent, leaving it unclear whether he had seen the message or was feigning ignorance. Liu Kai, however, broke the silence. With only 40 seconds left, you all remain remarkably composed. I wonder, when I arrive at your doorstep wielding a firearm, will your composure endure? Quite frankly, Liu Kai's demands were exceedingly insulting. Nevertheless, he promised that the first 3 individuals to submit videos would be rewarded with 10 packets of compressed biscuits. Even those currently engaged in the group conversation likely possessed some resources at home. Yet, who could predict how long this predicament would persist? The value of those 10 packets would only escalate with time. Many had already exhausted their supplies. Once scorned leftovers, expired snacks, or even half-eaten chicken drumsticks discarded in trash bins had now become coveted treasures, despite the dubious credibility of Liu Kai's words. What if someone truly lacked resources and casually tossed him 10 packets of compressed biscuits? A few desperate souls yearned to have scolded Liu Kai earlier, believing it would have granted them a chance to secure a top 3 position. Yet, the group remained eerily silent, no one wishing to provoke Liu Kai's ire. Some had even begun discreetly discussing the formation of a new WeChat group, excluding Liu Kai entirely. As time dwindled, several individuals tagged in the conversation began to waver. This is the quintessential prisoner's dilemma. Uniting in solidarity proves exceedingly challenging. There will always be those who seek to gain greater advantages, transforming into traitorous allies. Consequently, the first video was swiftly posted in the group. The video featured a man in his 50s, sporting a receding hairline, slapping his own face while exclaiming, "I spoke in haste, I was wrong." In stark contrast to the video of a handgun being loaded, this one was evidently fabricated, an absolute product of AI generation. Yet, he remained utterly unconcerned. There are still those with sense. Only 25 seconds remain. Where there is a leader, there will be followers. After all, only 2 spots remain for the 10 bags of compressed biscuits. Soon after, 7 videos surged into the homeowners group, all uniformly generated by AI. Only 5 seconds remain. The Lonely Wolf and 11189, the Undefined Fairy. Have you both resolutely decided not to give me, Liu Kai, any face? The nickname The Lonely Wolf belongs to that righteous elder, Old B. Liu Kai had initially assumed this old man was utterly stubborn, unwilling to record a video even at the cost of his life. However, to his surprise, he actually did record one. Moreover, he was quite sincere and did not resort to AI generation. 5 resounding slaps echoed against his aged face. After posting the video, he included a message: "The youth lack martial virtue, forcing me, a 69-year-old comrade, to record this. I shall not hold it against you this time. But let it be a lesson for the future." The first to share a video, the Mediterranean, could no longer contain himself and directly addressed Liu Kai. "I have apologized as you requested. What about the 10 bags of compressed biscuits?" "What compressed biscuits? Did I ever utter such a statement?" Chapter 31, The Undefined Fairy. I'm a Walmart shopping bag gazing out at the Mediterranean. Liu Kai scoffed at the audacity to request cookies. Did he appear to be a fool, one who would offer rewards after being insulted? Utilizing his hacking software, he meticulously erased the 10 bags of compressed cookies awarded to the 3 individuals who had first released the video. This deletion was not merely a withdrawal. It was an absolute eradication, leaving no trace behind. Fuming, the Mediterranean suppressed his urge to hurl insults and contemplated scrolling back through the messages to capture a screenshot and confront Liu Kai. However, to his disbelief, there was nothing left to find. Liu Kai, reveling in the situation, added mockingly, "A few imbeciles think they can deceive me with AI-generated videos? You lot aren't worthy of cookies. Go eat dirt instead." At this point, even the dimmest among them realized they had been outsmarted by Liu Kai. Yet they were too intimidated to voice their anger. They resigned themselves to their silent grievances, fearing that further insults might provoke a violent response. It was better to remain cautious for the sake of survival. The others displayed a semblance of decorum, save for the Mediterranean, who found it intolerable. After all, he was the original poster of the video, and this insolent brat had betrayed him. In a fit of rage, he withdrew his apology video from the group chat. Yet Liu Kai was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. Employing his hacking software, he seized control of the seemingly dormant group leader's account. With the authority of the group leader, he designated the apology video as a group announcement, tagging everyone in the process. The Mediterranean was left in a state of shock, intermingled with fury. As a corporate white-collar worker, he had never endured such humiliation, save when addressing his superiors. As his anger surged, a vivid image of a menacing gun barrel flashed through his mind, causing him to stifle his rage. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that he was above such barbarism. Calm down, he muttered to himself. At this moment, Liu Kai was establishing his dominance within the group. However, this assertion of power was not rooted in a desire to conquer or to lead in a post-apocalyptic dystopia. It was merely a source of amusement for him, a playful manipulation of human emotions. There was a certain satisfaction in trampling upon those who once held superior. The anticipated smile abruptly froze on his face. Is this truly a celestial being? Surely, it cannot be a tank? No wonder she resists being defined. If such a derogatory term as tank cannot be employed, the only phrase that Liu Kai could conjure was square lady. Gazing at that photograph, he found no inclination to contemplate indulging in meat any longer. Letting out a resigned sigh. Since such expressions were off the table, he might as well post a video of a slap. 11189, the Undefinable Fairy. Stop pretending to be dead. Weren't you quite jubilant while cursing at me just moments ago? Why the sudden silence? I shall grant you 10 seconds. If the video is not forthcoming, I will make you regret it. Upon being called out by Liu Kai, the fairy on the 18th floor trembled in fear. Ultimately, she could not escape unscathed. Yet, this fear was quickly supplanted by an inexplicable fury directed towards Liu Kai. Did I not merely exchange a few words with you? Why are you, a man, so petty? Why can't you embody the chivalry of the West, you lewd Guanan? Liu Kai rubbed his eyes in disbelief at this message. How dare she confront him directly? Had she truly developed an instinct for confrontation that transcended even the threat of death? The fiery fairy did not afford Liu Kai the chance to interject, continuing her tirade. Protecting females is an innate duty of males, a truth even animals comprehend. Why should humans be so petty? I'm a girl. I have been a princess throughout my life. Even my biological father has never scolded me. On what grounds do you dare to insult me? Setting aside the facts, is it not wrong for you to hoard so many resources without sharing with me? Liu Kai was infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his ears. He immediately shared her unedited photo in the group chat. You fat cow, do you take my kindness for granted? Do you really expect that 250 pounds of sheer fat could shield you from bullets? As the photo surfaced, even the onlookers could hardly contain themselves. Although they were still hesitant to comment in the group, their laughter was unabated. The insults hurled at the hefty woman were indeed not unfounded. Among these gloating spectators were many women, completely disregarding the classic saying, girls help girls. Liu Kai's remarks were not mere insults. They were severe affronts and personal attacks. What began as the annoyance of a fairy swiftly escalated into outright fury. A sharp and agitated voice message emerged in the group. Upon opening the message, the fairy's resonant voice was heard. One could ascertain from her tone that her weight was substantial. You wretched Guanan, on what grounds do you call me fat? Do you not understand that women should not be defined? Ah, you truly deserve to perish. Hearing this frantic voice, Liu Kai couldn't help but laugh. So, you continue to fight even at death's door? You cannot be defined? You failed to mention that one cannot be perceived, observed, or described. You are not a woman. You are a Cthulhu. Fortunately, you are somewhat more pleasing to the eye than Cthulhu. At least you resemble a human. And why do you presume to define my gender as male? My gender is a Walmart shopping bag. This barrage of retorts not only bewildered the fairy, but also left the others utterly perplexed. When will the domestic version synchronize with its European and American counterparts? Liu Kai initially believed that the other party would persist in their vitriolic insults, but to his surprise, they altered their strategy and began to evoke sympathy. Help me. Dear friends, I am a victim of sexual harassment. Does anyone understand? This man named Liu Kai has been verbally harassing me. Is there no justice, no law? Harass you? You may tarnish my character, but you cannot diminish my discernment. Even if there are no mirrors at home, surely you have some self-awareness? Regardless, you are indeed harassing me. A young lady would never trivialize her purity. I am on the verge of a breakdown, and I demand that you apologize immediately. Originally, it was Liu Kai who sought her apology, yet now she has turned the tables, demanding an apology from him. Liu Kai, incensed, felt a murderous rage brewing within him. Innocent? Nonsense. I shall challenge you to an honorable duel, akin to that of warriors. He was inherently vengeful. Especially with a weapon at hand, his fury ignited. After having already taken 2 lives, what difference would it make to end 2 more? With societal order in disarray and the law of the jungle prevailing, who could possibly hold him accountable for his sins? Chapter 32. Eradicating harm for the people. Both Fei Yangyang and the boxer deserve death. Just as Liu Kai's murderous intent surged, a new message pinged in the group chat. The infatuated one wrote, Liu Kai, a man's heart must be broad. Apologize to Huan Huan, and this matter will be resolved. Liu Kai recognized Huan Huan as the rather unsightly woman from earlier. But who was this infatuated one, acting so brazenly? Infatuated one, where do you spring from? Since you inquired, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Liangchen, Huan Huan's boyfriend. My previous identity is not to be disclosed, as I now seek a quiet and unremarkable life, without escalating matters. Therefore, you should apologize, otherwise, I, Yu Liangchen, take great pleasure in dealing with those who overestimate their own capabilities. Liu Kai felt a surge of incredulity. Was this fellow playing the role of a city warrior, awaiting his 3-year return as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? A quick check revealed that this infatuated one was a newcomer recently added to the group by Huan Huan. The IP address traced back to the Li Shirtu Yuan community. However, from the photos on the phone, he appeared to be merely an ordinary wage slave. He was neither Yi Liangchen nor any kind of warrior, let alone the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Clearly, he was not a resident of the community, but rather someone inadvertently trapped by the cold wave, likely living with the little fairy. Speaking of which, this guy truly had no standards. He seemed willing to fawn over any woman. Returning to the point, it was precisely such sycophants who artificially inflated the market, disrupting the price system of relationships. Even someone as undesirable as Lin Xiao dared to demand a dowry of 500,000. Absurd. The thought further fueled Liu Kai's anger. Fei Yong'ong deserved nothing less than a miserable fate. He ceased to ramble and returned to the crux of the matter. Hey. 10 seconds have passed, and you have yet to release your apology video. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The tank fairy intended to say something further, but was astonished to find that both her and the infatuated one's phones had completely crashed as if infected by a virus. It was only then that her instinct to fight faded. She suddenly recalled the ominous barrel of a gun. Her chubby legs trembled uncontrollably. Despite the frigid air, beads of cold sweat streamed down her congested face. With a thud, she collapsed onto the icy floor, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. Hearing the commotion from the room, a slender figure rushed to the door. Upon seeing the little fairy sprawled on the ground, concern etched on his face, he exclaimed, Huan, what happened? Are you all right? Though he rushed forward to assist, his slender limbs were ill-equipped to support her 250-pound figure. Hearing the man's voice and feeling his pull, the pale-faced fairy finally regained her senses. Immediately, her expression twisted into one of fury as she forcefully shoved him against the door, bursting into tears. Get away. You worthless dog. Whoa. Even Liu Kai couldn't intimidate me, and now you're of no use either. I was about to release the apology video. Whoa. It's all your fault for stopping me. Huan, I'm sorry. Liu Kai's principle is that you may speak ill of him behind his back, but you must never confront him directly, nor should he ever discover it. He is a man who values his reputation above all else. For the sake of his pride, he resolved to eliminate the two unrepentant fairies and their sycophant. Naturally, he could not involve himself directly, for who knows if it would be a trap laid for him. In the struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, ruthlessness must take a back seat to cunning. Enduring the after-effects, he activated his spatial abilities to scan the vicinity of the Emperor's villa, confirming that nothing unusual lingered nearby. Only then did he don his thick, insulated suit and quietly open the door. Crawling through the passageway, he emerged from the bunker onto the third floor of the villa. Peering through the window at the bleak expanse of snow and ice, the howling winds relentless, and the sky shrouded in gloom. He retrieved the drone controller, guiding the drone as it descended slowly from the rooftop of Building 1. The drone skimmed the icy terrain, meandering aimlessly over the Emperor's villa. Liu Kai produced a handgun loaded with bullets from his storage space, focusing intently on activating his spatial abilities. Before his eyes, the pistol vanished from his grasp, only to reappear 10 meters above in midair. Unbeknownst to anyone, a handgun had mysteriously manifested within the mechanical arm of the drone. This was the most inconspicuous method he could conceive. Even if someone spotted the drone, they would not suspect the signal emanated from the Emperor's villa. The bitter cold outside urged him to hasten his task. The drone's operator swiftly directed it towards Building 11. Liu Kai had scanned the entire neighborhood and had a fair idea of which homes still harbored occupants. Thus, the drone's trajectory skillfully avoided the windows of these residences, maintaining a considerable distance to prevent the sound of the drone's propellers from being overheard. Moments later, the pristine white military drone hovered like a specter outside the living room of Unit 9 on the 18th floor of Building 11. Being a military-grade drone, its mechanical arm was equipped for armed shooting. He activated the shooting mode. The camera transmitted real-time footage to the controller in Liu Kai's hands, with a red crosshair appearing at the center of the screen, reminiscent of a video game. Upon discerning the two figures within the room, he decisively pressed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. For thunderous gunshots shattered the stillness, piercing the neighborhood's eerie silence. Intentionally devoid of a suppressor, the gun's roar served to instill dread. Many residents recognized that the gunfire originated from the direction of Building 11, their hearts racing with alarm. Could Liu Kai truly be committing murder? Some scrambled to the windows, peering towards Building 11, yet found nothing amiss. Others hastily tagged the little fairy and the infatuated brother in their group chat. However, despite the multitude of notifications, no one received a reply. Indeed, some had sensed that trouble was brewing, their gaze fixated on the base of Building 11. Yet, even after the shots rang out, no one had seen anyone enter or exit Unit 11. Did Liu Kai reside there? Or had they encountered a ghost? They could scarcely imagine that the shooter was not a person at all, but rather a drone. Despite his frail appearance, the infatuated suitor displayed remarkable agility. Thus, the first bullet was reserved for him, striking his head with precision, leaving him with no chance of survival. As he lay there, blood splattering, Liu Kai revealed a twisted expression of satisfaction, relishing in the vengeance. I warned you to cease your groveling. Such sycophants deserve their fate. Next, a rather hefty fairy was startled by the gunfire, instinctively cowering, burying her head into the sofa, trembling in fear. It was evident her trousers had become soaked, a pale yellow liquid dripping onto the floor. Liu Kai, showing no restraint, dispatched her with 3 rounds of 9mm ammunition, ensuring she met her end justly. Henceforth, the world was rid of another rural pugilist. Liu Kai, no need for applause. It is our duty to rid society of its scourges. With the mission accomplished, the drone, aided by the howling winds, masked the sound of its propellers ascending into the clouds. Upon reaching its previous location, it released its mechanical arm. The handgun vanished the moment it struck the ground, returning to its storage space. The drone then soared to the rooftop of a high-rise, slipping into an insulated nook to recharge remotely. Liu Kai, expressionless, concealed his achievements, retreating to the warmth of his bunker. Messages flooded the homeowners group. Yet none dared to confront Liu Kai regarding the gunfire. Some curious individuals had been observing the area beneath Building 11 from the very outset, completely unaware of anyone having entered. As anxiety gripped the crowd, a flicker of lights ensued. The indoor lighting and heating systems simultaneously failed, and the remaining 3G signal soon vanished. The scheduled power outage had arrived. Chapter 33, The Unexpected Devouring of Precious Metals and the Enhancement of Physical Qualities. The abrupt interruption of the network cast a shroud of silence over the outside world. Yet, the hearts of the populace remained anything but tranquil. In a mere span of 2 hours, 5 lives had been extinguished, all connected to Liu Kai. Dr. Liang and an unidentified woman met their demise at Liu Kai's residence. A person who attempted to take the elevator to Liu Kai's abode also perished. Furthermore, 2 individuals who had merely exchanged harsh words with Liu Kai in a group chat succumbed to the same fate. The bitter cold that claimed lives was a natural disaster. But this was unmistakably a man-made tragedy. An unsettling anxiety enveloped the minds of all. Liu Kai had become a veritable harbinger of doom. Those who crossed him faced dire consequences. The most apprehensive among them was Chun Fujian, who had barely escaped the scrutiny of his wife and daughter amidst the power outage. The thought of having angered Liu Kai filled him with desolation. He could not help but lament, "Xie Buqing, why did you provoke Li Yunlong?" Unbeknownst to them, the brothers Dehu and Heir who had also perished, their deaths indirectly linked to Liu Kai's actions. As others trembled in their blankets, beset by the dual threats of the chilling winds and the plague of doom, Liu Kai merrily hummed a cheerful tune while preparing the ingredients for a hot pot lunch. The bunker maintained a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees, while outside simulated a sunny day. Such an environment was exceedingly pleasant. The aloof little white dog lounged lazily in the sun-drenched window, grooming its sleek black coat, while the affectionate little black dog nuzzled against Liu Kai's pant leg, only retreating to its doghouse after receiving a piece of luncheon meat. As Liu Kai surveyed the ingredients in his storage space, he felt a pang of regret. Seafood would have made for exquisite hot pot fare, yet the storage could not accommodate live creatures. During his previous raid on the supermarket stock, he had only procured frozen goods, frozen shrimp, frozen fish, and frozen ribbon fish. The live seafood at the market, such as king crabs, giant prawns, New Zealand black gold abalone, and groupers, were all beyond his reach. Little did Liu Kai know, his abilities were about to undergo a significant enhancement. After organizing the hot pot ingredients and reflecting on the earlier incidents involving the sycophant and the rural pugilist, a classic television scene flashed through his mind. Often, after a skilled individual dispenses justice, they leave behind a note or inscribe on the wall, "The killer is so and so." Of course, he had no intention of theatrically leaving a note after committing murder, as his handwriting resembled that of a doggess, far too embarrassing to share with others. However, a sudden whimsical thought struck him, to practice his calligraphy. It was still early, and he decided to forego weightlifting for the day and instead focus on honing his writing skills. He would require a fountain pen, and fortunately, the supermarket raid had yielded some fine ones. Just as Liu Kai was concentrating his mental energy on a beautifully crafted fountain pen, ready to extract it, an inexplicable surge of sensation coursed through him, an impulse, if you will. This peculiar feeling was akin to an insatiable hunger for consumption. To devour the fountain pen? The very notion startled Liu Kai. Yet, the instinctual desire could not be mistaken. Curiosity compelled him to explore this intriguing phenomenon. It is merely a fountain pen, one that can be easily consumed. Driven by an impulse, he commanded the act of devouring. Yet, after a while, he felt no particular sensation. The appearance of the pen seemed unchanged. However, Liu Kai distinctly sensed the thirst dissipate, as if the pen had lost its allure. With a sense of curiosity, he extracted the pen and examined it closely. While other parts remained unaffected, the originally bright silver nib had transformed into a grayish-blue hue, covered in minuscule pits, as if a portion of it had been inexplicably extracted. Ah, could it be? Upon witnessing this condition, Liu Kai instantly surmised the truth. This pen, valued at 1,800 yuan, features a nib made of osmium iridium alloy. Yet now, It appeared that the nib had lost its iridium content, leaving only osmium behind. The color of osmium is indeed grayish-blue. Although he lacked a spectroscopic element analyzer, Liu Kai, a chemistry graduate, was 100% certain of his conclusion. When he obtained the pin for free, he had not noticed any impulse to devour. He believed it was because he had not consciously concentrated on items containing iridium at that moment. This left him with two remaining questions. Could his storage space devour other elements besides metallic iridium? And what would be the effects after consuming these elements? Overwhelmed by curiosity, Liu Kai commenced an experiment. He focused his mind on the storage space, scanning through various items. Occasionally, a strong urge to devour would arise, while most of the time, there was complete tranquility. Ultimately, he identified 3 elements capable of eliciting a devouring sensation: iridium, platinum, and gold. Subsequently, Liu Kai meticulously sensed both his physical body and spatial abilities, yet no significant changes were apparent. The only explanation was that the 3 elements he had consumed were too few. Abandoning the practice of writing, he turned his gaze towards other items within his storage space that contained iridium, platinum, and gold. These 3 precious metals are typically utilized in electronic components, such as mobile phones, gaming consoles, calculators, and children's light and sound toys that feature circuit boards. Retaining only a spare phone, he resolved to consume the rest of the superfluous items. With a thought, he enveloped his consciousness around specific objects in the storage space. The familiar desire to devour indeed re-emerged. Without hesitation, he reclined on the sofa, transforming into a voracious eater. Although the applications of these 3 elements are extensive, their quantities are exceedingly low. In the blink of an eye, he swept them away with the ferocity of a tempest. He consumed at least 400 gaming consoles, over 500 nibs, 450 student calculators, and 600 children's light and sound toys. This constituted the entirety of the inventory within the supermarket's warehouse. However, Liu Kai estimated that the total mass of the 3 metallic elements was merely around 1 kilogram. Perhaps having consumed a sufficient quantity, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his physical strength. The simplest and most direct method to verify this enhancement was to utilize a high pulley machine. He hurriedly ascended to the first floor gym, eagerly seating himself at the equipment to commence his testing. Upon his rebirth, Liu Kai discovered a slight enhancement in his physical condition. Yesterday, he exercised with a weight of 100 kilograms, pulling down once per second. Now, after consuming 3 types of metals, this marked his second elevation. If he were to maintain the same frequency and exertion, the weight could be increased to 105 kilograms. Although he had verified the improvement in his physical abilities, Liu Kai felt an overwhelming urge to curse his fate. Before the apocalypse, these 3 metals held considerable value: iridium at 1,400 yuan per gram, platinum at 330 yuan per gram, and gold at 520 yuan per gram. The metals he had just ingested amounted to nearly 670,000 yuan in market value, all for a mere enhancement of 5 kilograms in his high pull-down weight. Ridiculous. However, Liu Kai quickly realized the flaw in his reasoning. No, the enhancement of physical capabilities should merely be a byproduct. The true reward should be the enhancement of spatial abilities. With this revelation, his eyes brightened, and he swiftly focused his energy to disperse his senses, instantly teleporting from the gym back to the realm of everyday life. Chapter 34. Enhancement of Spatial Abilities, a mind specifically prepared for Liu Kai, with a teleportation distance of approximately 4 meters. A bead of perspiration formed on his forehead. His legs felt slightly unsteady, but he managed to regain his balance after a brief stumble. Joy flickered across Liu Kai's face. After vanquishing his inner demons that morning, his teleportation distance had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Yet, even so, teleporting 4 meters could not be executed with such ease as he was now experiencing. With eager anticipation, he tested the ability to retrieve objects from a distance, scanning 2 skills. He concluded that indeed, his spatial control had improved. Similarly, the maximum number of bullets his life-saving skill could intercept had also increased. However, he was uncertain whether his storage space had changed. Murmuring to himself, he cast a mischievous glance toward the little black dog nestled in its bed. The limitation of not being able to store living beings in the storage space always left him feeling something was amiss. With his spatial abilities enhanced, he resolved to attempt once more. He immediately focused his energy and, in an effort to retrieve the little black dog, exerted force, attempting to draw it into the storage space. However, this attempt caused the little black dog to leap from its bed in alarm. Not even bothering to retrieve the piece of luncheon meat it had been chewing on, it scanned its surroundings warily, as if facing a formidable foe, emitting low growls. After a thorough investigation, it discovered that within the familiar confines of the room, only Liu Kai and the cat remained, and the source of its inexplicable anxiety was nowhere to be found. Gradually, it calmed down and resumed chewing on the fallen luncheon meat. This outcome left Liu Kai somewhat perplexed. He then directed his efforts toward the window where the little white cat was grooming itself. Meow. With Liu Kai's exertion, a sharp cry echoed. The little white cat sprang up, arching its back, its fur bristling as if it too had encountered an enemy. 2 unsuccessful attempts left Liu Kai sighing in disappointment. Alas, is it truly impossible? Just as he was lamenting, he suddenly made a startling discovery. There was a living creature within the storage space. What is this? Although minuscule, it was indeed a living entity, a flea. It must have come from either the little black dog or the little white cat. The tiny flea hovered motionless in the storage space, as if time had come to a standstill. Yet, Liu Kai could distinctly sense its life. Carefully releasing it from the storage space, it promptly sprang to life. So that is how it is, Liu Kai realized as he swiftly crushed the flea. Before the cold wave had struck, he had pondered, bacteria and viruses are, by definition, also living beings, yet they could be stored in the storage space. It turned out that the storage space was not incapable of containing living entities. Rather, living beings possessed an instinct to resist. The stronger the will of the living being, the more challenging it was to capture them, unless they fully cooperated. Bacteria and viruses, lacking consciousness, possess virtually no willpower, making them easily manageable. Goldfish, cats, and dogs, while not regarded as high-level animals, still possess some instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, thus naturally resisting Liu Kai's control. Perhaps it was due to the recent consumption of precious metals that he was able to accomplish the unprecedented feat of dealing with fleas. This transformation prompted Liu Kai to indulge in daydreams. If he could devour a sufficient quantity of 3 specific metals, to what extraordinary level would his strength be augmented? Or perhaps he could modify the function of absorbing living creatures, not to store them in a spatial vault, but rather to utilize them as a means of restricting others' movements. Would such an approach be feasible? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, even speculating on the reason for his consumption of these 3 metals. They are, after all, the most chemically stable metals, meaning that their atomic structures are exceptionally robust. It seemed evident that this was the rationale behind their spatial absorption, to stabilize and enhance. Yet, in his excitement, Liu Kai seemingly overlooked the rarity of these 3 metals. To strengthen by merely 1 kilogram would only yield a force of 10 kilograms, sufficient to absorb a single small flea. To achieve the level of an invincible master, he would need a veritable mine at his disposal. Reflecting upon this, Liu Kai recalled distant memories. There indeed seemed to be a mine in Fenghai City. A few years prior, he had traveled to Guangming Town, situated 35 kilometers from the city center, to inspect tobacco cultivation. By chance, he encountered a friend from the Land Resources Bureau, who was leading a geological team of several individuals in drilling and sampling on the mountainside. After a brief exchange, Liu Kai learned that a large platinum group metal deposit had been discovered in Guangming Town. This deposit was said to contain rich quantities of rhodium, palladium, platinum, and iridium. The mining value was only viable if the grade exceeded 15 grams per ton. And it was reported that this particular mine had an astonishing average grade of 45 grams per ton. A veritable super-rich ore, even when considering only iridium and platinum. The grade was approximately 28 grams per ton. However, the area above this deposit was covered by a dense forest. The adage green mountains and clear waters are indeed mountains of gold and silver came to mind. Due to environmental concerns, the geological team had ceased their exploration after their initial findings, and mining had never commenced. At this thought, Liu Kai's heart ignited with fervor. This mine seemed to have been reserved just for him. Yet, even before the onset of the apocalypse, mining was not a trivial endeavor. First, large machinery would be required to extract the raw ore. Following that, the refinement of precious metals from the raw ore would necessitate the close cooperation of multiple industries. For Liu Kai, the refining process posed no challenge. He merely needed to absorb the raw ore into his spatial vault, enabling him to precisely consume the specific elements without the need for refinement. Thus, the critical question remained, how to extract the raw ore. The vein was buried beneath a thick layer of permafrost. The spatial vault could not selectively absorb a portion of the interconnected permafrost, unless the frozen layer could be shattered into smaller fragments. It seemed that only an excavator equipped with a hydraulic hammer could accomplish this task. Yet, the predicament was that such machinery was also encased beneath the thick layer of snow and ice. Even if one could breach nearly 10 meters of ice to retrieve the excavator, the frigid temperatures would render diesel fuel, antifreeze, and even the hydraulic oil in the hydraulic rams completely inoperable. It would be utterly impossible to use them under such conditions. Moreover, Liu Kai found himself ensnared in a cognitive paradox. Venturing beyond the confines of the bunker to extract minerals was intended to enhance his physical prowess and spatial abilities. Yet, The very purpose of augmenting these capabilities was to ensure his survival in the aftermath of the impending cataclysm. However, if survival was the sole objective, wouldn't it be simpler to remain within the bunker, merely biding his time until death? After a prolonged period of deep contemplation, Liu Kai finally arrived at a profound realization. He rose abruptly, his eyes alight with determination. In his previous life, he had merely survived for half a year. Beyond that, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Would other calamities ensue? Perhaps a cataclysmic earthquake? This bunker was likely only rated to withstand tremors of up to magnitude 9. Even in the absence of new disasters, should the frigid apocalypse conclude without further incident, his spatial abilities would serve as his greatest asset in ascending to the pinnacle of existence in the post-apocalyptic world. Even if it entailed a degree of risk, it was imperative to procure sufficient precious metals to facilitate his enhancement. Chapter 35. Once again, the zero-cost purchase. Transforming into a nighttime thief, the meat that was almost within reach cannot escape. The mine must be exploited. Yet, one must also contemplate the realities of the situation. It is undeniable that the current conditions do not permit mining. There lies a colossal deposit of nearly 80 million tons of raw ore. With iridium and platinum content approaching 240 tons, yet it remains temporarily unexploitable. Liu Kai sighed in frustration. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Since the grand mine cannot be accessed, he would temporarily focus on smaller mines, such as jewelry stores. In the urban area of Fohai City, there are approximately over 100 precious metal recycling workshops and jewelry stores. Within these establishments, the inventory of gold and platinum barely amounts to a few kilograms, with none exceeding 10 kilograms. Moreover, to prevent ineffective competition, typically only 3 or 4 jewelry shops occupy the same locality. Thus, these stores are quite dispersed. With this in mind, Liu Kai resolved not to dwell on these for the time being and decided he would explore the urban area at a later opportunity. He turned his attention to the Lisher Tsiyuan community, as it is an upscale neighborhood where many residents are either affluent or aristocratic. Having previously utilized his spatial abilities to scan the community, he was aware that numerous households possessed various jewelry and gold bars. At that time, he had not recognized the significance of precious metals, and thus had no inclination to seize them. After all, in a post-apocalyptic scenario, a lump of gold might be less valuable than a bag of instant noodles. However, the current circumstances have shifted dramatically. Liu Kai conducted another scan and swiftly pinpointed 18 villas and 47 apartments. These residences contained platinum jewelry, gold adornments, and gold bars, yet conspicuously lacked any inhabitants. They represented the perfect targets for theft. With the arrival of a cold wave and the collapse of social order, all possessions lay submerged in snow and extreme cold. To Liu Kai, these items appeared to be ownerless. Whoever excavated them first would claim them as their own. He had mastered the art of zero-cost acquisition, devoid of any psychological burdens. Yet, he was not a reckless individual. Prior to picking locks and slipping through doors, meticulous preparations were essential. Another day without lifting weights or engaging in shooting practice. Liu Kai reclined on a luxurious leather sofa while a $1 million high-definition television screened the long-ago American series, The Walking Dead. On the coffee table before him sat an electromagnetic stove, bubbling with authentic Sichuan beef tallow hotpot, steam swirling around. He picked up a large slice of beef tripe, enveloped it in a spicy oil dip, and, with the rising steam, stuffed it into his mouth. The searing heat made him grimace, a blend of pain and pleasure. Little Black and Little White coexisted harmoniously, eagerly perched beside the coffee table, their eyes fixed on the steaming hot pot. Liu Kai casually tossed a few chunks of spare ribs from the clear broth pot into their bowls, observing the two little gluttons, eager yet hesitant to bite into the steaming morsels, brought a smile to his face. After the last piece of fresh beef was devoured, he indulged in a couple of slices of watermelon to cleanse his palate. Raising a cold beer, he downed it in one gulp, then inhaled deeply from a cigarette, feeling as if he were floating on air. Outside, the frigid temperatures posed a constant threat of frostbite, while within the bunker, Liu Kai had cultivated a sensation akin to a scorching summer day. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Gather the pots and pans before you. Retrieve several sheets of A4 paper from the storage space and arrange them on the coffee table to form a larger canvas of white. Drawing upon his recollections, Liu Kai picked up a pen and sketched the layout of the community from memory. The Lisher Tsiyuan residential area sprawls extensively, designed in a circular formation. The outer ring consists of 15 45-story residential buildings, while the middle ring features 8 17-story mid-rise structures. Within, 65 villas of varying sizes are scattered throughout. At the center lies a picturesque lakeside garden, with the majestic imperial villas standing out along the shore. Once the draft of the community structure was complete, Liu Kai meticulously annotated the uninhabited houses containing gold, ranking them from most to least. The first was Villa Number 9, followed by the 4th unit on the 6th floor of Building 17, then Villa Number 16. Soon, all 18 villas and 47 apartments were duly marked on the paper. Liu Kai gazed at the sheet, lost in contemplation. The timing for action was clear. The evening would be most opportune. After all, temperatures drop at night, and it is unlikely that anyone would venture out for ice during those hours. Next came the route. His objective was to seize the gold and platinum, but if he were to pursue them in strict numerical order, the path would be exceedingly convoluted. After considerable deliberation, Liu Kai finally devised a relatively rational route. As dusk descended, the already overcast sky obscured the moonlight and starlight, shrouding the community in impenetrable darkness. Embodying the essence of steadfastness, he equipped himself with 3 handguns and 2 submachine guns, all fitted with silencers and fully loaded. Several spare magazines were also filled with ammunition and stowed away. He donned a Kevlar bulletproof vest closely to his body, followed by a charged electric thermal vest and a winter ensemble. Finally, he secured a bulletproof helmet atop his head. To an onlooker, he would appear as though he were preparing to rob a bank. Slowly, he opened the robust steel door of the bunker, and a chill rushed in. Navigating the corridor, he swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa. To conserve energy, he refrained from using his spatial abilities to scan. Instead, he retrieved a remote control and deployed a military drone into the sky. Activating the high-definition thermal imaging camera and phased array radar, he meticulously surveyed the entire community, ensuring there were no blind spots. Once satisfied, he slid open the 3rd floor window and, like a shadow, slipped into the howling darkness. Even through the thick insulation of his mask, the frigid air entering his lungs was somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, the electric thermal vest proved effective. Aside from a slight stiffness in his legs, his body remained comfortably warm. The drone, set to automatic surveillance mode, dutifully circled above. The remote control nestled within his coat, ready to vibrate should any anomalies arise. This marked Liu Kai's first venture outside the villa since the onset of the Cold Wave. As a staunch materialist, he did not subscribe to the notion of spectral entities inhabiting this world. Yet, the surrounding darkness easily stirred the primal fears within one's heart, especially for Liu Kai, who had grown accustomed to the comforts of bunker life. A twinge of unease was inevitable. The memory of the drones hovering in the sky offered Liu Kai a modicum of solace. He promptly navigated along the route etched in his mind towards the location of Villa 9. These 2-story villas were nearly submerged, with only the sloping roofs and small skylights peeking above the snow. His snow boots crunched against the hardened ice as the biting wind caused his form to sway perilously. Despite the mere 100 meters separating him from Villa 9, it took Liu Kai 3 painstaking minutes to cautiously reach his destination. The attic window of the villa was unlatched. However, the gap had long been obstructed by a thick accumulation of snow and solid ice, rendering it impossible to open. Considering the jarring noise that would accompany breaking the glass, Liu Kai refrained from such an action. Instead, he pressed closely against the slanted roof of the villa, concentrating intently before executing a swift teleportation into the interior. The sensation of the cold wind's pull vanished, and the howling sound diminished almost instantaneously. Chapter 36, A Wealth of Gold Bars, National Secrets. With a flashlight in hand, Liu Kai surveyed the interior of the villa, which bore no evidence of habitation. The decor was exceedingly simplistic, furnished solely with the economical offerings from the developer at the time of purchase. There was a conspicuous absence of the grandeur one would expect from a villa. Most tellingly, a layer of dust had settled on the floor, suggesting it had been unoccupied for quite some time, even before the onset of the cold snap. Coupled with the gold bars found in the safe, it was likely that this place served as a hideaway for ill-gotten gains by some corrupt official. Liu Kai sighed softly. Too many greedy officials, and the eradication of such corruption seemed an endless endeavor. Navigating the staircase with familiarity, he pulled open a door revealing the entrance to the basement. The beam of his flashlight sliced through the darkness, illuminating a charcoal gray safe, roughly the height of a human, nestled in the corner of the basement. Upon sighting it, Liu Kai could not suppress a flicker of excitement in his eyes and hurried forward. This was an imported British Jibo brand intelligence safe, no less a customized model that had once retailed for 150,000 yuan. The safe was embedded deeply within reinforced concrete, integrated with the villa, rendering it impossible to simply retrieve its contents. However, this posed little challenge for Liu Kai. The electronic identification system of the safe had long ceased functioning in the extreme cold, leaving only the most rudimentary mechanical locking mechanism. Even the complex password lock of the bunker door was no match for Liu Kai. This safe presented no real difficulty. With a series of clicks, he turned the knob back and forth a dozen times before forcefully pressing down on the long handle. The lock clicked open. Eagerly, He swung the heavy door wide and directed his flashlight inside. A blinding golden glare nearly blinded him. Gold bars. So many gold bars. Liu Kai's heart raced uncontrollably, his greed palpable beneath the mask covering his face. Although he had anticipated the presence of gold bars from his earlier scans, witnessing their lustrous golden hue in person was an overwhelmingly powerful experience. Suppressing the tumultuous beating of his heart, Liu Kai quickly grasped one of the gold bars for closer inspection. It felt heavy in his hand, the front inscribed with construction bank gold, Gold, 500G, 099.99. A refreshing sensation coursed through his limbs, as if the legendary meridians had been unblocked, prompting involuntary sighs of pleasure. At that moment, Liu Kai distinctly sensed a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess, transcending mere strength. His cognitive clarity sharpened, while his auditory, olfactory, and visual faculties, as well as his reaction time, all experienced significant improvements. Eager to test his newfound might, he hastily retrieved a 40-centimeter adjustable wrench from his storage space. Grasping both ends firmly, he drew energy into his core and exerted a sudden force. There was no sound. Only the sight of the wrench bending effortlessly at a 90-degree angle, akin to a rubber rod. Liu Kai's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, astonishing. He had not even exerted his full strength. Such ease in bending a wrench suggested that his physical power had likely matched that of the strongest bodybuilders. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly become an internet sensation, live streaming as Wrench Guy for profit. Liu Kai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated such a dramatic enhancement at this initial stage, and he began to eagerly anticipate further rewards. However, just as he prepared to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a second layer beneath the safe. There lay a leather envelope, seemingly stuffed with documents. Notably, a bright red stamp adorned the envelope. As the flashlight beam illuminated it, the words "Top Secret" in bold crimson leapt into view, causing Liu Kai's heart to race. Could this be a state secret? Perhaps it was wiser not to delve into it. Or should he just take a peek? Curiosity and the urge to pry overcame his rational thoughts. After much internal conflict, Liu Kai ultimately decided to take a glance. He retrieved the hefty envelope and untied the string. Inside, he discovered a thick stack of papers alongside a metal disc. The circular metal piece was coated in a matte black finish, and despite examining it closely, he could not discern its purpose. Flipping through the documents, the title on the cover page became clear. Technical Report on the Surface 5-in-1 Special Coating for China's New Generation Aerospace Fighter. The document was signed by the Fenghai City Institute of Special Materials. What a revelation! Upon reading this, Liu Kai felt a surge of trepidation, lacking the courage to continue perusing the report. With a decisive snap, he closed the document, his thoughts and heart racing in tandem. This was undeniably thrilling. Was the report genuine? If so, how did it end up here? Could the black-coated metal piece be the very 5-in-1 special coating? Forcing himself to set aside the whirlwind of thoughts, Liu Kai took a deep breath and reopened the report, examining it page by page. Though the sophisticated content eluded his comprehension, he discerned a clue. The report appeared to be a photocopy. This realization altered Liu Kai's expression. As he contemplated the implications of a photocopy of a classified document, an uninhabited villa, a valuable safe, and gold bars worth 7.8 million yuan. Good grief. Could it be that the owner of the villa is a walking $500,000? The more I ponder, the more plausible it seems. Holding the report and the metal piece in his hands, Liu Kai felt an urgent need to obliterate them immediately. After all, the report was merely a copy, undoubtedly. The original remained in the hands of the government. Although the duration of this chilling apocalypse remains unknown, Liu Kai firmly believed that it would inevitably come to an end. Once the world returns to its rightful course, such advanced technology will surely resurface. Therefore, regardless of whether the villa's owner is a spy, leaving the report and the metal fragment here undoubtedly poses a significant risk of information leakage. Just as he prepared to take action, a sudden, urgent beeping alarm pierced the silence. Startled, Liu Kai quickly retrieved the drone's remote control. On the screen, a red exclamation mark flashed incessantly. Below, the thermal imaging displayed two white figures slowly approaching Villa number 9 amidst the snow. Chapter 37. The unexpected appearance of 500,000 two figures approached Villa number 9. One robust, and the other slender, both clad in professional winter attire, braving the biting cold. They were now a mere 20 meters away from the villa, having just crossed into the drone's alert zone. This distance marked only the warning range of the drone, while its monitoring capabilities encompassed the entire community. Liu Kai hastily retrieved the surveillance footage from earlier and was astonished to discover that the two individuals hailed from outside the neighborhood. Moreover, they arrived on a snowmobile. Observing their winter gear, a frown creased Liu Kai's brow. Their identities appeared to be quite extraordinary. After all, How could ordinary survivors in Fenghai City possess such winter apparel and a snowmobile? Could they be officials sent from afar to retrieve reports and materials? Yet, he quickly dismissed this possibility due to its numerous flaws. Thus, only one conclusion remained: the owner of the villa had returned. Time was of the essence for Liu Kai, presenting him with two choices: either wait for the duo to enter and then teleport away, or conceal himself in a shadowy corner to assess the situation further. After some contemplation, he opted to observe first. As a principled and patriotic young man, he felt it was his duty to eliminate potential threats to the nation. Should these two be spies, he could not allow them to abscond with confidential documents. He discreetly returned the report and metal pieces to the brown paper bag, placing them back in their original position. However, the gold bars had already been consumed in their entirety, leaving him with no means to return them. He would have to proceed cautiously. After securely locking the safe, Liu Kai prepared to hide in the dark corner beside the basement stairs. Suddenly, he noticed his footprints disturbing the layer of dust on the ground. Clang! At that moment, a loud crash of breaking glass echoed from upstairs. There was no time to waste. Without the luxury of further thought, he abandoned the idea of erasing his tracks. Resolutely, he concentrated and teleported to the dark corner near the stairs. He sidled behind a shelf piled high with cardboard boxes, ensuring no new footprints would be left behind. He retrieved a silenced submachine gun from his storage space, chambered it, and concealed it within the warmth of his winter attire to prevent any malfunction due to the cold. Thanks to the man turned and entered the villa, illuminating his surroundings with a flashlight. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped the woman beside him, then extended his finger to point directly at the ground. Liu Kai could only observe their actions through the scanner, unable to hear their words. However, witnessing the man's gestures, he comprehended that the other party had indeed discovered his footprints. Indeed, the man drew his pistol from his waist without uttering a word. However, his subsequent actions were rather intriguing. He affixed a flashlight to the handgun and then seized the woman, using her as a shield in front of him. Cautiously, he raised the pistol and began to descend the stairs, step by step, following the footprints on the ground. The woman struggled in a state of panic until the man pressed the gun against her head, at which point she ceased her resistance. Liu Kai was left bewildered. Could it be that the two were not accomplices? Soon, the two had followed the footprints to the entrance of the basement. Just moments ago, Liu Kai had left the door ajar. Through the gaps in the shelves, beams of light from the opposing flashlight pierced the inky darkness of the basement. Fortunately, the man's attention was entirely captivated by the footprints on the ground. He observed that the traces led solely to the safe, with no divergence towards other areas. Moreover, there were no indications that the safe had been opened or tampered with. With a sigh of relief, he pushed aside the woman who had been serving as a human shield. Yet, he still refrained from entering the basement, instead furrowing his brow and murmuring to himself, "How peculiar. Why do these footprints only lead in and not out?" The woman cast a glance around her, seemingly apprehensive of the encroaching darkness. With a quiver in her voice, she said, "Dragon, brother dragon, let us hasten and take what we need. I am fearful." Liu Kai finally discerned the voices of the two. It must be said, the woman's voice was rather melodious, and her figure was quite pleasing. However, her appearance remained a mystery. The man, referred to as brother dragon, scoffed disdainfully. "What are you afraid of? In this frigid weather, could there possibly be anyone else here?" It seems that the woman's urging had an effect. Perhaps her words provided him with a sense of reassurance. Brother Long directly took the woman by the arm and strode into the basement. He raised his gun and flashlight, casually surveying the surroundings. Upon confirming that there were indeed no footprints, he finally relaxed completely. Roughly, he pushed the woman in front of the safe. "Hurry up and open it. Grab what you need, and let's leave." The woman dared not resist. As she unlocked the safe, she cautiously spoke. "Brother Long, you must keep your promise. You can't just kick me aside. Rest assured, you are a remarkable young talent. I will certainly take good care of you." Haha. Long Ge's somewhat lewd chuckle echoed throughout the basement. Upon hearing this, the woman let out a quiet sigh, her eyes momentarily reflecting a complex array of emotions. As if resigned to her fate, after a brief moment, the safe's combination lock clicked open. However, as the woman pulled open the cabinet door, she suddenly gasped in alarm. "Long Gu, something's wrong." Long Gu was startled and quickly covered the woman's mouth. He whispered sternly, "Keep your voice down." Once Long Gu released his grip, the woman, trembling with fear, pointed towards the safe, exclaiming, the gold bars are missing. Damn it. What use do you have for the gold bars? What about the documents?" "The documents are still here." As the woman extracted a brown paper bag, Long Gu swiftly seized it. After verifying the materials and the metallic discs, he visibly exhaled in relief. It appeared that a master had visited a few days prior. "You should consider yourself fortunate that only the gold bars were lost, and not the documents." Otherwise, it would be impossible to fool the authorities in that cursed country. When Liu Kai entered the villa, he did not shatter the frozen window, and the safe had only lost the gold bars, not the materials. It was based on these two observations that Long Gu deduced a burglary had occurred a couple of days earlier. However, the woman remained somewhat displeased. But the gold bars you gave me. It's your fault for being slow. If you had traveled abroad a few days earlier, we wouldn't be facing such complications now. At this point, his tone softened slightly. Don't dwell on it too much. Once the deal is sealed, we can acquire as many gold bars as we desire. Though reluctant, the woman could only begrudgingly accept the reality of the stolen gold bars. Nodding in resignation, all right. Unbeknownst to the two as they turned to leave, their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by Liu Kai. Even more unbeknownst to them, a dark gun barrel in the corner was already aiming at them. Chapter 38. The downfall of a talented individual. Liu Kai was now utterly convinced that these two individuals were spies. There was nothing left to consider. Decisive action was imperative. He raised his submachine gun, aiming it at the leading figure, Long Gu. Steadying his breath, he resolutely pulled the trigger. The rapid sounds echoed like the crumpling of a soda can. 3 9mm bullets sped directly towards Long Gu's chest. Blood erupted. One of the bullets struck true, piercing his heart. Long Gu had no time to react. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The woman behind him momentarily froze at the sudden turn of events. Yet before she could gather her wits, Liu Kai, prepared and swift as a specter, appeared before her. A quick succession of shots rang out, and 2 bullets shattered her skull, ensuring that she could not rise again. With a swift motion, he gathered the brown paper bag and the fallen Glock 17 into his storage space. This was Liu Kai's first experience of taking a life, and he felt a tumult of anxiety within. The visceral image of the close-range execution was overwhelmingly intense. Blood and brain matter mingled on the ground, rapidly freezing upon contact. He felt a wave of nausea rising within him, yet he had to suppress the turmoil in his stomach, for there was still a woman to deal with. Everything had transpired too swiftly. It was only when Liu Kai suddenly stood before her that the woman finally reacted. The gruesome scene sent her nerves spiraling. Terror filled her eyes, and her legs buckled beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to scream. Crack. Liu Kai's reflexes were sharp. He delivered a swift slap, rendering her momentarily dazed. With the gun trained on her, he barked. Silence. She gazed up at him with wide, fearful eyes, misty with tears. Struggling to suppress the urge to urinate, she fought to maintain her dwindling dignity. She longed to weep but dared not. Her hands pressed tightly against her mouth, emitting soft whimpers. Though her face was partially obscured by a cold weather mask, her large, glistening eyes betrayed her beauty, coupled with her pitiful expression. It was enough to stir emotions within Liu Kai. As a man who had gone 2.5 years without intimacy, a surge of heat coursed through him, and his breath quickened. He momentarily forgot the repulsion of taking a life. Lowering his weapon, he seized her by the nape of her neck and briskly led her upstairs. The unknown terror consumed her, and she could no longer keep quiet. She struggled and cried out, "Let me go." "Who are you? What do you want?" "Crack." I said to be quiet. The first and second floors were encased in solid ice, the howling wind outside a constant reminder of their bleak surroundings. Liu Kai was unperturbed by her cries. He simply wished to avoid the sound of screaming. He tossed her before the fireplace in the first-floor living room and yanked off her cold weather mask. Before him appeared a beautiful visage, streaked with tears. Upon seeing her exquisite and delicate face, Liu Kai felt an intensifying fire in his abdomen. Yet, in pursuit of clarity regarding the situation, he patiently retrieved the brown paper bag from his storage space. Staring coldly at the woman, he inquired, "I ask, you answer, understood?" The woman's face was filled with terror as she trembled and nodded. Name, age, field of study, and degree. He Weier, 27 years old. Masters in Materials Science. You are from the Special Materials Research Institute of Fenghai City? Yes. Liu Kai raised the craft paper bag in his hand. This is a copy. Where is the original? The original was taken to Kyoto by my professor long ago. So, it means the authorities have already obtained this document? He Weiers, unsure of Liu Kai's intentions, could only respond truthfully. Yes. Then this is of no use. Liu Kai pulled out a lighter. And in the midst of He Weier's horrified gaze, he ignited the craft paper bag and tossed it into the adjacent fireplace. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he retrieved a substantial quantity of A4 paper, mop handles, and other combustible materials from the storage space. He Weier was left dumbfounded by his actions. Yet she dared not ask further questions. Liu Kai remained indifferent, leisurely feeding the items into the fireplace to burn while methodically stating, "Let us discuss serious matters." He Weier certainly understood what he meant by serious matters. She had initially wished to avoid revisiting that painful memory. However, seeing Liu Kai's right hand vigilantly gripping a gun, she could only let out a resigned sigh. In a low voice, she recounted everything. She was strikingly beautiful, and her academic prowess was equally impressive. Her future appeared bright. Through her mentor's introduction, she joined the research group early on. After graduating with her master's, she smoothly entered the Special Materials Research Institute of Fohai City, where she was involved in the development of special coatings for the latest generation of aerospace fighters. Moreover, she had met a handsome and affluent soulmate, feeling that her life was complete. Yet, pampered by her wealthy boyfriend, she gradually became accustomed to a life of extravagant spending. Once the habits of indulgence and vanity took root, they were difficult to shake off. Later, her boyfriend suddenly vanished without a trace. Then, Long-gu approached her with photographs of her and her boyfriend together. Long-gu did not extort her. He merely proposed purchasing some information for a substantial sum. Initially, He-Wei-er contemplated refusing, but the information Long-gu sought was trivial, even publicly available online. She fondly remembered the days of lavish spending and relished the envious glances from her friends as she flaunted her latest LV handbag. Ultimately, she found a grandiose excuse for her moral decline. The photographs were in Long-ji's possession, leaving her no choice but to comply. The allure of money was intoxicating. The generous reward from her first transaction left her dizzy. This was a sum that would take a decade of honest work to earn, yet here it was, within arm's reach. However, this was not the end, but merely the beginning. The information Long-gu subsequently sought grew increasingly sensitive and critical, akin to a frog being slowly boiled in water. When He-Wei-er finally came to her senses, she realized that there was no turning back. Liu Kai's expression remained impassive. Such cases abound on the internet. The path of those who sell secrets for money bears a striking resemblance to that of He-Wei-er. Individuals often seek a convenient excuse for their own moral decay. Take Liu Kai, for instance, who, after hearing the tale, is convinced that the frail woman before him is indeed a wretched spy. A dark thought surfaces in his mind, since she deserves to die. Why not allow her to serve her remaining purpose before her demise? He casts aside all reservations. Roughly lifting He-Wei-er's delicate chin, he smirks coldly. High achievers are usually quite clever. You must know why I have spared your life. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crosses He-Wei-er's eyes at his words. Yet she soon resigns herself and forces a smile. As she unbuttons her thermal coat, she whispers, I understand, retrieving a limited edition box from her storage space. She offers him a seductive grin. Hee. Though reluctant, He-Wei-er can only slowly close her eyes, awaiting the capriciousness of fate. The logs in the fireplace crackle and burn, while two silhouettes dance gracefully to the sound of the flames. Tonight is a sleepless night. Chapter 39. Word has it that the enemy is approaching. Liu Kai was neither an experienced veteran nor an innocent young man. He possessed a realistic understanding of his capabilities. Perhaps due to the enhancements in his physical constitution, this time his endurance had doubled. The boast he once made online about enduring 50 minutes had finally materialized, allowing him to bid farewell to the need for supplements. Soon attired, Liu Kai sat before the crackling fireplace, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Opposite him sat He-Wei-er, cloaked in a warm coat, with only a thin layer of form-fitting clothing beneath, revealing her graceful figure. Observing the lingering flush on her delicate doll-like face, Liu Kai felt an unexpected dryness in his throat. Noticing Liu Kai's indulgence in smoke, she retrieved a pack of mint-flavored cigarettes from her coat pocket, delicately grasping one between her slender fingers as she curiously studied the man before her. He-Wei-er was an astute woman. The highly confidential documents had already been incinerated. Given Liu Kai's demeanor, she knew he would never return the specially coated metallic disc. She realized she had completely lost her bargaining chip in negotiations with the foreign adversaries. Equally, she understood that in the bitter cold outside, without support, her chances of survival were nearly non-existent. While Liu Kai might not be conventionally handsome, he was certainly agreeable to the eye. More importantly, he possessed formidable strength. If she could align herself with such a powerful ally, at least for the foreseeable future, her livelihood would be secure. In her current state, she was unreserved in considering the exchange of her body for stability. Thus, when she caught Liu Kai's fervent gaze, she even instinctively arched her voluptuous chest. As the smoke dissipated, He-Wei-er was about to initiate a playful exchange, but Liu Kai spoke first. What was your original plan for reaching the foreign land? Pavila found herself somewhat perplexed, wondering why such a disheartening question was posed. Upon perceiving Liu Kai's indifferent and scrutinizing gaze, she felt a jolt of surprise. She promptly straightened her posture and replied, Brother Long and I originally planned to arrive at the Fohai City port by noon tomorrow, where a group of infiltrating Japanese operatives will be awaiting us. We will then traverse the frozen sea via snowmobiles to reach Yonaguni Island, where American military transport planes are stationed. At this, Liu Kai arched an eyebrow. He was familiar with Yonaguni Island, the southernmost isle of Japan, situated to the east of Taiwan, and approximately 400 kilometers in a straight line from Fohai City. Ah, what a meticulously crafted plan. I am quite curious about the enticing offer the Americans have extended to you that would compel you to so zealously betray national secrets. Hiweir's expression stiffened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. You mentioned that the Japanese have infiltrated the Songhai city port? How is your communication with them established? Outside the community, there is a snowmobile equipped with a satellite phone. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai felt a surge of alarm within him. A sudden thought struck him. If you fail to arrive at the port on time, could the Japanese come searching for you? I am uncertain. Regardless of how Hiweir responds, he has already arrived at a conclusion. Given the invaluable nature of this information, it is certain that the Japanese will indeed come. His heart was in turmoil. The information was lost. And even if the Japanese came, they would return empty-handed, unable to find him hidden in the bunker. However, he held no fondness for the mundane life. With disaster looming, everyone was on edge. Yet these scoundrels audaciously infiltrated the border. This was an affront too great to bear. Liu Kai could not relay the message to the authorities. But he possessed a sniper rifle. A bold thought arose within him. How many were there? Hiweir timidly shook her head. What do you know? You're of no use. Liu Kai sprang to his feet, retrieving a pistol from his storage space. Perhaps the Japanese would arrive by noon tomorrow. His plan to steal gold was far from complete. There was no time to delay. He needed to eliminate the woman before him first. Seeing Liu Kai's dark expression, a sense of foreboding washed over Hiweir. What? What are you going to do? Click. Liu Kai chose silence, chambering around and aiming directly at her head. No, please don't kill me. Hiweir gasped. Her face drained of color. She crawled and clung to his ankles, weeping profusely. I beg you, handsome, don't kill me. I will do anything you say. I can be your dog. No, I can be your star-crossed lover. Please, don't do this. Her voice trembled, a warm stream flowing between her legs, soaking the carpet in front of the fireplace. Looking down at Hiweir, who clutched his ankle desperately, Liu Kai sneered. Do you think one night of intimacy grants you my mercy? I am no good man, but you are worse than I. Thus, you deserve to die? Whoosh. He shifted 2 meters away, wary of blood splatter. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, 3 bullets striking the beautiful woman writhing on the floor. Her cries abruptly ceased. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head. No healer could save her now. Blood flowed, congealing. Hiweir's face still bore a pleading expression. Yet she could utter not a single sound before her demise. She would die without ever learning the name of the man with whom she had shared a night of passion. Liu Kai had never intended for Hiweir to live. Even if she was beautiful, he required merely a vessel for his desires. Yet a remnant of justice and conscience lingered within him. Moreover, this woman was far from the meek and harmless facade she projected. If she could betray her country today, she could just as easily betray Liu Kai tomorrow. He moved the body of Long Gu from the basement and ignited the embers in the fireplace, soon engulfing the first floor of the villa in blazing flames. Liu Kai did not linger for a moment, hastening to the remaining locations. He intentionally quickened his pace, transforming into a relentless searcher. In just 2 hours, he had plundered the remaining 17 villas and 47 apartments, stripping them of their platinum and gold. The remaining stock in these places was scant, merely a few gold bars, with more precious metal jewelry like necklaces and bracelets. However, Liu Kai gradually came to realize a harsh truth. The enhancing effects of these precious metals were swiftly diminishing. Although he had collected over 20 kilograms of precious metals, their reinforcing impact paled in comparison to the 15 kilograms of gold bars discovered within the 9 villas. It resembled the phenomenon of antibiotic resistance due to overuse. Nonetheless, Liu Kai's physique had already reached an astonishing level of enhancement. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his strength to effortlessly tear apart a 3-layer iron frying pan from the Shuangli Ren brand. Liu Kai also noted that although the enhancing effects of the precious metals on his spatial abilities were waning, the degree of this decline mirrored a memory curve. It would only decrease progressively and never vanish entirely. This implies that victory could still be achieved through accumulation. For instance, by mining the rich deposits located beneath the forest of Guangming Town. Chapter 40. 5 days, raising electronic crickets. By the time Liu Kai had scavenged all the precious metals, it was already 2 a.m. Due to the limited combustible materials, the inferno engulfing the 9 villas had not spread to the icy layer above. Moreover, given the late hour, it was unlikely that anyone would notice the fire. He located the dilapidated electric snowmobile left by Long Gu and his companion outside the community, and indeed, there was a satellite phone charging on it. Liu Kai understood the device's capability for tracking, so he decisively deployed a drone to drop it into the 9th villa. He had resolved to lure that group of Japanese into a trap and eliminate them all. He stored the snowmobile, acquired through subterfuge, in his storage space and returned the drone to the rooftop of Building 1. Fortunately, The location of the ninth villa aligned with that of Wang Diqiang's villa in Building 21, allowing for simultaneous surveillance. After completing these tasks, he finally returned to the warmth and comfort of his bunker. Despite nearly an hour of physical exertion, Liu Kai felt invigorated, his enhanced physique leaving him with no sense of discomfort. Unable to sleep, he opted to head to the gym on the first floor for a workout. He continued his regimen until dawn. To his astonishment, Liu Kai discovered that his physical prowess had improved yet again. It was as if the residual energy from previously devouring gold had finally been fully realized. This was indeed splendid news. Beep. Just as he finished his shower and sat down for breakfast with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, the drone remote control chimed. The drone had completed its charging. According to He Weier, their original plan was to head to the Fenghai City port at noon. However, the port was a straight 20 kilometers from his current location, a distance that neither the drone's battery nor its signal could cover. Unless he personally traversed the ice-covered city to investigate, he was at a loss. As a seasoned strategist, Liu Kai swiftly dismissed this notion. After all, it was the Japanese who were urgently seeking to retrieve confidential information. So he resolved to bide his time and wait for the opportune moment. If he discovered that the number of Japanese was minimal, he would eliminate them all. If they were numerous, he would simply pretend not to notice. After all, the confidential report had already been incinerated. Yet, Liu Kai did not anticipate that his waiting would stretch a full 5 days. On May 17, 2043, the 11th day of the Cold Wave, the government rescue team, which had occasionally visited in the preceding days, had completely ceased to come. Both the 9th Villa and Wang Diqiang's residence in Building 21 remained eerily silent. This silence perplexed Liu Kai. It was possible that the Japanese, timid as they were, had retreated upon failing to locate their target. However, he surmised that Wang Diqiang was also among those who had participated in the previous slaughter. Why, then, had there been no movement from him? Could it be that he had hoarded a considerable amount of supplies? He had dispatched a drone to investigate the third-floor shops outside the community, where the frozen corpses of the owners still lay. Liu Kai sighed in resignation. Had he possibly misjudged him? Casting this thought aside, it was apparent that life among the survivors had remained quite lively during these past few days. Taking advantage of the brief daily power outages lasting merely 2 hours, many ventured outside to gather ice and melt snow. Liu Kai also took the opportunity to scan and tally the current number of survivors, 394 individuals. The high-rise residential buildings combined with the villas in the Lisher Tsiyuan community theoretically accommodate 310 households. Assuming an average of 2 individuals per household, that amounts to 620 people. However, many had purchased homes solely for investment purposes, and prior to the cold wave, only about 400 individuals resided here. Indeed, the situation mirrored that of the previous life. The survivors numbered merely 1/10. Yet, even among this scant population of fewer than 400, the complexity of their backgrounds was astonishing. For instance, some, unable to endure the hunger, resorted to slaughtering their golden retrievers for sustenance. The ensuing aroma of cooked meat attracted others, leading to a dramatic scene of meat theft. Even more absurdly, the family's actions sparked outrage among certain dog lovers, who vehemently criticized them in the homeowners group. A plethora of bizarre comments ensued. Dogs are so adorable. How can one eat them? A dog is man's best friend, part of our family. How could you even consider it? Disgusting beast. I would rather starve than eat a dog. These statements were met with sharper retorts. I'm on the brink of starvation. I would eat not just dogs, but even pandas. When you see a dog, do you think of family? What, are your parents' dogs? A fierce verbal battle erupted in the group, only ceasing when the power outage forced a halt. In addition to the canine controversy, other amusing incidents unfolded. Some vegetarians joined the ranks of those condemning dog eaters. Locals expressed inexplicable superiority, blaming outsiders for increasing the government's relief burden and depleting resources, thereby causing suffering for the native residents. There were those, resembling spoiled infants, demanding others provide them with supplies. Some, exhibiting habitual leadership airs, reproached everyone for lacking unity. Others, nearly starving, boasted of having friends worldwide, claiming they could summon trucks of supplies with a mere phone call. Mutual accusations filled the once coherent homeowners group with chaos. Members laid bare each other's shortcomings, revealing sensational scandals of unpaid project dues, corruption, and infidelity. Liu Kai, having forsaken television and gaming, diligently monitored his phone, eagerly awaiting calls, and relished the spectacle of the ongoing disputes. Even when someone could no longer endure the discord and exited the group, Liu Kai would use his authority to reinstate them, treating it as a matter of preserving his electronic cricket. However, human nature is not entirely malevolent. In recent days, some clear-minded individuals began to unite, consistently urging everyone to collaborate and venture out in search of supplies. Yet, such calls were met with ridicule. The Lishirtsu community, true to its name, is situated far from the city. With temperatures plunging below -60 degrees, even the warmest down jackets offered little protection. The mere act of retrieving ice at the entrance posed a risk of freezing to death, let alone the daunting task of traversing to the city to scour supermarkets. Consequently, the homeowners group inevitably descended back into arguments. In recent days, Liu Kai has been waiting not only for the arrival of the Japanese but also for Wang Deqiang to take action regarding the bodies. However, he has also been contemplating another matter. The individuals who remain alive are predominantly of advanced age. It is precisely the elderly who tend to stockpile provisions at home, rather than relying on takeout daily. Furthermore, these older individuals share a common affinity for precious items such as gold and jade. Consequently, many of their households are likely to possess considerable quantities of gold and platinum. As he reflects on the dwindling food supplies of these individuals, Liu Kai perceives this as an opportune moment for acquisition. The exchange of resources for precious metals seems an enticing prospect. Naturally, he could simply wait, either for these individuals to perish from starvation or for the authorities to issue announcements regarding shelters, enticing everyone to evacuate. More ruthlessly, he could resort to direct coercion. Yet, while he may be unscrupulous, he is not a heartless villain who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Even if he could confront those involved in organized crime, he could never bring himself to harm innocent children, with the exception of unruly ones. Moreover, the thought of being the sole survivor in an entire community is rather unsettling. Chapter 41. Transforming the bunker. Becoming a wandering merchant having established a plan for exchanging precious metals, the next phase is implementation. However, Liu Kai has recently encountered a new dilemma. Since enhancing his physical fitness, many of the gym's equipment no longer serves its purpose, as they are merely commonplace. To prevent users from overestimating their capabilities and injuring themselves, there are weight limits on the machines. For instance, the treadmill only reaches a maximum speed of 16 kilometers per hour, allowing him to run for an hour without fatigue. Thus, Liu Kai intends to repurpose the first floor of the gym for alternative uses. After meticulously assessing his needs, he finally identifies a specific objective. The first floor, being the most spacious and with greater distances on both sides, is suitable for relocating the narrow shooting range from the third floor. However, plans often change unexpectedly. At this moment, Liu Kai finds himself regretting the premature elimination of Haywire. The vacant third floor could have been transformed into a pleasure-seeking confinement chamber, reminiscent of the hidden rooms at the homes of Dehu and Erhu. Yet, he swiftly dismisses this chilling thought from his mind. Liu Kai firmly believes that the world will return to its rightful course. He wishes to maintain a normal mindset to embrace the world's rebirth, rather than succumb to becoming a depraved individual obsessed with confinement play. Everyone possesses their own boundaries. Not being a saint does not equate to being a pervert. Ultimately, Liu Kai adheres to a mindset of self-preservation and enhancement. He resolves to convert the third floor into a facility conducive to physical training, a swimming pool. Different swimming strokes engage various muscle groups, and the resistance of water is substantial. Even for Liu Kai in his current state, it would provide an excellent workout. He is immensely grateful for the relentless efforts of scientists, as the waterproof ceiling spray has become a miraculous household item. Most importantly, the supermarket warehouse is stocked with it. The shelter's height of 3 meters allows Liu Kai to weld 2-meter-thick steel plates to enclose the passage connecting the upper and lower floors. He sprays the ground and sides liberally with waterproof spray and initiates a 3-day water retention test. To his relief, there are no leaks whatsoever. With that assurance, he proceeds to install the backup water purification system. Ultimately, he hesitates to utilize the precious underground water or even bottled water. Instead, he ventures out in the dead of night to collect ice and melt it, gradually filling the pool to a depth of 1.8 meters. Completion of the pool took several days. While his body felt fine, his mind was weary. Liu Kai retired early to rest. The following day, he rises early. Today marks the anticipated depletion of food supplies for the majority. It is also the optimal time for trade. He rummages through his storage space to find 2 sizable nylon storage boxes. One is filled with instant noodles, Snickers, and compressed biscuits, while the other contains sanitary pads, vacuum-sealed sleeping bags for cold weather, solid alcohol fuel, and a selection of commonly used medications. He retrieves the snowmobiles brought by Haywire and Long Gu and places them in the gym on the first floor. After conducting thorough inspections inside and out to ensure everything is in order, he fully charges the battery pack. By 9 a.m., the external power and internet are restored. Utilizing hacking software, a secondary account was quietly arranged to join the community owner group. The account required real name registration, so Liu Kai randomly selected the identity card of a 45-year-old local man from Fenghai City for binding. The account's nickname was succinctly designated as Wandering Merchant. At the moment when the power was restored, everyone was preoccupied with fetching ice to melt for water and charging their devices, leaving them little time to converse within the group. Thus, Liu Kai unreservedly dropped a pre-prepared message into the chat. Dear friends, fellow survivors, I will be offering ample provisions, daily necessities, and medicinal supplies for sale at the north gate of Lishitsu UN community from 10 to 10:30 a.m. Your patronage is warmly welcomed. Following this message were two images, one showcasing two boxes brimming with supplies, and the other displaying a meticulously prepared inventory list, complete with prices for various items. Snickers bars, instant noodles at 5 grams of gold per bag, compressed biscuits at 10 grams of gold per packet, a pack of 10 long night sanitary pads for 20 grams of gold, solid alcohol fuel at 150 grams of gold per bag, vacuum-sealed thermal sleeping bags at 500 grams of gold each, a pack of 4 amoxicillin for 1,000 grams of gold, asthma inhalers, fast-acting heart-saving pills, emergency contraceptives, ibuprofen, and so forth. The extensive list was both dazzling and envy-inducing. Of course, in addition to gold, double the amount of platinum could also be used for purchases. Consequently, this message naturally stirred a considerable uproar within the group. Who is this wandering merchant? Is he a resident of our community? My only concern is whether he truly possesses such an abundance of supplies. Indeed, how could he have gathered so many items? Was he hoarding before the Great Cold Snap? I suspect he may have found a supermarket, or perhaps he owns one. Initially, some individuals were preoccupied with other tasks, but upon hearing the incessant notifications on their phones, they instinctively glanced at the messages. Yet, once they did, their eyes remained glued to the screen. Food, medicine, thermal sleeping bags. Women encountering their menstrual cycles were particularly captivated. Sanitary pads are rarely stocked in excess at home. Most people tend to purchase a few packs as their cycles approach. The significance of medicinal supplies cannot be overstated. The sudden drop in temperature had already caused many to fall ill with severe colds, and the limited stock of over-the-counter medications proved inadequate. Once the initial frenzy subsided, attention turned to the outrageous pricing. Gold, platinum, and it was explicitly stated, no cash or bank transfer transactions accepted. The group chat erupted once more. What? A Snickers bar for 5 grams of gold or 10 grams of platinum? Why not just rob a bank? Wandering merchant, a thermal sleeping bag for 500 grams. Is the outer layer made of gold, or is the core filled with gold? Who besides a fool would store such quantities of precious metals at home? This individual is either a fraud or deliberately vague. Wandering merchant, how dare you refuse cash transactions? It is illegal to reject RMB. Do you believe I won't report you? Is it truly the case that a sanitary pad costs 20 grams of gold? Liu Kai, well-versed in the art of capitalizing on the unsuspecting, has deliberately set the price exorbitantly high. After all, the affluent women in our community abound, spending lavishly to discreetly support a young lover. Is it truly a loss to invest a little more for comfort during one's monthly cycle? Is it not all in pursuit of ease? Observing the messages flickering on the screen, nearly everyone laments the steep prices. In response, Liu Kai promptly shared a picture of dog food in the group chat. If you find the prices too steep, fret not. There are cheaper options. A 20-kilogram bag of dog food costs merely 5 grams of gold. Would you partake? Xiaohei, you think you're so impressive, so lofty, selling my sustenance for profit? This statement undeniably carries a hint of insult. Yet, one individual could not contain himself. Oh, very well, I will exchange 5 grams of gold for dog food, but you must not raise the price. Liu Kai? Chapter 42. Cunning Schemes. Unwelcome visitors. The discussions within the group continued to simmer. At that moment, Liu Kai suddenly spotted 2 familiar usernames. Shin Fujiwan, remain calm. Do not be deceived. We know nothing of this roaming merchant's true intentions. I suspect he is deliberately misleading us to rob us of our gold. Wang Deqiang, there is merit in your argument. Everyone is acutely aware of the significance of food and medicine. Who would willingly part with such essentials for gold? Would you? These statements held a semblance of validity, for it was indeed puzzling to comprehend the rationale behind trading food for gold. Although these thoughts were mere conjectures, devoid of any substantial evidence, they found traction among the more timid individuals. Liu Kai, however, merely scoffed, unfazed by their concerns. Under the looming threat of starvation and the bitter cold, who would hesitate? Even if aware of the potential trap, there were those who sought to add Liu Kai as a friend, embellishing their request with tales of woe. Some claimed that their 90-year-old mothers were gravely ill and in desperate need of life-saving medicine. Others lamented that their children had gone many days without food, pleading for assistance for their pitiful little ones. Without exception, they all professed to have no gold and sought to barter with other goods. Some even attempted to invoke moral obligation, directly demanding that Liu Kai distribute supplies free of charge. Liu Kai promptly blocked these individuals. aware of a harsh truth. During such a bitter cold snap, the elderly and infants were the first to perish. Having surveyed the entire community, he noted that the youngest among them were at least 10 years old, while the oldest did not exceed 65. Even if there were indeed elderly individuals and infants in dire need, he would not extend his compassion indiscriminately. As the clock struck 9:50, some individuals leaned against their windows, their eyes fixated on the community's northern gate, which was nearly submerged in ice. They were eager to ascertain the authenticity of this roaming merchant. Meanwhile, Liu Kai had donned a thick white winter coat and made his way to a corner of the community, out of sight. First, he found a spacious nook where he disposed of the refuse accumulated during his time in the bunker. Then, he retrieved a pristine, second-hand snowmobile from his storage. He secured 2 large crates filled with supplies to the back of the snowmobile, started the engine, and left a long trail of snow in his wake as he sped toward the northern gate of Liu community. At last, amidst the curious and skeptical gazes of onlookers, a keen observer spotted a small white dot moving in the distance. In the midst of the pristine white landscape, it would have been nearly impossible to discern without sharp eyesight. As the dot drew nearer, more people began to take notice. When the snowmobile came to a halt at the community's entrance, everyone was taken aback by Liu Kai's appearance, collectively gasping in astonishment. To the ordinary eye, he resembled a merchant who had journeyed from afar. However, his attire conveyed a certain ferocity. Clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, his face was completely obscured by a thermal mask and windproof goggles. A 5-pound steel machete was secured to one side of the snowmobile, while a Viper S-400 crossbow was slung across his back, accompanied by a quiver brimming with arrows. Both of his thighs were strapped with holsters, each containing a sleek black P320 handgun. Even if acquaintances were to approach, they would never recognize him. With such a countenance, were he not to declare himself a merchant, others might easily mistake him for a ruthless bandit. Liu Kai was acutely aware that once the news of his intended transaction was disseminated, it would undoubtedly attract those with nefarious intentions, eager to seize his goods by force. Guns were indeed present within the community. Such an appearance served to intimidate those with ill intentions. However, if they were to remain unyielding and attempt to act upon their sinister thoughts, they would have no one to blame but themselves for the ensuing bloodshed. He dragged 2 large boxes from the back of the snowmobile and placed them at the entrance of the community. Lifting the lids of the boxes revealed a wealth of supplies. He then produced a collapsible camping flagpole, affixing a banner he had personally designed, and thrusting it firmly into the ground. The large white flag unfurled and danced in the frigid wind, emblazoned with 4 bold red characters, Wandering Merchant. At that moment, several individuals, bundled in thick clothing, had already ventured onto the snow-covered ground, which reached up to the 2nd floor. They concealed themselves in the corners of the buildings or behind the frozen treetops, gazing at the 2 large boxes of supplies with wide eyes. Yet they were deterred by the firearms and crossbow that Liu Kai bore. Hiding in the shadows, they observed the scene, hesitant to be the first to approach. They silently wished for a scapegoat to test the waters. If the other party were indeed a legitimate merchant, they could emerge later without risk. Yet, with everyone sharing this sentiment, who would dare to sacrifice themselves as the first to take the plunge? Liu Kai refrained from calling out, merely sitting on the snowmobile with his arms crossed. He had made it clear that he would depart by 10:30. After all, he was not the one on the brink of starvation. Others were far more desperate. Indeed, it was not long before a figure hidden in the shadows steeled themselves, gripping a black briefcase tightly as they dashed forward. The individual raised their left hand in a gesture of goodwill, clutching the briefcase in their right. They burst forth from Building 1, racing quickly towards Liu Kai. Instinctively, Liu Kai scanned this person and noted the absence of a weapon. The modest briefcase contained several bricks of a substantial size. Gold bricks? A significant client. However, as the distance closed, Liu Kai's expression shifted to one of perplexity upon recognizing the individual. It was Chen Fujiu, Director Chen. One peculiar detail struck him. Previously, when Liu Kai scanned the entire community, he had not detected any gold bricks at Chen Fujiu's residence. Yet, understanding soon dawned upon him. The scanning could only discern the structure and shape of objects, not their material composition. His earlier conclusion regarding the presence of gold bars in the safe of Villa 9 was based on the bank's engravings. His assumption of gold and platinum within the community was derived from the unique designs of jewelry. If gold were molded into brick-like forms, embedded within walls or beneath flooring, or fashioned into teapots or decorative pieces, the scanning would fail to provide accurate detection. These gold bricks were quite heavy, causing Chen Fujiu to stumble as he ran. Still, at this moment, the others remained mere onlookers, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, from the direction of the villa area within the community, a breathless figure emerged. Clutched tightly in this person's arms was a thoroughly wrapped object. Upon further inspection, Liu Kai's expression immediately darkened. The individual was none other than one of the suspected cannibals, Wang Deqiang. What he held was not gold or platinum, but rather a compact revolver, loaded with 6 rounds. The newcomer clearly bore ill intentions. Liu Kai quickly pieced together the details. These two had initially urged everyone in the group to remain vigilant against deception, yet they were the first to flee. One of them grasped several hefty gold bars, seemingly intent on purchasing all available resources, while the other brandished a firearm, evidently aiming to forcibly seize all supplies. Liu Kai possessed a substantial amount of resources, and whether for personal use or for reselling at a markup, both of them stood to gain significantly. How truly despicable these two are. Chapter 43. Murder. Do you dare to deceive me with counterfeit gold? The distinction between the two lies in their thoughts and methods. Qin Fujji clearly believed that the merchant had remaining stock, arriving with genuine gold and silver for trade. He likely sought to establish a partnership for long-term business. In contrast, Wang Deqiang's approach was straightforward, regardless of whether there was any stock left. He aimed for a one-off transaction, and a no-risk one at that. As anticipated, upon sensing someone approaching from behind, Qin Fujji hastened his steps, soon reaching a safe distance of 5 meters from Liu Kai. Without further ado, he opened his suitcase to reveal gleaming gold ingots, offering what he considered a friendly smile. His tone somewhat urgent. "Brother, I'll take both of these boxes." The cold wind howled, and to ensure Liu Kai could hear clearly, he raised his voice. However, this declaration was clearly overheard by the hurried Wang Deqiang, who promptly shouted, "Wait, I want to buy too." Qin Fujji turned back, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Wang Deqiang, do you not understand the rules of first come, first served?" Wang Deqiang paid no heed, stepping closer to stand beside Qin Fujji, raising the bundle in his arms, and addressing the masked Liu Kai. "Brother, I want to buy as well." Noticing that Wang Deqiang's package was relatively small, a flicker of disdain crossed Qin Fujji's face. "Huh? Buy? Do you possess that much gold? What concern is that of yours?" Liu Kai observed the quarrel between the two with a detached gaze, pondering briefly before nodding at Wang Deqiang. "You go first." This gesture instantly darkened Qin Fujji's countenance, his eyes flashing with malice. Yet, upon noticing the handgun strapped to Liu Kai's thigh, he quickly masked his emotions. Wang Deqiang was also visibly taken aback. He had anticipated that Qin Fujji would buy first, planning to rob him once the merchant departed. To his astonishment, the merchant was allowing him to choose first. A cold smirk crept across his heart. Truly, it was a path untraveled in heaven. If he could strike unexpectedly and eliminate the merchant, he would not only acquire 2 large boxes of supplies, but also the weapons and snowmobile on the merchant's person. His face, marked by deep lines, radiated gratitude. "Brother, you are wise and principled, offering no opportunity to this scheming merchant seeking to profit on the side." Qin Fujji was left speechless. "You bastard." Paying no mind to the increasingly agitated Qin Fujji, Wang Deqiang took 2 steps forward. Noticing Liu Kai's lack of resistance to his approach, he retrieved the bundle from within his clothing. Slowly, he unfurled the black cloth that enveloped the package, casting a glance at the 2 supply boxes. The scene bore a resemblance to the moment Jing Ku unveiled the map before attempting to assassinate the Qin Emperor. "Forgive me, brother. I do not carry much gold, so I only need a few bags of compressed biscuits." His maneuver was evidently a psychological tactic. A typical merchant would likely focus on the cargo boxes, at which point he could unexpectedly draw the handgun from his package, ensuring a swift success. Liu Kai did not disappoint him. After a brief nod, he truly turned his gaze toward the box, appearing poised to retrieve the compressed biscuits. "Heaven help me." Wang Deqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With swift motions, his right hand flung aside the black cloth, revealing a pitch-black revolver. However, the moment was abruptly shattered by a deafening gunshot that echoed across the neighborhood, startling many hidden observers. Wang Deqiang was rendered momentarily dazed. His right hand still in the act of aiming, yet a small crimson hole had already appeared in his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Kai had drawn his pistol from his thigh, the muzzle slowly emitting a wisp of blue smoke. The bullet penetrated Wang Deqiang's skull without exiting, the cavity effect turning his brain matter into a gruesome pulp. As consciousness faded, he collapsed backward onto the hard ice layer. It was only then that Qin Fujji snapped back to reality, mechanically twisting his neck to glance at Liu Kai, his legs and the hands cradling the gold brick box trembling uncontrollably. Liu Kai maintained an expression of indifference as he retrieved the revolver from Wang Deqiang's grasp, reholstering his own weapon without any intention of further violence. This action undoubtedly brought a sense of relief to the onlookers, who had all witnessed Wang Deqiang's revolver. Perhaps this wandering merchant was merely acting in self-defense, though they had not anticipated his exceptional marksmanship and lightning-fast reflexes. Liu Kai turned his attention to the terrified Qin Fujji and, lowering his voice deliberately, inquired, "What do you wish to purchase?" "Oh, Don't be anxious. I am a legitimate businessman. As long as you behave, I shall do the same. Liu Kai was far from a legitimate businessman. He merely refrained from attacking Qin Fujiyuan to avoid alarming others. Upon hearing this, Qin Fujiyuan visibly relaxed, inhaling deeply and regaining his smile. Brother, here are 20 kilograms of 9,999 gold bricks. I will take them all. After a brief pause, he cautiously regarded Liu Kai. If it's convenient, I would like to hire you for security while I move everything back home. Liu Kai nodded nonchalantly. That's agreeable. But I must first verify the quality of the gold bricks. Qin Fujiyuan promptly placed the box of gold bricks on the ground. He was, in fact, taking a gamble, betting that the wandering merchant sought to establish a long-term business relationship. However, just as Liu Kai bent down to examine the 3 large gold bricks within, he executed an unexpected action that left everyone astounded. He abruptly stood up, booted foot kicking the black case containing the gold bricks. Drawing the pistol from his thigh and pressing it against Qin Fujiyuan's head, his voice booming with authority. You son of a dog. How dare you attempt to deceive me with fake gold bricks? Fake gold bricks. Qin Fujiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that possibly be? Even the onlookers, who had been lurking nearby, were taken aback. This individual was audacious enough to use counterfeit gold to provoke someone armed. Qin Fujiyuan regained his senses and hurriedly lamented, Brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly. This gold brick is genuine. Nonsense. The hardness and weight are all incorrect. It is clearly a counterfeit, with a gold content not exceeding 10%. At this moment, Qin Fujiyuan was genuinely alarmed, even doubting whether this individual was intentionally trying to drive down the price. With a gun pressed against his temple and under the looming threat of death, his speech became stammered. But these gold pieces come with certification. Certification? In the past, I could print 2 tons of certificates in a single day. Upon hearing this, Qin Fujiyuan deflated like a punctured balloon. He collapsed to the ground, cradling his head in despair, muttering, Damn you, Go Fong Yuan, you truly deserve your fate for deceiving me with fake gold. Go Fong Yuan? Liu Kai raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Go Fong Yuan was the owner of a construction company, who had previously won the contract for building 6 new warehouses for the Tobacco Bureau of Fohai City, a project worth several hundred million. At that time, there were whispers about the legitimacy of Go Fong Yuan's construction qualifications. It was unclear how he had secured the bid. Now, everything was becoming clearer. It seemed this was the truth of the matter. Chapter 44. A moment of clarity amidst the chaos of transactions. Qin Fujiyuan, in a state of torment and indecision, suddenly had a realization. He hastily rose and eagerly inquired, Brother, surely this contains at least 10 gold content? Could you perhaps offer a discount? However, Liu Kai was entirely unimpressed by this appeal. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, he retorted, I refuse to deal with this unrefined trash. Out of consideration for your ignorance, take this counterfeit and leave. The wind howled ominously, overwhelmed by fear and Liu Kai's deliberate change of tone. Qin Fujiyuan failed to recognize his voice throughout the exchange. Liu Kai was well aware that this was genuine gold. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to sell it to the fool that was Qin Fujiyuan while still desiring the precious metal. What to do? Naturally, he would wait for a moonless, blustery night to continue his zero-cost acquisitions, cackling inwardly. Upon realizing that Liu Kai would not end his life, Qin Fujiyuan's eyes sparkled with the joy of having escaped death. At that moment, he was convinced that the gold bar in his possession was a forgery. Nonetheless, with its supposed 10 gold content, he was loath to part with it. Clumsily clutching the gold bar in his suitcase, he stumbled towards the building where he resided. With Qin Fujiyuan leading the charge, those lurking in the shadows began to stir with anticipation. Although his transaction had failed, the fact that he had not been killed for attempting to trade in counterfeit gold was sufficient to suggest that this wandering merchant was indeed a person of integrity. As time passed, the hour of 10:30 approached. Finally, someone mustered the courage to step forward. To the eager gaze of the onlookers, he successfully exchanged a 20-gram gold bracelet for 4 Snickers bars. With a leader emerging, others began to follow suit. More and more individuals emerged, eagerly trading their possessions for the sustenance they desired. Among them was a particularly noteworthy customer, the man who had previously expressed a desire to purchase dog food in the group chat. True to his word, he arrived punctually, exchanging a 5-gram gold ring for a 20-kilogram bag of dog food, much to the astonishment of those who regarded him as foolish. Liu Kai marveled at this individual's keen understanding of the trade and his ability to face the harsh realities of life. The man was no fool. It was those who mocked him who were truly misguided. Both humans and dogs are omnivorous creatures, and what is edible for dogs is generally suitable for human consumption. Furthermore, dog food is rich in trace elements, minerals, salts, crude protein, crude fat, crude fiber, antioxidants, and more. Higher quality dog foods may even contain meat bits and oats. The only drawback is the lack of vitamin C, as long as one can set aside any mental barriers to consuming it. Exchanging 5 grams of gold for 20 kilograms of dog food is undoubtedly a more prudent choice than swapping it for a mere packet of instant noodles. Years ago, a classic television drama depicted a famine during which local officials exchanged high-quality rice meant for disaster relief for copious amounts of bran. Although this act was corrupt, it ultimately saved many lives that would have perished from hunger. The principle of humans lowering themselves to consume dog food is similarly applicable, though regrettably, many remain oblivious to this reality, or perhaps they simply refuse to acknowledge it. After all, those residing in such communities are often considered the elite of society. As Liu Kai had anticipated, even in these uncertain times, some individuals remained unwilling to relinquish their comfortable lifestyles. He noted with interest that the sales of sanitary napkins were thriving. Ultimately, a significant transaction transpired. An individual exchanged 3 200-gram gold bars for a thermal sleeping bag and 20 packets of instant noodles. Fortunately, this person resided in the closest building to the entrance, and upon completing the exchange, hastily departed. Otherwise, they might have fallen victim to robbery. The others mirrored this urgency, swiftly leaving after their transactions. The atmosphere throughout the entire process was rather somber, with only brief exchanges during the trades. The number of individuals descending was minimal, and the entire exchange was completed in mere minutes. Notably, 2 individuals were armed, yet the sight of Wang Daqiang's unburied corpse was profoundly impactful, discouraging any thoughts of confrontation. Even the notion of robbing those who had successfully traded was met with trepidation. As everyone vanished from sight, Liu Kai methodically organized the remaining supplies in 2 boxes. He also tied Wang Daqiang's body to the back of his motorcycle, intending to dispose of it. Subsequently, he sent a message in the homeowners group: "Pleasant cooperation. Let us not miss our appointment tomorrow at 10 a.m. This message sparked a renewed wave of excitement. Liu Kai's secure transaction undoubtedly bolstered his reputation, as many timid individuals remained hidden upstairs, unable to muster the courage to descend until the trading concluded. Witnessing the roaming merchant's departure, regret washed over them. Who could predict if this individual would return? Yet, they need not worry. The next morning's appointment was assured. This was indeed a momentous piece of news. This scenario exemplifies a psychological tactic. Intense emotional stimuli can compel indecisive individuals to make swift decisions. After the trading session, Liu Kai accrued a mere 5 kilograms of gold and 3 kilograms of platinum, while the homeowners of Lishitu Yuan community remained exceedingly affluent. Even with their numbers dwindling to under 400, the precious metals in their possession were far from depleted. Moreover, after experiencing Qin Fujian's cunning methods, Liu Kai suspected there might still be undiscovered gold bars or ingots concealed within the walls or beneath the flooring. Clearing his thoughts, he mounted his snowmobile amidst countless gazes and departed with purpose. The task of stealthily acquiring the 2 gold ingots from Qin Fujian was reserved for the night. For now, having ventured out, he could not afford to return empty-handed. Thus, upon reaching a secluded corner and confirming he was not being followed, he stowed the 2 sizable nylon boxes and the exchanged gold and platinum into his storage space, ravenously consuming the 8 kilograms of precious metals. After a thorough assessment, he confirmed his suspicions. The enhancement effect was gradually diminishing. The efficacy of consuming 8 kilograms now paled in comparison to previously consuming just 1 kilogram. Ultimately, he would have to rely on quantity to achieve his goals. Consequently, he planned to peruse a jewelry store. It is well known that jewelry stores are typically located on the ground floor. If all went as expected, they would be buried beneath 6 to 7 meters of ice. Additionally, the passive security measures of these establishments were notably robust. In the past, Liu Kai's explorations had proven inefficient. However, now, after the enhancement of his abilities, even a direct teleportation of 6 or 7 meters has become quite manageable. Not to mention, he can also descend from the 3rd floor. As the security measures have become virtually ineffective, he vaguely recalls that on his usual route to work, there seems to be a rather large store of Huagua gold. Upon opening the offline map he had downloaded in advance, he indeed found this establishment by following the route. It is merely 2 kilometers away. Although the ground is cloaked in a layer of ice, and the positioning signal from the base station is rather poor, the towering buildings remain, serving as a rough reference for location. The choice of Huagua gold was not solely due to its proximity, but also because this brand is renowned for its practicality. They seldom engage in the extravagant pricing and processing fees that are characteristic of other brands, resulting in a greater inventory of gold in each store compared to their competitors. Chapter 45. The Trail of the Japanese Team. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The electric snowmobile glided silently, bearing Liu Kai like a spectral figure through the ruins of the city. He casually discarded Wang Daqiang's lifeless body into a secluded corner and pressed onward towards the goldsmith's shop. This marked his inaugural journey through a frozen world. In his previous life, he had remained cooped up at home, even when the authorities issued a call for recruits to the shelters. The remoteness from the city center rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to respond. As Liu Kai surveyed the vast, white expanse, he was reminded of an old film titled The Day After Tomorrow. The current scene bore a striking resemblance to that cinematic portrayal, eerily silent. Aside from the howling wind, not a sound could be heard, creating an atmosphere of eerie stillness. The once bustling streets lay desolate, with only ice shards caught in the tempest swirling through the air. Amidst the bleakness, there lingered an illusion of purity and cleanliness. Yet, this pristine faade belied the grim reality of countless bones of both humans and animals entombed beneath the thick ice layer. The frigid temperatures were so severe that even the most resilient cockroaches could not endure. As Liu Kai pondered these thoughts, the snowmobile navigated into a broad street flanked by towering buildings. He had arrived at the goldsmith's shop. Activating his scanning abilities, he maximized his perception without the need for meticulous examination. A colossal spherical diagram with a radius of 300 meters materialized in his mind. Within this perimeter, over 200 survivors congregated in the adjacent buildings. Remarkably, the electric snowmobile operated in utter silence, allowing Liu Kai's arrival to go unnoticed. Inside the goldsmith's shop, indeed, lay an abundance of golden jewelry and bars. However, there was also disheartening news. The cold wave had descended with such ferocity that it swiftly transformed rain into hail and then into heavy snow. In their frantic escape, the staff had been unable to secure the shop's door, resulting in half of the 400 square meters of the store being inundated. With numerous golden ornaments frozen within the icy grip, Liu Kai hesitated before entering the shop, casting a glance towards the towering building several blocks away. That was the headquarters of the construction bank of Fohai City, beneath which lay a vault. He had heard tales of its impenetrable vaults, said to house 5 tons of gold bars. Regrettably, such treasures were beyond his reach. For in his previous life, half a year after the cold wave struck, the authorities announced that on the very day the cold front arrived, the armed police had braved the blizzard to transfer the gold. If even the vault in Fohai City was so thoroughly secured, the legendary Federal Reserve Vault, rumored to contain over 7,000 tons of gold, was certainly out of the question. Shaking off these impractical thoughts, it was time to get to work. After securing the snowmobile, he entered the building through a third-floor shop. Following the route he had scanned, winding through the corridors, he finally reached the tightly shut back door of the goldsmith's shop. With a swift motion, he teleported inside, heading straight for a small safe tucked away in the corner. Since the safe was not affixed to the wall or floor, it was effortlessly absorbed into his storage space. Without needing to unlock it, he devoured all 6,200-gram gold bars contained within. He then discarded the now-empty safe. This method of theft was remarkably brazen. Even if Conan, Sherlock Holmes, and D. Ringe were present, they could only scratch their heads in frustration. After consuming the gold bars, he effortlessly cleared the exhibition case of all accessible gold and platinum jewelry, feeling utterly satisfied. Liu Kai turned to observe the half-frozen jewelry cabinet, extracting a military shovel to commence his task. However, after a good 10 minutes, even with his formidable physique akin to that of a strong man, he had only managed to make progress on half of the display case. Retracting the shovel, he pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Chipping away at the ice was far too time-consuming, and the jewels encased within were merely a few kilograms at best. With that time, he could easily visit another gold shop to plunder. After all, the city, now encased in ice, resembled a vast treasure trove, awaiting Liu Kai's indulgent exploitation. Just as Liu Kai returned to the third-floor shop, preparing to depart, his keen hearing detected a conversation emanating from the 4th floor. The building housing the gold shop comprised commercial spaces from the 1st to the 3rd floor, with residential apartments beginning on the 4th. During his earlier scan, he found the 4th floor to be unoccupied. If it were merely the sounds of survivors returning home, Liu Kai would have paid them no mind. Yet, the accent of the speaker revealed a rather clumsy grasp of the Chinese language. There is an old saying in Huagua, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Kong Sang's adherence to the agreement and return from outside the province was ample evidence of his loyalty to the Empire of Japan. Following this, a somewhat weathered middle-aged voice responded, I, Kong Jun, am not one to go back on my word. A deal struck must be fulfilled. Thus, I also hope Mr. Watanabe will honor our agreement and ensure my safe passage out of the country. The dialogue within continued, but Liu Kai's calm demeanor began to waver. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to conduct a detailed scan, his consciousness swiftly enveloping the 4th floor apartment. Inside, he discerned 6 individuals, all clad in thick winter attire. A robust middle-aged man was on the floor, straining to drag 2 large boxes from beneath the bed. The approximate dimensions of these boxes were 1. 8 meters by 1. 5 meters by 1. 2 meters. This man was likely the self-identified Kong Jun. The other 5 individuals, slightly shorter in stature, included a woman of considerable allure. However, all 5 were outfitted in bulletproof vests and helmets. The stout man at the door even donned a rudimentary hydraulic exoskeleton, bearing a 6-barrel M134 Gatling gun and 2 ammunition boxes capable of holding 2.000 rounds. The remaining individuals were armed with Type 20 assault rifles. All indicators suggested they were Japanese and, moreover, members of the Japan Self-Defense Forces. Alarm bells rang in Liu Kai's mind. Could these individuals be the Japanese team that Wire mentioned had come to provide support? Was it possible that aside from Wire and Long Ge, Kong Jun was also a spy? Liu Kai watched intently as Kong Jun laboriously maneuvered the 2 boxes, twisting the combination lock to open the lids. Stepping back, he addressed one of the Japanese men, "Mr. Watanabe, please proceed with the inspection." Liu Kai patiently continued to observe. Inside the boxes lay a jumble of unfamiliar metallic components, alongside 2 full body suits made of a latex-like material. Without assembly, their true nature remained a mystery. However, it appeared somewhat reminiscent of armor. Upon hearing this, Watanabe approached directly, lifting the cold-resistant goggles to scrutinize the contents of the 2 large boxes with utmost seriousness. He meticulously examined each component inside and then picked up one of the blueprints, studying it intently for a considerable time. A faint smile finally graced his previously expressionless face. He spoke in carefully articulated Mandarin. "Indeed, it is the latest X-01 power exoskeleton developed by Manhwa." Concealing the items in his home was quite a bold move by Kong Sang. Kong Jun seemed rather pleased, stating, "The most dangerous place is precisely the safest. Since the goods are secure, let us hasten our departure from this wretched location. It is not yet time to leave." I must trouble Kong Sang to wait a little longer. "Why? We have yet to retrieve one more person." "Another? Are you referring to Wire?" It was unexpected that Kong Sang knew Miss He. "Indeed, she is among the first batch of individuals requiring extraction. We had originally arranged to meet 6 days prior. Yet she did not appear. The higher-ups instructed us to remain on standby near the port, awaiting and assisting Kong Sang. Then why has there been a sudden change of plans to search for Wire?" "Apologies, Kong Sang. I am unaware of the reasons. It is solely the directive of the higher-ups. I kindly ask for your patience a little longer." Chapter 46. The port team of Fonghai City concealed in the shadows on the 3rd floor. Liu Kai had thoroughly discerned the situation. Indeed, this individual named Kong Jun was a traitor, exhibiting an unwavering loyalty to his cause. He was willing to risk freezing to death, hastily returning from another province to betray his country. As for the so-called X-01 power exoskeleton, Liu Kai was oblivious to its nature. He was aware that China had long been at the forefront of exoskeleton technology, with its military already equipped with such innovations. However, the exoskeletons utilized by the military were streamlined in design, resembling actual bones, vastly different from the contents of the 2 crates. It appeared to be yet another form of cutting-edge technology. During their discussions, the group on the 4th floor had devised a plan. A woman named Chiziyu would drive, escorting Kong Jun and the 2 exoskeleton crates to the port of Fonghai City to rendezvous with the 2 team members stationed there. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 from Watanabe's team would personally investigate the situation at the Leisure Chu Garden community. After all, Liu Kai had directly tossed the satellite phone into the burning Villa No. 9, causing the signal to vanish in the vicinity of the community. There were no objections from the group. They banded together to carry the 2 heavy crates down the stairs. Liu Kai promptly expanded his scanning range, only to discover a small snow vehicle concealed in a hidden alley outdoors. Its bulletproof armor was cloaked in a pristine white finish, resembling a walking coffin. The 4 oversized tires were deliberately underinflated to enhance ground contact and traction. Time was of the essence. In a moment of urgency, Liu Kai made a decisive choice. He would accompany Kong Jun to the port of Fonghai City. He resolved to deal with this group first before attempting to summon the remaining 4 from Watanabe's team. As the group moved slowly with the crates, Liu Kai quickened his pace, sprinting towards a shop just a wall away from the alley where the snow vehicle was hidden. The Japanese team exhibited remarkable discipline, descending the stairs with the heavy crates without making a discernible sound. Taking advantage of the wind's cover, they placed the 2 crates into the rear compartment of the snow vehicle. Liu Kai hid behind a pillar, observing everything through the frosted floor-to-ceiling windows. Kong Jun and the woman boarded the vehicle in succession, as Watanabe stood beside them, whispering instructions. He instructed Chiziyu to deliver Kong Jun to the port and promptly return for them. Once the instructions were conveyed, the snow vehicle's doors closed. The engine roared to life, preparing for departure. The massive tires began to turn, kicking up ice shards as they sped towards the port of Fonghai City. Unbeknownst to everyone, Liu Kai had instantaneously teleported into the rear compartment of the vehicle just as it set off. The once crowded and bustling streets lay buried beneath a blanket of ice, rendering all roads unobstructed. Kong Jun and Chi Ziyu remained silent, the snow vehicle galloping recklessly through the frigid winds. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the port of Fohai City, located several kilometers away. Along the way, they passed colossal cargo ships, containers, and cranes, all encased in ice. The port, already vast in size, now blended seamlessly with the completely frozen sea, stretching endlessly before them. Soon, the snowmobile came to a halt in front of the office building at the port, where another vehicle was stationed. With focused determination, Liu Kai silently disembarked. Utilizing a brief moment of teleportation, Kong Jun and Chi Ruoxiang swiftly exited as well, connecting the snowmobile to a silent gasoline generator for charging. However, they refrained from unloading the 2 large crates containing exoskeletons from the back, opting instead to enter the office building directly. The office was encased in ice, with the 3rd floor now resembling the first, surrounded by expansive observation windows. Inside lay a vast open space, sparsely furnished with desks and abandoned computers. Liu Kai crouched in a blind spot, peering inside. Upon witnessing the scene, his brow furrowed with concern. A roaring bonfire blazed within, simmering a pot of broth. In a corner, 3 lifeless bodies lay, victims of gunfire. Beside the fire, a young man and woman were bound, their tattered, thin port uniforms suggesting they were trapped port workers. Liu Kai's keen eyes noted that they wore identical rings. The young man was bound hand and foot. And what incited Liu Kai's fury was the plight of the young woman. Her top was undone, exposing her chest, and her trousers had been stripped away entirely. Her face bore the marks of dirt and dried tears. Taking advantage of the warmth from the bonfire, 2 short Japanese men were completely undraped. Their winter clothing and rifles discarded nearby, brazenly engaging in lewd acts under the broad daylight with lecherous grins. It was unclear how long the young couple had endured torment. Their expressions vacant, yet Liu Kai could discern a flicker of suppressed defiance and anger in their lifeless eyes. At that moment, Chi Ruoxiang entered the room with Kong Jun, lowering her mask to reveal her alluring visage. However, as a woman, she exhibited no displeasure upon witnessing the debauchery of her companions, instead wearing a broad smile and engaging in lively banter. Liu Kai, unable to comprehend her words, inferred from her gestures that she was jesting. Chi Ruoxiang pointed at Kong Jun, seemingly instructing the 2 naked Japanese men to ensure his safety. The men nodded in agreement, responding in a similarly animated manner. Afterward, Chi Ruoxiang picked up a spoon and bowl from the ground. Ladling a bowl of rich broth from the bonfire and handing it to Kong Jun, awkwardly articulating in broken Chinese, Kong sang, "Please wait here. I will go assist Captain Watanabe and the others." Go ahead, Kong Jun replied, casually nodding as he accepted the bowl, sipping the broth while observing the live scene with keen interest. Witnessing all this, Liu Kai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes cold with disdain. This band of savages truly could not change their vile nature. Even having been intimate with He Weier, he did not consider himself a good man. Yet he believed He Weier deserved her fate, willingly accepting it without guilt. However, the spectacle before him was profoundly unsettling. As he perceived disdain in the eyes of Kong Jun and Chi Ruoxiang, a contempt that regarded others as less than human. After Chi Ruoxiang finished her explanation, she turned and exited, mounting another snowmobile. Liu Kai did not follow her. Instead, he remained with a solemn expression, analyzing the scene within the room. He scanned the office building once more, confirming that no other threats were present. Only then did he quietly holster his firearm and draw out a large machete from his storage compartment. Though wielding a blade is inherently more perilous than using a gun, his anger compelled him to draw blood. It was a necessary release for the resentment that brewed within him. After all, striking the enemy with a mighty blade is a revered tradition passed down from his predecessors. As he watched the snowmobile fade into the distance, Liu Kai took a deep breath and assumed a combat stance. This was his first experience with a blade in combat, and a tinge of nervousness coursed through him. At that moment, the young man bound before him suddenly turned to Kong Jun, his expression shifting slightly as he mustered the courage to speak in a hoarse voice. "Brother, do you know this group of Japanese devils?" Kong Jun frowned, casting an irritated glance at the man but refraining from answering. The desperate young man, akin to one on the brink of drowning, clung to the hope that Kong Jun might be his final lifeline. He strained against his bindings, attempting to inch closer to Kong Jun. In a hushed tone, his urgency palpable, he implored, "Brother, you are from Huagua, right? We are compatriots. Can you help us? I beg you." Chapter 47. The great blade descends upon the heads of the invaders' clang. Upon hearing those words, Kong Jun was seized by a sudden fury, hurling the empty bowl in his hand violently at the incessantly chattering man. "Why do you have so much to say?" Who the hell considers you a wretched dog? As kin? Stay put. The commotion startled the two naked Japanese men nearby, who quickly turned to look in this direction. Kong Jun waved his hand dismissively to indicate that all was well, and with a lecherous grin, he added, "You may continue." Witnessing this scene, the young man's face twisted in despair. His final glimmer of hope was extinguished in an instant, and he finally succumbed to the harsh reality. His eyes bulged with rage as he shouted, "You traitor! You shall not." Kong Jun reached out with his right hand, firmly grasping the young man's chin. Leaning in with a malicious grin, he taunted, "Do you not understand that I expect you to remain silent? You are nothing but a lowly swine, oppressed by society. While I am an elite with a prestigious education, we are not brethren. Soon, I shall be taking my skills to the land of freedom, America, to savor the sweet air of liberty. And you will be left to despair in this frozen wasteland, waiting for death. Do you comprehend? Currently, I am in a good mood and do not wish to kill, but I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I may change my mind at any moment." Fueled by youthful passion, the young man, rather than silencing himself, became even more agitated. He struggled to twist his face free from Kong Jun's grip, exclaiming, "Traitor, beast! How much money and effort has the nation expended to nurture you? And this is how you repay your country." Upon hearing this topic, Kong Jun's anger dissipated, replaced by a mocking expression. The money for my education was earned by my own toil. My good grades were the result of my own efforts. What does the nation have to do with it? Don't speak of nurturing. When I entered the research institute, those antiquated scholars suppressed my innovative projects, forcing me to start with menial tasks like serving tea, claiming it was a matter of paying my dues. Is this what you call nurturing? After suffering for over a decade since my PhD graduation, I have awaited this moment. If it weren't for this damned cold snap, I would have long been frolicking abroad. The young idealist, who wished to change the world, was doused with a cold reality, the despair he felt mirroring that of his current plight. Surely, you can empathize with me, can you not? The young man was momentarily rendered speechless by this torrent of derision, his mouth agape, yet unable to retort. At that moment, a nearby Japanese soldier, engaged in an activity, suddenly stiffened, trembling slightly while gasping for air. Another soldier beside him, visibly impatient, began chattering away, seemingly urging his companion to make room for him to indulge as well. Whoosh! A sudden chill swept through the previously warm room, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. At the most relaxed moment for the two Japanese men, a snow-white figure appeared beside them. Swish! Swish! Before they could react, a 5-kilogram steel blade sliced through the air with a piercing sound, heading straight for their necks. The searing blood erupted like a fountain, a single strike claiming 2 lives. Liu Kai's blow, fueled by fury, severed the enemy's cervical spine with such force that the head hung precariously, tethered only by a thin layer of muscle and skin. This shocking scene of carnage took everyone by surprise. The woman, lying on the ground with a numb expression, witnessed the entire event, and a flicker of joy seemed to ignite in her eyes. Liu Kai did not linger, judging the distance. He focused once more and instantly appeared before the bewildered Kong Jun, who had yet to comprehend the situation. The blood on the blade had not yet congealed, carrying a chilling wind as it descended upon his crown. With a sharp crack, the formidable blade sliced through the protective cap and fragile scalp, striking the skull with a resounding snap. It was the skull that fractured, not the steel knife. Kong Jun's gaze held a mixture of shock and confusion, but he was afforded no opportunity to inquire further. A violent jolt plunged him into darkness, and in that dizzying moment, his life drew to a close. It was only then that the young man regained his senses. Staring at the masked reaper clad in white cold-weather gear, he stammered, "You are," with a swift motion. Liu Kai severed the ropes binding the man's hands and feet. He then turned to free the naked woman, casually tossing the cold-weather gear discarded by the two Japanese soldiers towards them. He picked up 2 rifles, spare magazines, body armor, and helmets before stepping towards the exit. As he passed by the pair, he advised, "This place is unsafe. You two should gather your belongings and leave quickly. There's a gasoline generator and a snowmobile outside." After a moment's pause, he retrieved a box of emergency contraceptives from his storage and tossed it to the man. Regaining his freedom, the man disregarded the cold-weather gear, struggling to his feet and stumbling towards the woman. He embraced her, his eyes brimming with sorrow and compassion, meticulously tending to her wounds, tears streaming down his face. After a while, he remembered to express his gratitude to his savior. Yet, Liu Kai had already stepped out the door, gun in hand. The man called out to Liu Kai's retreating figure, "Brother, your kindness is beyond words. I will repay you when the opportunity arises. By the way, my name is Suchi Phone. What is yours?" Liu Kai waved his hand, leaving behind a simple farewell, live well, before exiting. Upon reaching the blind spot of their view, he retrieved Long Ji's snowmobile from his storage. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from within the room. Liu Kai sighed, although he had not inquired. It was apparent that the young couple, newlyweds, had not anticipated such misfortune. For them, this calamity might be far more agonizing than succumbing to the elements in the wilderness. A flicker of compassion stirred within Liu Kai, prompting him to leave behind the contraceptives and the snowmobile. By the campfire lay some canned goods left by the enemy. Thus there was no need to provide the couple with food. Liu Kai understood well the principle that kindness breeds gratitude, while enmity breeds vengeance. Yet, he still relinquished the snowmobile left by long ago. This was not out of generosity, but rather because the vehicle was exceedingly dilapidated, aside from the horn, which emitted no sound. It was in a state of disrepair. It seemed as if it had been salvaged from a flea market. Liu Kai was entirely inept at repairs and had no inclination to undertake them. After all, he possessed a somewhat newer second-hand motorcycle. And now he had acquired an even better one. Climbing aboard the four-wheeled snow vehicle, Liu Kai abruptly yanked down the hood, gasping for breath. His forehead beaded with cold sweat. The exertion of 2 consecutive 10-meter teleportations, coupled with the full-bodied effort required for wielding his blade, had demanded his utmost concentration. Even his enhanced physique felt the weight of fatigue, though he had managed to conceal it until now. The stamina consumed by teleportation does not increase linearly with distance. Rather, it escalates exponentially. The energy expended for a single 10-meter teleportation far exceeds that required for 10 1-meter leaps. Pausing to catch his breath, he hastily retrieved 2 steaming meat buns from his storage space. After ravenously devouring them, he felt somewhat revitalized and set off on the snowmobile with determination. Chapter 48. The traitors seem unkillable. 3 minutes have elapsed since the departure of the Japanese woman, Chizuaroka. Liu Kai, driving the snowmobile with full throttle, is racing towards the community located 20 kilometers away. He has stowed 2 large boxes containing exoskeletons into the storage compartment. The complexity of these items is such that it is not yet the time for examination. Upon glancing at the large machete within the storage, Liu Kai notices that it bears some serration. He does not doubt Lin Xiao's father's craftsmanship, as he has witnessed a kitchen knife cleave through a pig's leg bone without any such floss. It seems that the head of this Kong Jun is rather tough. Moreover, the storage compartment contains 2 Type 20 rifles and 6 fully loaded spare magazines. This type of firearm performs adequately, although acquiring 5.56mm ammunition domestically is quite challenging. However, if he also secures the firearms from Watanabe's team, they would collectively possess over 500 rounds, which is quite substantial. Not to mention, there is one heavy weapon within the squad that Liu Kai covets greatly, the M134 Gatling gun. He suddenly realizes that amassing such an arsenal far exceeds his initial intention of mere self-defense. Is the heavens encouraging him to venture forth? Shaking his head decisively, Liu Kai contemplates the joy of remaining safely at home rather than embarking on a perilous journey. A little more than 10 minutes later, Liu Kai arrives at the periphery of the community. His remarkable eyesight allows him to spot another snowmobile parked in the small plaza behind the community gate from a distance. Furthermore, there are 6 figures beside the snowmobile. Liu Kai furrows his brow. Even with Chizuaroka's arrival, the enemy team comprises only 5 individuals. Who then are the extra persons? Finding a corner, he exits the vehicle and stores the snowmobile in the compartment. Liu Kai stealthily approaches the 3rd-floor shop adjacent to the community gate, the same location where the body of the deceased owner was previously found. The shop is separate from the residential area, but for Liu Kai, who possesses the ability of teleportation, this poses no challenge. He effortlessly traverses the thick walls, entering the stairwell of Building 1. Ascending to the 5th floor, he enters an unoccupied apartment, crouching in the living room where he can observe the activity in the plaza below. The first thing that catches his eye is the set of footprints leading directly to Villa 9 within the community. Liu Kai understands that the enemy has already searched that location, but it is destined to yield nothing. The time is now 11:30 a.m., and the community has long since lost power. Thus, the 5 enemies are unperturbed about the possibility of their whereabouts being exposed, brazenly standing in the open with their firearms. In the center, there is a despairing man of around 50 years, kneeling on the ground. Liu Kai finds him somewhat familiar. He must be one of the community's owners. Captain Watanabe is feigning kindness, attempting to communicate with the man in his clumsy Chinese. After listening for a while, Liu Kai comprehends the intentions of these invaders. They are, as ever, unable to change their ways, resorting once again to burning, killing, and pillaging. Having failed to rendezvous with Huire and Longgood, they have lingered at the port of Fenghai City for an additional 5 days, depleting their provisions. They fortuitously encountered this unfortunate man, who overslept and went downstairs to fetch ice, thus capturing him without hesitation. Watanabe requested that the men lead them to scavenge the scant supplies of the surviving residents. Upon successful completion of this task, not only would he receive a share of 30%, but he would also be granted a handgun for self-defense. However, Liu Kai shook his head in disbelief. A 30% share of supplies and a firearm? One could not trust a single punctuation mark of the invader's words. Yet the middle-aged man evidently believed him, or rather, he had no choice but to believe with a gun pointed at his head. His previous demeanor, filled with despair, swiftly transformed into one of excitement. He even began to offer suggestions to the invaders. Captain Watanabe, he proposed, searching house by house is too slow. I know which homes have occupants. Let us call out from downstairs and urge them to hand over their belongings. If anyone dares to hide, you can personally pay them a visit to teach them a lesson. Watanabe nodded in satisfaction, patting the man's shoulder with a smile. Excellent, Mr. Gao. You are a friend. A good friend. The Emperor will remember your contribution. With that, he led the man to the snow-covered vehicle and removed the loudspeaker from it. Hello, hello? The man took the microphone and tested it. The amplifier amplified his voice, resonating throughout the entire community. As he contemplated the impending acquisition of his neighbor's supplies, a smug grin spread across his face. His mind raced, and he quickly devised a speech. Dear friends upstairs, standing beside me is my good friend from Japan, Mr. Watanabe. He and his team are facing a supply dilemma, and as a nation of etiquette, it is our duty to be generous and hospitable. Therefore, I propose that everyone immediately bring down any food and drink from their homes to lend a hand. We all know who has provisions, especially those who purchased items from the wandering merchants this morning. Let us be considerate. If I have to bring Mr. Watanabe up personally, it would not end well. Would it? Observing the self-satisfied man, Liu Kai felt nothing but disdain. He was a perfect embodiment of a petty individual reveling in his newfound authority. From the fear of begging on his knees moments ago to now exuding a false sense of power, he resembled the Japanese interpreters of old films, relishing his influence. Liu Kai muttered to himself that traitors were never-ending. They could never be eradicated. The residents upstairs shared in their contempt for the man's demeanor. Beyond disdain, there was an overwhelming sense of terror. What if he truly brought people upstairs? They mentally cursed his ancestry to no end. Meanwhile, the man who had purchased dog food with 5 grams of gold remained unfazed, confident that this traitorous individual would not dare bring the Japanese to seize his supplies. Just then, the man added, by the way, does anyone know which building Liu Kai lives in? I recall he seems to have a lot of supplies. Liu Kai was taken aback that the convoy approximately 50 meters away stood Liu Kai, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet. He dared not employ a handgun or submachine gun. However, for his adversary wielding the CSLR-4 high-precision sniper rifle, valued at 200,000 yuan. Such a distance was merely child's play. Moreover, no matter how formidable a bulletproof vest may be, it is but a fragile barrier against the might of a sniper's bullet. It brings to mind an instance when a novice female journalist effortlessly struck an apple from 50 meters away with a single shot. Instead of targeting the traitorous man or Captain Watanabe, he first aimed at the short, stout man stationed at a distance, vigilantly wielding a Gatling gun. The Gatling gun is a devastating weapon. Firing it would inevitably reveal his position, if this individual were not dealt with first. The enemy's direct fire could pose a significant threat. Chapter 49, Ruthless Assassination. A merciless hand below, the traitorous man continued to shout with unrelenting fervor. Meanwhile, Liu Kai had already aimed his sniper rifle at the left chest of the Gatling man. To enhance his accuracy, he had no intention of targeting the head. Given the phenomenon of cavity effect, a shot to the chest could certainly prove instantly fatal. The cinematic portrayal of a protagonist who withstands a bullet to the chest and rises again is nothing but sheer nonsense. He steadied his aim, adjusted his breathing, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sudden, violent explosion of gunpowder startled everyone, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Watanabe and his comrades, seasoned veterans, instinctively crouched down at the sound of the gunshot, shouting an incomprehensible phrase in Japanese. Simultaneously, they tensed their leg muscles, poised to sprint for cover. Liu Kai could not afford to check on the fate of the Gatling man. His formidable physical prowess came into play as he swiftly chambered another round, targeting another team member who had yet to react. Another shot. Bang! Upon witnessing the man collapse in a pool of blood, all the survivors sheltering in the upper floors of the complex became aware of the situation. Trembling on unsteady legs, they moved away from the windows, fearing the wrath of the crossfire. Liu Kai, fueled by adrenaline, chambered another round. However, the remaining 3 members of Watanabe's team had already bent low and were sprinting away, rifles raised above their heads, wildly firing in the general direction of the gunfire. Moving targets were Liu Kai's weakness. Even wielding a high-precision sniper rifle, hitting a moving target was a challenge. Thus, this time, he aimed directly at the traitorous man, now crumpled on the ground, terrified to the point of wetting himself. Bang! The third shot struck true, and the traitor fell lifelessly to the ground. Vivid red blood mingled with pale yellow urine, flowing across the icy surface, freezing as it spread. Liu Kai swiftly dropped to the floor, listening intently to the sound of bullets striking the wall. His focus sharpened as he scanned his surroundings, mentally extending his awareness within a 2-meter radius. Any incoming bullets could be swiftly absorbed into his storage space, ensuring his safety. With this advantage, he felt no urge to change his sniping position. Rising once more, he brazenly aimed his rifle. The sound of bullets striking the walls outside had ceased, indicating that some had found cover. Hide? Liu Kai scoffed inwardly. Faced with the threat of a sniper, the first instinct of these individuals would be to locate his position, making them reluctant to recklessly expose themselves or shift positions. Liu Kai remained calm, choosing to sit back down. To conserve energy, he refrained from activating his scanning ability and instead retrieved the drone's remote control from his storage space. On the rooftop of Building 1, the drone's rotors whirred to life, swiftly ascending into the air. Activating thermal imaging, the display screen transformed into a dark gray and white hue, circling above in search of the heat signatures left by the group. Soon, the most unfortunate team leader, Watanabe, was the first to be discovered. Upon seeing the military drone hovering above, Watanabe felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What sort of formidable entity had he inadvertently provoked? Armed with a sniper rifle and a drone, the stakes had dramatically escalated. Could it be that the forces of Huagua have arrived? However, that seems unlikely. Given the combat prowess of Huagua's troops, their squad would have likely perished long ago. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Survival is paramount. Even if detected by a drone, he dared not recklessly change his position to hide. Moreover, he was securely concealed behind a robust concrete pillar. Just as he contemplated this, a sharp crack echoed behind him, resembling the sound of a bullet striking the pillar. The deafening crack of a sniper rifle almost simultaneously reached his ears. Upon hearing this, Watanabe scoffed. Did they really believe a mere broken sniper rifle could penetrate a 40-centimeter thick reinforced concrete pillar? Did they think they were wielding a Barrett? Liu Kai understood that an ordinary individual could not achieve such a feat. However, he was no ordinary person. He possessed the knowledge that his spatial abilities could not only deflect bullets but also compress space to accelerate objects. In his initial rebirth, in a fit of rage, he had thrust a popsicle stick into a wall. The principle remained the same. Although he could not teleport a bullet over such a distance, he could indeed utilize the acceleration effect of space compression. The muzzle velocity of a sniper bullet is approximately 800 meters per second. Yet, through his deft manipulation, he managed to double that speed to 1,600 meters per second at the moment the bullet exited the chamber. The copper-jacketed steel core projectile collided violently with the concrete wall, exerting immense force that reduced it to a mere disc. Simultaneously, it ripped apart a substantial chunk of concrete and even exposed the internal rebar. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire stimulated the nerves of everyone present, with only brief pauses during magazine changes. At long last, after Liu Kai unhesitatingly fired off 10 rounds, the wall finally succumbed. The last bullet, unexpectedly, struck Watanabe in the back of the head, obliterating his brain matter and exiting through his forehead. Thud! His body crumpled to the ground, instantly provoking incomprehensible shouts of rage from the 2 remaining team members outside. Liu Kai continued to control the drone, soon locating another hapless individual. This man, hiding behind a granite panel, was evidently enraged by the death of his captain. With wild abandon, he raised his gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the drone. Despite Liu Kai's rapid ascent, the drone was grazed by a stray bullet. Fortunately, equipped with robust protective steel plating and a reliable motor, it merely swayed before soaring safely into the sky. The granite panel offered negligible protection. A single bullet shattered it into fragments, with the remaining force striking the hapless man in the thigh. He stumbled and fell, directly exposing himself to Liu Kai's line of sight, his wails echoing through the air. A final shot silenced his cries. Now, only the sole woman in the squad, Chai's Ruoxiang, remained. The drone descended slowly once more, swiftly locating her. However, upon encountering the drone, Chai's Ruoxiang calmly tossed her rifle aside and raised her hands in surrender. Having witnessed the bizarre demise of her captain, she recognized the formidable nature of her adversary. Resisting futilely would only lead to her demise. It would be wiser to capitulate voluntarily. After all, she had heard that Huagua's troops treated captives with leniency. It would have been better if the opponent were a man. Perhaps I could have seduced him. Please stop, I surrender, a melodious female voice exclaimed, uttering clumsy Chinese. Chai's Ruoxiang deliberately lowered her mask, revealing her enchanting and beautiful visage. Esteemed troops of the Huan nation, I hope you will adhere to the Geneva Conventions, sparing my life upon surrender. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated, for Liu Kai was not a soldier. To be candid, Liu Kai yearned to bring glory to his country. Yet this woman was not a delicate princess. She was a wild beast, ready to strike at any moment. There are countless blooming flowers in the world. There is no need to covet the flesh of this barbaric woman. Bang! The bullet, devoid of mercy, followed its predetermined path and pierced through Chi Zhe Ruoxiang's chest as if she were inconsequential. She nearly felt a chilling sensation in her chest, her body faltering backward as she stumbled a few steps. Looking down at the crimson stain on her chest, disbelief marred her beautiful face, until consciousness faded. Her eyes remained wide open. Her last thought was one of gratitude, thankful for the preservation of her powered exoskeleton. Alas, she would never know that even the exoskeleton had failed to protect her. The woman fell straight down upon the frigid ice. Thus, the Japanese squad was utterly annihilated. Chapter 50. The contrasting identity of Liu Kai. Upon hearing the cessation of gunfire outside, a few audacious survivors summoned their courage to approach the window. Cautiously, they lifted the curtain to survey the situation below. They beheld Liu Kai, agile and swift, leaping from the 5th floor of Building 1, his sniper rifle slung across his back. His formidable physical prowess enabled him to descend nearly 10 meters unscathed, without even the need to roll upon landing. With remarkable agility, he dashed towards the corpses of the enemy soldiers strewn across the ground, swiftly retrieving fallen rifles and a Gatling gun, which he hastily stowed in a 4-wheel drive vehicle. He then deftly bound the feet of 6 dead bodies with rope, securing them to the rear of the snow vehicle. A bystander from an upper floor recognized this familiar silhouette. It struck him that this was the roaming merchant from the morning. His eyes brightened with realization, and he quickly flung open the window, joyfully shouting, "Is that you, roaming merchant?" Upon hearing the call, Liu Kai raised his head and waved at the enthusiastic onlooker. This exclamation caught the attention of many other survivors within the building. Moments ago, they had trembled in fear, but now, as they peered out and witnessed the scene below, they were rendered utterly astonished. This enigmatic roaming merchant had single-handedly dispatched 5 armed foes. How absurd! Yet, their primary concern was their own survival. Particularly for those who had procured supplies earlier that day, the thought of being confronted by collaborators and forced to surrender their provisions was tantamount to a death sentence. They had not anticipated that the roaming merchant would provide after-sale service, ensuring the safety of their supplies. It was truly commendable. Liu Kai inadvertently garnered a wave of admiration. Thus, the exclamations erupted. "It's the roaming merchant. He has come to save us. Well done, brother. That's how to eliminate the Japanese devils. I love you, brother. I want to bear your children. Do you sell guns? I wish to purchase that Gatling gun that spews blue flames. What are you thinking? Why not buy an atomic bomb instead? Will you return tomorrow? I also wish to buy supplies. Thank you, roaming merchant. Your after-sales service is exceptional." Many leaned out eagerly, greeting him with enthusiasm, even spontaneously applauding. The once desolate community erupted with fervor. With the Crow, the Lishertu UN community is situated in the outskirts, not far from the undeveloped low hills. The snowmobile swiftly transported 6 frozen corpses to a hillside before discarding them. Liu Kai pondered that, with a stroke of luck, there might still be some wild wolves or dogs who had not succumbed to the cold and could discover these bodies. Consuming these individuals would be a form of recycling, contributing to nature in some small way. The thermal suits and bulletproof vests they wore had long been rendered useless, riddled with bullet holes. Only 5 bulletproof helmets retained some utility, which Liu Kai accepted with a sense of practicality. By now, it was already 2 p.m. Aside from 2 meat buns he had consumed at the port, Liu Kai had not had a proper meal. Returning to that familiar hidden corner, he stowed away the second snowmobile into his storage space. Stealthily, he made his way back to the community, finally arriving at the warmth of his shelter. As he stepped onto the living level, Xiao He and Xiao Bai joyfully rushed to him, rubbing their furry bodies against his legs and emitting affectionate whimpers. Observing the 2 adorably grown creatures, Liu Kai couldn't help but smile. Even with the slight brutality from having taken several lives, his heart gradually found tranquility in this moment. He picked up one of them in each arm and placed them on the sofa, reflecting on how wise it was to have pets. They provided companionship without the betrayal that can come from human relationships. Having spent most of the day outside and feeling quite famished, Liu Kai decided to indulge in some convenience. He retrieved half a roasted duck from his storage, cleaved it in 2, and tossed the pieces to his eagerly awaiting cat and dog. Following that, he served himself a steaming bowl of rice and hot pot, ensuring that a refreshing beer accompanied his meal. After feasting heartily, he ascended to the spacious shooting range on the 1st floor to assess the day's acquisitions. First, there were 2 powerful 4-wheeled snowmobiles. Fortunately, the shelter's height of 3 meters could accommodate the 2-meter-tall vehicles. Upon careful inspection, he confirmed that neither vehicle bore any GPS tracking devices, allowing him to release them with peace of mind and connect them for charging. Next, Liu Kai extracted his sniper rifle and maintenance tools, diligently cleaning and oiling it with precision. While the weapon was indeed effective, its upkeep was quite laborious. As he cleaned the gun, he surveyed the amassed array of firearms and protective gear. Including the arms and ammunition he had previously acquired, his arsenal was now impressively stocked. He possessed 2 Viper crossbows, 1 revolver, 3 P320 pistols, 2 submachine guns, 6 Japanese rifles, 1 shotgun, 1 sniper rifle, and 1 M134 Gatling gun. He had 300 brand new, unopened crossbow bolts. Following the acquisition of the Gatling gun, the usable ammunition of various calibers approached 20,000 rounds. Additionally, there were over 30,000 rounds of unusable 22 caliber ammunition, which could be preserved for disassembly into explosives. He had 5 bulletproof vests and 9 helmets. Even if he had no immediate need for such an arsenal, Liu Kai was resolute in his decision not to sell any of it. After all, the storage space was vast and boundless. It was prudent to keep it for emergencies. After polishing the firearm, he finally extracted 2 large black boxes from the storage compartment. Within them lay 2 sets of the so-called X-01 power exoskeletons. Liu Kai was profoundly intrigued by this unprecedented object. What could be so extraordinary as to compel Kong Jun to risk freezing to death in order to return to Fenghai City? Even the United States, still at the forefront of global technology, seemed eager to send its subordinate, Japan, to seize it like a dog scenting a bone. Earlier, during the scan, Liu Kai had already glimpsed the full form of the exoskeleton. Now, as he opened the boxes, the first sight was a full-body bodysuit. It resembled a professional swimsuit, yet it possessed an oddly peculiar texture. Alongside the bodysuit lay a 20-page manual in Chinese. Sitting cross-legged, Liu Kai picked up the manual and began to read it intently. However, the moment he turned the page, all his attention was instantly captivated by the words inscribed upon it. After a while, he set the manual down in shock, gently caressing the black box and murmuring, "No wonder you were so coveted." The X-01 power exoskeleton, officially designated as the Giant Spirit, was nothing short of a replica of Iron Man's armor, save for its inability to fly and the absence of laser cannons. Chapter 51. The Superpowered Exoskeleton. Military-grade quality you can trust first. There is the sleek bodysuit that resembles swimwear, bearing an impressively long and ostentatious name, Universal Bulletproof Liquid Armor for all body types. However, Liu Kai prefers to refer to it simply as the bodysuit. This garment envelopes the limbs entirely, leaving only a facial opening. Crafted from specialized materials, it allows for unidirectional breathability and moisture permeability, ensuring that the wearer remains comfortable and dry even when wading through water. Beyond these features, the suit boasts 2 primary functionalities. Firstly, after being electrified for 3 seconds, it relaxes significantly, allowing individuals to access the facial opening. It then gradually tightens to conform perfectly to the wearer's physique, accommodating individuals of varying body shapes, whether male or female, as long as their height falls between 1.5 to 2 meters, and they possess a form that is neither excessively slender nor overly corpulent, aptly fulfilling its designation as universal. The second function is bullet resistance, effectively safeguarding against frontal shots from rounds below 10 mm caliber for rifles and 12.7 mm for handguns without sustaining damage. It is crucial to note that while it can withstand such impacts, it does not mitigate the force of the bullets. This merely constitutes the internal padding. The main structure of the powered exoskeleton is even more formidable. The primary framework consists of several robust titanium alloy segments that correspond to the head, torso, and limbs. An electric assist system is distributed throughout the extremities, while motion-sensing modules and a central processing chip are concentrated behind the torso. Each sturdy main structure is complemented by rib-like annular trusses that can open and close, securely enveloping the torso, limbs, and head. Next comes the outer armor. Crafted from the latest aluminum titanium alloy featuring coupled atomic structures, akin to the material used in the Mercury probe launched 2 years ago. It is lightweight yet sturdy, providing protection against impacts and extreme temperatures. Remarkably, a mere thickness of 1 centimeter is said to suffice against direct fire from anti-material sniper rifles. This armor is firmly affixed to the adjustable trusses, creating a comprehensive suit of armor that encompasses the wearer from head to toe. The chest, arms, and sides of the head are each embedded with searchlights, while the armor plates on the soles of the feet can be fitted with specialized pads to minimize noise during movement. The entire suit only utilizes composite material connectors at the joints to ensure fluid motion. Notably, both the internal skeletal framework and the external alloy armor can expand and contract within certain limits, accommodating various heights and body shapes. The 5 plates of armor on the head can form a striking helmet reminiscent of the Master Chief from the Halo game series. The facial armor can be removed independently, leaving behind a high-tech visor with features such as night vision. The entire exoskeleton is equipped with heating and cooling functions to guarantee the occupant's comfort. When necessary, it can create a complete airtight seal in conjunction with the internal padding, utilizing a compact emergency oxygen tank for respiration, capable of withstanding pressure equivalent to 200 meters underwater. Finally, the most critical system of the exoskeleton is the power supply, a compact plutonium-238 radioactive isotope generator. It has been crafted into a rectangular backpack, affixed to the rear of the exoskeleton. The exterior is enveloped in a robust layer of alloy armor for protection. Its maximum output power reaches an astonishing 45 kilowatts, effortlessly propelling the entire 150-pound structure and its internal components at high speeds. The isotope generator was activated upon leaving the factory. Regardless of usage, it cannot be deactivated. The internal radioactive isotopes ensure a continuous power supply for up to 5 years. Although 5 years may seem short, Liu Kai's storage space is an exception. Regardless of the isotope or its half-life, anything stored within this space is subjected to a state of temporal stasis. Even with daily usage of 4 hours, the generator's operational duration could extend to an impressive 30 years. Furthermore, with 2 sets of armor, there are 2 generators, translating to a total of 60 years. Inside the box, alongside the skeletal frame, bodysuit, and manual, lies a set of maintenance tools. This skeletal structure is the latest military-grade product, renowned for its exceptional quality and reliability, capable of adapting to various extreme environments. Theoretically, if maintained in perfect condition, its lifespan is also 5 years. It exhibits remarkable speed, responsiveness, and immense strength, with a gripping force of an astonishing 700 kilograms, 14 times that of an average adult male. Even with enhanced physical abilities, Liu Kai's grip strength hovers around 150 kilograms. However, such exceptional armor comes with its drawbacks. Firstly, the cost is exorbitant, with a unit price reaching an astounding 12 million yuan. Given the military budget of Huahua, large-scale production remains unattainable. Secondly, the process of donning and doffing the armor is quite cumbersome, even with assistance. From the moment one begins to put on the bodysuit until the external armor is fully secured, it requires approximately 3 minutes. If done solo, this process extends to 5 minutes. Yet, this is not a significant concern for Liu Kai, as he has discovered a major loophole. By pre-assembling the exoskeleton and utilizing precise spatial control for rapid transitions, he can significantly expedite the process. He only needs a minute to don the bodysuit. After perusing the manual, Liu Kai found his emotions in a state of exhilaration. This armor can withstand direct fire from anti-material sniper rifles. The internal bodysuit is also bulletproof, provided it does not face precise strikes from heavy artillery such as tanks or rockets. It is virtually invincible. The only lingering concern is that these 2 exoskeletons are state property. However, the thought of returning them to the authorities is quite unbearable. What man could resist such a magnificent weapon? Ultimately, he resolved to appropriate one for himself. If it could be stolen by Kong Jun before the apocalypse, surely the government could not possess only these 2 prototypes. His worries dissipated in an instant. With a beaming smile, Liu Kai retrieved the components and assembled them according to the manual's instructions. 10 minutes later, the 2 fully armored exoskeletons stood majestically before him, one adorned in white paint, which Liu Kai decided to utilize first, while the other, cloaked in jungle camouflage, was stored away for future use. Eagerly shedding his attire until only a pair of square-cut briefs remained, Liu Kai swiftly energized the skin-tight suit and adeptly maneuvered into it through the opening. The suit gradually constricted, enveloping every inch of his skin, instilling a profound sense of security. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his inner tumult, Liu Kai refrained from immediately teleporting into the gleaming white armor. Instead, he retrieved a Japanese Type 20 assault rifle, chambered around, and aimed at the armor. Bang! A 5.56mm bullet struck the exoskeleton's chest plate with precision, sparks flying in its wake. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the bullet had been compressed into a flat disc, while the armor bore merely a slight scuff of white paint, devoid of any noticeable dent. Astonished, Liu Kai muttered in disbelief. Incredible. He had no intention of testing the bulletproof capabilities of the skin-tight suit, although he faced no immediate danger. The pain would be unwelcome. Stowing the rifle away, he attentively gauged the spatial positioning of the exoskeleton. Focusing his mind, he initiated the teleportation. His entire form seamlessly integrated into the assembled exoskeleton, and the smart glasses before him illuminated with a fluorescent glow. Immediately, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his ears. Power System X01 initiating. Activation successful. As the power system powered up, the rigid limbs unlocked. The motion-sensing apparatus responded with remarkable speed, springing to life in tandem with Liu Kai's movements. After executing a haphazard sequence of unknown martial arts, he realized that even though his enhanced physique had elevated his reaction speed, he was utterly oblivious to any delay from the exoskeleton during high-speed maneuvers. Truly, it was a remarkable piece of equipment. Chapter 52. Stealing gold bars. Shinfuju brutally beats the mistress. Following the manual, Liu Kai diligently tested a multitude of features, particularly the formidable smart glasses equipped with a miniature quantum computer. The capabilities were remarkably powerful: intelligent command recognition, lip reading, anti-blast flash, zoomed vision, night vision, thermal imaging, heating, and cooling effects. Most astonishingly, the exoskeleton database housed extensive information on various active firearms from around the globe. Whenever a weapon was aimed, it would detect and match the firearm model, subsequently providing shooting assistance through augmented reality. For instance, when Liu Kai wielded the CS-LR4 sniper rifle, the armor could automatically calculate the target's speed, wind speed, humidity, distance, and other pertinent data. Based on the firearm's performance, it would simulate ballistic trajectories and magnify the target's image. In other words, even a novice clad in this exoskeleton, armed with a sniper rifle, would stand little chance against Watanabe's squad of 5 Japanese soldiers that would likely succumb within 3 seconds. The deeper he explored, the more exhilarating it became. For a man, weapons are akin to toys, and Liu Kai was utterly enamored with this formidable exoskeleton. It was worth noting that he owed a debt of gratitude to the trader. Kongjun high-tech experimental products invariably incorporate tracking and permission verification features, making them inaccessible for arbitrary use. However, when Kongjun pilfered the equipment, he had carelessly disabled these functionalities, allowing Liu Kai to stumble upon a windfall. He resolved to wear this exoskeleton armor whenever he ventured far from home, not only for warmth and ease, but also for its exceptional safety. Preserving one's life remained his unwavering principle. Yet, the armor's conspicuous appearance undeniably augmented his physique, and an eye-catching generator backpack rested on his back. With a clever glint in his eyes, Liu Kai conceived a plan. He retrieved a large gray duvet cover, needle, thread, and scissors from his storage space and transformed into a makeshift tailor. Shortly thereafter, a rudimentary, albeit unsightly, gray cloak emerged. Its design resembled that of a traditional weather doll, enveloping his entire form. A hood topped it off, adorned with a thermal mask and goggles. His body and face concealed, only his hands remained exposed, which he wrapped in some tattered fabric. Though the ensemble was far from aesthetically pleasing, it was undeniably practical, exuding a rugged, untamed Western cowboy vibe. Having completed this preparation, Liu Kai reluctantly stowed the exoskeleton armor back into storage. He intended to embark on his mission after nightfall, to stealthily infiltrate Shinfuju's residence and steal the gold bars. It was now time for his daily, unrelenting exercise regimen. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he stripped down to his bare skin and plunged into the swimming pool he had modified himself, creating a considerable splash. The pool spanned less than 300 square meters, with the outer circumference measuring approximately 60 meters. From 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., he swam uninterrupted, completing nearly 200 laps around the perimeter. The total distance surpassed the Olympic 10-kilometer swimming marathon. The world record for freestyle swimming 10 kilometers stands at 1 hour and 45 minutes, and Liu Kai's pace was nearly comparable. Nevertheless, he felt no hint of discouragement, due to the fact that those professional athletes are meticulously crafted for swimming in terms of physique, swimwear, and technique. Liu Kai, an ordinary individual lacking both skill and a sharkskin-inspired swimsuit, has nonetheless achieved remarkable results purely through sheer strength. This serves as a testament to his physical capabilities, which far exceed those of an average person. Although undeniably strong, he is acutely aware of the immense resistance presented by water. Upon emerging from the pool, Liu Kai is engulfed by a pervasive sense of soreness and discomfort. Fortunately, his recovery is swift. As the aches dissipate, every muscle and bone in his body feels extraordinarily invigorated. An inexplicable surge of strength courses through his limbs, as though he possesses boundless energy. Standing before the mirror, admiring his well-defined muscles, Liu Kai reflects on his past. Despite years of weightlifting, he never sculpted a physique comparable to that of a bodybuilder. Now, with his newfound abilities, consuming precious metals has become a coveted shortcut to success. As he indulges in self-admiration, his stomach emits a protest. What shall he dine on tonight? As night descends, the community is enveloped in darkness. Liu Kai, as is his custom, embarks on a meticulous scan. His consciousness envelopes room 6 on the 8th floor of Building 1, where Shinfuju resides. Compared to before, Shinfuju has noticeably lost considerable weight. The living room is barren. Even the sofa has been incinerated in batches for warmth. At the entrance, a pile of still smoldering firewood contains remnants of a mahogany dining chair. Shinfuju and his mistress are huddled closely together, wrapped in several layers of down bedding, shivering in bed. Liu Kai sighs. He too endured such a plight in a previous life. Exhaustion and hunger induced drowsiness. Yet the biting cold renders sleep elusive. The individual remains trapped in a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness throughout the night. Despite his sentiments, Liu Kai harbors no pity for the parasitic Chinfuju. Moreover, he has discerned the location of the gold brick, embedded within the wall of the study. Had Chinfuju not extracted the gold brick earlier that morning, damaging the wall, it might have remained undiscovered by his scanning. Confirming the absence of further danger, Liu Kai dons his cold weather gear and ventures out. His nimble figure traverses the inky darkness. He soon ascends to the 8th floor of Building 1, disregarding the locked door and instantly transporting himself into Chinfuju's home. With a clear objective, he heads directly to the study. Suddenly, an unexpected commotion erupts. An irate shout from the bedroom pierces the silence. Gold brick. My gold brick. Go Fang Yuan. You truly deserve to die. Liu Kai, startled, halts to listen intently. Following this, a frail yet melodious female voice emerges. Qin, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Chinfuju, still drowsy, responds. I finally fell asleep. Why are you shaking me? No. Qin, you were shouting about the gold brick. You scared me. Gold brick? Oh right, the gold brick. Hurry and sleep, Qin. Don't kick off the blankets, it's so cold. Liu Kai breathes a sigh of relief. It seems Chinfuju was merely speaking in his sleep. However, the commotion in the bedroom shows no signs of abating. Chinfuju was increasingly incensed, and without any forewarning, he unleashed his fury, striking the mistress sharply across the face. The sound echoed. Sleep? Sleep my foot. The crisp noise resonated in the air. Brother Qin, why are you hitting me? The woman's voice trembled with a mix of grievance and fear, which only fueled Chinfuju's rage further. He seized her by the hair and delivered several more resounding slaps. As he struck her, he bellowed in a frenzied rage. Wretched woman, speak. Are you in cahoots with that scoundrel, Go Fang Yuan? The woman struggled desperately. Yet she could not escape Chinfuju's iron grip. The pain radiating from her scalp compelled her to sob. Woo-woo, Brother Qin, please stop hitting me. Please stop. Woo-woo. Damn. It was Go Fang Yuan who gifted you to me in the first place. You are indeed in league with him, are you not? Did you know all along that the golden bricks he sent me were fakes? Is that the truth? Speak. No. Woo-woo. Please let me explain, Brother Chun. The golden bricks are real. Slap. 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 Chapter 53. Chinfuju's sudden death. Strong alkali dissolving methamphetamine, the anguished cries of a woman, and the sharp sound of a slap reverberated throughout the room, only to finally subside after a prolonged struggle. It seemed that after venting her emotions, Chinfuju felt considerably relieved and swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber, snoring thunderously. It appeared that he had been severely impacted. Truly convinced that the gold bricks were genuine, Liu Kai's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. The reason he had not dealt the fatal blow to Chinfuju was, in fact, to revel in the pleasure of outsmarting him. Now, his inner satisfaction knew no bounds, and he felt an intense eagerness to witness Chinfuju's future pitiful struggles. Cautiously entering the study, Liu Kai found the hefty 20-kilogram gold brick lying in the hollowed-out wall. Without any hesitation, he gleefully stowed the gold brick into his storage space. A bountiful windfall. After confirming that no other hidden objects lay beneath the walls or floor, he prepared to depart, content. At that very moment, a sudden commotion erupted from Chinfuju's bedroom. A glass tumbler fell, shattering into countless fragments. Liu Kai pressed against the wall, quickly focusing his attention to scan the scene. And what he beheld left him astounded. Chinfuju was clutching his gushing neck with his right hand, while wildly flailing his left, seemingly attempting to grasp something. His eyes were wide with terror, desperate to utter words, but with his windpipe severed, not a sound escaped his lips. Beside him stood the mistress, her face swollen from being struck, gripping a 20-centimeter fruit knife with both hands, her expression frenzied yet silent. With a fierce intent, she lunged repeatedly at the thrashing Chinfuju. The chilling sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed ominously. Despite Chinfuju's robust physique, he was rendered helpless as his carotid artery and windpipe were slashed in his sleep. In a state of panic, he lost all composure. Even his strength was of no avail. In his final moments, he relinquished his grip on his neck, his right hand mimicking a demon's bloody reach towards the mistress, only to be met with another stab, pinning his hand firmly to the mattress. The scene resembled a grotesque portrayal of Jesus. Ultimately, Chinfuju succumbed to despair. His eyes, defiantly refusing to close, locked onto the mistress's calm visage. Strangely, she remained unafraid, leaning closer to press her face against his, laughing nervously as she murmured to herself, "Don't blame me for being heartless. It's your fault for laying hands on me. I told you the gold bricks were real. That Guo Fang Yuan did not deceive you. But why did you not believe? I understand now. It was that wandering merchant who lied. He deserves to die. Rest in peace, Brother Chun. I will find a way to avenge you against the wandering merchant. When the cold wave subsides, I will personally send your wife and daughter to reunite with you. With that, she forcefully closed Chen Fujuan's eyes. Hearing her haunting voice, Liu Kai felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that this young and beautiful woman possessed such cruelty. Moreover, she astutely deduced that the roaming merchant was deceiving her. Subsequently, the woman wrapped Chen Fuju's lifeless body in a bloodstained sheet. With great effort, she dragged the weighty corpse, exceeding 150 pounds, to the window. As if impervious to the chill, she opened the security window, allowing the biting wind to rush into the room. Her frail figure suddenly unleashed an astonishing strength, propelling the body downward. Liu Kai's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of troubling the unfortunate woman. Yet she made the grave mistake of attempting to harm the wandering merchant. In response, Liu Kai showed no mercy. The moment the woman discarded Chen Fuju's body, he swiftly materialized behind her and forcefully pushed her back. Startled by the sudden force, the woman instinctively cried out, reaching for the window frame. However, Liu Kai's strength was formidable. Not even a heavy iron ingot could withstand his might, let alone a woman. Unsurprisingly, she followed her lover's corpse downwards. Thud, thud. The resounding thuds of two heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed through the night, disturbing countless survivors lost in slumber. The womaness had struck the hard ice, and she succumbed instantly without a trace of pain. Liu Kai quickly descended to confirm that she was irretrievably dead. Only then did he depart, concealing his deeds in anonymity. He did not rush back to the bunker but instead made his way to Villa 21, the residence of the deceased Wang Deqiang. This man had been a wealthy individual before the apocalypse, and there might be hidden treasures within. Quietly, he opened the skylight on the second floor to enter the house. But the sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. There lay a dismembered body, so mutilated that age and gender were indiscernible. Earlier, while scanning for survivors in the community, it was revealed that Wang Deqiang lived alone. To his surprise, he had indeed lured an unfortunate soul to serve as sustenance. Liu Kai was now certain that this individual was the scoundrel who had wielded a bludgeon in the butcher's villa in his past life. Since Wang Deqiang was deceased, he saw no reason to pursue the matter further. Instead, he searched the villa thoroughly, top to bottom. There was no safe, nor any gold. However, upon employing a meticulous scan, he discovered a hidden compartment beneath the living room sofa on the first floor. Inside, he found 20 neatly stacked bricks. Liu Kai's spirits soared. Filled with excitement, he hastily pushed the sofa aside, lifted the carpet, and opened the hidden compartment. Indeed, there lay 20 brick-like objects, thoroughly wrapped in a layer of yellow transparent tape. This did not resemble gold bricks. Liu Kai, filled with suspicion, picked one up to weigh it, and his expression instantly turned peculiar. The weight was certainly not that of gold. Could it be? He swiftly retrieved a small knife to unwrap the packaging, revealing a pristine, translucent cube within. This item was hidden so discreetly. Connecting it to Wang Deqiang's identity, owner of the most prominent red light district nightclub in Fohai City, the answer became glaringly apparent. Liu Kai's mouth twitched in frustration. Without needing to taste it, he knew it was crystal meth. It is unlikely to be rock candy or alum, is it? In his previous life, he had heard that drugs were exceedingly popular during the apocalypse. They provided a means for many timid souls to escape the harsh realities of life, indulging instead in blissful illusions. Some individuals would rather purchase drugs than food, believing that it was preferable to depart from this cruel world at the pinnacle of ecstasy rather than merely survive in a frigid existence. However, Liu Kai had no desire to profit from such nefarious endeavors, for he firmly believed that the apocalypse would eventually come to an end. He proceeded to prepare the drugs on site. Resolutely, he retrieved a substantial package of caustic soda cleaner, solid fuel, an iron pot, and bottled water from his storage space. He kindled a fire to boil water, creating a steaming solution of sodium hydroxide. He broke the iced methamphetamine into small pieces and tossed them into the pot to simmer. He remained vigilant until the solid fuel was exhausted and the flames extinguished, after which he felt reassured to depart. Chapter 54, The Second Transaction. Rumors spread as the darkness of night receded. The sun emerged anew. This morning, all survivors within the community received a text message from the power company, announcing a revision to the scheduled power supply. The hours previously set between 9 and 11 a.m. had been adjusted to two distinct time slots, from 9 to 10 a.m. and from 5 to 6 p.m. This modification was deemed more reasonable, and the community readily accepted it. However, their attention was soon diverted to another pressing matter. The previous evening, many had heard the harrowing sounds of a fall. As dawn broke, individuals eagerly rushed to their windows for a glimpse outside. The bodies of Chen Fujui and the young mistress were discovered by the crowd. It was not until 9 a.m., when power was restored, that some bold souls descended to retrieve ice. Only then did a few dare to examine the remains of the two. Quickly, images circulated among the group. Chinfujui's body, marred by multiple stab wounds, and a photograph of the young mistress clutching a dagger. Enthusiastic discussions ensued, with speculations swirling that the young mistress had murdered Chinfujui before taking the plunge in a tragic act of love. Witnesses from above corroborated the narrative, claiming they had heard Chinfujui violently assaulting the young mistress, thus providing her with plausible motive. Survivors from Building 1, feeling a sense of unease, collectively decided to remove the bodies. Yet, this incident stirred little commotion. In these perilous times where survival was uncertain, the prevailing sentiment was to live for the day and disregard the fates of others. The impending arrival of the wandering merchant was of far greater importance. Acquiring essential supplies took precedence. As the clock neared 10 a.m., many had donned multiple layers of clothing, braving the chill as they huddled in corners, eagerly anticipating the merchant's arrival. Some even took out their phones, ready to capture the moment. As the hour struck, Liu Kai, adorned in a power exoskeleton and a makeshift gray cloak, finally appeared, driving the four-wheeled snow vehicle seized the day prior. In stark contrast to the previous day's discreet dealings, over 60 individuals awaited him below. Upon his arrival at the north gate of the community, Liu Kai disembarked and systematically unloaded the supply boxes. Observers quickly noted the merchant's transformation. He appeared taller and more robust, donning an unusual cloak. However, it was the 6 substantial supply boxes that truly captivated their attention, drawing them away from their sheltered corners. To their astonishment, the crowd instinctively formed a line, even in times of abundance prior to the cold wave. Queuing had not been customary, with individuals scrambling to seize every opportunity. Perhaps Liu Kai's fierce demeanor from the previous day had instilled a sense of fear. In the eyes of the survivors, he was a figure of righteous wrath. Inciting his ire by cutting in line would undoubtedly prove disastrous. The atmosphere today was markedly more vibrant than the previous day, with enthusiastic greetings exchanged among the crowd. As Liu Kai nodded in acknowledgement, he began to open the 6 large boxes one by one. The contents immediately captivated the eyes of all present. To their astonishment, the boxes contained not only various food items and survival supplies, but also a separate box filled with luxurious cigarettes and spirits. Oh, a full box of Huazi and fragrant liquor has instantly stirred a tempest. Many have already extracted their phones from the warm embrace of their pockets, directing their lenses toward this spectacle. Friends, look at this. It's cigarettes and alcohol, they exclaimed. Why fixate on tobacco and spirits when there is an abundance of food? The individuals at the back craned their necks eagerly, exclaiming, cigarettes? Where are the cigarettes? Let me have a whiff. I feel suffocated after days of deprivation. The proprietor urged to commence, as impatience swelled among the crowd. Non-smokers pondered the absurdity of yearning for a smoke while on the brink of starvation, deeming it a sign of madness. Yet, such fervent longing can only be truly understood by smokers. After days of relentless survival, the taste in their mouths had grown stale. A single puff would be a treasured delight. The ritual of selling must not lack significance. Liu Kai, as always, brandished his banner inscribed with the words "Wandering Merchant," raising his hand to quell the tumult. Everyone, please settle down. As per our usual custom, we shall only accept gold and platinum. All other items will retain yesterday's prices. Huazi at 15 grams of gold per pack, and fragrant liquor at 40 grams of gold per bottle. The crowd erupted in another wave of agitation. How exorbitant. A pack of Huazi could purchase 3 packs of instant noodles. Yet, they failed to recognize that tobacco and alcohol were not essentials. Before the apocalypse, a pack of Huazi could be traded for 20 packs of instant noodles, a price that was already generous among friends. Liu Kai dared not set the prices too high, for even the most ardent smoker would prioritize survival above all. If there are no further inquiries, shall we proceed? Brother, would you like to purchase? The first young man eagerly removed his mask, his face alight with excitement. It's me, the big shot. Today, I wish to buy dog food, 10 bags. With limited stock, only 1 bag remained. All right, just 1 bag. Will you return tomorrow? Please bring more dog food. This fellow seemed quite addicted to exploiting every opportunity. Liu Kai, thinking of his little black dog at home, could not help but roll his eyes. There's no inventory left. Hearing this, the dog food enthusiast left dejectedly, carrying his solitary bag back home. The day's transactions unfolded smoothly. The precious metals presented by the crowd far exceeded those from the previous day, what with an 800-gram gold chain, a half-pound ancestral bracelet, and a large box of platinum-mounted diamond rings of uncertain origin. There was even an individual who approached Liu Kai, clutching a box of collected ancient silver ingots, inquiring if he would accept such items. Regrettably, Liu Kai had to decline, as his storage space did not accommodate silver. Disappointed, the individual reluctantly withdrew 2 gold bars. Indeed, Liu Kai's eyes brightened. There were still numerous gold bars within the community. Most likely, they had been concealed in tightly secured spaces, eluding detection from comprehensive scans. The volume of jewelry exchanged today suggested that perhaps half of the community's reserves had been depleted. In truth, the sentiments of the crowd were quite intricate. Some individuals remain hesitant, contemplating whether this itinerant merchant can be trusted. Others naively believe that the cold spell will soon pass, asserting that relying on precious metals for food exchange is a losing game. There are also those who simply cannot part with their wealth. Liu Kai, however, remains unperturbed, allowing these individuals to endure a few more days of hunger. By then, not only gold and platinum will be exchanged, but even maternal affection could be bartered. In a flurry of transactions, he swiftly sold off 4 large crates of supplies, including 5 sets of expensive thermal sleeping bags. With an ample stock of survival essentials secured, it was time to indulge. Thus, half a crate of cigarettes and alcohol was also sold. The orderly queue of individuals exchanging substantial goods was captured on video and disseminated among their relatives and friends via their mobile devices. It is said that through just 10 people, one can connect to anyone in the world, even the President of the United States. Consequently, this news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Fenghai City and beyond within a mere 2 hours. However, the information circulating online is a blend of truth and fabrication, with the potential for even videos to be manipulated. Detractors presented a compelling argument. Which Chinese individual would so dutifully stand in line? What? You claim the itinerant merchant single-handedly defeated 5 armed Japanese foes? Absurd. Utterly preposterous. Is he, perchance, a superhero? Chapter 55. The Brazen Arrival Credit? The supporters were deeply intrigued by the identity of the itinerant merchant. Speculations abounded. Some suggested he was a supermarket owner, while others posited he might be an apocalyptic enthusiast hoarding supplies, or perhaps a member of a grassroots relief organization. The conjectures were endless. However, their primary concern lay in the merchant's operational territory. Would he pass by their homes? Did he truly only accept gold and platinum? Were his supplies sufficiently abundant? The questions were numerous and unanswered. Even contacting survivors from the Lashik garden community yielded no clarity. Moreover, there were those with nefarious intentions. Forget about supplies. That snowmobile was a coveted prize. If one could seize that vehicle, they could venture out to scavenge for resources instead of spending money to purchase them. Yet, upon witnessing the faint outline of a gun barrel beneath the merchant's voluminous cloak in the video, many ordinary people quickly abandoned their reckless thoughts. After all, one's life was paramount. Only a handful remained deranged enough to plot a grand heist, robbing the itinerant merchant. Human nature is intricate. Some sought to buy. Others aimed to steal. There existed yet another type of individual, those who sought to exploit the situation for free. This was precisely the encounter Liu Kai faced. More than 60 individuals formed an orderly line, swiftly trading for the desperately needed supplies. As they lingered, they eagerly inquired whether Liu Kai would continue trading the following day. He refrained from giving a definitive answer, merely instructing them to await updates in the group chat. Once everyone had dispersed, Liu Kai busied himself transporting the supply boxes to his vehicle. Suddenly, a throng of people burst forth from Building 10. Leading the charge was a middle-aged woman, sprinting towards him while shouting, "Young man, wait a moment, wait." Liu Kai raised an eyebrow and regarded the approaching crowd. Approximately 20 individuals, all middle-aged or elderly, rushed towards him. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why they had only now appeared. Were they hoping to negotiate a better deal as he prepared to leave? However, as he instinctively scanned the crowd, he noticed the distinct absence of gold and platinum. Liu Kai's expression darkened instantly. He secured the boxes and fixed his gaze on the gathering, his hands instinctively gripping his fully loaded handgun. If these individuals truly intended to rob him, he would not hesitate to embrace the role of Marco Polo for an impromptu showdown. To Liu Kai's astonishment, the apparent leader of the group, an older woman, charged ahead with an avaricious glint in her eyes, fixated on the 2 remaining large boxes. Her countenance bore an unsettling resemblance to a stereotypical villainess from a drama, intent on tormenting her daughter-in-law. Liu Kai's regard for her plummeted from 0 to negative. The woman seemed to sense his discontent and quickly forced a semblance of a friendly smile onto her face. "Young man, don't be in such a hurry to close up. We wish to make purchases as well." At that moment, the 20 or so individuals encircled him, clamoring for their desired items. "Young man, please hand me 20 bags of compressed biscuits and 2 sets of thermal sleeping bags. And me, I want the same." "Yes, yes. We all want the same." The last to speak was a man with a bulbous nose and a receding hairline. "In addition to biscuits and sleeping bags, we require 10 bottles of strong liquor." In an instant, the northern gate of the community buzzed with the commotion akin to a bustling market. Observing Liu Kai standing motionless, the leading matron urged, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and gather the goods." Liu Kai, however, was more curious about the intentions of the crowd and directly offered a price. Each of you shall pay 100 grams of gold or double the amount in platinum, and for 10 bottles of liquor for 100 grams of gold. First, allow me to inspect the quality. Upon hearing this, the matron's tone shifted to one of displeasure. In supermarkets, one takes the goods before payment. Do you not understand the rules? Are you afraid we might default? Her words carried a hint of grievance, as if her dignity had been gravely insulted. That is the supermarket's rule, not mine. Payment must be made first. Liu Kai's firm stance left her momentarily speechless. She then adopted a troubled expression. Young man, let's negotiate. We truly have no gold. How about paying in cash? Seemingly worried that Liu Kai might be displeased, she quickly added, rest assured, we won't let you suffer a loss. We are offering double the market price, 20 yuan per bag of compressed biscuits. How does that sound? At this, Liu Kai was thoroughly incensed. How could she have the audacity to propose such a thing? In this day and age, what uses paper currency? This is a relatively upscale community. Even if they reside in apartments, these individuals are at least from middle-class families. Older members of the group likely possess some gold or silver jewelry. Yet, these people appeared conspicuously devoid of adornments, clearly having removed their jewelry in advance. To brazenly claim they possessed no gold was merely an attempt to take advantage of him and obtain something for nothing. Were they here to burn paper offerings for the dead? He let out a cold laugh. Oh, so you have nothing I desire? Then please take your leave. With that, he resumed his efforts to load the box onto the snowmobile. However, the leading matron grew visibly anxious, suddenly rushing forward to press her hand against the box, preventing him from moving it. Wait. Liu Kai's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew his pistol, pressing it against the matron's forehead. Humph. You seek death. No one anticipated his abrupt action. The leading matron, terrified, collapsed to her knees with a thud, before Liu Kai could utter another word. The group of uncles and aunts following her mimicked her, kneeling in unison. Cries erupted all around. Young man, please show mercy and save us. They wailed. Yes, young man. Have pity on us, the elderly left behind. We truly have nothing to cook with at home. We have no gold or platinum. Could you lend us some food? Indeed. Lend us a little. We will remember your kindness and repay you double once the cold wave passes. Just moments ago, they had suggested purchasing with paper currency. And now they were outright asking for credit. Liu Kai furrowed his brow and bellowed, enough. Yet the crowd had made up their minds to pester him, refusing to relent. The cacophony of their voices attracted numerous survivors from above, who began to gather and record the scene with their phones, pointing and whispering about the unfolding drama below. At that moment, a man residing on the 7th floor of Building 2 could no longer bear the sight. He opened his window and shouted at Liu Kai, brother. These elderly folks are rather pitiable. Why not lend them a bit? It was already quite vexing to be ambushed by this group, and now, a self-righteous individual had decided to play the hero. Enraged, Liu Kai did not hold back and swiftly redirected his weapon, pulling the trigger decisively. Bang! The sound echoed. The ballistic simulation feature of his exoskeleton came into play, enabling Liu Kai to effortlessly shatter the man's living room window from a distance of 80 meters. Glass scattered across the floor, and a gust of cold wind surged into the room, causing the man to lose his footing and collapse in fright. The temperature inside plummeted instantaneously, and the mingling of fear from nearly being shot left him trembling. The resounding gunshot also effectively silenced the kneeling crowd before him. With a sardonic smile, Liu Kai addressed the group on the ground. That generous soul from the 7th floor, why not approach him for supplies? Chapter 56. Seizing the opportunity to drive away the wolves upon witnessing Liu Kai's audacity to brandish a firearm. The group of middle-aged men and women instantly shed their earlier bluster, retreating into a silence that spoke volumes. Avoiding Liu Kai's piercing gaze, they exchanged furtive glances, seemingly pondering their next course of action. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension for a brief moment before the leading matron rose once more, her demeanor brimming with discontent. Young man, she began, her tone laced with indignation, we merely sought to engage in a discussion with you, even if you're unwilling. Is it truly necessary to draw a weapon? Liu Kai could hardly suppress a laugh, incredulous at her interpretation of discussion. You call this a negotiation? I have drawn my gun. Do you dare challenge that? As the barrel of the gun was once again aimed at her forehead, the matron's bravado evaporated, and she instinctively stepped back. However, bolstered by the eager gazes of her companions behind her, she summoned her remaining courage. Listen here, young man. I must speak frankly. Respecting our elders is a cherished virtue of our great nation. You possess an abundance of resources. What harm is there in sharing a little with us? Besides, we never demanded it outright. We could settle on credit and repay you in the future. Consider our age. We are all in our 50s. Just think of your parents, who are likely of a similar age. One must care for the elderly, and saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. The divine observes your actions. She continued her impassioned address. Moreover, the law prohibits the refusal of currency. To insist on transactions in gold or platinum is simply unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Her words flowed forth like an unrelenting barrage, leaving Liu Kai no opportunity to interject. The kneeling individuals appeared to have found their pillar of support. Emboldened by her words, and they too began to rise, clamoring and shouting in a cacophony of voices. We genuinely have no gold or platinum to offer. We come to you in desperation, young brother. We, as fellow citizens, do not deceive one another. We assure you, we will repay you. Can you truly bear to watch us perish from hunger? As they edged closer to Liu Kai, their demeanor suggested they were ready to resort to force if necessary. Meanwhile, many survivors upstairs perked up, their ears attuned to the unfolding drama. Despite the annoyance caused by the daily dances of these middle-aged folk, no one dared to step forward in defense of Liu Kai. They all understood the implications. Should Liu Kai relent, it would set a dangerous precedent, inviting a torrent of similar demands. In a fit of exasperation that bordered on amusement, Liu Kai drew the handgun strapped to his left leg. Ah, splendid. You lot, with half your bodies buried in the earth, still possess such audacity. Your starvation is of no concern to me. I am not a savior here for your woes. This is a fair exchange. If you wish to buy, then do so. If not, then begone. Should you continue to wield moral coercion, I assure you, I shall abandon all pretense of morality. Faced with such a scathing rebuke, the matron felt the sting of humiliation, yet as she realized Liu Kai's temper had truly flared, and with the double guns now leveled at her, even her discontent was quelled. Though she muttered under her breath, the fear of his wrath silenced any louder protestations. Seeing no intention of retreat from the crowd, Liu Kai advanced a step closer. Are you not leaving? Must I extend an invitation for you to depart? The crowd was forced back a step by Liu Kai's fierce aura, their hearts pounding as they gazed at the ominous barrel of the gun, their legs trembling. You young man possess no decorum at all. I must say I misjudged you. We shall take our leave. Indeed, let us depart. We would rather starve than enrich this unscrupulous merchant. Scoundrel. Pah. Hoarding such a vast amount of goods cannot be from legitimate means. Once the cold wave passes, I will surely report you. The crowd, having gained nothing from this encounter, murmured discontentedly as they dispersed under the leadership of an indignant matron. Liu Kai, upon hearing their curses, felt no anger. Rather, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. He refrained from resorting to violence against them, for this presented a splendid opportunity to exploit the situation. Resolutely, he retrieved his phone and sent 2 messages in the homeowners group. In light of your lack of contractual spirit, tomorrow morning will mark my final transaction within this community. All items will see a price increase to 5 times their original value. A friendly reminder, I only accept precious metals, regardless of their provenance. Beneath his mask, Liu Kai wore a distinctly malevolent grin. Now, I do not believe you will refrain from relinquishing your entire stock. He had exhausted his patience, planning to exert a strong emotional pull once more, aiming to extract every last bit of inventory from these individuals before shifting his operations to other neighborhoods. He intended to seize opportunities to acquire gold and platinum at bargain prices before the official announcement of the refuge was made. Liu Kai departed, heading towards the next, more distant jewelry store to scour for treasures. Meanwhile, the residents of Lishirt's Yuyuan community were in an uproar. They had failed to realize that threatening others when devoid of leverage was the most foolish course of action. Initially, they had intended to let the bullets fly for a while, waiting for the itinerant merchant to relent and allow them to take advantage. However, not only had their attempts at free acquisition failed, but the prices for their purchases were also set to rise. The itinerant merchant had clearly stated that tomorrow would be the last opportunity for transactions. What would they do in the days to come? Should they continue to hold on to their useless gold and platinum, or should they hastily exchange them for necessary supplies tomorrow? This posed a dilemma for everyone. Of course, it was a question with a clear answer. Should they choose to retain their gold, their fate would likely be starvation or freezing to death. After all, as the old adage goes, once this village passes, there will be no shop left. Who could say whether other merchants would be willing to sell supplies? In their hearts, everyone had arrived at a definitive conclusion. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Although the survivors quickly accepted this harsh reality, they felt the need to attribute blame for this unwarranted disaster. Humans excel at displacing their anger onto others. Not a single person had stood up to condemn the moral coercion earlier. All had harbored thoughts of benefiting without effort. Yet, now they collectively placed the blame for their predicament on that group of individuals. They completely absolved themselves of any responsibility, adopting the stance of innocent bystanders. Thus, having identified the culprits, the next step was to rally against the supposed bandits. Some individuals began to quietly unite in secret. They were waiting. As the sun descends and the night grows dark and windy, one finds their way to the homes of middle-aged and elderly individuals in a bid to recover impending losses. This also serves as a means to take revenge for the disturbances caused by late-night square dancing. This, indeed, is Liu Kai's second true intention. Moral extortionists represent the most malignant tumors of this world. He would relish the opportunity to see them all perish. Yet, in order to maintain his reputation as a respectable businessman, he persuades the survivors from other communities to willingly trade in precious metals. During the day, he refrains from committing murder in plain sight, for there are times when taking a life does not require the expenditure of a bullet. A few carefully chosen words of provocation can incite a frenzy among the wolves and tigers. Chapter 57. Exploring bodily changes. Wang Ning seeks help. Liu Kai has never been a workaholic, and especially now, with the apocalypse upon them and no one to oversee him. He is even less inclined to labor excessively. By noon, he decided to return home for a well-deserved rest. Indeed, a balance between work and leisure is the true path. From yesterday to today, his gains have been substantial. Just earlier, while pillaging a gold shop, he also visited a ready-to-wear store, acquiring 10 sets of size 195 XXXXL clothing. Naturally, these were not for his own wear but to envelop his powered exoskeleton. The loose garments, paired with a self-made gray cloak, effectively concealed the exoskeleton, rendering him less conspicuous despite his imposing physique. After indulging in a hot shower to wash away the fatigue, he commenced preparing a meal. Simultaneously, he contemplated his current state. Last night, he procured a staggering 20 kilograms of gold bars from Qin Fuju's residence, and today's transactions yielded an additional 18 kilograms of gold and platinum. Following these dealings, he raided a gold shop, only to have nearly 50 kilograms of precious metals absorbed by his spatial ability, which provided minimal enhancement to his physical and spatial capabilities. Perhaps this was due to his current limits already being considerably high. According to Liu Kai's assessments, his spatial abilities, teleportation, object manipulation, bullet interception, and scanning, had improved by at most 10 compared to when he battled the enemy. The most significant transformation was in his storage space, which now effortlessly accommodates Black Cat Xiaobai while maintaining a state of suspended time. However, he still could not manage the now considerably bulkier husky Xiaohei. Yet, he could render Xiaohei's body rigid and immobile, as if the dog were resisting the pull of the storage space. Liu Kai felt a sense of satisfaction. His previous hypotheses regarding control abilities had proven valid. However, he still needed to find an opportunity to test the effects on humans. Regarding his physical prowess, punching power, arm strength, fatigue resistance, reaction speed, running speed, impact resistance, and endurance, he has largely surpassed the world records set by pre-apocalyptic humanity. Perhaps he also possesses some degree of toxin resistance. But without toxic mushrooms at hand, he could not verify this. In other words, his physical attributes have reached the pinnacle allowed by human biological structure, akin to the state of Captain America post-serum injection, while he speculated that his bodily enhancements might have plateaued. One peculiar observation remained. His storage space exhibited an even greater craving for precious metals than before. Liu Kai pondered aloud, could there be further changes to my spatial abilities? Yet, no amount of contemplation could conjure answers from thin air. To unravel this mystery, he must personally verify it. For now, his primary concern was satisfying his hunger. With a comedy film playing on the television, Liu Kai served himself a meal, watching and eating simultaneously. However, as he continued, he realized something was amiss. 5 bowls of white rice and 3 dishes of soup had vanished, yet his stomach felt insatiable. That morning, in preparation for trading, he had only casually consumed 2 small breads, and after the transactions, he had spent considerable time scavenging for supplies. Not only physical exertion consumes energy, but teleportation and scanning also deplete it. Liu Kai's lips twitched as he realized the adverse effects of his newfound strength. The greater the consumption, the larger the appetite. Under the curious gazes of Xiaohei and Xiaobai, Liu Kai retrieved a substantial amount of food from his storage space. Displaying his bounty, he presented a roasted duck, a crispy pork belly, 5 marinated chicken legs, 2 bowls of sesame paste, a 1-liter bottle of Sprite, and half a watermelon. Satisfied, he patted his belly, concluding his feast. Fortunately, the stockpile he had amassed could only be described as immense. Otherwise, what would sustain a normal person for a year would be devoured by him in merely a month. In the afternoon, Liu Kai remained steadfast in his exercise routine, swimming for 2 hours without fail. Upon returning to his living quarters, he intended to indulge in some gaming but discovered an unexpected text message on his charging phone. It was from Wang Ning, the finance manager. Little Liu, I heard that a wandering merchant has arrived in your neighborhood these past few days. Could you assist in contacting this individual? Upon reading the message, a peculiar expression crossed Liu Kai's face. He wondered what Wang Ning needed with the merchant. Could it be that her household supplies had run out? He decided to call her back directly. Previously, Wang Ning's family had exhausted their savings due to unforeseen circumstances and had refrained from purchasing a home in Lishiquaiwan. However, their residing community shared the same power supply zone as Lishiquaiwan. The call connected smoothly. He got straight to the point, asking, "Sister Wang, it's Liu Kai. What do you need with the wandering merchant? Has your household run out of supplies?" "Don't worry, little Liu, we still have plenty at home. And I haven't informed anyone else. You know our community is an old one, with many elderly and left-behind children. Their supplies are dwindling and several have fallen ill. Although we formed a self-rescue team and sent a few young adults out to search for supplies, the results have been meager. Now everyone is feeling quite desperate. So I thought I might ask if the wandering merchant would come by. We are in need of food and medicine." Upon hearing this, Liu Kai furrowed his brow and paused before responding. He did not oppose engaging in commerce. However, his feelings towards Wang Ning were somewhat convoluted. Whether it was her candid reminder about Lin Xiao when he was overextending his salary or her offer to accommodate him in her home after he revealed his ample supplies, she had consistently demonstrated her kindness and good nature. She even volunteered as a community committee member without compensation. Yet, having witnessed the degradation of human nature throughout his life, he maintained a profound wariness of the world at large. Soon, the authorities would establish a refuge in the city center based on the Wanda Plaza building. Wang Ning's family had hoarded considerable supplies and was not far from Wanda, easily capable of surviving until the refuge was established and receiving the best protection from the authorities. However, now she was overly conscientious, forming a self-rescue team? To Liu Kai, this seemed like courting trouble. The survivors from Lishiquaiwan illustrated the complexity of human nature all too well. One can even foresee the scorn and potential violence that Wang Ning will face when she can no longer satisfy the ever-expanding demands of these individuals. She is not alone. She has a young son at home. To speak rather bluntly, Liu Kai believes that such actions are somewhat reminiscent of a savior complex. "Xiaolu, are you listening?" Liu Kai was jolted back to reality by this inquiry, promptly responding, "I am here, indeed." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have heard that. In a month, an official shelter will be established at Wanda Plaza, so you need not endure such hardships. Everyone just needs to hold on a little longer." "Really?" Wang Ning's tone was suddenly infused with delight. "Although I am unaware of your source, I trust you. I shall share this wonderful news with everyone shortly. By the way, you have yet to mention the matter of the wandering merchants." She did not genuinely believe in the accuracy of Liu Kai's source. Rather, the news was too exhilarating to dismiss. Even if it were merely an ethereal hope, she would prefer to voice it, encouraging everyone to rally. Chapter 58, Midnight Atrocities. Enjoying late-night snacks, while watching a spectacle upon hearing Wang Ning's unwavering stance, Liu Kai could not help but feel a sense of admiration. How is it that Sister Wang remains impervious to reason? He sighed inwardly. Undeniably, amidst the apocalypse, there exist glimmers of human virtue. Each individual clings to their own beliefs and principles, and Wang Ning's actions stem from a place of integrity, leaving him with little to argue. Nevertheless, he resolved to make one last effort. Feigning concern, he remarked, "The wandering merchant has indeed asked for assistance in promoting his business. However, Sister Wang, as you are well aware, he is a businessman driven by profit, only accepting gold and platinum. Moreover, he has a propensity for violence. Just this morning, someone in our community attempted to purchase supplies with money and nearly lost their life." Liu Kai did not hesitate to suggest that he too had violent tendencies, implying that their community was impoverished and incapable of gathering the gold the merchant demanded. He worried that the elderly might resort to moral coercion or even plunder supplies. In such a scenario, Liu Kai would not hesitate to resort to violence. But how would he face Wang Ning if she intervened to stop him? To his surprise, Wang Ning responded with remarkable confidence. "I have seen the video from this morning. Those individuals brought their misfortune upon themselves and do not warrant sympathy. We can collectively gather gold to procure supplies for those in dire need, helping one another to weather this storm." With her words laid bare, it would be too conspicuous for Liu Kai to reject her proposal. He could only sigh inwardly. "I will contact the wandering merchant tomorrow morning and request that he prioritize trading with your community." "Wonderful. We understand that the supplies in the merchant's possession are highly sought after. There is no need to pressure him. Just do your best." Liu Kai initially intended to assure her that the merchant would certainly comply. However, recalling Wang Ning's astute reasoning and exceptional analytical skills, he quickly amended his statement. "All right. I will do my utmost." After ending the call and returning to the first floor, he found the four-wheeled snowmobiles charging at the shooting range. Liu Kai swiftly retrieved black electrical tape from his storage space. With remarkable speed, he covered all four windows of the snowmobiles, 2 at the rear and 2 on the sides. Satisfied that the contents of the cargo area were completely obscured from view, he nodded in approval. Nightfall descended swiftly. Due to the absence of lighting, by 9 p.m., the world was shrouded in darkness. Liu Kai, brimming with enthusiasm, settled into the living room. The coffee table was adorned with a lavish array of grilled skewers and beer for his late-night repast. Most importantly, the television was broadcasting a thrilling program. It featured footage captured by drones in night vision mode. Angered survivors began to gather, intent on confronting the culprits responsible for the skyrocketing prices of goods. Liu Kai had already learned of these clandestine gatherings through his hacking software. The moral coercion faced during the morning-ish transactions had ignited a desire for vengeance within him. However, for various reasons, he had refrained from acting aggressively at the time, opting instead to sow discord. Now, he was on the brink of savoring the fruits of his machinations. The first to suffer would be the leader of that group, a woman with a malevolent countenance. The 5 survivors residing in Building 11, clad in heavy clothing, stealthily ventured outside. They converged at the corner of the 10th floor, exchanging a few brief words before decisively making their way to the 22nd floor, where the leading matriarch awaited. Their figures, seemingly concealed in the darkness, were nevertheless captured clearly by a drone through the stairwell window. Inside, the matriarch and her 30-year-old son trembled in the living room, chilled to the bone. Before them blazed a modest campfire, yet they dared not rest, having seen the messages circulated by the roaming merchant earlier that day. At this moment, all that remained was a profound sense of regret, anger, and an overwhelming fear. The matriarch was no fool. She recognized the merchant's incitement for others to rob her. Alas, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as the anti-theft door emitted a sound. The steel bolt that locked it retreated as if turned by an external key. The mother and son were instantly paralyzed with terror. The strong man reacted swiftly, suppressing his fear as he seized a mop handle beside him, shielding his mother and preparing for confrontation. With a sharp crack, the anti-theft door swung open. Before the man could comprehend the situation, the 5 survivors burst in, brandishing blinding flashlights, and swiftly overpowered him, knocking him to the ground and seizing the mop handle from his grasp. Despite his frantic struggles, they proved futile. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Let me go, or I swear I won't hold back." Without a word, one of the burly intruders delivered a crushing kick to the man's temple. The man felt the world spin around him, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. Upon witnessing her son being struck down, the matriarch, consumed by madness, screamed, "You beast dare to harm my son? You shall not go unpunished." Before she could rise to tend to her unconscious son, the same burly intruder coldly kicked her in the abdomen, sending her sprawling backward. The pain contorted her features as she clutched her stomach, writhing in agony and instinctively emitting muffled groans. Observing the matriarch curled up like a shrimp, the burly man chuckled. This old hag can take a beating better than her son." Another intruder quickly interjected, "Enough of this, Xiaobin. Everyone, split up and search quickly. Take all the food, drink, gold, and platinum from her home." The group moved with remarkable efficiency, rushing into various rooms and ransacking the place with reckless abandon. They paid no heed to whether the cabinets contained anything of value. They overturned everything. Pots, pans, and dishes shattered upon impact. Locked cabinets were no obstacle. They were simply smashed open. The group swept through the house like locusts, even dismantling the frozen electric water heater, hoping to uncover some hidden treasures within. Time passed, and the matriarch's son remained unconscious while she gradually regained her composure. Watching the chaos unfold in her own home, she struggled to maintain her resolve, lying on the floor, her spirit unyielding amidst the turmoil. With futile attempts to grasp those individuals, she wept and lamented. "You beasts, you vile wretches, may you meet a terrible fate. Oh, my poor life." The intruder, known as Xiaobin, sneered upon hearing her words. Ransacking the place, he did not refrain from mocking her. You are hardly a virtuous soul yourself. How dare you criticize us? Do not think we are unaware. Your daughter-in-law bears only daughters and is subjected to daily torment by you and your son. The last time, you drove her to the brink of suicide. What a remarkable woman, reduced to a mass of bruises by your son. To enter your household is sheer misfortune. The theft you suffered is but divine retribution. I have come to enact justice." The elderly woman resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screeching and struggling to rise, charging directly at Xiaobin. "You damned old hag, attempting to ambush me?" Xiaobin, infuriated, seized a glass ashtray from the coffee table and brought it crashing down upon her head. With a resounding thud, blood spattered forth, and the elderly woman, eyes wide, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 59, A Night of Madness, Pillage and Bloodshed. Though Xiaobin was boisterous and brutal, in reality, he was merely a thug. He had never taken a life before. His intention was only to intimidate the elderly woman. Unexpectedly, the outcome was far graver than he had anticipated. Fear gripped him, causing his lips to tremble, and the ashtray in his hand teetered precariously. Hearing the commotion, the others rummaging through the house hastily emerged. Upon witnessing the elderly woman sprawled in a pool of blood, one of them furrowed his brow and reproached Xiaobin. How could you kill her? This is inviting trouble. It must be said, Xiaobin possessed remarkable composure. Upon hearing this remark, he instantly regained his calm. Tightening his grip on the ashtray, his gaze, now resolute, swept across the group. Ladies and gentlemen, is there still law in this day and age? If we speak of the law, we are committing burglary, and the nature of our actions is indeed heinous. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Although they were aware that societal order had collapsed for quite some time, this was their first direct involvement in an act of murder. A sense of conflict and trepidation lingered within their hearts. Before they could reconcile their inner turmoil, Xiaobin hastened towards the unconscious man on the ground. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. My apologies, but we are merely striving to survive. Bang, bang, bang. The tempered glass ashtray struck the man's head with tremendous force, shattering upon impact. The other four were taken aback, their gazes towards Xiaobin now tinged with fear. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The five ceased their conversation, swiftly ransacking the meager food supplies and a few trinkets in the elderly woman's home. According to their agreement, they would divide the spoils equally, with only the stoutest man receiving the lion's share. Xiaobin and the others looked at him with a hint of envy. Manager Ren truly remains sharp as ever. After years of navigating the mercurial seas of commerce, his lockpicking skills are still unmatched. The man merely waved his hand in modesty. One must not forget one's roots. The ancestral craft must not be forsaken, lest the ancestors cease to bless my fortune. At this juncture, the group's mentality had subtly shifted. They had compelled themselves to accept the grim reality of murder and burglary. Their substantial gains emboldened them, and they left the elderly woman's home in high spirits, leaving behind a scene of devastation and two lifeless bodies. Subsequently, the locksmith, known as Manager Ren, went to reunite with the survivors waiting at Building 9, preparing for their next break-in. Those who thrived on skill could flourish anywhere, and perhaps that night, he would strike it rich. Meanwhile, the survivors exhibited a tacit understanding, refraining from turning against one another. Their eyes remained fixed on the culprits responsible for the soaring prices of supplies, the group that had resorted to moral coercion earlier that morning. Liu Kai sat in the warmth of his living room, with Xiao He and Xiao Bai lounging beside him. He munched on skewers while watching the thrilling performance transmitted by the drone. Liu Kai overheard Xiaobin's taunts directed at the elderly woman, realizing that both she and her son were indeed peculiar individuals. Upon witnessing the demise of the leading matriarch, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within me. At this very moment, the rampant pillaging persisted in other areas. Gradually, Liu Kai discerned from numerous voices that the eccentricities were not confined to the matriarch alone. The daytime moral extortionists, it seemed, each possessed their own peculiarities. For instance, there were those who, despite their affluent circumstances, resorted to stealing packages. One of the survivors who intruded stumbled upon a parcel stolen the previous month and, in a fit of rage, dealt a few hefty blows to the thief. Some, too lethargic to venture outside, discarded their refuse in the unmonitored underground garage, creating a stench unbearable. Such acts were mere trifles compared to more grievous offenses, such as defaulting on debts, fraudulently claiming poverty subsidies, and engaging in illicit fundraising. The myriad manifestations of human behavior were indeed countless. It was evident that shamelessness and opportunism were the hallmarks of these individuals. Perhaps only they could conceive of employing such despicable tactics of moral coercion. Their frequent disturbances from dancing in public spaces had long irked the community. Perhaps it was these trivial grievances that harbored hidden conflicts among the residents. Now, brazenly committing home invasions, they sought vengeance not only against the rising prices imposed by roaming merchants, but also against personal vendettas. After watching for over an hour, the drone's battery was nearing depletion, and Liu Kai reluctantly concluded his observations for the night. The entire neighborhood buzzed with chaos, the cries of looting reverberating through the air. As dawn broke the following day, the community returned to its former silence. Liu Kai awoke at his usual hour, preparing the goods he intended to sell. Curiosity piqued. He activated his spatial abilities to scan the entire neighborhood, revealing the darkness and malevolence festering within the hearts of the people. These emotions, constrained during times of peace, had been unleashed the previous night. It was as if the infamous scorched earth policy had resurfaced. The robbers seized whatever they could, and what they could not take was mercilessly destroyed. Some homes were even set ablaze, leaving charred remnants in their wake. Corpses, each in varying states of demise, lay unburied amidst the disarray. The merciless winds and frost seeped through the shattered windows, eroding the remnants of life. Liu Kai was astonished to discover that more than 50 residents had perished overnight. Not only had the victims of theft succumbed, But many of the robbers had also met their end, some at the hands of their victims in desperate resistance, others slain by their companions over disputes regarding the spoils. Additionally, an unexpected yet somewhat anticipated occurrence transpired. The intruder, who had pried open the matriarch's door, met his demise as well, a bullet lodged in his chest. His body lying cold in the stairwell of Building 4. The gold they had filched had vanished without a trace, concealed behind the scenes. Liu Kai unabashedly observed the raw essence of humanity unfold. In his past life, he too had struggled amidst the cold currents. In this existence, he felt as though a deity, surveying the multitude from a lofty vantage. This stark contrast brought him immense inner satisfaction. At 10 a.m., Liu Kai arrived punctually at the northern gate of the community, driving his snow vehicle. As per the established custom, upon disembarking, he promptly planted his self-made flag into the ground, its fabric fluttering in the wind. However, he merely retrieved 2 supply boxes from the snow vehicle's trunk. After placing the boxes down, he refrained from making any announcements. Instead, he leaned against the snow vehicle, idly toying with a shotgun. The matte black, robust barrel sent shivers down the onlookers' spines. Just like 2 days prior, there were already individuals waiting in the sheltered corners below, seeking refuge from the wind. Yet, when they beheld the mere 2 boxes, panic ensued. Why were there so few supplies available today? The rear of the snow vehicle was sealed with black electrical tape, rendering it impossible for the crowd to ascertain whether any additional supplies remained inside. Furthermore, his blatant act of cleaning the shotgun was a clear indication of his loss of faith in the survivors of Lashik Garden community. A sense of despair washed over everyone. As a grim thought surfaced, perhaps today marked the final visit of the wandering merchant for trade. The most critical aspect was that there were only 2 boxes of supplies. It was a matter of first come, first served. Even if one possessed ample precious metals, a moment's delay could result in the items being snatched away by others. Chapter 60. Temptation. All highly coveted goods in the corners, the survivors, seeking refuge from the biting cold, disregarded all decorum. The current reality dictated that the swift would prevail, while the slow would be left behind. They surged towards the northern gate, shouting demands for various supplies at Liu Kai. The silence was abruptly shattered. These individuals, unfazed by the frigid winds, abandoned the orderly queue that had previously prevailed. The first to arrive, heedless of propriety, hurriedly produced handfuls of gold bars and jewelry to offer Liu Kai, their voices laced with urgency. I was first, sell to me. Those who lagged behind echoed their fervent pleas. Me, sell to me first. Most of these people had participated in the looting the previous night. Yet now they appeared desperate and disheveled, a stark contrast to their menacing demeanor from the night prior. The cacophony of voices caused Liu Kai to furrow his brow, and with a swift motion, he cocked his shotgun. A cold snort from him sent shivers through the crowd, and an immediate silence fell, as all eyes darted apprehensively towards the firearm. Reluctantly, they formed a long queue. Satisfied by this turn of events, Liu Kai nodded and pointed to the first individual who had arrived. You go first. The chosen man felt a surge of joy, his face alight with a sycophantic grin as he stepped forward eagerly. Yet, as he opened his mouth to speak, his gaze fell upon the contents of the boxes, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The first box contained the usual instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and tablets. However, the second box held not only the exceedingly precious strategic resource of sugar, but also 5 bags of 10 kilograms rice. Swallowing his previous words, he hastily corrected himself. Brother, I want to buy rice. The others in line, upon hearing this word, instantly gleamed with a fervent desire. They stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to glimpse into the box. Their composure shattered. It truly was rice. After weeks of chilling winds, they had gone many days without the comforting warmth of freshly cooked rice. A bag of rice weighing 20 jin would yield 50 jin of cooked rice. If one were to consume rice alone, rationing to a mere pound per day, that bag would sustain a single person for 50 days. The individuals at the front were filled with astonishment, while those at the back seethed with discontent, lamenting their lack of 2 extra legs. However, Liu Kai's words swiftly pulled all minds back to reality. 1 bag of rice costs 2 kilograms of gold or 4 kilograms of platinum. The expression of delight on the first man's face turned to shock, disbelief overtaking him as he stammered. How much? The gold bars and jewelry he brought amounted to just around 2 kilograms. He began to suspect that Liu Kai was deliberately targeting him. Yet, Liu Kai remained unresponsive, regarding him with a cold glare. If you want to buy, hurry up. If you can't afford it, move aside. The man quickly steadied himself, frantically calculating in his mind. Today, as prices for supplies were 5 times those of yesterday, 2 kilograms of gold could procure 40 bags of compressed biscuits, enough to last 40 days if one consumed a bag daily. Upon further reflection, it seemed that rice was indeed the more favorable choice, merely requiring a bit more time to prepare. Initially, I had intended to purchase a few additional items for backup, but now I can no longer afford to be so particular. Resolutely, I decided, I shall buy a bag of rice. The transaction was completed. The individual hurriedly carried the rice away from the north gate. Among the crowd of people waiting behind, some cast envious glances at his departing figure, their thoughts unknown. Subsequently, for more individuals with a similar resolve, swiftly spent a substantial sum to acquire a bag of rice. Liu Kai was not surprised. These individuals had profited greatly the previous night and were now willing to deplete their household reserves without hesitation. However, the people at the back began to feel frustration. It was not only rice that was being snatched away, but each individual held a considerable amount of gold. And 2 boxes of supplies were being consumed at an alarming rate. Indeed, when the 6th person in line revealed 6 500-gram gold bars, they cleared out the remaining biscuits and instant noodles. I have obtained it. The joy within this person was unmistakable as he clutched a large pile of goods, laughing heartily as he rushed home. At that moment, there were still over 40 people waiting in line behind him. The crowd suddenly buzzed with agitation. Just days ago, many had been hesitant, reluctant to commit. But today was the final opportunity. The despair of having money yet being unable to purchase anything loomed over everyone. They truly wished they could slap themselves hard. The last person in line, in a fit of determination, left the queue and quietly followed the recent purchasers. Observing the regretful expressions on their faces, Liu Kai recognized that emotions had been successfully stirred. It was time to offer them a glimmer of hope. Calmly, he retrieved 2 large boxes from the snow-covered vehicle. My goodness! This move left the survivors utterly astonished, especially those who had just left the queue with intentions to rob. They stood frozen in place at this sight. Come on, if you have more items, reveal them sooner. This makes me look foolish. Some gazed intently at the covered trunk of the snow-laden vehicle, pondering whether there might still be more goods inside. However, did they dare to gamble? After experiencing such profound despair moments ago, they hesitated. What if there were indeed only 2 boxes left? They could not afford to wait. Action was imperative. As the 2 boxes were opened, the first revealed 5 neatly stacked bags of 10 kilograms rice. The other contained not only biscuits and instant noodles, but also numerous bottles of multivitamins and dozens of packets of salt. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Vitamins to bolster immunity, salt to sustain energy. It must be said, these items struck a chord deep within their hearts. The transactions continued. A few fortunate individuals who successfully acquired goods swiftly dashed toward home, for they still possessed some gold they were reluctant to part with. Now, however, they could not afford to hesitate. The allure of these items was simply too great. Regardless of whether they would have another chance to queue again, they had to take the risk. One survivor, after purchasing rice, chose not to leave immediately. Cautiously, he inquired, My dear brother, could you make a trip to the Billionaire community? My mother resides there, and she mentioned that many are willing to pay a premium for supplies. This statement instantly awakened the crowd waiting in line. They too had relatives living elsewhere. Even if the itinerant merchants were to cease their visits to the Lashik community, they could still venture to their loved ones. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted, each clamoring with excitement. Are you heading to Hangda City? They too are eager to offer high prices. Young man, why not first visit the Silver Moon Garden? It's nearby. Esteemed one, would you be willing to go to the city center? Many are there, pleading for your assistance. Liu Kai raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent, awaiting his announcement. I have my own plans, and there is no need for your concern. You should focus more on yourselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless, forced to swallow their questions. In no time, both boxes of goods were sold out completely. Chapter 61, Exhausting Inventory, and Intensified Thirst. This time, everyone had learned their lesson and remained in the queue. After all, stealing from others was a fool's errand, fraught with the risk of retaliation. Unless absolutely necessary, it was far wiser to purchase items honestly. Indeed, Liu Kai astonishingly produced 2 large boxes once more. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, reflecting a complex mix of frustration at being toyed with and relief at the prospect of acquiring supplies. At that moment, a few individuals who had hastily returned home to retrieve their stored gold rejoined the throng. Upon witnessing Liu Kai's emergence of 2 large boxes, they breathed a sigh of relief. This trip had not been in vain. They fancied themselves adept at deciphering the merchant's tactics. The vehicle was brimming with goods, deliberately enticing everyone. However, Liu Kai was far too shrewd to allow them such complacency. After setting down the boxes, he unprecedentedly shouted, Those wishing to buy, hurry. Only these 2 boxes remain. What? Just moments ago, those who felt assured were now bewildered. Only 2 boxes left? There was no way they could claim a spot in line. What was the point now? Perhaps they should resort to theft. Yet, what if he were lying and more supplies lay within the vehicle? Many found themselves in a quandary, ultimately deciding to continue observing. Soon, Both boxes were swiftly sold out. Noticing the crowd's inquisitive gazes, Liu Kai slapped his forehead in feigned exasperation. Oh dear, my memory. Right. There's still one box left. This time, it's truly gone. The crowd murmured in disbelief. I don't trust you, you cunning old man. That box was sold out as well. All eyes remained fixed on Liu Kai, yet he did not produce any more boxes. No one dared to inquire. And an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere for several seconds. Finally, someone could no longer endure the frigid temperature. They felt as if their legs were on the verge of frostbite. The line dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. This was precisely the moment Liu Kai had been waiting for. A sly smile crept across his lips as he seized the opportunity to discreetly retrieve. With the astonishing strength afforded by his exoskeleton, he managed to haul down 5 large boxes in one go. Shouting towards the retreating crowd, he proclaimed, 5 boxes remain. First come, first served. This outburst instantly halted everyone in their tracks. What the hell? Is he playing tricks on us? Yet, they could not afford to indulge their anger. Quickly, they maneuvered their nearly frozen legs to rush back. Throughout this entire display, Liu Kai's erratic behavior was not mere tomfoolery, though there were indeed playful intentions. Rather, it served as a continual tug-of-war, an incessant psychological suggestion. I still possess supplies, yet they could vanish at any moment. Should he openly declare an abundance of goods, the urgency would dissipate. They might even take the time to meticulously calculate, leaving some gold in reserve for when the cold snap ended while strategically purchasing a portion of food. However, if he explicitly stated that supplies were scarce, they would realize that returning home to fetch gold would guarantee them no better a position in line. They might simply resign themselves to fate and abandon their efforts. Such rudimentary tactics proved remarkably effective. After this drawn-out interplay, the crowd found themselves firmly under his thumb. As Liu Kai had anticipated, many did not rush to queue upon witnessing the 5 boxes of supplies. Instead, he hurried home, preparing to extract all the gold reserves he had previously been reluctant to part with. The subsequent transactions proceeded smoothly. In total, he sold 20 crates of supplies. Liu Kai refrained from revealing his storage space. Thus, the goods sold were strictly limited to the capacity of the snowmobile. It could only hold 20 crates. So he sold precisely that number. Even though he could have fully drained these individuals, he had to reluctantly forego some trifling profits. Silently, he relocated the empty crates back into the vehicle. Some survivors, having completed their transactions, gazed at Liu Kai with unspoken words. Just as he was about to ascend the snowmobile, 2 somewhat younger men finally mustered the courage to speak. Brother, are you truly not coming back? Everyone still has a bit of gold on hand. Indeed, esteemed one, those who broke the rules were already dealt with yesterday. The remaining ones are all law-abiding individuals. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? Upon hearing this, a cold smile flickered in Liu Kai's heart. Your survival is of no concern to me. Though he refrained from voicing this sentiment, he noticed someone filming with a phone. Even in the current power outage with no signal, this video would inevitably circulate among other survivors. It was essential to maintain a good reputation. Thus, he feigned a sigh and remarked, in business, it is crucial that both parties are willing, with no deception involved. Your indifference yesterday left me quite disheartened. How about this? Grant me some time to ponder. There was no need for contemplation. This was merely Liu Kai's excuse regarding the meager remnants of gold earrings and transport beads held by the crowd. Pretending to make a trip was hardly worth the effort. It would be more profitable to loot jewelry stores or exploit other neighborhoods. After stating this, he no longer offered any chance for them to persuade him, leaping onto the snowmobile and departing. This statement undoubtedly gave the survivors of Li Shiyuan a fleeting glimmer of hope. However, they were yet unaware that by the time Liu Kai reached the northern gate of the community, the roaming merchant's WeChat signal had quietly exited the homeowners group. Today's trading yielded bountiful rewards. Liu Kai had merely released a trifling 20 crates of supplies, yet received an astonishing 110 kilograms of gold and 48 kilograms of platinum in return. He could not help but marvel. Truly, this upscale community possesses an abundance of stock. His desire for precious metals within the storage space intensified. To avoid arousing suspicion, Liu Kai first drove the snowmobile to a discreet alley where he had originally emerged. Confirming that no one was around, he allowed the storage space to devour the metals entirely. The quantity was unprecedented, surpassing the sum of his previous day's acquisitions. However, as Liu Kai closed his eyes to sense the changes within his body and then opened them, confusion filled his gaze. The effect was weaker. A total of 160 kilograms of gold and platinum had only improved his spatial abilities and physical attributes by a meager 5. Yet, the feeling of desire intensified even further, nearly overwhelming him to the point of losing rationality. For example, his storage space contained numerous items embedded with chips and circuit boards, all coated in gold. Previously, as long as Liu Kai did not focus on it, The insatiable desire for consumption would not arise. However, now, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, any precious metal within his storage space emanated an overwhelming urge to be devoured. This left Liu Kai perplexed. The reinforcing effects were diminishing. Should he not be increasingly disinterested in precious metals? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. He harbored a distinct premonition. Should this desire continue to develop unchecked, he might subconsciously consume all the precious metals within his storage space, while other items could be replaced. The potential loss of the snowmobile or the powered exoskeleton would be a significant blow. There was an even graver outcome, if he could not find sufficient precious metal sustenance. This craving would relentlessly torment him, gradually eroding his sanity. It could ultimately distort his thoughts and personality, transforming him into a savage beast whose mind was consumed solely by the impulses of feeding, and yet more feeding. At this realization, Liu Kai could not help but shiver with a sudden chill at the nape of his neck. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. Nor could he recklessly consume precious metals, unless a means to completely master his desires could be found. Chapter 62. Indifference in the Face of Death. Nighttime fishing. The proverb sharpening the knife does not delay the cutting of wood resonated with Liu Kai as he resolved to remain indoors that afternoon. Seeking to address his concerns within the confines of the bunker, swiftly he stowed away the snowmobile and hurried back to the shelter. As he entered the Emperor's villa, snowflakes began to drift down from the overcast sky, marking the return of snowfall to this desolate world after several days of silence. It was a mystery from where such moisture had gathered. In Liu Kai's recollection, this snowfall would not be heavy, yet it was predicted to persist for half a month. The ice layer that had already enveloped the second floor would continue to thicken, which meant that the attic on the third floor of the villa would also be encased in ice to a significant extent. When the time came, Liu Kai would have only two options for venturing outside: either expose his whereabouts, akin to the villa's other inhabitants, and clear the ice that had sealed the skylight, or remain covert, relying solely on teleportation for his comings and goings. Naturally, he would opt for the latter. Survival was paramount. Upon returning to the bunker, it was still not yet 11 in the morning. He had no intention of braving the snow to travel far for a transaction with Wang Ning. While he would eventually make the journey, he resolved to delay it for a while. The severity of the cold was daunting. It was nothing short of miraculous that the elderly residents of Wang Ning's community had survived this long. However, that was the extent of it. By the time of Liu Kai's demise in his previous life, the cold snap had persisted for a full 7 months, and now, merely half a month had elapsed. He understood all too well that even with ample food, medicine, and warm clothing, most frail elderly individuals would not endure beyond 7 months. His intention was simply to postpone for a few days, hoping to see a greater number of the elderly perish. The rationale behind this was to cast the blame of indifference onto the wandering merchants, thus alleviating Wang Ning's burdensome concern for their welfare. This thought was undeniably cruel, even inhumane. However, notions of propriety, righteousness, and traditional virtues were luxuries reserved for times of peace. What lay before humanity now was the unrelenting reality. Liu Kai was never one to be labeled a good person. He merely sought to assist his friend in his own way. Furthermore, Wang Ning's community was situated in the heart of the city, where numerous other survivors also required supplies. It was entirely plausible that the wandering merchants would not reach the city center for some time. Surely, Wang Ning had prepared herself mentally for this eventuality. After lunch, Liu Kai let out a sigh, expressing his frustration. Since earlier, he had been diligently focusing on controlling the insatiable urges of his subconscious. However, the more he tried to resist, the stronger those desires became. Alarmed, he hastily deposited 2 sets of powered exoskeletons, 2 snowmobiles, and a snowmobile in the shooting range on the first floor, fearing that a moment of weakness might lead to the reckless squandering of these valuable items. Subsequently, he attempted various methods to alleviate his urges, even exhausting himself with 3 hours of swimming, but to no avail. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the external power was restored for the second time. Reluctantly, Liu Kai emerged from the pool and took out his phone to send a message to Wang Ning. Sister Wang, I have already discussed with the roaming merchant, but he mentioned that he has been quite busy lately and may not visit your community for another 2 weeks. Upon powering on her device, Wang Ning's eyes dimmed as she read this message. 2 weeks. Despite being mentally prepared, the length of this wait still startled her. Yet, upon reflection, the area of Fenghai City is indeed substantial. The mere fact that someone could come to their not-so-affluent community is already an unprecedented piece of good news. Perhaps it is a result of Liu Kai's considerable efforts. It is regrettable, however, to ponder how many elderly individuals may depart from this world in the span of 2 weeks. With a deep sigh, she resigned herself to this reality and swiftly replied, Thank you, Xiaolu. I won't say much else. After the cold wave, please indulge in my specialty, garlic stewed sturgeon. You're welcome, Sister Wang. Take care. Sturgeon? Fish. As Liu Kai read Wang Ning's message, a sudden thought crossed his mind, dispelling his earlier gloom stemming from his insatiable desires. He had often heard that fishing could calm the spirit. He pondered that the desires tormenting him might be the result of an unsettled mind. With no better alternatives at hand, he resolved to try this unfamiliar pastime. The supplies from the zero-cost supermarket lacked fishing gear. Fortunately, the original owner of the bunker seemed to have a fondness for fishing and possessed an impressive fishing set. Liu Kai, being inexperienced in fishing, could only concoct some bait using leftover rice, cornmeal, and chicken entrails. At last, the clock struck 7 in the evening. The sky outside had plunged into complete darkness, devoid of even a glimmer of starlight. Donning his winter attire, he exited the bunker villa and navigated his way in the dark towards the central landscape lake of the community. This expanse of landscape lake was quite sizable. Yet being merely a decorative feature, its deepest point barely measured 3 meters. The bad news was that the cold wave had frozen the lake, with the ice thickness reaching an imposing 1.5 meters. The silver lining was that Liu Kai did not have to worry about breaking the ice. The original owner of the bunker had planned to cultivate crops on the first floor, hence had prepared a manual spiral auger. Fortuitously, his enhanced physique was extraordinarily robust, allowing him to penetrate the 1.5 meters of ice without the aid of a powered exoskeleton. Within just 5 minutes, he had drilled a 30-centimeter wide hole. As the liquid water below the ice found an outlet, it gushed forth from the hole, saturating the parched ice surface. Thanks to his improved physical condition, Liu Kai did not need to activate his internal electric heating vest. Instead, he merely donned a raincoat over his winter attire and sat directly in front of the ice hole. He retrieved his fishing rod and attached a small clump of bait. Commencing his night fishing, he was genuinely curious, with the lake's surface frozen and the aquatic plants unable to photosynthesize due to the lack of light. Were there still any living fish in the water under such oxygen-deprived conditions? Nevertheless, he ultimately resisted the urge to scan the area. For the purpose of his endeavor was not fishing per se, rather, it was to cultivate patience, quell restlessness, and master his desires. Whether there were fish beneath the surface mattered little. All he needed to do was to find tranquility and await the whims of fate. In the howling cold wind and swirling snowflakes, Liu Kai slowly closed his eyes. He emptied his mind, choosing not to dwell on the enigmatic spatial abilities he possessed. He endeavored to perceive himself as an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary powers, fully concentrating on the fishing rod in his hands. It was evident that he lacked knowledge of the art of fishing, for he had not prepared any bait. He had remained seated from 7 p.m. until 3 a.m., diligently clearing the snow that blocked the ice hole. Yet, despite his efforts, he had not caught a single fish, nor even a strand of aquatic vegetation. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, remaining as steadfast as a stone statue. Just then, a sudden tug on the fishing rod jolted him awake with delight. He had a bite. Chapter 63, Mastering Desire. A novel direction of enhancement. It was as if a fish, long deprived of sustenance, found itself in a state of weakness akin to suffocation. The effort required to catch it was minimal. A gentle tug was sufficient to draw the unfortunate creature from the icy depths. Once cast upon the frozen surface, the fish flailed violently for a moment, but as the frigid air swiftly encased it, its struggles began to wane. Liu Kai silently grinned, swiftly storing the utterly defenseless fish into his spatial inventory, allowing him to scrutinize its form. Though he lacked the skills of an angler, he was well versed in the delights of consuming fish, and thus recognized it as a black perch. While its length was commendable, its weight, a mere 3 pounds, was pitiable, as it had been rendered emaciated by hunger. To his astonishment, he discovered that this artificial lake still harbored life. After sitting for a full 8 hours, his perseverance bore fruit. A wave of profound joy surged within Liu Kai, accompanied by an intense sense of satisfaction. At last, he comprehended why many individuals are enamored with the art of fishing. It is, after all, a form of hunting. For a predator, the thrill of a successful hunt is undeniably exhilarating. This sensation, once experienced, can lead to an intoxicating obsession. Regrettably, at this moment, Liu Kai overlooked the true essence of fishing. Initially, he had cleared his mind and sat in stillness throughout the night, gradually suppressing the restlessness within. Yet, the unexpected joy of his catch ignited a fervor within him. The overwhelming desire to consume precious metals broke free from its confines, surging to the forefront of his consciousness. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, and his countenance was marred by a grotesque longing. He felt an insatiable thirst, an intense craving to devour all the gold housed within the spare phone chips in his inventory. The fruits of a night of meditation seemed to evaporate, thwarted by the mere catch of a black fish. Cursing under his breath, Liu Kai felt the remnants of reason urge him to chastise himself, to deliver a sharp slap across his own face. However, this was not the time for self-reproach. Resolutely, he steeled himself, focusing all his remaining conviction. In an instant, he vanished from his position, leaving behind only the residual warmth of his winter attire, which fluttered lightly upon the ice. Liu Kai's entire being reappeared in the frigid waters beneath the ice. It was excruciatingly cold. He fought to hold his breath as the jarring temperature difference sent shivers coursing through his body, goosebumps erupting across every inch of his skin, regardless of the external chill. As long as the water remained unfrozen, it would not drop below 0 degrees, a risk he was willing to take. The biting cold gradually restored much of his rationality, granting him the capacity to calm his tumultuous thoughts. At long last, after being submerged in the icy water for an extended period, the intense urge to consume receded swiftly. With a splash, he returned to the surface, where the biting wind instantly froze the water clinging to his skin, even sealing his legs to the ice. But Liu Kai was prepared. He was not foolish enough to don his winter gear piece by piece against the bitter wind. Instead, he retrieved 3 thick down blankets from his spatial inventory and wrapped them snugly around his body and head. With a wave of his hand, he stowed away his fishing gear and the cold weather attire on the ice, then dashed toward the imperial villa in a pair of slippers. Returning to the bunker, he kindled a fire in the fireplace and, after a while, felt his numb skin gradually returning to normal. Fortunately, his physical constitution was remarkably resilient. And despite the perilous ordeal, he had not succumbed to a cold. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance at his earlier irrational emotions triggered by catching a fish, he found a silver lining. He had validated 2 essential truths. First, engaging in activities that promote tranquility or even self-inflicted distraction can indeed suppress inner impulses and desires. Second, as long as one can contain these aberrant cravings, they can be gradually dissolved and assimilated, allowing one to revert to their original state of equilibrium. Even when emotional turbulence arises again, it would not descend into the primal chaos of negative feelings. To express his gratitude to the 3-pound black fish for its inspiration, Liu Kai resolved to honor it by making it a part of himself. Even if the fish was emaciated from starvation, he had no intention of keeping it alive. He preferred to indulge early. After donning his attire, he quickly cleaned potatoes, asparagus, bean sprouts, and konjac as accompaniments. By 4 in the morning, chilled beer and steaming spicy grilled fish were served at the table. After enduring the biting cold for a full 9 hours, such a feast was indeed a delightful affair. In the following days, Liu Kai remained dutifully within the bunker, even converting the long idle smoking and tea room into a calligraphy studio. Each day, he awakened naturally without pressure, began with a leisurely film, and spent the afternoon practicing calligraphy, albeit in a style reminiscent of a dog gnawing on a bone. After dinner, he would take a brief rest, swim until 8, then venture out into the darkness for night fishing. He returned to the bunker for a late-night snack and sleep. This cyclical and regulated routine had unknowingly persisted for an entire week. It was evident that petting cats and dogs was indeed an unparalleled method of stress relief. Throughout this week, the little black and white pets displayed remarkable therapeutic abilities. Even when Liu Kai felt a stir within, the simple act of stroking their soft fur would swiftly quell his restlessness. By now, he had nearly mastered his reckless desires, which only surfaced during conscious release. Beyond this personal triumph, upon keenly observing the changes in his body, Liu Kai discovered another monumental piece of good news. The strengthening effects of consuming precious metals on his spatial abilities and physical attributes seemed to be diminishing, not vanishing entirely, but shifting direction, from the macro to the micro. For instance, his storage space could now effortlessly accommodate the 15-pound little black. Additionally, regarding his scanning ability, while the range had not increased, nor had the energy required diminished, he could now discern structures with far greater precision within the same vicinity. If he fashioned a bowl from gold, his previous scanning accuracy would have rendered him incapable of distinguishing it from a ceramic or stainless steel bowl. Now, even without exaggerating to the atomic level, he could make a rough judgment about its material based on certain surface physical properties. Furthermore, in scanning biological bodies, he found similar enhancements. He possesses the remarkable ability to precisely detect the stasis concealed within capillaries, as well as hidden injuries, pigmentation deposits, lesions, and tissue nodules, among others. Intriguingly, he can even extract certain formed entities from thin air through his spatial capabilities. Liu Kai is convinced that even if a tumor were to suddenly manifest within someone's body, including his own, he could cure it directly without the aid of any external force as long as the cancer cells have not metastasized. Furthermore, in terms of physical fitness, although his muscular strength has not increased, his control has become exceedingly refined. It is no exaggeration to say that he can nearly command the precise exertion of every muscle in his body. With a cigarette nestled between his right index and middle fingers and a bullet casing pinched between his middle and ring fingers, He is capable of crushing the casing without causing the slightest deformation to the cigarette. Chapter 64. The Reemergence of the Wandering Merchant, Under Attack. While Liu Kai revels in his good fortune, the survivors outside are lamenting their plight. Not only is the snow still falling from the sky, but the wandering merchant has seemingly vanished into thin air, no longer appearing at any location. Liu Kai's previous trading video within the community has rapidly circulated to all areas that can still receive a signal, capturing the attention of even the authorities. Many survivors, aware of the merchant's customary practices, have diligently prepared the necessary items for trade. Yet, he has not resurfaced. I have prepared gold. And this is what you show me? Many attribute the merchant's absence to the snowfall, while others propose various hypotheses. Perhaps the merchant has met with foul play. Or he might deliberately be withholding his presence to tantalize the masses. Some survivors uniformly conjecture that they are intentionally suppressing news of the merchant's return, aiming to monopolize trading opportunities. In essence, these speculations have spiraled into a near-mythical urban legend. Little do they know, the wandering merchant is merely cultivating his spirit in seclusion. Today, Liu Kai is poised to emerge once more. His target this time is the Induyunjing community, situated within the same power supply zone as Lishertu, a distance of 3 kilometers. This mid to high-end community is relatively affluent among survivors. The next step involves standard operations. At 9 a.m., as power is restored, he activates hacking software to discreetly insert a WeChat account into the Induyunjing residence group. He shares the updated product list and notifies everyone that trading will commence at the south gate at 10 a.m. As a conscientious merchant, Liu Kai refrains from raising any prices. The sudden announcement lands like a heavy stone in a tranquil lake, causing the residence group to erupt with excitement. The survivors in Induyunjing could hardly fathom that this coveted opportunity would fall into their laps. The news of the wandering merchant's reappearance spreads like wildfire. In the city center, Wang Ning, upon seeing this news, recalls the recent loss of life and cannot help but sigh. Her unrealistic hopes have ultimately been dashed. Clad in an exoskeleton armor, draped in his signature loose robes and cloak, Liu Kai exercises caution and does not set off directly from the vicinity of Lishertu. Instead, he swiftly walks to a more secluded area, ensuring he is alone before retrieving his snow vehicle beneath a partially frozen tree, and ventures toward Induyunjing through the falling snow. This careful approach is intended to conceal his true location. Even if someone were to use binoculars to follow him, they would mistakenly assume he resides in a remote countryside. At 10 a.m., the snow vehicle arrives punctually at the south gate of Induyunjing. Liu Kai decisively initiates a broad scan to ascertain whether any of the survivors possess items that could pose a threat to him. Equipped with spatial abilities, along with an extraordinary exoskeleton and both light and heavy weaponry, if a normal person were in his shoes, they would undoubtedly feel invincible. However, having faced death once, Liu Kai cherished his life immensely. Only after ensuring there was no threat did he leisurely leap from the snow-covered vehicle. First, he planted the iconic flag into the ice, allowing it to flutter in the wind. This time, there was no pretense. He swiftly unloaded 20 boxes of supplies in one go. The sudden snowfall had left everyone bewildered. No one believed the cold front would dissipate anytime soon. Moreover, there was uncertainty regarding whether the roaming merchants would return the following day. Given this, what was the use of hoarding gold? The best course of action was to seize the opportunity and procure ample supplies at once. Furthermore, they had heard of the dismal fate that befell the moral extortionists from the Lishertu community, which deterred anyone from harboring thoughts of free handouts. Of course, some cursed the unscrupulous merchants in their hearts, yet despite their grievances, they still needed to make purchases. Even before the news spread, many had crowded beneath the building closest to the entrance to shield themselves from the wind. However, they remained vigilant and refrained from speaking, each clutching their gold tightly, fearful of theft. The snow on the ground had yet to fully solidify. Upon seeing figures at the southern gate, a large group hurriedly trudged through the soft snow, jostling to reach the entrance first. The entire scene unfolded harmoniously, primarily due to Liu Kai openly displaying his firearms, exuding an overwhelming intimidation. Everyone instinctively formed a queue, paying first before collecting their goods, and after securing their items, they hastily rushed home. Regardless of how the world transformed, opportunists always emerged. A middle-aged survivor, while collecting supplies, furtively lowered his voice to propose working for Liu Kai, expressing a desire to become the exclusive sales agent for the Induyunjing community. Listening to his words about price hikes, monopolies, and hunger marketing, Liu Kai felt a profound disdain. Could you truly handle the goods if I entrusted them to you? Naturally, he had no inclination to respond, merely waving his hand to dismiss him and clear the way for those in line behind. Liu Kai's purpose in selling supplies was to swiftly, ideally in one fell swoop, seize the precious metals from the survivors' hands. The vast storage space was filled with an abundance of items that could not be squandered. Even if he sold at lower prices, it was inconsequential. Why bother seeking an agent for gradual sales? Moreover, he planned to head directly to Guangming town for mining once he found suitable means. Selling goods was a laborious task meant for those who wished to engage in it. Seeing Liu Kai unmoved, the man, despite his inner frustrations, could only stamp his foot in resignation and depart. The enthusiasm among the crowd was palpable, and in the blink of an eye, 5 boxes of supplies were sold out. While selling, Liu Kai stuffed numerous gold and platinum pieces into his bag, storage space. As anticipated, even as the storage continued to consume precious metals, he no longer felt that uncontrollable primal desire and impulse. It seemed that the days of self-cultivation had borne fruit. Just as Liu Kai was lost in thought, he suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. A sudden, prickling sense of alertness surged within him, as if he were being watched by some unseen entity. Warning! Laser targeting locked. Warning! Laser targeting locked. The exoskeleton armor instantly activated combat mode, emitting a conspicuous alert. A line of bright red characters flickered incessantly in his AR glasses. Liu Kai's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him no time for contemplation. His legs instinctively propelled him forward. With the formidable augmentation of the exoskeleton, he swiftly and oddly maneuvered towards the snowmobile park to his right. Crack! The tremendous recoil shattered the solid ice beneath his feet, creating a web of fissures. Thud! Bang! Suddenly, a spray of icy shards erupted from the spot where Liu Kai had just stood, followed by the distant but thunderous sound of an explosion behind him. Everything transpired in an instant. The survivors, initially queuing to purchase goods, were momentarily stunned, awakening from their daze only upon hearing the cacophony of gunfire echoing around them. Panic-stricken, their faces drained of color and legs trembling, they fled in disarray, shrieking in terror, murder, gunfire. The entire scene around the southern gate of the community erupted into chaos. Chapter 65. The counterattack against the miscellaneous forces under the assault of an inexplicable attack. Liu Kai was engulfed in fury. Both his acute hearing and the warnings from his exoskeleton system confirmed a singular truth. The gunfire originated from a high point behind him. Familiar with the layout of the buildings in the area, Liu Kai deduced that the source was the rooftop of the North City Hotel, approximately 400 meters away. Utilizing the snowmobile to obscure visibility, he swiftly retrieved his sniper rifle from the storage compartment. With a deliberate motion, he chambered around. The combat mode of his exoskeleton activated automatically, enhancing his vision and initiating a series of advanced functions such as target acquisition and shooting calibration. Taking a deep breath, he rose, turned, and aimed with a speed that far exceeded normal human reflexes. Bang! Without the need for precise aiming, he pulled the trigger. Liu Kai watched, his augmented reality display magnifying the scene before him, as the bullet pierced through the frigid winds and snow, following a perfectly arched trajectory to strike the rooftop of the North City Hotel. Just as the shooter had finished ejecting the spent cartridge and was reloading, a single bullet found its mark directly between his eyes. Crimson blood erupted, starkly contrasting against the whiteness of the landscape. The man's eyes widened in shock, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, bewildered until his last breath by the inexplicable events that had transpired. How could he have evaded the incoming bullets only to swiftly retaliate? Was this not akin to a cheat? Regrettably, he would never have the chance to ponder further. With the inexplicable sniper eliminated, the prickling sensation on Liu Kai's back dissipated, yet he remained vigilant. He surmised that the attack had been premeditated. The assailant must have anticipated his arrival at the southern gate of the Indu Cloudview community at 10 o'clock, positioning himself strategically for an ambush. This led him to question whether the shooter had accomplices. Without hesitation, Liu Kai activated a thorough scan. An inexplicable wave enveloped a radius of 500 meters around him. While the breadth of the skin impeded precise targeting, it sufficed for locating individuals. Aside from the panicked crowd near the southern gate, Liu Kai detected 3 armed individuals concealed at a corner 150 meters away. They wielded a variety of weapons, and one bore an RPG launcher along with 3 projectiles, suggesting a ragtag group. Such a configuration of firepower was rather extravagant. Upon his initial scan of the Indu Cloudview community, no one had been present, indicating their recent arrival. Clearly, this was a coordinated ambush. The 3 armed men remained hidden, only emerging to grasp their radios upon hearing the gunfire from the southern gate. They seemed to be inquiring about the fate of the sniper who had been dispatched 700 meters away. Unfortunately, the sniper would never respond to their queries again. Without a moment's pause, Liu Kai utilized the power of his exoskeleton, charging towards the corner where the 3 men were concealed with terrifying speed. He paid no heed to the 15 crates of supplies scattered on the ground, confident that the survivors would not dare to steal from him. In a mere 150 meters, A typical individual might require around 20 seconds to traverse this distance. Yet for Liu Kai, an astonishing 5 seconds suffices. As the sniper remained unresponsive, a foreboding sense of dread enveloped the three armed assailants. They exchanged glances, preparing to retreat, when suddenly a fleeting silhouette rushed from around the corner. Before the astonished trio could raise their weapons in defense, Liu Kai advanced with lightning speed, initiating the attack. Bang! Bang! With dual handguns in hand. He unleashed a barrage of deafening gunfire, the flashes illuminating the scene as 6 bullets found their mark with pinpoint accuracy, striking their hands. The 3 assailants erupted in agonizing cries, their firearms clattering to the ground, the threat neutralized. Liu Kai executed a sweeping kick, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind. The sickening crack of shattering bones echoed as the man carrying the RPG found his legs incapacitated in an instant. The stark white of his broken bones pierced through his thick winter trousers, exposed to the biting cold. The sheer agony caused him to faint, his consciousness slipping away. Before the remaining 2 could react, Liu Kai swiftly holstered his pistol. In full view of them, he dramatically produced a gleaming machete. He stepped forward, the blade slicing through the air with lethal intent. The second assailant, a man with blonde hair, met a merciless fate as his head was severed, rolling away. Liu Kai's methods were undeniably brutal, yet this was his stance against foes who, by all appearances, were far from official forces. Their demise was simply a matter of course. The last man, seemingly quite young, bore a tattoo of the traditional Chinese character for love on his right cheek. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to him as Tattooed Man. Never before had Tattooed Man witnessed such a scene. He stood frozen in shock, momentarily oblivious to the pain of his bullet-riddled hands. His legs trembled uncontrollably, a warm rush surging from his loins. Ultimately, he lacked the strength to flee. Rooted to the spot, his gaze filled with terror as he beheld the imposing figure of Liu Kai, akin to a malevolent deity. Liu Kai approached slowly, each footfall resonating ominously in Tattooed Man's heart. Crack! The machete rested against Tattooed Man's neck, and Liu Kai let out a chilling chuckle. Yet before he could utter a word, Tattooed Man collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he hastily bowed in supplication. Please spare me, brother. I was wrong. I did not recognize your might. I implore you, grant me my life. He continued to plead, bowing his head repeatedly. Silence. Tattooed Man trembled at the cold reprimand, prostrating himself on the ground, too terrified to lift his head. Who are you, daring enough to plot against me? We. Lift your head and speak. Why yes, brother. Tattooed Man cautiously raised his head. I truly regret my actions. I'm merely a thug. I never intended to rob you. Please, let me go. Upon hearing this nonsensical response, Liu Kai delivered a swift kick to Tattooed Man's chest. Get lost. Speak plainly. His skepticism regarding their claim of being mere thugs was evident. Who among the genuine ruffians would bear an RPG rocket launcher? Moreover, to strike with a sniper rifle from a distance of 400 meters amidst fierce winds? Indeed, my brother, I am merely a thug. All of this was conceived by those 2 impostors. Liu Kai furrowed his brow. What impostors? The Tattooed Man pointed to the unconscious individual with the RPG. It is he. Along with the fellow perched atop the Northern Grand Hotel with the sniper rifle, they are the impostors. Oh, please continue. The Tattooed Man hesitated, casting a fearful glance at the yellow-haired man's head on the ground. Both the yellow-haired man and I are delinquents of this area. Those 2 impostors approached us with their weapons. Chapter 66, Foreign Forces, the saboteurs. The Tattooed Man, sensing that Liu Kai had no immediate intention to kill him, felt a fleeting sense of relief. He quickly divulged all pertinent information in a mere 2 minutes. However, upon hearing the unfolding of events, Liu Kai's countenance darkened. Damn it. Am I really at odds with traitors and Japanese devils? In essence, the Tattooed Man and the blonde were among the 500,000 who had been coerced. Yet they were not scientific talents. They were, in fact, genuine thugs. Those 2 faux foreigners were serving the Japanese, specifically targeting thugs like the Tattooed Man. They not only supplied firearms, ammunition, food, and cold weather gear, but also promised him immigration once the cold wave passed, along with a fortune that would last a lifetime. Such tactics are straightforward and brutal, yet they often yield the most effective results. They quickly gathered a cadre of spirited young men. Their mission was equally simple: to incite more defectors and form a team of saboteurs. In essence, they were to act as a disruptive force, sowing chaos and destruction. Their goal was not only to disturb the survivors' living conditions, but also to sabotage the official rescue operations. The name saboteur could not be more apparent. The ambush on Liu Kai was premeditated. After all, while the roving merchants may be morally ambiguous, they undeniably enhanced the survivors' chances of survival, a fact that the invaders could not tolerate. The Tattooed Man had also heard that the tentacles of the Japanese had extended far and wide, flourishing in various coastal cities. In Fohai City alone, there were 5 fully formed sabotage teams, with efforts underway to recruit even more. Liu Kai's brow furrowed tightly. If what the tattooed man said was true, the situation was dire. With sabotage teams in every major coastal city, this was beyond his individual capacity to resolve. The most prudent course of action would be to inform the authorities without delay. The tattooed man appeared visibly anxious. Although obscured by a mask and glasses, he could unmistakably sense an oppressive aura emanating from Liu Kai. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and panic set in as he hurried to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, the heavy blade was swifter, slicing through his neck. Clutching his gushing neck, the tattooed man cast a terrified and enraged glance at Liu Kai. The light in his eyes dimmed, and his body weakly crumpled to the ground. Liu Kai was resolute in his decision not to spare the tattooed man, for he had witnessed him retrieve the heavy blade from his storage space, not to mention the revelations he had just made. Of course, one should not take a single account at face value. Fortunately, there lay an unconscious faux foreigner on the ground. The person, in his stupor, exhibited little will to resist. Liu Kai made a slight attempt and, to his surprise, effortlessly succeeded in drawing the individual into his storage space. With practiced ease, he picked up an RPG rocket launcher along with 3 rocket rounds. He then rummaged through the bodies and backpacks, uncovering nearly 100 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, as well as 3 antiquated rifles that seemed like relics from a century ago. After tidying up the aftermath of the scene, Liu Kai did not rush to the rooftop of the Grand Hotel in the northern part of the city. Instead, he paced back to the southern entrance of the Silver Capital Cloudview community. Evidently, these survivors lacked the audacity to pilfer his belongings. The 15 boxes of supplies remained intact, though the survivors who had scattered in fear did not stray far. Many sought refuge in relatively secure spots to observe the unfolding situation. Upon witnessing Liu Kai's unscathed presence, their expressions grew increasingly complex. The thoughts swirling within them were rife with contradiction. Should the roving merchant meet his demise, they could easily surge forward to seize the enticing 15 boxes of supplies for free. However, upon further contemplation, they pondered whether the assailants would simply relinquish these resources if the merchant were indeed dead. Ultimately, it seemed they, the ordinary survivors, would be left with nothing but empty hopes. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Liu Kai dismissed any concern regarding their thoughts and strode directly to the supply boxes, bellowing, "The trade continues." His resonant voice echoed through the air, jolting the crowd back to attention. They hurriedly reformed the long queue, eager to proceed. Previously, they had only heard tales of the roving merchant's formidable combat prowess, single-handedly vanquishing 5 Japanese foes. Initially skeptical, today they had witnessed the truth firsthand, their gazes towards Liu Kai now filled with growing reverence. The transactions concluded. Due to Liu Kai's adherence to standard pricing, the 20 boxes of supplies yielded only around 30 kilograms of precious metals. He consumed them without reservation, feeling a gradual enhancement at the microscopic level. It seemed that his physical capabilities had indeed reached the limits allowed by his bodily structure. Yet, he remained uncertain whether his spatial abilities could continue to advance. At present, should he allow his body to relax completely, the maximum distance he could teleport in one go would be a mere 40 meters. Such a capability seemed somewhat unworthy of the grand title of spatial mastery. However, those considerations were for another time. He could only proceed one step at a time. Currently, many survivors were fervently tagging the roving merchant in their group chat, eagerly inquiring whether he would return the following day. The outcome was all too apparent. After all, the economic conditions of the Silver Capital Cloudview community's residents were significantly inferior to those of the Li Shichu Garden. A meticulous scan revealed to Liu Kai that this 30 kilograms of precious metal constituted nearly the entirety of the residents' wealth. With the goal of draining their inventory accomplished, Liu Kai decisively exited the group. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the survivors, he drove his snowmobile toward the northern hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Liu Kai conducted a scan and discovered that several living souls remained inside. Paying no heed to these non-threatening survivors, he swiftly ascended the stairs, reaching the rooftop in no time. Pushing open the door to the terrace, the biting wind greeted him. The first sight that met his eyes was a gruesome corpse. It appeared to be the faux foreigner who had just been shot and killed. The body bore a gaping wound where a bullet had struck, scattering brain matter, now frozen into a ghastly mix of red and white ice. Yet, the corpse still clutched the sniper rifle that had been used in the earlier ambush against Liu Kai. Upon sighting the firearm, Liu Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily approached and seized the weapon from the corpse's grasp. To his astonishment, it was a rare masterpiece, the Chetak M200 sniper rifle, which once commanded a staggering price of $250,000 US. Its performance was leagues ahead of the domestically produced CSLR-4 sniper rifle he possessed. Regrettably, it had been discontinued over 2 decades ago. It was remarkable that such a precious artifact had been put to use. Liu Kai couldn't help but exclaim, "These Japanese scoundrels truly spare no expense." Without hesitation, he searched the body further and discovered a lengthy suppressor. However, much to Liu Kai's dismay, the individual possessed only 25 rounds of the obscure 10.36mm caliber ammunition. This type of bullet was exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to find throughout the nation, let alone in Fohai City. Recognizing its status as an artifact, Liu Kai decided against using it, opting instead to secure it as part of his private collection. Next, he planned to conduct a thorough interrogation of the unconscious foreigner. Chapter 67. The brutality of severing 2 eggs in the stairwell leading to the top floor. Liu Kai extracted some fuel to ignite a blazing bonfire. With a mere thought, he unceremoniously cast forth a man from his storage space. This unfortunate soul bore severe fractures in both legs, with shattered bones having pierced through his femoral artery. Upon exposure to the frigid air, the blood gushing from his wounds instantaneously froze into a solid mass of crimson ice, momentarily staunching the torrential flow. However, the biting cold soon seeped into his injuries, swiftly robbing him of his body heat. Even in his unconscious state, he trembled violently, his lips and complexion turning ashen. Liu Kai bound the man's hands behind him and positioned him beside the bonfire. A resounding slap echoed as he struck the man's pallid face. The sharp pain, combined with the warmth emanating from the fire, gradually roused the man from his stupor. Yet, as he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was a towering figure clad in a cloak, brandishing a gleaming scalpel poised ominously against his eyeball. Any sign of movement or struggle would cost him his right eye. In a flash of terror, the man's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he leaned back, attempting to resist with his bound hands, but the ropes held him captive. The sudden movement tugged at the gaping wound on his thigh, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him, causing him to gasp sharply. "Ha ha, do not struggle. You cannot escape," Liu Kai sneered, casually toying with the scalpel while scrutinizing the man. He appeared to be under 40, exuding a robust masculinity. Coupled with a meticulously groomed beard, he embodied the quintessential charming uncle. Had it not been for his disheveled state, he could easily attract a few admirers with a mere wave of his hand. The man suppressed the agony radiating from his leg, his brow furrowing as he regarded Liu Kai with a gaze rife with wariness and cold defiance. He spoke, his magnetic voice resonating in standard Mandarin. "Release me at once." "Ha!" Liu Kai, somewhat envious of the man's handsome visage, felt irked by his commanding tone. He wielded the scalpel, slicing a long gash across the man's face. The ensuing pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from the man. "Humph. As a captive, mind your tone," Liu Kai retorted, striking the man again before retrieving his phone to activate the recording function. "Now, dear Mr. Pretender, divulge the plans for your destroyer's squad." The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who are you, and how do you know about the destroyer's squad?" "Wrong answer," Liu Kai replied, irritation evident in his tone. The man, with a defiant huff, turned his head away, refusing to speak further. "Oh, playing the tough guy, are we? I am intrigued to see just how tough your resolve truly is." Liu Kai wasted no time, unleashing a more potent intimidation tactic. As a man himself, he understood precisely how to threaten another man effectively. He clamped his left hand over the middle-aged man's mouth while the scalpel in his right hand descended slowly. With a swift motion, he tore open the crotch of the man's thermal pants. The man's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had grasped something profound, and he began to struggle violently. However, his mouth was covered, leaving him to widen his eyes in terror, emitting muffled sounds of distress. In his thrashing, the scalpel had already sliced through the man's cotton trousers, thermal underwear, and finally, his last layer of clothing. A gust of wind chilled his exposed skin, causing him to shudder convulsively. Liu Kai wielded the scalpel, gesturing left and right, muttering to himself, "Which one shall I cut first?" The man struggled even more fiercely. "What? Have you come to a realization?" Desperately nodding his head, the defiance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by earnestness and sincerity. As soon as Liu Kai's left hand loosened, the man's frantic voice erupted, "Brother, don't act impulsively. Let us discuss this. How about a bargain? Speak." The man's face broke into a calculating smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the 23rd Infiltration Team from Japan stationed in China. You, my brother, are a talent, and I wish to invite you to join our infiltration team." Seeing Liu Kai remain unmoved, the man continued to entice. "Join us, and I promise you a boundless future. Once the cold wave passes, you shall be rewarded by the Prime Minister, living a life of wealth and honor." Once again, this was the standard rhetoric of seduction. Liu Kai had already heard it from the tattooed man earlier. He had anticipated the man would divulge some useful information, but instead, he was met with this insipid drivel. Though Liu Kai was unscrupulous to sway him, it seemed no one in this world could offer a price that would entice him. His demeanor turned cold as he utilized his spatial abilities to forcibly restrain the man's writhing body. With the scalpel in his right hand, he mercilessly swung it with precision, severing a bloodied red olive. It traced an elegant arc as it fell into the nearby campfire, instantly charring to a crisp. The man's earlier calculating smile had vanished, replaced by a visage of agony and despair. Liu Kai casually retrieved a tissue to wipe the blood from the scalpel, threatening in a detached tone, "I asked for your honesty, not for you to prattle on about other matters. You have but one left, think wisely." The man's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, his complexion growing even paler, as if he were on the brink of collapse. After a prolonged pause, seeing Liu Kai prepare to direct the scalpel toward his groin once more, he panicked. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he pleaded in a weak, raspy voice, Wait a moment, brother, I will tell you everything." The man spoke directly to the phone's camera, articulating each word with clarity. He revealed that the Japanese Prime Minister had personally ordered their team to come to China to track the activities of the saboteurs. Liu Kai listened intently, noting that this aligned closely with the tattooed man's account. It appeared to be genuine. Furthermore, the man divulged the locations of 5 other saboteur teams in Fohai City. However, when Liu Kai inquired about the circumstances in other coastal cities, the man helplessly shook his head, indicating he was only aware that there were accomplices in other cities who were in the process of swaying traitors. However, the specific circumstances within those cities remained shrouded in mystery. Liu Kai found himself persuaded. Indeed, the man was utterly oblivious. The scalpel had cruelly inflicted over 180 incisions upon his body, even severing the second testicle. Yet, until the moment he succumbed to his own blood loss, his lips continued to wail for mercy, incessantly pleading phrases such as "I truly do not know, spare me, grant me a swift end." Not only were the man's confessions recorded, but the exceedingly brutal methods employed by Liu Kai were also captured in full by the mobile device. He resolved to meticulously edit the video before endeavoring to submit it to the authorities. Should he fortuitously encounter these traitors and invaders during his outings, Liu Kai would undoubtedly take swift action against them. However, if fate did not present such an opportunity, he had no inclination to seek out trouble with these individuals. After all, he was merely a diligent businessman, singularly focused on his pursuit of profit. Chapter 68, Missile Attack. Suppressing rebellion requires only coordinates. After thoroughly plundering a nearby gold shop, the clock struck noon. Having achieved the grand objective of working only half a day, Liu Kai decisively opted to return home and indulge in some leisure. This rhythm was not solely due to the ample time at his disposal, allowing him to methodically scavenge precious metals. Another reason was the necessity of balancing physical exercise in the afternoon. His physical prowess had undergone significant enhancement, however. Without diligent practice to maintain peak condition, he would inevitably regress. Following a sumptuous lunch, Liu Kai commenced a thorough cleaning of the living quarters and the bunker. He then retreated to his study, where he powered on his computer. He imported the video of the interrogation of the enemy into his hacking software, meticulously removing any identifying information such as device identity codes, location data, and camera parameters. He converted the video format from MP4 to various other formats, a total of over 10 times, ensuring that any information that could potentially reveal Liu Kai's identity was meticulously obliterated. Only then did he transfer the processed video to his mobile phone. Yet, despite possessing hacking software, he refrained from immediately altering his IP address to send the video. The authorities were not to be underestimated. Even in the face of an apocalypse, they remained a formidable force. Should he recklessly disseminate the video, it could lead them directly to him. Regardless of the government's intentions, Liu Kai simply wished to remain undisclosed. Thus, it was not until the following morning that he transformed once more into a wandering merchant, venturing to a more distant community. In the hopeful gazes of the survivors, he executed a rather unremarkable transaction. It was only then that he retrieved his new phone, connected to the internet, and accessed the 12399 National Security Agency reporting platform. Anonymously, he submitted the video he had recorded the previous day. The continued operation of the 12399 platform signified that government agencies were still functional. Liu Kai was confident that, with his report, the destructive squads would soon be dealt with. However, Liu Kai could never have anticipated the swiftness of the official response. 3 days later, as per his routine, Liu Kai arrived at the manhwa housing community in the southern part of Fohai City to trade supplies. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly received a message. Urgent notification from the Ministry of National Security. Greetings, citizens of Fohai City. Please evacuate the Qingtian building within 5 minutes. This is not a drill. Please evacuate the Chitian building within 5 minutes. Liu Kai was taken aback. The Chitian building? Wasn't he that an office building near the manhwa housing community? Initially, he suspected it to be a scam message. However, upon reflection, in these times, what purpose would a scam serve? It was likely genuine. A sudden realization struck Liu Kai, and he gazed towards the distant Chitian building with a profound sense of significance. To validate his suspicion, he retreated instead of advancing, heading towards the Chitian building. He was not alone. The survivors in the vicinity had also received the same message. Soon, Liu Kai witnessed survivors emerging from several nearby buildings surrounding the Chitian building. However, it seemed that the notifications they received differed somewhat from his, in an astonishingly orderly manner. A group of individuals rushed towards a primary school located to the west. Concealed in a corner, Liu Kai decisively activated his scanning device. Capturing a comprehensive view of the skyscraper and the school, he was utterly astounded. Over 90 armed individuals congregated at the top of the towering building. Meanwhile, numerous armed police officers lay in ambush within the school, equipped with cold weather supplies to accommodate the continuous influx of survivors. His suspicions had proven correct, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. Those nearly 100 individuals on the upper floor were undoubtedly members of the destruction team from Fohai City, gathered for an unspecified purpose. Liu Kai furrowed his brow, recalling that he routinely disseminated messages in the homeowners groups of these neighborhoods prior to each transaction. Could it be that the destruction team had gathered here specifically to exact revenge upon him? Yet, that seemed unlikely. He did not believe himself to be of such significance. The armed individuals were all assembled in a room aglow with a roaring fire. One person scribbled on the blackboard at the front, seemingly orchestrating their tasks. The crowd below erupted with excited shouts, as if plotting a grand act of destruction. As Liu Kai pondered this, the surrounding survivors had all retreated. Their escape route, skirting along the walls, went unnoticed by the observers stationed atop the skyscraper. Liu Kai, stroking his chin with intrigue, mused aloud. Is a special forces operation underway? However, an unexpected turn of events soon transpired. Warning, Longsword 15 cruise missile incoming. Target, the building ahead. You are within a 150-meter blast radius. Please evacuate immediately. The exoskeleton armor emitted a warning, red lights flashing before Liu Kai's eyes. A thunderous sound resonated from the southeast. Startled, he instinctively glanced towards the sky in that direction. A brilliant fireball, trailing a long, colorful streak, emerged from the horizon. Liu Kai's pupils contracted. It was indeed a missile. Astonishingly, as the missile entered the urban area, it began to descend, swiftly weaving through the buildings and nimbly avoiding obstacles. In an instant, it soared directly above Liu Kai's head, generating a violent gust of cold wind that slammed towards the rooftop of the skyscraper. Boom! Just as Liu Kai hurriedly sought refuge in a secure corner, the deafening explosion erupted. Even through the exoskeleton, he felt the shockwave cause his blood to surge. The explosive force shattered the glass of nearby structures. In an instant, concrete debris and glass shards rained down upon the icy surface, creating a cacophony. Despite having taken many lives, Liu Kai had never witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. Even with the protection of his exoskeleton armor, a sense of vulnerability enveloped him. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Taking a couple of deep breaths to quell the anxiety swelling within him, he cautiously peered towards the skyscraper. Before him, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. The explosion's smoke mingled with the snow on the rooftop, swirling and cascading downwards. With the assistance of his exoskeleton, he gazed through the haze at the devastation wrought upon the skyscraper. The top 3 floors had been obliterated. The roughly 100 individuals, along with the 3 floors of heavy rebar and concrete, had been reduced to ashes. Liu Kai's pupils constricted in shock. This marked his inaugural encounter with the terrifying machinery of war. Even though he had previously witnessed the devastating power of such weapons through the internet and television, nothing could compare to the visceral reality of first-hand experience. Indeed, while eradicating crime necessitates evidence, quelling rebellion merely requires coordinates. Initially, he had anticipated the deployment of special forces. However, the authorities opted for a swift and decisive action, launching a missile valued at 4 million yuan. This maneuver was executed with remarkable efficiency, sending nearly 100 adversaries to their demise, all without a single soldier or civilian casualty. This transaction proved to be immensely profitable. As he stood in shock, a warning bell resonated within Liu Kai's mind. Previously buoyed by his formidable firepower, exoskeleton, and spatial abilities, he had felt somewhat invincible. For instance, despite being ambushed by an M200 sniper rifle, he believed that even a direct hit would pose no threat from the Japanese forces. Yet, this missile undoubtedly served as a wake-up call. He sighed deeply, muttering to himself, I must not be reckless. Chapter 69. Rumors abound. Officials arrived today. Liu Kai has witnessed the grim fate of traitors. A simple cruise missile is beyond his capacity to withstand, not to mention the other formidable instruments of warfare. For an extended period, Liu Kai has engaged in numerous illegal activities. However, his actions involving zero-cost purchases and murder, the little fairy and the sycophant, were executed under his true identity. The persona of a roving merchant, at most, merely inflates prices and plunders gold. Killing the enemy and traitors was deemed a righteous act. Thus, in the eyes of the powerful officials holding formidable cards, the roving merchant is merely a minor character easily dealt with, provided he does not recklessly harm national interests. Considering this relationship, Liu Kai resolved to once again embrace survival. Perhaps only by significantly enhancing his spatial abilities could he confront these threats head-on, regardless of the official stance towards him. The current reality is that armed police units are stationed at the nearby elementary school. Persisting in trading resources, plundering precious metals, right under their noses would be somewhat audacious. Thus, he wisely announced the cancellation of transactions in the homeowner group of the manhwa housing community. Initially, the group was abuzz with excitement. Those quick to react had just captured footage of missiles striking, resulting in the instant explosion of the Chitian Tower. Survivors were eagerly discussing the official news and the intense blasts they had witnessed. However, upon seeing the roving merchant's announcement of transaction cancellation, a wave of despair swept through the group. Liu Kai, of course, ignored their desperate pleas and decisively drove away in the snowmobile. To everyone's astonishment, the situation swiftly took a turn for the better. Before the survivors in the manhwa housing community could succumb to despair, a piece of uplifting news emerged. The armed police had broken through the ice above a nearby supermarket, creating an exit. A steady stream of supplies was being transported by the soldiers. They then drove their patrol vehicles, broadcasting loudly to the survivors in the surrounding blocks to come and collect supplies for free. This act deeply moved the survivors. After a month of chilling cold, they finally felt the warmth of official concern. Grateful messages and exclamations of "long live" filled the group. With this contrast, however, came a sense of animosity towards the roving merchant who had attempted to profit from the chaos. Many expressed relief that the transactions had been cancelled. Otherwise, their gold and jewels would have been entirely plundered. Some even resorted to cold sarcasm in the group, hinting at the roving merchant's unscrupulousness and greed, branding him as utterly despicable. They completely forgot the desperate longing they had just exhibited for Liu Kai's arrival. Furthermore, rumors of the official commencement of large-scale rescue operations continued to spread rapidly. Though the reasons for the military's presence near the manhwa housing community remain unclear, it undeniably signifies a beacon of hope for many survivors. A renewed sense of optimism swells within them. Conversely, Liu Kai's business faces significant repercussions. With the authorities stepping in to provide aid, the survivors' desire for roaming merchants has undoubtedly diminished. Liu Kai, however, has not yet withdrawn from the group. Observing the unfolding events with disdain, he scoffs at the notion of large-scale official rescue efforts. Such aspirations are but a dream. It is evident that the armed police, involved in quelling civil unrest, have merely seized the opportunity to assist nearby survivors. These forces are not even stationed in Fohai City. They have been summoned from afar and will depart upon completing their mission. Genuine large-scale rescue operations would necessitate the establishment of survivor camps in the city center, a prospect still far off. As for the impact on his business, Liu Kai remains unfazed, having resolved to bide his time for a few days. Observing the situation before proceeding, he also intends to let the hopeful suffer hunger for a while, forcing them to confront reality. When he re-emerges as a wandering merchant, they will be compelled to part with their possessions for sustenance. Having previously concealed himself in a discreet location, Liu Kai was confident his whereabouts remained undisclosed. Even before his departure, he had surveyed the stationed armed police, noting no unusual movements. However, as he navigated his snow vehicle 2 blocks away, a group of around 10 individuals suddenly emerged ahead. Clad in thick military overcoats and wearing cold weather masks, their features were obscured. Nonetheless, the insignia, ranks, and the 191 rifles they wielded unmistakably identified them as members of the Huagua military. Although the soldiers did not raise their weapons in a standard manner, they uniformly lifted their right arms, signaling him to stop, as if they had been lying in wait for his approach. A twitch of Liu Kai's lips betrayed his inner turmoil, his mind racing with countless questions. Was this mere coincidence, or had he been targeted from the outset? Regardless of the circumstances, the road ahead offered no alternative routes. He could either halt, reverse, or charge through violently. Yet, the soldier's demeanor suggested a temporary lack of hostility. Having recently witnessed the might of missiles, Liu Kai understood that engaging with the authorities would be an exceedingly foolish endeavor. When the state apparatus seeks to reason with you, it is wise to oblige. Should one provoke them to resort to force, it would be too late to express regret. With this reflection, Liu Kai sighed in resignation, firmly pressing the brakes. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, securing the 20 boxes of supplies in the vehicle's storage space and concealing his crossbow and firearms. He presented himself as a model citizen, retaining only a P320 handgun, loaded with 17 rounds, discreetly hidden beneath his cloak for readiness. The massive tires of the snow vehicle gradually slowed as they ground against the icy surface, ultimately halting about 5 meters from the soldiers. Liu Kai cautiously opened the car door. Noticing the soldiers permitted this action, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he leaped from the snow vehicle. The moment he exited, his senses heightened, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. It was then that he discovered an 8-wheeled armored vehicle stationed around the corner, out of sight. On the rooftop ahead, 2 observers and a sniper lay in wait. To his left, within a shop, concealed a towering figure, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a robust physique and a scruffy beard. The insignia on his shoulder bore 1 stripe and 3 stars, indicating he was a captain, seemingly the leader of this group. Liu Kai lifted his gaze, aided by his exoskeleton, and could clearly see the sniper and observers sprawled on the rooftop. He then turned his attention back to the shop on the left. These 2 simple movements were enough to draw the attention of the soldiers blocking the way, their expressions revealing surprise. It was important to note that they were no ordinary troops. Not only had they detected the lurking sniper, but they had also uncovered the captain hiding in the shadows, seemingly preparing to show off. This wandering merchant truly possessed remarkable skills. Could he be a fellow comrade? The soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their rifles, ready to eliminate any threat should the adversary turn hostile. Meanwhile, the bearded captain, realizing his cover was blown, momentarily froze. Then, without further hesitation, he pushed open the glass door and confidently strode towards Liu Kai. Yet, his nonchalant gait left Liu Kai momentarily speechless. Was this man truly a soldier? Chapter 70. My name is Chiu Haiba. Official mission. The bearded man seemed to discern Liu Kai's astonishment as a smile crept upon his lips beneath the mask. While walking, he retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket. Lowering his cold weather mask, he took one for himself and offered another to Liu Kai with a casual air. It's freezing out here. Care for a smoke to warm up? Noticing the man's familiar demeanor and his attempt to bond over cigarettes, Liu Kai narrowed his eyes. He surmised that the other was likely hoping that the act of smoking would prompt him to remove his mask and reveal his identity. It was a clever ploy. Moreover, should he refuse the cigarette, the man would probably resort to alternative means. After a brief internal deliberation, Liu Kai swiftly composed himself. There was no evading this encounter. He accepted the cigarette with a chuckle, responding, "Indeed, it is quite chilly, Commander." Then, under the scrutinizing gaze of the lieutenant, he pulled back his hood. At the moment he took the cigarette, he had discreetly retracted the facial armor of his exoskeleton into his storage space. Now, only a pair of oversized, fully enveloping cold weather goggles remained on his face. His physical prowess had been enhanced by his spatial abilities, leading to notable changes in his appearance and demeanor. He was confident that with only half of his face, his mouth, visible, even with AI assistance, his identity would remain elusive. The lieutenant, noticing only half of Liu Kai's face, exhibited a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. However, before he could utter a word, Liu Kai lit his cigarette first and promptly brought the lighter closer, signaling for the lieutenant to light his own, effectively stifling any words he might have intended to say. Seizing the moment while the lieutenant puffed on his cigarette, Liu Kai initiated the conversation. It must be quite taxing to be out here on duty in such frigid conditions. Just a heads up, Commander, I am a law-abiding citizen. If there's nothing pressing, may I take my leave? The lieutenant appeared carefree and somewhat simple-minded on the surface. But that was merely an illusion. Exhaling a smoke ring, he glanced at Liu Kai with a hint of nonchalance. No need to rush. Let us have a chat. Very well. What would you like to discuss? Liu Kai replied, feigning casualness as the lieutenant adjusted his stance and peered into the open door of the snow vehicle, only to discover it was entirely empty. His brow furrowed in surprise. Turning back, he scrutinized the cold weather goggles adorning Liu Kai's face, feigning interest as he remarked, "Oh, those goggles are rather impressive. May I take a closer look?" Without warning, he reached out to seize them. Liu Kai, taken aback by the lieutenant's directness, swiftly stepped back, evading his grasp while maintaining a humble expression. "That wouldn't be wise, Commander. I have a vision impairment. My doctor advised me to avoid cold air, or I risk going blind." The lieutenant, undeterred by his failed attempt, naturally retracted his hand. After all, Liu Kai's excuse was difficult to contest, even in apocalyptic circumstances. The armed forces of Huaguo adhered to a code of conduct. It was unlikely they would compel a civilian to risk blindness by removing his goggles. However, from Liu Kai's instinctive step back, the lieutenant had already concluded this individual was a formidable opponent. With a vigorous exhale, He crushed the cigarette and uttered an expletive. Look at your miserly demeanor. I have no interest in your possessions. Liu Kai, smiling serenely, remained silent. The two stood in the biting cold, sharing puffs of smoke. The atmosphere lingered in silence for a moment. The captain, observing Liu Kai's unwavering composure, realized his strategy of intimidation was ineffective. Ultimately, he discarded the cigarette but on the ground and extinguished it. Straightening his posture, he offered Liu Kai a formal salute. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Dalong. After sizing up Liu Kai with a serious gaze, he cut to the chase. Are you the renowned roaming merchant everyone has been talking about? Recognizing that the inquiry was directed at him, Liu Kai did not deny it. Instead, he humbly smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I am merely an insignificant figure, hardly deserving of such fame. Eliminating a dozen armed Japanese soldiers, including one in a surprise counterattack. Such skills are not typical of an ordinary person. Liu Kai, keenly perceptive, noted that at this moment, Yu Dalong's heart raced noticeably. The same was true for the tin soldiers who had previously blocked the road, as if they were gripped by a sense of dread, even fear, over his extraordinary feats. Seeing this, Liu Kai felt a sense of reassurance. As long as they held some trepidation towards him, negotiations would be feasible. Thus, he continued to feign modesty. All I seek is to make a living, yet those detestable Japanese wish to take my life, which I am unwilling to part with. A smile crept onto Yu Dalong's face as he gently patted Liu Kai's shoulder. Brother, let us be honest. Are you a domestic veteran? Or a foreign mercenary? Forgive my lack of clarity. I am neither. Neither. Then how do you possess such skills? Liu Kai interjected. What exactly do you intend by stopping me, Commander Yu? Noticing that Liu Kai revealed no useful information, Yu Dalong no longer wished to engage in verbal sparring. He produced a slip of paper and read aloud. Qiu Haiba male, 45 years old, a local of Fenghai City. This is your false identity, isn't it? The name Qiu Haiba was merely a randomly bound identity when registering as a roaming merchant. It was accompanied by a blank phone card. To his surprise, the authorities were indeed investigating him. Fortunately, the hacker software had performed admirably, preventing them from tracing his actual IP address back to the Lishirtsu UN community. Liu Kai sighed in relief, grinning playfully. It's not a false identity. I am indeed Qiu Haiba. Do you truly believe you look 45? I take good care of myself. Nonsense. Now, representing the military of Huagua, I formally inquire about your name, age, origin, and identity. I am Qiu Haiba. You bastard. After several rounds of verbal probing, Liu Kai was now entirely assured. Yu Dalong's true intentions were not to interrogate him but to discuss something else. With a sense of calm, he even took the initiative to ask, Commander Yu, I am quite curious. How did you manage to find me? My question remains unanswered. Yet you have turned the tables to inquire about me? Observing Liu Kai's indifference to danger, Yu Dalong felt helpless. The orders he received were not for an investigation. Rather, they stemmed from a mere personal curiosity regarding the identity of the wandering merchant. You have triumphed. Considering your remarkable feats in eliminating numerous adversaries and your invaluable intelligence contributions, the higher-ups have chosen to place their trust in you, refraining from compelling you to disclose your identity. The officials at the upper echelons possess a profound understanding of survivors. After all, the world is exceedingly cruel, and individuals may inevitably breach the laws upheld during peaceful times in their quest for survival. It is entirely reasonable for survivors to fear retribution and hesitate in revealing their identities. Liu Kai hastily uttered a few conciliatory words. I am grateful for the leadership's understanding. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. You may proceed. The higher authorities believe you possess commendable qualities. Hence they wish to summon you for certain tasks. Summon? Liu Kai was taken aback. His head shook vigorously like a rattle. I have no intention of enlisting. Perhaps you should consider another candidate. Yu Dalong shot Liu Kai a glance and scoffed. Who said anything about enlisting you? Your imagination is quite fanciful. Chapter 71. Am I wealthy? A transaction of 2 tons of gold. Upon hearing that military service was not mandatory, Liu Kai exhaled a heartfelt sigh of relief, patting his chest and exclaiming, Thank goodness, thank goodness. No need to enlist. It was all in jest. For being urgently summoned for military duty would mean bidding farewell to the warm and comfortable sanctuary he had become accustomed to. Moreover, he would be unable to hoard precious metals, and the enhancement of his spatial abilities would come to a standstill. However, Liu Kai's demeanor was strikingly conspicuous to Yu Dalong. A scion of a military family. What kind of awareness does this young man possess? Is the notion of serving and sacrificing oneself so daunting? A discontented snort escaped him. Upon hearing this sound of disdain, Liu Kai realized he had overstepped and quickly cleared his throat, offering a nervous smile. Please, Chief Yu, continue. To his astonishment, Yu Dalong, with an impassive expression, suddenly uttered a chilling statement. We know your intention behind hoarding precious metals. What? Liu Kai was instantly struck with terror, his mind racing. Could it be that the authorities were aware of his spatial abilities? Tension coursed through his body as he readied himself to draw his weapon if necessary. Yet, upon witnessing Liu Kai's flustered reaction, Yu Dalong broke into a smile, feeling he had struck a nerve. Finally, he had gained the upper hand. If I am not mistaken, you were once a wealthy individual, correct? Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback by the assertion. What? Ah, no need to be anxious. The thoughts of affluent individuals like you revolve around accumulating wealth, and precious metals are intrinsically linked to money. Your substantial accumulation of precious metals suggests you intend to solidify your wealth once the economic downturn subsides. Am I correct? Realizing that his spatial capabilities had not been exposed, Liu Kai finally relaxed. Seizing the opportunity to flatter, he responded, Indeed, indeed. Chief Yu, your insight is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Flattery, after all, seldom goes amiss. Yu Dalong smiled faintly in response before confidently adding, That's not all. I can also deduce that you possess a Doomsday bunker or similar facility, replete with a vast stockpile of supplies, correct? This time, Liu Kai was genuinely unperturbed, for it was evident that his adversary was unaware of the precise location of his stronghold. He nodded in agreement. Yu Dalong, with a knowing expression, proposed, Young brother, your method of scavenging precious metals from various neighborhoods is far too inefficient. Would you not prefer to undertake a more substantial endeavor? Oh, please, enlighten me, Chief. We will provide you with a small icebreaker and the locations of various supermarkets, both large and small. The higher-ups require you to procure these supplies and distribute them free of charge to the survivors in the southern district of Fenghai City. What? You expect me to take responsibility for half a city? You hold me in too high regard. But you are a renowned roaming merchant, are you not? With a snow vehicle at your disposal, this should be a mere trifle. Why be so modest? Very well, even if I can accomplish this, what shall my reward be? Yu Dalong wasted no time in revealing 4 impactful words, 2 tons of gold. At the utterance of this phrase, Liu Kai felt a violent tremor within his heart. 2 tons of gold. That was indeed a staggering amount. Even if he currently engages in trading supplies and plunders gold shops, managing to acquire 10 kilograms daily, it would still require a staggering 200 days to amass 2 tons. Moreover, the other communities are not as affluent as the Leisure to Yuan. In the future, the yield of precious metals from trading will only diminish. Despite the enticing conditions, Liu Kai suppressed his excitement. He slowly revealed an expression that conveyed a sense of indifference mixed with regret. 2 tons, you say? By the previous market price, that amounts to 900 million. You, as a superior, are aware that a mere 900 million is insignificant compared to my former wealth. Yu Dalong's tone carried a hint of bitterness. I know. You are indeed wealthy, and naturally, 900 million does not catch your eye. However, this is a risk-free venture. The authorities not only provide maps indicating the locations of various supermarkets, but also supply small icebreakers. It truly qualifies as a no-risk business. Liu Kai nodded in agreement, then curiously inquired, why does the government not collect and distribute the supplies themselves? Where have your people been all this time? Yu Dalong smiled wryly. Our reach is limited. There is a dire need for assistance everywhere. Moreover, let me inform you that we are preparing to establish a shelter, and we simply cannot spare any manpower. I see. But how long must I work to obtain the 2 tons of gold? As soon as you accept the task, I can immediately disclose the location of the gold to you. You only need to work for 2 months until the shelter in Fenghai City is established. Upon hearing that the establishment of the shelter would only take 2 months, which is by the 3rd month, Liu Kai was taken aback. In his recollections from the previous life, the shelter in Fenghai City was completed only 6 months after the onset of the cold wave. How is it possible that this time it is 3 months ahead? Could it be the butterfly effect triggered by my reporting of the foreign forces supporting the destructive squad? Of course, such questions cannot be resolved through mere speculation. He dared not pose these inquiries to Yu Dalong. Hence, he cast aside the questions and continued to focus on the matter of the 2 tons of gold. Oh, you trust me so much? What if I take the gold and do nothing? How would you respond? Yu Dalong scoffed. Go ahead and try. Although you're cautious. The satellite has yet to discover your hideout. It has recorded your thermal signatures. If you go back on your word, do not dare to show your face in the sunlight again, for the missiles will not be merciful. Liu Kai gasped in shock. So these individuals are monitoring him through satellites. Fortunately, he had been prudent, and the satellite's monitoring range was quite limited, which is why the location of the bunker had remained undisclosed. Amidst his lingering fear, another question arose. By the way, Chief Yu, I am responsible for the southern district. What about the northern district? You need not worry about that. We have enlisted another expert. The boundary is set along Bihai Avenue. You take the south, and he takes the north. Another expert? Who is it? Yu Dalong shrugged nonchalantly. I do not know. Like you, he refuses to reveal his identity. If you happen to encounter him, you may inquire for yourself. Liu Kai rolled his eyes, no longer entangled in the conversation. I will take on this task. Exchanging 900 million for the lives of half the survivors of Fenghai City is quite a bargain for your officials. Such words cannot be uttered. For us, lives are priceless and cannot be measured by cost-effectiveness. Indeed, Your Excellency. I misspoke. Can you now reveal the location of the 2 tons of gold? Certainly. Yu Dalong retrieved a document from his backpack and waved it in front of Liu Kai. The locations of the supply supermarket, the vault, and the general distribution of survivors are all contained within this. As for the small icebreaker, Yu Dalong pointed into the distance. It has long been prepared for you. Liu Kai followed Yu Dalong's gesture and beheld a large machine, measuring 2 meters on each side, resting beside a distant skyscraper. Below it were metal rollers and hooks, capable of being towed away. Next to the icebreaker stood a trailer-like cargo container, suitable for storing supplies. Liu Kai had noticed this contraption earlier but had dismissed it as an obsolete piece of machinery. However, upon learning it was an icebreaker, he was taken aback. You call this a small one? Chapter 72. The Deceptive Agreement. Salvaging gold. Yu Dalong departed with his team, leaving behind only a broken icebreaker. However, before his departure, he hastily signed a seemingly pointless recruitment contract with Liu Kai, subsequently shoving a folder marked with locations into Liu Kai's hands. He and his team then jumped into an armored vehicle and sped away. Watching the team's hurried retreat, Liu Kai felt perplexed but did not dwell on it. His mind was preoccupied with another matter. The watchful eyes in the sky were unlikely to vanish. Satellites are indeed marvelous instruments, yet, as he muttered to himself, a wry smile crept across his lips. Though the satellite had recorded his thermal signature, altering thermal characteristics was child's play for an exoskeleton. When the authorities discovered that the merchant's disappearance and reappearance locations were never the same, the spectacle would surely be amusing. Moreover, it served as a silent act of defiance against the surveillance. The only drawback was the inability to utilize spatial abilities without restraint. At the very least, he could not brazenly stow away a snowmobile into his storage space. After watching the team depart, Liu Kai finally opened the folder that Yu Dalong had given him. Inside were a dozen laminated A4 sheets, vividly printed with satellite images depicting the areas before the cold front's arrival. Various colors marked the locations of supply supermarkets and granaries, as well as the concentration zones of survivors detected by satellite infrared scans. The final image indicated the location of a stash containing 2 tons of gold. However, upon seeing the location of the gold, Liu Kai's lips twitched, revealing an expression of disbelief and feeling utterly duped. He could only lament on the icy surface, exclaiming his dismay. The accompanying note explained that during the cold front's onset, the authorities urgently salvaged the vault of the Bank of Construction headquarters in Fenghai City. Due to numerous traffic accidents rendering land routes impassable, they opted for maritime transport northward. Yet, one of the speedboats carrying 2 tons of gold inadvertently struck a newly formed ice reef during evacuation. Despite attempts to rescue it, the vessel ultimately sank. The marked location on the map was a mere 3 kilometers northeast of Fenghai City Esport, beneath 47 meters of ice and seawater. It dawned on Liu Kai. No wonder Yu Dalong had insisted on signing the contract. This was a forced endeavor. Signing the contract implied he had accepted the task of transporting the goods. Failing to comply would lead to dire consequences. However, even before the cold front's arrival, it was no small feat for an ordinary person to salvage 2 tons of cargo from a depth of 47 meters underwater. The authorities' actions were undeniably questionable, casting doubt on their intentions to test Liu Kai's abilities. Very well, so this is how it shall be played? Then he should not be blamed for his lack of courtesy. Liu Kai nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he made a decision that defied his forebears, to continue the endeavor of salvaging gold. Although the lamentable contract stipulated that Liu Kai must distribute supplies to survivors free of charge, it contained a significant loophole. It only mentioned the distribution of materials scavenged from the supermarket, without addressing the absence of certain supplies therein. For instance, concerning pharmaceuticals, Liu Kai gritted his teeth in frustration, while Yu Dalong, aboard the armored vehicle departing, wore a broad smile. Earlier, he had remarked that this was a risk-free venture, and indeed, his assertion held true. For the authorities, this also represented a guaranteed profit devoid of any financial investment. Now that the location of the gold had been ascertained, to evade any unforeseen complications, Liu Kai resolved to commence the salvage operation without delay. He methodically attached a small icebreaker and cargo hold to the rear of the snow vehicle and set off relentlessly towards the designated coordinates of the gold. Fortunately, the snow vehicle was sufficiently charged. After half an hour, guided by a professional Beidou positioning device, Liu Kai arrived precisely at the marked location on the map. However, He refrained from initiating the ice-breaking process immediately. Instead, he retrieved a camping sunshade from the storage compartment of the snow vehicle. He drove 4 slender alloy poles into the surrounding ice, preparing to erect a shelter to obscure satellite observation. Yet, what hung from the metal poles was not ordinary sunshade fabric, but rather a composite insulation cloth made of tinfoil. The rationale was simple. With the cold front descending and the clouds thickly veiling the light, Liu Kai was still detectable by satellite. This could only imply one thing. The satellites employed by the authorities were not traditional optical imaging systems, but rather utilized highly penetrating electromagnetic wave imaging. Tinfoil was its most formidable adversary. Since the authorities sought to test his capabilities, it was only fitting that he reciprocate with a surprise. In truth, Liu Kai could have bypassed the icebreaker entirely and instantly submerged beneath the water. However, theatricality demanded a complete performance. It was imperative that a hole appeared on the ice surface to maintain the illusion. Before long, he had constructed a rudimentary cloth shelter, effectively concealing this small area. Only then did he position the icebreaker beneath the makeshift canopy. Unlike conventional rolling drum icebreakers, this machine resembled a drilling rig for water wells. Its sharp alloy drill bit could vertically bore a circular hole measuring 5 meters in diameter and 10 meters in depth. With caution, he scanned the interior of the icebreaker, ensuring no surveillance devices had been installed, before he confidently activated the power. A low hum resonated as the icebreaker whirred to life. After a brief warm-up, the drill head began to rotate slowly. As Liu Kai pulled the control lever, the drill bit descended, spinning furiously against the ice surface. Accompanied by an excruciating crunching sound, ice chips were flung aside. The operational state of the icebreaker left Liu Kai astounded. It broke through the ice at an astonishing speed, penetrating 2 meters of thickness in less than half a minute. However, this rapid progress came at a cost, as the power drained precipitously. In just half a minute, 10 of the battery had been consumed. From the engraved information on the nameplate, it could be deduced that a full charge required a staggering 5 hours. Yet, the officials provided power for merely 2 hours each day. In other words, charging for 2 hours would allow for the breaching of 8 meters of ice, precisely sufficient to access a frozen supermarket. However, Liu Kai's intentions extended far beyond merely breaking into a supermarket. He initially intended to utilize the icebreaker for mining in Guangming town. However, it has become evident that even if he uses the bunker generator to recharge it for 5 hours each day, this machine would yield only a meager amount of raw ore, necessitating alternative plans. With the ice surface already fractured, he must hasten to recover the gold from the seabed. The 47-meter distance is a trivial task for Liu Kai. His senses heightened, he activates the scanning function. Indeed, he discovers a sunken speedboat with a ruptured bottom beneath the seabed, and in the sediment beside it lies a safe, half his height, buried within the mud, filled to the brim with gleaming gold bars. Given the high density of gold, 2 tons of it amalgamated would occupy a volume equivalent to a cube measuring 1.5 meters on each side. Without a moment's hesitation to verify the authenticity of the gold, Liu Kai swiftly retrieves a long cable, securing one end to the snowmobile and casting the other end into the ice hole. He activates the sealing mode of his powered exoskeleton and plunges into the frigid waters with a splash. The heavy exoskeleton propels him rapidly down to the seabed. The searchlight pierces the darkness, illuminating the scene within a 10-meter radius. Yet, Liu Kai is not inclined to admire the underwater vista. With remarkable speed and dexterity, he swiftly retrieves the safe from the mud and also catches a plethora of half-alive crabs, shrimp, and mussels for a delectable evening meal. After securing the cable, he exerts force and quickly ascends to the ice surface. The residual seawater on his exoskeleton freezes into ice shards upon contact with the frigid air, cascading to the ground with a clatter at the slightest shake. Fortunately, the heating function proves to be highly reliable, and Liu Kai feels no chill throughout the endeavor. The retrieval of 2 tons of gold is accomplished with ease and delight. Chapter 73, Reinforcement and New Displacement of Abilities. The makeshift shelter constructed from tin foil has been dismantled, leaving behind only a section of ice that has yet to freeze completely in an empty safe. Liu Kai reattached the icebreaker to the rear of the snow vehicle. Just as he was about to embark on his journey, a thought suddenly struck him. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he lifted his gaze and waved towards the sky. He was certain that someone was watching him at that very moment. Reality indeed confirmed his suspicions. 300 kilometers northwest of Fenghai City, within a dimly lit underground secret military base, the command center's large screen displayed the empty safe. A middle-aged man with a square face and the rank of Major General furrowed his brow as he gazed at the image, murmuring in disbelief. How did he accomplish this? After a brief moment of contemplation, he relinquished his thoughts, allowing his expression to relax. Interesting, indeed. This is, after all, good news. He then slightly turned his profile. Xiaoqin, you are to set off immediately to oversee the reconstruction of the refuge in Fenghai City, and also. Understood. A young woman standing behind the Major General nodded knowingly before swiftly departing. The snow vehicle, towing the icebreaker, quickly returned to the vicinity of Lashik Garden Community. In order to conceal the location of his lair, Liu Kai refrained from parking directly. Instead, he continued driving towards the rural outskirts of Fenghai City. Before long, a uniquely designed circular structure appeared ahead. This was the destination he had meticulously selected, a 5-story circular parking garage. The lower 3 levels had been engulfed by ice, leaving only the 2 upper levels accessible. This location was a mere one, 400 meters from Lashik Garden Community. From this day forth, this parking garage would serve as Liu Kai's return point to the city. He resolved to come here each time before returning to the bunker to evade satellite surveillance. The next location he would appear at would depend solely on his whims, requiring no fixed destination. His approach was to be elusive and unpredictable. The snow vehicle did not slow down, crashing through the guardrail and careening into the open circular driveway, shielded by the structure. Liu Kai's position was simultaneously obscured from the satellite's monitoring gaze. Before the snow vehicle had even come to a complete stop, he leapt from the vehicle, swiftly securing both the snow vehicle and the icebreaker. He then began adjusting his thermal signature. While this operation may sound sophisticated, the principle behind it was quite simple. Every individual's body emits heat in varying degrees, and the temperature ratios across different body parts fluctuate only within a narrow range. Therefore, by adjusting the heating function of the exoskeleton, he could manipulate the thermal signature. For instance, he could elevate the torso's temperature by 1 degree while lowering that of the left arm by 1 degree. Once the ratio altered, the thermal signature would appear entirely different. Of course, there was a simpler method: to remove the exoskeleton entirely, revealing his true thermal signature. However, Liu Kai was inherently cautious and would never opt for such a method. He quickly configured the temperature differentials in his exoskeleton, concentrated his focus, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported to a 6-story residential building 20 meters away, removing the gray cloak draped over him. He boldly pushed open the door and strode into the vast expanse of snow. In truth, the satellite had also detected the reappearance of Liu Kai. Yet, not only did the thermal signal starkly contrast with that of the wandering merchant, but his attire had also undergone a transformation. Most notably, the time taken for him to drive the snow vehicle into the circular parking lot and then emerge from the residential building 20 meters away was less than 3 seconds. Thus, suspicion was naturally dismissed. After all, in the eyes of the authorities, no matter how formidable that wandering merchant might be, instantaneous teleportation was simply implausible. Stepping cautiously on the icy snow, Liu Kai swiftly returned to the bunker of the community, where he meticulously began to consume the 2 tons of gold. Having never attempted to ingest such a substantial amount of precious metal at once, he refrained from becoming complacent, even though he believed his inner excitement had been thoroughly tamed. Fortunately, the entire process unfolded surprisingly smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. Exhaling deeply, he closed his eyes to keenly sense the changes within his body. After a moment, Liu Kai seemed to uncover something, abruptly opening his eyes. He hastily retrieved the steel weapon cabinet previously placed on the 3rd floor of the bunker from his storage space. Gazing at the cabinet laid out before him, an unmistakable sense of anticipation crossed Liu Kai's face. Taking a deep breath, he waved his right hand nonchalantly. An astonishing scene unfolded. The towering steel weapon cabinet was silently sliced into 2 halves. The upper section crashed to the ground with a clatter, startling the little black and little white into jumping high. "Ah, just as I thought," Liu Kai exclaimed in delight, quickly advancing to inspect the situation. The cut surface of the cabinet was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any burrs, as if it were inherently so. This was the new effect of his spatial abilities after consuming 2 tons of gold. Essentially, it was a displacement of space. And the manifestation of this effect in 3-dimensional space was aptly described as cutting. Liu Kai's eyes sparkled with profound joy. The emergence of the cutting effect indicated his newfound ability to break through ice layers and even soil layers. Given time, he could bare-handedly mine resources in Bright Town. However, the exhilaration was swiftly followed by a pang of regret. After all, that was 2 tons of gold. Skills akin to teleportation, scanning, and bullet interception had not expanded their maximum range. Even the newly manifested spatial displacement, cutting, had a maximum effective distance of merely 3 meters from himself. It became evident that his spatial abilities and physical capabilities were still enhancing in a more refined direction. Yet, there were benefits as well. The stamina consumption of various skills had slightly diminished. Moreover, he could unmistakably sense that the storage space could now barely accommodate individuals with wavering will. Even if it could not ensnare them, the confinement effect on humans had improved significantly. Liu Kai had been preoccupied with thoughts of satellite surveillance and the troublesome contract until now, when the benefits he gained began to alleviate his grievances. This 2 tons of gold was nearly a windfall. Even if he were to undertake the task of transporting supplies, it would only take 2 months. Moreover, he could also engage in the trade of pharmaceuticals, continuing to extract precious metals from the hands of survivors. With this thought, Liu Kai's spirits soared. He resolved not to swim for exercise today. Instead, while dredging for gold, he had caught some live seafood, perfect for a delightful feast to celebrate. Without further ado, he began to retrieve an abundance of ingredients and condiments from his storage space. Nothing compares to the delectable taste of freshly marinated seafood. 10 sizable live blue crabs, 36-inch long live golden shrimps, a generous pile of fresh mussels, a large basket of frozen squid, another of frozen clams, and a substantial collection of frozen scallops. After thoroughly washing them, he tossed them into a large basin. Chopped green onions, minced garlic, and diced cilantro, light soy sauce, aged vinegar, and small chili peppers, white sugar, monosodium glutamate, and sesame oil. He sprinkled them with lemon juice and a few spoonfuls of salt. He poured in half a pound of high-proof Woolyoungya liquor and mineral water, then placed the basin in the refrigerator to marinate. Simultaneously, he chilled 5 pounds of fresh beer and some glassware. When night fell, this would be Liu Kai's sumptuous banquet for the day, a standard feast fit for those with gout. However, this was merely for the average person. With his robust constitution, he had no fear of parasites, high purines, or elevated uric acid levels. He was unfazed, reflecting on the struggles of the outside survivors who toiled in hardship. Living from one meal to the next and surviving on melted ice, he glanced at the copious amount of food before him. Even his companions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, were faring better than the survivors outside. A pang of conscience struck Liu Kai for a fleeting moment, but it quickly dissipated, for his conscience was not substantial. A smile soon returned to his face. This time, he had triumphed splendidly. Chapter 74, The Return to the Mountains. A sudden turn on subway line 3 days have elapsed since the missile struck the Sky Tower, marking the somber anniversary of a month since the onset of the cold wave. Such a date is hardly one for celebration, especially with rumors of a large-scale rescue operation circulating for the past 3 days. Yet, the survivors have yet to witness the promised assistance. Not only has the official rescue been delayed, but the roaming merchants have also vanished from sight. Consequently, the survivors' sentiments towards these merchants have shifted, dividing them into 3 distinct factions. The realists, battered by hunger, and the relentless chill, no longer harbor the indignation they once felt towards Liu Kai for allegedly hoarding precious metals. Instead, they plead in various groups, beseeching the roaming merchants to return. They express their willingness to exchange all their possessions for food. The staunch faction has grown increasingly convinced that the merchants are deliberately toying with their hopes, waiting for the moment when despair sets in to reappear as saviors, raising prices at their convenience. In response, the staunch faction resolutely declares that they would rather perish than consume a morsel offered by the merchants. Lastly, there is the indifferent faction, who perceive the merchants as mere mortals, likely devoid of surplus supplies for sale. They believe it more prudent to focus on self-rescue or await official assistance than to place their hopes in the identity unknown individuals. The survivors are not the only ones grappling with complex emotions. The officials tasked with monitoring Liu Kai are nearing madness themselves. They are utterly unable to track his whereabouts, as his signal consistently vanishes from the multi-story parking garage only to reappear in disparate locations. The most frustrated among them is the female officer, Qin Luofei, dispatched by the general with a square face. Since her arrival in Fohai City, she has not supervised the construction of the shelters but has instead stationed herself nearby with binoculars, hoping to catch sight of the elusive merchant. Yet, it seems that the merchant possesses an uncanny ability to sense her presence, always entering the garage from directions beyond her line of sight, vanishing as mysteriously as a ghost. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Kai is acutely aware of the survivors' conversations and knows of the woman observing him. However, he has maintained a low profile over the past 3 days, refraining from any displays of his capabilities. Moreover, the recruitment contract has not compelled him to commence the distribution of supplies immediately. Rather, it allows a grace period for preparation. Thus, during these days, Liu Kai has utilized a snowplow to scavenge a large supermarket in the southern part of the city. This, of course, is all part of an act. He cannot expose his spatial abilities and has been compelled to transport substantial quantities of goods using a flatbed truck in multiple trips, temporarily storing them in a warehouse on the 3rd floor near the supermarket. Additionally, he has secretly plundered the inventories of several private clinics, mobile phone stores, and outdoor goods shops. Not only has he acquired a wealth of everyday items, but he has also procured a significant quantity of valuable prescription medications, including the renowned trifecta of small clinics, dexamethasone, amikacin, and ornitazole. Although these medications are frequently criticized by major hospitals for their abuse and as the culprits of drug resistance, one cannot deny their remarkable efficacy. In this era, preserving life takes precedence. Concerns regarding drug resistance seem trivial in comparison. 3 days have elapsed, and all preparations are in place for another endeavor. He is now under comprehensive surveillance, including online monitoring. Therefore, to ensure caution, Liu Kai refrained from infiltrating various community owner groups. Instead, he rose early, leaving ample provisions for Xiao He and Xiao Bai before stealthily departing the bunker. He walked 3 kilometers to a dilapidated industrial area in the southern part of the city. He retrieved the snowmobile and trailer, loading them with supplies in a 3-story warehouse. He then set off towards the first settlement with a significant number of survivors. The snowmobile's heating system was effective, maintaining a temperature of 3 degrees above zero within the cabin. Liu Kai removed the mask of his exoskeleton armor, holding a cigarette in his hand and occasionally taking a puff while driving, all the while sipping on a refreshing beer. He brazenly flouted the driving taboos of peacetime, embodying the essence of a renegade. However, such indulgent moments are fleeting. As he drove past the vicinity of the towering skyscraper, memories of its destroyed upper floors sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, the ground trembled without warning. A crisp crack of ice echoed immediately after. Despite the howling winds and the barrier of the windows diminishing the sound to a faint whisper, Liu Kai's keen senses detected it. An earthquake? He mused to himself, quickly straightening his posture and focusing intently on his surroundings, particularly the movements beneath the ice layer. If this were indeed a precursor to an earthquake, he needed to vacate the vicinity of the towering structures post-haste. However, upon sensing the situation beneath the ice layer ahead, his expression shifted. Instinctively, he slammed the brakes and veered the snowmobile into a corner to park it securely. Ahead, beneath the thick ice, lay a large hole approximately 12 meters in diameter, revealing an expansive underground space below. This cavern was initially supported by several steel frames and wooden planks. However, due to the rapid onset of cold currents, rain, and temperature drops, the opening remained unsubmerged, instead accumulating a thick layer of ice above. Most crucially, Liu Kai discovered that there were indeed living individuals underground. A young couple, bundled in multiple layers of clothing, appeared quite cumbersome as they slowly dismantled the supporting steel frames of the ice layer. With their increased pace, the ice above seemed to lose its support, slowly beginning to crack. The earlier crackling sound originated from this very spot. Given the noise, the ice layer could collapse at any moment, forming a substantial pit. Liu Kai promptly exited the vehicle and stood at a safe distance, deciding to observe the situation further. Upon disembarking, he could distinctly hear the cracking of the ice more clearly. Watching the scene unfold, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Surrounding buildings stood closely packed, creating an intricate maze. Thus, this is the necessary route he must take to the survivors' settlement. To turn back would mean a detour of several kilometers. Moreover, the ice layer is indeed remarkably solid. Even without the support of the underground steel frames and wooden boards, it would not collapse. Why then did the ice shatter when the 2 individuals dismantled the steel framework? Liu Kai suddenly recalled something and instinctively looked up at the towering skyscrapers standing 2 blocks away. Indeed, it must have been the explosion of the missile. The violent shockwave shattered the internal structure of the ice layer, rendering it incapable of supporting its own weight. Initially, there were steel frames providing support, but now that they have been removed, it is only natural for a collapse to occur. So that is the case. These 2 individuals are quite clever. As Liu Kai murmured to himself, he recalled certain details regarding the origin of this large hole. He remembered reading news reports about it. This is the construction site of the unfinished Line 3 subway of Fenghai City, specifically the excavation at Chengnan Station. It had been cordoned off prior to the arrival of the cold wave. It was said that the shield tunneling machine had already broken through and was preparing for the internal reinforcement of the tunnel. Could that man and woman be trapped workers underground? Are there such young workers? Chapter 75. The bunker location leaked? As Liu Kai contemplated, a series of sharp cracking sounds, far more intense than before, reverberated through the air. The once smooth, mirror-like ice surface began to visibly sink. With the ground's deformation, numerous jagged ice shards and snow were violently flung into the air. Once the transformation commenced, it accelerated swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the sound transitioned from a crack to a cacophonous crash. A multitude of ice blocks, succumbing to gravity, were torn apart and tumbled into the vast chasm below. The entrance had collapsed. Liu Kai had been scanning the surroundings meticulously. Just days prior, the military had launched missiles and had already orchestrated the evacuation of nearby survivors. Consequently, there were no living souls amidst the towering buildings surrounding the entrance, and such a tremendous disturbance failed to attract any onlookers. The male and female individuals responsible for the collapse had retreated to safety long before the ice layer gave way, completely unscathed. Moreover, the fallen ice blocks fortuitously formed a slope, providing a means for them to escape. However, the biting cold wind rushed in, forcing the two to huddle in a sheltered corner, trembling from the chill. After a moment of acclimatization to the frigid external temperature, they mustered the courage to approach the entrance. After a considerable duration, the pair, supporting each other, staggered out of the chasm and onto the surface. Fortunately, the external world was shrouded in clouds, softening the daylight's brightness. Having spent an extended period underground, they quickly adjusted to the light above. Gazing upward, the woman seemed to find her voice at last, suddenly letting out a piercing scream that soared into the heavens. It was unclear whether it stemmed from sorrow or joy. Following her outburst, she remained emotionally charged, collapsing to the ground in anguished sobs. The scorching tears that welled from her eyes were instantly crystallized by the icy wind, stinging her skin like shards of glass. In contrast, the man retained a demeanor of calmness. After cautiously surveying their surroundings, he quickly crouched down, wrapping his arms around the woman's shoulders with a look of tender concern. "Xiaoya, please stop crying. Let us find a warm place," he gently implored. Upon hearing his comforting words, the woman gradually ceased her weeping, though she remained silent. Rising to her feet, she shivered again as the cold wind struck her, instinctively leaning into the man's embrace. This intimate gesture appeared to delight him, as a radiant smile broke across his face. Due to the missile explosion, the surrounding glass had shattered. The two, supporting one another, swiftly squeezed through a window into the nearest abandoned house. Once inside, the man settled the woman onto a sofa and began rummaging through the belongings in search of materials to ignite a fire for warmth. By a stroke of fate, the very abandoned house where they sought refuge was adjacent to the alley where Liu Kai was concealed. Yet, he refrained from showing himself, disinterested in their plight and devoid of any inclination to assist. Moreover, Liu Kai now felt a profound irritation due to the collapse. The entrance above, having collapsed, was significantly larger than the excavated dimensions below, spanning the entire street. Thus, the thoroughfare was severed, implying that he would need to detour several kilometers to reach his destination. Sighing, Liu Kai resigned himself to the detour, thinking, well, a detour it shall be. After all, there is no rush. He prepared to reverse the snowmobile out of the alley and turn around to leave. Just then, his keen sense of hearing picked up a conversation from the neighboring house. "Xiaoya, do you feel better now?" "Yes, I'm much better. Thank you, brotherin." The young girl's voice was crisp and melodious, though tinged with a hint of frailty. Observing Xiaoya's weakened state, brotherin felt a pang of compassion. He retrieved a thick garment from the room and draped it over her. "Once you warm up a bit, we shall set off. As long as we locate the underground fortress in Liu community, we will never have to endure hunger or cold again." Upon hearing Brother An's words, Liu Kai halted in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock, his expression one of disbelief. What did he just say? The underground fortress in Liu community? How does he know about it? Apart from my spatial abilities, that bunker is my lifeline in this apocalyptic cold wave. Are there others who covet it? How many people, besides these two, are aware of its existence? Countless questions surged into Liu Kai's mind, and in his confusion, he momentarily forgot about any gathering points. He pressed himself against the wall, continuing to eavesdrop on the conversation of the two. After hearing Brother An's words, Xiaoya's face broke into a rare smile. She swiftly rose from the sofa, saying, "Yes, Brotherin, we should not delay. Let us hurry to the underground and inform Teacher Chen and our classmates. We should all go to that bunker together." "What?" Brother An's voice suddenly escalated, filled with incredulity as he stared at the charming girl before him, his chest heaving with agitation. "Xiaoya, you. No. Let us not go back. Just you and I. Shall we seek the bunker ourselves?" "No. Brotherin, how can you say that? Teacher Chen and our classmates are still down there. We cannot abandon them." Silence. Brotherin could no longer contain the fury swelling within him. He shouted, causing Xiaoya to shrink back in fright. Yet, upon witnessing her pitiful demeanor, his heart softened once more. "Xiaoya, why are you still thinking about that old scoundrel Chen Bin? He deserves to die. Do you not understand?" "No. Teacher Chen is a good person. I cannot allow you to speak of him like that. Besides, he is your teacher too, is he not?" "Humph. Chen Bin is nothing but an old scoundrel. I was blind to have chosen him as my mentor." "Xiaoya, why do you still defend Chen Bin? He did not force you." Brother An's words seemed to strike a forbidden nerve. Xiaoya erupted into a frantic scream. That's not true. Please, stop saying that." She collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her head in anguish, muttering to herself, "No, Teacher Chen is a good person. Xiaoya is willing. Xiaoya has always had a crush on Teacher Chen. Xiaoya doesn't want to leave Teacher Chen. Xiaoya wants to be his obedient little puppy forever." "Xiaoya, What has happened to you? Please, wake up. Oh, brethren, would you please take me back? We must rescue Teacher Chen and our classmates. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya raised her head and quickly retorted, but you were the one who heard about the underground fortress of Leisure Garden from Teacher Chen just a few days ago. That fortress rightfully belongs to him. At this, brethren straightened his posture, his gaze darkening as he spoke in a low voice. Nonsense. The designer of the fortress was his ill-fated brother, Chen Jian, and the construction team was hired at exorbitant cost from abroad. This fortress has nothing to do with Chan Bin. He merely stumbled upon his brother's diary by chance. Seeing Xiaoya still wearing a look of defiance, Brother-in had clearly lost his last ounce of patience. I will ask you one last time, Xiaoya. This exit was discovered by me, and it was I who quietly rescued you. Will you come with me or not? Chapter 76, 7 Kills. Silencing all Brother-in's ultimatum proved futile. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoya anxiously implored, No, Brother-in, please don't go. I beg you. Let us return to rescue Teacher Chen. The provisions stored in the shield machine would not last much longer if this continued. Both Teacher Chen and her classmates would surely perish from hunger. Shaking off Xiaoya's delicate hand that clutched at his clothing, Brother-in rolled his eyes. Don't mention Chen Bin. Your classmates are no better. They are all accomplices to his tyranny, and I refuse to save them. But Teacher Chen once said that as long as Xiaoya obediently listened, he would ensure her postgraduate recommendation and provide a job reference after graduation. At this infuriating remark, Brother-in's face twitched violently. It dawned on him that Xiaoya had fallen too deeply under Chen Bin's influence. She had likely developed Stockholm Syndrome from the torment he inflicted upon her. Any attempts to awaken her from this delusion would be in vain. In truth, aside from being somewhat sycophantic, Brother-in was quite ruthless and possessed a clear perception of reality. He had made his decision to abandon Xiaoya. A playful smile suddenly danced upon his lips as he softly asked, Xiaoya, do you wish to save Teacher-in and your classmates? Yes, yes. Xiaoya nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Very well, but I have a condition. I wonder if you can accept it? You may speak, Brother-in. As long as it leads to the rescue of Teacher Chen, I will agree to anything. Humph, this is what you said. A peculiar glint flickered in Brother-in's eyes as he appraised Xiaoya's graceful figure and youthful, radiant face. He then broke into a lewd grin. All you need to do is be my girlfriend, even if just for a day, and I will descend to save them. How does that sound? Liu Kai, who had been eavesdropping from the window, finally felt a sense of relief. He had unraveled the entire situation. Currently, there were few individuals privy to the secrets of the Doomsday bunker. Xiaoya, Brother-in, Xiaoya's classmates, Teacher Chen, and Chen Bin's deceased brother, Chen Jian, along with the construction team abroad. Thus, Liu Kai concluded that if he could silence these individuals permanently, the location of the underground fortress would remain known only to him. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The dialogue between the two had also provided Liu Kai with a guilt-free rationale. They were all scoundrels. What harm would there be in quietly eliminating them? The conversation continued within the room. Upon hearing Brother-in's demand, Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that the older brother who had always cared for her would harbor such thoughts. Her body instinctively recoiled, filled with resistance as she gazed at Brother-in. No, Brother-in. Xiaoya can only belong to Teacher Chen. I cannot be your girlfriend. Can you propose another condition? Change? But you just said you would agree to anything. Since you have already committed such an act, what difference does my request make? Ha ha. Brother-in laughed sinisterly as he lunged toward Xiaoya, who was perched on the sofa. Ah, Brother-in, what are you doing? Help. Oh dear. Who will save me? Call out. Scream until your throat is raw. Brother-in's laughter was abruptly silenced. Liu Kai had appeared behind him without a sound, his right hand swiftly and decisively severing his throat. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiaoya, disheveled on the sofa, was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes wide with terror as she opened her mouth to scream. Liu Kai's right fist, a hardened metallic appendage, struck with lightning speed against Xiaoya's left chest. Bang! The force of the blow surged through her chest, reaching her heart. In the wake of the violent impact, her heart shattered and ceased to beat. In her gradually dimming eyes, remnants of fear and disbelief lingered. Liu Kai had been holding back for too long. He was unflinchingly ruthless. Although Xiaoya was young and beautiful, she had been trained into a shameless creature, one that held no interest for him. Having dispatched 2 individuals, Liu Kai chose methods that left no bloodshed, ensuring the ground remained unstained. Silently, he concealed their bodies within his storage space. He gazed out at the vast ice cave, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't blame me. If there is blame to be laid, it should rest upon your too great knowledge. Heh. Liu Kai refrained from recklessly stepping outside and exposing his presence. Instead, he concentrated, scanning the area for any signs. He teleported beneath the ice and earth, stepping into the dim underground cavern. Even before he had teleported into the room, he had been cautious enough to slip into the snow vehicle. Thus, from the perspective of the satellite surveillance, he still appeared to be inside the snow vehicle. Unbeknownst to the watchful eyes of the satellite, he was committing murder and silencing witnesses with impunity. How thrilling to contemplate. Treading upon the earth, Liu Kai hastened into the dark recesses of the cave. He deliberately refrained from activating the searchlight on his exoskeleton armor, opting instead for night vision mode. With the assistance of his smart glasses, he effortlessly discerned the footprints left by Xiaoya and brethren. Following the tracks in reverse, he navigated through winding paths, moving briskly for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, the exoskeleton's smart glasses reported thermal radiation detected 20 meters ahead. Found it. Liu Kai's eyes brightened. He immediately activated the scanning function, and the structure of the cave materialized before him. There, embedded within the hard earth, was a massive shield machine, 12 meters in diameter. Although the machine had long ceased operation, the residual power within was sufficient to illuminate a small light. Within the spacious interior lay 6 living souls, 1 elder and 5 youths. It appeared to be the teacher Chun and her students mentioned by Xiaoya. Yet the scene was utterly shattering. All 5 young students were female and, at that moment, were tattered and disheveled. They surrounded teacher Chun, who lay half asleep, his hands naturally resting upon the shoulders of 2 students, murmuring incoherently in a dreamlike state, "Mine, mine, you all belong to me." The location was quite remote, and the sound of the collapsing ice layer had not reached these individuals to rouse them. For many days, they had relied on the residual power of the shield tunneling machine for warmth. As for sustenance, the iron pot simmering with human flesh and the scattered remains of humanity silently narrated a grim truth. Liu Kai quickly deduced the identities of these skeletal remains: teacher Chun, 5 female students, and the escaped Xiaoya and Seniorin. They were draped in several ill-fitting orange-yellow long-sleeved work uniforms, barely sufficient to stave off the cold. Thus, the answer was painfully evident. These remains belonged to the workers, similarly trapped in the underground cavern. The over 50-year-old teacher, frail and powerless, had been ensnared underground a month prior with 6 female students and 1 male student. How could they possibly have taken the lives of such robust workers? It could only have been through deceitful allure. Liu Kai was reluctant to delve deeper into these thoughts, for the imagery grew increasingly repugnant. Perhaps it was best to eliminate them all to avoid further sight of such horrors. The weather was bitterly cold, and none wished to rise, thus failing to notice that Xiaoyu and Seniorin had long since vanished, nor did they perceive that the Reaper Liu Kai had arrived. The scene was eerily quiet, an ideal backdrop for a stealthy strike. With heightened focus, Liu Kai ghosted into the shield tunneling machine's interior. His fists clenched tightly. Bang, bang, bang. In a flurry of speed, he unleashed a series of punches, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Before the soundly sleeping individuals could react, their hearts were shattered, and they fell lifeless. Thus, Liu Kai remained the sole bearer of the knowledge of the underground fortress's existence. Chapter 77, Another Doomsday Fortress. The young female officer, in a swift and bloodless manner, Liu Kai eliminated 7 individuals, subsequently storing their remains within his spatial storage, intending to dispose of them later in an inconspicuous location. After all, the authorities were closely monitoring his actions. Moreover, he fortuitously encountered a significant event when the ice layer unexpectedly collapsed. It would be unreasonable not to send investigators to examine the scene. As long as the investigators failed to uncover any bodies or traces of blood, the identities of the deceased would remain a mystery, thereby preventing any leads to the underground fortress. In addition, Liu Kai made 2 unexpected discoveries. The first revelation pertained to the cause of the tunnel boring machine's halt. Buried within the earth ahead was an abandoned manor. This structure did not appear to be an ancient tomb, but rather a relic from the modern Republican era. A small portion of it had already been unearthed from the student identification cards carried by individuals like Xiaoya and senior brethren. It was evident that they were all from the archaeology department of Fenghai University. Presumably, the subway construction team had unearthed the ancient residence, prompting Professor Chinbin to bring his students for a field investigation. Liu Kai held no interest in archaeological pursuits. Rather, his fascination lay with several large ceramic jars that had been excavated. To his astonishment, these jars contained over 200 pounds of vintage gold bars. Although the purity was not exceptionally high, it was still a windfall. He accepted this unexpected fortune with a beaming smile, albeit with a touch of embarrassment. The second unexpected discovery was a notebook found in Professor Chinbin's backpack, inscribed with the name Qinjian. Qinjian was the short-lived younger brother of Chinbin, and also the architect of the Doomsday bunker. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise and promptly activated the external exoskeleton's illumination, eagerly perusing the notebook. However, upon opening it, he realized it was not merely a notebook but rather a personal compendium of honors. It contained scaled-down blueprints of various architectural designs created by Qin Jian, along with detailed descriptions of these structures. Notable entries included the new provincial government building, a wealthy businessman's mountain villa, the Fohai City Airport Terminal, and the K-City SWAT training base. It was astonishing to discover that Qin Jian had been a figure of considerable stature during his lifetime. Yet, it was evident that his character mirrored that of his brother, Qin Bin, as many of the blueprints should have been classified government documents or client confidential information. Typically, such materials would require signed agreements to ensure confidentiality, prohibiting duplication and removal. Even as a designer, he would not be exempt from these regulations. Now, however, they had been transformed into a personal collection. For instance, the fortress located beneath the Li Shizhuan Emperor's villa was featured on the final page of the notebook, presumably the crowning achievement of this individual. Liu Kai swiftly skimmed through the notebook, but his gaze abruptly fixated on page 45. In the northern suburbs of Fohai City, 4 kilometers away, in Qingyun Township, there existed yet another underground fortress. According to the blueprints, this fortress was situated 10 meters underground. The first level served as a living and supply storage area, while the second level was designated for equipment. Each level spanned an area of 280 square meters, constructed with high-grade concrete interspersed with radiation shielding lead plates. Perhaps due to its completion 12 years ago, which predates the construction of the fortress of Lishur by 9 years, it appears somewhat outdated in various aspects. Although the blueprints do not document the information regarding this fortress's inhabitants, Liu Kai suddenly felt a flash of insight. He recalled some details revealed during his mission with the Yudalong faction, divided by the coastal highway. Liu Kai was responsible for the supply of materials in the southern part of Fohai City, while an unidentified expert managed the northern section. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. Though merely a conjecture, he felt a considerable degree of certainty. In a world shrouded by such a chilling atmosphere, there remained someone with the leisure to assist the survivors of half a city. This unknown expert was likely the master of the underground fortress in Qingyun Township. Liu Kai had no intention of engaging with this individual, yet knowing their location was advantageous. The future is unpredictable, and should enmity arise, he would hold the initiative firmly in his own hands. After hastily tidying up the scene, Liu Kai gazed thoughtfully at the massive shield machine. If he could gather sufficient diesel for power generation and transport it to Guangming Town, once this colossal machine was set in motion, the mining efficiency would undoubtedly be astonishing. However, as previously stated, the authorities would certainly conduct an investigation. If the shield machine were to vanish without a trace, it would be a rather serious joke. The more pressing concern was that the operational procedures for such a large shield machine were exceedingly intricate. It required 1 operator and over 20 assistants. Liu Kai could not manage this alone. With a reluctant sigh, he dismissed this unrealistic fantasy and hastened back along the cave's original path. Caution was paramount. The steadier, the better. Upon reaching a suitable distance, Liu Kai did not rush to teleport back to the snow vehicle, but instead initiated another scan to detect any external presence. This scan, however, startled him profoundly. At that moment, a young woman clad in thick cold weather gear, gloves, and a mask stood before the snow vehicle, curiously peering inside while standing on tiptoe. Liu Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for his vigilance. Had he suddenly appeared inside the snow vehicle, it would have been difficult to explain. Moreover, Liu Kai did not dare to eliminate this young woman to silence her. The rationale was simple. When it comes to officials, it is best to avoid bloodshed. The woman concealed a domestically produced QSC-193 handgun in her arms, and a military officer's certificate, stamped with a steel seal, was tucked away in her pocket. Through scanning, he could detect certain structural details of the officer's certificate, such as the embossed insignia indicating her rank, 1 stripe and 3 stars, making her a capta. However, even graduates from military academies, at the age of 30, are only granted the rank of lieutenant. How has this young woman managed to attain such a position? She must be quite extraordinary. Since the other party has come to investigate him, Liu Kai resolved to be forthright. With this determination, he quickly focused his mind and utilized his teleportation ability to position himself beneath the vehicle in the snow. He retrieved an adjustable wrench from his storage space. Feigning the act of repairing the car, Qin Luofei glanced around the interior of the vehicle but found no signs of life. Just as her confusion grew, a vigilant male voice suddenly emanated from beneath the car. "Who are you?" To Liu Kai's surprise, Qin Luofei was startled by his voice but did not instinctively scream. Instead, she tensed her entire body and swiftly retreated 2 meters in a single leap, her keen gaze fixed on the source of the voice beneath the vehicle. There lay a burly man, partially exposed, with a wrench in one hand and a handgun in the other, the dark muzzle aimed directly at her head. Although half of his face was obscured by a windbreaker, the wariness and coldness in his eyes were still unmistakable. Chapter 78. Remarkable Skills. Poor acting as Liu Kai's gaze fell upon her. Qin Luofei felt as though she had become the prey of a ravenous wolf. Any minor misstep could result in the loss of her life. Though she maintained an outward calm, an involuntary shiver coursed through her, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Liu Kai was undoubtedly aware of her identity. Nonetheless, he needed to convincingly portray the requisite emotions. A lackadaisical demeanor might arouse suspicion. Noticing that Qin Luofei remained silent, he coldly inquired, "Who are you? Speak quickly, or I shall not be so courteous." Regaining her composure, Qin Luofei's mind raced with thoughts. In the blink of an eye, she devised a response, striving to render her voice soft and fragile. Her legs buckled, and she feigned a frightened tone, imploring, "Please, do not kill me. I am merely a survivor from the vicinity. I had no intention of intruding. I was just curious about what you were doing with the vehicle. Please, spare me." Her acting was somewhat passable as she stumbled over her words. Liu Kai emerged from beneath the vehicle, scrutinizing her with a furrowed brow before coldly remarking, "Consider this a warning. Move along." With great effort, Qin Luofei steadied her trembling legs and rose, bowing in apology but showing no intent to depart. Instead, she timidly ventured, "Are you the renowned roving merchant everyone is speaking of?" When Liu Kai continued to tend to his vehicle without responding, Qin Luofei suddenly erupted into tears, as if recalling a painful memory. "Oh, sir, I know you must be the roving merchant. Please, have mercy and save me. My family perished from the cold, and we have run out of food. I beseech you, take me with you." Through her sobs, she furtively gauged Liu Kai's reaction. Yet, she found him leaning against the vehicle, a smile playing upon his lips as he silently observed her dramatic display. As she cried, self-doubt and embarrassment began to creep in. Was her performance not convincing enough? At last, Liu Kai broke his silence, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "You wish for me to take you along? Where to?" You agree, roving merchant?" Qin Luofei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lowered her mask. "Oh, splendid. Might you take me to the city center? I have heard they are constructing a shelter there." With that, she swallowed hard, casting a covetous glance at the trailer laden with supplies. Qin Luofei's features were undeniably exquisite, save for the tear stains in her current expression. She bore the visage of an aloof, elegant woman. Her skin glowed with a healthy radiance, betraying none of the signs of a starving survivor. The greed evident in her gaze towards the supplies was clearly feigned. Upon seeing her lower her mask, Liu Kai's demeanor remained unfazed. After all, he had already discerned her appearance during his scan, and her gesture undoubtedly carried an element of seduction. Thus, he extended his right hand and declared, "No problem. The price is 1 pound of gold." Astonishment rendered Qin Luofei's joyful smile rigid upon her face. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Liu Kai and implored, "I currently do not possess any gold, but rest assured, once I acquire wealth in the future, I shall repay you. Have mercy on me. No money, no talk. Get lost." Liu Kai retorted, refusing to engage further, turning away to prepare for his departure. Simultaneously, Qin Luofei formed a preliminary assessment of this itinerant merchant: avaricious, cautious, perilous, and cold-blooded. Humph. It appears that the higher-ups possess questionable judgment, entrusting half of Fenghai City to such an individual. She raged internally, her indignation further fueled by an additional grievance. When she had removed her mask moments ago, he had displayed no hint of intrigue. Was it that this man was not fond of women? Or was her beauty insufficient? Although Liu Kai had his back to her, he keenly observed the fluctuations of her expression. Distracted? In such moments, one's guard is at its lowest, making it the opportune time to reveal vulnerabilities. A mischievous smile curved his lips as he discreetly secured his handgun and retrieved a dagger from his storage space. Whoosh! The dagger was held aloft as Liu Kai unexpectedly pivoted, unleashing his strength. Like an arrow released from its bow, it shot forth with alarming speed, aimed directly at Qin Luofei's chest. This unforeseen turn of events exceeded all her expectations. She could never have anticipated that Liu Kai would launch a retaliatory strike with such lethal intent. It was too swift. The dagger was upon her in the blink of an eye, its chilling glint almost palpable against her skin. Any hesitation would result in her heart being pierced. Qin Luofei had no time for contemplation. Her gaze sharpened as she instantly calculated the dagger's trajectory. Adrenaline surged through her body, and relying on muscle memory, she forcefully pushed off the ground and sidestepped just in time to evade the deadly thrust. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Kai had deliberately held back. She believed he was intent on a life-or-death struggle. Her combat instincts took over as she crossed her arms, ensnaring Liu Kai's arm, attempting to bend it backward with all her might. Even if she could not land a fatal blow, she at least aimed to wrest the dagger from him. However, she had miscalculated. Liu Kai's arm was as unyielding as iron, impervious to her every effort, no matter how forceful. After all, it was a multi-million-dollar powered exoskeleton. Not to mention Liu Kai's own formidable strength. It was a futile endeavor. With Qin Luofei having exposed her weakness, Liu Kai's objective was fulfilled. He abruptly withdrew his right hand, retreating 2 meters. The force of his movement sent Qin Luofei stumbling forward several steps before she barely regained her balance. Once steady, she assumed a combat stance, her gaze fixed intently on Liu Kai. Yet, she found him wearing a sly smile, arms crossed, observing her with keen interest. Upon witnessing this scene, realization dawned upon her. She had been played. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her chest heaving with indignation. The fingers pointing at Liu Kai trembled slightly. You. Liu Kai feigned ignorance, responding, your skills are commendable, but your acting leaves much to be desired. You must be from the military, am I correct? At the sound of this merciless taunt, Qin Luofei's heaving chest momentarily stilled. Her eyes instantly reddened, large tears cascading down her cheeks, freezing into sorrow. She crouched down, embracing herself, yet her head remained defiantly raised. You scoundrel, sob. This time, she truly cried. Liu Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're quite grown up. Why can't you handle this? Qin Luofei remained silent, her defiance evident as she continued to glare at Liu Kai. Don't look at me like that. Not satisfied. Shall we settle this with another fight? Finally, she responded, I won't fight you. No fight. Then tell me, who sent you, and what is your purpose? What business is it of yours? Say what you wish. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Seeing Liu Kai turn away without a second thought, Qin Luofei grew anxious. She quickly stood and shouted, Stop! You shall not leave. Crack! Liu Kai turned to see Qin Luofei had drawn a handgun from her coat, the chamber loaded and aimed directly at him. Chapter 79. Free distribution of supplies. Malicious events. Upon encountering the ominous handgun, Liu Kai exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, a sneer formed upon his lips. Ah, you little girl possess quite the fiery temperament. Hasn't your superior advised against brandishing firearms at law-abiding citizens? With that, he lunged forward with a speed that surpassed Qin Luofei's wildest imagination. Swiftly seizing the QSZ-193 pistol from her grasp to weigh it in his hand. TSK, who are you trying to intimidate with an empty magazine? This firearm is commendable. It now belongs to me. Qin Luofei had merely been posturing, but upon the revelation of her ruse, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, as she surveyed her empty hands, desperation surged within her. With tear-streaked cheeks, she glared at him, her voice trembling. How can you? Shoo. Liu Kai placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Want your sidearm back? Then answer my question. Despite her simmering anger, Qin Luofei recognized her inferiority to Liu Kai and refrained from rashly retaliating. Instead, she ground her teeth and spat out 3 words. You wish. Very well, then. Farewell, he retorted, genuinely departing this time. He hopped onto the snowmobile, pressed the accelerator, and sped away, leaving Qin Luofei in a state of bewilderment against the wind. After a moment, she regained her composure. Even amidst the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, losing one's firearm was no trivial matter for a soldier. She needed to find an opportunity to reclaim it. What was even more unbearable was that her inaugural encounter with the wandering merchant had ended in utter humiliation, shattering the pride and self-esteem she had cultivated over the years. As she gazed at the swirling ice mist raised by the snowmobile in the distance, she clenched her teeth, muttering, You scoundrel, we shall see. After stewing in indignation for a while, she finally remembered her priorities. She hastened to the dwelling where Xiaoya and senior brethren had recently been. After surveying the surroundings for a while, she discerned that the space had indeed been occupied recently. Strangely, however, the occupants appeared to have vanished without a trace, leaving no signs of departure. Ultimately, she could only shake her head in resignation. Retrieving her communication device, she accurately reported the events that had transpired and her findings regarding the room. Subsequently, she made her way to the collapsed ice cave. Summoning her courage, she switched on her flashlight and cautiously descended into the depths. The collapse of the ice cave and the predicament of the female officer, Qin Luofei, were mere interludes for Liu Kai. Presently, he bore the responsibility of transporting supplies. As he navigated the detour to the designated settlement, he felt a pang of reflection. He had initially believed himself fortunate to have discovered a bunker, envisioning a life of leisure amidst the turmoil of the apocalyptic cold. Little did he know that he would once again find himself an official laborer. One could only surmise that desire breeds leverage. It was all due to the necessity of consuming precious metals to enhance his spatial abilities. The snowmobile swiftly arrived at its destination, a partially renovated urban village settlement. Liu Kai activated the vehicle's loudspeaker and commenced broadcasting through several blocks along the route. Official rescue, free distribution of supplies, come quickly to the square to collect. Soon, A multitude of survivors eagerly received this exhilarating news. After broadcasting the announcement twice, Liu Kai was the first to arrive at the spacious square. Within a mere 30 seconds of detaching the small trailer filled with various provisions, a throng of people surged forth from the surrounding buildings. The square was instantly filled with the rustle of footsteps and the hum of hushed conversations. Liu Kai was taken aback. From the official distribution map, he was aware of the area's population density, yet he had not anticipated such a sizable crowd. Hastily, he adjusted the scanning range to its lowest precision and maximized its scope. To his astonishment, he discovered approximately 2,000 survivors within a 5-block radius. Frowning at the trailer, he realized that although the supplies were plentiful, they would undoubtedly be insufficient for equitable distribution among 2,000 individuals. Fortunately, the snowmobile was well equipped with ample power, allowing for several round trips to be made within a few hours. This was not merely a reflection of Liu Kai's sense of responsibility, rather, he aimed to efficiently address a specific area at once. By providing enough resources for the survivors to endure for 2 months, he would facilitate a swift traversal of the southern districts, allowing him to quickly scavenge for precious metals. The gathered survivors were elated, having heard of the renowned roaming merchant. They were pleasantly surprised to find that he had joined the official rescue efforts, distributing supplies free of charge. Many began to reconsider their preconceived notions about him as a profiteer, their faces illuminated with expressions of hope. However, just as they were about to extol the merchant's selfless actions in turning over a new leaf, they witnessed an astonishing scene. Liu Kai seemed utterly indifferent to the crowd. He swiftly unloaded the supplies from the trailer onto the ground, exhibiting his remarkable strength by lifting the trailer itself. The provisions were carelessly dumped onto the icy surface, accompanied by the curt remark, "Help yourselves." He then drove away in the snowmobile. After all, the officials had only mentioned the distribution of supplies, not the maintenance of order at the scene. As far as he was concerned, his task was accomplished once the supplies reached their destination, leaving the organization of distribution, whether orderly or chaotic, to the survivors themselves. As the snowmobile receded from view, the bewildered survivors were left in a state of confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. Yet, one individual quickly sprang into action, racing towards the pile of supplies and deftly seizing a 50-pound bag of rice before making a hasty retreat. This act jolted the others from their stupor, prompting a frantic rush toward the heap of provisions, clamoring and grappling for their share. "Ha! I got one. Hey, slow down, old Wong. Leave a bag for me. Can't we have some decorum? Is it so hard to queue? Queue? Nonsense. He who hesitates is lost. Who the hell is pushing me? Can't you be more considerate? Which bastard stepped on my foot? Can't you see?" Starved survivors, whose legs trembled from hunger, suddenly found an inexplicable surge of energy within them. Everyone is desperately fighting for their hope of survival. The scene is chaotic beyond measure. As vast amounts of supplies are swiftly plundered, those with frail physiques can only watch helplessly as others return laden with goods. Neighbors, once kind-hearted, have now turned selfish and self-serving, clutching their acquired food tightly and hurrying away, fearful of being robbed by others. Liu Kai's irresponsibility has led to dire consequences: 2 stampedes, 12 incidents of theft, and 8 brawls. Similarly dismal scenes unfold in the northern district, all captured clearly by satellites overhead. In the underground command center, several young staff members watch in anger, cursing these 2 individuals as scoundrels and miscreants. Only the expressionless face of a square-jawed major general remains unfazed. In truth, he had anticipated such occurrences and deliberately refrained from including a clause for maintaining order in the recruitment contract. If the conditions were too stringent or complicated, it would be exceedingly difficult to find anyone willing to take on the responsibility. Although lives have been lost due to this situation, many more have managed to survive. This is devoid of morality, a mere exercise in reluctant trade-offs. Chapter 80. The profitable bug and the obstacle. Those who successfully seized supplies were elated, while those who were either unsuccessful or had their provisions snatched away were expressions of despair. Yet, no one anticipated the return of the roving merchant. A mere 15 minutes later, Liu Kai returned, once again pulling a fully laden cart of supplies to the desolate square. His gaze fell upon the haphazardly strewn corpses on the ground, yet his countenance bore no trace of remorse. A staunch believer in the survival of the fittest, he felt not an ounce of guilt. He diligently activated the loudspeaker, broadcasting his message, and carelessly discarded the supplies onto the ground before departing. The initial wave of individuals who had failed to acquire supplies eagerly readied themselves, barking like hounds and rushing forth. In stark contrast, those who had successfully gathered provisions exhibited a myriad of conflicting emotions. Although the items in their possession could sustain them for a considerable duration, they were acutely aware of the peril of consuming their resources without replenishment. Should they venture out again and secure additional supplies, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. However, The sight of the corpses scattered across the square severely dampened their resolve. If they were to fail, they would lose everything. Moreover, since the merchant had returned once, twice, who could say he wouldn't come a third or fourth time? The majority, when presented with a fallback, often opt for caution, and reality tends to guide their choices. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, the supplies in the square were once again ravaged, and the number of corpses on the ice increased. Subsequently, the survivors discerned a pattern. The roving merchant would return every 15 minutes, each time leaving behind a substantial pile of supplies before departing. The fourth time until 4 p.m., when the merchant made his 8th appearance. This time, Liu Kai did not come to distribute goods but to sell them. Thus he lingered instead of leaving. Standing aside, he leisurely smoked a cigarette, observing as the survivors divided the goods among themselves. Ultimately, the number of bodies in the square settled at 28, yet the outcome was that nearly 2,000 individuals managed to procure enough sustenance to survive for a month. However, an inexplicable occurrence ensued, leaving all the survivors perplexed. Liu Kai opened the trunk of his snowmobile and swiftly unloaded 10 black polyethylene crates. He then planted a distinctive flag emblazoned with the words "Roving Merchant" into the ice, a smile gracing his lips as he activated the loudspeaker with enthusiasm. Goods for sale: huazi, mitai, bamboo leaf green, new clothes, new shoes, down comforters, mobile phones, fuel, electric blankets, cephalosporins, bandages, vitamins. Only for today, don't miss out. This was Liu Kai's clever scheme to profit from the bug in the recruitment contract. After all, the authorities had only instructed him to distribute items found in supermarkets. Yet these goods were nowhere to be found in any store. They were all his private stock. In that moment, all the survivors realized what was happening. They initially thought the roving merchant had changed his ways, but it turned out he remained the same cunning trader. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. Yet, the desire to purchase goods was undeniably genuine. Even though there is a guarantee of sustenance and items such as tobacco, alcohol, and tea are not deemed necessities, warm clothing and even medications are indeed invaluable treasures. In such frigid weather, who among us is not afflicted by headaches, fevers, or illness? Yet, the merchants who traverse these lands are acutely aware that they accept only transactions in gold and platinum, commodities not available in abundance to every household. Liu Kai, however, remains unperturbed. Possessing valuable goods ensures he has no trouble selling, and with a firearm at his side, no one dares to rob him. Most importantly, while his prices may be steep, the security of the transaction is assured. After a prolonged silence, trading finally commenced successfully. Many individuals rummaged through their belongings, unearthing hidden jewelry, and hurriedly made their way to the square, intent on completing their exchanges. They departed swiftly, their eyes alight with fervor. Additionally, several individuals banded together, pooling their gold to purchase a box of antibiotics, which they then divided among themselves. This was fortuitous news for Liu Kai, significantly enhancing the efficiency of collecting scattered precious metals. The trading lasted no more than half an hour. After calling out once more and observing that no one else approached to sell, Liu Kai decided to close up shop and take his leave. Internally, he could not help but lament. These people are truly destitute. In a stretch of 5 city blocks housing 2,000 survivors, only 40 kilograms of gold and 15 kilograms of platinum were traded. In stark contrast, the survivors from the Lisher Tsiyuan community, numbering around 400, managed to acquire 110 kilograms of gold and 48 kilograms of platinum in their second round of trading. By comparison, the current area could only be described as meager. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Liu Kai has ample time to proceed slowly. However, he had lingered outside for far too long, diverging from his grand ambition of working half a day and resting the next. On his way back to the bunker, he took the opportunity to inspect the warehouse where the supermarket supplies were stored. In total, 8 trips had transported the necessary provisions for 2,000 individuals, astonishingly depleting a third of a large supermarket's inventory. While this consumption may seem exaggerated, upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. Although the supermarket held a plethora of goods, not all were food items. There were many pots, pans, toys, stationery, condiments, detergents, frozen beverages, and even spoiled fruits and vegetables. The survivors had little need for such items. The essentials Liu Kai salvaged primarily consisted of rice, flour, dried goods, cooking oil, sanitary pads, frozen meat, instant noodles, and biscuits, totaling less than half of the supermarket's supplies. Thus, it appears that a supermarket of this scale could sustain nearly 6,000 survivors. Moreover, to avoid revealing his spatial capabilities, the supplies stored in the 3-level warehouse cannot be relocated elsewhere. Therefore, for the next few days, he must continue to operate from this central hub. With 5 smaller settlements remaining in the vicinity, once he adequately attends to these individuals, it will soon be time to visit the community where Wang Ning resides. Leaving the trailer in the warehouse, he affixed an imposing iron lock to the door before finally driving his snow vehicle back. Before long, the multi-story parking garage came into view. As was customary, I initiated a scan to assess the surroundings. However, Liu Kai suddenly froze, for the young female officer, at that moment, had ceased to conceal her identity or engage in furtive glances. Clad in a thick military coat, adorned with insignia at the collar, she boldly stood before the garage, gazing at the snow vehicle racing across the icy expanse. As the snow vehicle gradually approached, Qin Luofei extended her right hand. Clad in insulated gloves, mimicking the gesture of a traffic officer signaling for a stop. What was this spectacle unfolding? A roadblock, perhaps? Liu Kai was perplexed. Yet he did not reduce his speed, heading directly towards her figure. Observing this, Qin Luofei's eyes widened in disbelief, only to be swiftly replaced by a resolute expression. Clearly incited by a competitive spirit, she stubbornly remained rooted in place, harboring thoughts of defiance. I dare you to run me over. Chapter 81. Enraged by shame. Gazing from afar, Liu Kai truly dared not collide with her, yet he had no intention of halting. With a rather wicked sense of humor, he suddenly swerved the steering wheel just as he was about to crash into her. The snow-covered vehicle executed a graceful drift, veering sharply to the right. Enormous tires kicked up a flurry of snowflakes and ice fragments, splattering Qin Luofei from head to toe. Then, amidst her incredulous expression, the car turned once more and plunged into a nearby multi-story garage, vanishing from sight. How could you do this? Qin Luofei snapped back to reality, unwillingly shouting in frustration. She could hardly fathom that despite revealing her identity, Liu Kai completely disregarded her. To make matters worse, he had the audacity to shower her with ice shards. Without a moment's hesitation to strike a pose, she hurriedly pursued the direction in which the snow vehicle had disappeared. However, Liu Kai had swiftly stowed the vehicle into his storage space and teleported into an abandoned bus buried beneath the ice. This bus had long been rendered useless. Its body was pockmarked from the hail that had battered it on the day of the cold snap, and several corpses remained trapped inside, still bearing the marks of their desperate struggles in life. Liu Kai surveyed the area and deemed it an ideal hiding spot. He promptly released the corpses of Xiaoya and her companions from his storage space, arranging them to mimic the despair of fellow passengers. Even if the earth were to thaw in the future, the recovery teams clearing the urban ruins would merely perceive them as ordinary victims. After a thorough inspection, Liu Kai nodded in satisfaction. He adjusted the thermal signal of his exoskeleton but refrained from returning to the icy surface. The female officer's recent appearance had ignited a suspicion within him. It was likely that the authorities were anxiously seeking the location of his stronghold. Entrusting him with the transportation of supplies was a matter of urgent necessity. Yet, as long as his sanctuary remained undisclosed, he remained an uncontrollable variable. The officials could hardly place their full trust in him. It was probable that several satellites were currently monitoring this area from the sky. Even if he altered his thermal signal, the disappearance of a roaming merchant would inevitably coincide with the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar living being nearby. Such coincidences were difficult to dismiss without raising suspicion. Naturally, he could not remain confined within a bus filled with corpses indefinitely. The multitude of vehicles buried beneath the ice presented a perfect escape route. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Liu Kai navigated through the densely packed vehicles beneath the ice, arriving at a house a kilometer away. He changed into a fresh set of clothes before swaggering towards the bunker. Although short-distance teleportation consumed little energy, the frequency of use took its toll. Upon returning to the bunker, Liu Kai felt utterly drained, drenched in cold sweat. His hypoglycemia had flared up. He hastily tore open a cake, swallowing it whole, and lay down for a while before feeling considerably better. He understood the rationale behind the official's actions. Thus, he bore no resentment towards the chaotic teleportation he had just endured. Moreover, trusting oneself rather than others was a prudent course of action, and his desire to remain concealed was purely for self-preservation. On a brighter note, engaging in such exercises daily would undoubtedly enhance his spatial abilities and foster improvement. Taking a brief respite, Liu Kai indulged in a soothing hot bath, immersing himself in leisurely entertainment. In stark contrast, Qin Luofei found herself in a dire predicament. Standing outside the garage, she peered into the pitch-black structure, pondering whether a ferocious beast lurked in the abyss-like darkness, waiting to prey upon the unsuspecting. Her heart raced with trepidation. Despite being a soldier, unafraid of war and bloodshed, she was still a girl, and fearing the dark and the supernatural was only natural. After much internal conflict, she forced herself to muster courage, switching on her flashlight and cautiously stepping inside. However, after meticulously scouring the garage for what felt like an eternity, she found not a single trace. The only evidence was the curious tire tracks in the snow, which inexplicably ceased before a sturdy wall, as if the vehicle had vanished into thin air. This revelation sent a shiver down Qin Luofei's spine, conjuring a terrifying and absurd conclusion in her mind. Could the wandering merchant truly be a ghost? The moment this thought emerged, she recalled her identity as a party member, envisioning the golden sickle and hammer emblem, as if it could dispel all malevolent spirits. A staunch materialist, she reassured herself that she did not believe in the supernatural, which calmed her heart somewhat. Yet, just then, a chilling gust of wind swept in, causing a shiver to race down her neck. The courage she had painstakingly gathered dissipated in an instant. Startled, her legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath her. Under the immense psychological strain of fear, hallucinations began to take shape. The surrounding darkness seemed to surge towards her like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her entirely. Qin Luofei's complexion paled instantaneously. She could no longer afford to linger, summoning all her strength to flee. A piercing scream echoed across the desolate ice. "Ah, there's a ghost!" Stumbling, she finally burst out of the garage, standing beneath the overcast sky. After several deep breaths, she barely managed to regain her composure. Casting a furtive glance around, she silently thanked her stars that no living soul was nearby. Otherwise, her reputation would have suffered immensely today. Reflecting on her earlier panic, Qin Luofei felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Was it truly her fault to fear the dark? Almost immediately, her sense of injustice morphed into clenched teeth anger. With her fists tightly balled, she muttered under her breath, "Cursed wandering merchant, I will catch you and unveil your true identity." Unbeknownst to Liu Kai, he had already earned her enmity. Over the next 3 days, he remained diligently focused, ensuring that all items from the 3-story warehouse in the southern part of the city were delivered. The following morning at 9, he arrived near the city center, once again penetrating a supermarket. He then loaded a full truck of supplies, making his way towards the Qingshan community, where Wang Ning resided. This route defied logic, for the Qingshan community was not only situated in the city center, but also along the coastal avenue of Fohai City. Whether measured by distance or population, Qingshan community ought to have been a later stop. However, Liu Kai had previously promised Wang Ning he would visit within 2 weeks, which was precisely these 2 days. While disappointing others held little weight, he felt a pang of guilt for failing to meet Wang Ning's expectations. As the snowmobile raced through the wintry landscape, Liu Kai suddenly noticed a plethora of tire tracks etched upon the ice ahead. The exoskeletal smart glasses swiftly provided an analysis. These imprints were all left by large military-grade electric trucks. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow, observing that the tracks were headed towards the Wanda Mall. It was likely that they were transporting supplies intended for the establishment of an official shelter. He halted the vehicle and swiftly made his way into a nearby high-rise building, soon reaching the rooftop for a better vantage point. Even with the assistance of the smart glasses, he could only discern vague movements in the direction of the Wanda Mall. However, he had another means at his disposal. Quietly, he retrieved the long-neglected Zeiss binoculars from his storage compartment. By aligning them with the smart glasses, the distant scene finally emerged through the swirling snowflakes, vividly unfolding before his eyes. Chapter 82. The shelter takes shape. The expansive Wanda Plaza, covering an area of 435 acres, was now completely enclosed by a sturdy iron fence. A dozen large bulldozers and icebreakers were fervently clearing away the remnants of ice from the vicinity. Additionally, over 40 massive military trucks were busily transporting construction materials to and fro. It appeared that not only was the interior of the plaza undergoing transformation, but the open-air parking lot surrounding it was also being converted into a shelter, due to the frigid temperatures rendering concrete unusable. The renovations and expansions of the shelter were entirely reliant on welded steel structures. Surrounding the plaza stood 15 medium-sized wind turbines, each towering at 20 meters. The blades spun vigorously in the cold wind, continuously supplying energy to equipment such as welding machines, cutting tools, and vehicle charging stations. Snow clung to the turbine blades, quickly solidifying into ice. However, these advanced turbines seemed to possess a self-heating mechanism. As ice formed, it melted and fell away, crashing to the ground in a shower of tiny fragments. Several watchtowers were erected around the plaza, manned by soldiers clad in heavy winter gear, vigilantly patrolling the area. Armored vehicles and heavy artillery, including rocket launchers, were also strategically positioned. Liu Kai could not help but marvel at the remarkable efficiency of the authorities. In just a few short days, the construction of the shelter had advanced to such an extraordinary level. Yet, it was evident, as Yu Dalong had mentioned, that the personnel and equipment available to the authorities were severely strained. Given the technological and infrastructural standards prior to the cold wave, the renovation of the shelter could only be considered a minor project. Any delay exceeding half a month would be deemed a setback. However, with the current workforce and equipment, completing the project within 2 months would require relentless overtime. Even the wealthiest of landowners could not sustain such an expense indefinitely. The need for shelters extended beyond just Fohai City. If other survivors were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly criticize the authorities for their inaction. Rather than deploying so many vehicles to construct the shelter, why not focus on rescuing survivors? Yet, Liu Kai understood that the decision not to conduct rescues now was made for the sake of more effective assistance in the future. The extreme cold was not conducive to human labor. If survivors were gathered prematurely, not only would it be impossible to organize them to contribute to the construction, but the challenge of sustaining a large population would also arise. At that point, not only would the shelter remain unfinished, but fatalities would likely surge. This was a reluctant compromise that Liu Kai contemplated with a heavy heart. In his previous life, the Fohai City shelter had already been established. Yet he was unable to reach it and did not receive aid. For ordinary survivors without winter gear, even a distance of 1 kilometer felt insurmountable. Moreover, the distance from Lishurtsu Yuan community to the shelter was a staggering 15 kilometers. After the completion of the large vehicles and machinery, they would promptly move on to the next city to commence construction, still neglecting those survivors situated in the suburbs or rural areas. To be honest, Liu Kai had felt immense dissatisfaction and anger towards the authorities at that time. However, his current circumstances allowed him the energy to engage in empathetic reflection. If he were the decision-maker, he might only conceive of this cruel yet most profitable approach. Moreover, the authorities are not entirely indifferent to the survival of other survivors. After all, they have recruited Liu Kai and another enigmatic expert for the transportation of supplies. After gazing into the distance for a while, Liu Kai came to many realizations and quietly put down the binoculars before descending the stairs. The fate of humanity does not require his intervention, should the heavens fall. There will be those of stature to bear the burden. He need only focus on the tasks at hand. The snow-laden vehicle continued its journey. As they approached the Qingshan community, Liu Kai added Wang Ning on WeChat using the pseudonym of a wandering merchant. Note: Lishur Chu Yuan Liu Kai introduction. It was now the morning power supply time. Wang Ning almost immediately accepted the friend request. However, before she could utter a word, Liu Kai had already sent his message. Arriving at your community's west gate in 10 minutes, please organize the able-bodied to come downstairs to move the supplies. The WeChat chat interface with Wang Ning indicated that she was typing. Yet after a long while, she merely sent 3 words. Thank you. No need. By the way, how many people are left in your community? 514. Observing the precise figure reported by Wang Ning, Liu Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Over 500 individuals. He would need to make just 3 round trips to complete the task. Understood. I will distribute food for free. Additionally, I have medicines and other supplies for sale. So please inform those in need to prepare gold in advance. Wang Ning was momentarily taken aback and silently replied with an acknowledgement. In truth, she had wanted to say something more, even to express her grievances, not for herself, but because the 2 weeks of delays caused by the wandering merchant had resulted in many more deaths within the community. Although the Qingshan community was old, it spanned a vast area. Originally housing 1,000 residents 2 weeks ago, the population had now halved. Numerous bodies of the elderly and children were piled in what used to be the parking lot. Survivors gazed from their windows at the heap of corpses, feeling only an overwhelming sense of desolation and despair. Each time Wang Ning closed her eyes, the faces of the deceased emerged before her. Mouths agape as if pleading for salvation, yet she could hear no sound. Ultimately, the souls of the wronged continually fell into the dark abyss, vanishing from sight. However, the survivors here wish to live, just as those in other places yearn for life. The wandering merchant is no deity, unable to attend to multiple communities simultaneously. Furthermore, the recruitment of the wandering merchant by the authorities and the distribution of supplies has long since spread. What more could she complain about? All she could do was issue a notification in the owners group, informing everyone that the wandering merchant was soon to arrive, encouraging the able-bodied survivors to descend in an orderly fashion to assist with the distribution of supplies. Even Wang Ning herself did not realize that this announcement would explode like a bomb on the tranquil surface of a lake. The owners group instantly erupted with excitement. Just days prior, the survivors of Qingshan community had also noted the wandering merchant's recent distribution of supplies. However, upon analyzing the locations where Liu Kai had appeared, despair had set in. Southern City, the distance from Qingshan community was considerable. By the time he arrived for rescue, who could say how much longer it would have been? Yet, astonishingly, he traversed so many places and was the first to reach them. The joy of being alive enveloped their hearts. How could one not feel exhilarated? In that moment, the owner group was devoid of any complaints, filled instead with gratitude. Gratitude for Wang Ning. They understood that she had been tirelessly attempting to contact the roaming merchants, and to their surprise, she had indeed succeeded in this endeavor. As she gazed at the screen filled with words of praise, Wang Ning should have felt happiness. Yet, inexplicably, as her smile lingered. A tear escaped from the corner of her eye. She was a person of faith, a person who aspired to do good. For so long, she had selflessly assisted without expecting anything in return, undeterred by hardship. Even when faced with misunderstandings and complaints from the survivors, she had not shed a tear. But now, she wept. The long-suppressed emotions finally found release. Observing Wang Ning's subtly trembling form, her husband felt a pang of sorrow. He sat silently beside her, sighing without uttering a word. Their son, little Bell, hurriedly approached, using his tender little hands to wipe away her tears. Though curious, he offered comforting words to his mother with a sense of maturity beyond his years. Chapter 83. The Peach Blossom Land. When Liu Kai arrived at the western gate of the Qingshan community, he found it brimming with a group of individuals clad in various down jackets. They appeared quite youthful, with a few notably tender-faced teenagers. Their expressions resolute despite their tender years of 15 or 16. A single layer of down jackets was evidently insufficient to fend off the biting cold. Even though they were bundled in several layers of clothing, they still shivered slightly, their cheeks flushed with the chill. At the forefront stood Wang Ning and her husband Yan Yi. Upon the arrival of the snow-laden vehicle, the crowd seemed to momentarily forget the frigid air, their faces lighting up with expressions of delight. Sister Wang did not deceive us. The roaming merchant has truly come. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yet, when Liu Kai actually disembarked, not a single soul dared to approach him, merely gazing at him with curiosity. Despite Liu Kai's efforts to cultivate a positive reputation as a roaming merchant, this was their first encounter, and the veracity of the rumors remained uncertain. Moreover, his imposing figure, armed and robust, undeniably exuded a sense of intimidation. Thus, their gazes shifted towards the leading figure, Wang Ning. Wang Ning was somewhat taken aback. As she stepped forward, eager to initiate conversation, she was interrupted by Liu Kai, who raised his hand. Primarily, Liu Kai wished to refrain from excessive dialogue, fearing that this astute woman might discern his true identity. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, he unhooked the trailer from the back of the vehicle and, deliberately deepening his voice, remarked, "This is insufficient. Hurry and unload it, and I shall fetch more." The sight of the fully loaded vehicle stirred a sense of longing in the eyes of the survivor team. They yearned to tear open a long-disdained package of compressed biscuits and savor a bite. Today, Liu Kai had no intention of maintaining order. However, that was of little consequence. For even in his absence, Wang Ning would step up. Indeed, upon witnessing the commotion among the neighbors, she suppressed her excitement, quickly clapping her hands to attract their attention. Everyone! The restless crowd quieted down, demonstrating her significant influence. We have heard the words of the roaming merchant. Let us first unload the goods from the vehicle and then distribute them house by house. Let us get moving. Upon hearing the plan, the crowd cast a glance at Liu Kai, who had stepped aside, and then proceeded to act with renewed vigor. With smiles on their faces, they swiftly unloaded the items and piled them on the icy ground. In their busyness and joy, they did not forget the rules. They dared not peer into the snow-laden vehicle without permission. As Wang Ning and her husband passed by Liu Kai, they sincerely expressed their gratitude. Liu Kai maintained his aloof demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. The supplies were quickly unloaded, and Wang Ning's face radiated joy as she efficiently directed the scene. "Xiaochun, you and your group take this rice and oil to Uncle Hu's house in Building 8, and then you need not return. Please prepare a meal for him, as he hasn't eaten for 2 days. Li Gu, you have a cart? Could you please take a few people to Building 19? Husband, please call Yan Shu down to help as well." Her husband, Yan Yi, seemed a bit reluctant at this request. "Aren't we supposed to have my sister watch over Xiaoling Dang? Rest assured, our son is quite sensible and one to wander off." Observing the bustling scene before him, Liu Kai found himself at a loss for words. Was Wang Jie truly considering leaving her child alone at home in her haste to transport supplies? Such audacity. Perhaps it stemmed from her trust in the neighbors. Liu Kai chose to refrain from voicing his concerns and silently departed in the snow vehicle. After organizing everyone's tasks, Wang Ning gazed thoughtfully at the retreating snow vehicle. Sensing an uncanny familiarity with the itinerant merchant, the Qingshan community was not far from the supermarket Liu Kai had excavated. With the aid of ample storage space, he transported supplies with a speed surpassing that of dozens of survivors combined. Within an hour, he returned with 2 fully laden vehicles. The young adult team busily came and went, and Wang Ning's family made several trips back and forth as well. Leaning against the snow vehicle, Liu Kai found himself idle, his gaze drifting to the 8th floor of a nearby building. There, he spotted Wang Ning's son, little Bell, quietly perched by the window, his curious eyes observing his parents as they moved items. As expected, the child remained well-behaved, not wandering about. The supplies piled on the icy surface dwindled rapidly. Noticing Wang Ning perspiring profusely from exertion, the onlookers jovially insisted she take a break, aware that in such cold weather, breaking a sweat could easily lead to a cold. Witnessing this harmonious scene, Liu Kai felt a flicker of realization. His perspective on human nature had subtly shifted. Perhaps it was the economic hardships faced by these individuals that rendered them more genuine than the affluent. Despite this revelation, he remained steadfast in his decision to delay his arrival for 2 weeks. Ultimately, Wang Ning could not refuse the insistence of the crowd and retreated to rest. As she turned, she caught Liu Kai seemingly observing her. Feeling a touch awkward, she rubbed her hands together and chuckled. "I hope I haven't embarrassed you." Noticing Liu Kai merely nodding in silence, she continued, unable to contain her thoughts. "I've heard things are quite chaotic outside, with reports of many being killed over looting. Is there any truth to that? It's a pity. While dying from cold or starvation is a natural disaster beyond my control, the loss of life due to human conflict is a calamity of our own making. Why can't everyone coexist as we do in our community?" As she spoke, her tone was laced with a mix of relief and pride. Even Liu Kai found himself quietly agreeing. Wang Ning had indeed managed the community commendably. Before the cold wave descended, Qingshan community had boasted a population of fewer than 3,000, now reduced to 500, inclusive of many elderly and children. In stark contrast to other areas, such a high survival rate was nothing short of miraculous, resembling a paradise amidst the apocalypse. By the way, Wang Ning suddenly recalled something important, turning earnestly towards Liu Kai. "Mr. Itinerant Merchant, I have a question. The Liu Kai from Liu to Yuan community. The one who suggested you add me on WeChat, how has he been faring lately?" Concern etched across her face. A colleague residing in the same complex, Liu to Yuan, recounted that previously Liu Kai's residence had experienced an explosion, followed by a confrontation with Director Chen in their group chat. However, since that incident, Liu Kai has inexplicably vanished from everyone's sight, not even descending to collect his melted ice. Were it not for the fact that he could still be contacted via WeChat, Wang Ning would have suspected that Liu Kai had quietly passed away. She surmised that since Liu Kai was able to connect with the roaming merchant on WeChat, the merchant must possess some knowledge regarding his circumstances. This would provide an opportunity to ascertain whether Liu Kai truly lived as comfortably as he had professed. When confronted with this inquiry, Liu Kai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Ning would inquire about his well-being. He assured her that he was well, with ample food and drink, and full of vitality. "Oh, that is good. Are you friends?" "I suppose so," he replied ambiguously, aware of the vague response. Wang Ning chose not to pry further into his personal affairs, content with the knowledge that Liu Kai was safe and sound. Chapter 84. Apologies. I am a merchant. As the supplies on the icy surface were transferred, the survivor team reconvened at the western gate. It was time to attend to private matters. Liu Kai stood up, preparing to retrieve items from the snowmobile's trunk, when he was halted by Wang Ning. "Mr. Merchant, are you planning to trade for other goods?" "Please hold on a moment," Wang Ning requested, signaling her husband, Yan Yi, to join her. Amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, she retrieved a small black box from the partially frost-covered canopy of the greenery. Upon placing the box before Liu Kai and opening it, a dazzling golden glow reflected from within, a trove of intricately designed gold jewelry. The sight of the gleaming treasure elicited expressions of dismay and reluctance among the team. Nevertheless, they all shared an understanding of the true value of life over wealth. At this moment, it was imperative not to lament over material possessions. Should they find themselves more affluent, they would undoubtedly invest every last coin to procure essential supplies. Wang Ning then handed him a note. The box contains 30 kilograms of gold and 8 kilograms of platinum. The list details the items we require. No cold weather gear, no tobacco or alcohol, nor fuel or mobile phones. The list solely comprises various common medications. Liu Kai felt a wave of surprise wash over him, for it was evident that this collection of gold jewelry had been cobbled together by the survivors. He had not anticipated that Wang Ning's earlier words were sincere. She had indeed gathered their gold to procure necessities, intending to distribute them based on need. Staring at the list, he glanced deeply at the others before wordlessly opening the snowmobile's trunk. He meticulously searched through the medicine boxes, retrieving each item as specified on the list, even deliberately adding a few extras. Finally, he handed 2 bulging plastic bags, along with the list, to Wang Ning. "Please verify." For reasons she could not articulate, Wang Ning instinctively trusted the merchant before her. Yet, this gold was not her personal property. Much of it had belonged to the deceased elders who had selflessly donated it before their passing. She dared not take this lightly, and quickly crouched down with several others to cross-check the list. Once they had completed their careful tally, joy illuminated their faces. "This is wonderful. With these supplies, Uncle Hu and the others will be saved. Thank you, Mr. Merchant." Only after Wang Ning confirmed the accuracy of the provisions did Liu Kai close the jewelry-laden black box and lift it in his hand, weighing it casually. He confirmed it was indeed As Wang Ning had stated, at least 38 kilograms. While everyone rejoiced, they were taken aback by Liu Kai's strength. He effortlessly lifted the 76-pound box with one hand. Ignoring their astonished glances, he placed the box back on the snowmobile. With the task completed, he intended to bid Wang Ning farewell and depart. However, at that moment, a youthful, plaintive voice echoed from a distance. Aunt Wang, something's wrong. Whoa. My grandpa is coughing up blood. A small girl, around 10 years of age, sobbed as she stumbled towards them. Clad in an oversized down jacket that clearly did not fit her frame, tears streamed from her eyes like a broken line, frozen upon her anxious visage. As if she were unaware of it. In the fleeting moment she turned to see the little girl, Wang Ning seemed to grasp a profound understanding. Her expression suddenly darkened. She hurried forward to embrace the child, striving to soften her voice. Oh, little Wei, do not cry. Speak slowly. What has happened to your grandfather? My grandfather was fine when he got out of bed, but just now, I don't know what happened. He suddenly coughed up blood. Alas, indeed. Has Dr. Huangfu been to see him? The little girl nodded fervently. Grandpa Huangfu has come, but he said that my grandfather's condition has deteriorated too rapidly. Surgery is the only option. At that moment, the surrounding crowd also gathered closer, their expressions equally grim, engaging in a flurry of anxious conversation. How pitiful little Wei is. What will she do if the old man passes away? Stage 3 throat cancer isn't the worst illness, but this damned ice and snow. Ah, indeed. It is fate. We should prepare for the old man's final arrangements. Upon hearing these words, the little girl cried even more sorrowfully. Wang Ning held her tightly, her face darkening as she shouted, Enough of this talk. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her eyes brightened. She quickly turned to the girl in her arms and asked, Did Dr. Huangfu mention what is needed for the surgery? The little girl stifled her sobs and promptly retrieved a list from her pocket. Oh yes. Grandpa Huangfu asked me to find you and see if there is any way. Wang Ning took the list, glanced at it. Her expression complex as she rose to her feet. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and approached Liu Kai, who had not yet departed. Having listened for a while, Liu Kai understood the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. Seeing Wang Ning approach, he was somewhat perplexed. Do you expect to procure medicine from me? Common medications were manageable, but surgery necessitated anesthetics, substances that fell under strict regulation. Within the hospital, they were managed by the institution. Outside, they were overseen by the Drug Enforcement Agency. He truly had none. At that moment, Wang Ning stood before Liu Kai. Fully aware that the survivors of Qingshan community could no longer muster even a penny, the harsh reality compelled her to make one last effort. With a hint of hesitation and embarrassment, she looked at Liu Kai. Mr. Merchant, could you possibly lend a hand? Upon speaking, she seemed fearful of his rejection. After all, everyone knew he was a merchant, motivated only by profit. Thus, she quickly added, Please, don't be hasty in your refusal. We can offer other items as collateral. Though she spoke thus, she was at a loss as to what she could offer. Liu Kai remained silent for a moment, making Wang Ning's heart race. Out of kindness towards her, he did not immediately decline. Instead, he quietly accepted the list to examine it. The list contained a myriad of sterile, sealed surgical garments, medical gloves, surgical sheets, disposable instruments, infusion tubes, 75 medical alcohol, glucose solution, adrenaline, anti-inflammatory medications, hemostatic agents, portable electrocardiogram machines, portable X-ray machines, and defibrillators. The sheer volume of items on the list left Liu Kai astounded. The list encompassed nearly everything required for surgery, save for the anesthetics. He couldn't help but ponder whether Dr. Ouyang possessed such substances. What struck Liu Kai as particularly peculiar was that he already owned every item on the list. When he first discovered the bunker, those very items had been laid out on the third level of supplies. At the time, he had silently criticized their lack of usefulness, never anticipating that someone would actually require them now. However, despite having these items, Liu Kai was reluctant to part with them. To put it bluntly, these individuals no longer had gold to barter with. Furthermore, even if Dr. Ouyang were exceptionally skilled and could perform surgery in such rudimentary conditions, a substantial amount of nutritional supplements and medications would be needed for the patient's recuperation afterward. Was it truly prudent to invest so much in an elderly person who had little time left? He was inherently selfish, lacking the altruism that Wang Ning possessed. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately returned the list, shaking his head as he solemnly declared, I am a businessman. Chapter 85, The News of the Solo Mining Machine. Upon hearing Liu Kai's resolute refusal, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. The little girl, Wei, who wore a face full of hope, could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Wang Ning hurriedly knelt down to comfort her. However, what took everyone by surprise was that just as Liu Kai turned to leave, the little girl broke free from Wang Ning's embrace and, with unsteady steps, rushed to wrap her arms around his leg, crying pitifully, "Brother, please, I beg you to help. If you save my grandfather, Wei Wei will repay you by working like a cow or a horse. Please, big brother." Seeing the girl's heart-wrenching plight, those around her couldn't help but express their sorrow. Wei Wei was a pitiful child. Her parents had left her too early. And if her grandfather were to go as well? "Mr. Merchant, you possess great abilities. Surely you must have a way, right?" they implored. "Yes, please help us." "Brother, name your price. We will do anything to gather the funds, even if it means selling everything we own." This scene felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of moral coercion, though not overly severe. Yet, astonishingly, Liu Kai did not exhibit his usual anger. It was not only due to the favorable impression he had formed during their first encounter, but also because they had witnessed the fates of those who had previously resorted to such moral manipulation in the Lishurtsu Yuan community. Yet here they were, still pleading. More importantly, their entreaty was for another's sake, not for their own selfish interests. This display touched Liu Kai slightly, though it was still insufficient to sway his decision. He coldly replied, "I can procure those items, but I'm afraid you cannot afford them." This statement caused the faces of the crowd to flush with embarrassment, yet they found no words to counter it. Indeed, cannot afford struck a harsh and unyielding reality. Wang Ning sought to negotiate further, stepping forward to say, "Mr. Merchant, we truly have no gold left. Perhaps if you could specify what you need, we could all brainstorm and find a way to obtain it." The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. What could a merchant like him possibly lack? Even if he did, it was not something that this group of precarious survivors could procure. In response to their persistent pleas, Liu Kai initially considered silencing them with a fantastical request for stars from the sky. However, an absurd notion suddenly surfaced in his mind. "I want a mining machine. One that can be operated by a single person. Can you acquire that?" This left everyone momentarily speechless, exchanging glances of disbelief. Such equipment was far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. It was akin to asking for stars. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Just as Liu Kai prepared to brusquely push the weeping girl aside and depart, a voice, somewhat aged yet vigorous, emerged from behind the crowd. "We have it. We possess mining machinery." Liu Kai paused, incredulous, and raised his head to see who was speaking such nonsense. The crowd turned to look as well, revealing an elderly man with graying hair yet a spirited demeanor, striding forward with purpose. Suddenly, a chorus of delighted exclamations erupted. "Dr. Huangfu is here! Dr. Huangfu! How did you come down?" The little girl released Liu Kai's leg and rushed towards the elder, tears streaming down her face. "Whoa, Grandpa Huangfu, is my grandfather going to die?" Dr. Huangfu did not have time to attend to the crowd. He focused intently on Liu Kai. "Young man, you say the mining machinery can be exchanged for these surgical supplies, correct?" "I have it." His voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing this determination, Liu Kai felt a flicker of belief rise within him, and his heart quickened. He had merely mentioned the need for mining machinery in passing. Could it truly be attainable here? The mine in Guangming town. He quickly composed himself and looked earnestly at Dr. Huangfu. "Indeed. As long as you have the mining machinery, I can provide you with the supplies by tomorrow." "Tomorrow? So soon?" The crowd gasped, instinctively glancing towards the dark, snowy trunk of the vehicle as if hoping to catch a glimpse of the items within. However, it was now Dr. Huangfu's turn to feel awkward. Clearing his throat, he admitted, "Actually, the mining machinery is not here. It is in my friend's warehouse. I have the key." Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's expression dimmed, and his brows furrowed. So, it seemed the old man merely intended to provide him with a location to search for it. What good is a key? Noticing Liu Kai's silence, the crowd held their breath. Wang Ning also grew anxious, fearing Liu Kai might refuse the offer. She was about to step in to negotiate for a better deal when Liu Kai suddenly spoke up. "Are you certain that the mining machinery is of the tunneling type, rather than the open pit variety, and can be operated by a single person?" Dr. Huangfu paused for a moment, then realized Liu Kai had relented. His face brightened as he hurriedly responded, "I am certain. The location is in Fenghai City." "Very well. Provide me with the location. And as long as you speak the truth, at this time tomorrow, I shall personally deliver the surgical instruments to that place." After careful consideration, Liu Kai ultimately chose to agree. Firstly, he possessed spatial abilities. Even if he developed a tumor, as long as the cancer cells had not metastasized, he could heal himself. Thus, while these X-ray machines were indeed precious, they were ultimately superfluous to him. Secondly, Liu Kai truly had no other options. He had spent considerable time searching for mining equipment, even with his scanning abilities. Locating a suitable machine in the vast Fenghai city was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Upon hearing Liu Kai's firm agreement, the crowd displayed genuine joy. Wang Ning quickly expressed her gratitude. She knelt down to embrace the tear-streaked face of Wei Wei. "Did you hear that, Wei Wei? Your grandfather is saved. He is saved." Yet, there were still many who felt apprehensive. What if this itinerant merchant took the items and turned his back on them? They had no evidence to accuse him, nor any power to confront him. That would truly be a fruitless endeavor. However, like Liu Kai, they have found themselves at a loss for a better solution, opting instead to take a gamble. Dr. Huangfu stepped forward, rummaging in his pocket to produce a set of keys, from which he detached one and handed it to Liu Kai. My son is a mining magnate, and that warehouse belongs to him, situated at the southwestern corner of the intersection of Shilin Road and Bangshan Road. He spoke, seemingly anxious that Liu Kai might doubt him. To assuage his concerns, he added, over a month ago, I indeed saw a dozen medium-sized single-person mining machines inside. You are a businessman, correct? Liu Kai naturally discerned the underlying implication in his words. Even if the key were unnecessary, he accepted it as a mere formality. Looking at Dr. Huangfu earnestly, he reassured, rest assured, I am a principled businessman. Chapter 86. The Otter 2040 medium-sized shieldless mining machine at the intersection of Shuling Road and Bangshan Road. Liu Kai drove his snowmobile back, continuously murmuring this phrase. This was the location of the single-person mining machine mentioned by Dr. Huangfu. Coincidentally, this place was not far from the Lishertu Yuan community. Moreover, this intersection served as the boundary between urban and rural areas. Just 35 kilometers further lay the mineral veins of Guangming Town. Contemplating this, a bold conjecture inexplicably surfaced in Liu Kai's mind. Dr. Huangfu had mentioned that his son was a mine owner, seemingly possessing considerable wealth. Large business magnates are typically well-informed. It was likely that upon hearing of the mineral discovery in Guangming Town several years ago, Dr. Huangfu's son had already begun preparations. Besides the necessary filial piety and connections to manage, the dozen mining machines stored in the warehouse must have been procured in advance. However, due to environmental considerations, it seemed that the upper authorities ultimately did not grant permission for extraction. If this audacious hypothesis were true, then without a doubt, the mining machines in the warehouse would be tailored to the geological characteristics of Guangming Town. The soil composition, moisture content, and rock quantities vary across different locales, and thus, while the machinery would be equipped to handle most scenarios, each would have its specialized areas of expertise. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Liu Kai began to feel a surge of excitement, akin to the thrill he experienced when first discovering the bunker. Time was of the essence. Even though it was nearing noon, he resolutely decided to continue working, and he did so with a joyful heart. With a buoyant spirit, he hummed a tune as he drove into the multi-story garage, vanishing from sight. Strangely, Liu Kai noted that the female soldier had not returned to spy on him that day. He wondered where she had gone. Minutes later, Liu Kai appeared at an inconspicuous spot about a kilometer away, proceeding on foot toward the warehouse. As he ventured further into the countryside, the surrounding structures became increasingly sparse, eventually giving way to an expansive sheet of ice, with the low-lying buildings completely buried beneath the frozen surface. Only the distant, snow-capped peaks were faintly visible. To avoid drawing attention, he moderated his pace to that of an ordinary survivor. Along the way, he discreetly altered his heat source signals several times. Thus, what should have been a 5-minute sprint took Liu Kai a full hour of careful navigation. At last, he beheld a towering concrete dish-shaped water tower before him. Relying on his memory of the city's layout, Liu Kai discerned that the warehouse was in close proximity. Activating his scanning devices, he felt his perception gradually expand, revealing the buried suburban ruins beneath the ice. Naturally, Liu Kai soon discovered the warehouse prepared by Dr. Huangfu's son. His eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, there were mining machines inside. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he suppressed his racing heart, ensuring the vicinity was clear before seeking refuge beneath the towering water tower. In the next moment, his figure vanished like a specter, reappearing within the vast warehouse concealed beneath the ice. The warehouse sprawled across an immense expanse, its interior cloaked in impenetrable darkness. Liu Kai maintained an active scan, absorbing every detail around him, undeterred by the shadows and unneeding of a flashlight. The glass surrounding the warehouse had been shattered by hail, allowing snow and ice to infiltrate and encase numerous items within. The silver lining was that the corner housing a dozen mining machines remained intact, their surfaces draped in a thick layer of dust-covered tarpaulin. Liu Kai, disinterested in the building materials and clutter scattered throughout the warehouse, eagerly approached the cluster of mining machines. With a wave of his hand, he cleared the tarpaulin away, revealing the machinery before him. There stood 14 cylindrical metallic constructs, each measuring 3 meters in diameter and 5.5 meters in length, reminiscent in size to a common light truck. Their overall design bore a striking resemblance to a miniature shield tunneling machine. The front was adorned with a dense array of alloy conical drills, their tips silently proclaiming their sharpness. Detaching a manual from one of the machines, Liu Kai illuminated it with his flashlight and began to read intently. a Water Otter 2040 mid-sized pseudo-shield tunneling mining machine. Although Dr. Huangfu did not possess extensive mechanical knowledge, he was not entirely mistaken in his assertion. This equipment could indeed be operated by a single individual, fueled by diesel combustion to generate electricity. It powered the drill heads and hydraulic systems. Equipped with a temperature regulation system, it ensured that the diesel and hydraulic mechanisms would not freeze even in frigid temperatures. As a product from 3 years prior, it was remarkably user-friendly. Unlike genuine shield tunneling machines that required the construction of concrete access tunnels, installation of sliding rails, and bolting in place, this machine could be deployed on even the most rugged terrain, effortlessly breaking through ice layers. For the average person, the excavated ore and soil would necessitate transportation via conveyor belt, a rather cumbersome process. However, for Liu Kai, his storage space served as the perfect conveyor system. The sole drawback was its modest size, resulting in a relatively slow mining pace of approximately 85 meters per day. Liu Kai was not in a hurry. After completing the official transportation tasks in 2 months' time, he had ample opportunity to proceed at a leisurely pace. For now, he needed to conduct a thorough inspection. After all, these machines had remained dormant for over 2 years, and any malfunctioning electronic component could hinder their operation. Liu Kai, though not particularly versed in machinery, possessed an innate aptitude for diagnosing mechanical failures. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes to concentrate. Liu Kai directed his skin towards the mining machine before him, inspecting its intricate components with the precision of a CT scan, examining every inch meticulously. The first mining machine was swiftly assessed, but Liu Kai's expression soured. 3 out of the 8 hydraulic support rods were damaged, a consequence of the hydraulic fluid freezing and expanding. The hydraulic supports were akin to the legs of the machine, signifying that the first mining unit was rendered useless. Yet, with 13 machines remaining, he refused to believe in such ill fortune. Pressing on, he toiled for several minutes until he had inspected all 14 mining machines. Ultimately, only 5 stood undamaged. The others either suffered from hydraulic failures or malfunctioning battery modules. In any case, Liu Kai lacked the necessary tools for repairs. Even if he had them, he was not skilled in making such fixes. Thus, he does not need to take away those damaged machines as a repository of spare parts. 5 machines are better than none. Liu Kai remains undeterred, systematically placing the recently inspected, operational mining machines into the storage space. In fact, considering their design lifespan, these machines are capable of extracting several million tons of raw ore sufficient for his needs. The most challenging mining equipment has been acquired. What remains are 3 straightforward preparatory tasks. Firstly, he must return to the bunker to thaw the mining machines and subsequently store them, alleviating the hydraulic system's expansion load. Secondly, he needs to gather an ample supply of diesel and thaw it, for the mining machines are indeed notorious fuel guzzlers. Lastly, he must visit the Land Bureau in Fenghai City to obtain the geological survey maps for the platinum mine in Guangming Town. Chapter 87, The City Government Building. Securing the mining map, this expedition yielded 5 mining machines, leaving Liu Kai feeling invigorated and exuberant, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The joy he experienced even surpassed that of salvaging 2 tons of gold bars. The predicted yield from the mine in Guangming Town is a staggering 80 million tons. Just considering the iridium and platinum content alone, the refined yield could reach at least 240 tons. Even if only half could be extracted, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Before departing, Liu Kai discovered another treasure tucked away in a corner of the warehouse, an oil tank, roughly the size of a mining machine, frozen solid with 40 cubic meters of diesel. The tank was firmly welded to the floor with robust steel bars. Previously, Liu Kai would have been at a loss. But now, he would not hesitate. With his new cutting skill, he swiftly severed the 4 sturdy steel supports at the base, claiming the dark tank as his own. Having completed this task, Liu Kai teleported back beneath the water tower, once again confirming the area was secure. He began his slow journey back toward the direction he had come. Upon nearing the Lishertsu Yuan residential area, he had no intention of entering but rather continued onward toward the city center. After all, time was still on his side, and he had left ample food for Xiaohei and Xiaobai at home. With the most crucial mining equipment in his possession, it was prudent to search for the mining blueprints without delay. Soon, he arrived at an impressively upscale building. The structure occupied a vast area, surrounded by tall buildings that created a somewhat desolate atmosphere. This was the Fenghai City Government Building, completed 4 years prior. At that time, the city government had claimed that consolidating many essential departments here would facilitate public services. Naturally, the Land Bureau, as a significant department, also relocated to this edifice. Liu Kai vaguely recalled that upon its completion, the extravagant renovations had drawn derision online, with the grand entrance alone costing 10 million. This had led to a wave of mockery from the public, of which Liu Kai had been a part. However, in hindsight, The building's proximity to the residential area proved advantageous. As the cold front swept in, it was still before working hours at the government, and the rapid drop in temperature left many documents and materials inside inadequately salvaged. For both citizens and officials, survival was the paramount concern. There was no necessity to rescue the mundane records of a mere prefectural city. Stepping through the snow, Liu Kai confidently entered the government building through the grand entrance, which had previously been guarded with stern security. Now, however, there was no watchful gaze to deter him. The once 10 million entrance was now encased in ice beneath his feet, fulfilling the wishes of the public from years past. He entered through the unlatched corridor windows, where the wind's howl diminished considerably. Inside, the lighting was dim, and some ceiling fixtures dangled precariously from above, battered by the elements. Papers were strewn across the corridor, creating a disheveled and eerie atmosphere. This was originally the 4th floor, while the Land Bureau occupied the entire 5th floor. Ascending the staircase, Liu Kai's gaze landed upon a layout map hanging at the corner. Unfamiliar with this unit and its various departments, he scrutinized the diagram with earnest attention. His eyes eventually settled on one particular section, the Mineral Resources Department, room 515. Presuming it to be the right location, he hastened towards it. However, as he unlocked the door to room 515 and stepped inside, he was momentarily awestruck. Goodness, what is this? He thought, suppressing an urge to curse. This 50-square-meter office contained merely 4 desks, each accompanied by a corresponding computer chair. Yet, he found himself at a loss for space to place his feet, as towering file boxes filled with documents occupied every available surface, both on the desks and the floor. The cabinets against the walls were similarly crammed, and even the corners brimmed with rolled-up blueprints. Feeling overwhelmed, Liu Kai sighed, pondering how long it would take to sift through such a mountain of papers. Just as he resigned himself to the task, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to mentally chastise himself for his oversight. I possess spatial abilities, after all. While he could not decipher the text on the pages through mere scanning, he could utilize his storage space. With this thought igniting a spark of inspiration, a whirlwind seemed to sweep through the small office. In mere seconds, all the file boxes and cabinets were drawn into his storage space, as if devoured by a great beast. Following this, the vast accumulation of documents and blueprints floated out of their boxes, unfurling before Liu Kai's eyes, revealing the information inscribed upon them. Despite the advances in electronic technology, the most primitive blueprints remained the most reliable sources of information. Thus, Liu Kai diligently scanned each document, even unearthing blueprints dating back 50 years. Files, case records, meeting minutes, and charts flashed before him as he swiftly perused the extensive materials. He dismissed anything unrelated to the platinum mine in Guangming Town, returning each irrelevant item to their original places within the storage space. As the remaining materials dwindled, his rapid reading came to an abrupt halt. His gaze fixated on a thick, blue file box measuring 20 centimeters. Inside lay 3 reports, for large folded maps, and a book. The first report bore the title, Exploration Report on the Platinum Ore Reserves in Guangming Town, Xiling District, Fenghai City. Liu Kai's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he eagerly opened the report. It contained an array of technical jargon, such as gamma values and abundance, which eluded his comprehension, save for the concluding findings. The estimated original ore volume stood at 80 million tons, with an average grade of 45 grams per ton, including 9 grams of iridium and 19 grams of platinum per ton. Liu Kai's breath quickened. The mineral content he had previously heard about was merely hearsay among friends, but now he held undeniable evidence in his hands. Next came the geological survey report and the original ore inspection report, which proved to be of little consequence. Finally, he examined the 4 large folded maps and the accompanying book, 1 drone aeromagnetic survey map and 3 detailed maps of varying scales. The underground mineral veins' orientation, depth, and bifurcations are highlighted in various colors above. The booklet, reminiscent of a textbook, meticulously records the precise coordinates of every turning point on the maps, totaling over 30,000 coordinate points. By simply inputting these accurate coordinates into the mining machine's control computer, the machine can autonomously advance, continuously extracting the raw ore. The good news is that Liu Kai does not need to input each coordinate manually. The exoskeleton smart glasses can scan and subsequently import the data into the computer, utilizing CD software to convert it into an electronic map. Nonetheless, he intends to take the original document as a backup. Finally, it is within his grasp. Liu Kai chuckles with satisfaction. Suddenly, a loud clang resonates from outside the door, the sharp sound of metal striking the ground echoing in the stillness of the corridor. Chapter 88. The gunfight in the building. Liu Kai was startled by the sudden commotion. The sound emanated from the 5th floor. Could there be someone intruding? Without allowing himself to ponder further, he hastily drew his pistol and pressed himself against the wall, immediately commencing a thorough scan of the area. However, Upon discerning the scene outside, his expression turned peculiar. It was none other than the young female captain who had previously stalked and obstructed him, situated in room 503. At her feet lay an iron trophy, the source of the noise that had startled him. Yet, Qin Luofei paid no heed to the trophy. Oblivious to the fact that Liu Kai had already spotted her, she was intensely rummaging for something. Room 503 served as the archives of the National Land Bureau. Liu Kai had been so engrossed in reviewing the files moments ago that he had not noticed her arrival. Nor could he fathom the coincidence of her searching for something in this very place. Adhering to his principle of discretion, Liu Kai decided to quietly slip away. Unexpectedly, Qin Luofei suddenly called out, seemingly unperturbed, causing Liu Kai to freeze in his tracks. "Ah, so you are here. What of the ancient blueprints from 70 years ago? I found them with ease." Liu Kai's curiosity was piqued. This young captain, who had previously been spying on him daily, had not made an appearance in recent days. He wondered what had occupied her time. Resolutely, he stealthily approached the archives in room 503. The metallic exoskeleton of his foot was equipped with a layer of padding to enhance traction and muffle sound, ensuring that Qin Luofei remained oblivious to his presence. She was unrolling a large blueprint, measuring approximately 1 square meter, across the floor of the archives. With a flashlight in hand, her face alight with excitement, she diligently studied the document while simultaneously scanning it with a handheld device. Liu Kai quietly leaned against the doorway, peering inside. With the assistance of his smart glasses, he clearly discerned the title of the blueprint, Structural Diagram of the Underwater Research Base at Fenghai Lake. To his astonishment, there existed a research base beneath the waters of Fenghai Lake. Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback. This information was evidently classified. Not only he, but likely even the locals of Fenghai City were unaware of such a matter. Having satiated his curiosity, Liu Kai prepared to depart. As he sensed Qin Luofei was still engrossed in her examination of the blueprint, little did he know that misfortune was about to strike once more. Suddenly, a series of deafening gunfire erupted from outside the government building. Not only was Liu Kai startled, but Qin Luofei, who had been intently studying the blueprint, was equally taken aback. She abruptly raised her head, listening intently for a moment. Her expression turned grave as she swiftly folded the blueprint and tucked it into her coat. Drawing a handgun from her waist, she charged toward the corridor outside the archives. Meanwhile, Liu Kai decided to assess the situation before acting. Long before Qin Luofei had noticed him, he had discreetly shifted into the adjacent room 502, which remained firmly shut. From the ongoing gunfire, it was evident that both handguns and rifles were being discharged. The sounds varied in proximity and intensity, indicating that a rifle-wielding individual was pursuing someone armed with a handgun. The scanning visuals confirmed Liu Kai's suspicions. Upon the icy expanse, 6 masked figures, robust and desperate, sprinted with firearms in hand. In hot pursuit, a 10-member squad wielding rifles unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the projectiles slicing through the frigid air. Among the fleeing individuals, 2 were struck directly in the chest, their blood staining the ground as they collapsed. Despite the remaining 4 valiantly returning fire with their handguns, the distance and their frantic pace rendered their shots futile, failing to graze even a hair of their assailants. Fortunately, this group had reached the front of a government building. The leader fired 2 shots that shattered the expansive glass of an office, prompting the others to surge into the enveloping darkness of the structure. With little time to catch their breath, he urgently directed 2 companions equipped with hydraulic pliers. "Quick! Dawei, Akai, you 2 head downstairs for weapons." The hesitation in their voices was evident, but the leader reassured them. "Do not worry. They dare not follow us in. Go." He spoke with a deep, steady voice that suggested a seasoned maturity, instilling a sense of safety among his comrades. Displaying considerable combat experience, he swiftly guided the remaining member into a darker corner, hastily arranging makeshift cover while aiming his firearm at the relatively illuminated exterior. As he had predicted, upon witnessing their targets vanish into the shadows, the pursuers slowed their advance, apprehensive of an ambush. Nevertheless, their pace remained brisk, soon closing in to within 50 meters of the building, weapons raised and eyes alert. Qin Luofei, observing from the 5th floor with her own handgun, registered a peculiar expression upon hearing the leader's voice. Before she could react, a gunshot echoed, a round fired by the leader within the building. The bullet traversed the biting wind and snow, striking a pursuer in the head. Liu Kai could not help but exclaim in admiration of the marksmanship. 50 meters is nearly the maximum effective range for most handguns, compounded by the ever-changing winds outside. Without the assistance of his exoskeleton smart glasses, he mused, he could never achieve such accuracy. Regrettably, the targeted individual wore a bulletproof helmet, and the bullet did not penetrate directly. Instead, it merely sparked upon grazing the helmet before ricocheting off to an unknown location. Aside from marveling at the shooter's skills, Liu Kai's expression darkened as he scanned the scene, recognizing that the pursuers were well-equipped, armed with the familiar Japanese Type 20 assault rifles. His frustration mounted. Why did he always encounter these adversaries? Should he intervene? Who were these assailants? Meanwhile, Qin Luofei, observing from her vantage point, discerned that the pursuers were indeed Japanese. With a stern countenance, she retrieved her walkie-talkie and urgently commanded, Eagle Eye, request for support. The Mutual Aid Squad is under attack by Japanese forces at the Fohai City government building. The reply came swiftly, acknowledged. Snow Owl strike drone will arrive in 13 minutes. Please hold your position. 13 minutes. Qin Luofei clearly had more grievances to express, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing them, hastily stowing away her walkie-talkie. She bent low and dashed towards the hiding place of the two individuals. As she ran, she softly called out, Is this Mr. G from the Mutual Aid Society? From the darkness, the leader's voice resonated with surprise. Secretary Qin? Is that you? I am Qin Luofei, Mr. G. What brings you to the southern part of the city? Let us discuss that later. This exchange was overheard by Liu Kai, who was left with an abundance of questions. What sort of organization was the Mutual Aid Society? In his previous life, he had heard of numerous self-rescue groups, yet those were merely internal efforts within various communities. He had never encountered a renowned organization, nor had he heard of such a skilled marksman. Moreover, it appeared that this individual had a notable connection to the authorities. Bang! 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 In the midst of his astonishment, the group of Japanese pursuers, who had previously ceased fire, suddenly opened fire once more. The gunfire was so dense that it resembled a barrage of suppressive fire. Without any warning, it was evident that they were driven by a ruthless intent to eliminate everyone. In an instant, the interior of the city government building was filled with the cacophony of bullets striking the walls. Windows shattered, glass splintered, file cabinets toppled, and computers lay in disarray. Smoke and dust filled the air, while scraps of paper fluttered about. Chapter 89, Trapped in the Building. Despair. The firepower of the Japanese was formidable, with gunfire almost uninterrupted. Liu Kai grew increasingly curious. This group, having withstood a missile strike, showed no signs of retreat. They audaciously pursued their targets within the borders of the Huagua. It seemed that the pursued, namely Mr. G of the Mutual Aid Society, possessed something extraordinary. At that moment, Mr. G and his companions were suppressed by the relentless barrage, unable to lift their heads, huddled in a corner, awaiting an opportunity. Just then, the two individuals who had descended with a hydraulic clamp returned, breathless. Upon witnessing the dense hail of bullets, they hesitated to charge in. Instead, they took refuge at the staircase corner, calling out to Mr. G's hiding spot. Brother, are you there? I'm here. Did you retrieve the items? The duo's voices bore a tone of dejection. No, brother, those alloy gun cabinets are too tough. The clamp can't cut through. Mr. G's expression darkened, a surge of despair welling up within him. With just a handful of handguns, how could they possibly contend against a dozen armed with rifles? Even Captain America would be helpless in this situation. Beside him, Qin Luofei, though equally anxious, discerned something from Mr. G's demeanor. You traveled all the way to the southern city for the firearms and ammunition from the Public Security Bureau? Mr. G promptly affirmed, Indeed, we came for weapons. But the firearms at the Fohai City Public Security Bureau have long been relocated. Relocated? Mr. G was taken aback, a flicker of despair crossing his features. This extinguished any hope of retaliating against the Japanese. He then muttered, as an ordinary citizen, how could I possibly know about the relocation of firearms? He cast a displeased glance at Qin Luofei. If it weren't for your delayed remuneration, I wouldn't have ventured all this way to the southern city in search of weapons. Nor would I be fleeing from these Japanese punks. Oh, well? Qin Luofei's face flushed with embarrassment. The firearms and ammunition you requested are classified as hazardous materials. They must be dispersed gradually. True, the first batch has been released, but the delivery of the second batch was due long ago, was it not? Qin Luofei recognized the impropriety of the situation. Hastily, she shifted the conversation. Mr. G, we can discuss this later. What matters now is to endure for another 13 minutes until the drone arrives for rescue. 13 minutes? At the speed of the Snow Owl drone. It shouldn't take that long, should it? I cannot say. Alas, 5 individuals with 5 handguns, holding out for 13 minutes? Secretary Qin, you are a military officer. Please devise a defense plan. No, I am merely a secretary. Mr. G is the expert here. It is up to you. As the two continued their banter, the gunfire outside abruptly ceased. However, it was soon replaced by a flurry of smoke grenades hurled by the Japanese. The grenades spun through the air, landing in front of the government building. With a hiss, they expelled thick clouds of white smoke, obscuring a vast expanse of vision, while the smoke continued to pour into the building. Upon witnessing this scene, Mr. G's countenance shifted dramatically. What had begun as a futile barrage of bullets was now replaced by the deployment of smoke grenades instead of hand grenades. It seems that the intention of this group of Japanese individuals is not to eliminate Mr. G, but rather to capture him alive. Qin Luofei's expression shifted. She was no naive girl and was acutely aware of the depravity of the Japanese. If they were indeed captured, the consequences would be unimaginable. They had contemplated fleeing behind the government building, but considering the expansive and flat ice surface surrounding it, once they left the shelter of the structure, they would become easy targets. In an instant, both of them envisioned the most viable combat strategy, to utilize the building's architecture for guerrilla tactics while awaiting the arrival of the drone. At that moment, Mr. G, disregarding any formalities, urgently signaled to his subordinate nearby and to Dawei, who was hiding around the staircase corner, for Kai to retreat upstairs. They prepared to take a defensive position from a higher vantage point at the stairwell. Liu Kai, who had been lurking in the shadows, was intrigued, eager to discern the true identity of Mr. G. From the hints woven into their conversation, Liu Kai surmised that this man was the enigmatic master commissioned by the authorities to oversee the Northern District. Moreover, he was part of an organized entity, unlike Liu Kai, who operated solo. The compensation for transporting supplies was likely the weaponry and ammunition required to arm his subordinates. As Mr. G and his companions ascended to the 5th floor and positioned themselves defensively at the stairwell, the walkie-talkie in Qin Luofei's possession crackled to life again. Eagle calling Tilapia. This is Tilapia. Go ahead, Eagle. The voice on the other end was tinged with anger. The first snow owl drone has been shot down. The second has taken off and will arrive in 18 minutes. Please hold your position. Originally, Mr. G had intended to mock Qin Luofei's codename. But upon hearing the grim news from the walkie-talkie, his smile froze, and his lips twitched. 18 minutes? By then, we would be finished, Eagle. Can you not be more reliable? Apologies, Tilapia. This is an unforeseen circumstance. You must ensure Mr. G's safety. After disconnecting the call, Qin Luofei spat angrily. Am I supposed to offer my head for protection? Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps shattering glass echoed from below. The Japanese would not afford them the luxury of complaints. They were already infiltrating the government building. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their firearms. The sound of footsteps on the ice outside cast the shadow of an armed individual at the staircase corner. The Japanese were ascending. Combat was imminent. Yet, just as everyone was braced for action, the footsteps abruptly ceased. The shadow around the staircase corner fell still. Mr. G furrowed his brow. His combat experience warned him that something was amiss. Sensing an impending danger, he instinctively turned to glance at the window behind him, only to see another iron object resembling a grenade hurtling toward him. With a loud crash, it shattered the frost-laden glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Mr. G's pupils constricted, and a look of horror crossed his face as he shouted, "Flash bang! Retreat!" Alas, it was too late. The shadows at the staircase corner surged, and a flurry of hurried footsteps erupted. This group of Japanese soldiers charged forth. Bang! Accompanied by a low, rumbling sound of an explosion. Mr. G and his companions instinctively closed their eyes, yet they were still overwhelmed by a blinding flash, as if gazing directly into a welding torch, causing their eyes to sting painfully, tears streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. Their ears were no better off. The incessant ringing reverberated, completely isolating them from the cacophony of the outside world. This was truly the end. It was the only thought that lingered in everyone's mind. They had intended to engage in guerrilla tactics alongside the Japanese, but unexpectedly, their adversaries launched a swift and overwhelming assault, leveraging their superior equipment. They had no inkling of what awaited them upon awakening. Would it be a cold bullet? Or would they find themselves bound and subjected to humiliation and torture at the hands of the Japanese? Temporarily blinded and deafened, Qin Luofei resolutely refused to fall into the clutches of her enemies. With a face marked by determination and anguish, she decisively raised her pistol to her temple. A grim smile graced her lips as she unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Yet, to her astonishment, the trigger felt as though it were welded in place, refusing to budge. Soon after, an unstoppable force surged forth, instantly wresting the pistol from her grasp. Chapter 90. Slicing through like melons, official mission since Qin Luofei reported the situation. The military had already utilized satellites to pinpoint this area. With the time constraints, launching missiles was not an option, as it would likely result in collateral damage to friendly forces. The only recourse was to dispatch the nearest drone. Utilizing the small grenades and sniper rifles it carried for rescue efforts, the drone was unexpectedly pierced and shot down by a mysterious laser. Just as despair enveloped the command personnel within the base, a familiar thermal signal suddenly appeared on the satellite monitoring screen. The auditory and visual senses of the onlookers were gradually returning. They could barely glimpse a shadow darting by with the speed of lightning. Then, a cacophony of strange sounds reached their ears. hissing, cracking, and a series of startled exclamations. Mr. G remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, while Qin Luofei, with her agile mind, recognized the familiar aura when her pistol was snatched away. Straining to open her eyes and focus, she managed to discern the situation before her, letting out a long sigh of relief as the sorrow on her face transformed into a triumphant smile of survival. Upon witnessing the flashbang, Liu Kai understood that if he did not act promptly, this group would face total annihilation. He quickly adjusted the exoskeleton's thermal signal and, taking advantage of the temporary impairment of the other's vision, made a swift escape. He seized Qin Luofei's pistol once more and brandished a large machete, charging forth. With a decisive slash, he severed the necks of the Japanese assailants with astonishing speed, causing a cacophony of wails and cries to erupt throughout the building. Headless corpses tumbled down the stairs, and in the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 9 of the 10 assailants. Only one remained, the individual who had previously thrown the flashbang outside the building. Liu Kai, unconcerned about revealing his thermal signature, dashed into the dissipating smoke. With swift precision, he approached the last man and severed his hands and feet, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Grasping the man by the collar as one might a chick, he easily dragged him back inside the building. The after effects of the flashbang had mostly faded. The onlookers, their eyes red and tear-streaked, exchanged bewildered glances at the dismembered bodies on the staircase. Suddenly, footsteps echoed once more from the stairwell. Mr. G's expression shifted, without a moment to ponder. He raised his pistol to aim, only to be restrained by Qin Luofei, who confidently asserted, "Hold on, it's one of us." Liu Kai stood before them, his clothes and cloak splattered with blood, forming dark crimson splotches. In his left hand, he held what resembled a human figure, while his right wielded a gleaming machete, presenting an image akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from a hellish realm. The 3 subordinates accompanying Mr. G instinctively recoiled, their legs trembling in fear. Upon reaching the upper floor, Liu Kai casually tossed the unconscious figure aside. He surveyed the crowd with a measured gaze, calmly stating, "I am merely a merchant, not one of your own." At these words, Mr. G's eyes sparkled with understanding, as he deduced Liu Kai's true identity. Qin Luofei hurriedly greeted, "Mr. Roaming Merchant. It is a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for your timely rescue." Upon witnessing her dust-laden visage streaked with tears and bloodshot eyes, Liu Kai could not help but chuckle. "You are welcome, Luofei." The embarrassing moniker instantly flushed Qin Luofei's cheeks. It dawned on her that Liu Kai must have been lurking in the shadows earlier, or else how would he know her code name? Reflecting on it, she realized she had never properly introduced herself to him. Rising to her feet, she saluted and declared, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Qin Luofei, but you may call me Secretary Qin." Liu Kai casually nodded, too indifferent to inquire about her military unit. Could you possibly disclose your true name? It would be rather inconvenient to address you as Mr. Roaming Merchant indefinitely." Liu Kai once again introduced his pseudonym linked to his WeChat account. "I am Chiao Haiba." Qin Luofei rolled her eyes, exasperated, and replied, "Very well, Mr. Chiao. I appreciate your assistance, but might I kindly request the return of my handgun?" As if fearing Liu Kai might forget, she added, "2 of them." "What do you mean your handgun? That is clearly mine." "Actually, you are a bit mistaken." The masked burly man observing the scene, aware of Qin Luofei's rising ire, hastily interjected, "Mr. Roaming Merchant Chiao, it is an honor to finally meet you, though I did not expect our encounter to unfold in such a manner." Qin Luofei, momentarily setting aside her request for her firearms, pointed to the burly man and introduced him to Liu Kai. "This gentleman is Mr. G, the founder of the Survivor Mutual Aid Association in Fenghai City, responsible for the transportation of supplies in the Northern District. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. G. I have heard your marksmanship is commendable. Might you be a retired Special Forces operative?" "Ah, I am flattered, Mr. Chiao. In my youth, I spent a few years with the French Foreign Legion. However, your prowess is indeed more remarkable, single-handedly dispatching that group of adversaries without a firearm." "Too kind. I merely succeeded by chance through a surprise attack," Liu Kai casually inquired. Yet Mr. G candidly responded, unabashedly revealing his background, though he kept his mask firmly in place. His reluctance to disclose his identity seemed rooted in his past service abroad. Yet such openness inadvertently exuded a trustworthy charisma. As the 2 men engaged in their mutual flattery, Qin Luofei felt a shiver run down her spine. She had intended to reclaim her 2 pitiful handguns, but, recalling Liu Kai's earlier intervention and the blueprints she had recently discovered, her anger dissipated. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of a fallen foe. Curiosity sparked within her, and she asked, "Why were these foes pursuing Mr. G?" "I have no idea. I arrived here with my men seeking weapons, only to be ambushed by them en route. They are truly like rabid dogs, attacking anyone in sight." Mr. G expressed his grievances. Yet Liu Kai instinctively sensed something amiss. Having previously endured an explosive encounter, He found their brazen pursuit utterly illogical. A fleeting look of contemplation crossed Qin Luofei's face as she too pondered the situation. Curiously turning to Liu Kai, Chiu inquired, "Mr. Chiu, what brings you to this government building? Are you, like Mr. Ji, in search of firearms?" Liu Kai refrained from providing a direct response, skillfully employing a rhetorical question instead. "And what, pray tell, is Secretary Qin doing here?" To his surprise, Qin Luofei was candid about her intentions. She promptly retrieved a set of blueprints from her bosom and handed them to Liu Kai, stating, "I am here to seek these plans. Additionally, I would like to commission a task for Mr. Chiu, with remuneration to be discussed." Liu Kai did not accept the blueprints. Instead, he smiled with intrigue and remarked, "Speaking of remuneration, I just lent my assistance. Are you not inclined to offer a token of appreciation? You truly embody the essence of a businessman." With every utterance revolving around monetary concerns. Chapter 91. Hardship compensation and the re-examination of daily life. As Liu Kai opened his mouth to seek benefits, Qin Luofei could not help but voice her complaints. However, Mr. Ji was quite astute. "Indeed, Mr. Chiu is correct. Compensation must be provided." Upon learning that Mr. Chiu was keen on collecting gold, Mr. Ji mentioned that their mutual aid society possessed a considerable amount. "If it's convenient, please add my WeChat, and I will arrange for someone to deliver it to Mr. Chiu later." Liu Kai's eyes lit up. It seemed this adept from the northern part of the city understood the rules quite well, enhancing his favorability. Unfortunately, the current area was out of power. Leaving his phone without signal, Liu Kai casually picked up a scrap of paper and a pencil, jotting down the WeChat ID of the roaming merchant. He handed the note to Mr. Ji with a smile, saying, "I shall not be polite then. Of course, I have long wished to befriend Mr. Chiu, but I lack the opportunity. I hope Mr. Chiu will look after me in the future. Should there be any need, do not hesitate to ask. Our mutual aid society has many members who can assist with small matters." Mr. Ji paused momentarily, glancing at the corpse of a Japanese soldier at the stairwell before turning back to Liu Kai. "Mr. Chiu, you killed this group of devils. Logically, their equipment should belong to you. However, does Mr. Ji wish to purchase this equipment?" "Indeed, I hope Mr. Chiu will name a price." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Kai slowly replied, "I shall offer you a friendship price, gold equivalent to the weight of this equipment. As for the hardship compensation for my efforts, you can assess it with your conscience." Qin Luofei could not resist a retort. "What kind of friendship price is this? You are quite ruthless." Despite her complaints, she refrained from obstructing the transaction. In today's world, even if civilians wielded firearms, the authorities could only turn a blind eye. Mr. Ji did not find the price unreasonable. Besides firearms and ammunition, there were grenades and protective gear. Exchanging for gold of equal weight was indeed not excessive. He laughed heartily and said, "No problem. The equipment weighs approximately 200 kilograms, and let us consider the hardship compensation at 100 kilograms of gold." "How does that sound?" 300 kilograms of gold. "You are quite generous," Liu Kai remarked, somewhat surprised by the man's wealth. The two engaged in cheerful conversation, leaving Qin Luofei feeling sidelined. She huffed and opened the intercom to vent her frustration, calling Snow Sculpture, "Have that sluggish drone return. It is no longer needed." Received, Lufa Fish. Mr. Ji chuckled again at the amusing code name, exchanging a knowing smile with Liu Kai. He then turned to Qin Luofei, "Secretary Qin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You may continue your discussion." "Go ahead," she replied. "Once Mr. Chiu has departed, we will arrange a location for tomorrow, and I will send someone to deliver the gold to you." "Understood, Mr. Ji, take care." Mr. Ji and his companions thoroughly searched the corpses of the Japanese soldiers for weapons and equipment. They then carried the bodies of the two who had been killed and walked away, step by step, into the distance. Watching their retreating figures, Liu Kai was reminded of another blueprint for an underground fortress found in Chun Jian's notebook. Following this encounter, his premonitions grew ever stronger. The bunker undoubtedly serves as the lair of Mr. Ji. At present, Mr. Ji's demeanor appears relatively normal, suggesting he has no reason to unjustly target others. Retracting his gaze, Liu Kai turned to Qin Luofei and smiled, inquiring whether they should discuss the mission first or interrogate the enemy. This vile creature cannot endure much longer. Qin Luofei's mind was preoccupied with assigning Liu Kai tasks, and it was only after his reminder that she recalled the grotesque figure lying on the ground. Its limbs severed, the frigid air had sealed the wounds, preventing any blood from flowing. However, as Liu Kai had indicated, the chill had permeated its body, and its death was imminent. She harbored a strong suspicion that this ambush against Mr. Ji had been premeditated. Liu Kai, too, was eager for answers. Without hesitation, he squatted down and delivered a customary greeting, slapping the unconscious figure twice across the face. Yet, this time, the slaps bore no fruit. While administering the blows, he scanned the figure and discovered a capsule concealed within its teeth. Presumably, it was a cyanide capsule intended for suicide in the event of failure. He promptly pried open its mouth and forcibly extracted the tooth harboring the capsule. Blood gushed forth, causing Qin Luofei to wince in discomfort. Nevertheless, the wretched creature remained unresponsive. Appearing to be on the brink of death, Liu Kai, feeling a pang of helplessness, retrieved an adrenaline syringe from his storage space. Cursing inwardly at the waste of using it on such a beast, he violently tore open the figure's garments and injected the entire contents of the syringe into its chest. The miraculous effects of the life-saving injection were astonishing. Moments later, the figure abruptly opened its eyes wide, gasping for breath. Upon realizing its surroundings, it began to struggle in sheer terror, uttering a series of incomprehensible sounds. Alas, with its limbs severed, it writhed helplessly like a maggot in a frenzy. "Come on, Secretary Qin, it's your turn to interrogate me. I don't speak Japanese." Liu Kai's exoskeleton possessed translation and vocalization functions, but the electronic tones were too conspicuous, and he preferred not to reveal its presence. As they exchanged glances, the figure suddenly spoke in broken Chinese. "Who are you? What have you done to me?" "Ah, so you can understand Chinese, you filthy creature." Liu Kai grinned wickedly as he approached the figure on the ground. "Heh, that makes things easier. What do you want from me?" A chilling scream echoed throughout the desolate building, lingering for several minutes before subsiding. The figure had been thoroughly tortured, its body marred with wounds and rendered lifelessly cold. Inside the building, Liu Kai and Qin Luofei fell into a heavy silence. The attack on Mr. Ji had indeed been premeditated. The objective was clear, to ensure that the survivors of Huan Nation received no assistance. Their intent to capture him alive was solely to extract information regarding the Mutual Aid Society's headquarters and personnel distribution, aiming to eliminate them all at once. This group of fiends was not only targeting Mr. Ji, but also had their sights set on the entire city of Fenghai. The rescue efforts in various concealed cities lay within the reach of their assassination plots, including Liu Kai and even Wang Ning from Qinshan community. There are no fewer than 100 individuals lurking within the confines of Fenghai City. Moreover, they have meticulously devised detailed plans. For instance, they are aware of Liu Kai's exceptional skills, prompting them to forego firearms in favor of utilizing anti-tank missiles. It is merely Liu Kai's unpredictable movements that have rendered them unable to find an opportune moment to strike. Liu Kai, endowed with extraordinary abilities, remains unperturbed even when confronted with anti-tank missiles. Such matters do not necessitate his direct intervention. He decisively shifts the responsibility. "Secretary Qin, you must address this issue post-haste, otherwise I cannot continue with the deliveries." "Understood," Qin Luofei replied, her voice slightly hoarse from irritation. "I will report this promptly. It is utterly intolerable. The state will undoubtedly take action." Chapter 92, The Mysterious Weapon. Hope for Earth's thawing. The Japanese nation truly displays a flagrant lack of shame. On the surface, they present a facade of cordiality, collaborating with various countries on scientific research to jointly address the global crisis of freezing temperatures. Yet, behind closed doors, they consistently engage in underhanded tactics. While espionage is one thing, their brazen act of gunfire and murder is utterly intolerable. In truth, the situation is not overly complicated. We have already identified several of the Japanese strongholds. Launching a few missiles would suffice. Qin Luofei took a moment to compose herself before shifting her focus to Liu Kai. She once again extended the blueprint in her hand toward him. "Let us discuss the mission, shall we?" This time, Liu Kai did not decline. He accepted the blueprint and spread it out on the ground, feigning surprise upon seeing the title. "Oh, there is a research base beneath Fenghai Lake?" His feigned bewilderment did not arouse Qin Luofei's suspicion. However, her tone was laced with profound concern. "Indeed, but regrettably, this base, constructed 70 years ago, has long been abandoned. You traveled quite a distance to find this blueprint. Do you not have any backups?" Qin Luofei shook her head in resignation. "The confidentiality level of research bases is extremely high. Backups only exist on the computers within the base itself. Even we only learned of its existence after receiving orders from our superiors recently." She then displayed a look of relief. Fortunately, the capabilities of government officials were generally lacking 70 years ago, and communication was quite inconvenient. The order to destroy the blueprints was likely not executed thoroughly. So my arrival here is merely a matter of luck. Your luck seems to be quite extraordinary. So why are you showing me such a confidential document? What exactly is the mission? The task is quite simple, to retrieve an object. Liu Kai was genuinely taken aback. Isn't this something your military can handle? Why entrust it to an outsider like me? We have attempted many times, but we are indeed incapable. Qin Luofei gestured toward the blueprint as she explained. You see, the deepest part of Fenghai Lake is 55 meters, with a 30-meter thick layer of concrete above it. Only beneath that lies the research base at the lake's bottom. Unfortunately, the damaged concrete has allowed lake water to rush in, causing the base to lose pressure and sustain damage, and the researchers inside. She pointed to the right side of the blueprint, where a circular pipeline with a diameter of 1.5 meters was depicted. This was originally the entrance for circulating water and is now the sole passage into the underground base. The internal plumbing is a complex maze, necessitating the use of blueprints to navigate. Observing the labyrinthine network of pipes on the blueprint, Liu Kai nodded in agreement. Curiously, he inquired, now that we have the blueprint, why is it imperative that I be involved? Because of human limitations. Even with the blueprint and the route, the distance is still too great. Moreover, transporting heavy objects will consume a significant amount of physical strength and oxygen. Thus, even if several divers each bring 3 oxygen tanks, it will not suffice for a round trip. The most critical issue is that the object to be retrieved weighs 13.5 tons, which is beyond human capability. Upon hearing this absurd explanation, Liu Kai was left speechless. Instantly feeling exasperated, he retorted, I am not a deity. I also require oxygen to breathe. Do you truly believe I possess the strength to lift 13.5 tons? This was particularly pertinent, given that you previously single-handedly recovered 2 tons of gold from a depth of 47 meters in a mere 2 minutes. Liu Kai gazed at Qin Luofei's enigmatic smile, momentarily at a loss for words. This scenario was indeed difficult to elucidate. He had thought that the authorities would refrain from probing further. Surprisingly, while they did not inquire extensively, they nonetheless used this as a basis to assign him a task. Simultaneously, Liu Kai recalled another matter, the X-01 exoskeleton he possessed. The authorities surely had more in stock. However, merely having the exoskeleton was insufficient. Without a spatial storage capability, he would be unable to retrieve even the 2 tons of gold utilizing the exoskeleton. The situation was analogous now, indicating that the officials were truly at their wits' end. With machinery and submarines unable to penetrate, and explosives deemed too risky to employ, Liu Kai felt a pang of guilt. Fearing that his acquisition of 2 sets of X-01 exoskeletons would be discovered, he instinctively defended himself, saying, I was able to recover the 2 tons of gold using the winch from the snowmobile. Qin Luofei maintained her enigmatic smile, urging him to continue his fabrication. Keep spinning your tail. Your snowmobile, combined with the icebreaker, weighs no more than 2.5 tons. Considering the coefficient of friction between the ice surface and the tires, do you believe it could haul 2 tons of gold? Even Newton's coffin could not withstand that. Noticing Liu Kai's intent to further elaborate, Qin Luofei waved her hand, reassuring him, we do not wish to delve into your secrets. We simply believe you possess a solution. This was the second time Liu Kai felt cornered, the first being when he signed the agreement. He did not want to attract excessive attention and found it challenging to refuse the authorities' requests. Thus, he could only reluctantly respond, all right, I will consider it. Observing Liu Kai's demeanor of contemplation, it was evident that his response was a subtle refusal. Qin Luofei's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a resolute determination. Mr. Chiu, I can divulge a piece of confidential information. What needs to be salvaged is a new type of ray weapon, crucial to the future of humanity. Weapons. Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly grasp the implication. The concrete damage at the top of the base was likely a result of an accident during a weapons test. However, how could a weapon be pivotal to humanity's future? Wasn't the immediate priority to rescue the survivors? No. Qin Luofei categorically denied this, uttering a shocking statement. The crucial matter is not the rescue of survivors, but to thaw the earth. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be? Indeed, she affirmed, just as Mr. Chiu surmised. Thus, that weapon is indeed of great significance. By sharing this much, Qin Luofei had already breached confidentiality. Simultaneously, she was taking a gamble, betting that Liu Kai would act to assist in the face of existential peril. Her wager paid off. Having heard all this, Liu Kai had already resolved to lend his aid. In this post-apocalyptic reality, he had been living quite comfortably, even more so than during the days of normalcy. Yet, the world could not remain in a frozen state indefinitely. In the past, he yearned for the apocalypse, perhaps because he was merely a lowly worker. Now, possessing spatial abilities, he envisions a future where, if the world revives, he would amass considerable wealth. Who wouldn't desire to experience a life of luxury? The thought of purchasing a yacht and sailing the seas with a bevy of beautiful models is exhilarating. Well, you have persuaded me. However, rest assured, Mr. Chiu, if you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. We can discuss them amicably. Observing the other party's willingness to spare no expense, a multitude of ideas suddenly sprang to Liu Kai's mind. If there is one thing he desires above all, it is undoubtedly precious metals. Ever since he learned about the plan to thaw the Earth, he understood this aspiration was now unattainable. Countries around the globe remain undeterred, actively preparing for the future. Consequently, the precious metals in the vault will undoubtedly be secured, awaiting the apocalypse's conclusion to stabilize the currency and swiftly restore the economic system. Liu Kai speculated that those great powers have likely commenced their endeavors, frantically hoarding gold just as he is. The United States seeks to reinforce the supremacy of the dollar, while other major nations aspire to liberate themselves from its constraints, perhaps even taking further steps. Chapter 93. The Lion's Bold demands. The 2 tons of gold that Yu Dalong previously offered to Liu Kai were merely trifles, and of a particularly challenging nature to retrieve. Thus the authorities felt no remorse. However, should he seize this opportunity to make exorbitant demands, the nation might reluctantly part with a substantial amount of gold as remuneration. Yet, there looms a pressing concern. Should the world ever reset, even if Liu Kai were credited for the salvage efforts, he might find himself subject to governmental retribution for taking advantage of the situation. Realizing this, he reluctantly abandoned this golden opportunity. I have 2 conditions. If you agree, I will proceed, Liu Kai proclaimed. Qin Luofei felt a wave of tension wash over her, her hands clenched tightly beneath her gloves, turning pale. What are they? She asked. Firstly, I require 800 tons of diesel. Liu Kai's demand was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Qin Luofei in disbelief. 800 tons? What on earth do you need such a vast quantity of diesel for? To put it into perspective, 800 tons of diesel occupies a volume of 953 cubic meters, necessitating a cube-shaped tank with sides measuring at least 10 meters to contain it. Before the cold wave, such an amount of diesel was less valuable than 20 kilograms of gold. However, the crux of the issue transcends mere pricing. In this era, even heavy-duty trucks have transitioned to electric power, rendering diesel almost obsolete for civilian use. Only 2 sectors would require it in such large quantities: military machinery and construction. Moreover, with the onset of the cold wave, oil wells have been frozen, making diesel a precious strategic resource that diminishes with every drop. Even if the authorities had reserves, considerable time would be needed to thaw it for normal use. Liu Kai's intention for the diesel was to power mining machines, with 800 tons being a calculated estimate. He realized that civilian gas stations were exceedingly rare in this age. Relying solely on his own efforts to accumulate it would take an eternity. Without addressing Qin Luofei's incredulous question, Liu Kai proceeded to articulate his second condition. Secondly, I demand the cessation of satellite surveillance on me. If the first request was merely a bite out of the government's pie, the second was a perilous signal. To halt surveillance and break free from control, what was his true intent? Was he plotting rebellion? Qin Luofei was left speechless with shock, while Liu Kai appeared to relish the moment, even adding, "Of course, I have no means to verify the cessation of satellite monitoring, so you must actively convince me." Convince you? How about you just ascend to the heavens? Qin Luofei internally scoffed at Liu Kai's audacity. Yet, as a mere captain, she lacked the authority to make a decisive judgment. After a prolonged silence, she finally regarded Liu Kai with a complex expression. I apologize, Mr. Chiu, but I cannot provide an immediate response. This matter requires consultation with my superiors. I understand. Liu Kai waved dismissively. Contact me once you've reached a consensus. Could you kindly provide a method of contact? Liu Kai once again pinned a WeChat message and handed his mobile number to Qin Luofei, saying, I have no further business, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Upon receiving the note, she looked up only to find that Liu Kai had already descended to the 4th floor. Qin Luofei gazed at the multitude of headless corpses strewn across the ground, then cast her eyes upon the dim, foreboding corridor of the building, shivering involuntarily. She hastily tucked the blueprint away and called out, Why are you running off so quickly? Wait for me. Yet, when she sprinted onto the icy surface, Liu Kai's figure had vanished. Frustration etched across her face as she stamped her foot, exclaiming, My handgun. Meanwhile, Liu Kai had already utilized the abandoned vehicles beneath the ice as a passage, swiftly returning to the warm, comfortable underground fortress. He retrieved 5 mining machines and a large canister of frozen diesel from the storage space, placing them on the first level of the shooting training area, preparing them for defrosting. Fortunately, the fortress's ceiling height exceeded 3 meters, perfectly accommodating these items. However, their frigid temperature was palpable as soon as they left the storage space. A chilling aura emanated from them, moisture continuously condensing upon their surfaces. Even with 2 heaters working tirelessly to generate warmth, he could still feel the temperature gradually dropping. Nevertheless, Liu Kai remained unperturbed, knowing that leaving them here overnight would eventually thaw them out. After a long day of exertion, he simply desired a moment of respite. He indulged in a soothing hot shower and then settled into the plush viewing chair of his home theater. A spread of fruits, snacks, and beverages lay before him. With one hand petting his dog and the other caressing his cat, he leisurely started a movie. Liu Kai's thoughts drifted, reflecting on the day's surreal events. He had witnessed the rare glimmers of humanity amidst the apocalypse in the Qingshan community, secured the long-coveted mining machines from the western suburbs warehouse, and successfully acquired the mining blueprint of Bright Town. He had encountered three factions, the government, the Mutual Aid Association, and the enemy forces converging together, ultimately stepping in to mediate. He forged connections with the Mutual Aid Association, reaping the rewards of 300 kilograms of gold, and might even receive another official mission, one that could impact the fate of humanity itself. This is far more entertaining than merely gaming at home, Liu Kai mused, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. He surmised that the government would likely acquiesce to the two requests. After all, according to Qin Luofei, the mysterious ray weapon at the underwater research base was of paramount importance. However, he pondered how the government would go about proving that they had lifted their surveillance of him. 2 hours later, as the film concluded, the clock struck 6 in the evening, prompting Liu Kai to rise and prepare dinner. With the external power connected and his phone re-establishing its network connection, he suddenly heard 2 notification chimes. Upon checking, he discovered 2 friend requests on WeChat. The first was from a male with a profile picture of the Eiffel Tower, his nickname reading "the man who conquered the tower," with a note identifying him as an elder from the Mutual Aid Association. The second was from a female, her avatar featuring a smoking Patrick star, with the nickname Qin Wang rounding the pillar, and a note identifying her as Qin Luofei. Oh, these 2 were quite prompt, Liu Kai remarked as he waved his hand to accept both friend requests, and almost simultaneously, 2 messages popped up. Brother Chio, the 300 kilograms of gold is prepared. Let us arrange a time and place. I will send someone over tomorrow. Mr. Chio, discussions are ongoing regarding the 2 conditions you proposed, and I will inform you as soon as there is news. For the moment, I have not engaged with Qin Luofei. Liu Kai pondered for a moment before responding to Mr. G. How about 9 a.m. tomorrow at the Qingshan community on the south side of Benhai Avenue? The reply came almost instantly. No problem. Speaking of Qingshan community, Liu Kai is set to meet Dr. Huangfu for a transaction tomorrow. Given that the information provided by Dr. Huangfu is accurate, he must also ensure that the medical equipment is in pristine condition. He promptly inspected the portable X-ray machine and the electrocardiogram machine within his storage space once more to confirm their functionality and integrity. Satisfied, he then turned his attention to meticulously preparing dinner for the evening. Chapter 94. Farewell to Su Chi Feng, Recruitment of the Mutual Aid Society as the sun rises and sets. The mining machines and diesel fuel on the first floor had long since thawed. Liu Kai, having stored them in his spatial storage, set out early. The supplies distributed to Qingshan community the previous day were sufficient to last for 2 months, allowing him to travel light without hauling a trailer or additional provisions. He arrived punctually at the west gate of Qingshan community at 9 in the morning, only to be astonished by the crowd that had gathered there. Among them was a rugged vehicle equipped with snow tires, its door adorned with a hand-painted red and white shield logo, emblazoned in the center with the black letters HZ. Standing in front of the vehicle were 4 individuals clad in professional cold-weather gear, their faces obscured by masks. Each bore a holster strapped to their legs containing a handgun. At that moment, Wang Ning, accompanied by Dr. Huangfu and others, was also present downstairs, engaging in lively conversation with the group in cold-weather attire. Upon noticing the arrival of the snow vehicle, the crowd paused their discussions, instinctively parting to clear a path. Driven by curiosity, Liu Kai exited his vehicle. But before he could utter a word, the man who had been conversing with Wang Ning approached him, his eyes alight with delight. Mr. Chio, what a pleasure to see you again. The man's voice was laced with surprise, and behind him stood a slightly shorter woman, equally animated. Liu Kai was momentarily at a loss, tilting his head in contemplation. Though familiar, he could not recall where he had encountered them before. You are. The man quickly removed his mask, revealing a youthful face brimming with a smile. Memories surged back, and Liu Kai suddenly realized. Oh, you are Su Chi Feng. If I'm not mistaken, no wonder you seemed familiar. This was indeed the man Liu Kai had rescued after trailing the Japanese invaders to the port of Fenghai City. Indeed, it's rare that Mr. Chio remembers me, Su Chi Feng replied with increasing excitement, pulling the woman beside him closer. This is my wife, he xiao. Last time you left in such a hurry, I didn't get the chance to express my gratitude properly. Today, I must thank you, my great benefactor. Seeing the couple poised to bow in reverence, Liu Kai quickly intervened. Encountering those he had once aided filled him with an unexpected joy, despite his usual self-serving nature. Oh, there is no need for such formality, just living well is the best gratitude of all. Unable to resist Liu Kai's insistence, the man reluctantly straightened up. My benefactor. Last night, I heard Mr. G speak of the situation at the government building, so Xiao and I voluntarily applied to bring you gold. Su Qingfeng, having said this, beckoned to two other men who had been idly standing by. They opened the trunk of the rugged vehicle and, with effort, maneuvered a large box out. Unfortunately, the box was exceedingly heavy and, after a struggle, it fell with a thud onto the icy surface. As the box opened, a dazzling golden glow reflected light, revealing the 300 kilograms of gold promised to Liu Kai by Mr. G the previous day. Su Qingfeng and his companions did not even glance at the gold, instead awaiting Liu Kai's decision with utmost respect. As Liu Kai beheld the gleaming gold, a spark ignited in his eyes. This was rightfully his, and there was no need to feign any false modesty. With effortless ease, he lifted the heavy crate as if it were a mere bottle of water and placed it onto the snowmobile, his graceful movements causing the onlookers to raise their eyebrows in astonishment. Su Qingfeng and his companions exchanged awkward glances, questioning whether they had been overly timid. After securing the gold, Liu Kai turned to Su Qingfeng with a smile and remarked, "So, you have decided to join the Mutual Aid Association and follow Mr. G. Have you?" "Yes," Su Qingfeng replied. "I must express my gratitude for the snowmobile. Without it, Xiao and I might not have even made it to the port." "Please, call me Mr. Chiu. The term benefactor feels rather odd," Liu Kai insisted. "Understood, Mr. Chiu," Su Qingfeng responded, casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at Wang Ning, who was watching from nearby. Mr. Chiu, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Having observed Su Qingfeng and his companions closely, Liu Kai was quick to deduce their intentions. He waved his hand dismissively. "You wish to recruit the residents of Qingshan Community to join the Mutual Aid Association, correct?" "Yes. Given that Qingshan Community falls under the jurisdiction of the Southern District, which the authorities have assigned to you, we thought you need not worry. The authorities have only tasked me with delivering supplies to the Southern District, not with managing it. You are free to proceed as you wish." Liu Kai spoke with sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. He was a lone wolf and had no interest in establishing a faction. His involvement in the Southern District was solely motivated by the prospect of that 2 tons of gold. At that moment, he silently wished that the Mutual Aid Association would recruit the entirety of Fohai City, thus freeing him from the burdensome task of supply delivery. Hearing Liu Kai's words, the troubled expression on Su Qingfeng's face vanished, replaced by a bright smile. He quickly assured, "Thank you, Mr. Chiu. Rest assured, we will take good care of the survivors and provide numerous benefits." Liu Kai's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, what benefits?" "Well," Su Qingfeng began, "upon joining the Mutual Aid Association, we will distribute winter clothing, provide survival training, share information, and organize able-bodied individuals to gather supplies for collective distribution. Should any members encounter unforeseen circumstances, the headquarters will offer full support and assistance." As Su Qingfeng elaborated, Liu Kai learned that Mr. G, the founder of the Mutual Aid Association, was indeed a man of wealth and a passionate adventurer with extensive survival experience. Following the onset of the Cold Wave, he had summoned fellow adventurers to establish the association. These individuals, equipped and affluent, had managed to rescue numerous supplies during the early days of the Cold Wave. With proper management and a healthy growth trajectory, the association had expanded to a considerable scale. When Su Qingfeng mentioned that Mr. G hailed from Qingyan Township, located 4 kilometers north of the city, Liu Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Qingyan Township. The 2-story underground Doomsday bunker noted in Chun Jian's notebook was situated there. His suspicions were further solidified. Su Qingfeng soon concluded his introduction, a glimmer of hope illuminating his expression. "Mr. Chiu, with your remarkable abilities, why not consider joining the Mutual Aid Society? Together, we could assist even more individuals." Liu Kai was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that a casual inquiry would lead to such a predicament. Lacking the selfless disposition necessary for such an endeavor, he nonetheless recognized that Su Qingfeng and Wang Ning, like him, were individuals driven by ideals. Rather than dampening his enthusiasm, Liu Kai chose to respond as gently as possible. "There are numerous matters awaiting my attention, and I may not have the opportunity to join you in the near future." The recruitment attempt fell short, and Su Qingfeng's expression bore a hint of disappointment. "I see, however, Mr. G has mentioned that the doors of the Mutual Aid Society are always open to you." After saying this, Su Qingfeng turned his gaze towards Wang Ning. "Sister Wang, as we previously discussed, the winter clothing and survival training coach will be arriving shortly to assist you." Wang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you so much, Xiao Su. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Mr. Chiu, we are heading back. Farewell." Liu Kai nodded. "Off you go." Chapter 95. A reminder. Changing conditions after bidding farewell to Su Qingfeng and his companions, Wang Ning and her group cast complex glances at Liu Kai. They whispered among themselves, discussing how the Mutual Aid Association had recruited numerous retired veterans and assisted many homeless children, as well as treated various ailments such as snow blindness. In their eyes, Had they possessed Liu Kai's capabilities, they would have joined the Mutual Aid Association without hesitation. His solitary conduct stood in stark contrast to the selflessness exhibited by Mr. G of the Mutual Aid Association, who sought to benefit the world. Everyone has their aspirations. Liu Kai was unwilling, and they felt it inappropriate to impose moral obligations upon him. Wang Ning shot a warning glance at the murmuring crowd, fearful of inciting Liu Kai's ire. With anticipation in her gaze, she approached. Mr. Traveling Merchant, I only just learned your surname is Chiao. Is your visit today for? Liu Kai nodded, turning to the meticulously bundled Dr. Huangfu behind Wang Ning. Dr. Huangfu, the location you provided was precise. I am here for our appointment. Upon hearing Liu Kai's words, the crowd erupted in expressions of delight, simultaneously releasing breaths of relief. They were genuinely concerned that Liu Kai might go back on his word, which would leave them powerless. It now appeared that this merchant was indeed a principled and honorable individual. Liu Kai unloaded 3 large boxes from the snowmobile. Lifting the lids revealed layers of insulation, neatly arranged with the items specified on the list: portable medical devices, medications, surgical instruments. As Dr. Huangfu approached, Liu Kai produced the warehouse key and handed it over. Would you please verify the goods? Dr. Huangfu trembled slightly, suppressing his excitement as he accepted the key and began to inspect the items one by one. After meticulously counting the medications and instruments, he confirmed their accuracy. Next, he needed to examine the 3 most crucial portable machines: the electrocardiogram, the defibrillator, and the X-ray machine. Liu Kai, ever considerate, retrieved a power plug from the snowmobile and kindled 2 campfires nearby to prevent the machines from malfunctioning due to the cold. Dr. Huangfu wasted no time, squatting down to connect the power and begin testing. Once he confirmed that all the machines were intact, he finally relaxed, rising to his feet. He looked at Liu Kai with excitement. Brother Chiao, everything is in order. On behalf of Xiaowei, I thank you. He prepared to bow in gratitude. Liu Kai, disliking such formalities, quickly supported Dr. Huangfu. It is merely a fair transaction. There is no need for thanks. The onlookers also displayed their exhilaration, expressing relief. Wonderful. Xiaowei's grandfather is saved. Heaven has opened its eyes. Seeing the equipment, Wang Ning felt joy but also contemplated further matters. After all, they were now members of the Mutual Aid Association, and Dr. Huangfu could utilize these resources to assist more survivors. Just as the group was pondering, Liu Kai, who had been preparing to leave, halted and suddenly looked at Wang Ning. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you privately. What is it? Although Wang Ning was perplexed, she stepped out of the crowd. Liu Kai paused momentarily before turning to Wang Ning's husband, Yin Yidao, and said, You should come too. The bewildered couple followed Liu Kai to the back of the snow vehicle, seeking refuge from prying eyes. Liu Kai got straight to the point. I am not certain whether Su Qifeng informed you, but Mr. G was attacked by the Japanese yesterday. Wang Ning, suppressing her smile, nodded solemnly. He mentioned it, and said you were the one who rescued Mr. G. Indeed, and I captured a live enemy yesterday. After interrogation, I learned some critical information. Liu Kai stated with a grave tone. You, I, Mr. G, and several others who assisted the survivors are all on the enemy's assassination list. He knew that Qin Luofei would undoubtedly alert Mr. G, but since no one had informed Wang Ning, he felt it was his duty to deliver this grim news. What? Wang Ning and Yin Yi's expressions instantly shifted, disbelief etched on their faces. They suddenly felt an eerie chill enveloping them, as if a lurking predator was watching them closely. Ready to pounce, Liu Kai quickly gestured for them to be silent. There is no need for excessive worry. The authorities are aware of the situation and will act swiftly. You must remain cautious and low-key in the coming days. We understand. Thank you, Mr. Chiao. Don't mention it, but there is one puzzling matter. Oh, what is it? I am publicly visible, conducting business in various places. Mr. G's establishment of the Mutual Aid Association is also quite conspicuous. It is understandable that we are being watched. However, you generally only stay within the Qingshan community, correct? Wang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting? I have said nothing, merely offering a word of caution. Observing the startled gaze exchanged between the couple, Liu Kai sensed they might have begun to piece things together. He did not wish to press further. He had conveyed all necessary information. After declining their repeated expressions of gratitude, he drove away. Upon leaving the Qingshan community, Liu Kai remained diligent. He finally completed the day's supply delivery before 1 p.m. Throughout the journey, he was cautious, observing his surroundings. Curiously, neither his scanner nor exoskeleton issued any warnings. Where were those anti-tank missile assassins? He had not seen a single specter of the enemy. Perhaps the Japanese had sensed something amiss and had retreated into hiding. After hours of wandering, Liu Kai's stomach growled with hunger. Upon returning to the multi-story parking garage, he suddenly noticed a shadow rapidly approaching across the icy surface. Adjusting his smart glasses to magnify the scene, he realized it was a snowmobile. The figure clad in thick winter gear atop the vehicle was none other than Qin Luofei. A surge of excitement coursed through Liu Kai. Could it be that the conditions he proposed were accepted by the authorities? He promptly jumped out of his vehicle to wait. However, the snowmobile showed no signs of slowing down, hurtling directly toward him. Just as impact seemed imminent, it suddenly executed a sharp turn, sending a spray of ice shards hurtling toward Liu Kai. Upon witnessing this, Liu Kai rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "This woman certainly holds a grudge." His reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade the assault of ice shards. Qin Luofei elegantly disembarked from her vehicle, eager to observe Liu Kai's disheveled state. However, to her surprise, he stood composed beside her, completely unscathed by the icy remnants. With a gaze sharp as a blade, he shot her a resentful look. "Oh, is this not the Rohu fish? What brings you here?" Qin Luofei gritted her teeth and managed to utter, "Don't call me Rohu fish. I need to discuss something with you." "Very well, Rohu fish. What is it? Are you inviting me to dinner?" "How fortuitous, for I am quite hungry as well." "How optimistic of you. I'm still famished." "Would you like me to treat you to a punch instead?" Liu Kai scoffed. "You know you can't defeat me." Qin Luofei was momentarily at a loss for words. However, recalling that she was not there to engage in banter, she decided to forego any further trivialities. "The conditions you proposed have been deliberated by the leaders, and some modifications have been made. We are now seeking your opinion." Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Go on, I'm listening." Chapter 96. Temporary increase in demands. I am a traditional individual. 800 tons of diesel can be provided. However, it will only be in a frozen state. Qin Luofei initially acquiesced to the simplest of the first conditions. Noticing Liu Kai's nod, she continued to speak. "As for the cancellation of satellite surveillance, it is fundamentally unfeasible, considering you are deemed a dangerous character. Nevertheless, everything is negotiable. Should you accomplish 2 specific tasks, we shall agree to eliminate the monitoring. Furthermore, we will furnish you with several portable electromagnetic wave shielders to obstruct satellite detection." Upon hearing about the shielders, Liu Kai conceded that this was indeed a persuasive method. Such devices are akin to the tinfoil cotton used in gold recovery, capable of effortlessly evading the scrutiny of electromagnetic imaging satellites, rendering the monitored area a pitch-black void, similar to the Fisher generator in the Red Alert game. As for optical imaging satellites, they need not be a concern. The perpetual cloud cover in the sky serves as an excellent barrier. Liu Kai's desire merely revolves around the more convenient utilization of his spatial abilities, rather than an earnest intent to entirely elude the authorities' grasp on his whereabouts. Ultimately, testing the efficacy of the electromagnetic wave shielders is quite straightforward. When external power is supplied and the base station has a signal, if activating the shielders results in the inability to connect to the network, it will signify success. With this in mind, Liu Kai nodded in agreement. "What 2 tasks must I complete?" "First, you must pledge not to commit treason." "Is that all?" "I can vow to that right now." "What is the second task?" Upon hearing this, Qin Luofei's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Before I disclose the second task, may I please have my handguns returned?" "Both of them." Liu Kai was taken aback by her playful suspense. Eager to hear the second task, he dismissed the importance of the 2 guns and promptly produced them from his pocket, handing them over. After receiving the guns, Qin Luofei tenderly caressed them before slowly articulating, "The second task is to undertake an additional mission alongside the oil recovery operation." Liu Kai was beset by confusion. "Wait, why are you suddenly increasing the demands?" "Oh, fret not. This task is quite simple. You are to travel to the Binhai No. 3 drilling platform, located 50 kilometers from the coastline, to clear the frozen oil extraction pipeline and install heating devices to restore the platform's crude oil production. Our team will assist you. This minor task should be a breeze for you." Instantly, Liu Kai felt a sense of being deceived. He glared at the 2 guns in Qin Luofei's possession and said, "I regret this. Return my weapons." With a sly smile, Qin Luofei echoed Liu Kai's earlier words. "What do you mean, your guns?" "These are my guns." All right. It is evident that the officials are indeed sharp." Liu Kai gritted his teeth. "For the authorities, the challenge of clearing the oil pipeline is on par with the retrieval of that mysterious weapon. The Binhai No. 3 platform is a newly constructed site, and once operational, its annual crude oil yield would be no less than 25 million tons. Meanwhile, Liu Kai's request is a mere 800 tons of diesel. Indeed, those capable of leadership seldom suffer losses. This endeavor, devoid of initial investment, aims solely to extract every ounce of utility from Liu Kai. The situation was so precarious that it felt as if the abacus beads were collapsing upon him. Observing Liu Kai's bewildered expression, Qin Luofei discerned that pressing him further would be unwise. Should tensions escalate, all parties would find themselves empty-handed. Thus, she promptly revealed the leader's final decision. Striving to ease the atmosphere, Mr. Chiu, there is a piece of good news. Provided you fulfill the task, you will no longer be responsible for the logistics in the Southern District. We will entrust that to the Mutual Aid Association. Of course, should you wish to continue trading other goods, we shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai inhaled deeply, feeling a lingering sense of indignation. He removed his exoskeleton mask, revealing half of his face obscured by glasses. Lighting a cigarette, he took a few puffs to regain his composure. Gazing at the overcast sky, he suddenly chuckled derisively. A slap followed by a sweet date, huh? Very well, I shall accept this task. After making his statement, he noticed Qin Luofei's silence. Looking down, he shot her a glare, only to find her intently staring at his partially revealed face. What are you thinking? He asked. Oh, I didn't realize Mr. Chiu was so young, not at all resembling someone of 45. Let us return to the matter at hand. When will you provide me with the 800 tons of diesel? And when do the two tasks commence? Qin Luofei's cheeks flushed, seemingly embarrassed by her earlier lapse in focus. She promptly regained her composure and replied earnestly, tomorrow morning. We will deliver 32 storage tanks, each with a capacity of 30 m. Please designate a delivery location, Mr. Chiu. The underwater recovery mission will take some time. We need to validate the discrepancies between the blueprints and the site. As for the dredging of platform number 3, if it is convenient for you, we can commence tomorrow at noon. Liu Kai pondered for a moment before responding. Let the diesel tanks be placed in this garage. I will be available tomorrow at noon. Also, when will you provide me with the electromagnetic wave shield? Given the formidable nature of the state apparatus, I have my concerns. Should I complete the task only to be denied payment, I would find myself in a precarious position. Noticing Liu Kai's impatience, Qin Luofei smiled knowingly. She retrieved a modest plastic box from behind the snowmobile and handed it to him. Inside were 6 shielding devices. Charged for 2 hours and capable of lasting 5 hours, ample time for him to roam freely. Liu Kai's eyes lit up as he accepted the box and opened it. Nestled within the thick cotton material were 6 metal blocks resembling computer drives. He meticulously scanned the internal structure, confirming there was no damage or tracking devices. This was the government's assurance. To quell Liu Kai's apprehensions, they had preemptively honored their promise of compensation. At that moment, Qin Luofei's voice resonated softly once more. Mr. Chiu, we assured you we would cease monitoring, and we will not go back on our word. This shield is merely a psychological comfort. Liu Kai shook his head and slowly closed the box, remarking, trusting others is not as prudent as trusting oneself. Do as you wish, but... Qin Luofei intercepted Liu Kai, who was about to get into the car. I traveled a long way to deliver something to you. Won't you invite me to your home for a meal? Want to come to my house? Liu Kai chuckled, casting a bemused glance at her. Secretary Qi, I must admit that I am quite a traditional person. I do not easily bring unfamiliar women to my home. That said, I could reluctantly make an exception for you. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. As Liu Kai observed Qin Luofei's receding figure, the lecherous grin on his face faded. Indeed, the authorities' desire to manipulate his thoughts had been thwarted. Even though they promised to discontinue satellite surveillance, they remained obstinate in their attempts to employ other means. A wave of disdain washed over him. A mere beauty trap could not possibly lead them to my lair. Not a chance. Chapter 97. Diesel arrives at the drilling platform as the clock struck 9 in the morning. Power was restored to the Lisher Tsuyuan area. Liu Kai took out an electromagnetic shield and conducted a test, discovering that despite its modest size, its effectiveness was remarkably potent, with a shielding radius extending a full 50 meters. Feeling reassured, he ventured out and swiftly arrived at the multi-story parking garage. Indeed, the officials were punctual, having already transported a substantial number of diesel tanks, which were currently being unloaded into the garage. Leading the operation were Qin Luofei and an old acquaintance of Liu Kai's, the bearded Captain Yu Dalong. The two were outside, methodically directing the transport vehicles as they unloaded. Upon seeing Liu Kai emerge from the dimly lit garage, Qin Luofei maintained a serene expression, while her right hand extended towards the astonished Yu Dalong. After a moment of surprise, Yu Dalong collected himself. Casting a deep glance at Liu Kai, he retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, reluctantly offering them to Qin Luofei. As Liu Kai approached, curiosity piqued at the scene before him. Secretary Qin, Captain Yu, what game are you two playing? Qin Luofei quickly tucked the cigarettes and lighter into her pocket, a smile betraying her amusement. I said you would emerge from the garage, but Captain Yu didn't believe me and insisted on a wager. If he lost, he would quit smoking. Liu Kai, hearing this, cast a sympathetic glance at the bearded Yu Dalong. Forcing an old smoker to quit was indeed rather cruel. Yu Dalong, accepting his defeat, still wore a hint of reluctance and curiosity. With a touch of discontent, He turned to Liu Kai and asked, Brother Chiu, I've searched this garage thoroughly and found no entrances or exits. How did you manage that? Is there a secret passage? Oh, merely a trivial skill, nothing worth discussing. Liu Kai replied, disinclined to elaborate further. Yu Dalong, sensing Liu Kai's reticence, refrained from pressing on, only murmuring, Brother Chiu, you are indeed a hidden talent. No wonder you dared to accept 2 challenging missions. I presume the task at the oil platform this afternoon is nearly certain of success? While I cannot claim absolute certainty, it will depend on the conditions at the site, Liu Kai responded. Hearing their polite exchange, Qin Luofei stifled a laugh and interjected. Captain Yu, why are you so shy? Speak candidly. If you find it difficult, I shall assist. Please refrain from such talk. I have nothing to express, Yu Dalong replied, his face flushing. Upon noticing her arched eyebrows, he promptly fell silent. Mr. Chiu, your task with Captain Yu does not overlap. You must proceed down the interior of the oil pipeline, breaking the ice as you go, predicting a depth of approximately 30 meters below the seabed, to prevent the crude oil from freezing again. Heating devices must be installed along the inner side of the pipeline beneath the seabed. Captain Yu, accompanied by his team, operated a small submarine to install heating devices on the exterior of the pipeline that lay on the seabed. Ultimately, they aimed to position a tidal generator at the ocean floor. In a few brief sentences, the task was succinctly outlined. However, Liu Kai, upon hearing this, appeared perplexed. So, I will be inside the pipeline while Captain Yu is outside? He inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Then how does one speak of taking care of the situation? Moreover, Captain Yu has the submarine. Surely, there should be no issues? At this point, Yu Dalong could no longer contain himself. He sighed and elucidated. It is not as simple as it seems. You are aware that the tides cause fluctuations in the seawater. Currently, the ocean's surface is frozen, and the energy from the tides cannot be released. Instead, it creates more tumultuous whirlpools and undercurrents beneath the water. I, being a person who values face, must admit that the task is critical. Thus, I implore you, Brother Chiu, to lend assistance after we complete the mission and return to shore. Should anything happen to me or my team, I hope you can intervene. Liu Kai grasped the difficulties inherent in this mission and, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Do you genuinely believe I can complete the task before Captain Yu? That submarine weighs several tons. Even if something were to go awry, I would be incapable of rescuing anyone. Brother Chiu possesses extraordinary skills. I have faith in you, Yu Dalong reassured him. I hardly trust myself. Also, for additional tasks, shouldn't there be extra compensation? Their conversation continued as 5 transport vehicles came and went, tirelessly working until noon to deliver 32 massive oil storage tanks, neatly arranged within the multi-level garage. Some vehicles, assigned to other tasks, departed first, taking with them a small icebreaker, leaving only a few individuals to guard the diesel, awaiting Liu Kai's return for the handover. Yet, Liu Kai understood that while they referred to it as guarding and awaiting handover, the harsh reality was that, in the event of mission failure, the authorities could swiftly reclaim the preemptively dispersed rewards. Confident in his abilities, Liu Kai remained unfazed by the officials' tactics. Meanwhile, Yu Dalong had already kindled a fire on the ice surface, preparing a fragrant pot of beef and potatoes, accompanied by rehydrated pre-cooked rice. The group simply made do with lunch, filling their stomachs and resting briefly. At last, a resounding thrum of helicopter blades reverberated from the horizon. Observing the swiftly approaching helicopter, Yu Dalong stood up and declared, It is time to depart. Descending gently was a small civilian transport helicopter, ample enough for the 3 of them. However, as they entered the cabin and the pilot initiated the ascent, the helicopter unexpectedly tilted to the right, prompting the pilot to hurriedly adjust the aircraft's position, expressing mild confusion. To the right sat Liu Kai and Yu Dalong side by side. Yu Dalong, sensing the aircraft's instability, naturally questioned the pilot's proficiency. Turning to Liu Kai, he curiously remarked, I didn't expect Brother Chiu to be quite so heavy. Liu Kai chuckled awkwardly, internally acknowledging the close call. He weighed 150 pounds. And his exoskeleton armor added another 150 pounds, a combined weight that rendered the helicopter unstable. Fortunately, DeLong and the others harbored no suspicions. The helicopter ascended steadily, soaring towards the east. This marked Liu Kai's inaugural journey aboard a helicopter. Curiously leaning against the window, he beheld the panoramic view of the frozen city below, swiftly receding from sight. Soon after, the cluster of buildings vanished. In the distance, a solitary dark dot emerged on the frozen sea surface, the Binhai No. 3 drilling platform. The whirring of the rotor blades heralded a smooth descent onto the platform's helipad. At this moment, the platform bustled with activity. Numerous workers traversed its expanse, while below, the ICC roared with the sounds of machinery. A circular section of ice, approximately 10 meters in diameter, was cleaved open, as cranes hoisted the shattered floes aside. Transport vehicles navigated the shoreline, continuously delivering heating devices for the pipelines to be laid. Additionally, 5 transport trucks were stationed below, each bearing a flat, oval-shaped mini-submarine. The front of the submarine featured 2 folded alloy mechanical arms, rendering the entire vessel reminiscent of a legless crab. Chapter 98, Task Details. Descent Qin Luofei leapt from the aircraft, accompanied by Yu Dalong and the inquisitive Liu Kai, arriving at a spacious conference room. The temperature within was relatively moderate, and 4 soldiers, all clad in military uniforms, were already seated. Their robust physiques exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably marking them as elite personnel. Upon Yu Dalong's entrance, they rose in unison to greet him, saying, "Captain Yu, Secretary Qin." After exchanging pleasantries with the two, their curiosity shifted towards Liu Kai, who was meticulously covered, their eyes glimmering with an inscrutable expression. Whispers began to circulate. "Look, I heard he's responsible for the oil well clearance. Is this wandering merchant reliable? That's a task even the drilling machinery struggles with. Who knows, let us hope he performs well. If something goes wrong, we'll be the ones to rectify it." Another voice chimed in. "I think he has potential. I've heard he is quite formidable, having single-handedly taken down numerous foes." Yu Dalong remained unfazed by their comments, casually taking a seat with Liu Kai. Meanwhile, Qin Luofei approached the front of the conference room and activated a projector, lightly clearing her throat to interrupt the murmurs. "Everyone, please remain calm. You have all reviewed the task report, but there are certain aspects I need to elucidate." As the room fell silent, all eyes turned towards the projected images. Liu Kai, unfamiliar with such reports, promptly straightened his posture, awaiting Qin Luofei's explanation. To accommodate Liu Kai, Qin Luofei provided a rather detailed account. However, as time passed, Liu Kai's brows knitted tighter in concern. It was one matter for Qin Luofei to remain on the platform as the task commander. After all, the official decision reflected confidence in her capabilities. The crux of the matter was that the task was indeed far more complex than Liu Kai had anticipated. Firstly, the freezing point of crude oil hovers around 15 degrees Celsius above zero. Thus, even if the seawater beneath the ice remains in liquid form, it could easily solidify the crude oil within the pipeline into a solid block of ice. The pipeline, with a diameter of 1.2 meters, is spacious enough for an individual carrying an oxygen tank to navigate inside. The good news is that the section of the pipeline from the platform to the seabed, where the crude oil had solidified, has already been cleared using a drilling machine. Currently, the upper half of the pipeline is unobstructed. Moreover, the oil pipeline laid on the seabed leading to the shore, despite being frozen, does not require Liu Kai's intervention for clearance. Once Yu Dalong's team installs the heating apparatus, the internal crude oil will soon thaw. However, 2 challenging dilemmas remain to be addressed. The first involves the blowout preventer installed on the seabed, designed to avert catastrophic blowouts, which is now immobilized by solidified crude oil. The blowout preventer comprises 6 layers of sealing clasps that necessitate meticulous operation for gradual clearance. The use of large drilling machinery is not permissible. The second challenge pertains to the pipeline buried beneath the seabed. According to estimations, only at a depth of approximately 30 meters below the seabed does the temperature exceed 15 degrees Celsius, indicating that the ice blockage in the pipeline extends at least 30 meters deep. Given that the Binhai No. 3 platform is situated in a subtropical city like Fohai, considerations for anti-freezing measures were never incorporated into its initial design. Beneath the ocean floor, the pipelines have undergone deformation and bending due to temperature fluctuations. Although they have not yet reached a critical state of damage, the vertically oriented drill bits can no longer penetrate. Liu Kai must resort to manually clearing the obstructions with a small drill. For every 5 meters of ice that is broken, a heating layer must be installed before proceeding further. The task is undeniably formidable. Moreover, Qin Luofei has pointed out potential issues that may arise after the pipeline is cleared. For instance, once the obstructions are removed, the viscous crude oil beneath will surge forth rapidly, accompanied by a substantial amount of toxic combustible gases. The physical properties of the crude oil, while liquid, resemble sludge more closely. In terms of pressure per unit and viscosity, it is exponentially more hazardous than seawater. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. After the clearing and installation of the heating layer, Liu Kai must immediately cease operation of the electric drill to prevent igniting the combustible gases. He must then swiftly return using a safety line. Finally, he must shut off the blowout preventer on the seabed to avert a blowout, thereby completing the mission. Upon hearing this intricate sequence of operations, Liu Kai felt a tingle of apprehension at the back of his neck. Even Yu Dalong and the other 4 soldiers regarded him with sympathetic expressions. Merely listening to the instructions made it evident that the level of danger far surpassed their experiences piloting submarines through dark currents. They could hardly afford to exchange banter, only hoping that this enigmatic expert would prove reliable. Noticing Liu Kai's silence, Qin Luofei at the front of the conference room wore an expression of concern. Mr. Chiu, if you have any questions, please raise them. I will do my best to address them. Liu Kai paused in silence, exhaling a long, heavy breath before finally shaking his head. No questions. When do we begin? Qin Luofei raised her hand to glance at her watch. It is currently the warmest part of the day. We must not delay. Everyone, prepare yourselves. As the group gradually exited the conference room, Yu Daolong patted Liu Kai on the shoulder, offering no further words. He then led the other 4 soldiers up the stairs toward the ocean surface. Liu Kai, on the other hand, followed the staff to the changing room. The personnel intended to assist him in donning the protective diving suit, but Liu Kai promptly dismissed them. No way. If I let the staff help, it would expose the exoskeleton. As the saying goes, one must go all out when putting on a show. Liu Kai secured the oxygen tank on his back, stowed away the exoskeleton helmet, donned a sealed helmet instead, and changed from the loose clothing concealing the exoskeleton into a protective suit, fastening a safety buckle around his waist. The previously bustling staff had now halted their activities, gathering outside the changing room. As Liu Kai pushed the door open, they quickly parted to make way. Though no words were exchanged, the crowd cast him complex glances, and the atmosphere took on a strangely solemn tone. Observing this, Liu Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He possessed spatial abilities, ensuring his survival was not in question. Yet, these people seemed to be bidding farewell to a daring squad member heading into battle, which felt rather ominous. Liu Kai disregarded the onlookers and descended the steps to stand before the 1.2-meter diameter pipeline, bending down to gaze into the abyssal darkness of the pipe. It seemed to him a shortcut to another realm. Suddenly, a perilous profession crossed his mind, the water ghost of construction sites. It was said to be a person who descended into the muddy wells to retrieve drill bits. A successful retrieval would earn 110,000, while failure would cost 100,000. Amused, he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was no ordinary individual now. Qin Luofei stepped forward, retrieving the robust safety steel cable suspended from the crane, and personally secured it to Liu Kai's waist buckle. She meticulously checked and confirmed there were no unforeseen issues. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, she approached Liu Kai and whispered, Mr. Chiu, you are not a soldier, so just do your best. If anything goes awry, remember that your life is paramount. Liu Kai remained unperturbed. He picked up the manual drilling machine connected to the lengthy cable at his feet and tested its functionality before turning to Qin Luofei with a smile. Come now. Have a little faith in me. Let us not jest. I'm speaking seriously. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing. Noticing that Qin Luofei seemed inclined to say more, Liu Kai raised his hand to interrupt her. With a calm demeanor, he stated, Let us commence. Lower me down. Chapter 99. With unstoppable momentum, the blowout preventer is cleared. The motor of the crane above began to hum to life, hoisting Liu Kai into the air before halting his ascent. The motor then reversed, gently lowering him into the dark, narrow pipeline. The figure, embodying countless hopes, soon vanished from the sight of the onlookers. The safety rope gradually descended, and Liu Kai noticed the light filtering from the pipe above gradually diminishing, ultimately transforming into a small orb of illumination. He was now entirely beyond the view of others. With a sigh of relief, Liu Kai removed his sealed helmet and donned a sturdier exoskeleton helmet from his storage space. The smart glasses activated, switching to night vision mode. The once impenetrably dark pipeline now radiated brightness akin to daylight, every detail vividly revealed before Liu Kai's eyes. He disconnected the air tube from his chest, and the oxygen in the iron canister behind him was rapidly drawn out, ultimately condensing into a liquid state under terrifying pressure, stored within the life support structure of the exoskeleton. A resonant clang echoed from above the wellhead, signaling that the safety rope had ceased its descent. At this point, he had reached just above the seabed, where beneath him lay the blowout preventer, structured in 6 layers, each encircled by a dozen crescent-shaped components. They were interlocked tightly, resembling teeth, with not a single gap visible. Activating his scanning perception, Liu Kai enveloped the confined space in his awareness. The internal structure of the blowout preventer was laid bare before him. As Qin Luofei had mentioned, the intricately designed mechanical components were now firmly sealed by a layer of solidified crude oil. Neither electric nor manual operations could effectuate its opening or closing. Moreover, deep scratches marred the surface, indicating that officials had previously attempted to clear the obstruction, yet to no avail. Seeing the small drilling machine in his hand, Liu Kai shook his head. It was no wonder the previous attempts had failed. The internal gaps were far too narrow, filled to the brim with debris. This drill was utterly useless unless one could somehow send an ant to gnaw at the blockage. For Liu Kai, however, this challenge was a mere trifle. With his meticulous spatial scanning perception, combined with his newly acquired cutting abilities, He was practically an expert in resolving such intricate dilemmas. Resting his hand on the sealed crescent structure, he closed his eyes and concentrated. In an instant, with a mere thought, the solidified crude oil, which was stubbornly bonded to the mechanical structure, emitted a faint cracking sound. It seemed as though an invisible blade had precisely sliced through the mechanical surface. While not achieving the terrifying precision of atomic-level accuracy, it was certainly akin to that of finely crafted workmanship. Once the crude oil was severed, it was no longer a part of the pipeline connection. The storage space effortlessly absorbed it. Liu Kai's expression brightened. Indeed, there were no issues. With renewed vigor, he swiftly proceeded, and in the blink of an eye, he had thoroughly cleared the first sealed door. The entire crescent-shaped enclosed structure suddenly loosened. At this moment, Liu Fi on the upper platform furrowed her brow, anxiously pacing back and forth. Liu Kai had already reached the blowout preventer for half a minute. Yet the drill rig remained dormant, consuming no power at all. This indicated that the drill had not yet been activated. Why was there no progress in breaking the ice? Had something unforeseen occurred? Just then, an exclamation of delight erupted from a staff member behind her. It's connected, truly connected. What is connected? Liu Fi's expression soured. She detested being disturbed during such an anxious wait. However, the staff member paid no heed to her reprimand and continued to beam. Pointing at the display screen, Secretary Qin, look. The sensor has detected that the first layer valve of the blowout preventer has regained control. It's operational. What? As she hurried to the screen, the information displayed left her agape. Not only had the drill not been activated, but the first layer had also been breached so swiftly. Realization dawned on some around her, who murmured uncertainly, the first layer sealing device was previously cleared. Its current functionality must be sheer luck. As soon as this was uttered, the surrounding jubilant chatter fell silent. Indeed, the first layer had been previously attended to. Perhaps Mr. Chi had simply stumbled upon a fortunate circumstance. The crowd frowned, each exhaling a sigh. It seemed that unblocking the valve was not as straightforward as they had hoped. Just as the atmosphere turned somber, the previously exuberant staff member fixated intently on the screen, trembling as if witnessing something extraordinary. It has opened again. Liu Fi, equally transfixed by the screen, gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? The unexpected exclamation startled everyone, prompting them to rush through the small door into the control room. Upon seeing the second layer sealing valve also opened, their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow several eggs. Gradually, Liu Fi came to her senses. Observing everyone crammed into the narrow control room, her brows furrowed in irritation. What is everyone doing? Return to your posts immediately. If the pipeline clearing goes unattended, Mr. Chi will be in peril. The crowd, roused from their stupor by her admonition, hastily exited, their faces betraying uncontainable joy. They had not anticipated that this perilous task would unfold so smoothly under the enigmatic Mr. Chi's guidance. Subsequently, the control room was filled with the sound of alerts. The third and fourth valves, one after another, were restored to control with remarkable ease. Finally, the sixth valve was cleared. A series of meticulous operations left Liu Kai utterly exhausted. He felt his blood sugar plummeting rapidly. If he continued, he would soon face hypoglycemia. After all, each valve contained 17 crescent-shaped sealing teeth, totaling 102 across 6 valves. Fortunately, the pipeline below remained blocked by the viscous crude oil ice, rendering the activation of the blowout preventer inconsequential. Taking several deep breaths, he steadied himself. From the storage space, 2 packages of cake were retrieved and devoured with great delight. Just at that moment, the intercom at his waist crackled to life with the curious voice of Qin Luofei. Mr. Chio, may I inquire why we have come to a halt? Liu Kai, with his mouth full of bread, picked up the intercom and replied irritably, I say, dear sister, even if I were a donkey in the production team, I deserve a moment of respite, don't you think? Oh, my apologies, Mr. Chio. Please take your rest, Qin Luofei said, scratching her head in embarrassment. She quickly realized Liu Kai's form of address and muttered under her breath, Pa, you are the true elder sister. Possessing remarkable physical prowess, Liu Kai's ability to absorb and digest food was equally impressive. Minutes later, the cake within him had sufficiently broken down, replenishing his blood sugar levels. Liu Kai then stretched his arms and turned his gaze towards the dark ice below. It is your turn. With a sudden surge of electric sound, the drilling machine roared to life. The sharp alloy drill bits spun wildly, directly pressed against the dark ice. With a whirring sound, black ice shavings were instantly sent flying, quickly being drawn upwards by the vacuum tube bound beneath the drilling machine. Chapter 100, A Sudden Blowout. With each 5 meters drilled into the icy crude, 3 elegant, arc-shaped strips of pristine white were timely lowered from above. These strips were part of a modular heating device equipped with resistive wires. When assembled, they formed a slender heater, only 5 centimeters thick, that snugly adhered to the inner wall of the pipeline. due to the inability to penetrate the blowout preventer with wires. An inductive power transmission system was employed for the heating pipes, akin to wireless charging for mobile phones. The charging apparatus had already been set up on the exterior of the pipeline. Liu Kai merely needed to affix the power receiving device to the inner wall of the pipe. The ensuing process was rather mundane, devoid of any particular finesse, merely a matter of wielding the drilling machine. Even though the power of the drill limited the descent speed, the exertion required for such physical labor was far less taxing than utilizing spatial abilities, allowing Liu Kai to forego any need for rest. In a mere 40 minutes, he had successfully drilled down to a depth of 25 meters beneath the seabed and installed the heating apparatus. Liu Kai's scans indicated a significantly elevated temperature at 37 meters below the seabed, where the crude oil had reverted to a viscous liquid state. However, a problem soon arose. With the solid crude oil above now cleared, the pressure was insufficient to keep the liquid crude oil below in a state of stasis. Liu Kai could distinctly sense the black ice beneath him beginning to tremble ominously, a prelude to a potential violent eruption. Time was of the essence rather than report back. He made a bold decision. He requested the final 5 meters of heating pipes to be transported down immediately. He then accelerated his efforts, furiously cutting through the last 7 meters of black ice. As his actions intensified, the black ice beneath him began to noticeably heave up and down. Suddenly, a crisp crack reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, Liu Kai felt a tremendous force from below propelling him upwards. Unfazed, he waved his hand, and the last 2 meters of black ice, now completely detached from the pipe wall, vanished instantaneously into his storage space. The liquid crude oil and natural gas below, having been stripped of their final restraints, surged forth with unparalleled vigor. Without any delay, the entire pipeline began to tremble violently. Boom! The dark, viscous liquid beneath surged forward with an unstoppable force. Upon contact with Liu Kai, these restless crude oils dissipated into nothingness, all flowing into his storage space. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted on the platform above. In the instant the tremors began, the control room was suddenly illuminated by glaring red alarm lights. The piercing sirens echoed through the air. The faces of those on the platform paled in shock, and even the workers waiting on the surface looked up in horror. "This is bad, a blowout," a worker shouted. Qin Luofei's eyes widened in terror as she dashed into the control room, gazing at the alarming screens. Her heart was engulfed in confusion and turmoil. Such a violent blowout could spell disaster for Mr. Chiu. At that moment, he was far too preoccupied with the potential loss of Liu Kai's life to contemplate the implications. His mind was consumed with thoughts of failure. It was over. The mission was doomed. Yet, despite the terrifying blowout, efforts to salvage what little hope remained were imperative. Countless lives were at stake. She no longer cared about maintaining a ladylike demeanor, and after regaining her composure, she swiftly shouted towards the door, "Everyone, get ready according to the emergency plan." However, as everyone rushed to prepare for the rescue of the platform, more than 10 seconds elapsed without the anticipated surge of crude oil materializing. The group remained poised, yet utterly perplexed. It was only then that Qin Luofei found the opportunity to grab her radio and urgently call Liu Kai. Meanwhile, Liu Kai's expression was equally grim, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Just like collecting flying bullets, the greater the momentum of an object, the more energy it consumed. He acknowledged that he had underestimated the power of these forces. With no turning back from the bow once it was drawn, he focused his energy, swiftly assembling the final layer of heating pipes. Fortunately, the storage space was remarkably vast. Even after collecting crude oil gushing for a full 10 seconds, it still barely filled 1% of the capacity. Watching the installation of the pipes complete, he let out a long breath, quickly donning his sealed helmet and pressing the emergency lift button on his body, without the need for manual operation on the platform. The elevator motor unexpectedly roared to life before the astonished eyes of everyone. It rapidly reeled in the steel cable, pulling Liu Kai upwards. In the control room, the staff acted swiftly. Upon seeing the cable reach the designated position, they understood that Liu Kai was now above the blowout preventer and promptly pressed the bright red emergency shut-off button on the control panel. The thoroughly cleaned blowout preventer operated smoothly, with each crescent-shaped sealing flap of the valves closing in an orderly fashion, effectively sealing the surging crude oil below at the seabed. Quickly, activate the heating device. At this moment, Qin Luofei had already adjusted her demeanor and urgently issued the command. The staff, being seasoned veterans, needed no further instruction and remotely activated the heating pipe sleeve that Liu Kai had just installed. As the temperature continued to rise, the crude oil, which had initially shown signs of stagnation within the seabed pipeline, began to flow more vigorously, eliminating any risk of freezing. The natural gas carried within the crude oil was separated and transported to the platform above, where it was vented and ignited at the flare. In an instant, a brilliant yellow flame ignited. Everyone knew that the obstruction had been successfully cleared. The thick black smoke from the combustion was swept away by the cold wind, twisting and dissipating into the distance. The searing heat dispelled the surrounding chill and alleviated the despair that had gripped the platform workers' hearts. It was not just the workers on the platform. Even some survivors near the coastline witnessed the spectacle of the flare being ignited. It was as if a ray of light, symbolizing the revival of civilization, had ignited in the darkened expanse of the world. The crane slowly ascended, and when Liu Kai finally emerged from the pipeline, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Their expressions varied, but it was evident that they were filled with excitement and joy, some even bearing traces of tears on their faces. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted around him. Amidst the jubilant shouts and whistles, Qin Luofei approached with a radiant smile. Just as she had fastened Liu Kai's safety harness at the outset, she now personally unfastened it. As Liu Kai descended the staircase onto the more expansive deck, removing his helmet and oxygen tank, Qin Luofei unexpectedly embraced him tightly. Despite his soiled appearance from the oil splatter, her voice trembled with emotion as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Her appreciation extended beyond Liu Kai's successful completion of the task. It encompassed his heroic act of averting a blowout and saving the lives of those on the platform. The alarm system could not have been mistaken. A blowout indeed occurred, and the only plausible explanation was Liu Kai's intervention. Yet, she refrained from probing further. Liu Kai chuckled helplessly and said, "Let go. I'm covered in dirt." With a quirky smile, Qin Luofei released her embrace and stepped back. The onlookers, grasping the situation, gathered around eagerly. "What are you planning to do?" Before Liu Kai could finish his sentence, several burly men seized him and tossed him into the air. "Hooray! This is fantastic. Long live." As he descended, the crowd caught him, launching him skyward once more, akin to a roller coaster ride. People tossed their belongings in the air, rejoicing with exuberant cheers. Some, however, quietly remarked, "Mr. Chiu is quite hefty. He must weigh over 200 pounds. Chapter 101. The onslaught of the ferocious great white shark. At this juncture, the most arduous portion of the oil platform's clearing operations had been successfully completed. What remained was the anticipation for the team led by Yu Dalong. Once the vertical platform's pipeline was connected to the coastal oil pipeline and the heating apparatus installed, alongside the hypothetical deployment of the underwater tidal generator, the task would be deemed complete. Meanwhile, 5 crab submarines had already embarked on their mission. The platform remained a hive of activity, with helicopters continually arriving, swiftly depositing enormous containers before hastily departing. After the exuberance of celebration subsided, a group of workers set aside Liu Kai and rushed towards the containers. Upon their opening, Liu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment at the contents within. Goodness! It was a veritable arsenal of firepower, firearms, ammunition, and individual rocket launchers. There were even 2 colossal anti-air missile systems designated for installation at the southeast and northwest corners of the platform. Having organized her team, Qin Luofei approached Liu Kai. Noticing his shock as his mouth hung agape, a blush grazed her cheeks from the biting wind, and a smile broke forth. "What is this, Mr. Chiu? Are you surprised?" "Indeed, it is somewhat unexpected. But is it necessary?" "Of course it is," she replied. "After all, this is the first oil recovery platform in the nation, if not the world, heralding a sustainable future. Moreover, foreign forces have not abandoned their ambitions against us, as you are well aware." Liu Kai nodded in understanding. In this era, many civilian machines had transitioned to electric power. However, weapons systems, which necessitated safety considerations, still relied on conventional fossil fuels. Aircraft, for instance, were rendered useless without fuel. Furthermore, everyday commodities, clothing, plastics, and more, remained intrinsically linked to oil. It seemed inevitable that military presence would be required here in the future. After a moment of silence, Qin Luofei appeared to summon her courage, tentatively gazing at Liu Kai as she inquired, "Mr. Chiu, the successful clearance of Binhai 3 proves the feasibility of the resumption plan. Higher authorities are preparing to restore oil extraction equipment in other locations. I wonder if you..." Liu Kai felt a twitch in his eyelid and internally scoffed. "Are you all addicted to milking the cow?" Sensing Liu Kai's silence, Qin Luofei quickly added, "Rest assured. It's still the same promise. Compensation is negotiable. Apologies, but I have a multitude of matters to attend to, and I currently lack for nothing," Liu Kai replied. A mixture of truth and pretense in his words. The multitude of matters was merely an excuse born from his laziness. The only genuine concern was his mining venture in Guangming town. However, the assertion of lacking for nothing held true. He was well stocked, his sanctuary secure, with only precious metals in short supply. The dilemma, however, was that the authorities could not provide him with an abundance of resources. After a brief pause, Liu Kai continued. "Moreover, aren't you planning to employ that weapon to thaw the earth? In that case, All challenges will be effortlessly resolved. With a sigh, Qin Luofei gazed up at the overcast sky, her voice tinged with melancholy. Even now, we have yet to discern the reasons behind the Earth's freezing. Thawing is merely the direction of our efforts, and we may very well fail. After all, distant waters cannot quench a nearby thirst. Restoring resource extraction is the more pragmatic course of action. As if influenced by her sentiments, Liu Kai also turned his gaze skyward. After taking a couple of deep drags from a cigarette, he muttered, "That's true." In his previous life, even at the time of his demise, the authorities had failed to comprehend the cause of the Earth's encasement in ice, let alone the prospect of thawing it. This time, however, circumstances appeared to be taking a different turn, leaving the future uncertain. Noticing Liu Kai's demeanor, Qin Luofei understood his reluctance to continue. Internally, she had already formulated an alternative plan. Thus, she opted for a more conciliatory approach, asking earnestly, "Mr. Chiu, if you do not wish to participate, we will not press you. However, could you perhaps share your expertise in unblocking the channels? Or rather, might you be willing to sell it to us?" Liu Kai paused, a wry smile forming within. His previous actions had not been the result of any particular skill. They were entirely reliant on his spatial abilities. There were only two paths forward. One, to possess similar powers, or two, to laboriously dismantle and reconstruct the frozen conduits. The latter option bore significant costs, and even before the Cold Wave, it was no trivial task. In this era, devoid of material resources, favorable climate, or manpower, it seemed even more daunting. Seeing the fervent light in Qin Luofei's eyes, he could only let out a resigned sigh. "I apologize, Secretary Qin. It is not that I am reluctant to share. Even if I were to explain, you would find it impossible to replicate." His sincerity evoked an absurd sense of doubt within Qin Luofei. He was not lying. Yet, without his guidance, how could they assess their ability to learn? Qin Luofei opened her mouth, poised to negotiate further, but at that moment, rumble. The entire drilling platform suddenly shook violently, followed by a muffled impact resonating from beneath the frozen surface. Many workers lost their footing, weapons and supplies slipping from their grasp and crashing to the ground. Caught off guard, Qin Luofei no longer had the luxury to inquire about Liu Kai's techniques. She quickly grabbed her walkie-talkie and shouted, "Captain Yu, what is happening?" Electromagnetic waves could not penetrate seawater, so each submarine was equipped with a communication cable connecting to the surface. Logically, Yu Delong should have heard her call and responded promptly. To everyone's astonishment, however, the other end of the walkie-talkie was met with silence. No response whatsoever. "Secretary Qin." Suddenly, her walkie-talkie crackled to life. But it was not Yu Dalong's voice. "What is it?" "Not good, Secretary Qin. The communication cable connecting to the submarine has been severed." "What?" Qin Luofei's expression shifted dramatically as she glanced towards the workers near the ice cave below the platform. One individual was waving a cable that should have connected to the submarine. At that moment, even Liu Kai's face darkened. Should Yu Dalong's mission fail, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Instantly, he activated a broad-spectrum scan, sacrificing precision for range, enveloping an area of 150 meters in an instant. However, upon observing the screen, Liu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Beneath the icy surface, 7 massive sharks were frantically pursuing and attacking Yu Dalong's crab submarine. Qin Luofei acted swiftly, rushing into the command room without a moment to spare to inform Liu Kai. She furrowed her brow at the sonar display. What exactly were those 7 shadows? Though perplexed, she knew the tasks at hand must be organized without delay. Grabbing the intercom, she commanded, "Rescue team, immediately enter the water with portable torpedoes." On the ice's surface, a 10-member team quickly donned their diving suits and strapped on oxygen tanks. They retrieved a cylindrical object, 30 centimeters in diameter, from a nearby crate, preparing to descend. Suddenly, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The entire platform was rocked by another violent impact. Splash! At that moment, the ice hole below erupted with a torrent of water. Chapter 102. Sharks and Bloodshed. Everyone stood in stunned silence. For the spray of water was not a pristine white, but a deep crimson. The moment the water erupted, a strong metallic scent of blood filled the air, causing all present to furrow their brows in dismay. As the spray fell, a cacophony of splashes ensued. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a multitude of dismembered fish carcasses. As the droplets descended, they crashed onto the icy surface, painting it a vivid scarlet, littered with the remnants of marine life. At that moment, the ice hole erupted once more, but this time it was not mere waves. It was a submarine resembling a crab that emerged. Its sturdy glass canopy had been shattered, leaving a gaping hole. The cockpit was inundated with frigid seawater, and one crew member lay slumped in a seat, drenched in blood. Unconscious or worse. "Quick! Rescue! Crane! Where are the medical personnel?" Chaos erupted below as everyone sprang into action without command, urgency driving their every movement. Those on the platform watched in horror. Qin Luofei, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, leaned against the railing, muttering, "What on earth is this?" "Secretary Qin, are we still going into the water?" came the inquiry from the rescue team over the intercom. This call jolted Qin Luofei back to reality, determination flickering across her face. In light of the perilous circumstances, it was evident that sending anyone down could very well lead to their demise. Yet, there was no alternative. The mission had reached a critical juncture, and failure was not an option. Such was the cruel reality. Just as she raised the intercom to issue orders, a hand restrained her from speaking. "Do not send anyone to their deaths. Allow me to investigate," said Liu Kai. Qin Luofei turned, astonished, and regarded him earnestly. "Mr. Chiu." "You." Liu Kai replied calmly, "I will go first. If necessary, we can send others." But Liu Kai, uninterested in further debate, swiftly descended the stairs, agilely making his way down. He had already discerned through his scans that there were 7 great white sharks, each measuring approximately 5 meters in length. Although great whites are carnivorous, they rarely attack humans unprovoked. Yet, he could not fathom the current situation. He only knew that should he refrain from intervening, the casualties could be catastrophic. Nevertheless, even the most fearsome great white shark was but a carbon-based organism. Its calcium teeth could never breach the resilient exoskeleton of titanium-aluminum alloy. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Liu Kai adeptly stepped onto the ice. The onlookers were bewildered, unsure of the intentions of the very individual who had just cleared the pipes. One member of the rescue team seemed to sense his purpose. Just as he was about to hand Liu Kai a diving suit, he witnessed Liu Kai accelerate, his body slicing through the crowd like lightning, charging towards the ice hole. He grasped one end of the safety cable and tossed it into the water. Then, to the astonishment of all, he leapt into the turbulent sea with a resounding splash. Sealing mode activated. Emergency oxygen supply initiated. Thermal imaging mode engaged. As the electronic sound of the exoskeleton resonated, the world before Liu Kai transformed into stark black and white. Before his eyes loomed 15 colossal sharks, frantically churning the seawater. These massive yet agile creatures relentlessly assaulted the remaining 4 submarines. Upon entering the water, Liu Kai narrowed his scanning range, thereby enhancing his investigative precision. He observed that, despite the frigid temperatures, beads of sweat clung to Yu Dalong's brow. He also noted the sharks' bloodshot eyes, their mouths lined with jagged teeth still encrusted with the remnants of countless fish. They presented a terrifying visage, far more ferocious than any ordinary great white shark. Covered in wounds, their crimson blood mingled with the ocean, seemingly oblivious to their pain as they steadfastly targeted the submarines. The 4 individuals, deprived of communication, were now fighting independently, skillfully maneuvering their submarines to evade the shark's onslaught. This particular type of submarine was equipped with only 2 mechanical arms and lacked weaponry. Their glass canopies bore various degrees of cracks, appearing as though they could shatter at any moment. None of them harbored thoughts of engaging in combat. Their sole desire was to locate an ice cave and ascend to safety. Liu Kai rapidly grasped the entire situation. Reliance on firearms was futile, given the immense underwater resistance. Similarly, there was no means to leverage support in the depths. Even with great strength, wielding a machete would yield little effectiveness. Thus, only one final strategy remained. Liu Kai focused intently, swiftly calculating the trajectory of one shark's movements. With a steely gaze, he timed his actions perfectly, suddenly releasing the tether in his grasp, allowing his body to descend towards the ocean floor under the force of gravity. Indeed, the shark swam close beside him, though it remained fixated on the submarine ahead. Ignoring the sudden appearance of the diminutive figure, Liu Kai decisively retrieved 2 daggers from his storage space. With agility and precision, he drove them forcefully into the shark's spine. As anticipated, the shark seemed impervious to pain, continuing its relentless pursuit without pause. Liu Kai clutched the daggers tightly, allowing the shark to propel him forward. Ahead, a congregation of sharks gathered. Liu Kai calculated the moment with precision. Cut. His newfound ability to distort space emerged at his command in the fleeting moment of encountering a shark. He unleashed his cutting force, swiftly claiming its life. A mere 20 seconds elapsed before the final shark struggled and ceased its movements. At that moment, Liu Kai clung to the side of a submarine. He tapped on the hatch and gestured upwards, signaling the soldiers inside to maneuver the submarine to the surface and bring him aboard. This display not only astounded Yu Dalong and his companions, but also left everyone in the control room in sheer astonishment. The 7 indistinct sonar shadows abruptly came to a halt, one after another, before gradually sinking to the ocean floor. At last, the remaining 4 submarines ascended in an orderly fashion from the ice cave, hoisted by cranes for maintenance. Qin Luofei had long awaited nearby. Upon seeing Liu Kai reemerge with the submarine, she disregarded Yu Dalong and the others exiting the hatch, rushing forward with a worried expression. Scanning Liu Kai anxiously from head to toe. "Mr. Chiu, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" "I'm fine," If you feel unwell at all, make sure to tell the doctor immediately. Liu Kai plopped down on a nearby crate, gasping for breath. After a moment to steady himself, he replied with a hint of resignation, "Rest assured, I truly am unharmed." Chapter 103. My mastery of internal energy, quite reasonable at this moment, Yu Dalong. Having narrowly escaped death, approached with 3 other team members, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they regarded Liu Kai. Suddenly, they stood at attention, delivering a crisp and solemn military salute. "Little brother Chiu, words cannot express my gratitude. From this day forth, I owe you my life." Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. It was then that Qin Luofei recalled the pressing matter at hand. She promptly inquired of Yu Dalong what transpired below. The sonar only revealed 7 dark shadows. They were 7 frenzied great white sharks, but little brother Chiu dealt with them, he replied. "Great white sharks?" Qin Luofei seemed to recollect a certain horror film, her complexion paling momentarily. She then cast a glance at Liu Kai, her eyes filled with a newfound, enigmatic significance. A human, towering at 1.9 meters, had single-handedly vanquished 7 sharks, each measuring 5 meters in length. The situation was utterly surreal, yet the truth remained indisputable. Liu Kai, having exerted his spatial abilities consecutively, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his vision blurring. Recalling the events he had just witnessed, he mustered his strength to suggest, "I recommend retrieving those sharks for study. They seem rather abnormal. For some reason, they appear excessively violent and murderous. Due to their lack of swim bladders, the sharks relied on their muscular propulsion for buoyancy. Upon death, they would sink rather than float to the surface." Qin Luofei furrowed her brow at this revelation, but chose to trust Liu Kai's insight. "Very well, I will arrange for their retrieval immediately." She understood that this matter exceeded her jurisdiction, so she hurried to coordinate the salvage operation and report to her superiors. After some time, Qin Luofei returned, her expression tinged with guilt as she regarded Yu Dalong. "Captain Yu, the situation unfolded unexpectedly, yet the mission remains incomplete. The higher-ups have instructed us to wait until the submarine is repaired." "I understand. Do not worry," Yu Dalong interjected, fully grasping the importance of their mission. "By the way, how is Chen Yu's condition?" Chen Yu was the first submarine warrior to resurface and had already been taken for urgent medical attention. Qin Luofei sighed. "Young Chen is alive, but his left hand, it may not be salvageable." "Ah, I see," he replied solemnly. The mechanic swiftly assessed the submarine's condition. It was evident that the vessel Chen Yu piloted had sustained severe damage. The remaining 4 submarines exhibited varying degrees of damage to their electronic components and mechanical structures. It was clear that the sharks had been exceedingly savage, recklessly colliding with their flesh and blood. In light of the circumstances, the mechanic resorted to patching up one submarine with parts from another, managing to cobble together 2 operational vessels. As the captain and the highest-ranking officer present, Yu Dalong took the initiative, selecting a relatively fit team member to dive once more. During the ensuing moments, the atmosphere was tense with anticipation. The control room, disregarding the immense power consumption, activated sonar systems in all directions, closely monitoring the surrounding waters. Meanwhile, the individuals on the ice remained grave, poised for rescue and ready to engage. Fortunately, since the attack of the 7 sharks, no further peril has emerged. Liu Kai has been idly passing the time, ensconced in the warm confines of the command room, engrossed in mobile games. During this interval, the injured submarine navigator, Chen Yu, was urgently evacuated. The military doctors at the platform provided only battlefield first aid. The actual amputation surgery required a facility with superior conditions. Meanwhile, the 7 sharks were successfully retrieved and transported northward by several helicopters. Even in death, their ferocious forms, far surpassing the ordinary great white shark, profoundly shocked all who beheld them. After watching the helicopters depart, the attention of the onlookers inevitably fell upon Liu Kai, who remained unfazed, absorbed in his game. To single-handedly slay such terrifying beasts, was he even human? It was no wonder that rumors circulated of his solo exploits against numerous foes. Truly, his reputation was well-deserved. Despite the absence of further danger, the dwindling number of submarines delayed the planned installation of insulated pipelines, originally scheduled for 5 p.m., until it was begrudgingly completed at 11:30 p.m. Exhausted, Yu Dalong finally surfaced, prompting Liu Kai to rise from his chair and stretch languidly. He felt that since the task was accomplished, it was high time he returned home to rest, especially since his pets, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, were likely famished. Just then, Qin Luofei, who had been mysteriously absent for some time, suddenly appeared at the door, blocking Liu Kai's path. "Mr. Chiu, I would like to confirm a few matters with you, if it is convenient." As she spoke, she gestured to the other 2 staff members in the command room, indicating for them to step outside. Reluctantly, Liu Kai sat back down. Observing Qin Luofei's serious demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle with that expression. Even if I say it's inconvenient, it won't matter, will it? Ignoring Liu Kai's jest, Qin Luofei handed him a fax document. Mr. Chiu, the experts have dissected the 7 sharks and found that their cause of death was entirely due to brain damage. Here is the report. The specialists noted that there were no penetrating injuries to the sharks' heads, yet their brains appeared to be sliced cleanly in half. You, Qin Luofei paused, her seriousness tinged with curiosity. How is that possible? Liu Kai had anticipated this question and had concocted a plausible explanation. Now, hearing Qin Luofei inquire, he maintained an impassive facade, ready to spin an elaborate tale. It's quite simple, really. I'm a lay disciple of Wudong internal martial arts. You know, the kind of force that can strike from a distance? Upon hearing this absurd explanation, Qin Luofei's expression was priceless. Internal martial arts? Striking from a distance? Why not claim you're cultivating immortality? She responded with a hint of irritation. Mr. Chiu, if you don't wish to share, we won't force you. There's no need for. Liu Kai shrugged his shoulders. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Perhaps I should demonstrate. Rising from his seat, he scanned the room and gathered 3 decorative ceramic pieces from the table. He then assumed a stance of concentration, his right hand poised. With a speed as swift as lightning, it struck the ceramic ornament on the right. Such an imposing gesture, yet the nearest ceramic remained untouched, standing resolute in its place. However, the 3rd ceramic ornament suddenly emitted a sharp crack, shattering into 2 pieces and crashing to the ground in a cacophony of fragments. Liu Kai feigned a posture of gathering energy, exhaling deeply. Exhibiting the demeanor of a seasoned expert, he nonchalantly inquired, So, do you believe now? How on earth did you accomplish that? It's not particularly miraculous. Internal strength, at its core, is merely the application of force, adhering to the laws of physics. One must trust in science. Qin Luofei scrutinized Liu Kai with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Seeing is believing. This technique is also a method for unblocking the spray mechanism, which is why I mentioned that even if I tell you, you won't be able to learn it. Chapter 104. The unknown virus and the ultrasound thawing device. Regardless of whether Qin Luofei believed it or not, the facts were laid bare before them. She suppressed her inner skepticism and said, Very well, prepare yourself. The plane will take you back shortly. Finally, the prospect of returning was within reach. Oh, by the way, have you found the cause of those sharks' madness? Upon hearing Liu Kai's inquiry, Qin Luofei appeared somewhat embarrassed. Considering his significant contribution today, she resolved to disclose some information. The cause has been identified, but this matter is classified, and I only know the surface details. Liu Kai's interest piqued, and he eagerly adopted an attentive posture. The clandestine nature of such information was undeniably intriguing. Well, it is said that a certain unknown virus invades the brain, causing infected hosts to lose their sanity and exhibit heightened aggression. Wait, is it a zombie virus? Liu Kai's complexion shifted as he inadvertently uttered the absurd term associated with the undead. However, Qin Luofei shot him a disapproving glance. Calm your fears. This virus does not infect humans, nor is its mode of transmission via bites. Liu Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. The harsh end of days has already been troublesome enough. I certainly do not wish to endure a biological crisis. Qin Luofei continued to share what she knew. In truth, the assertion that it does not infect humans is somewhat inaccurate. It is more accurate to say that the vast majority of animals are unaffected, including primates. However, it proves quite effective against certain inherently ferocious and large carnivorous creatures, such as lions, tigers, bears, sharks, and crocodiles. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai, who had just relaxed, suddenly recalled something important. He quickly inquired, What about cats and dogs? For instance, tabby cats or huskies? Qin Luofei looked at him with curiosity. Why do you ask? Do you have a cat or dog at home? Indeed. He chuckled. Life seems quite comfortable for you, while others struggle to fill their bellies. You have the luxury of keeping pets? Rest assured, cats and dogs are too small in size and are not suitable hosts for this virus. Just remember, do not spread this information indiscriminately, as it may incite unnecessary panic. Upon hearing that cats and dogs were immune, Liu Kai felt reassured. He patted his chest and promised, Fear not, my lips are sealed. There were still some final tasks to complete at the oil platform. So Qin Luofei did not personally see Liu Kai off. He boarded the helicopter alone and vanished into the vast night. The speed of the aircraft far surpassed that of the snowmobile. Shortly thereafter, Liu Kai spotted a conspicuous bonfire on the ground in the distance. 5 soldiers were vigilantly guarding the diesel within the garage. Hearing the roar of the engine, they rushed out to stand at attention, prepared to welcome him. They had already received the order to transfer the diesel and were aware of Liu Kai's heroic rescue, their expressions now solemn and respectful. As he descended from the helicopter, the soldiers rendered him a formal military salute. Liu Kai smiled and waved his hand, signaling them not to be so serious, before swiftly making his way towards the garage. His current concern revolves around the 800 tons of diesel he has toiled to acquire throughout the day. However, an unexpected sight catches his eye. Within the garage, a silent generator hums steadily, its power source connected to 15 square plates, each measuring 1 meter on a side, affixed to 15 fuel tanks. Liu Kai is momentarily perplexed by the function of these plates, unsure of their purpose. At that moment, a sergeant stationed outside approaches him to elucidate. Mr. Chiu, these are 2 additional items requested from above, a 150 kilowatt silent diesel generator and an ultrasonic defroster. Fearing any misunderstanding, he hastily adds, rest assured. The diesel powering the generator is provided as a gift. Oh, this is indeed a remarkable gift, Liu Kai responds, his eyes brightening. Although ultrasonic defrosting is not a novel technology, typically employed for thawing food with water as a medium, this version, which operates without a medium and directly applies the plates, is undeniably advanced. It is surprising that the usually frugal officials have been so generous today, perhaps due to his outstanding performance. The sergeant continues. This machine boasts high efficiency and low energy consumption, capable not only of thawing but also of preventing freezing. Liu Kai nods in agreement. Having already observed through scanning that the 15 tanks with defrosting plates have nearly all liquefied, please extend my gratitude to the leadership. I am quite pleased, Liu Kai says. The sergeant replies, this is what you deserve. Well then, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Very well, travel safely, Liu Kai replies. Exchanging pleasantries before watching the soldiers board the helicopter and depart. Turning back to the uniquely designed defrosting apparatus, a smile spreads across his face. It must be said that this official gift has truly resonated with him. In this dismal, frigid apocalypse, beyond mere sustenance, the most crucial factor is thawing and preventing freezing. The high-tech device's ability to defrost diesel is secondary. Its optimal application would be to attach the plates directly within the mining machinery. This would not only expedite the loosening of frozen ground but also accelerate extraction speed. Furthermore, it would reduce the diesel consumption necessary for insulation and diminish the likelihood of damage to the machinery due to low temperatures. With this realization, Liu Kai's spirits lift considerably, and the weariness from a day of exertion dissipates. Confirming that no one is around, he gestures grandly, gathering all the items that fill the garage's upper level into his possession. However, one matter remains unaddressed, the substantial amount of crude oil that has gushed forth while clearing the pipes. The most prudent method for dealing with crude oil is, of course, incineration. Nevertheless, he is reluctant to burn it recklessly or dump it carelessly. It is not so much a fear of environmental pollution as it is a concern about drawing suspicion from the authorities. After much contemplation, he ultimately finds no viable solution. Given the ample storage space available, he decides to keep it for now. Within the bunker, Liu Kai's storage space holds a staggering 800 tons of diesel. Considering the weight-bearing capacity of the bunker, he prudently released only 10 oil drums on the first level. After a moment's contemplation, he switched to a meticulous budgeting approach. Instead of utilizing a silent motor, he connected the thawing device to the bunker's built-in power supply. The patch continued to operate quietly atop the oil drums. Since there was readily available electricity, it was wise to conserve diesel wherever possible. At this rate, Liu Kai estimated that it would take no more than 20 hours to thaw the entire 800 tons of diesel. This implied that he would soon be able to venture into Guangming town for mining. The thought ignited a fervent anticipation within him. If he were to absorb precious metals in abundance once more, what astonishing transformations would his spatial capabilities undergo? Mining is not a task that can be completed in a day. It would require a minimum of a month spent outdoors. The only remaining uncertainty was when the authorities would commence the salvage operations at the Fenghai Lake Research Base. Chapter 105, The Black and White Duo. Gunfire and tiger roars. According to Liu Kai's estimation, the authorities must be quite anxious as well. It is quite possible that they will finalize the verification of the underwater research base and blueprints in the coming days, and soon commence their operations. Shaking off his ethereal thoughts, he descended to the second-floor living area, preparing to indulge in a much-needed rest. However, surprises in life are ubiquitous. A mere glance at the living area left Liu Kai utterly dumbfounded, feeling his blood pressure surge dramatically in an instant. The once immaculate second floor was now in utter disarray. The garbage bins in the living room and kitchen had been upended. Their contents, peels and scraps, strewn across the floor. The luxurious cushions from the sofa lay in tatters on the kitchen floor, their fine down fillings scattered everywhere. The 2 exquisite antique porcelain vases that had once graced the TV cabinet were also victims of this chaos. The entire living area resembled the aftermath of a burglary. Sharp shards of ceramic and debris lay scattered, silently accusing the perpetrator, the mischievous husky, Xiao He. After a month of indulgent pampering, Xiaohei now resembled a plump piglet. It lay sprawled on the ground, blissfully gnawing on the television remote. Upon spotting Liu Kai, it immediately donned a guileless grin, wagging its stout tail and trotting over to affectionately nuzzle against his leg. Liu Kai's lips twitched as he suppressed his rising anger. He truly wished to deliver a sound thrashing to this home-wrecking fool of a dog. Yet, upon witnessing Xiaohei's sincere and innocent demeanor, much of his ire dissipated. With a playful slap atop Xiaohei's head, he chided it without malice. Thankfully, he had closed the doors to the bedroom, study, and tea room before leaving. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the extent of the havoc that might have ensued. But wait. Liu Kai suddenly realized that he had overlooked the black cat, Xiaobai. With a sense of foreboding, he hastened to the corner of the living room, only to feel his blood pressure spike once more. The cat litter, smeared with excrement, was scattered everywhere. Xiaobai lounged in the opulent massage chair, its genuine leather upholstery shredded by sharp claws, exposing the pristine white foam beneath. Not even bothering to lift its eyelids at Liu Kai's furious approach, the feline merely let out a languid meow as a greeting. With a grimace, Liu Kai grasped the scruff of the cat's neck and tossed it onto the floor, sighing in exasperation as he petted the damaged massage chair. Truly, their names were aptly chosen. They embodied the very essence of the black and white messengers of doom. Suppressing his irritation, he reminded himself that the items were not purchased with his own money, so he should not be angry. Liu Kai darkened his expression as he engaged in self-hypnosis. After a while, he finally managed to quell the urge to stew these two troublemakers. As he had identified a suitable scapegoat, those 7 wretched great white sharks. Had it not been for their unforeseen complications, the mission would have been swiftly accomplished. And Xiaohei and Xiaobai would not have been left to scavenge for dinner. Fortunately, after a long day, he would not have to undertake any chores. With a grand wave of his hand, the chaos in the room was instantly swept away, including the now-defunct massage chair. After his anger subsided, he found himself lost in thought, a malevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He retrieved 2 sets of winter clothing from his storage space, one large and one small, specifically designed for pets. The reason Little Black and Little White rummaged through the trash bins was not solely due to hunger, but also an excess of energy seeking an outlet. Given that he would be away for a while on his mining expedition in Bright Town, it seemed prudent to bring them along. After all, both the Siberian Husky and the Tabby Cat were relatively resilient to frigid temperatures. With the addition of their winter gear, they should be able to withstand the biting cold of -60°C. If it became unbearable, he could always return them to storage to preserve their lives. Thus, the decision was made. Having tidied up the chaos, Liu Kai felt too exhausted to cook. He prepared food for Little Black and Little White. And in a moment of indulgence, he took out a steaming dish of ginger rabbit to enjoy with fragrant hot rice. Halfway through his meal, an urgent thought struck him. He quickly pulled out his phone to draft a message, scheduled to be sent at 9 a.m. the following morning when the outside world regained power. The message, sent under the guise of a wandering merchant, subtly hinted at the virus that had caused the sharks to become aggressive. It was not that he disregarded Qin Luofei's warning. Rather, it was primarily due to the proximity of Wang Ning's home to the Fohai City Zoo. He was uncertain whether the brown bears and tigers had survived the month. If they were still alive and infected with the virus, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, the authorities might not have the manpower to track down the potentially escaped beast from the zoo. Liu Kai could not have anticipated that his concerns regarding the ferocious creatures would soon materialize. At precisely 9 a.m. the next morning, he rose and prepared the last 7 cans of diesel, connecting them to the ultrasonic defrosting device. With his preparations complete, he ventured out once more. This time, however, the logistics for the Southern District had been taken over by the Mutual Aid Association, alleviating him of further worries. He opted to scour a mid-range residential area in the south for precious metals. Armed with 2 boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and medicine, he set out to embark on a new trading journey. To prevent a repeat of last night's home invasion incident, he decided to take Little Black and Little White, clad in their down suits, to help them acclimatize to the extreme cold. The cat and dog sat curiously by the car window, gazing out at the vast expanse of white. As the vehicle sped through the snowy landscape, Liu Kai was startled to discover 2 enormous military trucks parked on the broad street ahead. However, upon closer inspection, he realized these were not official vehicles. Emblazoned on the cargo beds were familiar logos featuring the shield and the letters HC. They were indeed vehicles belonging to the Mutual Aid Association, or rather, those provided to the association by the authorities. At that moment, he observed a dozen individuals dressed in winter gear, their faces concealed, busily unloading supplies from the trucks and transferring them onto several hand-pulled sleds, which were then escorted by pairs of people to various locations. Liu Kai's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated the Mutual Aid Association to mobilize resources so swiftly, having just taken over the Southern District the previous day. What astonished him even more were two additional points. First, the presence of 2 military trucks, and second, the fact that each member of the Mutual Aid Association was armed with a handgun. It seemed the authorities had realized that further frugality was not an option. Otherwise, the Mutual Aid Association might truly struggle to maintain its presence in the Southern District. Reflecting on the day before, when Mr. G, the leader of the Mutual Aid Association, had personally led a team into peril, all in pursuit of the firearms stored in the Municipal Police Department's armory, he could not help but marvel at how, with today's official support, they had transformed into affluent local warlords. Liu Kai smiled and mused on the ever-changing nature of life. Just as he prepared to advance, a sudden cacophony erupted from the distance. Bang, 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 roar. Liu Kai's expression shifted dramatically. It was the unmistakable sound of gunfire, accompanied by a tiger's roar. Chapter 106, The Fierce Tiger's Fury. A double tragedy. The members of the cooperative were diligently transporting goods when they spotted the snow vehicle approaching from a distance. They were all acutely aware that the formidable merchant within was none other than Mr. G, who had once saved their leader's life. They intended to greet Liu Kai upon his arrival. However, the sudden eruption of gunfire and the chilling roar of a tiger caused their expressions to shift dramatically. The source of the commotion was the direction in which 2 small teams were pushing sleds to deliver their cargo. Unbeknownst to the cooperative members, they were oblivious to the previous night's chaotic events involving the great white shark. In their uncertainty, the leader promptly dispatched a team to investigate. At that moment, within the snow vehicle, the timid duo, Blackie and Whitey, seemed to sense impending danger. The foolish Blackie crawled into the back of the cargo, trembling and whimpering, while Whitey arched its back for bristling, emitting a series of terrified yowls. A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Kai. Could it be that the virus had spread with such alarming rapidity, validating his suspicions from the previous night? Ordinarily, he would not involve himself in such matters. Yet a powerful curiosity compelled him to uncover the truth. Resolutely, he steered the snow vehicle, veering towards the source of the sounds. Strangely, after a few gunshots, silence enveloped the scene, and the tiger's roar ceased. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the gun had slain the tiger, or the tiger had dispatched its armed assailant. Liu Kai instinctively leaned towards the former, reasoning that no carbon-based life form could withstand modern weaponry. However, reality delivered a shocking revelation. As the snow vehicle maneuvered through an alley to approach the site of the incident, Liu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. He beheld a residential building with a shattered 3rd-floor window, the aluminum protective railing torn asunder. 2 enormous, striped tigers, each grasping a mangled human corpse, were dragging their grisly trophies from the window. Each tiger bore several bullet wounds across their legs, the crimson stains mingling with the bright yellow of their fur, congealed in the frigid air. Under normal circumstances, such injuries would incapacitate them with pain. Yet, at this moment, the tigers appeared bloodshot and ferocious, their jaws agape, allowing saliva to freeze upon their sharp teeth, seemingly impervious to both agony and cold. In the blink of an eye, they dragged 6 corpses from the disheveled room. The bodies were tattered and covered in gruesome claw marks, yet it was still possible to discern that 4 belonged to members of the cooperative, while the remaining 2 were young female survivors. The tigers exhibited a peculiar interest in the corpses, casting a fleeting glance at the suddenly appearing snow vehicle before resuming their macabre feast. Liu Kai had reached a conclusion. These 2 tigers were indeed infected with that mysterious virus. However, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. The size of these tigers seemed excessively large, surpassing even the largest tiger he had encountered at the Fenghai City Zoo. Before he could ponder further, at that moment, the remaining 5 armed members of the Mutual Aid Society arrived. As they dashed out of the alley, they were met with the horrifying sight of 2 blood-soaked, magnificent tigers feasting. The gruesome spectacle left them pale and trembling, their legs weak with terror. They hastily retreated into the alley, pushing and shoving one another in their frantic escape, leaving only one individual to cautiously peek out, observing the scene while relaying the situation via a walkie-talkie. However, in their panic, the group overlooked a critical detail, the sense of smell. Even though they concealed themselves with remarkable swiftness, the 2 ferocious tigers had already caught the scent of human presence. They simultaneously lifted their heads, fixating their blood-red, savage gazes toward the alley. The individual who dared to peek was so terrified that he hastily withdrew his head, trembling as he reported the situation into the intercom. They, too, found themselves in a quandary, deliberating whether or not to strike. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Kai could not help but roll his eyes. These individuals were undeniably reckless. Despite wielding firearms, they were merely ordinary people, lacking any substantial shooting training. Coupled with their mediocre psychological resilience, Their panic was palpable. If confronted by two pain-immune feral tigers, they would likely be nothing more than a meal. It was now essentially confirmed that the mysterious virus had begun to spread, and Liu Kai had lost interest in further observation. The two ferocious tigers had ceased their feeding, baring their crimson fangs and exhaling thick clouds of white mist. With low growls, they advanced slowly toward the alley, one in front of the other. Observing the poised predators, Liu Kai remained unfazed, a thrill coursing through his veins. In the past, such encounters were fraught with danger and often resulted in dire consequences. Merely watching hunting videos from abroad would leave him itching for the experience. Now, the opportunity to test his skills had finally arrived. Thus, he opted against using a firearm, instead retrieving a Viper crossbow, deftly winding the winch to prepare an arrow. In the midst of the 5 individuals from the mutual aid group hesitating, he decisively opened the sunroof of the snowmobile, leaning out with his upper body. The external apparatus activated. The exoskeletal smart glasses swiftly analyzed the trajectory of the arrow, presenting it before Liu Kai's eyes. Without allowing the scent from inside the vehicle to reach the tiger's sensitive noses, he resolutely pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! The top bowstring, upon being released from its constraints, recoils with fervor. Propelled by an aluminum arrow, it accelerates relentlessly, slicing through the air as it hurtles toward the fierce tigers. Unlike bullets, arrows do not reach supersonic velocities. The two tigers, with their lightning-fast reflexes, became acutely aware the moment they heard the sound of the bowstring slicing through the air. Their keen eyes fixed upon the approaching projectile. Alas, despite their heightened alertness, their bodies were unable to respond in time. The first tiger could only watch in stunned silence as a brilliant white object loomed larger before its eyes. Crack! The arrow pierced its neck, the tremendous force instantaneously fracturing its relatively frail cervical vertebrae. After traversing through the neck, the aluminum arrow, undeterred by its prior impact, continued its flight with unwavering precision, striking the second tiger in the left eye socket. Blood splattered forth. The arrows flew with astonishing speed, striking with precision in the most elusive of positions. The two fierce tigers barely had the chance to emit even a whimper before succumbing to unconsciousness. Success! Liu Kai's face lit up with joy as he let out a loud shout. The sound startled the 5 trembling individuals in the nearby alley, causing them to shudder in unison. Then, several individuals witnessed Liu Kai swiftly open the car door and dash towards the tigers. They were oblivious to the fact that both tigers had simultaneously met their demise. This action left them utterly astonished, rendering them speechless. Could it be that Mr. Chiu intends to engage in close combat? However, when they mustered the courage to peer out once more, they were met with the sight of the 2 once formidable tigers lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Though their bodies twitched occasionally, they could no longer rise. Dead? One of them glanced uncertainly at his companion. If I recall correctly, didn't Mr. Chiu only shoot 1 arrow? Indeed, I saw it quite clearly. Goodness. A single arrow taking down 2 tigers? This chapter 107. A tragic scene as Liu Kai gazed upon the 2 tigers, their fur gleaming with a lustrous sheen. He could not help but feel a sense of pride, reminiscent of the legendary Wu Song who defeated a tiger on Jing'ong Ridge. Here he stood, having slain 2 tigers with a single arrow. His audacity was palpable, completely disregarding the extraordinary circumstances surrounding their demise. Just as he pondered whether to emulate Sun Wukong and fashion a skirt from the tiger pelts or perhaps craft a chair adorned with their hides, 5 trembling members of the Mutual Aid Society approached him. Their eyes were filled with profound reverence as they clamored to express their gratitude. Mr. Chiu, thank you for saving us. Your reputation precedes you. To have felled 2 tigers with a single arrow is truly remarkable. Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough of the flattery. Go attend to your fallen comrades. The group nodded vigorously and made their way toward the 6 lifeless bodies that lay some distance away. At that moment, Liu Kai cast a serious glance at the 6 corpses. However, upon closer inspection, he felt that something was amiss. Wait, he called out, prompting the others to halt and glance back in confusion. Furrowing his brow, he ignored their puzzled expressions and strode purposefully toward the bodies to examine them closely. The 6 individuals were tattered and bore numerous marks from the tiger's savage attack. Yet, there was a notable discrepancy. The clothing of the 4 members of the Mutual Aid Society appeared to have been shredded by the tigers, while the garments of the 2 female corpses seemed to have been damaged prior to the assault. Liu Kai, not one to be easily fooled, quickly formulated a plausible hypothesis. Sure enough, after silently initiating a scan, he uncovered certain details within the 2 bodies that corroborated his suspicions. At this juncture, his theory was effectively substantiated. However, Liu Kai refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to step aside and motion for the others to continue their grim task. The 4 deceased could not represent the entirety of the Mutual Aid Society as scoundrels, and Liu Kai had never prided himself on being a paragon of virtue. Such occurrences were not uncommon in a post-apocalyptic world, and far graver atrocities had transpired. Suddenly, as Liu Kai prepared to address the tiger carcasses, he was taken aback by a voice filled with astonishment. The members of the Mutual Aid Society began to murmur amongst themselves. "Look at the clothing on these two corpses. Something seems off," one remarked. "Indeed, it appears as though they were torn apart by someone," another added. "Could it be that a high and his group were involved?" A third speculated. "Shh, don't speak carelessly. Mr. Chiu is still here," cautioned another. Though their voices were hushed, Liu Kai caught every word. It seemed that these individuals were genuinely unaware of the situation. Just as their whispers subsided, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from the horizon. Liu Kai paused in his actions and glanced skyward. Indeed, a helicopter was rapidly approaching their location. He was somewhat astonished by the swiftness of the refuge's response. It dawned on him that the Mutual Aid Society must have reported the tiger attacks to the refuge. The street was relatively wide, allowing the helicopter to descend near the snow-covered vehicles. Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback when he saw Qin Luofei disembarking from the aircraft. Behind her, an elderly gentleman carrying a briefcase and two armed personnel clad in bulletproof vests descended as well. Qin Luofei approached the lifeless tiger beside Liu Kai, her expression revealing surprise as she remarked, "I didn't expect to find you here." "Indeed, Secretary Qin, you seem rather unoccupied. With a plethora of matters awaiting your attention at the platform, what brings you to observe a tiger?" Just as Qin Luofei was about to respond, the elderly man, silent until now, moved forward to the tiger's carcass. He opened his briefcase, revealing an array of meticulously arranged knives, and without hesitation, selected one to begin dissecting the furry head of the tiger. Liu Kai's brow furrowed in disapproval. After all, the tiger was his trophy. What impertinence from this old man. Noticing Liu Kai's displeasure, Qin Luofei hastily clarified, "This is Mr. Zhu Chaoman, a virology expert from Kyoto, here to investigate that matter. Do not take offense." He has a rather brusque demeanor. Liu Kai discreetly retracted his exoskeleton mask, lifting his hood to reveal half his face, and feigned a smirk as he mockingly exclaimed, "Ah, so you hail from Kyoto? Truly an elevated individual, no wonder you look down upon us rural folk." At this, the elderly man furrowed his brow and raised his head. Impatience evident in his voice. "I prefer not to be disturbed while I work. Where are the guards?" The two armed guards behind Qin Luofei exchanged uneasy glances, cursing under their breaths. Being locals, they were well aware of Liu Kai's formidable prowess, and given his significant contribution the previous night, they dared not ask him to leave. Yet, they had received orders to protect the esteemed expert at all costs, leaving them in a quandary as they turned their gaze towards Qin Luofei. Qin Luofei's lips twitched, equally caught in a dilemma. Sensing the guards' reluctance to act, Liu Kai felt a twinge of pride. Regardless of their esteemed status, they were still subject to his authority. "Mr. Zhu, at your age, why would you meddle with someone else's quarry?" The elderly man's frown deepened as he scrutinized Liu Kai, skepticism evident in his voice. "Quarry? You killed it?" Qin Luofei also appeared surprised. After all, Liu Kai had, out of frugality, removed the aluminum arrow from the second tiger's carcass. Both she and the elderly man had observed the bullet wounds on the tiger and the armed members of the Mutual Aid Society, naturally assuming they had slain the fierce beast. Before Liu Kai could articulate a response, a young man among those collecting the remains stood up, handing his firearm to a companion before approaching. "Sir, I must clarify that both tigers were indeed shot by Mr. Chiu. He was the one who saved us." Upon hearing this, Zhu Chaomin's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had inadvertently encroached upon another's possession. Only then did he cease his actions. Rising to gaze at Liu Kai, "Are you the young Cho who cleared the oil extraction platform last night?" Liu Kai nodded nonchalantly. The expression of arrogance on the elder's face instantly vanished, replaced by a benevolent smile. "Ah, you should have mentioned it earlier. Secretary Qin, you could have made an introduction." Qin Luofei innocently parted her lips, only to close them again. She recalled that she indeed had not referred to Liu Kai as Mr. Chiu earlier. However, a sudden thought struck her. Turning to the young man from the Mutual Aid Association, she inquired, "Did you just say that Mr. Chiu shot both tigers with a single arrow?" "Indeed, a double kill with one arrow." "How is that possible?" Not only was Qin Luofei taken aback, but even the two battle-hardened guards behind her were astonished. It was then that they noticed the dark crossbow concealed beneath Liu Kai's ample robe, and the aluminum arrows in the quiver still stained with fresh blood. Although it was shocking, upon Qin Luofei's careful examination of the tiger's carcasses, she was compelled to concede that the shape of the wounds and the angles of entry and exit perfectly aligned with the characteristics of a double kill. Chapter 108. Mutant Virus, Human Interference? The Viper S-400 crossbow, accompanied by aluminum arrow number 168, theoretically possesses the potential to achieve a double kill, provided the angle is just right. As Qin Luofei remained in a state of astonishment, an ancient voice resonated in the air. Liu Kai cast a surprised glance at Zhu Zhimin, remarking on his unexpected depth of knowledge. Naturally, Zhu replied, "When I served in the military and wielded a firearm." You had yet to be born. His apparent self-absorption seemed to be a flaw of his character, with a smile reminiscent of a triumphant military parade. He spoke in a manner that could incite irritation. Liu Kai, exasperated, muttered, "You old man." Sensing Liu Kai's rising agitation, Qin Luofei quickly stepped in to mediate. "Mr. Qiu, Zhu is a seasoned veteran. 20 years ago, during the reclamation of Province W, he served as a frontline medic, saving many comrades before dedicating himself to virus research at the Academy of Sciences." Upon hearing this introduction, Liu Kai's ire dissipated considerably. After all, he held a modicum of respect for such a selfless predecessor. Moreover, considering the elder's status as a virus expert, it was commendable that he braved the cold to investigate the enigmatic virus. Thus, Liu Kai's anger evaporated entirely, and he resolved to overlook the elder's peculiarities. With a resigned sigh, he initiated an apology. "I see now. My apologies, Mr. Zhu. I was rather brash earlier. Please feel free to utilize the two tigers as you wish." Recognizing Liu Kai's humility and recalling that he was the formidable individual who had cleared the oil well the previous day, Zhu Zhimin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he reflected on his earlier demeanor. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, I should be the one apologizing. I was too engrossed in virus research. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Qiu." In an instant, the tense atmosphere transformed into one of harmony. The two armed guards, relieved, found themselves in a more relaxed position, grateful not to have offended either party. With resolute efficiency, Zhu Xiaomin swiftly severed the tiger's cranium. From a box, he procured a peculiar instrument resembling a thermometer and plunged it into the brain matter. He then squatted silently on the ground, his gaze fixated anxiously on the screen connected to the other end of the device. Noting the elder's preoccupation, Qin Luofei pulled Liu Kai aside, suggesting, "The analysis will take some time. Let's keep our distance and avoid disturbing Mr. Zhu." The young man from the mutual aid group, understanding the need for discretion, also moved away to tend to his fallen comrade's remains. Qin Luofei's insistence on maintaining distance was merely a pretense. Her true desire was to learn from Liu Kai. After glancing around, she hooked her arm through his and, in a deliberately coy tone, whispered, "Mr. Qiu, could you teach me your internal skills and your marksmanship prowess?" Liu Kai felt a peculiar sensation from her touch, undeniably alluring, yet her playful tone sent shivers down his spine. He quickly withdrew his arm, responding, "Could you speak normally?" "Of course, I can teach you." "Really? That would be splendid. Shall we find a venue and schedule some practice?" "There is no need for that. You merely need to remember a succinct mantra, and you shall undoubtedly become a master." "A mantra? Could it possibly be the legendary secret of internal strength?" Liu Kai chuckled softly. "The 8 words are, diligent practice leads to skillful proficiency." Qin Luofei's expression of delight froze, her demeanor faltering. "Are you jesting with me? You were the one who started the jest." "Humph. If you won't teach, then so be it. What a miserly demeanor." Liu Kai merely smiled in silence. Yet upon raising his gaze, he was reminded of the 2 female corpses that had yet to be attended to. After a moment of contemplation, he gently patted Qin Luofei on the shoulder. She appeared still somewhat miffed, retorting with annoyance, "What are you doing? I suggest you take a look at those 2 corpses. They must be the survivors killed by the tiger. What is there to?" "Oh." Initially somewhat impatient, Qin Luofei scrutinized closely. Her keen perception allowed her to discern the underlying truth instantly. She hastily concealed her impatience and advanced with purpose. At that moment, the members of the Mutual Aid Society had just finished wrapping the bodies of their 4 companions and were preparing to transport them back to headquarters when they spotted Qin Luofei examining the other 2 corpses up close. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within them. If she could see what was evident to them, there was no way to conceal it from Secretary Qin. Although they were innocent of wrongdoing, the deceased companions bore the most suspicion. Would this implicate the Mutual Aid Society? Even Liu Kai found himself inwardly lamenting. In this world, far too many engage in heinous acts in secrecy, and naturally, no one questions it. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the tiger, those 4 would have committed their vile deed undetected. Yet now, they had simply drawn the short straw. Not only had they been slain by the tiger, but their misdeeds were laid bare for all to see. This would certainly tarnish everyone's reputation. At the very least, the authorities would intervene symbolically. Indeed, the more Qin Luofei observed, the darker her expression grew, perhaps due to a profound empathy as a fellow woman. She took out her phone and began snapping photographs of the 2 corpses with fervor. Without heeding the protests of the others, she audaciously unwrapped the 4 bodies. Grasping the tattered cloth clinging to the corpses, she resolutely documented the instruments of their crime with several more photographs. After capturing the images, she stowed her phone away. Ignoring Zhu Xiaomin's evident impatience, she retrieved several cotton swabs and a vial from his toolbox, collecting bodily fluid samples from the corpses. Only then did she take a deep breath, suppressing her indignation. Naturally, she recognized that the other individuals were not involved in this matter and did not bother to inquire further. She merely addressed Liu Kai. "Thank you, Mr. Chiu. For the reminder, we shall investigate this matter, and if it proves to be true, the Mutual Aid Society must provide an explanation." Liu Kai nodded nonchalantly. His intention in directing Qin Luofei's attention to the corpses was merely to divert her from incessantly pestering him about mastering internal strength and shooting skills. Just as the atmosphere grew tense with silence, Zhu Xiaomin's exclamation abruptly shattered the awkwardness. "Indeed, it is as I suspected." Qin Luofei quickly leaned in. "Zhu Lao, have you made a discovery?" Zhu Xiaomin lifted his head and was taken aback to see Liu Kai had followed him as well. It seemed he was contemplating whether to speak. However, he soon reached a decision and quietly said, "Young brother Chiu, since you are here, I shall not withhold my thoughts. Yesterday, Xiaoqin hinted to you that the frenzy in animals is caused by a virus, correct? Just now, through scanning for brain tissue damage and conducting a simple sequencing of the viral DNA, I discovered that the virus is undergoing continuous mutations and appears to show signs of human interference, but the purpose of such intervention remains unclear." Qin Luofei was astonished. She had never imagined that this virus could very well be artificially engineered. Liu Kai was equally stunned, for his approach had not been to probe into secrets, but merely to inquire whether Zhu Xiaomin still desired the tiger's carcass. If not, he intended to repurpose it into a tiger skin chair. Chapter 109. Bounty Task. Eating tiger meat. Liu Kai was taken aback by Zhu Xiaomin's complete lack of concealment regarding such sensitive intelligence. As for any human intervention, even if someone were to deliberately engineer a virus, he found himself indifferent. After all, as the saying goes, when the sky falls, there is a tall official to bear the brunt. There is little to fear about a biological crisis that would not infect humanity. Noticing Liu Kai's puzzled expression, Zhu Xiaomin continued to elaborate. "Brother Chiu, the reason I am sharing this with you is that I seek your assistance." "Oh, what help could I possibly offer?" "As I mentioned earlier, the virus is continuously evolving, thus we require new samples from the wild for research purposes." Liu Kai was somewhat astonished. If that is the case, wouldn't it be sufficient to send someone out to hunt the rampaging beasts? No. I not only wish to study the biological structure of the virus, but also its pathological manifestations. To put it bluntly, I need living samples. The more vibrant, the better. The soldiers, armed with guns, may not handle the task gently. Even the use of tranquilizers or stun guns could potentially damage the nervous system. "Brother Chiu, your skills are remarkable." Hence, Liu Kai understood and rolled his eyes. It seemed that Zhu was expecting him to capture the frenzied beasts alive. "Zhu Lao, you overestimate my capabilities. This virus only infects large ferocious creatures. Do you truly think I could capture them alive? I believe you can. I beg to differ. I'll buy them by weight. Perhaps you should seek others." By weight. How much per pound?" Zhu Xiaomin wore a knowing smile, slowly extending 3 fingers. "I've heard tales of the renowned roaming merchants. I won't let you suffer. 30 grams of gold for a pound." Fearing Liu Kai might reconsider, he added, "This is not a mandatory task. You may treat it as a bounty mission. Once captured, contact Secretary Qin to collect your reward." After pondering for a moment, Liu Kai concluded that since it was a bounty task, it could be quite lucrative, even if it was just a shot in the dark. For instance, with these 2 tigers, each weighing around 300 pounds, he could potentially exchange them for 18 kilograms of gold. He nodded in agreement. "I accept this task. By the way, do these 2 tigers count towards the payment?" Upon hearing this morally questionable shift, Qin Luofei scoffed. "You really are swayed by money, aren't you?" Zhu Xiaomin chuckled heartily. "Brother Chiu just stated he would gift these 2 tigers to me, and since they are dead, they hold no value." Liu Kai reluctantly conceded. "All right. What about the tiger carcasses? Brother Chiu can handle that himself. By the way, the virus spreads through food, although it will not infect humans for now. It is best to avoid eating tiger meat, as wild animals harbor numerous parasites." "Thank you for the reminder, Zhu Lao. I have no intention of eating it. I merely wish to collect the tiger skins." Qin Luofei interjected softly. "That is illegal. Why should you care?" "Enough bickering, Xiaoqin. Well then, Brother Chiu, we shall take our leave." As a gesture of courtesy, Liu Kai accompanied them to the helicopter. Just as they were about to board, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting from the snowmobile. It was the foolish husky. At that moment, it had completely shed the trembling demeanor it displayed earlier in response to the howling wind. It swiftly dashed towards the lifeless bodies of the 2 tigers, as if enticed by a sumptuous feast, and opened its mouth wide to devour them. Startled, Liu Kai's heart raced. recalling what Zhu Jimin had mentioned about the virus being transmitted through food. Even though Qin Luofei had remarked that dogs are not suitable hosts for the virus due to their small size, the virus was mutating. Who could say whether the mutated strain could infect dogs? Xiaohei, come back here. He abandoned the thought of seeing them onto the helicopter and was about to chase after the husky when another unexpected event unfolded. The black cat in the snowmobile, unable to contain its curiosity, leaped down and agilely lunged towards the tiger carcass. Liu Kai was exasperated. Xiaobai, you two, get back here. At that moment, Qin Luofei, Zhu Xiaomin, and the two soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. A white dog named Xiaohei and a black cat named Xiaobai. What peculiar names. Yet, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, the risk of foodborne transmission. Despite Liu Kai's remarkable speed, he rushed over, covering the distance in just a few strides. With one arm around Xiaohei and the other lifting Xiaobai, he realized that both had already consumed a portion of the tiger's brain. Blood stained their furry mouths as they looked at Liu Kai with puzzled expressions. Xiaohei seemed to sense his owner's displeasure, staring back with wise eyes and attempting to lick him, only to be shunned. Scanning their bodies, Liu Kai swiftly pinpointed the tiger brain nestled within them. With a mere thought, he quietly transferred the recently ingested matter into his storage space. Zhu Jimin, who had been on the verge of boarding the helicopter, approached, observing the blood at the corners of the cat and dog's mouths with a furrowed brow. Qin Luofei witnessed the scene as well, a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. Zhu, what is happening here? Zhu Xiaomin shook his head, turning his gaze to Liu Kai. Brother Qiu, you haven't let these two pets go hungry today, have you? No. They've eaten quite well today. Then this is strange. The brain is the area with the highest concentration of the virus. Could it also have the effect of attracting other animals to consume it? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, Zhu Jimin decided to return to the laboratory for further investigation. Brother Qiu, may I propose something? Could you allow me to take these two pets with me? Liu Kai was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request. However, having lived alone in the bunker and cherished the companionship of these two pets for so long, he found it difficult to part with them. Zhu Xiaomin was well aware of Liu Kai's reluctance, and he did not intend to take away what someone cherished. He has his own considerations. Brother Qiu, please do not misunderstand. As I mentioned earlier, the virus is mutating. You are in close proximity to your pets. What if, during the stillness of the night, the virus manifests? With half a sentence spoken, Liu Kai already grasped the implications of the other party's words. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. In that case, should they indeed be affected by the virus, I will ensure they are sent to you for research at the earliest opportunity. That will suffice. Brother Qiu, do be vigilant in your observations. After all, a Siberian Husky is a medium to large breed. An unexpected attack can be quite troublesome. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Zhu. I shall exercise caution. As he watched Mr. Zhu and the others board their departing flight, Liu Kai turned his gaze towards the cat and dog in his arms, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. If you two were to be infected by the virus, would you truly bite me? The cat, as always, displayed its haughty demeanor, licking its paw and entirely ignoring him. Meanwhile, the husky, Xiaohei, heard the words but could not comprehend them, continuing to scrutinize Liu Kai with its wise blue eyes, seemingly searching for an opportunity to give him a few licks. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. Chapter 110, The Addict's Purchase. Perhaps out of a sense of guilt, the members of the Mutual Aid Society casually disposed of the two young female corpses. The surroundings, stained with blood, were now devoid of any presence. Liu Kai placed the cats and dogs back into the snow-covered vehicle and gazed at the lifeless bodies of the two tigers, initially intending to skin them for decorative purposes. He reconsidered after the recent events and resolved to keep these creatures far from the virus. While tiger skins were no longer suitable for display in his home, the carcasses still held potential utility. Perhaps they could attract other frenzied beasts, and if captured alive, could fetch an exorbitant price of 30 grams of gold per pound. With this thought, Liu Kai activated the electromagnetic wave shield at his waist, sweeping his hand to store the two tiger bodies into the spatial compartment. The authorities had not managed to contain the news, nor could they suppress it. The incident involving the tigers had rapidly spread throughout Fenghai City over the past 2 days. Many survivors expressed their fears, though not excessively so, as they remained unaware of the viral threat, believing it merely an isolated occurrence. Moreover, even if other ferocious beasts were to attack, it would be the low-floor residents who suffered, leaving those in higher levels unconcerned. Aside from the rampant rumors regarding the tiger attacks, Liu Kai's moniker as the wandering merchant mystifyingly re-emerged in the public consciousness. For instance, within a residential group in the southern part of the city, a heated discussion ensued. Have you heard? The wandering merchant has been removed from the official roster. What happened? Please elaborate. Previously, he was conscripted by the authorities to distribute supplies for free, but after just a few days, they reassigned the task to someone else. I heard it was given to an organization called the Mutual Aid Society in the Northern District. Well, one can only imagine, my friends. He must have been pocketing supplies for himself, which led to his dismissal. But we cannot speak without evidence. What do you mean, no evidence? During his supply distribution, a stampede occurred, resulting in the deaths of over 20 people. This is irrefutable proof. The Mutual Aid Society is far superior. They not only distribute goods, but also offer survival skills free of charge. Agreed. Compared to the Mutual Aid Society, the wandering merchant is nothing but a profiteer. It's laughable that he continues to sell goods even after being dismissed. Hold on, though. He sells tobacco, alcohol, and medicine. Don't you want to buy any? Surely you don't think I can't afford them? I'd rather perish from illness outside than purchase his dubious medicines. Huh? Do you think I believe you? Hey, enough about the wandering merchant. I heard from friends living by the sea that the drilling platform seems to have resumed operations. Indeed, it has. I have photos. Flames have been raging continuously. That's wonderful. Does this mean the harsh winter is nearing its end? You're dreaming. Liu Kai was aware of these discussions, as the residents of Lishurtiyuan were similarly engaged in conversation. For reasons of safety, the authorities had not disclosed the information regarding his restoration of the oil extraction wells. Little did they expect what was to come. The reward for not delivering goods has, in the eyes of ordinary survivors, paradoxically morphed into a punishment of exclusion. He found this both amusing and infuriating. The critics exhibited a blatant disregard for the truth, fixating instead on their own perceived realities. Naturally, these rumors bore no impact on him whatsoever. Business must continue, and he remained steadfast in his principles. He would only visit a community once, resolutely refusing to return a second time. Therefore, regardless of the stubborn declarations made by some in the group that he would not purchase, he found himself eagerly racing downstairs upon sighting the roaming merchant's banner. He merely wished to procure some medicine for contingencies, suppressing any semblance of derision on his face. After all, one's life is paramount. Observing the duplicitous nature of these individuals, Liu Kai found the situation quite entertaining. Little did he anticipate that he was about to encounter something even more intriguing. In the morning, Liu Kai ventured to the northern part of the city, selecting a relatively affluent community for his transactions. Initially, everything proceeded rather smoothly, with survivors queuing up to make their purchases. This continued until the very last individual in line, a man who appeared exceedingly gaunt. Despite being in his 30s, he seemed little more than skin and bones, with sunken eyes and a visage that suggested malnourishment, as if a gust of wind might carry him away. He purchased a pack of cigarettes with remarkable eagerness and, braving the cold, hastily tore open the packaging to ignite one. He inhaled deeply, trembling with pleasure. As Liu Kai began to gather his belongings to depart, he noticed the neighbors dispersing. At that moment, the man extinguished his cigarette and stealthily approached, whispering, "Sir? Roaming merchant, sir? Do you wish to buy something? Hee. May I inquire if you have rock candy?" At this, Liu Kai's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and he halted his movements, scrutinizing the man closely. Initially, from the man's physique, Liu Kai had surmised he might be a drug addict. Rock candy? How absurd. Liu Kai felt somewhat wronged. Was he not a respectable merchant, resembling a drug dealer? With a scowl, he retorted, "No, go away." To his surprise, the man showed no sign of fear at the rebuke. Instead, he continued with a sycophantic smile, "Please don't be angry. I understand the rules. While I may not excel at hard labor or acquire goods, I can make purchases with gold." Liu Kai was left puzzled by this statement. What did he mean by hard labor and goods? Although he did not fully grasp the terminology, he sensed an unusual implication. His insatiable curiosity was piqued by the man's few words. Under normal circumstances, he would not have bothered to inquire further, but given the context of something universally reviled like drugs, a flicker of insight crossed his mind, and a smile emerged. "Ah, you indeed understand the rules. Come, let us discuss this in the vehicle." The man's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly replied, "Yes, of course, sir." However, when the man enthusiastically climbed into the snow-covered vehicle, a dark barrel was suddenly pressed against his temple. The man had never encountered such a scene before, nearly losing control of himself. Instinctively, he felt the urge to cry out. Yet, a glimmer of rationality whispered to him that he must remain silent. To utter a sound would mean his demise. Trembling all over, he fixated on the ominous black muzzle of the gun. When he finally spoke, his words stumbled out. "Yes, sir. What do you mean?" I merely wish to purchase some ice." "Huh. I am well aware of your desire for ice. Now, tell me, who informed you that I have it?" The man was on the verge of tears. "No, sir. Do you even have any stock?" Click. Observing the man's audacity to speak further, Liu Kai decisively cocked the hammer of the pistol. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Enough of your nonsense. Speak. Who told you I had ice? What is a hard worker? And what is goods? Please, I will explain." Chapter 111. The mysterious bandits with a gun pointed at his head by Liu Kai. The man understood the principle of confessing to gain leniency and stifled his urge to relieve himself. With a quivering voice laced with fear, he answered the questions truthfully. It turned out that a group of enigmatic bandits had recently emerged in the area. These marauders, armed and resembling ruthless brigands, were elusive and swift in their actions. They did not rob survivors of their money or food. Rather, they had a peculiar penchant for human beings. They often prowled around dusk, approximately at 7 o'clock, seizing the opportunity to invade the homes of unsuspecting survivors as they descended to fetch ice. They would violently abduct defenseless women and children. Reportedly, within a mere 3 days, they had already taken several women and children. Many survivors remained oblivious to these events. Furthermore, due to the varying power supply schedules across different city districts, the situation did not escalate into widespread panic. The man was aware of these occurrences because he belonged to a rather peculiar group known as Gentlemen's Tea Time, which, to put it plainly, was a gathering of drug addicts. A few days prior, a mysterious individual had suddenly joined the chat. The ordinary members were perplexed, and even the group leader and administrators were baffled, having seen no invitation records and not knowing the newcomer. Given the nature of their illicit activities, membership required stringent vetting, even interviews, to ensure that everyone was thoroughly vetted to prevent undercover police infiltration. Just as they were about to inquire, the mysterious individual spoke up, immediately addressing the matter at hand. He claimed he could provide various high-quality contraband to the gentleman. Purchases could be made in 3 ways. First, by using gold. Second, by working at a factory for 3 days to earn 5 grams of ice. And third, by providing information on women and children, essentially trading human lives for drugs. The group erupted in excitement. After a month of a punishing cold wave, their resources had been completely depleted. The mere thought of obtaining drugs, even low-quality ones, was a luxury they could hardly afford. Hearing of this opportunity, they resembled famished wolves in the night, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Moreover, the individual assured them of the high quality of the goods. Even if the product contained impurities, the desperate crowd would not be choosy. Naturally, some remained cautious, harboring skepticism. However, in the following days, many members of the group claimed to have procured fine goods. Even the laborious work, which seemed dubious at first, had been verified by some. It was not akin to the underhanded tactics of the northwestern Myanmar drug trade. It was genuine labor, though they could not specify the nature of the work. It undeniably dispelled doubts among the members. The dangers of drugs are well known. Once addiction takes hold, a person can transform into a monstrous being, forsaking all ties to pursue fleeting pleasure, exhausting family resources in the process. Those who lacked gold and were unwilling to work naturally turned their thoughts towards exploiting their neighbors for human lives. The man before me is relatively affluent, having long prepared a stash of gold. However, the schedule of the enigmatic figure is exceedingly full, and despite his reservations, no one has yet come forth to conduct the transaction. Observing the exuberance of his friends in the group, the man feels an insatiable itch within. It is as if 1,000 ants are crawling upon him. Today, upon hearing whispers of a merchant roaming to their vicinity for trade, he foolishly conjectures that Liu Kai might be an accomplice of this mysterious individual. The rationale behind this belief is rather simplistic. Firstly, Liu Kai's method of joining the group is suspect. He consistently infiltrates various owners' groups through hacking software, with no invitations or notifications whatsoever. Such tactics are eerily reminiscent of those employed by drug traffickers. Secondly, the compensation. Liu Kai exclusively accepts transactions in gold and platinum, mirroring the preferences of the enigmatic figure. These coincidences make it nearly impossible to dismiss the suspicion. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, the man musters the courage to inquire whether Liu Kai has any goods. Alas, misfortune befalls him as he is caught red-handed by the virtuous Liu Kai. Upon hearing the man's account, Liu Kai's demeanor shifts dramatically. He is astonished to discover that someone has adopted his elusive style. This revelation gives rise to a multitude of questions. How could the Mutual Aid Society remain oblivious to such a grave matter as the forcible abduction of individuals? Are these bandits truly adept at concealing their activities? Yet, he quickly dismisses this fleeting doubt. In his previous life, Liu Kai had survived for over half a year without a whisper of such occurrences. Given that only a few days have passed now, it is entirely plausible that the Mutual Aid Society remains unaware. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, for Liu Kai is now informed. His stance on narcotics has always been one of resolute eradication. Conveniently, he has Qin Luofei as a WeChat contact, a direct conduit to the authorities. He has recorded the man's confession in its entirety. Once he relays this information to Qin Luofei, it will reach the proper ears. with a newfound interest. Liu Kai gazes at the trembling man, who feels a tightening sensation of dread. His earlier calmness is replaced by agitation as he stammers, brother. What do you intend to do? Please don't kill me. I've done nothing wrong. Do not be so anxious, Liu Kai reassures him, patting the man's shoulder amiably. Although this individual is a drug addict, he has not contemplated harming his neighbors, thus his transgressions do not warrant death. Given your frail appearance, drugs are not your ally. Seize this opportunity to quit. Why yes, I will listen to you, brother. I promise to quit. The man, desperate for his life, fabricates his assurances. Liu Kai, however, is not convinced, especially as he detects that the man is harboring a significant amount of gold. A smile creeps upon Liu Kai's face. You mentioned you possess quite a bit of gold, correct? Come now, buy some rice and biscuits, stay home and detox. The man's countenance falls, and he begins to stutter. He has no intention of purchasing such useless provisions. It is rock candy that he truly desires. Just as he is about to conjure an excuse to refuse, he notices Liu Kai leisurely toying with a handgun, exuding an air of menace that suggests dire consequences indeed. The transaction was conducted with an exchange of currency and goods. By the way, hand me your phone. The man, trembling, extracted several gold bars from his pocket and handed over his mobile device. Liu Kai utilized the man's phone to add the roaming merchant as a contact on WeChat. Soon, he located the so-called gentleman's tea-tasting group and forwarded the mysterious individual's WeChat card to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively removed the man from the group. Wait, brother, you. The man's expression changed to one of panic as he attempted to snatch back his phone. However, Liu Kai shot him a fierce glare, causing him to shrink back into a corner, silent and subdued. Moments later, the man wore a countenance of profound despair, clutching 2 bags of rice as Liu Kai ordered him off the vehicle, watching helplessly as the snow-covered car drove away. Chapter 112. The Black Cat Rides the White Dog. RPG. Damn it. Why is the 3G signal so slow? As Liu Kai watched the interrogation video on his phone endlessly buffering, he couldn't help but curse the network signal. Fortunately, the information was gradually transmitted successfully, including the WeChat business card of the mysterious drug dealer, all sent to Qin Luofei. To his surprise, Qin Luofei also had a signal and promptly replied upon seeing the video. What video did you send? Why is it several hundred megabytes? And whose WeChat card is this? It's breaking news. You'll understand once you watch it. By the way, when does the salvage operation at Fohai Lake Research Base begin? I have other matters to attend to. Don't rush. The underwater robot is currently verifying the blueprints. It should be happening in the next couple of days. Huh? Since you have an underwater robot, why do you need to find the blueprints? That's obvious. The robot can only see the structural layout of the passage, not the internal quantities of reinforced concrete, nor the specifications. There are numerous factors to analyze, which you wouldn't comprehend. All right. I admit I don't understand. Speaking of which, have those Japanese assassins who were trying to kill us been dealt with? We only took out a few known strongholds. There are still some hidden locations yet to be discovered. Upon reading this message, several lines of worry creased Liu Kai's forehead. Damn it. Can you be a little more reliable? Those people want to kill me. You're speaking from a position of comfort. That group of Japanese is an elite force, not a bunch of amateurs, and they possess strong counter-surveillance awareness. Don't rush me. We're short on manpower here, and I'm feeling the pressure too. Please. Put in some effort, Secretary Qin. My life depends on you all. I know. After a flurry of back and forth, Liu Kai couldn't help but sigh. In these times, even the officials are not living in prosperity. Not only is there a shortage of personnel, but there is also a multitude of tangled issues to handle. He wondered how Qin Luofei would react upon seeing the video, as it presented yet another troublesome matter. Setting down his phone, Liu Kai turned his gaze to the curled-up cat and dog in the passenger seat. As he stroked their fur, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Ever since the day they nibbled on a bit of the mad tiger's brain, they had inexplicably developed a fever shortly thereafter. They now lay there, lethargic and unmotivated to move. Even their once-beloved mealtime enthusiasm had waned. He had even tried administering pet fever-reducing medication, but to no avail. Their bodies remained as hot as a furnace, and now their temperature had soared to a terrifying 42 degrees. Liu Kai was uncertain whether they had contracted that mysterious virus or merely an ordinary cold. However, if it were just a common cold, such a persistent fever for 3 consecutive days would be lethal even for a Tibetan Mastiff. These 2 little creatures, aside from being somewhat listless and running a high fever, did not exhibit any signs typically associated with a dying state. Liu Kai had scanned them and found their heartbeats to be strong and regular. Given the current abnormal state, it was highly likely that they were suffering from that mysterious virus. Moreover, in contrast to the variations found within sharks, it has astonishingly mutated to the point of being able to infect smaller animals. Its infectiousness is exceedingly potent. Even when Liu Kai decisively employed his spatial abilities to extract the tiger's brain from their abdomens, he still fell victim. It remains uncertain what they will ultimately transform into. Will they succumb to the searing heat and perish? Or will they metamorphose into feral beasts, unrecognizable and violent? Or perhaps nothing will occur at all? Liu Kai sighed once more. Everything remains unclear. All he can do is observe further. Should the direst outcome indeed manifest, he shall consign the matter to Zhujiamen for research. The snow vehicle sped along the route back. Snowflakes once again drifted through the sky, rendering the streets ahead a hazy gray, with visibility alarmingly low. Liu Kai utilized a thermometer to measure the foreheads of the little black and little white animals. Their temperature had inexplicably risen to 43 degrees. His brow furrowed involuntarily. If this fever persisted, it might become unbearable. Resolutely, he decided to employ physical cooling measures. He turned off the air conditioning and lowered the passenger window of the snow vehicle. The biting cold wind, intermingled with snowflakes, surged into the car. In an instant, snowflakes swirled inside, and the temperature plummeted. Clothes, objects within the vehicle, and even the fur of the little black and little white creatures quickly became adorned with a layer of white frost. Liu Kai could hardly fathom the ensuing events. Just moments after the window was opened, a piercing feline wail suddenly echoed in his ears. Meow. The black cat, which had been dozing atop the husky, had awakened at some point. Now, its fur bristled, and it arched its back, peering intently through the windshield at the swirling snow ahead, as if some fearsome beast lay in wait. Concurrently, the husky, previously slumbering beneath the black cat, also roused, swiftly flipping onto the passenger seat. The black cat, agile in its movements, maintained a firm grip on the husky's back. This sudden turn of events left Liu Kai utterly bewildered. Before he could ponder further, a shocking scene unfolded. The black cat, Xiaobai, emitted a very brief meow. The husky, Xiao Kai, seemingly having had its intelligence unlocked by the frigid temperature, appeared to comprehend the significance of that meow. Its lithe body tensed, and with a burst of energy, it leapt in one fluid motion. Liu Kai, his expression one of astonishment, watched as they both soared through the open window of the snow vehicle. Goodness! Liu Kai was startled into slamming on the brakes, instinctively attempting to use his spatial powers to draw them into his storage space. However, he was met with an overwhelming resistance. The attempt failed. The cat and dog continued their mad dash, effortlessly outpacing the slowing snow vehicle, their forms vanishing into the tempest ahead. Liu Kai was now genuinely at a loss, feeling a profound disbelief. Having consumed a substantial amount of precious metals, his spatial abilities were now vastly enhanced. His storage space could even easily capture adults with weaker wills. Yet now, he could not seize a mere cat and dog? Failing in his first attempt, he quickly activated his scanning abilities while pressing the accelerator, preparing to pursue them. As Liu Kai's perceptive abilities rapidly expanded outward, he suddenly sensed an iron object hurtling towards him at an alarming speed on the snowy terrain. Upon discerning the shape of the metallic projectile, Liu Kai's expression darkened, an RPG warhead. Indeed, the external smart glasses activated their thermal imaging mode, acutely detecting a faint light amidst the swirling snow. The light rapidly intensified, transforming in the blink of an eye into a brilliant fireball. Damn it! Liu Kai cursed, momentarily setting aside his pursuit of the feline and canine. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he activated the electromagnetic shield and instantaneously vacated the vehicle. With a flourish, he stored the snowmobile in a spatial compartment and propelled himself towards the roadside. In a heartbeat, the RPG warhead whizzed past him, directly striking the ice behind. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Liu Kai's countenance remained grim, unfazed by the chaos, for his scans had already identified the assailants ahead. The Japanese. Chapter 113. A cunning surprise attack. Xiaohei's double kill. There were 4 adversaries in total, brazenly standing in the street, launching their assault under the cover of the wind and snow, and the low visibility that accompanied it. Although Liu Kai was lamenting to Qin Luofei, he was not particularly concerned about a surprise attack from the Japanese. This was due to the information he had gleaned from the captured enemy soldier at the government building, who had divulged that they would employ anti-tank missiles for their ambush. Consequently, he had relaxed his guard. Ordinary firearms were of little concern. The anti-tank missile required electronic locking prior to launch, rendering it impossible to elude the early warning system of his exoskeleton. However, it seemed that, perhaps due to the official dismantling of several enemy strongholds, the original plan involving anti-tank missiles had been replaced with a much more rudimentary RPG. This contraption relied solely on mechanical targeting, devoid of any high-tech tracking systems. It was no wonder that he had received no prior warning, though it was low-tech. Should it strike the snow vehicle and trigger a battery explosion, even clad in his exoskeleton, Liu Kai would not fare well. As his thoughts raced, The flames from the explosion behind him had yet to dissipate. Regaining his focus, Liu Kai gritted his teeth, a fierce anger igniting within him. Damn it! You all shall perish. Drawing forth his ancestral machete, he dashed decisively towards the four foes concealed within the thick fog. Yet, once again, the scene before him left him astounded, his rage transforming into a bewildered expression. For, unexpectedly, Xiaohe and Xiaobai had made their appearance. Initially, Xiaohe had been carrying Xiaobai as they leapt from the snow vehicle, sprinting forth. Moreover, Liu Kai's brief delay of 2 seconds due to the ambush had allowed them to flee far beyond the range of detection. Liu Kai had intended to eliminate the enemies before seeking them out, yet to his astonishment, Xiaohe had circled around with Xiaobai, stealthily materializing behind the four adversaries like a specter. He could faintly discern Xiaobai's calm demeanor, while Xiaohe crouched low, poised to spring into action, exhibiting a fierce countenance that starkly contrasted with its usual clumsy antics. Goodness, have you two become sentient? At that moment, one of the enemies, wielding a thermal imaging binocular, appeared utterly transfixed, as if he had seen a ghost. Through the swirling snow and fog, he witnessed Liu Kai performing a supernatural instant shift. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the snow vehicle, larger than a typical off-road vehicle, vanished into thin air. This bizarre scene caused his mind to momentarily falter. Almost immediately, Liu Kai conjured a formidable machete and charged towards their location. The enemy quickly regained his composure, signaling the other three to ready their weapons for an imminent attack. He hastened to step back, retrieving his walkie-talkie in an attempt to report the situation up the chain. Yet, at that moment, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. Meow. He was startled by an eerie cat-like cry echoing from behind him. Almost instantaneously, a howling gust of wind swept through. As he turned, he was met with the ferocious visage of a wolf-like dog. The enemy's pupils dilated in terror. Before he could react, the sharp fangs of the beast pierced through his carotid artery, and blood gushed forth in a torrent. In his final moments, a multitude of questions lingered in his mind. Why, despite its diminutive size, did this dog possess such formidable biting power? What was the significance of the black cat perched upon its back? Could it be the fabled harbinger of death? The soldier yearned to voice his thoughts. Yet the opportunity had slipped away. The walkie-talkie clattered to the ice with a dull thud. With a swift and unyielding strike, the black dog lunged forward, leaving no moment of hesitation. Its powerful hind legs propelled it towards another soldier swiftly. The remaining three, upon hearing the sound of the fallen walkie-talkie, instinctively turned around. One of them caught a glimpse of the black dog's fearsome visage. In a reflexive motion, he tightened his grip and squeezed the trigger of his rifle. The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the silence. Alas, it was too late. A chilling scream escaped his lips as the dog clamped down on his throat, a grimace of agony contorting his face as he collapsed to the ground. His rifle fired aimlessly into the sky, proving utterly ineffective. The other two, witnessing this horrifying scene, were stricken with terror, yet their survival instincts compelled them to quickly devise a strategy. In unison, they steeled themselves and raised their rifles, prepared to eliminate this enigmatic white dog, heedless of the potential to harm their comrade. Observing this, Liu Kai's eyes gleamed with a cold light. He could no longer afford to leave any survivors. With a swift motion, he vanished, traversing the final distance of 10 meters in an instant. Gripping his blade tightly, he positioned himself for a decisive strike. In rapid succession, the crisp sounds of shattering bones resonated as two heads severed from their bodies, soaring into the air. Warm blood erupted from the severed necks, shooting upwards before the frigid wind crystallized it into red icicles that fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. This entire sequence unfolded in a matter of seconds, resulting in the instant demise of the four soldiers. The black dog, having dispatched two foes, turned its gaze towards Liu Kai, its fierce and bloodthirsty demeanor dissipating as it approached him affectionately, rubbing against his pant leg. Meanwhile, the white cat remained nonchalant, licking its paw without a glance in Liu Kai's direction. Witnessing this, Liu Kai felt an immense sense of relief. The foolish dog remained the same, and the cat retained its haughty disposition. Neither had succumbed to the virus, their rationality intact. Moreover, their body temperatures had returned to normal, and their spirits showed no signs of lethargy. This astonishing recovery left Liu Kai in awe, the memory of the dog carrying the cat still vivid in his mind. He found himself pondering many thoughts. Just moments ago, even he had been taken by surprise by the incoming RPG, yet the white cat had immediately sensed the danger, issuing a warning. The black dog seemed to comprehend the cat's commands, executing a flanking maneuver without Liu Kai's orders, launching an attack with remarkable synergy. It was as if the feline strategist was directing its canine counterpart into the fray. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite its slightly larger frame, the black dog was merely a juvenile, scarcely 4 months old. Such biting power seemed improbable for one so young. The stark reality is now laid bare before us. Indeed, it possesses the capacity to inflict lethal harm. In summary, Liu Kai perceives that their intelligence has markedly increased, as has their physical prowess. A sense of curiosity stirs within him. Could this be an inadvertent consequence of that mysterious virus? After pondering for a considerable time, he arrives at no definitive conclusion. Should he entrust this matter to Zhu for further investigation? However, this notion is promptly dismissed by Liu Kai. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, it remains a positive development. Though their transformation may not rival the peculiarities of spatial abilities, it is nonetheless astonishing in its own right. The prospect of sending them for research raises concerns of dissection. His attention then shifts to the multitude of enemy corpses strewn about. In the span of merely a month, these creatures have instigated such chaos in Fohai City. There were even 2 instances of targeted assassination attempts against him. The feeling of being passively assaulted is exceedingly irksome to Liu Kai. He had initially contemplated sparing one to extract information about their lair, aiming to annihilate this entire nest of vermin. However, in a moment of urgency, he had eradicated them all, severing all leads. Just as he wallows in regret, his peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a foolish dog, gazing upward, bouncing and snapping at the drifting snowflakes. Suddenly, a revelation dawns upon him. Scent. Chapter 114. Revisiting the old haunt. Is it the enemy's lair? Liu Kai was exceedingly pleased with the transformation of Little Black. The dog's sense of smell had always been remarkably acute, and it appeared that Little Black's physique had been further enhanced. Contemplating this, Liu Kai promptly tore off a ragged fragment from a fallen enemy's garment and called over Little Black, who was joyfully engrossed in play. While stroking the dog's head, he presented the torn cloth to its nose. Little Black, come, sniff this scent and see where it leads. Although the dog could not comprehend human language, it seemed to grasp Liu Kai's intent. Its nose quivered as it earnestly inhaled the aroma, and soon it dashed towards the nearby corpse of an enemy, biting off the index finger of the right hand. Returning to Liu Kai, it obediently sat down, dropping the severed finger from its mouth, panting proudly as if seeking praise. Liu Kai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in disbelief. No, Little Black, I asked you to find the route. Do you understand? Where did they come from? This time, he animatedly gestured while speaking. Little Black tilted its head in contemplation, seemingly understanding once more, and bounded off again. This time, it returned with an ear. Liu Kai's lips twitched, and he patiently attempted to clarify his instructions once more. However, it brought back a variety of items: a toe, a piece of clothing, a shoe, and even a wretched teacup. The enemy's corpse had been thoroughly ravaged by Little Black, leaving not a single piece of flesh intact. Finally, the observing black cat, Xiaobai, could no longer contain itself. It leaped onto Little Black's back, striking the foolish dog's head with its paws. Smack! Meow! With Xiaobai's cryptic call, Little Black suddenly paused, as if struck by a revelation, before barking joyfully twice. Ecstatically, it circled Liu Kai a couple of times, then, with Xiaobai perched upon its back, it raced down the eastern street without looking back. This display left Liu Kai utterly astonished. He was increasingly convinced of his previous conjecture. Indeed, both cats and dogs had undergone enhancements. However, this enhancement was peculiar. The dog, which should possess higher intelligence, had its physical attributes augmented, while the generally less intelligent cat had its mental faculties enhanced. Moreover, it seemed they had forged some strange bond, akin to a telepathic connection. How utterly irrational. Liu Kai mused, hastily collecting the scattered firearms and ammunition while shaking his head in wonder. Then he pursued the direction in which Little Black had darted. In the current frigid weather, huskies, as sled dogs, possessed a natural advantage, coupled with their enhanced physique. They charged ahead with vigor, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. As Little Black wound through the streets and alleys, navigating narrow passages, Liu Kai abandoned any thoughts of continuing by vehicle and opted to follow the dog at a sprint. However, the more he ran, the more an unsettling familiarity enveloped him. This route seemed oddly recognizable. It felt as though he were drawing closer to that place. Indeed, it was so. Little Black finally came to a halt beside a broad avenue. Liu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was this very location, near the skyscraper. Before him loomed the enormous pit resulting from the collapse of Metro Line 3. Although Little Black did not appear particularly intelligent, he possessed a basic sense of caution. He refrained from venturing into the pitch-black abyss, instead sitting at the edge of the chasm, panting heavily. Liu Kai, somewhat taken aback, quietly inquired, "Little Black, are you certain this is the place?" Little Black, unable to comprehend, merely nudged Liu Kai with his head, urging him to descend. The passage below was intricate and extended far beyond sight. Liu Kai's scans revealed only a more chaotic array of footprints, devoid of any living presence. After pondering for a moment, he crouched down. "Little Black, Little White, it is quite perilous below. I must place you in a safe location beforehand. Please do not resist." They still did not understand, but could sense their master's emotions. Thus, when Liu Kai attempted to store them away, they instinctively resisted for a moment before relinquishing their struggle and vanishing in an instant. Although Little Black had displayed remarkable prowess in the previous battle, it had been under the circumstances of a surprise attack with a limited number of adversaries. Now, the number of foes below was unknown, as were their potential weapons. He resolved to proceed unencumbered. Resolutely, he initiated a wide-ranging scan and cautiously ventured into the darkened cavern. Upon re-entering familiar territory, Liu Kai could not help but admire the ingenuity of this group of enemies. After the official investigation revealed no anomalies, they had been neglectful, lacking the energy to monitor this area further. He had not anticipated that this group would engage in such a clever game of obscurity. Progressing along the tunnel, aided by his exoskeleton smart glasses, he effortlessly discerned the direction of the footprints on the ground. Even without Little Black's assistance in scent tracking, he chose the most accurate path. It was not near the shield machine where Chen Bin and his companions had lingered, but deeper within the tunnel. In a mere few minutes, after navigating 3 turns, shadows of living beings began to emerge within his scanning range. In a tunnel 180 meters ahead, 6 armed guards stood, wielding the Fenghua Type 20 firearms. Liu Kai's spirit surged. Indeed, this was the right place. However, he halted his advance, for the thermal imaging mode effortlessly detected 5 horizontal infrared beams ahead. These beams emanated from 5 inconspicuous devices embedded in the tunnel walls, arranged in a precise manner from top to bottom, sealing the entrance tightly. Naturally, the infrared rays were non-lethal. Their true purpose was to serve as an intrusion alarm. Witnessing this scene, Liu Kai felt a surge of exhilaration. Such meticulous precautions indicated a high probability of a stronghold. For ordinary individuals, traversing the infrared beams without damaging the detection devices would be nearly impossible. Yet for Liu Kai, it was merely a matter of shifting half a meter. He deftly evaded the first layer of detection. However, Liu Kai was genuinely unprepared for the 3 additional layers that lay within the subsequent 180-meter stretch of tunnel. As he stealthily advanced, more of the interior came into view. Liu Kai felt an increasing sense of alarm as he observed the scene before him. The number of individuals and the array of equipment surpassed his expectations. Not only were there silent generators providing power, but also lighting, heating, and exhaust fans. Additionally, there were pots, pans, sleeping bags, tents, firearms, ammunition, and ample food and water. The personnel exhibited a clear division of labor, in addition to armed guards. Some individuals were wielding shovels, diligently digging to expand the tunnels, seemingly to accommodate more equipment. In a location resembling a command post, a colossal map hung prominently on the wall. The temperature in that area must have been quite warm, for a muscular man of average height was seated there, bare-chested. A white cloth headband was tied around his forehead, adorned with a central red circular emblem. This robust figure was positioned in front of a massive radio-like communication device, his lips moving incessantly, though the content of his speech remained a mystery. Presumably, he was the direct commander of this operation. From guards to engineers, the total number of individuals within the expansive tunnel easily exceeded 50. Chapter 115. Clever tactics and poisonous assault. The enemy not only executed their early warning protocols with remarkable diligence, but their defensive measures were equally robust. The labyrinthine tunnels were adorned with makeshift shelters constructed from an abundance of bulletproof steel plates. Numerous corners were stacked high with ammunition crates, brimming with an assortment of bullets, grenades, and shells of various calibers. Venturing deeper into the tunnel, apart from the infrared warning devices that Liu Kai had successfully navigated, several critical support structures concealed remote-controlled explosives beneath the surface. These devices served as effective means to either collapse the tunnel and eliminate intruders or to obstruct escape routes, thereby granting precious time for withdrawal. Moreover, the subway tunnels traversed the city, with residential buildings perched directly above in many areas. An explosion could result in catastrophic ground collapse, claiming countless lives. This was one of the enemy's contingency plans to silently abduct survivors above as hostages, even if their stronghold's location were to be compromised. The forces of Huagua would be hesitant to act recklessly. If the authorities opted to evacuate the survivors above, it would inadvertently signal to the enemy in the tunnel that they had been exposed. Indeed, as Qin Luofei had noted, these individuals were not mere brigands but rather elite operatives, fully aware of their surroundings. Liu Kai found himself perplexed. He had initially assumed that this band of marauders, who abducted women and children and lured addicts into servitude while supplying drugs, were the same as this group of enemies. However, it now seemed that his assumptions were misaligned. The interior was filled exclusively with robust male soldiers. There were no women, children, or even a single dog in sight. Setting aside this conundrum, Liu Kai understood that it would be prudent to notify the authorities and allow them to devise a plan. Yet, as he had pondered previously, he was thoroughly vexed by this barbaric group, his frustration mounting. The opportunity to eliminate these pests was now within his grasp, and he yearned to seize it. Moreover, the arsenal of weapons and ammunition was quite enticing. Liu Kai decided against further advancement, pausing to contemplate a strategy. He was indifferent to the fate of the survivors above. However, trading Huawei lives for the enemies was not a fair exchange. What he sought was a flawless massacre with zero casualties on his side. He needed to devise a plan that would not only prevent the explosives from damaging the tunnel, but also ensure the complete annihilation of these foes. Disarming the bombs was out of the question, as it would trigger alarm systems. Should the enemy catch wind of any disturbance, they could swiftly retreat. Bombs. Remote-controlled bombs. A sudden realization struck him: electromagnetic jammers. Each jammer had an effective radius of 50 meters, and he possessed 6 of them. Although the bombs were spaced apart throughout the tunnel, they all lay within the trajectory of Liu Kai's current position at the entrance. With just 3 jammers, he could achieve comprehensive coverage. Resolute, Liu Kai sprang into action, retracing his steps to exit the cave. Given the considerable depth of the subway tunnel, instantaneously teleporting to the surface would require excessive energy. Following the path etched in his memory, he swiftly arrived directly above the command center of the cave. The cleverly concealed signal antenna was effortlessly discovered. This antenna extended from the colossal communication device down to the ground. After placing the electromagnetic wave shield, a countdown of 5 minutes commenced. Swiftly, he returned to the underground cavern, moving silently like an agile cheetah. Soon, 3 electromagnetic wave shields were sequentially positioned within the area encompassing the explosive devices. The shields were activated. The enemies within the tunnel remained blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the fact that their escape route had been irrevocably sealed. Having accomplished this, Liu Kai let out a sigh of relief. He did not intend to recklessly charge in. After all, the number of adversaries inside was substantial, each providing support to the other. Although the exoskeleton offered ballistic protection, the enemy's weaponry was formidable as well, comprising heavy machine guns, long-range rifles, grenades, and devastating weaponry like mortars and RPGs. Such an arsenal could potentially cause a collapse within the tunnel and pose a lethal threat to the exoskeleton. Utilizing spatial abilities for individual teleportation assaults would be excessively draining and unlikely to yield optimal results. Of course, Liu Kai had a strategy in mind. The most effective approach to assaulting a sealed tunnel was undoubtedly a gas attack. While he lacked gas grenades, he did possess crude oil. Just days prior, during the clearance of a drilling platform, an unexpected blowout had caused a significant accumulation of liquid crude oil in his storage space, all at temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Above its flashpoint, he had been troubled by how to dispose of it, but now it presented an unexpected opportunity. The complex composition of crude oil, when ignited, would deplete the oxygen within the tunnel while producing toxic gases such as carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and dinitrogen trioxide. As a torrent of toxic gas surged in, even exhaust fans would prove ineffective. Time ticked away. Liu Kai mentally counted down rapidly, retrieving several large camping tarps from his storage space. He swiftly sealed the entrance to the outside world securely. Finally, with only 30 seconds left on the electromagnetic shield's countdown, he abruptly halted his movements, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Let you experience firsthand the cruel methods you once employed. He extracted a camping alcohol torch and ignited it. In the next instant, a copious amount of thick, black liquid crude oil spilled onto the ground, spreading widely under the force of gravity. Seizing the moment before the oil could solidify in the low temperature, Liu Kai deftly ignited a corner of the crude oil. A brilliant yellow flame erupted instantly, raising the temperature within the tunnel significantly. Accompanying this was a dense cloud of black smoke, activating the sealing mode and the emergency oxygen supply. The exoskeleton automatically sealed itself upon detecting the presence of toxic gas and a decrease in oxygen levels. Liu Kai continued his actions, retreating while releasing more crude oil into the increasingly fierce flames. As the flames scorched it, the viscous oil became softer and more easily ignitable. In mere moments, the entire tunnel was engulfed in thick black smoke. The billowing toxic fumes surged rapidly to the sides due to thermal convection. However, the path leading to the collapsed hole in the street was obscured by Liu Kai with tarpaulin. The overwhelming majority of toxic fumes were unable to permeate, forcing the masses to rush frantically towards the deeper layer of the enemy. Beep, beep, beep. The preset countdown resonated softly, signaling the activation of the jammer on the ice surface. Indeed, Liu Kai, through his scan, witnessed the drastic change in the complexion of the bare-chested, robust man. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, shouting fervently at the people outside. It seemed communication had been severed. Simultaneously, Two sentinels stationed on the periphery also sensed something amiss. In the dim light, peculiar movements appeared to stir within the darkness ahead. As the two cautiously activated the tactical flashlights affixed to their rifles, illuminating the shadows, they were left utterly paralyzed by the unforgettable scene that unfolded before them. The inky black smoke engulfed the entire expanse of the underground tunnel. Within the dense haze, it appeared as though countless formless evil spirits and ferocious beasts lurked, churning, rolling, and overlapping, surging forth with an overwhelming momentum. Chapter 116. Overwhelming one-sided massacre. The psychological resilience of this group was indeed formidable, even upon witnessing such a horrifying scene. They quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of mental blankness. They erupted into frantic shouts, activating the nearby alert switch, and swiftly retreated deeper into the tunnel, hastily donning their gas masks. In an instant, the entire tunnel was filled with the blaring of alarms and flashing red lights. The advance of the noxious smoke and gas was alarmingly rapid, outpacing human speed by far. Despite the warnings, many within the ranks remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The muscular man, resembling a commander, was too preoccupied to acknowledge the communication breakdown, mistakenly believing the enemy had invaded. He quickly seized his weapon, crouching behind cover, bracing for confrontation. Suddenly, two figures burst into the tunnel, donned in gas masks, shouting in a frantic tongue about the gas. Gas. The very mention of the word sent shockwaves through the crowd, their faces paling in fear. Yet before they could react, a torrent of black smoke surged toward them. In an instant, the dim illumination was entirely swallowed, engulfing the tunnel in darkness. Some soldiers, quick on their feet, managed to secure their gas masks just in time, temporarily evading disaster. However, the sudden drop in oxygen levels rendered them breathless, their minds clouded, unable to muster any energy. The misfortunate souls who failed to don their masks promptly found themselves gasping in panic, inadvertently inhaling the toxic smoke. This few breaths of darkness left them with a tightness in their chests and a sting in their nostrils, collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching their throats, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. While they did not succumb immediately, they had already lost most of their capacity for action. The muscular commander exhibited the level of leadership expected in such dire circumstances. He unwaveringly believed this was an enemy incursion and not a mere incident of pipeline combustion. They had thoroughly inspected the entire tunnel. It was inconceivable that such a volume of toxic smoke could materialize from thin air. He had no time to ponder how they might have been exposed. Survival was the priority. He swiftly organized the remaining 20 or so capable individuals to retreat, dispersing them behind various forms of cover. Four machine gunners took position at the front, providing covering fire. Two others, armed with cumbersome thermal imaging anti-material sniper rifles, positioned themselves further back, ready to deliver a lethal strike at a moment's notice. 5 more bore RPG rocket launchers, with one individual handling the remote control. Should matters escalate, they would collapse the tunnel, making their escape through an alternate route. Regrettably, he was unaware that the remote explosives had become utterly ineffective. Liu Kai, the observer of this tactical arrangement, noted every detail without delay. As he witnessed the first casualties fall, he seized the moment to act. Standing amidst the thick, billowing smoke, he approached the final stretch of the perfectly straight corridor, where a precise shot could be made. Although the dense smoke ahead was partially obstructed by a massive exhaust fan, the advance of the smoke had slowed. Its temperature, however, remained dangerously high. The two individuals wielding thermal imaging sniper rifles could only perceive a screen of mottled white, devoid of any human figures. Likewise, the exoskeleton's thermal imaging proved utterly ineffective. However, with the scanning fully engaged, Liu Kai relied not on his eyes. The time for carnage had arrived. In their hasty retreat, the enemy had left behind 2 half-height ammunition crates outside. With a swift gesture, Liu Kai extracted several flashbangs from within, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The enemy soldiers, highly focused and poised for battle, found themselves perplexed as no adversary revealed themselves. Suddenly, 2 swirling metallic projectiles erupted from the thick smoke. The enemy soldiers gasped, their pupils dilating in recognition. Flashbangs. In the next instant, a blinding whiteness engulfed their vision, accompanied by a deafening explosion that rendered them dizzy. Yet, these seasoned fighters remained composed. The machine gunners, in particular, were clear-headed, understanding that in such moments, only a barrage of fire could thwart the enemy's advance, buying precious seconds for their comrades to regain their sight and hearing. They decisively squeezed their triggers, the sharp rat-tat-tat echoing through the tunnel as bullets rained down into the smoke. Liu Kai, emboldened by the exoskeleton's formidable ballistic protection, boldly charged forward, disregarding the hail of small-caliber bullets. Sparks erupted from his body as he was struck, but he leaped out of the smoke with a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary human. The exoskeleton's smart glasses restored imaging functionality, activating targeting assistance. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the dense barrage and conjured two handguns seemingly from thin air. Bang, bang, bang. With deft precision, he unleashed a torrent of bullets, each one expertly bypassing the protection of the enemy's body armor and helmets, striking directly into their faces, delivering fatal blows. Although the flashbangs had rendered the majority of the enemy's hearing useless, the sound of gunfire was still unmistakably loud. These experienced soldiers could clearly discern that the shots did not belong to their comrades, and they instinctively aimed their weapons blindly in Liu Kai's direction. Thud, thud. The dull thump of two projectiles slicing through the air reached Liu Kai's ears. Initially intent on braving the bullets, he swiftly relinquished that notion. For the ominous sound of grenade launchers echoed ominously. Concentrating intensely, he instantaneously shifted to another direction. In the next moment, his original position erupted with violent explosions. Astonished, Liu Kai marveled at the prowess of the elite forces. Even in blind fire, their sense of direction remained astonishingly accurate. Suddenly, the exoskeleton emitted a warning alert. Warning, anti-material sniper rifle detected. It was the two snipers who had distanced themselves, having shaken off the effects of the flashbangs, now aiming at Liu Kai's current position. Left with no choice, Liu Kai quickly darted behind the nearest cover. Indeed, while the exoskeleton armor could barely withstand the fire from an anti-material sniper rifle, the joints were still relatively vulnerable. Having witnessed the cunning of these foes, he was wary of underestimating them. Yet, fear was not a sentiment he entertained. He resorted to his previous tactics, once again tossing out two flashbangs. A few Japanese soldiers, whose vision had just begun to recover, caught sight of the incoming projectiles and felt an urge to curse. Unfortunately for them, they had no countermeasures in place. Flashbangs are not something one can simply evade. Closing one's eyes and plugging one's ears proves futile. They could only instinctively hunch down behind their cover, hoping for a less severe aftermath this time. Of course, they were not entirely passive. Two quick-reacting soldiers had already pulled the trigger, firing RPGs toward Liu Kai's hiding spot. As they scanned for the rapidly approaching RPG warheads, the two flashbangs detonated simultaneously. Liu Kai decisively rose from behind his cover, turned, and raised his pistol, firing two shots. The bullets struck the fuses with precision, igniting the RPG warheads mid-air. A cascade of burning fragments scattered at high speed, landing directly upon several Japanese soldiers. The tunnel was instantaneously filled with a chorus of anguished cries. The one-sided massacre continued unabated. Chapter 117, Consummate Cleanup, Official Aftermath. Liu Kai wielded two handguns, unleashing brilliant tongues of fire with relentless fervor. Each lethal bullet traced a graceful arc as it found its mark within the human body. This time, the two distant snipers were the first to suffer. Their surroundings, once a blinding white, swiftly transformed into a sanguine red, followed by an enveloping darkness. Consciousness dissipated, leading to their utter demise. To avert unforeseen circumstances, Liu Kai employed a strategy of saturated assault. Each enemy soldier was met with no less than 4 bullets. He moved with the agility of a lithe cheetah through the tunnel, dispatching the remaining foes with the swiftness of harvesting chives. Despite the limited capacity of his handgun magazines, the gunfire never waned. Liu Kai refrained from utilizing spare magazines. Instead, he intuitively discovered a novel application of his spatial abilities, rapid reloading through his storage space. Empty magazines were swiftly stowed away, and under meticulous control, bullets filled the chambers in a seamless and expeditious manner. To the outside world, the entire process consumed almost no time, enabling him to maintain a nearly uninterrupted barrage of fire. Simultaneously, Liu Kai's thoughts drifted to the Gatling gun he had previously acquired. This weapon employed a fully disintegrating metal belt. With each bullet fired, the metal links would automatically separate, mingling with the ejected casings. Typically, in the heat of battle, troops would not concern themselves with reclaiming the belt, much like they would disregard the retrieval of spent cartridges. Liu Kai, however, was not supported by a robust logistical system like the official forces. Were he to wield the Gatling gun, he could efficiently utilize his storage space to recover the belts, seamlessly reassembling them for repeated use. The battle soon reached its conclusion. The 20 or so remaining combatants who had initially retained the ability to resist were nearly all eradicated, leaving only a muscular man with an exposed torso. Just as he sensed the tide turning against him and prepared to take his own life, Liu Kai teleported behind him, delivering a swift strike to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. For the sake of thoroughness, Liu Kai then approached the first enemies who had succumbed to the toxin-induced stupor, ensuring each received a final bullet. Having completed this meticulous task, his gaze shifted to the array of firearms and ammunition scattered across the ground, not to mention the 7 ammunition crates. A grin spread across his face as he salivated at the prospect. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. While the weapons and ammunition at his disposal were undoubtedly sufficient, Who could ever find fault with having more? Without hesitation, he waved his hand, drawing in the scattered firearms, ammunition crates, food supplies, fuel, and generators all into his storage space, leaving nothing behind. In addition to these valuable items, Liu Kai also collected maps, communication devices, and documentation from the command post. At this juncture, the oxygen within the tunnel had been nearly exhausted. The flames were rapidly extinguishing, and the unburned crude oil was enveloped in a low-temperature haze, quickly solidifying into obsidian ice. Deprived of the airflow generated by intense heat, the dense smoke ceased its tumultuous dance, gradually transforming into dark fragments that drifted down like snowflakes. Liu Kai retraced his steps, returning the way he had come. Gather the remote-controlled explosives and store them away. Fortunately, the composition of these bombs is TNT, which is chemically stable. Even after enduring extreme heat, they remain inert. However, the 3 electromagnetic wave jammers have not fared as well. Though they still function, they are in a pitiable state. Abandoned by Liu Kai. Similarly forsaken are the camping tarps used to conceal the smoke at the entrance, now rendered blackened and devoid of any value for reuse. Emerging from the pit, Liu Kai's loose robe, which enveloped his exoskeleton, had long since been reduced to ashes. Even the exoskeleton itself bore the stains of soot. Naturally, Liu Kai was reluctant to discard the exoskeleton. Thus, he sought an empty house, kindled a fire, and melted ice for water. Several basins of scalding water cascaded over his head, swiftly restoring the once dull armor to a brilliant sheen. Regrettably, the room was left in disarray, littered with dark impurities, with the sofa and walls bearing the brunt of the mess. Draped in a fresh, loose robe, Liu Kai retrieved the snowmobile and placed the enormous communication device in the trunk. He also extracted the unconscious muscular enemy soldier, binding his limbs and covering him with a thermal blanket to prevent hypothermia, before roughly stuffing him into the snowmobile. Driving swiftly, Liu Kai secured the last electromagnetic wave jammer on the icy surface and subsequently located an area with power supply. Upon connecting his phone to the base station signal, he dialed Qin Luofei. The call connected promptly, revealing a slightly weary voice on the other end. Mr. Chiu, what can I do for you? Secretary Qin. Did you watch the video I sent you this morning? Upon hearing Liu Kai's inquiry, Qin Luofei let out a wry chuckle. Indeed, I did. Mr. Chiu, you truly can't sit still. You've presented us with quite the dilemma. I am genuinely troubled. Do not fret just yet. I have more to share with you. Realizing Liu Kai would not reach out without reason, Qin Luofei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be another troublesome matter? Unfortunately, her instincts were correct. This morning, I encountered a surprise attack from the enemy. What? Are you all right, Mr. Chiu? Hearing of Liu Kai's ambush, Qin Luofei momentarily disregarded her fatigue and gasped. After all, if anything were to happen to Liu Kai, what would become of the salvage operation? I am fine, and I traced their roots, eliminating their stronghold. I now possess a seized communication device and have captured an enemy commander. That's a relief. But wait, you eliminated their stronghold? Alone. Please. Do not overreact. The priority is what to do with the communication device and the enemy commander. Oh, right. Where are you now? At the southern entrance of Fenghai Pedestrian Street. Understood, Mr. Chiu. I will send someone over for the handover immediately. Qin Luofei's emotions were complex, torn between joy for the unexpected resolution of a significant problem and concern over the mounting issues at hand. Shelters, oil wells, heinous crimes, enigmatic viruses, abductions, drug trafficking, and banditry. One incident after another, each more convoluted than the last, leaving one at a loss as to how to coordinate efforts. Little did she expect that Liu Kai would embroil her in yet another significant affair. A wry smile crept upon her lips. Mr. Chiu truly cannot remain idle. It would be a pity for someone of your caliber not to serve in the military. Perhaps I should petition the higher-ups for a special commission. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation. This time, my efforts to eradicate the enemy are a matter of goodwill. I have not accepted any remuneration. You actually wish to enlist me for unpaid labor? You mustn't speak so dismissively. Contributing to the nation is an obligation every citizen should embrace. Besides, I am acquainted with numerous charming and single military ladies. Are you certain you wish to forego such an opportunity? Do you honestly think I would believe that? Miser. If you refuse, so be it. Chapter 118, The Firepower of a Squad. The salvage mission concluded. The official response was swift. 10 minutes later, a helicopter descended at the southern entrance of the pedestrian street. A young lieutenant accompanied by 2 soldiers arrived for the handover. Although they were well concealed, Liu Kai sensed a complex gaze directed at him, laden with an ineffable meaning. The lieutenant approached, offering a courteous salute. Rather than hastily exchanging the communication equipment and the unconscious enemy soldier, he politely inquired about the location of the enemy's stronghold. This question left Liu Kai momentarily silent, as he harbored 2 concerns. Firstly, there remained some crude oil within the tunnel that had yet to be ignited. It had solidified into ice, merging with the earth, making it nearly impossible for him to reclaim it into his storage space. Secondly, the tunnel was devoid of any useful items aside from the enemy corpses, including a substantial cache of firearms and ammunition. The authorities would undoubtedly wish to verify the scene, and he was uncertain what complications might arise. However, these thoughts flickered away as he decided to disclose the location of the collapsed entrance of Metro Line 3 next to the Sky Hour. After all, there was still one enemy combatant alive. Even if he chose not to speak, the officials would likely uncover it. The reason for sparing this particular prisoner was due to his noteworthy rank. If he could be compelled to divulge significant intelligence, it might present an opportunity to decisively address the rampant enemy activities in Fenghai City and potentially other coastal cities. Comparatively, even if he were to be branded with a more enigmatic label of suspicion by the authorities, it would still be worthwhile. Before long, the helicopter departed with the cumbersome communication equipment and the captured enemy soldier. With a smile illuminating his face, Liu Kai hopped into the snow vehicle, resuming the inventory of his vast haul within his storage space. He had only glanced at it briefly before, but now, the sight filled him with exuberance. A plethora of 7.62mm fully compatible ammunition chains, 12 packages of 800-gram TNT remote-controlled explosives, 6 RPG launchers, with 35 rounds of ammunition, 2 Russian-made V-94 anti-material rifles, 35 FNH, 20 rifles equipped with grenade launchers, 3 American 48 Malawian Quaches light machine guns, and 12 German SFB-9 pistols. There were also 42 sets of body armor and helmets, all in remarkably good condition despite a bit of dirt. Additionally, a substantial quantity of ammunition and throwable weapons awaited him. Upon entering his storage space and conducting a cursory scan, he derived an astonishingly precise numerical conclusion: 85 Mk3A2 grenades, 40 M84 flashbangs, 150 grenade rounds, and nearly 60,000 rounds of various calibers. Grasping enough equipment to outfit an entire army platoon with surplus gear made Liu Kai's heart race uncontrollably. It was still true that his existing weapons were sufficient, yet, akin to hoarding supplies, who would ever disdain having an excess? Amidst his excitement, he could not help but feel a tinge of regret. He was elated that he now possessed over 30,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, complete with corresponding belts. This type of ammunition could be utilized in both the domestically produced CSLR-4 sniper rifle and the American 48 Malawian Quaches machine gun. The M134 Gatling gun, renowned for its formidable firepower, remains an incredibly versatile tool. Regrettably, amidst countless rounds, none are of the 10.36 caliber. This unfortunate reality confines the exquisite M200 sniper rifle to the realm of artistry. After a considerable moment, he managed to temper his excitement and released the two creatures, Little Black and Little White, from the storage space. While it felt like an eternity to the outside world, for them, it was but a fleeting instant. Liu Kai finally had the opportunity to scrutinize their condition. Their temperatures remained elevated, yet they were gradually returning to normal levels. Their fur felt remarkably more resilient than before, and the muscles beneath their skin appeared more robust. Fortunately, their personalities had not altered. The husky remained delightfully foolish, while the black cat retained its aloof and haughty demeanor. Liu Kai marveled at the virus's peculiarities. It exhibited different effects on beings of varying sizes. A sense of unease crept into his mind. The virus was mutating. Initially effective only on larger creatures, it had, in just 2 days, transformed to influence smaller animals like cats and dogs. Would a bioweapon crisis truly arise in the future? At that moment, Liu Kai was unaware of the impending reality. Soon, the mutated virus would indeed infect humans and primates. But it would not devolve into the legendary zombie apocalypse. The bizarre symptoms evoked a mix of amusement and an endless sense of melancholy and dread. He could not foresee what lay ahead, nor did he wish to dwell on it. At least, he had never heard of such a virus in his previous life. Now, his attention shifted to the 2 tiger corpses in the storage space. Little Black and Little White had undergone their transformations after consuming the tiger's brain. What would happen if they were to continue eating? There were only 2 possibilities. Either they would continue to evolve and strengthen, or the virus had already taken root within them, rendering any further intake ineffective. Regardless, experimentation was necessary to ascertain the outcome. With this thought, Liu Kai cut 2 small pieces of tiger brain from the corpses, placing them in a bowl before Little Black and Little White. The moment the tiger brain appeared, it was as if they had suddenly caught a whiff of an unparalleled delicacy. Their eyes, imbued with a remarkably human-like yearning, fixated on the bowl. However, this time, they did not succumb to instinct and pounce on the brain. Instead, they simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at Liu Kai, as if seeking his approval. Upon receiving his nod of consent, They each swallowed a piece, their furry faces reflecting satisfaction and an unquenched desire. The efficacy of the virus would require further observation. Liu Kai harbored no illusions of immediate answers as he drove the snowmobile back. This observation extended through the night. By the following morning, Liu Kai finally confirmed the virus's effects. The allure of the infected flesh still existed for animals. However, for enhanced creatures like Little Black and Little White, it could no longer provide additional reinforcement. His second hypothesis proved correct. Today, Liu Kai still planned to venture out for some trading. Simultaneously, a sense of impatience brewed within him. Several days prior, he had harbored an intense desire to embark upon his mining venture, yet he had hesitated to take the plunge. Uncertain of the official's reliability, he remained in a state of limbo. Perhaps fate had heeded his grievances. Just as he was preparing to step out, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID display Lophius, a wave of elation surged through Liu Kai. "Mr. Chiu, are you available at the moment?" Though the voice on the other end seemed calm, Liu Kai's mind was exceptionally alert. He sensed an undercurrent of significance in the conversation. "Our availability largely hinges on the purpose of your call." "Haha, Mr. Chiu, you possess a delightful sense of humor. The analysis from the Fonghai Lake underwater research base has been completed. If you are free, shall we commence the salvage operation this afternoon?" At this announcement, Liu Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a sense, he was even more eager to initiate the salvage than the officials themselves. For him, it was merely a matter of organizing his storage space. He promptly replied, "No problem. Please send me the specific location, and I shall head over immediately." Chapter 119. Fonghai Lake. Identity revealed. Fonghai Lake is situated 25 kilometers northwest of the city in the picturesque Maishan town, spanning an area of 13 square kilometers. It stretches over 7 kilometers from southwest to northeast. The lake's waters flow into the sea, located 30 kilometers away, through the broad Fengshu River, with a mere 8-meter elevation difference between the lake's surface and sea level. The numerous islands within the lake were once adorned with lush vegetation. However, that was before the arrival of the cold current. Now, these verdant islands lie in eerie silence, and the lake's surface is encrusted with a thick layer of ice. The coordinates sent by Qin Luofei pinpointed the center of Fonghai Lake, specifically an island known as Tianchao, which previously housed a clandestine institution, a water quality monitoring station. Liu Kai has only just realized that this modest station served as a FAAD for an underwater research facility, with a nearly 100-meter vertical passage leading directly to the subterranean base. Regrettably, this passage has now collapsed. Navigating according to the coordinates, Liu Kai traversed the northern district of the city. The route to Maishan town, once accessible, is now ensconced beneath a thick layer of frost, rendering any convoluted detours unnecessary. He simply advanced across the relatively flat ice surface. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Liu Kai arrived at Fonghai Lake. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, he had brought along Xiao He and Xiao Bai to witness the scene. Due to an unprecedented downpour prior to the cold current's arrival, the ice surface of Fonghai Lake now rises at least 15 meters above its former water level. Combined with the lake's original depth of 55 meters and an additional 30-meter thick layer of concrete, the research base beneath the lake is now situated nearly 100 meters below the ice surface. Only the highest point of Tianchao Island remains vaguely visible. Yet the water quality monitoring station, which once served as a cover, has been completely buried. At this moment, Fonghai Lake buzzes with activity, reminiscent of the bustling atmosphere at the offshore drilling platform. Several trucks and 2 helicopters are stationed near the island, while dozens of armed soldiers stand guard, signifying the importance of this operation. The ice surface has been cleaved to create a circular opening approximately 10 meters in diameter, given that freshwater freezes more readily than seawater. The thickness of the ice here exceeds that near coastal number 3, measuring a full 8 meters. Above the ice hole, cranes are deployed, continuously hoisting bodies from the depths below. The deceased, both male and female, predominantly don white lab coats. Their skin is pallid, and their bodies are so swollen that their original features are obscured. Liu Kai deduces that these individuals are likely the research personnel who perished in the underwater facility due to an unfortunate incident. According to Qin Luofei, after the experimental mishap, the onset of the cold current coincidentally prevented immediate rescue efforts, resulting in the delay until now to recover their remains. He cannot help but feel a twinge of sorrow. These were once promising talents nurtured over many years, and their untimely demise is indeed a tragic loss. The guarding soldiers recognized Liu Kai's snowmobile. Upon his approach, they conducted a cursory inspection with an explosive detection device before granting him passage. It was then that Liu Kai encountered a familiar face, Qin Luofei, clad in a military coat that concealed her graceful figure. At that moment, she was engaged in discussions and arrangements with several technicians, evidently commanding this operation, which took Liu Kai by surprise. Coastal number 3 is understandable under her command. Although significant, it is merely one of many drilling platforms across the nation. Yet, in this operation, which bears global implications, why is it that a mere captain is at the helm? It is not that the rank of captain is insignificant, but rather that it seems as though the authorities do not regard the matter with the gravitas it deserves. Soon, however, a sense of clarity emerged. After all, even he and external personnel had been summoned to partake in this mission. Upon Liu Kai's arrival, Qin Luofei closed her folder and handed it to a technician. Nodding as she said, "That will suffice. You may proceed with your tasks." A peculiar smile graced her lips. "Welcome, Mr. Chiu. Please hold on. There are preparations yet to be completed." Liu Kai acknowledged her with a nod, but the smile on Qin Luofei's face struck him as peculiar. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "What brings you joy? Have you encountered something delightful?" "Indeed, I have something rather pleasurable," she replied, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before stepping closer to Liu Kai. Her bright, expressive eyes bore into him, causing an unsettling sensation within him. Suddenly lowering her voice, she asked, "Mr. Chiu? Or perhaps I should address you as Mr. Liu." Her unexpected words made Liu Kai's pupils contract sharply. His heart momentarily ceased its rhythm before racing violently. A wave of trepidation washed over him, as a sense of being exposed loomed in his mind. Does she know? Is it just her, or does the official body also possess this knowledge? Have my actions prior to the cold wave been revealed? And what of my spatial abilities? If my secrets are indeed exposed, there will be no holding back. With a flurry of thoughts swirling in his mind, his muscles tensed in preparation for confrontation. His principle was to avoid conflict with the authorities unless absolutely necessary. He knew he could not prevail. Yet, if the situation demanded it, he would not hesitate to act. Nevertheless, the current circumstances remained ambiguous, and the official stance was uncertain. He compelled himself to regain composure, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. On the surface, Liu Kai appeared to remain still. Yet beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his back. The myriad of thoughts dissipated swiftly, but he instinctively maintained a composed expression on his half-visible face. His voice turned icy. "What is it that Secretary Qin is implying? I, Chiu, do not comprehend." Despite this, Qin Luofei perceived the brief flicker of panic that had crossed his face, her enigmatic smile unwavering. Retrieving a sheet of paper from her pocket, she recited its contents aloud. Liu Kai, born December 2018, originally from Tianfu, both parents deceased, leader of the 2nd Technical Group at the Tobacco Bureau of Fenghai City, residing in the Lisher Tsiushuan community in the northwest of the city. "I had realized you were even younger than I by half a year, dear little Liu," she remarked. "Nor did I foresee that your first venture as a roaming merchant would involve plundering the pockets of your own neighbors. TSK, what a crafty businessman you are." As Qin Luofei concluded her statement, Liu Kai's expression darkened. He had taken great pains to conceal his identity, even going so far as to dispose of cigarette butts containing DNA information whenever he smoked outside. To his dismay, he discovered that despite his meticulous precautions, the authorities had still managed to unearth his information. However, a sigh of relief escaped him, for it seemed from Qin Luofei's tone that the authorities were unaware of his extensive borrowing from online loans prior to the cold wave, nor of his plundering of supermarket warehouses, produce centers, and tobacco depots. They were also oblivious to his residence in the underground Doomsday bunker of the Imperial Villa, and unaware of his spatial abilities. As for the evidence pointing to him in the shooting of the tank fairy and the devoted admirer, there was none to be found. Given this, the revelation of his identity became less daunting. After all, the purpose of concealing his identity was to shield the unsavory deeds he had committed. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Liu Kai posed the pivotal question, "How did you come to uncover this? And who else is aware of it?" This inquiry implicitly acknowledged his identity. Qin Luofei had encountered setbacks with Liu Kai on several occasions, even having her sidearm confiscated twice. Now, she had finally managed to gain a semblance of victory, feeling a newfound clarity throughout her being. Without any further pretense, she confessed candidly, "Do you recall that time at the city government building? I showed you the map of the underwater research base. When you returned it to me, I noticed a strand of hair on it. Thus, rest assured, very few are privy to this matter, and my lips are sealed." Chapter 120. Second-class merit, preparatory work. In just a few brief sentences, Liu Kai felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, his inner thoughts swirling with frustration. It turned out that DNA sequencing had been conducted using his hair. Shedding hair is a natural metabolic process. However, DNA analysis necessitates hair accompanied by follicles. He had not anticipated such a coincidental occurrence on that particular day. Losing hair was one thing, but to fortuitously lose a strand complete with a follicle was another. As the saying goes, when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can lead to discomfort. He suddenly regretted his meddling that day. Yet, Liu Kai's thought shifted abruptly. His expression darkened as he fixed a stern gaze upon Qin Luofei. Ah, splendid, Secretary Qin. I risked myself to save you, and you were contemplating an investigation into me? Qin Luofei, slightly embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile, casually patting Liu Kai's drooping right arm. Oh, dear little Liu, do not be angry. This investigation was mandated from above. I am merely a subordinate following orders and possess no decision-making authority. Do not call me little brother. I am truly exasperated with all of you. What you are doing is the epitome of little brother behavior. All right, Comrade Liu, do not let your temper flare. Clarifying your identity is indeed a positive endeavor. Noticing Liu Kai's persistent skepticism, Qin Luofei gestured to someone behind her. A soldier promptly approached, carrying a black briefcase. After handing it over, he discreetly retreated. As the briefcase was opened, its contents caught Liu Kai's eye. Inside lay a small red box, a crimson certificate, and a military green device resembling a tablet. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Luofei retrieved the red box, lifted its lid, and presented it to Liu Kai. Inside was a medal. Its base adorned with a blend of gold and silver, featuring a vibrant red pentagram. Atop it was a golden red ribbon, also embellished with a silver pentagram. The words second-class merit gleamed strikingly. At that moment, Liu Kai had lost the calmness he had previously maintained, his face etched with disbelief. This is for me? Of course, it is for you. Are you not delighted? To be honest, Liu Kai felt anything but joy. The incredulous look on his face faded, replaced by an expression of scrutiny and doubt. Without elaborating, his actions, such as clearing oil wells and the impending recovery operation, merited a second-class merit. And he could even argue for a first-class distinction. Yet, the award was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the identity question. What does this mean? If memory serves, only military personnel receive medals for achievements, while civilians merely receive commendations, correct? Qin Luofei seemed to have anticipated his inquiry. Confidently, she held up the crimson certificate from the briefcase, a letter of appointment. This is not a forced conscription. It is intended to appoint you as a special advisor. Thus, bestowing you this medal is entirely justified. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai fell silent. Noticing his reticence, Qin Luofei continued to gently persuade him. Do not harbor concerns. This advisory role comes with benefits, but imposes no restrictions. Moreover, with the addition of this medal, your identity will be classified as confidential, granting you the rights of priority asylum, life protection, high-level immunity, preferential treatment for your descendants, and priority resettlement after an apocalypse, among others. Most importantly, Qin Luofei finally picked up the heavy, dark green tablet, the right to intermediate knowledge. This device is directly linked to a satellite query system, allowing you to access the official database at any time to examine classified information and below, both domestic and international. Liu Kai listened silently, showing no indication of his thoughts. The concepts of life protection and priority resettlement seemed more symbolic than practical. As for the right to knowledge, it appeared there were no secrets worth his investigation. Nor did he comprehend the official's intentions. Only the high-level immunity seemed somewhat beneficial. For instance, should he commit acts of violence or theft, he might evade consequences if discovered. Yet, reflecting on history, it echoed the past when Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, granted iron certificates to his loyal nobles, purportedly ensuring their immunity from death. In the end, these tokens became mere ornaments, with no one truly spared from death due to them. Ultimately, it was merely the word of the officials. What Qin Luofei referred to as unrestricted was nothing but a ruse. One who receives favors must be cautious. If the authorities later require him to undertake certain tasks, he would have to weigh his refusals carefully. Liu Kai felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment. Yet he understood the gravity of the current situation. It was advisable not to refuse the demands set forth by the authorities, just as it was prudent to accept any rewards offered. A clear refusal would be tantamount to a slap in the face, a perilous act of self-sabotage. Liu Kai sensed that he was being manipulated from all sides, leaving him with no recourse. Resigned, he accepted the box, letting out a sigh of exasperation. Very well. Please extend my gratitude to the leadership. Qin Luofei's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled brightly. I will certainly convey Comrade Xiao Lu's appreciation. Liu Kai placed the box containing the medal back into the snow vehicle. Under Qin Luofei's guidance, he proceeded to a makeshift command tent. As preparations for underwater operations were still underway, it was an opportune moment to elucidate the situation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged expert in his 40s entered the tent. After exchanging a few polite remarks, he laid out a newly drawn large map of the underwater base on the table, introducing it to Liu Kai in conjunction with the blueprints. According to the underwater robot's reconnaissance, A substantial hole had been created in the 30-meter-thick concrete above the base by beam weapons. However, this was followed by a collapse of the supporting structure, and the initial large opening had since been filled with silt. Every corner of the underground base had been inundated with lake water, which astonished Liu Kai once more. The only remaining entrance was a pipeline at the lake's bottom, leading directly into the research base, originally designed for water extraction. The pipeline was not vertically oriented due to considerations of water pressure and intrusion prevention, featuring numerous bends and branches. The optimal route had been meticulously planned to navigate around areas prone to further collapse, connecting the pipeline to the water storage chamber and then to the compartment housing the beam weapons. All sealed doors and security gates along the route have been severed and dismantled. The entire pathway, extending over 320 meters, is now unobstructed. The widest part of the conduit measures merely 2 meters, while the narrowest constriction is 1.5 meters. The ray weapon, with a cylindrical form, has a diameter of 1.4 meters and a length of 3 meters. This dimension allows it to be begrudgingly dragged through the conduit. However, due to the weapon's substantial weight of 13.5 tons, coupled with the conduit's curvature and limited dimensions, the installation of high-capacity lifting machinery is unfeasible, and the use of pulleys for external hauling is also impractical. Furthermore, as this ray weapon is a prototype, the only one of its kind in the world, officials are reluctant to dismantle it hastily for segmented removal. At present, the only course of action is to retrieve the corpses of the personnel within, along with storage devices and critical documentation. Divers are currently installing a small electric motor and cable within the conduit to serve as an auxiliary during the retrieval process. At this juncture, a technician handed Liu Kai a peculiar object the size of a large soda bottle. This is an underwater inflatable balloon, which, when inflated, achieves a diameter of 1.5 meters and can be reused multiple times. It provides buoyancy and can also assist in transporting the weapon within the conduit. Liu Kai's mission is to transport the weapon to the entrance of the underwater cavern, from where it will be hoisted by a crane positioned on the ice surface. Chapter 121. One more time, the originator of awkward conversations, the expert elaborated extensively on the situation before inquiring if Liu Kai had any further questions. Liu Kai pondered momentarily, feigning curiosity towards the expert. He asked whether there was a contingency plan in case the salvage attempt failed. The expert hesitated, seemingly uncertain about whether to disclose the information. Qin Luofei, exasperated, interjected with a rather absurd response. There was indeed a backup plan, which entailed disassembling the weapon and extracting the components, followed by reassembling them according to the salvage documentation. However, many parts would likely sustain damage from exposure to water, significantly delaying the progress of the global unsealing initiative. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation and waved his hand, indicating that he had no further inquiries. Observing his reaction, Qin Luofei subtly signaled for the expert to exit. After a brief pause, she suddenly added, "By the way, someone else will be accompanying you into the water shortly." Liu Kai, who had been studying the map, abruptly looked up. "Secretary Qin, have you forgotten our agreement? We clearly stated that I would go alone." His brows furrowed, casting a displeased glance at Qin Luofei. The official request seemed to harbor ulterior motives, merely an attempt to observe his salvage methods and acquire knowledge. Fortunately, it seemed they were merely interested in learning, without considering the possibility of any supernatural phenomena. Nonetheless, if someone were to accompany him, complications would arise. Surely, he could not brazenly utilize his storage space. Noticing Liu Kai's displeasure, Qin Luofei hastily clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. The individual accompanying you is a staff member from the underground research base. He happened to be on leave during the incident and is well acquainted with the conditions below. He will simply serve as a guide." This excuse evidently failed to convince Liu Kai. He pointed indifferently at the blueprints on the table, his meaning unmistakable. "Do I truly need your guidance? The blueprints are inanimate and lack adaptability. Having someone familiar with the situation would certainly be beneficial, given the gravity of the matter." Despite Qin Luofei's logical and emotional appeals, Liu Kai's stance remained resolute. His response was succinct, "Absolutely not." Upon sensing that she wished to say more, Liu Kai's already grim expression darkened further. In a harsh tone, he remarked, "I see. You are afraid I will cause destruction if I go alone, aren't you? If you do not trust me, then why bestow upon me a medal?" With that, he puffed himself up indignantly and made to exit the tent. Qin Luofei, alarmed by his intention, quickly stepped in front of the tent entrance. Though she too found the situation perplexing, it was not her place to make decisions. She could only implore him, her voice tinged with urgency and submission. "Liu Kai, you truly misunderstand. I believe you would not act recklessly. However, this is a directive from above, and I am powerless to change it." Liu Kai appeared ready to leave, but it was merely a fade. Having already received his compensation, the authorities would not permit him to depart at will. He merely sought to negotiate. Yet, upon witnessing Qin Luofei's sincere and earnest demeanor, Liu Kai realized she was not being deceitful. This matter appears to be a directive from above, hastily implemented. Such unprincipled conduct is truly frustrating. With a resigned sigh, he mused, indeed, one is indebted to those who extend a hand. Having recently accepted an award, albeit reluctantly bestowed upon him, he found it increasingly difficult to refuse certain requests. This is how one becomes subservient. Liu Kai resolved that he was still too weak to confront the formidable machinery of the state. Historically, the populace has never triumphed over authority. Thus, he thought, if I cannot confront them, I can at least evade them. From now on, he would strive to remain out of official scrutiny. If they could not reach him, they would not compel him to undertake actions against his will. With this thought, any lingering guilt about his impending venture to the bright town to pilfer national resources dissipated entirely. As for bringing others along, he would simply devise an excuse to send them away when the time came. Should anyone prove obstinate and refuse to leave, he would not shy away from using force. After all, even a dog possesses its pride. Well, you are merely a captain, essentially a runner. I shall not make things difficult for you. Upon hearing Liu Kai's words, Qin Luofei realized he had ultimately acquiesced. Her face brightened, and she approached him, appearing ready to embrace him. Her eyes shimmering with gratitude and a hint of emotion. Thank you so much, Liu Kai. Truly, I appreciate your understanding. Liu Kai stepped back to avoid her embrace. No need for pleasantries. I can assist, but I have two conditions. Feel free to state them. First, no one accompanying me can bring any recording devices. Second, all underwater bionic robots must be withdrawn to prevent any filming. Without hesitation, Qin Luofei nodded vigorously, promptly assuring him. Rest assured, this is a minor issue within my purview. Seemingly anxious that Liu Kai might reconsider, she swiftly grabbed her walkie-talkie and called out, Brother Song, could you please come in? Shortly after, a man lifted the tent's flap and entered. A steady and resonant voice emerged. Secretary Qin, did you call for me? Qin Luofei nodded and quickly gestured to Liu Kai. Mr. Chiu, this is Mr. Song Yuming, who will join you underwater shortly. Liu Kai shifted his gaze from the map to appraise the newcomer. He was a well-proportioned middle-aged man, standing just under 6 feet tall. He appeared affluent and health-conscious, the type who values wellness and fitness. Though he exuded a refined aura, his features were rather unremarkable, the kind of face easily lost in a crowd. Hello. Liu Kai did not regard the man with much interest, merely offering a cursory greeting before returning his focus to the map. An air of inexplicable awkwardness settled in. Qin Luofei recognized Liu Kai's lingering displeasure. Hoping to lighten the mood, she quickly interjected, Mr. Song Yuming is also an expert at the research base, with profound knowledge in marine biology. The man, unperturbed by Liu Kai's demeanor, simply smiled amiably and responded, Secretary Qin, you flatter me. Seeing that Liu Kai had no intention of joining the conversation, Qin Luofei could only continue to break the ice. She mentioned that Mr. Song had taken leave 2 days prior to the incident at the base, which could be considered a stroke of fortune, allowing him to evade this calamity. However, upon hearing this, Song Yuming's expression darkened. Sigh. So many colleagues have departed, and I alone remain. He chuckled softly, realizing that Secretary Qin was likely unaware of the reason for his absence. It was due to the passing of my father a month and a half ago. Liu Kai had been engrossed in studying the map, but he listened to their exchange. Although the death of one's father is undeniably a sorrowful matter, it felt somewhat inappropriate to smile. Yet, he found it difficult to suppress his amusement, for Qin Luofei's attempts at conversation were clearly aimed at lightening the mood. Little did she know, this only rendered the situation more awkward. Indeed, upon hearing his revelation, Qin Luofei's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, I'm so sorry, Mr. Song. I had no idea. It's all right. With that, the atmosphere fell completely silent, and the only sound within the command tent was the rustling of maps being turned. Chapter 122. Into the water, Doubt's time passed slowly. Liu Kai, after studying the map, disregarded Qin Luofei and Song Yuming, instead pulling out his phone and nonchalantly playing games with his legs crossed. It was not until noon that the awkward atmosphere in the command room was finally shattered. The staff brought lunch and informed them that the underwater preparations were nearing completion. After a brief meal and rest, they would be able to dive. Given the limited conditions, lunch consisted merely of simple pre-prepared dishes. Liu Kai, however, did not complain and eagerly devoured his meal from the box. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Luofei initiated another topic of conversation, not out of excessive chattiness, but to foster familiarity between Liu Kai and Song Yuming, hoping to avoid any unforeseen complications once they were underwater. Through their casual dialogue, Liu Kai learned that Song Yuming had previously descended He had been involved in clearing the pipeline and retrieving the bodies of the base staff. Thus was well aware of the location of the mysterious ray weapon. It was reasonable for the authorities to designate him as a guide. Of course, this information held little significance for Liu Kai. After lunch, they rested for a brief moment before the staff escorted him to the changing room. Due to the vertical distance of over 80 meters between the research base and the water's surface, which exceeded the normal human threshold for withstandable water pressure, Liu Kai needed to don a specialized pressure-resistant diving suit. However, he declined the assistance of the staff who offered to help him dress, shooing them away instead. He merely slung the oxygen tank over his back and donned a sealed helmet before stepping out of the changing room. This minimalist appearance starkly contrasted with the fully equipped Song Yuming beside him. Yet neither Qin Luofei nor the other personnel, including the soldiers, commented, for they had witnessed Liu Kai's audacious battle against a great white shark on the drilling platform. According to De Long's recollection, the crab submarine had descended to a depth of approximately 70 meters. It was quite normal for someone who could maneuver and engage in combat with such ease at that depth to forego protective gear now. Moreover, due to the complexity of the underwater base's access route, wired communication was deemed unsuitable. Thus, Liu Kai was spared the burden of being tethered by a communication cable. Instead, he was equipped with an underwater sonic communication device within his sealed helmet, allowing for short-range exchanges with Song Yuming. Additionally, a sonar beacon was included for emergency signaling. With preparations complete, the final group of divers returned to shore, reporting that the underwater crane and cable installation had been finalized. Qin Luofei personally accompanied both men to the entrance of the massive ice cave, gazing into the tranquil and shadowy depths of the lake below. She felt a palpable surge of fear rising from within. Swallowing hard to suppress her trepidation, she fixed her earnest gaze upon Liu Kai and Song Yuming. Gentlemen, we can assist no further in what lies ahead. It is now in your hands. At that moment, many onlookers gathered around them. Among these individuals, many were unaware of what they were about to salvage. Yet, they all understood that such a grand undertaking must hold significant importance. Thus, their eyes reflected a mixture of anticipation and hope directed at the two men. This task is but a trifling matter for Liu Kai. He harbors no inner turmoil. He merely wishes to expedite the process and return home to rest. Grasping the cable dangling from the nearby crane, he swiftly sidesteps into the ice cave, sliding rapidly down through the 8-meter thick ice layer, plunging into the frigid lake water with a resounding splash, disappearing from sight. Witnessing Liu Kai's resoluteness, Song Yuming displays a look of astonishment, accompanied by a fleeting hint of panic, which he quickly conceals. With a polite nod towards Qin Luofei, he states, Secretary Qin, I shall descend as well. All right, Brother Song, do take care. The thick ice layer obscured the sunlight. Liu Kai descended swiftly along the cable, gradually enveloped by an endless darkness. The automatic lighting of his sealed helmet flickered to life, illuminating a mere few meters, barely sufficient. The night vision and thermal imaging of his exoskeleton smart glasses proved futile underwater. However, Liu Kai deemed them unnecessary, concentrating intently on scanning his surroundings, absorbing the entirety of the desolate underwater realm. The location of the ice cave aligned precisely with the entrance of the pipeline, sparing him the need for deliberate searching. His purpose in scanning was to ascertain whether any bionic robots disguised as fish lurked nearby. Despite Qin Luofei's boisterous assurances, trusting oneself outweighed reliance on others. As he conducted his scan, Song Yuming followed the cable down to the water's bottom. Almost immediately, the sound of Song Yuming reached his ears. Brother Chiu seems rather impatient. Let us proceed. I will guide you inside. The underwater acoustic communication device suffered considerable interference, rendering their conversation marred by static and electrical noise. Noticing Liu Kai still observing his surroundings and unresponsive to him, Song Yuming remained unperturbed. He continued, the situation inside is complex. Some details are inadequately depicted on the blueprints, such as areas prone to collapse. At that moment, Liu Kai had completed a 150-meter radius scan and confirmed that Qin Luofei had kept her promise, removing all robots. He nodded slightly, stating, then I would appreciate Mr. Song leading the way. Not at all, follow me. For two men standing at 6 feet tall, the 1.5-meter diameter of the entrance proved quite awkward. Clad in heavy pressure-resistant suits, exoskeletons, they found it uncomfortable to bend over while walking. Lying prone was no better, as it hindered their ability to float in the water. Fortunately, the horizontal section of the pipeline was only a few meters long before sloping downwards. The two men crawled into the tunnel, soon locating the pre-installed crane at the slanted entrance. Grasping the cable, they slowly glided deeper within. Not far along, the pipeline began to bifurcate. Song Yuming, well acquainted with the path, led the way in the direction Liu Kai had memorized. Brother Chiu, this is the first area prone to collapse. The internal reinforcement is intact. Be cautious of potentially falling concrete blocks. This is the second area. Although the structural damage is minimal, the outer layer consists of massive bedrock, resulting in relatively thin pipeline walls during construction, which are not marked on the map. Remember this. And here is the third area. As they proceeded, the branching paths continued. The underwater realm remained eerily silent, with the only sounds being the slightly hurried and labored breaths of the two men, as Song Yiming meticulously guided the way. He provided a comprehensive introduction to the condition of the pipelines. Liu Kai responded affirmatively throughout the journey, all the while maintaining an active scan, diligently sensing the internal structures of these areas. The status of the points prone to collapse was almost entirely as Song Yiming had described. However, at a certain moment, Liu Kai suddenly furrowed his brow. This was prompted by an unsettling sensation as they passed a bend in the pipeline. He distinctly felt that something was amiss. The robust steel reinforcements within the pipeline had nearly completely fractured, with only a slender remnant struggling to support the weighty concrete. From the outside, the damage to the pipe wall appeared relatively minor, thus it had not been marked on the map. This exemplified a classic case of minor symptoms concealing significant hazards. Liu Kai's apprehension stemmed from the fact that some areas prone to collapse were similarly unmarked on the map, yet Song Yiming had accurately pointed them out. It was only this particular location that he failed to mention. Casting a glance at the figure leading the way ahead, Liu Kai swiftly suppressed his doubts and lingering suspicions. After all, this was an operation of utmost importance to humanity, and Song Yiming was an official. It seemed unlikely that he would deliberately engage in such oversight. It must have been an inadvertent lapse. Chapter 123, The Acquisition of the Mysterious Weapon and the Unexpected Return. The two individuals moved swiftly, traversing numerous severed iron barriers until they reached the conclusion of the lengthy conduit. They now found themselves within a vast circular chamber, measuring at least several meters in diameter. As per Song Yiming's account, this space once served as a water storage facility, and their next task was to ascend by means of a cable. Prior to the calamity at the underwater base, there existed a high-pressure airtight chamber above, which maintained the water level at a safe height through extreme pressure. However, this chamber had since lost all significance, its door having been severed and dismantled. After climbing approximately 10 meters while gripping the cable, Liu Kai finally set foot in this unfamiliar base. The illumination penetrated the lake water, casting light around him for a distance of 2 meters. Yet, upon witnessing the dire state of the interior, an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over him. The once spacious corridor had now been invaded by the lake's waters. Even though the bodies had been removed, a multitude of disarrayed items still floated within the depths: clothing, shoes, identification tags, miscellaneous debris, scraps of documents, sealed test tubes. These objects bobbed aimlessly in the water, swayed by the currents. The entire research facility bore an uncanny resemblance to a space station. A few lost, unidentified fish emerged from the shadows only to gradually retreat back into the darkness. It was at this moment that the scanner first revealed to Liu Kai the exaggerated gash at the top of the base. His mind could not help but conjure the horrific scene that had transpired. This gaping hole was the direct cause of the annihilation of the underground facility. The surrounding concrete lay shattered, the opening consuming darkness. The interior was a labyrinth of rebar, yet each fractured rod dangled a mass of solidified steel. It appeared as though something had instantaneously melted the metal, subsequently cooling it in a rapid fashion. Estimating from the melted points of the rebar, the original breach measured approximately 1 meter in diameter. Subsequently, an immense influx of soil and lake water, due to the sudden loss of pressure, surged in, violently tearing the modest opening into the current cavernous expanse of over 10 meters. The inundation persisted until the entire base was submerged, with a significant portion filled with the collapsed mire. Fortunately, the staff had not forgotten their mission, and in a courageous act, they managed to relocate the ray weapon in time, thus averting its fate of being buried beneath a mountain of silt. The collapse of the main opening had ceased, yet the shattered sections resembled a toppled domino chain, affecting the integrity of other structures within the base, which gradually began to crack and even collapse. Liu Kai could scarcely fathom the chaos that must have unfolded within the facility at that time. What despair must the workers have felt? Yet, simultaneously, a sense of curiosity began to swell within him. After all, this was a concrete thickness of 30 meters, not to mention the additional several meters of silt above it. The mysterious ray weapon had proven remarkably formidable, penetrating such a substantial barrier. Liu Kai recalled the elusive 7th-generation aerospace fighter, which the Bureau of War had kept under wraps. It was rumored to be equipped with a weapon of devastating potential. Could it be that this base was conducting research on it? As he pondered these thoughts, Song Yiming had already begun to advance forward. Brother Chiu, that object lies ahead. We must hurry. Liu Kai quickly followed suit. The two of them maneuvered through a series of turns until they finally arrived at a spacious room. This must be the base's warehouse. Indeed, Song Yiming advanced ahead. The lamp on his helmet illuminated a peculiar object that stood silently in the center of the warehouse. It was a cylindrical entity, gleaming with a metallic sheen, entirely encased in a hard alloy, with seams so meticulously sealed that it appeared remarkably smooth, devoid of any semblance of a conventional ray weapon. If one were not to inspect it closely, one might mistake it for a solid mass of iron. Bang! Song Yumming tapped the exterior of the cylinder, producing a deep, resonant echo. Brother Chiu, this device is our mission objective. The stage is now yours. Liu Kai approached, examining the enigmatic machine, filled with a sense of reflection. The authorities value this so highly. Could it truly hold the key to ending the global fate of being encased in ice? The ambition to modify ray weaponry, perhaps even to mass-produce something capable of thawing the world, seemed a daunting journey ahead. He pondered whether, in a previous life, the authorities had devised a means to transport this colossal entity weighing over a dozen tons. Liu Kai snapped out of his reverie and cautiously initiated a scan to investigate the machine's interior. The intricate circuits within were exceptionally delicate, yet fortunately, the device was well sealed, effectively shielding all critical components from moisture and corrosion. After circling the machine and confirming that everything appeared normal, Liu Kai prepared to claim it for storage. However, he was still accompanied by a hindrance. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Song Yumming. The glaring spotlight pierced through the helmet's visor, illuminating Song Yumming's perplexed visage with striking clarity. Mr. Song, I believe Secretary Qin has informed you that I prefer to operate independently. Upon hearing this, Song Yumming raised his head, an inexplicable emotion flickering in his eyes. Brother Chiu, Enough, Mr. Song. Regardless of the task assigned to you from above, I have made my position clear. Your responsibility is to guide us. The mission is complete, and you may take your leave now. Liu Kai had anticipated that Song Yumming would say something further. To his surprise, after a brief silence, he simply smiled, a genuine expression, devoid of any feigned politeness. Very well. I shall not intrude upon you any longer, as prudence is paramount. After all, there is still a contingency plan. Even amid the crackling static of the communication device, Liu Kai was certain he discerned the sincerity in Song Yumming's tone, mirroring the authenticity of his expression. The latter was resolute, having spoken. He exhibited no further indication and decisively turned to depart. Scanning revealed that Song Yumming indeed left, laboriously navigating his way back to the water storage chamber. Liu Kai was somewhat taken aback. He had prepared for a potential confrontation but was surprised by the other's swift departure. Yet, he dismissed any lingering thoughts about Song Yumming's behavior. Now, he finds himself alone, free from any lingering concerns. The 13.5-ton machine looms like an immovable mountain to others. Yet for Liu Kai, securing it within his storage space is as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. With a mere flick of his wrist, the machine vanishes in an instant. A vacuum area materializes within the warehouse, causing the surrounding lake waters to surge in frantically to fill the void. This creates a tumultuous uproar, stirring the previously settled silt into a swirling frenzy, rendering the water murky. To avoid arousing suspicion from a hasty retrieval, Liu Kai meanders aimlessly around the base for about 20 minutes before embarking on his return journey. He traverses the water storage chamber, tugging on the cable through the pipelines. Approaching a point of potential collapse, which had been overlooked by Song Yumming, signals that he is halfway through his return. However, at that moment, Liu Kai suddenly perceives a violent tremor emanating from behind him. Boom. Chapter 124. Escape. The race of cats and dogs. A tremendous roar pierced through Liu Kai's ears, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that surged rapidly from the water behind him. The two words that flashed in his mind were, explosion. The shockwave not only stirred the ocean waters into a frenzy, but also reverberated ominously within the narrow passage, amplifying its intensity. This immense force destabilized his stance and further agitated the already precarious sections of the tunnel. With a resounding crash, the sound of massive stones tumbling to the ground echoed behind him, signaling the collapse of concrete. Liu Kai suddenly recalled that he was approaching the most perilous zone within the pipeline, even if he managed to navigate past this treacherous section. For additional areas prone to collapse lay ahead. Should this section give way, even with his ability to teleport, he would likely be trapped beneath a thick layer of concrete. His expression shifted abruptly. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt the threat of death so palpably close. There was no time to ponder the cause of the explosion. The current circumstances were ill-suited for utilizing the buoyancy balloon he carried. After all, its diameter was nearly equivalent to that of the pipeline. Should it be punctured by the falling debris, the situation would become even more dire. Liu Kai reacted decisively, seizing the nearby cable and yanking it fiercely. The powerful force of his exoskeleton propelled him forward a considerable distance. At that moment, an even more intense cacophony erupted. With his scanning device activated, He was acutely aware that the treacherous section he had just traversed had indeed collapsed. There was no time for relief or reflection. The passage ahead was beginning to crumble. He exerted all his strength to pull on the cable, leaping forward in rapid succession like a frog, deftly avoiding the increasingly dense barrage of falling concrete blocks. During his frantic escape, he encountered a section of the pipeline that had completely caved in, blocking his path. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and he utilized a 5-meter teleportation to evade the obstruction successfully. Finally, Liu Kai spotted the exit of the tunnel. Once he emerged from it, he would be entirely safe. Harnessing every ounce of his potential, he accelerated his movements further. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the crowd atop the ice layer. Qin Luofei had been standing in front of Liu Kai's snow vehicle, amusingly feeding small black and white dogs with some sausages, when the sudden tremor of the ice disrupted her enjoyment. Turning to see staff members rushing towards her, an ominous premonition surged within her. Secretary Qin, something terrible has happened. We detected a violent explosion at the underwater base. What? Qin Luofei hastily discarded the sausages and approached, grasping the tablet computer from the staff member's hands. Her mouth fell agape, as though she had glimpsed a malevolent specter. What about Mr. Chiu and Mr. Song? How are they? We don't know, but Secretary Qin. We have no means of contacting them. Desperately forcing herself to remain calm, Qin Luofei immediately issued commands. The emergency rescue team must descend into the water at once. Do we really have to send them into the tunnel to investigate? Qin Luofei decisively waved her hand, declaring, no, it is far too perilous inside. We shall utilize the sonar equipment to investigate the situation at the cave entrance. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The tablet in her grasp suddenly blared with alarms, and a message flashed frantically across the screen. Warning. The sonar equipment has detected an unidentified large object approaching from beneath the water. A blinking red triangular exclamation mark pinpointed the object's location. Precisely in the direction of Fenghai Lake flowing towards the sea. Something was indeed swimming upstream against the current beneath the ice layer. It had already entered the lake and, coincidentally, was racing towards the entrance of the underground base. Qin Luofei momentarily lost her composure, murmuring, 25 meters in length. What could this be? Yet, her reflexes were sharp. In the blink of an eye, she regained her focus and promptly retrieved her walkie-talkie. Preparing to instruct the emergency rescue team not to enter the water, but rather to send the combat team armed with torpedoes instead. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Meow. Woof woof woof. At that moment, the little black cat and white dog began to bark frantically. They had been savoring a fallen sausage on the icy surface. But as the large object breached the lake's waters, they seemed to sense an imminent threat. Startled by their cries, Qin Luofei turned her head, only to witness a scene that would forever be etched in her memory. The black cat and husky, displaying remarkable agility, leapt onto the snowmobile's driver's seat. Without hesitation, the black cat pressed its entirety against the accelerator, while the husky assumed a human-like posture, gripping the steering wheel with its front paws. The snowmobile roared to life, its massive tires grinding against the ice, sending shards of frozen fragments flying. In an instant, it shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, executing a graceful drift as it sped away from the unknown aquatic giant. The staff stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes, glancing incredulously at Qin Luofei. Secretary Qin. Did I see that correctly? The cat and dog are driving. Qin Luofei herself was equally perplexed. Observing the retreating snowmobile, a sudden realization struck her. She was unaware of why the little black and white duo exhibited such intelligence. However, she understood that animals possess an instinctual fear of their natural predators. Initially, she had harbored grave suspicions that the explosion at the research base was an act of sabotage, though she remained uncertain if Liu Kai was involved. Thus, she subconsciously assumed that the colossal object beneath the water might be a submarine from a hostile nation or another country. Yet now, she recalled the ferocious great white shark that had appeared during the dredging of platform behind number 3. Based on the reactions of the little black cat and white dog, the likelihood of it being a submarine seemed slim. It was far more probable that it was an underwater carnivorous creature also infected by the virus. The thought startled Qin Luofei. What creature could possibly measure 25 meters in length? A whale, perhaps? She quickly raised her tablet to scrutinize the sonar detection imagery more closely and, at last, discerned a clue. It appeared to be tentacles? An octopus? Qin Luofei was somewhat astonished. Yet, regardless of whether her speculation was accurate, her earlier apprehensions had dissipated. After all, submarines are adept at carrying weaponry. Whereas even a formidable marine creature, infected by a virus, would not likely resort to detonating itself with a torpedo. This time, she confidently grasped the radio. Combat team. Activate Plan 3. Equip yourselves with tranquilizer guns and descend into the water, utilizing dioxin-filled needle projectiles. Dioxin, an immensely potent toxic substance, is regarded as one of the most perilous chemicals in the world, with a toxicity 130 times that of cyanide and a staggering 900 times that of arsenic. Although this substance poses significant risks to the environment upon leakage, there are no alternative options available at this moment. According to the experiments conducted by virologist Chu Xiaomin, animals infected with the virus exhibit significantly enhanced resistance to anesthesia. Even the most colossal and aggressive creatures would be difficult to incapacitate, even with substantial doses of tranquilizers. Thus, employing poison to tackle large underwater animals proves to be more cost-effective and efficient than using torpedoes. It would also preserve the creature's body intact, allowing for thorough examination by Zhu Chaoan. Chapter 125, The Giant Octopus and the Death of Song Yuming. Qin Luofei was not concerned with the reasons behind the marine creature's presence in this locale. Her sole focus was on ensuring the successful completion of the salvage operation, which necessitated eliminating the unidentified creature. As she issued her commands, Liu Kai finally extricated himself from the troublesome pipeline and descended to the lakebed. However, he was met with an odd sight. Song Yuming, who had departed the research base over 20 minutes prior, had not surfaced. He was stealthily concealed in the murky depths, a mere 50 meters from the cave entrance. Without the extensive scanning capabilities, this individual would have remained undetected. Yet, Liu Kai's bewilderment did not end there. Not far ahead, half buried in the silt, lay a square metallic box. While a metal box in itself was not extraordinary, Liu Kai distinctly recognized the dolphin logo embossed upon it. This was undoubtedly Song Yuming's possession. Earlier, as Song Yuming had led the way, this box had been situated behind him, thus catching Liu Kai's attention. The most pressing question was that this metallic box did not appear to be accidentally discarded. Rather, it seemed intentionally buried in the muck. What could this mean? Liu Kai was momentarily perplexed, but decided to step forward and excavate it. After a cursory examination yielded no immediate answers regarding its purpose, he temporarily stored it in his spatial compartment for further investigation later. Unbeknownst to him, the moment the box was secured, the sonar at the lakebed detected a massive object approaching at high speed, which abruptly slowed down. Even so, it still entered the limits of the scanning range. Sensing the sudden intrusion of a colossal entity, Liu Kai's heart raced, and he gazed into the dim depths with astonishment. What he beheld was an extraordinarily large octopus. Simultaneously, he sensed chaos unfolding on the ice surface above. Numerous soldiers donned diving suits, tethered by ropes, armed with tranquilizer guns, prepared to plunge into the water. It seemed that the enhancement of their physical abilities had also sharpened their minds. In an instant, Liu Kai began to piece together various details, leading his thoughts directly to Song Yuming. Qin Luofei had remarked that this individual was a researcher of marine animals. Liu Kai was aware that many marine creatures could be attracted by specific sound waves. Could the box adorned with the dolphin logo be the very device that lured this giant octopus? If indeed it was Song Yuming's doing, a multitude of events would suddenly align. For instance, when Liu Kai had dismissed him, Song Yuming had left without a trace of reluctance. Moreover, he had already submerged multiple times that day, which cast suspicion on him regarding the earlier explosion, and, after emerging, he had chosen to remain hidden in the shadows instead of surfacing, not to mention the subtle expressions and fleeting emotions he had displayed all along. The potential implications were numerous. Yet, if the conjecture held true, what could this individual's intentions be? Contemplating this, Liu Kai's expression grew grave. Regardless of his motives, capturing him was imperative. There was no secret that could withstand the application of various forms of interrogation. Liu Kai hastily retrieved the metallic box adorned with a dolphin logo from his storage space. His intentions were twofold. First, to ascertain the box's efficacy in attracting the distant octopus, and second, to ensure the safety of Song Yuming, who was concealed amidst the aquatic flora not far from the colossal cephalopod. As anticipated, upon the box's emergence into the water, the octopus, which had previously slowed its movements, became rigid. It then began to thrash wildly with its 8 robust tentacles, demonstrating remarkable agility and speed for such a massive creature. A tumultuous current surged as it propelled itself towards Liu Kai with alarming swiftness. Indeed, the box's purpose had been validated. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Kai drew his machete, fully attuned to the octopus's position, bracing for combat. Clad in exoskeletal armor and wielding spatial abilities, he felt no trepidation, but rather a thrill of exhilaration. However, an unforeseen turn of events soon transpired. As the octopus lunged towards him, it appeared to remain intent on seizing its prey. A colossal tentacle, equipped with powerful suckers, seemed to act on a distinct command, swiftly extending towards Song Yuming, who remained hidden in the nearby vegetation. Quick, precise, and merciless. In an instinctive reaction to this alarming situation, Liu Kai exclaimed, "What the hell?" He could faintly discern a cacophony of noise beneath the water. Interspersed with the same exclamation, Song Yuming's own cry of surprise. Tragically, those words would serve as his final utterance. Gripped tightly by the enormous tentacle, he was instantaneously drawn into the gaping maw of the octopus, lined with razor-sharp teeth. In his final moments, Song Yuming grappled with a perplexing question. How could this creature, which typically sensed its prey through chemical and tactile signals, locate him so swiftly and accurately? Especially given that he was encased in a fully sealed protective suit that emitted no chemical scent? Had the octopus evolved a thermal sensing system? His inquiries would remain forever unanswered, dissipating along with the bubbles from the ruptured oxygen tank. Liu Kai was left in a state of shock. He had not anticipated the octopus's ability to detect Song Yuming's location. While this was indeed suspect, it was undeniable that Song Yuming had brought about his own demise. Could he not have concealed himself further away, or perhaps closer? Had he chosen the latter, Liu Kai might have had a chance to intervene. Instead, he had hidden himself 50 meters away. If Liu Kai were to instantaneously transport himself that distance, he would be left utterly exhausted. Yet, none of that mattered now. What was crucial was that the giant octopus was hurtling towards him, leaving him little time to react. His earlier intention to wield his machete was to protect Song Yuming. With that fool now dead, the necessity to continue the fight had vanished. As he contemplated stowing the box and seeking refuge, taking advantage of his exoskeleton's capacity to obscure thermal signals from the octopus, he hoped that once the creature lost its target, it would depart. Just then, from the massive ice cavern above, a cadre of 7 or 8 soldiers wielding tranquilizer guns leaped into the fray. Liu Kai was horrified to discover that the iron box in his hand seemed to have lost its allure. The colossal octopus had inexplicably altered its course, charging directly towards the group of soldiers. Liu Kai's expression darkened immediately. Could it be that the octopus, in its obsession with prey, had also succumbed to the mysterious virus? Moreover, this group of individuals was truly a liability. They had done nothing but stand by, and now, entering the water seemed akin to delivering themselves as a feast. After a brief contemplation, Liu Kai resolutely decided to intervene. The rationale was straightforward. He had ascertained that the octopus's skin was extraordinarily thick, rendering the tranquilizer ineffective. Should the battle falter, it was likely that they would have to resort to more lethal means, such as explosive devices or deep-sea bombs. At that point, the fragile ice layer, merely 7 or 8 meters thick, would not withstand such turmoil. The snowmobile, along with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, remained precariously above. However, it was worth noting that the snowmobile was stationed at a considerable distance, beyond Liu Kai's sensory reach. Unbeknownst to him, the cunning feline and the foolish canine he had been so preoccupied with had long abandoned their master, fleeing in the snowmobile. Chapter 126. The fierce battle at the bottom of the lake. As the colossal octopus loomed ever closer, Liu Kai felt an urgent need to act without delay. Grasping a nearby cable, he summoned all his strength and swiftly ascended. In the blink of an eye, he reached the group of soldiers stationed below. Their surprise palpable at his sudden appearance, particularly at the sight of the formidable cleaver he wielded. Liu Kai had no time to instruct them to retreat or even utter a word, for the massive creature was now less than 10 meters away. The shallow waters allowed for a glimmer of light, complemented by the beam from his helmet's flashlight, revealing the creature's coarse skin in a vague outline. Liu Kai, resolute, swung the cable to gain momentum and launched himself towards the looming shadow. With a ripple of water, man and beast collided in an instant. The octopus writhed violently, transforming the underwater realm into chaos, while the currents relentlessly buffeted the soldiers, making it difficult for them to maintain their footing or discern the unfolding battle. Despite the treacherous conditions, the soldiers were not the type to stand idly by as others fought valiantly. Fortunately, the octopus's thick tentacles were thrashing wildly, providing the soldiers with a fleeting opportunity. They raised their tranquilizer guns, their focus sharpened, and soon seized the moment to fire an onslaught of dioxin-laden projectiles at the clearly visible tentacle passing before them. Yet, the disparity between aspiration and reality was stark. The underwater resistance was formidable, compounded by the octopus's robust skin, slick with mucus. Many of the precisely aimed toxin-tipped projectiles failed to penetrate the tentacle, merely bouncing off without causing any harm, plunging to the lakebed in a disheartening display. One soldier, quick to react, promptly reported the situation above. Upon learning that the toxin projectiles were ineffective, Qin Luofei's expression darkened. Thankfully, the soldier relayed further news. Liu Kai had not only survived the explosion at the underground base unscathed, but had also arrived just in time to engage the octopus in battle. This revelation eased Qin Luofei's countenance, for she was acutely aware of Liu Kai's formidable combat prowess, vividly recalling his feat of single-handedly vanquishing 7 ferocious great white sharks. The presence of others underwater seemed more likely to hinder than help. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively issued a retreat order. However, Liu Kai found himself in a grueling struggle, all but being toyed with by the octopus. He was ensnared tightly by the thick tentacles. And although his exoskeleton was resilient enough to withstand damage, he had clearly underestimated the creature's immense strength. Even with all his might and the power of his exoskeleton combined, he could not break free from the tentacle's grasp. Suction cups the size of a human head clung tightly to his helmet, and with a sudden surge of force, the octopus yanked the helmet off his head. The oxygen tank strapped to his back was similarly crushed, releasing a torrent of bubbles into the water. The exoskeletal helmet was abruptly immersed in the frigid waters of the lake. Upon detecting the water, it swiftly activated its sealing mode and emergency oxygen supply, preventing Liu Kai from choking. Nevertheless, he found himself ensnared, his steel knife rendered ineffective. The relentless assault ignited a fierce anger within him. Disregarding the potential impact of an explosion on the ice layer, he took a deep breath, calming himself to concentrate. With a cacophony of turbulent water, he instantly teleported above the colossal octopus, freeing himself from the clutches of its massive tentacles. He promptly retrieved a grenade from his storage space, forcefully pulled the pin, and hurled it toward the octopus's soft head. Immediately after, he teleported a short distance beneath the octopus. Boom. At that moment, a violent burst of flames flashed through the water. The Mk3A2 grenade, unlike fragmentation grenades, relied solely on the explosive power of its charge. Additionally, the compressibility of water is significantly lower than that of air, resulting in an extremely forceful shockwave from the underwater explosion. Even the ice surface was affected, emitting a series of cracking sounds akin to laser gunfire. Although Liu Kai had distanced himself in advance, the shockwave still churned his insides violently. For the octopus facing the explosion, the situation was even graver. Its soft head was blasted open, revealing the writhing flesh within. Yet, remarkably, the octopus appeared to feel no pain, continuing its frenzied attempts to ensnare Liu Kai. Simultaneously, glands beneath it rapidly secreted a toxic ink, mingling with its blood and darkening the previously illuminated shallow waters. Regrettably, this tactic proved ineffective against Liu Kai, whose scanning abilities were fully operational. His body reacted swiftly, maneuvering through the twisting tentacles underwater. Utilizing the scan positions, he raised his large machete, thrusting the blade downward with force. The blade sliced through the tumultuous waters, piercing one of the tentacles with ferocity. An octopus possesses 9 brains, 1 central brain located in its head and 8 auxiliary brains distributed among its tentacles. Given the octopus's immense size, Liu Kai had a clear objective: to capture the king by targeting one of the auxiliary brains within a tentacle. With sheer force resulting in miraculous outcomes, his strike pierced the octopus's thick skin, instantly obliterating the auxiliary brain within that tentacle. He then hastened to absorb the second tentacle into his storage space. While he could not fully contain the massive octopus, he could create a momentary immobilizing effect. Indeed, the ensnared second tentacle abruptly halted, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Liu Kai decisively withdrew his machete and swiftly aimed for the auxiliary brain of the restrained tentacle. Concurrently, his spatial abilities manifested within the third tentacle nearby. In merely 1 second, he incapacitated 3 separate auxiliary brains controlling the tentacles. The colossal octopus's movements suddenly became sluggish and clumsy, its threat level significantly diminished. Liu Kai understood the importance of seizing the moment. He continued to grasp the flaccid tentacles of the giant octopus, using them to propel himself swiftly towards the other appendages. In the heat of battle, time always seemed to slip away in an instant. Liu Kai forcibly activated his spatial abilities, fervently consuming the energy within him. In but a fleeting moment, all 8 of the octopus's secondary brains were rendered into disarray. The immense, suction cup-laden tentacles subsequently lost their control, although the grenade had exploded at the creature's head. It fortuitously did not damage the most vital primary brain. At this juncture, the octopus was utterly incapacitated, hanging on by a mere breath. It could no longer sustain its floating state. Its massive body helplessly descended towards the depths of the murky lake. A sinister smile crept upon Liu Kai's lips. From the very beginning, he had no intention of killing the giant octopus. As the virus expert Zhu Xiaomin had stated, living specimens were essential. Even though this octopus was now paralyzed and had lost a considerable portion of its research value, one could hardly argue that it was no longer alive. After all, this represented potential wealth. Chapter 127. Keep going, Bruce. You can do it. Liu Kai stood upon the head of the octopus, which was marred by a gaping hole, and together they slowly sank to the lake's bottom. He beheld the creature's vertically slit eyes, larger than his own body, darting left and right in a frantic search. Clearly, the octopus's consciousness remained alert, though its numerous tentacles had succumbed to a loss of control. Its spherical torso twisted and writhed, attempting a final struggle. Yet all efforts proved futile. The colossal form gradually plummeted to the lake bed, stirring up a cloud of sediment. Liu Kai leaped off the octopus's head and seized a nearby robust steel cable. With swift motions, he secured the narrowest part between the octopus's brain and its tentacles. He then retrieved an emergency beacon to signal for help. At this moment, those on the ice could distinctly sense that the harrowing battle beneath the surface had ceased. Qin Luofei, observing from the sonar, perceived the situation even more directly. How could it have ended so swiftly? She gasped in shock, murmuring to herself, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Only when Liu Kai's signal resonated on the computer did she snap back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she rushed out of the command tent toward the ice hole. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around the ice hole. The crane operators were busy retrieving the cable. As segments of the cable were drawn up from the depths, an air of tension gripped the crowd. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing water erupted, prompting everyone to lean in closer to the ice hole. They observed the surface of the water swell ominously, sending forth waves that lapped against the ice. In the next moment, the bulge on the water's surface burst open. The first sight to greet their eyes was a mass of pale pink flesh. The massive chunk was then hoisted by the crane, gradually revealing its full form. The crowd beheld a terrifying behemoth being lifted into view. Its immense body obscured the already dim light above, casting a shadow that darkened the surroundings. Water and blood from the octopus cascaded down like raindrops, only to be frozen midair by the frigid wind into glistening pale red ice beads that plummeted onto the ice surface. It was colossal, far too colossal. This was the instinctive thought that surged through everyone's minds. From their close proximity to the ice hole, it was evident they could not fully encompass the enormity of the octopus. Collectively, they held their breath and instinctively stepped back, striving to gain a clearer view of the creature. Look, its eyes are still moving. It's not dead. Someone suddenly exclaimed, causing a ripple of tension among the crowd. They all turned to gaze at the octopus's still darting slit eyes. Upon witnessing this, they instinctively recoiled, and the soldiers raised their rifles, prepared to follow Qin Luofei's command to fire at any moment. Stop. Do not fire. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out. The crowd, taken aback, turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to behold Liu Kai tightly gripping the long, drooping tentacle of the octopus. At that moment, as the crane lifted, it was drawn from the water. Liu Kai calmly released his hold on the tentacle and stepped onto the icy surface. With a mischievous grin directed at Qin Luofei, he remarked, Secretary Qin, instruct your men to lower their weapons. We wouldn't want my prized catch to perish. Qin Luofei, clearly startled, began to stammer. Liu, Mr. Chiu, the prize, no. I meant to inquire, is this octopus still alive? Of course it is alive, albeit incapacitated. There is no need for concern. Liu Kai replied. The surrounding onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Don't just stand there. Quickly deliver it to expert Jiu. And do not forget my reward, 30 grams of gold for each pound. Liu Kai's demeanor exuded a sense of entitlement, devoid of any shame. Qin Luofei's lips twitched. Mr. Chiu. An incapacitated creature is hardly different from a corpse. It does not meet expert Jiu's research standards. Whether it's incapacitated or not, the fact remains it's still breathing. Hurry and transport it before it freezes to death. Observing the octopus's skin beginning to frost, Qin Luofei realized that further delay could indeed lead to its demise. She promptly instructed the nearby staff to kindle a fire for warmth beside the giant octopus, and ordered the procurement of a large military transport truck. Once the cargo was cleared, she activated the insulation feature of the cargo hold, urging them to transport the creature without delay. A portion of the staff busied themselves with the task. Mr. Chiu, below. Was there an explosion? Indeed, but fret not, I have already retrieved that item. And it lies next to the hole. What? Is that true? Qin Luofei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her hope rekindled. Moments earlier, when the explosion was detected, she had nearly surrendered to despair. The already precarious passage had rapidly collapsed, burying itself. In such circumstances, one could only hope for divine intervention to salvage the 13.5-ton weapon. The contingency plan to dismantle and transport the weapon in segments had become utterly futile, with such a critical mission faltering under her watch. She had braced herself for reprimands from her superiors, even the prospect of facing a military tribunal. The sole glimmer of solace had been the octopus's demise at Liu Kai's hands, sparing many soldiers' lives. Little did she anticipate that she would now receive such monumental news. Her gaze towards Liu Kai transformed, imbued with complexity. Joy intermingled with a hint of guilt, for she had just doubted his intentions beneath the surface. What are you staring at me for? Quickly send someone down with ropes to retrieve it. Oh, right. I was just too elated to think clearly, she chuckled. Without needing further prompting from Qin Luofei, those around them, having heard Liu Kai's call, swiftly sprang into action. With expressions of delight, they advanced to untie the cables binding the colossal octopus, while several divers donned their suits and leapt into the water to commence the salvage. Meanwhile, Liu Kai surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Secretary Qin, where have you taken my snowmobile?" The look of surprise on Qin Luofei's face momentarily faltered. She fell silent for a while, seemingly contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. "Goodness, you Haven-T confiscated my snowmobile." "Have you? That is my personal property." No, please don't be agitated. I fear you may not believe what I'm about to say." Summoning her courage, Qin Luofei confessed the unbelievable incident that had just transpired. "Well, it was actually when the giant octopus appeared. Your cat and dog drove off together in the vehicle." As she uttered these words, she braced herself for a torrent of ridicule and questioning from Liu Kai. However, Qin Luofei was utterly unprepared for Liu Kai's response. Upon hearing that the cat and dog had driven away, he was merely taken aback for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter. "Huh, those two cowards didn't even wait for me. They shall be punished by missing dinner." You believe what I said?" "Of course I do." Liu Kai was well aware of the exceptional intelligence of Little Black and Little White. Driving a car was surely a trivial matter for them. Moreover, Qin Luofei had no reason to deceive him. Chapter 128, Doubt and Truth. The heroic sacrifice of the snowmobile. Although Liu Kai was disinclined to dwell on the cowardly behavior of his two companions who had abandoned him, it was imperative to locate the snowmobile. "Secretary Qin, may I borrow your drone to ascertain their whereabouts?" "Certainly, I will arrange that immediately," Qin Luofei replied, nodding with determination at the reasonable request. However, as she completed the drone arrangements, a thought struck her. She turned to Liu Kai and inquired, "By the way, what about Mr. Song Yuming? Is he still guarding the weapons underwater?" If Song Yuming were aware of this conversation from beyond the grave, he would undoubtedly express gratitude to Qin Luofei's ancestors. "Finally, you remember me." Liu Kai sighed softly at her words. "I was just about to discuss that with you. Let us go to the command tent for a more detailed conversation." Seeing Liu Kai's demeanor, a hint of unease creased Qin Luofei's brow. Upon entering the command tent, Liu Kai wasted no time. He retrieved a palm-sized metal box from his pocket. Before he could speak, Qin Luofei's eyes widened as she recognized the dolphin logo adorning the box. "Isn't this Mr. Song's possession? Have you seen it before?" "I have. Mr. Song was carrying it this morning, and I even inquired about it." Liu Kai, intrigued, asked, "What did he say?" "He didn't elaborate, merely stating that it was a memento from his late father." "Ah, a memento. Let me tell you the truth. It is this very memento that has attracted the giant octopus." "What?" Qin Luofei, previously puzzled, sprang upright from her chair. "Are you certain, Liu Kai? Furthermore, how did Mr. Song's item come to be in your possession? Where is he?" Liu Kai completely understood her urgent inquiries and was not angered. He shrugged. "I cannot be entirely sure, but you could summon an expert to examine the box. I suspect it may emit specific sound waves that attract marine creatures. As for Song Yuming, he is dead, killed by the giant octopus." "Dead? Dead? How could this be?" Qin Luofei momentarily lost her composure, disbelief clouding her mind. She quickly regained her focus. "Have someone send this metal box to an expert for analysis." Subsequently, Liu Kai recounted his underwater ordeal, omitting certain details. He explained how, upon entering the underwater base, Song Yuming had concealed the most critical vulnerability regarding the pipeline, and how he had left prematurely, opting to hide among the underwater flora instead of surfacing. In Liu Kai's narrative, Song Yuming was riddled with flaws and inconsistencies. As a non-participant and the commanding officer requiring accurate judgment, Qin Luofei naturally remained skeptical. She maintained a posture of cautious disbelief. Suddenly, she recalled Liu Kai's persistent aversion to Song Yuming accompanying him underwater, or rather, his reluctance for anyone to uncover the secrets of his deep-sea salvage operations. An alarming thought surged in Qin Luofei's mind. What if Song Yuming had not left prematurely at all? Instead, they were entangled in a relentless struggle, ultimately leading to Liu Kai silencing them, was it not? After all, they were the only two submerged in the water, and no one could ascertain the precise events that transpired. Yet, how does one elucidate the explosion and the matter of the colossal octopus? Liu Kai soon divulged everything he could, leaving no stone unturned. Following his confession, he ceased to speak, reclining in his chair with an air of nonchalance, allowing Qin Luofei to wrestle with her thoughts in solitude. Mere fragments of conversation could not unravel the truth, and as Qin Luofei pondered, she awaited corroborative evidence. Finally, after a prolonged silence within the command tent, a young staff member rushed in, clutching a folder. "Secretary Qin, the salvage operation has been completed." Qin Luofei's eyes brightened. "Oh, how's the machinery? Was there any damage?" "The internal structure has been scanned. There is no damage. It remains in the same condition as when we discovered it." "Splendid." Qin Luofei exhaled deeply, inadvertently casting a glance at the composed Liu Kai before retracting her gaze to the folder in the staff member's hands. "Is there anything else?" "There are two additional matters. The expert's analysis has been concluded. The staff member hesitated, casting a glance at Liu Kai, unsure whether to proceed. Upon receiving an encouraging nod from Qin Luofei, he continued, "Firstly, regarding that metallic box, the experts confirmed it indeed emits sound waves intended to attract marine life. And it was developed under the auspices of Professor Song Yumming's team." Upon hearing this, a pang of alarm struck Qin Luofei's heart. She had already come to believe Liu Kai's account to a considerable extent. The staff member extracted another sheet from the folder and handed it to Qin Luofei. "This is the waveform pattern we detected from the explosion. The experts, in conjunction with the waveform analysis, believe it is highly likely that the explosion originated from a high-pressure gas storage device." Qin Luofei's expression turned grave as she waved her hand dismissively. "I understand. You may leave now." At this moment, she had completely accepted Liu Kai's narrative. This was corroborated by Professor Song Yumming, who had previously asserted that a high-pressure gas storage device indeed existed at the underwater base, developed by another team. He lacked specific technical knowledge but acknowledged the considerable danger it posed. When the advanced team and the exploratory robot descended into the water that morning, they had indeed located this device. Experts had examined it, and while it was filled with high-pressure gas, there was no risk of explosion as long as it remained intact. This intelligence had not been disclosed to Liu Kai. Thus, of the two individuals submerged, only Song Yumming was privy to the existence of the pressure tank. The reality was as evident as lice on a bald head. A fleeting moment of guilt crossed Qin Luofei's eyes, however. She did not dwell excessively on her earlier suspicions of Liu Kai. After all, the commander's unique position necessitated critical decisions and judgments, where caution was paramount to avoid errors. Just as she contemplated articulating something, the staff member who had just exited rushed back in. "Secretary Qin, what is it? Shouldn't you announce your report first?" "Apologies, Secretary Qin, but Mr. Chio's snowmobile has been located." At this revelation, Liu Kai, who had been lounging with his legs crossed and engrossed in his phone, suddenly perked up with renewed interest. Hastily turning over and rising to his feet, he exclaimed, "Where's my snowmobile?" The staff member hesitated, fumbling with his words, and handed his tablet to Liu Kai. "Mr. Chio, perhaps you should take a look for yourself." The screen displayed a live feed captured by a drone. There, in the frame, lay the snowmobile, its wheels skyward, having toppled over the edge of a modest cliff. The windshield lay shattered, scattered across the ground. The vehicle was battered and twisted, resembling a contorted piece of dough. A significant breach marred the underside, revealing the battery within, which was emitting sparks. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted as the battery violently detonated, engulfing the entire snowmobile in a fiery blaze. The two culprits responsible for the mishap were now seated side by side at the cliff's edge, observing the snowmobile's final fiery display with evident amusement and devoid of any remorse. Noticing the drone hovering above them, the foolish dog, Little Black, barked excitedly twice. Chapter 129, light-hearted and prepared for Brightown, Qin Luofei stood beside, observing the scenes displayed on the screen. Upon witnessing the unscrupulous expressions of Xiaobai and Xiaohong, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You two, the renowned drivers of Qiuming Mountain, have truly met your match, haha." The vehicle contained no valuable items. Merely a box filled with medals, certificates, and a computer. The box, crafted from specialized materials, remained unscathed by the flames. At this moment, a drone descended with its mechanical arm, retrieving the remnants of the snow vehicle from the snowy wreckage. Liu Kai, his expression darkened, returned the tablet to the staff. "I must have a word with these two fools when we return." In his storage space, he possessed another four-wheeled snow vehicle and a tracked snowmobile. However, such items were exceedingly rare, and the loss of even one was enough to cause him distress. Noticing Liu Kai's grim demeanor, Qin Luofei promptly stifled her laughter. "Mr. Chio, this place is quite distant from the city. Let me arrange for someone to take you back." "All right, thank you." Outside the command tent, the 13.5-ton machine had completed loading. The risks of air transport in such frigid conditions exceeded those of typical scenarios. For safety's sake, the authorities opted for land transportation. Surrounding the large truck were 4 armored vehicles equipped with rocket launchers and 12 Humvees mounted with machine guns. Moreover, Liu Kai could hear the distant roar of aircraft overhead, not helicopters, but fighter jets assigned for surveillance. The planes, however, were concealed behind thick clouds, rendering their positions indiscernible. It was evident that the officials regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Liu Kai glanced at Qin Luofei beside him, his mind indulging in some mischievous speculation. Is it possible that such a mere lieutenant commands this operation due to her lineage, perhaps as the daughter of a high-ranking official? He mused, perhaps when we meet next, she will have ascended to the rank of major. A major under the age of 27, how intriguing. Of course, these were merely idle thoughts. Liu Kai held little genuine interest in Qin Luofei's fate. Having finally completed all tasks commissioned by the authorities, he felt akin to a student on the brink of graduation. His mind filled with anticipation for the future. He yearned for the alluring platinum or of Bright Town. Unbeknownst to Qin Luofei, Liu Kai entertained such thoughts about her. Otherwise, she would surely leap to her feet in indignation. A Humvee was dispatched from the escort team to take Liu Kai back. Just before boarding, he recalled the paralyzed octopus. Secretary Qin, you mustn't forget the commission for the octopus. It's yet to be settled. Qin Luofei found Liu Kai's obsession with money quite exasperating. She had estimated that the 25-meter-long octopus weighed nearly a ton. According to the price promised by Zhu Xiaomin, it could be exchanged for 60 kilograms of gold. Although the octopus had been incapacitated by the crafty Liu Kai, diminishing its research value, given his remarkable performance today, she believed that the higher-ups would not reduce the price. Rest assured, once the gold is prepared, I shall inform you. Not only is this man cunning, but he is also quite meticulous. Liu Kai remained indifferent to Qin Luofei's derogatory remarks. As long as the money was in place, that sufficed. By the way, I might be a bit busy lately. So if you cannot reach me, please safeguard those pieces of gold for me. Qin Luofei chuckled. You trust me to keep them? Aren't you afraid of a meat bun thrown to a dog? Are you a dog then? Bah, you are the dog, you mangy mutt. The convoy set forth northward in grand procession, while the armored vehicle escorting Liu Kai veered westward. Soon, they reached the cliff's edge where they located the black box, picked up Xiao He and Xiao Bai, and then turned south towards the city. Throughout the journey, the soldiers driving remained eerily silent, daunted by Liu Kai's fierce demeanor. As he mercilessly targeted the heads of dogs and the tails of cats. Smack. That'll teach you for making me wait. Oh well. And you? Have you learned to press the gas? Meow. Smack. How could you steer like that, you idiot? It's a snow vehicle. Woof, woof, oh well. The vehicle was filled with the anguished cries of both cats and dogs. After enduring this torment, the off-road vehicle finally arrived near the multi-story parking garage in the northern part of the city. As Liu Kai kicked the cats and dogs out of the car, the driver's lips twitched before he slammed the accelerator and sped away, perhaps in an attempt to catch up with the main force or out of fear of collateral damage. Upon returning to the bunker, Liu Kai, fatigued from a day of toil, had little time to rest. Still mourning the misfortune of the snow vehicle, he decided to punish Xiao He and Xiao Bai by tossing them into the swimming pool on the third floor. He then proceeded to the shooting range, which also served as a storage room, on the first floor to prepare supplies. After all, he intended to embark on a mining expedition in Guangming Town shortly. The external environment was harsh, a far cry from the warm comfort of the bunker. By June, Fenghai City had already entered summer, with daytime temperatures rising. However, nights could still plummet to over -60 degrees. Although the exoskeleton could provide some warmth, the lifespan of the radioactive battery was limited. In the depths of the mountains, one would encounter no one, nor any combat. Adhering to the principle of frugality, Liu Kai did not intend to wear it often, especially since he preferred sleeping in the nude at night. Previously, Liu Kai had devised a plan for the mining operation. He intended to personally construct a highly insulated shelter in the forest atop the mineral vein, hoping to experience firsthand the wilderness building skills often showcased by foreign adventurers in short videos. The tools left behind by the bunker's original owner, such as tents and sleeping bags, were of little utility. Fortunately, the storage space was filled with a plethora of provisions: cold-resistant clothing, silent generators, outdoor power sources, solid fuel, cooking utensils, fresh meat and vegetables, hammers, drills, and saws, everything one could possibly need. There was no concern regarding the steel pipes, wooden planks, iron sheets, insulation material, or welding equipment required for construction. They could easily be sourced from the nearby building materials market. After taking stock of the supplies, Liu Kai once again voiced his sentiment. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, yet difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. He had grown accustomed to the luxury of his million-dollar haste in bedding. It was unimaginable to sleep on a hard wooden plank bed with cheap mattresses and blankets. Without a doubt, he would find it impossible to rest. Fortunately, the regal villa atop the bunker also housed 2 identical grand beds. Wastefulness is the greatest disgrace. Thus, he swiftly emerged from the bunker and descended to the villa's ground floor, where he promptly gathered an entire set of bedding. Subsequently, he quietly departed from the Lisher Ziyuan community, retrieving a long-neglected snowmobile and heading towards the building materials market. The suburban materials market was likewise buried beneath a thick layer of ice. The surroundings were eerily silent and devoid of life, yet the materials within remained impeccably preserved. Liu Kai effortlessly acquired the necessary items for construction. After this endeavor, he returned to the bunker just as the sun dipped below the horizon. He encountered the exhausted and nearly breathless Little Black and Little White, and his lingering grievances dissipated at last. He lifted them up and took them to the second floor for a meal. A sumptuous feast accompanied by fine wine served as a perfect reward for a day of toil. With dreams of prosperity in his heart, Liu Kai retired early to wash up and sleep. In his dreams, he felt himself transform into Smog, the mighty dragon from The Hobbit. Lurking alone within the vast and desolate halls of the lonely mountain. Surrounding him were countless gold coins, and he languidly buried his form beneath the shimmering treasure. Exhaling a torrent of searing dragon fire, drifting into a slumber that would last a century. Chapter 130. Arrival at Bright Town, Wilderness Construction at 6 a.m. The bunker environment simulation system commenced its operations. The automatic curtains drew back, allowing the radiant simulated sunlight to cascade onto Liu Kai's face. Ding ding dong. Ding ding dong. As the mobile alarm clock chimed, Liu Kai stretched languidly and yawned. Today was a splendid day, unsuitable for lingering in bed. Thus, he sprang from his slumber with a nimble leap, casting aside the covers and rolling out of bed, making his way to the bathroom to freshen up. In high spirits, he even hummed a tune of uncertain origin. After a swift grooming session, he waved his hand, sweeping away the toothpaste, toothbrush, and shower gel in a single motion. He boiled water and prepared 2 bags of frozen dumplings for breakfast. In a hurried fashion, he stepped out with his companions, the dogs Xiaohei and Xiaobai. The clumsy dog Xiaohei seemed to have grown significantly, prompting Liu Kai to opt for the 4-wheeled snow vehicle. Despite having been subjected to Liu Kai's disciplinary measures the prior day, the 2 companions bore no grudges. With the passenger window of the snow vehicle wide open, gusts of wind and snow rushed into the cabin. The cat and dog lounged side by side on the passenger seat, their mouths agape, tongues lolling out, seemingly oblivious to the chill, allowing their saliva to freeze into icicles. They curiously gazed at the frozen world outside, embodying a comical appearance. Liu Kai was not well acquainted with Bright Town, having visited only once 2 years prior. Fortunately, the route was lined with farmland, devoid of cliffs, requiring only a general direction to proceed. As the snow vehicle departed the urban area, the towering concrete structures vanished from sight, replaced by flat ice expanses and the distant, faint outline of snow-capped mountains. Observing the mountains in the distance, Liu Kai felt a surge of excitement. Bright Town, once a national-level forest reserve, now stood as an inexhaustible treasure trove awaiting his exploration. The snow vehicle surged forward across the smooth fields, ascending gentle slopes. At last, an unusual sight emerged on the stark, icy surface. Towering trees, once reaching for the heavens, were now cloaked in several meters of ice, leaving only stumps and snow-laden crowns standing proudly above the ice. From afar, they resembled clusters of mushrooms. It was astonishing to witness the resilient vitality of these trees. Species that theoretically could withstand temperatures only down to -20 or 30 degrees, such as black pines, purple spruces, boxwoods, and ligastroms, remained steadfast in the current environment of -50 or 60 degrees, their only sacrifice being some withered leaves. Liu Kai was unaware of the underlying reasons for this phenomenon and could only speculate that perhaps the ice enveloping the tree trunks provided a degree of insulation. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The emergence of these mushrooms signified that he had indeed entered the realm of the Bright Town Forest Reserve. Furthermore, as this was a mountainous area with sloped terrain, the torrential downpour during the cold front had not inundated it severely, resulting in a thickness of ice far less exaggerated than in the cities. This implied that the challenge of drilling through the ice layer with mining equipment would be considerably less daunting. Following the guidance of the positioning software, Liu Kai navigated swiftly beneath the mushroom-like canopies, akin to a resident of a fairy tale land. Soon after, the snowmobile arrived at its destination, a relatively flat natural expanse. Before them loomed a sheer cliff with a height of 5 meters, its surface unblemished by frost or snow, revealing the original gray of the rock beneath. According to the exploration report on the reserves of platinum group metals in Guangming Town, Xiling District, Fohai City, drilling into this cliff would reach the richest vein of platinum group metals within a mere 15 meters. Consequently, the report suggested that the mine entrance could be established at this very location. Liu Kai, ever humble, decisively accepted the report's recommendation. However, the immediate priority was not mining, but rather the swift construction of a shelter for his residents. Fortunately, the ice layer below was remarkably solid, akin to robust bedrock, eliminating the need to excavate down to the original soil surface. As Liu Kai leaped from the vehicle, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, appearing as if they had never encountered such a scene before, promptly jumped out and circled around him a few times, meowing and yowling with delight before darting into the deeper woods. It was now 7:30 in the morning, and the light in the sky remained dim. The distant thicket bore an ominous aura, yet Liu Kai felt no concern for Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Their intelligence was exceptional, capable even of operating the vehicle. If danger were to arise, their ability to flee would be assured. He dismissed their antics and conjured forth a generator, a welding machine, and an array of construction materials from his storage space. In this age that values efficiency, even the materials for constructing a temporary dwelling were standardized and modular. With the aid of a laser level, Liu Kai wielded a shovel and swiftly cleared a rectangular area measuring 4 by 5 meters on the ice surface to serve as a foundation. He drilled holes with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a depth of 80 centimeters at each corner. Relying on his own strength, Liu Kai effortlessly inserted 4 hollow steel pipes, each 3 meters long and weighing 75 kilograms, into the holes. The gaps between the pipes and the ice were filled with a chemical expansion agent. Soon, the agent began to expand, firmly securing the pipes in place without a hint of movement. With the columns erected, the subsequent tasks became straightforward. He ignited a campfire to ensure warmth and retrieved the welding machine and silent generator. In succession, he assembled prefabricated walls made of double-layered steel laminate, welded the roof steel framework, and laid down the prefabricated roofing. Next came the waterproof tarpaulin, steel tiles, side windows, skylights, doors, and chimney. Inside, he affixed insulation cotton, fire-retardant layers, and laid electric heating pipes along with electrical wiring. For aesthetics, Liu Kai clad the external walls with layers of carbonized birchwood, while the interior walls and floors were adorned with finely textured beechwood, concealing the chaotic wiring within the walls. Finally, he installed lights and sockets, placing a metal cabinet in the corner, lined with soundproofing material. Once he moved the silent generator into the cabinet, the entire space was enveloped in tranquility. With the hard furnishings complete, he turned to the soft furnishings: a luxurious bed, a dog bed, a cat bed, a prefabricated wardrobe, a dining table, chairs, a stove, and an assortment of pots and pans. An abundance of furniture was released from the storage space. In less than 20 square meters, the modest dwelling was swiftly arranged. Though compact, the moment the electric light illuminated the room, it radiated a warm ambience, accentuated by the wooden walls that enveloped it. As the heating pipes filled the space with warmth, the indoor temperature gradually rose. By the time Liu Kai finished sweeping away dust and wood shavings, the room had warmed to a comfortable 12 degrees Celsius and continued to ascend. In the span of merely 1 hour, a quaint yet fully equipped abode emerged from the snowstorm, steadfast amidst the swirling winds. Outside, the biting cold howled through the icy landscape. Inside, it was a haven of comfort, as warm as spring. Aware of the fierce winds in the mountainous region, Liu Kai retrieved several steel cables and ventured outside. He secured the corners of the roof with the cables, anchoring the other ends firmly into the ice for support. However, as he completed this task and stood proudly with his hands on his hips, a sudden realization struck him. He had overlooked the most crucial detail. This house lacked a toilet. Chapter 131. Betrayed again by the foolish dog, the furious python. The fundamental human needs encompass eating, drinking, excreting, and sleeping. Liu Kai lamented the detrimental effects of short videos, realizing that those wilderness vloggers were invariably supported by teams. Consequently, constructing a shelter in the wild often meant neglecting the essential facility of a toilet. In a moment of oversight, he too had forgotten this crucial detail. Reluctantly, he continued to toil, carving a vast pit into the ice beside the wooden cabin. Soon, a small toilet, equally equipped for warmth, was completed. At last, this matter was settled. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, daylight illuminated the surroundings. Without delay, Liu Kai resolved to set up the mining machine and commence his excavation. However, at that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the forest behind him. Liu Kai instinctively halted his actions, remaining vigilant while listening intently. Who knew what lurked within the woods? Just as he was about to initiate a scan, he heard a distinct, low whimpering sound. It was unmistakably the voice of the foolish dog, Xiao He. Sure enough, upon glancing up, he spotted Xiao He, the foolish dog, swiftly emerging from the dense thicket, carrying Xiao Bai on its back. The sight was somewhat peculiar, for the dog had a large, leafy branch clamped firmly in its mouth. The branch was so cumbersome that it hindered its movement, forcing Xiao He to run sideways. The earlier commotion had been caused by this lengthy branch scraping against the ice. Upon noticing Liu Kai, Xiao He hastened its pace, bounding forward to drop the hefty branch at his feet, its blue eyes darting around curiously. Upon glancing at the newly constructed wooden cabin, the dog's face displayed a remarkable expression of anthropomorphic surprise. Immediately, it began to whimper excitedly, darting inside the cabin with Xiao Bai. Then, it abruptly stood on its hind legs, grasped the key hanging on the door with its mouth, and yanked it down. Swiftly slipping inside, it closed the door with a resounding thud using its front paws. The fluidity of these actions left Liu Kai utterly perplexed. Why did it seem as if these two were afraid? Fear. Liu Kai's instincts sharpened. What could they possibly fear? He instinctively glanced down at the branches by his feet. To his astonishment, nestled among them lay a multitude of densely packed, milky white spheres. They were eggs, at least 60 in number. The eggs were about the size of duck eggs, adorned with speckles of brown, and one was even cracked open, spilling its contents all over. What on earth were these? Curiosity piqued. Liu Kai crouched down to inspect one of the eggs. Yet, once again, a familiar rustling sound arose from the forest. Liu Kai whipped his head up. The sight before him instantly revealed the nature of these eggs. Enraged, he began to berate the wooden cabin. Damn it! You two ungrateful, cowardly wretches, have you sold me out again? Inside the cabin, Xiaohei barked twice in response to the commotion, but made no attempt to open the door. At that moment, Liu Kai could no longer afford to ponder the situation. For a massive python was emerging from the depths of the forest. At this moment, the formidable and grotesque head of the serpent was flicking its crimson tongue, frantically writhing as it rapidly slithered toward his position, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Its colossal form was revealed in an instant. With a diameter of no less than 40 centimeters and an alarming length of 13 meters, it was truly a sight to behold. Liu Kai's complexion darkened further, and he felt a disconcerting tremor in his legs, a natural response to his fear of these slippery, serpentine creatures. Merely casting a glance at it sent shivers down his spine, goosebumps erupting across every inch of his skin, an instinctive reaction ingrained in his very DNA. The species of the python remained unknown, but its exaggerated dimensions likely rivaled world records. Though non-venomous, the python possessed immense strength, capable of constricting even smaller elephants to death, let alone a mere human like himself. The python advanced at breakneck speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Liu Kai was no stranger to combat and quickly regained his composure to assess the situation. He realized that, driven by instinct, he had the means to easily dispatch this giant serpent. His exoskeleton was stored within his spatial inventory, ready to be donned at a moment's notice. Moreover, an arsenal of firearms lay at his disposal. Even if the python were tenfold larger, it would stand no chance against modern weaponry. Yet, to be honest, Liu Kai had no desire to kill it. After all, the creature was merely defending its nest, having been wronged by the foolish dog that had stolen its eggs. In a world now enveloped in frost, where life withered, it was nothing short of a miracle that a creature fond of warm climates could endure the harsh cold. With the hopes of future ecological restoration resting upon such beings, Liu Kai made a decisive choice: to flee. Perhaps once the python retrieved its eggs, it would calm down and depart. However, just as he prepared to teleport into the wooden cabin, the serpent's massive body suddenly accelerated, moving with an astonishing speed that belied its size. It disregarded the eggs resting on the branches, fixated solely on eliminating the solitary human before it. Liu Kai, initially intent on escape, swiftly altered his plan upon witnessing the serpent's slit-like eyes flash with a terrifying crimson hue. Both the black pupils and the surrounding brown-spotted sclera were now engulfed in a blood-red glare, far more sinister than before. This was a sign of infection by a mysterious virus. Liu Kai immediately abandoned the thought of fleeing. This monstrous snake had become a brutal predator. Stripped of its rightful role within the ecosystem, it could not be spared. With no time to don his powered exoskeleton, a gleaming steel machete appeared in his grasp. Liu Kai fixed his gaze upon the python, bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation. With perfect control over his enhanced physique, he gripped the machete firmly, every muscle primed for action. With a whoosh, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound of slicing air, the back of the blade struck the serpent's vital spot. The so-called 7 inches, which in this case referred to the location of its heart, though for a creature of this size, it was merely at its neck. The true location of the heart lies at 1/5 of the serpent's body. In a swift motion, Liu Kai pivoted to the side, evading the massive form. The back of his blade collided fiercely with the serpent's scales, unleashing a resounding thud. Liu Kai possessed immense explosive strength. With a full-force strike, he could cleave through solid stone. However, he intentionally opted to use the back of the blade, tempering his force. The giant serpent weighed at least 800 or 900 kilograms, and capturing it alive for sale to the authorities would yield a substantial profit. Moreover, he wished to take the opportunity to assess his hand-to-hand combat abilities without the aid of his powered exoskeleton. Yet, even with Liu Kai deliberately holding back, several scales were immediately dented and dislodged upon impact. A trickle of blood seeped through the gaps in the scales. Nevertheless, the infected python had utterly numbed its sense of pain. It merely shifted its massive body aside from the force, emitting not a single cry of anguish. Quickly adjusting its position, it twisted its body and charged once more. Chapter 132. Capturing the Giant Python. Post-battle reflection. Upon witnessing that the giant python had withstood his strike without significant damage, Liu Kai felt a sense of relief wash over him. This time, he resolved to unleash his full strength without restraint. He raised his blade once more, carefully targeting the wound, and swung the back of the knife forcefully towards it. At that moment, however, his scanning device abruptly detected that the python was employing a deceptive maneuver. Utilizing its length, The python's robust tail concealed itself in Liu Kai's blind spot, swiftly whipping around like a steel whip aimed at his back. Liu Kai understood that if this strike landed squarely on him, the consequences would be dire. He decisively abandoned his offensive and swept his elongated blade in a sweeping arc to counter the incoming tail. Yet, he underestimated the python's formidable strength. A resounding clang echoed as the two forces collided. Liu Kai's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming force surge through his hands, bending the steel blade at a right angle. Under the impact of this immense power, he could no longer maintain his grip on the hilt, and the contorted blade flew towards his face at great speed. The sudden blow threw Liu Kai off balance, propelling him into the air. Instinctively, he turned his face aside just in time to avoid the razor edge of the steel knife, narrowly escaping a grievous injury. Meanwhile, the giant python was not idle. As it lashed its tail, its upper body surged forward with great force. The python opened its massive jaws, and Liu Kai could almost smell the nauseating stench emanating from its mouth. With a snap, the python clamped down on the flying steel knife, its jaws closing with tremendous force, severing the blade in two. Liu Kai, acutely aware of the python's intentions to employ its classic method of constricting its prey, found himself suspended in midair, unable to leverage his position. Having previously witnessed the python's relentless strength, he knew that even with his enhanced physique, he stood no chance against it. He could not afford to be ensnared. In desperation, he activated his ability, teleportation. In an instant, he vanished from the python's view, causing its formidable strike to miss entirely. Liu Kai reappeared above the giant python, and this time he had no intention of using the remaining piece of the steel knife. Instead, a massive hollow steel rod, measuring a full 3 meters in length, materialized in his hands, a remnant of the construction materials left over from earlier. Channeling the spirit of the legendary Sun Wukong, he embraced the steel rod, which was 20 centimeters in diameter, and struck with all his might towards the heart of the python. The rod accelerated rapidly, and the recoil from the strike propelled Liu Kai upwards rather than downwards, creating an elegant arc in the air. With a thunderous impact, a colossal sound reverberated through the forest, sending invisible shockwaves that caused the accumulated snow on the treetops to cascade down. Simultaneously, a crisp cracking sound resonated. It was not the spine of the giant python that had broken. Instead, the python had succumbed to the overwhelming force of Liu Kai's strike and fainted, its massive form collapsing onto the icy ground. The sound that echoed was that of Liu Kai's wrist fracturing. He retracted the large steel rod and landed steadily from midair. With his left hand, he hastily grasped his right wrist as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The excruciating pain made him grimace. Damn it. He had exerted too much strength. Just moments ago, in order to ensure the rod's force, he had not released his grip until the very last moment. That remarkably sturdy steel rod had bent like a sword from the impact, while his right hand, which bore the brunt of Liu Kai's force, had suffered a direct recoil, resulting in a fracture. The silver lining was that the great python had not perished. It had merely succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock to its heart. The now unconscious python exhibited no will to resist, and Liu Kai swiftly stored both the serpent and the remaining 60 eggs into his storage space. At this juncture, he let out a long sigh of relief, clutching his still agonizing right hand as he made his way toward the wooden cabin. The foolish dog had taken the door key, leaving Liu Kai no choice but to kick the door in frustration. Bang, bang, bang. Foolish dog, open the door. I have returned. Inside, the pitiful whines of the small black dog echoed, yet it did not budge. The biting cold wind from outside sent a shiver through Liu Kai, darkening his expression further. So you refuse to open the door, do you? Fine, just wait. Instantaneous movement. Upon witnessing Liu Kai suddenly appear within the cabin, the small black dog was visibly startled. With its tail tucked, it whimpered and scurried into a corner, avoiding eye contact with Liu Kai. The black cat, Xiaobai, appeared indifferent, perched lazily on a high beam while grooming its paws. Seeing their insolent demeanor, Liu Kai felt an eruption of anger. This was the second time they had betrayed him. After enduring a thrashing yesterday, they still had not learned their lesson. Consequently, a supple copper wire materialized in his left hand, and with a menacing grin, he approached the cornered small black dog. His dislocated right wrist could wait, but administering discipline could not be delayed. The small black dog seemed to sense its impending fate, glancing left and right before suddenly fixing its gaze on the black cat above. A glint of cunning appeared in its eyes as it sprang into action, utilizing all its strength. Simultaneously, the agile black cat, Xiaobai, leapt down, landing upon the foolish dog's back. Together, the cat and dog crashed through the unlocked window with a loud thud, leaping into the snow-laden wilderness, their figures vanishing amidst the storm and trees. Liu Kai, holding the wire, was taken aback. What mischief were they up to now? However, the pain radiating from his right hand caused him to furrow his brow in frustration. he resolved to teach them a lesson later. Plopping down beside the warm hearth, he retrieved several medicinal plasters and 2 cans of Yunnan Biao spray. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, he gritted his teeth, summoning strength. Crack! Hiss! Damn! Amidst a wave of searing pain, his right hand was realigned. He sprayed the medicine and applied the plaster. Fortunately, Liu Kai possessed extraordinary physical resilience. Within a mere 2 minutes, the pain in his right hand began to subside. Although movement remained somewhat sluggish, he estimated it would require a couple more days of recuperation. Reflecting on the battle that had just transpired, he fell into a deep contemplation. His physical prowess had been honed to perfection, far surpassing that of so-called strongmen. Yet, his combat skills remained a significant hindrance. Had a battle-hardened soldier possessed his physique, he would have undoubtedly subdued the massive python swiftly and without injury. Ultimately, it was his misplaced confidence that led to this predicament, prompting Liu Kai to engage in introspection. In the early days of his rebirth, he had been cautious and adhered to a principle of survival. Although he remained vigilant in subsequent times, he could not pinpoint when he began to harbor an unwarranted sense of invincibility. When he meticulously sifted through his memories, it dawned on Liu Kai that this feeling did not emerge upon discovering his spatial abilities. Rather, it manifested after acquiring 2 sets of powered exoskeleton armor. The simultaneous possession of spatial powers and formidable exoskeletons had inevitably altered his mindset. Remarkably, even without the armor, he had maintained this air of arrogance. Chapter 133. Dogs truly understand traditional medicine. The marvelous snake egg. Reflecting on the battle that had just transpired, Liu Kai felt a twinge of regret. There were certainly more effective strategies he could have employed, ones that would have swiftly subdued the giant python while ensuring his own safety. Strategies like setting traps, utilizing obstacles, or employing diversionary tactics. At the very least, he could have utilized a flashbang. Instead, he had recklessly engaged in direct combat with a colossal beast far superior in size and strength. Undoubtedly, this was an act of sheer folly. Making mistakes is not to be feared. As long as one lives, it cannot be deemed a loss. Rapidly summarizing his recent experience, Liu Kai continuously reminded himself to be more cautious. There is no shame in exercising prudence. He did not dwell on the day's minor incident for long. Rising to flex his wrists once more, the misaligned joints had returned to their rightful places, yet a slight fracture remained in his forearm bones, and the bruising in his skin and muscles was too minute for even his extraordinary spatial abilities to extract. It appeared that he might need a few days of rest. Fortunately, such minor injuries did not hinder the mining operations. Having rested sufficiently, Liu Kai picked up the key from the ground and prepared to exit. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside, accompanied by the distinctive whimper of the foolish dog, Xiaohei. Liu Kai couldn't help but smirk. Quickly scanning the area, he confirmed that the two had not attracted any further trouble this time. With that reassurance, he approached the door, copper wire in hand, and opened it. A cold gust of wind swept into the room, yet Xiaohei and Xiaobai remained outside, sitting side by side at the threshold, their expressions reminiscent of guilty thieves. Before Liu Kai could utter a word, Xiaohei suddenly opened his mouth and expelled several black objects dripping with saliva. He then scampered off to retrieve a twig resembling a sensitive plant. Upon closer inspection of the objects and the twig, Liu Kai's expression brightened, his demeanor softening. The black objects were indeed insects, oval-shaped, adorned with segmented black shells and bordered with golden hues. Remarkably, they were golden-bordered cockroaches. In this frigid weather, one could only wonder where this foolish dog had unearthed them. The twig, with its more pronounced characteristics, was clearly a branch of the logwood tree. Both items were quintessential ingredients in traditional medicine, known for their efficacy in treating injuries and alleviating swelling and pain. Gazing at these two peculiar finds, Liu Kai felt a blend of amusement and exasperation. Xiaohei and Xiaobai were indeed masters at getting into trouble, yet they excelled at charming others as well. Resigning himself, he stepped aside with a feigned irritation and said, "Come in." Upon receiving Liu Kai's consent, Xiaobai entered with an elegant gait, while Xiaohei, realizing he had narrowly escaped a severe reprimand, resumed his mischievous demeanor, trailing closely behind Xiaobai. It is often said that dogs possess an innate understanding of traditional medicine, and today Liu Kai had witnessed this firsthand. However, considering that Siberian Huskies originated from Siberia, one couldn't help but wonder which local mutt had taught Xiaohei the tricks of the trade. The healing process must begin promptly. Liu Kai momentarily dismissed the thought of venturing outside, and instead set about preparing a cast iron pot. After thoroughly cleansing the earthworm, he tossed it into the pot and began to stir-fry it vigorously, soon grinding it into a fine, dark powder. He then chopped some branches into small segments and brewed a concoction in the pot. Pinching his nose, he swallowed the potion mixed with the powder. He could not discern whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, but shortly thereafter, he felt a subtle warmth coursing through his right wrist. A Upon scanning, he discovered that the bruises within his muscles and skin were indeed dissolving at an accelerated rate. He could not help but sincerely marvel at the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine, which he had previously overlooked. Though Liu Kai's energy had waned, his curiosity remained piqued. Xiaohe and Xiaobai, who had always been timid, had fled at the mere approach of the giant octopus the previous day. Today, however, they were inexplicably eager to provoke the large python. Liu Kai raised an eyebrow, pondering whether it was due to the eggs. He glanced towards the tranquil 65 snake eggs in his storage space. The giant python was known for its prolific nature, laying around 50 eggs at a time, and sometimes even exceeding 100. Indeed, as Liu Kai retrieved one of the snake eggs and held it in his hand, Xiaohe and Xiaobai, who were previously gnawing on the cabinet in the corner, instantly brightened. It was as though the cabinet had lost its appeal. Their gaze fixated on the snake egg with fervor. Did they wish to partake? The foolish dogs could not articulate their desires. Instead, they gaped with their mouths agape, drool dripping onto the floor, blissfully unaware. Xiaobai, the black cat, was even more direct, scampering over and meowing as it rubbed against Liu Kai's pant leg, completely shedding its earlier aloofness. Liu Kai understood their intentions. They indeed desired to consume the egg. Had it not been for the giant python's relentless pursuit moments ago, these two timid creatures would likely have devoured the egg without hesitation. This thought ignited a flicker of irritation within him. These two cowardly creatures were perpetually preoccupied with their own appetites. It was fortunate that the python had been so reckless in its chase, otherwise the egg would never have reached his hands. Simultaneously, Liu Kai felt a surge of curiosity. The giant python was infected with a mysterious virus. Perhaps these eggs were no longer ordinary. What was it about these tainted objects that drew Xiaohe and Xiaobai so irresistibly? Considering that the virus did not seem to infect humans, it was possible that, like Xiaohe and Xiaobai, he too might reap some benefits. With a resolute heart, Liu Kai decided to boil one for a taste. As he heated the water, the snake egg plopped into the bubbling pot amidst the eager gazes of Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Soon, an inexplicable fragrance wafted from the pot. Liu Kai's expression shifted as he found himself unable to resist sniffing the delightful aroma. Oddly enough, was T had said that snake eggs were notoriously fishy? Xiaohe and Xiaobai were now seated side by side at the pot's edge, still wearing that look of longing. Liu Kai, disregarding the heat, swiftly retrieved the snake egg, skillfully peeling away the shell to reveal the pure white flesh within. An even more intense fragrance enveloped the entire room in an instant. At that moment, Xiaohe could no longer contain itself, rising on its hind legs and whimpering, displaying an urgency that was palpable. Liu Kai, however, paid no heed to the impatient Xiaohe and Xiaobai. He directly tossed the snow-white snake egg into his mouth. As he chewed, Liu Kai's eyes gradually widened in astonishment. Only after swallowing did he incredulously exclaim, "Is this really a snake egg?" Liu Kai suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy, unable to find the precise words to articulate the exquisite sensations coursing through him. Delicious? Soft? Delicate? Richly fragrant? None of these terms sufficed. His mind could only conjure two phrases. Wow, this is delectable. Moreover, after consuming the snake gall, Liu Kai soon sensed a gentle warmth radiating through his right hand. Uncertain yet incredulous, he immediately scanned his wrist. This time, his expression of astonishment intensified. The fissures in his bones had diminished. Furthermore, the enhancement effects of the precious metals on Liu Kai's physical constitution had become negligible, as if an invisible shackle restrained him. Now, however, that shackle appeared to be loosening. Chapter 134. A frenzy of consumption and sleepiness. This sensation elicited a broad smile from Liu Kai, who promptly exchanged the iron frying pan for a large steel pot. Filling it once more with water, he retrieved the remaining 64 snake eggs from his storage space and tossed them all into the pot. Casting a glance at the woeful expressions of Little Black and Little White, he chuckled softly. "Fear not, there is a share for both of you. To maintain fairness, we shall distribute according to our weights. Little White, at 8 pounds, will receive 2 eggs. Little Black, at 55 pounds, will receive 16 eggs, and I, weighing 160 pounds, shall take 46 eggs. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who against?" The moment Little Black and Little White comprehended Liu Kai's intentions, they sprang up in a flurry of agitation. "Do you have any objections? Speak up," he urged. "If you remain silent, how am I to know?" However, amidst the playful banter, once the snake eggs were boiled, Liu Kai found it difficult to adhere strictly to the weight-based distribution. Ultimately, Little White received 8 eggs, Little Black 18, and he himself took 38. The earlier meal had done nothing to quell his current appetite. The trio, 1 human, 1 cat, and 1 dog, sat at the dining table, relishing the feast, and the 64 snake eggs were swiftly consumed. Liu Kai patted his belly while Little Black and Little White licked their lips, all three wearing expressions of lingering desire for more. Then, A spark of inspiration flickered in Liu Kai's mind. He delved into his storage space and unearthed the carcasses of 2 tigers. With a focused thought, he sliced off a chunk of pure hind leg meat and tossed it into the bubbling pot. The mine was stationary and would not flee. Liu Kai was eager to validate the conjectures swirling in his mind. He remained steadfast by the pot's side. However, this time, the tiger meat seemed to differ markedly from the snake eggs. Although Little Black and Little White still exhibited eagerness, their enthusiasm was noticeably diminished. The aroma wafting from the pot was distinctly that of stewed meat, accompanied by a faint tang of sourness. When the tiger meat was served, Little Black and Little White continued to savor it, but Liu Kai, after merely a few bites, silently set down his chopsticks. Alas, I had hoped for more. The tiger meat exuded a sour scent and tasted similarly, lacking the delectable richness of the snake eggs. The crux of the matter was that, after a prolonged wait, he felt no resurgence of the invigorating warmth that had once coursed through him. The reasons eluded him, yet the reality remained unchanged. As he ingested the 46 snake eggs, the healing properties of the earthworm and sandalwood were amplified. The fracture in his right forearm began to close rapidly, soon leaving no trace of its former injury. Furthermore, the invisible shackles that had hindered his physical prowess appeared to have been lifted. With a swift motion, Liu Kai clenched his right fist. While the fantastical notion of generating a sonic boom or shattering the void was unlikely, he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his strength, which continued to grow gradually. After all, the transformation of the body is not an instantaneous affair. Liu Kai sensed that it would take several more days to fully assimilate the benefits bestowed by the snake eggs. Moreover, he discovered the distinct differences between snake eggs and precious metals. The snake eggs solely benefited his physical constitution, bearing no effect on his enigmatic spatial abilities. Nevertheless, they were undoubtedly remarkable. It remained a mystery what transformations Little Black and Little White would undergo. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Little Black and Little White had each finished their portions of tiger hind leg meat. Yet, to his astonishment, they displayed an insatiable demeanor. Their eager gazes fixed intently on Liu Kai and the iron pot. Liu Kai was perplexed. It had only been a few hours since breakfast. They had just consumed eggs and meat, and yet they seemed to be hungry again. However, in the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. His own stomach emitted a rumbling sound. Instantly, an uncomfortable sensation of hypoglycemia enveloped him. His complexion paled, his legs weakened, and beads of cold sweat trickled from his forehead. As he initiated a scan, Liu Kai was astonished to discover his stomach was utterly empty. Not only had the frozen dumplings consumed in the morning been digested, but even the snake eggs he had just eaten had been completely processed. Well, it seemed that mining would not be on the agenda for this morning. Liu Kai shrugged helplessly. Of course, he would rather die than consume that sour tiger meat again. An abundance of pork, beef, vegetables, and fruits was extracted from his storage space, filling the table to the brim. Seizing the cutting board and knife, he transformed into a culinary maestro, fervently chopping ingredients. Driven by the pangs of hunger, he did not embellish the meal excessively. He simply added salt and hot pot base to the water, boiling a pot of mixed spicy hot pot. Smoke wafted from the chimney atop the wooden cabin, dispersing with the chilly breeze. For the next few hours, Liu Kai, accompanied by Little Black and Little White, indulged in a fervent eating spree. He remained vigilant, counting as he ate. Little Black and Little White consumed an entire tiger leg, which, excluding the bones, amounted to no less than 20 pounds of meat. Liu Kai's achievements were even more astounding. 16 pounds of pork, 4 pounds of beef, 5 pounds of frozen meatballs, 8 heads of cabbage, 13 apples, 1 bunch of bananas, and 3 2-liter bottles of Sprite. In truth, given their digestive capacities, it was inconceivable that they could consume such a quantity. However, the continuous cycle of eating and relieving themselves was relentless. Their digestion was remarkably swift. After merely a few minutes of feasting, they would dash to the restroom. Little White, being an elegant feline, maintained a certain cleanliness, conscientiously scurrying to the litter box for her needs. In stark contrast, the clumsy dog, Little Black, was far more uncouth. He would even squat at the dining table, voraciously devouring his meal, while releasing a revolting odor from behind, as if he were performing for a live audience. Fortunately, Liu Kai, quick on his feet, dashed over and kicked him outside with a scowl, thus averting the tragic fate of the cabin becoming a restroom. As the clock gradually approached 3 p.m., Liu Kai finally sensed that the gnawing hunger had subsided. Reclining on the bed, he patted his belly, contentedly letting out a lengthy belch. What bliss! At that moment, Little Black and Little White also concluded their feasting, lying motionless in their respective warm nests. Liu Kai glanced at the time and, albeit reluctantly, mustered the strength to sit up. Today, an unexpected situation consumed an inordinate amount of time. There could be no further indulgence in idleness. Soon, he must seize the moment to resume his mining endeavors. However, he remained somewhat overly optimistic. As he rose from his soft and comfortable bed, a wave of dizziness, intertwined with profound drowsiness, assailed him in an instant. Oh dear. It was evident that this fatigue was unusual. Not only did it arrive with remarkable swiftness, but its intensity was also quite overwhelming. Who knows how long this slumber would last? A sense of foreboding gripped Liu Kai's heart. With the last vestiges of his fading rationality, he struggled to rise. He swiftly inspected the doors and windows, ensuring they were securely locked. To prevent any risk of poisoning, he extinguished the coal fire in the stove. Finally, he filled the fuel tank of the silent generator, guaranteeing that the heating system would continue to function. Only then did he turn off the lights, disrobe, and collapse onto the soft bed, surrendering to the enveloping darkness of sleep. Likewise, Xiaohe and Xiaobai found themselves in similar circumstances, each letting out a long yawn. Their heavy eyelids closing as they succumbed to slumber, accompanied by their rhythmic breathing. Chapter 135. Awakening from a Great Dream. Overwhelming physical strength as the moon waxed and waned. Liu Kai realized he had been overly optimistic in his estimations. He had initially thought he would sleep for merely a day and a night, however. 3 days had inexplicably slipped by. In this deep slumber, he experienced a profound sense of tranquility, reminiscent of his carefree childhood, with his mind completely devoid of worries. Not a single dream, be it joyous or sorrowful, dared to intrude upon his peace. In fact, by the afternoon of the second day, the fuel in the silent generator had been completely consumed. It sputtered a few times in a futile struggle before extinguishing itself. The electric heating device embedded in the wall ceased to operate, and the indoor temperature began to plummet. By the third day, the temperature within the wooden cabin had descended to a chilling -55 degrees. At some point, the cat and dog had burrowed into his blankets. The interior was enveloped in a stark layer of frost. Yet, Liu Kai and his furry companions remained oblivious to the cold, breathing steadily and sleeping soundly. Strangely, their body temperatures had soared to an extraordinary 45 degrees, creating a stark contrast with the frigid air around them. Liu Kai's forehead, exposed to the elements, was flushed red, with beads of sweat continuously evaporating into wisps of white mist. Finally, at some moment on the morning of the third day, Liu Kai slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he threw off the covers and sat up. The intense heat that had enveloped him dissipated, and as his skin met the icy air, he could not help but gasp. A shiver coursed through him, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat back under the covers. But upon reaching for them, he felt a chilling dampness. To his dismay, the sheets and thick down comforter had become soaked with his perspiration. It was not only uncomfortable to lie back down, but even touching the bedding felt unbearable. His body, too, was in a sticky state, as the sweat had dried. A faint sour odor lingered in the air. It was hardly the opportune moment for a bath. Noticing that the generator had ceased functioning, Liu Kai resigned himself to stoke the fire in the stove. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of his vulnerability, standing naked in a cabin at -55 degrees. Yet feeling merely a chill, completely free from the stiffness of limbs or fogginess of thought. At the very least, he had mastered the art of enduring the cold. Soon after, the cat and dog stretched lazily and began to stir. Both were adorned with thick fur, even with Liu Kai's sweat clinging to their coats. They felt no chill. They hopped down from the bed and approached him, mewing and whining softly. Liu Kai understood they were hungry, just as he was. Having lost track of time, his stomach voiced its discontent. Please, hold your horses, my esteemed friends. I, too, am famished. I shall prepare a meal shortly. Without turning back, he continued to tend to the stove, coaxing the flames to life. Before long, the fire blazed brightly. Liu Kai set a pot over the flames and tossed in a hefty piece of pork to boil. He then grabbed a camping blanket and casually draped it over his shoulders, moving the frozen generator closer to the stove to thaw. It is only now that he finds the time to contemplate the transformations that have occurred during his slumber. His phone, long since frozen and shut down, reveals no trace of time. Fortunately, within the storage space lies the tablet provided by the authorities. Upon retrieving the device, it automatically connects to a satellite to synchronize the time. As he gazes at the displayed hour, Liu Kai's eyes widen in disbelief. He has slept for 3 whole days? However, when his gaze finally falls upon the two companions, Xiaohe and Xiaobai, his astonishment deepens. His mouth agape, it could easily accommodate several eggs. Goodness! How have you two grown so robust? The black cat, Xiaobai, has inexplicably doubled in size. This is not merely a case of weight gain, rather. His entire physique has undergone a proportional expansion. He now resembles a lynx, albeit in a rather pitiful state, as if malnourished, with ribs protruding prominently. Liu Kai, curious, scoops him up for a brief assessment and finds him surprisingly heavy, at least 25 pounds. Fortunately, Xiaobai appears to be in good condition. likely having expended considerable energy during his growth spurt. A couple of hearty meals should suffice to replenish his reserves, and before long, he may very well weigh an additional 10 pounds or more. Even more remarkable is the foolish husky. At less than 6 months old, his size has now become comparable to that of a wild wolf king. When standing on his hind legs, he nearly matches Liu Kai's height. Such a stature makes the once spacious wooden cabin feel somewhat confined. However, he remains distinguishable from a wolf king, the most notable difference being his adorably foolish eyes. Like Xiao Bai, he too is alarmingly thin, with a face sharp enough to resemble a fox. Liu Kai cannot help but lament the situation. These two gluttons will undoubtedly require copious amounts of food, and he wonders if he can afford to sustain them in the future. Soon, the silent generator thaws in the warmth of the fireplace. After refueling with diesel, it hums back to life, illuminating the entire house once more. Liu Kai, refusing to delay, retrieves an induction cooker and a large pot, connects the power, and begins to boil water. He slices off a robust tiger leg weighing over 30 pounds, skins it, debones it, and tosses it into the pot to cook. During this waiting period, he takes a moment to observe his own changes. Liu Kai is immensely relieved to find that he has not transformed into a towering giant of 8 feet. His physique remains as it was, thus avoiding the gaunt appearance of skeletal thinness. However, he can distinctly sense that his bones have become denser, muscle density has significantly increased, and both the thickness and resilience of his skin have improved. Moreover, his mind feels sharper than ever. Stepping onto the scale, he is astonished by the reading of 180 pounds, an increase of 20 pounds since his ascent. Such a transformation has directly enhanced his strength, explosiveness, reflexes, and resilience. Liu Kai is also curious about the current caliber of his physique and feels compelled to conduct a simple test. Assessing his reaction speed is straightforward. There is no need to activate scanning. With a focused gaze, he accurately extends his hand to grasp a fine dog hair that flits about in the air. This discovery brings him immense joy, as finding a single stray dog hair is hardly remarkable. However, dog hair is remarkably light, easily swept away by even the faintest breeze. The gust generated by Liu Kai's actions was far from trivial. Yet, he instinctively managed to respond swiftly, adjusting the force and angle of his arm with precision. Impressive indeed. While speed is easily measurable, strength proves elusive. No matter what grip strength tester Liu Kai employed, it utterly failed to gauge his gripping power. The electronic dynamometer, with a maximum range of 200 pounds, 90 kilograms, was effortlessly squeezed to its limit by him. Resigned, he resorted to a steel pipe for measurement. By assessing the depth of the indentation made, the yield strength of the material, and the surface area of his fingers, he arrived at a rudimentary conclusion. His right hand's grip strength was approximately 550 kilograms, while the left hand measured around 480 kilograms. Although incredulous, he was certain of his calculations. After all, prior to this, it was utterly inconceivable for him to compress such hard steel to this degree. The average grip strength of an adult male hovers around 50 kilograms. Even the X-01 powered exoskeleton boasts a grip strength of merely 700 kilograms. Furthermore, Liu Kai uncovered a rather serious issue regarding the exoskeleton. Its reaction speed seemed insufficient to keep pace with his movements. He was taken aback. Merely a few snake eggs had yielded such astonishing results? Chapter 136. Breaking the Shackles. Frantic mining in a state of astonishment. Liu Kai found himself yearning to acquire more extraordinary items akin to snake eggs. Gradually, he began to entertain a rather wild notion. He contemplated the idea of not selling the giant python to the authorities, but instead raising it like poultry. After all, snakes and chickens share similarities. A female snake can lay eggs without the need for a male. The only drawback is that the egg-laying cycle is somewhat prolonged. However, a sudden epiphany jolted his mind back to reality. He recalled his frenzied consumption of snake eggs prior to his slumber, having devoured a total of 38. Yet, around the 23rd egg, the remarkable sensation had dissipated. His continued indulgence was solely due to the delightful flavor. Coupled with the resistance he had developed from previously consuming precious metals, a disheartening hypothesis began to form in Liu Kai's mind. Ultimately, he had to reluctantly abandon the notion of domesticated pythons. With the meat in the pot still uncooked, Liu Kai replaced the sweat-soaked sheets, bedding, and pillows. He then took his companions, Little Black and Little White, to the adjacent restroom, where they all enjoyed a refreshing cold shower. It was only upon leaving the restroom that he suddenly recognized the extraordinary frost resistance exhibited by himself and his feline and canine companions. The residual water on Little Black and Little White instantly froze into ice shards upon contact with the frigid outdoor air. Yet, they merely shook themselves, shedding the icy remnants without displaying any signs of discomfort. Witnessing this scene sparked an intriguing speculation in Liu Kai's mind. Perhaps the transformations he and his companions experienced were not mere enhancements, but rather a form of evolutionary adaptation to their environment. Furthermore, it was undeniable that the mysterious virus had likely accelerated this evolutionary process. Contemplating this, he could not help but marvel at how living beings invariably find their own paths amidst harsh conditions. His confidence in humanity's ability to endure these trying times seemed to strengthen. Returning to the wooden cabin, he discovered that both the pork and tiger meat had been expertly cooked. With no outsiders present, he felt no need to maintain any semblance of propriety. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air compelled Liu Kai to reach into the boiling pot with his bare hands and extract the succulent pieces of meat. He opened his mouth wide and began to feast, all the while keenly observing the condition of Little Black and Little White. Indeed, just like him, their physical states had shown significant improvement. The sharp claws of Little White, capable of effortlessly slicing through tiger meat, were a testament to this transformation. It was astonishing to see how the once feeble creature had undergone such a metamorphosis. Liu Kai couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. If an ordinary person were to be scratched by Little White, they might very well lose half their life. Moreover, it seemed that Little White's intelligence had also advanced. Given the noticeable increase in brain capacity, Little Black's strength was equally formidable. During mealtime, its casually swaying tail inadvertently struck the table, resulting in a startling crack as the hardwood leg splintered. The unexpected noise startled the foolish dog, causing it to lift its head and glance around in confusion. Utterly oblivious to what had transpired, after indulging in their meal and allowing for a period of rest, Liu Kai found himself free from the usual drowsiness that had previously plagued him. Liu Kai rose to his feet, stretching his body as his joints emitted a crisp symphony of pops. Let us get moving and commence our mining operations. A delay of 3 days is unacceptable. While the fortification of his physique was undoubtedly vital, the enhancement of his spatial abilities was equally imperative. As he swung open the door, confronting the howling cold wind, Liu Kai felt invigorated. Meanwhile, Xiao He and Xiao Bai seemed equally eager, darting out of the doorframe in a flash. However, this time, Xiao Bai refrained from lazily riding on Xiao He's back, instead dashing forth like a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the dense forest in an instant. Observing their disappearing figures, a smile graced Liu Kai's lips. I hope you two stir up some trouble for me. With the assistance of the ultrasonic defrosting device, the mining machine operated with remarkable efficiency. Although it did not reach the theoretical maximum speed of 85 meters per day, it effortlessly excavated 60 meters daily. The cliff behind the wooden cabin was indeed in close proximity to the vein, merely about 15 meters away. Within less than half a day's work, Liu Kai could distinctly sense the abundant presence of platinum and iridium within the excavated earth. Naturally, he did not hesitate to collect all the ore into his storage space. The storage space indiscriminately devoured the two elements without the need for complex chemical processes. The remaining tailings were of no use to Liu Kai. Yet they still contained rich deposits of rhodium and palladium. Adhering to the principle of eating the meat while allowing the nation to sip the soup, he diligently piled the tailings outside the cave, knowing that they would become vital strategic resources once the world reopened. Utilizing underground positioning, the mining machine advanced with precision within the mountain. Each day, it extracted over 8,000 tons of raw ore, allowing Liu Kai to accumulate more than 200 kilograms of platinum and iridium daily. This was far more lucrative than trading external materials. With such benefits came passion and motivation. Liu Kai entirely forgot his grand ambition of working merely half a day, instead filling nearly 12 hours with labor and indulging in a hearty meal. As dawn broke and the morning dew faded, he returned home under a canopy of stars. After washing away the fatigue, he opened a saved movie on his phone, ignited a fire, and enjoyed skewers of meat alongside chilled beer, relishing the delightful moments of life. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he realized it, 10 days had flown past. Those snake eggs had indeed shattered the shackles limiting his body, or perhaps diminished his resistance to enhancement through precious metals. The indulgent feasting over these 10 days allowed Liu Kai to feel his spatial abilities and physical prowess gradually strengthening once more. As was customary, he continued to enhance himself on a microscopic level. For instance, he could now discern the subtle textures of objects with remarkable precision. Reflecting on his first meeting with Qin Luofei, he recalled how he had scanned her military ID, only able to infer her rank through the uneven embossing on the document. Yet now, he could effortlessly distinguish the thickness of ink printed on a page. A book lay before him. Without the need to turn the pages, one could effortlessly discern the content through the undulations of the ink. Furthermore, an inexplicable sensation of profundity emerged within Liu Kai's heart. He understood that shortly, the microscopic facets of spatial abilities would be elevated to an unprecedented pinnacle. The forthcoming enhancements would once again revert to the macroscopic realm, encompassing the ultimate limits of teleportation distances, the farthest reach for levitating objects, and the maximum momentum for capturing mobile entities, bulletproof, among others. these extraordinary capabilities would experience yet another augmentation. Contemplating this, he felt invigorated. After all, what man would refuse the opportunity to transform into a superhero clad in red briefs? At the very least, he aspired to embody the spirit of his homeland. Liu Kai relished this sensation of continuous empowerment and cherished this carefree, tranquil period. However, the tranquility was soon to be disrupted. On this very day, he unexpectedly received news potent enough to shatter his serenity. Chapter 137, Qin Luofei's Cryptic Message. The mysterious USB drive. In recent days, there had been no significant events. The only thrill for Liu Kai was the successful capture of an infected, frenzied giant panda. Weighing over 500 pounds, a handsome reward indeed. His mobile phone had been functioning normally, rendering the military tablet unnecessary for time verification. It was not until the 10th night that, after mining and freshening up in his cabin, he realized he had watched all the films he had downloaded. At that moment, Liu Kai resolved to descend the mountain the next day. His intentions were twofold: to sell the large python and giant panda in his storage space to the authorities, and to download more films and series to alleviate the monotony of his mining life in the remote mountains, devoid of signal. However, the military-provided tablet could connect to satellite communications. He planned to contact Qin Luofei for a smooth transfer of his catch the following morning. As he retrieved the tablet from storage, the screen flickered before quickly establishing a satellite connection. Yet, just as Liu Kai was about to operate it, the tablet suddenly chimed with a flurry of notification sounds. He found 6 messages densely packed on the screen. The sender was Major Qin Luofei, the secretary of the provincial military district commander, and the messages dated 2 days prior. Liu Kai was somewhat taken aback. Oh, she really has been promoted to major. But why is she contacting me? Where have you been these past few days? Yu Haven T replied to my messages. Mr. G from the Mutual Aid Association asked me to reach out to you, expressing his deep gratitude for your life-saving assistance last time. There are too many matters in Fenghai, and the internal decision has transferred me to the provincial city, where Colonel Zhang Linyu will take over. By the way, do not disclose my secret fear of ghosts to anyone. Old Zhu has offered 60 kilograms of gold for the giant octopus. I've instructed someone to place it in the corner of the basement of the multi-story garage. Be careful of theft and retrieve it promptly. Colonel Zhang Linyu's contact information has been sent to your WeChat. Liu Kai was left in a haze of confusion. What was she rambling about? Qin Luofei had been performing her duties admirably, and he could not fathom why she was suddenly reassigned to the provincial capital. As for Mr. G from the Mutual Aid Association wanting to meet, Liu Kai was indifferent to the notion of gratitude and promptly dismissed it from his mind. His primary concerns were the 60 kilograms of gold and the sale of the python and panda. Frugality is a traditional virtue. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. However, he remained uncertain about the temperament of the newly appointed Colonel Zhang Linyu. Upon reviewing the contents of her messages, an inexplicable premonition surfaced within Liu Kai. It seemed that Qin Luofei's words carried deeper meanings. Speculation was futile. A straightforward inquiry was in order. Thus, he opened the internal communication app on the tablet and sent a message to Qin Luofei. Where are you now? However, 10 minutes passed, then 20. Half an hour later, and the communication app remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Liu Kai's brow furrowed deeper, and the sense of foreboding in his heart intensified. With a resounding clap against his thigh, he rose to his feet. Xiao Hei Xiao Bai, let us depart. A sense of unease lingered within him, and unable to wait until the following morning, he decided to descend the mountain that very night. A white tarpaulin concealed the mine and the small cabin securely. The snowmobile roared to life, its headlights cutting through the inky darkness and biting winds, racing towards the city below. Nightfall did not coincide with the city's power supply hours. Even though Liu Kai had returned to the urban area under the cover of night, his phone remained devoid of any signal. Consequently, he had yet to receive the WeChat message sent by Qin Luofei. Soon, Liu Kai arrived at the multi-story parking garage north of the Lisher Tsiyuan community. He instructed Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai to remain vigilant in the snowmobile while he ventured alone to the lowest level of the garage. Scanning the surroundings, he inevitably discovered a camping backpack tucked away in a dark corner. The backpack rested beneath the chassis of a sedan, containing 61 kilogram gold bars. Evidently, this was the substantial commission Qin Luofei had left for him. However, a peculiar expression crossed Liu Kai's face, for he sensed that the surfaces of these gold bars were extraordinarily smooth, devoid of the engravings typical of bank gold bars. Yet, one particular gold bar stood out. It appeared unremarkable, yet its side was densely etched with a series of minuscule digits. In a rush, he pulled the backpack from beneath the car, stowing away the remaining gold bars in his storage compartment, leaving only the inscribed one to scrutinize. 11101101, 1110, 101, 1011, 100. Pondering over this lengthy sequence of numbers, Liu Kai was filled with confusion. What on earth is this binary code? Yet, comprised solely of ones and zeros, it instinctively led him to contemplate the possibility of binary. It could also be ternary. Liu Kai felt a wave of exasperation. He knew Qin Luofei was indeed speaking in riddles. Why not express herself plainly? To resort to a cryptic language was rather presumptuous. Analyzing such an unusual language was outside his expertise. But it was precisely the forte of the intelligent glasses connected to his powered exoskeleton. In no time, a string of deciphered numbers appeared before him. 112, 1516, 2123, 391021. After all, with his enhanced physical capabilities, his mind had also become significantly clearer. This time, Liu Kai felt no confusion. A sudden insight flashed through his mind. He discerned a pattern. The digits comprised 6 sequences, perfectly corresponding to the 6 sentences Qin Luofei had sent him. A spark of realization ignited within Liu Kai. Could it be the 12th, 15th, and 16th characters of the first sentence, the first, second, and third characters of the second sentence? Retrieving his tablet, he opened the messages sent by Qin Luofei. Following his previous line of thought, he indeed managed to extract a series of Chinese characters from the text. There is news. The mutual aid association. There are ghosts within. Secrets in the garage corner. Beware of Zhong Linyu. Rearranging the sentences and adding punctuation. The message became clear. There is news. The mutual aid association has ghosts. Secrets lie in the garage corner. Beware of Zhong Linyu. As Liu Kai gazed upon the words, a sense of disbelief washed over him. He even questioned whether he had truly comprehended the cryptic message from Qin Luofei. However, it now appeared that this interpretation was indeed the most rational. Coupled with the fact that Qin Luofei had yet to respond, Liu Kai furrowed his brows once more, feeling as though he had unwittingly become entangled in a significant conspiracy. According to his understanding, the so-called ghost was certainly not a specter in the traditional sense. It perhaps bore a closer resemblance to an insider, akin to the Japanese invaders, or individuals harboring ulterior motives. Yet, why should one exercise caution regarding the newly appointed Colonel Zhang Linyu who was set to oversee Fohai City? Suddenly, he recalled the phrase about a secret hidden in the corner of the garage. With this thought, he hastily resumed his scanning. Earlier, his focus had been on the gold, causing him to overlook the disarray of the garage. This time, however, he discovered a camouflaged USB drive concealed in another corner of the garage. Rushing to the spot, he extracted the USB from its icy prison. Liu Kai weighed the device in his hand, scrutinizing it for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. It was undoubtedly military grade. After all, which civilian USB drive would boast a shell made of aerospace-grade titanium alloy? Chapter 138, A State of Inebriation and Dreamlike Existence. The puzzle game had reached a conclusion, wherein one simply needed to return home, connect to a computer, and unveil the intricacies of the entire affair. Yet, Liu Kai found himself ensnared in hesitation. He yearned solely to be a laid-back individual, indifferent to the world. Even when compelled to confront adversaries or address the plight of the addicted, it was merely a flicker of righteousness stirring within him. From the fragments of information disclosed by Qin Luofei, it became apparent that the situation was far from straightforward, potentially embroiled in factional strife. Engaging in such a maelstrom was hardly a prudent decision. However, that infernal curiosity began to gnaw at him, rendering Liu Kai restless, as if ants were traversing his skin. The secret lay before him, and he could not simply pretend that nothing had transpired. A fleeting glance could not be deemed unlawful, could it? Furthermore, viewing it did not necessitate his assistance. Yes, just a quick look. Liu Kai reassured himself thus. Yet, he remained oblivious to a particular detail. A vivid image perpetually resurfaced in his mind. A memory of that day on the drilling platform, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Luofei, gazing out over the frozen sea. The biting ocean breeze caressed her flushed cheeks, lifting strands of hair to reveal a captivating smile. After stowing away the snowmobile, they returned to the bunker, which had been long neglected. The bunker lay buried deep, and even after several days of respite for the air conditioning and heaters, the temperature remained pleasantly warm. Given their current sizes, the once cozy nook was no longer adequate. They stood before their respective spaces, casting forlorn glances at Liu Kai. Yet, Liu Kai's thoughts were consumed by the contents of the USB drive, rendering him oblivious to their plight as he plunged into the study to power on his computer. He was unaware of any potential viruses lurking within the USB drive, thus opting to utilize his entertainment computer, which lacked hacking software, for his experiment. Disconnecting the network cable from the back of the main unit, he cautiously inserted the USB drive. Fortunately, no viruses awaited him, only a video and a folder brimming with photographs. As the video played, Qin Luofei appeared before him. The recording, shrouded in dim light, resembled an abandoned dwelling. In the footage, her brow was furrowed, betraying her heavy heart. Liu Kai, by the time you view this video, I will have likely been reassigned from Fohai City. Please forgive my audacity. But I find myself at a loss regarding whom to trust. Your position straddles the line between official and civilian, rendering it rather unique. Thus, I have resolved to confide certain matters to you. Of course, I shall not compel you to engage in anything distasteful. However, should you choose not to assist, I implore you to keep this secret. For the ensuing minutes, Liu Kai remained transfixed, listening intently as Qin Luofei articulated her thoughts. Yet, with each passing moment, the weight of the situation pressed down upon him, inducing a throbbing headache. Indeed, this affair was far from simple. The origins of it all trace back to his encounter with the enemy in the northern part of the city. At that time, he had not only wrung vital information regarding personnel and goods from the lips of an addict, but had also dismantled the enemy's stronghold, capturing an enemy officer in the process. Following this lead, Qin Luofei tirelessly delved into the investigation. Soon, she directed some suspicions towards the flourishing mutual aid society. The Japanese officer was obstinate, proving difficult to crack. In desperation, Qin Luofei contravened regulations and resorted to drugs and electroconvulsive therapy. It was only then that she managed to extract fragmented utterances from the dazed officer, among which was a name, Ma Yangxing. He was a friend of Mr. G and one of the founders of the Mutual Aid Society, currently holding the position of vice president, the third in command. Subsequently, she dispatched a soldier disguised as an ordinary survivor to infiltrate the Mutual Aid Society. However, merely 3 days later, that soldier perished. Ultimately, only a shaky, indistinct, and noisy video was relayed back through internal channels. The location remained ambiguous, but it was discernibly an indoor gymnasium. The vast expanse of this gymnasium was no less than 100,000 square meters, an area even more extravagant than the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital. In the video, the figure of Ma Yongxing could be vaguely discerned within the control room high above the gymnasium. Through the glass of the control room, it was apparent that he was not clad in the signature attire of the Mutual Aid Society, adorned with a shield logo, but instead donned a tightly fitted black leather outfit. The footage also revealed other armed figures, similarly dressed in black leather, exuding a fierce demeanor, suspected to be dispatched by the Japanese. The factory was brightly illuminated, yet the internal scenes were horrifyingly grim. The expansive area below was divided into 3 distinct sections. The central section, occupying 2/3 of the gymnasium, was surrounded by high-powered electric heaters. The temperature was stifling, as the individuals inside were clad in short sleeves, perspiring profusely. The ground was covered with exceptionally rare fertile soil, a remnant of the apocalyptic cold wave. One half was cultivated with a new generation of high-yield wheat. Although this wheat had an unpalatable taste, it was highly productive and had a short growth cycle, appearing to thrive and nearing harvest. Conversely, the other half was astonishingly planted with vast fields of poppies, currently in full bloom, their toxic fruits poised to burst. Upon closer inspection, the laborers toiling in the fields were emaciated, their faces smeared with dirt, a quintessential depiction of the suffering survivors. These laborers, while working, cast eager glances towards the adjacent second area, which was separated by tall glass walls. Inside, an array of bottles, jars, and chemical apparatuses filled the space. Several individuals clad in sealed white coats busily engaged in the manufacture of drugs. The final section was partitioned into individual rooms, each exquisitely decorated, with fine wines, sumptuous food, and a plethora of cigarettes adorning the tables. Within each room, well-dressed survivors indulged in revelry. It was here that Qin Luofei felt a profound rage. For the merriment did not consist solely of feasting and drug use. There were also women, boys, and girls, all mercilessly stripped bare, subjected to the vile whims of these beasts. The desperate wails intertwined with the raucous laughter of the depraved, composing a gruesome tableau of a living hell. The surreal scene, steeped in a state of intoxicated lethargy, bore no resemblance to a world that could possibly exist at the twilight of a chilling tempest. Those women, along with the young boys and girls, were indeed the very victims of abduction. Until the conclusion of the video, the covert actions of the infiltrating soldier were detected by vigilant gunmen clad in black. Without any forewarning or interrogation, the sound of gunfire erupted abruptly. The screen faded into a stark whiteness. At this moment, Qin Luofei could no longer contain her overwhelming fury. Yet, just as she prepared to report this harrowing footage, which the soldier had risked his life to transmit, the video inexplicably vanished from her military tablet. Regardless of how diligently the technicians searched, it was as if it had never existed, leaving no trace whatsoever. Chapter 139. A turmoil of thoughts and profitable ventures. The disappearance of the video did not hinder Qin Luofei's investigation. She promptly arranged for satellites to conduct a thorough search of the entire Fohai city. However, a peculiar phenomenon emerged once more. Logically, the area, designated for the cultivation of poppies and grain, should have been heated to extreme temperatures by numerous electric heaters, under satellite thermal detection. It ought to have been as conspicuous as a wildfire in the night. Not to mention, such immense architectural structures were scarce throughout Fohai City. Yet, despite the satellites scouring every inch of the city, not a single trace was discovered. This situation could only imply three possibilities. First, the location was not within Fohai City. Second, it was situated underground, concealed by layers of soil and frost. Third, there existed a protective umbrella within the official ranks, deliberately obscuring the satellite's findings. Initially, Qin Luofei leaned towards the second hypothesis. However, subsequent events compelled her to entertain the third possibility. First, after reporting the matter of the gold mine to her superiors, they made an astonishing decision. Although her orders resulted in the sacrifice of a soldier, the successful completion of the mission to clear the Binhai Null, to platform and retrieve weapons led to her promotion to the rank of major, albeit with a demotion in her position. A military district staff officer, Colonel Zhang Linyu, was parachuted in to assume full control of Fohai City, while she was relegated to the role of second-in-command, tasked with assisting Zhang Linyu in acclimating to the situation. Days later, she received orders to be transferred to the provincial capital, specifically to oversee the construction of a shelter there. Furthermore, prior to her transfer from Fohai City, she fortuitously witnessed a tragic scene, one that Liu Kai had also encountered. Two members of the Mutual Aid Society, under the guise of distributing supplies, assaulted a pair of young survivor sisters. In a fit of rage, she summoned Mr. G to handle the situation. To her astonishment, Zhang Linyu arrived at the scene alongside Mr. G. Mr. G displayed an unwavering resolve, drawing his weapon to eliminate the threat. Qin Luofei was taken aback. She intended to intervene and prevent Mr. G from taking such lethal action but was restrained by Zhang Linyu, who subtly indicated for her not to interfere. A profound sense of confusion enveloped her. Was this merely a matter of clearing the scene, or was it a cover-up to silence witnesses? What role did Zhang Linyu play in all of this? During this period, she repeatedly petitioned her superiors to investigate the Mutual Aid Society, even seeking assistance from the provincial military district commander, a major with a square face. Yet, the response was that all matters were under Zhang Linyu's jurisdiction and without his approval. No actions could be taken. In despair, Qin Luofei approached Zhang Linyu once more, exhausting her arguments, only to receive the response, "I have followed the proper procedures and sought approval from above. Without their consent, I am powerless." Frustration welled within her, perceiving this as a blatant act of passing the buck. The following day, she discovered that Zhang Linyu had vanished for an entire day. Upon his return, his hair was disheveled, his steps unsteady, and a pungent smell of smoke clung to him. A chilling conjecture began to form in her mind. Coincidentally, 2 days after this incident transpired, her transfer order arrived. Qin Luofei did not harbor any aversion towards being assigned to the provincial capital. She had discerned, through subtle clues, that the scenes in Fohai City were not isolated occurrences. The more prosperous provincial capital harbored similar circumstances, leading her to suspect that Fohai City was merely a pawn in a larger game. At this juncture, the video within the USB drive was nearing its conclusion. Qin Luofei ceased her evasiveness and explicitly expressed her desire for Liu Kai's assistance. However, she immediately followed this with a rueful smile, saying, "Little Liu, do not feel pressured. This matter involves too many complexities, and I am aware that I lack the standing to make demands. Thus, should you choose to remain an observer, I would understand." Having articulated her thoughts, she concluded, "I shall not relinquish hope. But, Sai, you are quite an intriguing individual. I hope we may cross paths again in the future." Liu Kai silently closed the video, remaining wordless before his computer, yet an inscrutable expression lingered in his eyes. The words Qin Luofei spoke were exceedingly perplexing, and the crucial evidence in the video had vanished. This implied that the video on the USB drive represented solely her narrative. Yet, recalling the time when the tiger had inflicted harm and the coincidental discovery of a suspected assault, he could not help but harbor numerous doubts regarding the Mutual Aid Society. Simultaneously, he was reminded of certain individuals, the Su Chi-feng couple whom he had rescued, Wang Ning, and the survivors from her community. These individuals had also joined the Mutual Aid Society. Perhaps they possessed some insider knowledge? He quickly dismissed this thought with a self-deprecating shake of his head. Liu Kai still held faith in their character. The Su Chi-feng couple had endured inhumane torment. How could they possibly conspire with beasts or even enemies? Moreover, they were not core members of the Mutual Aid Society and were unlikely to possess extensive knowledge. Lost in contemplation, Liu Kai suddenly slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet. Enough of this. Action speaks louder than words. He ultimately resolved to invest some time in understanding the situation. Even if things were amiss, with his spatial abilities, escaping would pose no challenge. Should anyone witness Liu Kai's demeanor, they might conclude that he had experienced a sudden awakening to the responsibilities of being a superpowered individual. The adage that greater power entails greater responsibility echoed in his mind. He could not abide the oppression of the weak by those in power, nor could he ignore his disdain for drugs. Thus, intervention seemed necessary. Yet, Liu Kai possessed no true sense of responsibility. This matter was fundamentally one that the authorities should resolve themselves. He had no time to work for them without recompense. Every decision stemmed from potential gain. For within that video lay a treasure trove of gold and jewels. Had it merely been a smattering of gold dust, he would not have spared it a glance. Yet, those were gold bars the size of an adult's arm, each weighing several dozen pounds. The mines in Guangming town were situated right here. They would not sprout legs and flee. Moreover, once the mining machine was set to automatic mode, it could operate for 2 days. However, the gold within the treasure trove was not guaranteed to remain undiscovered. Should the authorities uncover its location first, those gold bars would be lost. Akin to meat buns thrown to dogs. With his resolve firm, he set his intentions. Liu Kai shifted his gaze towards the large black dog in the living room. Reminiscent of a wolf, and a smile graced his lips. Those who have toiled under hardship, albeit concealed entirely by black hoods, remain utterly oblivious to the location of the gymnasium, yet the scent they carry is unmistakable. The canine sense of smell is remarkably acute. Regrettably, the biting cold has rendered even the police dogs nearly incapacitated. It is no wonder that Qin Luofei finds herself at a loss. Hence, this task is particularly suited for the black dog. As for where to find laborers, Liu Kai couldn't help but recall an individual, a drug addict from the northern part of the city, who had once fallen into his trap and was coerced into selling a few bags of rice. However, now is not the opportune moment to venture out, as Qin Luofei had warned him to remain vigilant of Zhong Linyu. Should this individual pose a genuine threat, one cannot guarantee that the assurances regarding the absence of official surveillance on their movements still hold. Moreover, the last person Qin Luofei had contacted was Liu Kai himself. To hastily depart for the northern part of the city under the cover of night would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After a brief contemplation, he made a decisive resolution. Tomorrow, he would utilize the pretext of selling ferocious animals to discreetly gauge the true nature of this Colonel Zhang Linyu. Chapter 140, Mr. G's Invitation. A reunion at DeLong. Although I could not venture to the northern part of the city in search of individuals, I still had tasks to attend to this evening. Upon arriving at the garage outside the residential complex, I tirelessly welded 2 exceptionally sturdy and immense iron cages, intended for the confinement of a python and a panda. The following morning at 9 o'clock, power was restored to the Lisher Tsiyu community, and moments later, the signal base station was successfully rebooted. Ding dong, ding dong. The instant the signal was re-established, Liu Kai's phone erupted with notifications. As a solitary individual with few acquaintances, he received no warm greetings. All messages originated from 2 individuals. Luo Feiyu sent 12 messages, consisting of inconsequential chatter that held no discernible information. The final message, however, indicated her impending transfer to the provincial capital, accompanied by the contact details of Colonel Zhong Linyu. Conversely, the man atop the Iron Tower sent only one message: Brother Chiu. Secretary Qin mentioned that she has been unable to reach you. I have been preoccupied with numerous matters and have not had the opportunity to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I feel quite ashamed. May I inquire when you might be available? If you do not mind, please come to my home for a drink, and we can strengthen our camaraderie. Liu Kai gazed at these messages with a hint of surprise. He replied to Luo Feiyu, "The gold has been received. Congratulations on your promotion, and best wishes for all your endeavors." Then he turned his attention to Mr. G's message, his brow furrowing slightly. The message had been sent 6 days prior. According to Qin Luofei's description in the USB video, this timing coincided precisely with the day after Mr. G had cleared his affairs. Liu Kai's first impression of Mr. G was reasonably favorable, yet their acquaintance was merely superficial, devoid of trust or mistrust. Nonetheless, the timing felt rather fortuitous. However, contemplating the circumstances, he decided to arrange a meeting with this individual at noon, as he was already prepared to probe the situation. Thus, he quickly typed a response: "Apologies, Mr. G. I have been out of town visiting a friend and missed your messages. However, I would be delighted to make the acquaintance of an elite like yourself. Might you be available today at noon?" Upon sending the message, before he could even lower his phone, a reply came instantaneously. "Wonderful, Brother Chiu. Let us meet at noon today. Here's my home address. Would you like me to send someone to pick you up?" Immediately following, another message appeared, revealing a location. Liu Kai felt a renewed sense of astonishment. The location was a mere 4 kilometers from the northern outskirts of the city, in Qingyan Township. From the satellite imagery prior to the cold front, it was evident that a lavishly adorned countryside villa stood there. He instantly recalled the entries in designer Chun Jin's notebook. Beneath this very villa lay a Doomsday survival bunker. To his surprise, his previous conjecture had indeed been accurate. Even more astonishing was Mr. G's generosity in revealing the location of his stronghold. However, it was likely that only the villa's position had been disclosed, while the existence of the underground bunker remained a closely guarded secret. Was this transparency genuine, or was there an ulterior motive? Furthermore, he was perplexed by the rapid response. Was Mr. G fortuitously situated in a place with signal reception? Liu Kai found himself momentarily perplexed and chose to set aside his contemplation. Once again, a message was returned. Mr. G, there is no need for such formality. I shall come by myself when the time comes. Very well. I look forward to the esteemed visit of Brother Chiu. Subsequently, Liu Kai utilized the message left by Qin Luofei to contact Colonel Zhang Linyu, whom he had never met before. The call was swiftly connected, and a somewhat youthful, yet remarkably composed voice resonated on the other end, tinged with a hint of surprise. Hello, Consultant Liu. I was just pondering when to arrange a meeting with you, yet here you are, reaching out to me first. Liu Kai was not taken aback by Zhang Linyu's awareness of his identity. With a chuckle, he engaged in pleasantries. Greetings, Officer Zhang. I hear from Secretary Qin that you are set to take charge of Fohai City. I hope for your kind assistance in the future. Assistance is an overstatement. Let us help each other, Zhang replied. The reason for your call today is, well, I recently took a trip out of town and, en route, managed to capture 2 large animals infected with the virus, which are needed by expert Zhuge men. Indeed, old Zhu requires live specimens. May I inquire as to the species you have procured? I shall prepare the cages in advance. A 13-meter-long python and a panda weighing over 500 pounds. No need for cages. I have some ready. Upon hearing Liu Kai's descriptions, there was a palpable pause on the other end. Soon, Zhang's tone shifted to one of astonishment and admiration. Consultant Liu's prowess is truly as remarkable as rumored, capable of capturing such ferocious beasts alive. Without indulging in further small talk, Zhang Linyu promptly dispatched 2 helicopters to transport the animals and invited Liu Kai for a face-to-face discussion. Liu Kai gleaned little from their brief exchange, only noting that Officer Zhang's demeanor was quite pleasant, exhibiting a commendable degree of politeness and refinement. A genuine interaction would be required to ascertain more. Having concluded the call, Liu Kai made his way to the garage outside the community to secure the iron cages and subsequently place the unconscious python and panda inside. Before long, the roar of engines filled the sky as 2 transport helicopters descended, stirring up a tempest of wind and ice fragments. As the doors opened, a squad of armed soldiers emerged in succession, led by a familiar figure, Captain Yu Dalong. His identity had become transparent to the authorities. Hence, although he was still clad in powered exoskeleton, he bore no helmet to obscure his face. Seeing Captain Yu disembark, Liu Kai approached with a smile. Captain Yu, it has been a while. I didn't expect it would be you handling the cargo. Casting a glance at the 2 enormous iron cages and the slumbering giants within, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Dalong's eyes. Retracting his gaze to Liu Kai, he managed a strained smile. It has indeed been a while, Consultant Liu. Please, refrain from calling me consultant. It feels rather odd, Liu Kai replied. Quite peculiar indeed, little Liu. You have been rather elusive of late. Secretary Qin sought to meet you before her departure, but could not locate you. Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively. There was nothing of significance to discuss. We shall inevitably cross paths again. Upon hearing this, Yu Dalong narrowed his eyes and, in a hushed tone, uttered a cryptic remark. In the future, the opportunities may be few. Oh, what do you mean by that? Binary. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai's eyes immediately sparkled with a glimmer of insight. He regarded Yu Dalong with a discerning gaze and instinctively lowered his voice. The numbers on the gold bar were inscribed by you. And the USB drive was also placed here by you? The numbers were indeed inscribed by me, and I did place the gold bar here. But what about the USB drive? It's nothing, Liu Kai hastily interjected, redirecting the conversation. You are aware of Secretary Qin's investigation, correct? Yu Dalong's expression turned grave. I know a little, but I do not believe there is any issue with Advisor Zhang. How so? You have access. A glance at Advisor Zhang's file will clarify everything. He merely possesses a more conservative and cautious character. He is not inactive, nor is he what Secretary Qin perceives as a liability. So, you believe the issue lies elsewhere? Have you discussed this with Secretary Qin? Yu Dalong nodded, then shook his head. Chapter 141. Temporary Encampment. First encounter with Zhang Linyu. Observing his reaction, Liu Kai instinctively understood the implications. Yu Dalong also suspected that there was an issue at hand. However, it was evident that Qin Luofei remained resolute in her skepticism towards Zhang Linyu. Liu Kai found himself in a state of confusion. Did she leave you any instructions before departing? Secretary Qin mentioned that your identity is unique, straddling the line between official and unofficial. Moreover, I owe you a life for facilitating the drilling platform. Thus I am obliged to assist and protect you, Yu Dalong replied thoughtfully. He then glanced at the iron cage in the garage and chuckled to himself. It appears that Brother Liu does not require my protection after all. Liu Kai managed a wry smile. She seems quite confident. What if I refuse the task? Yu Dalong chuckled as well, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. You will undoubtedly accept. As the two contemplated their next words, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from within the garage. Roar. Bang. 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 A massive panda was the first to awaken from its stupor. Upon seeing the throngs of people outside, it was immediately consumed by a frenzy. The once adorable visage was now contorted into a fearsome grimace. Its crimson eyes widened, revealing a cavernous maw as it charged towards the iron cage. Undeterred by its own pain, this menacing display seemed to declare its identity to the world. It was a bear, not a cat. The abrupt transformation sent a wave of tension rippling through the surrounding soldiers, who instinctively raised their rifles, aiming at the rampaging panda. Perhaps stirred by the commotion, an even more terrifying giant python began to stir as well. Although its body remained still, it constantly flicked its scarlet tongue, embodying a poised predator waiting for the right moment to strike. Captain, what should we do now? A team member could no longer contain himself and asked. Yu Dalong furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. He understood that these two creatures, now awake, would inevitably struggle. The risks associated with helicopter transport would be too great. The virus expert, Zhu Xiaomin, had explicitly stated that electric shocks and anesthetics were prohibited. The only viable option left was to transport them by truck. However, taking the truck overland would expose them to many survivors. If any information leaked and incited public panic, it could spell disaster. As he grappled with uncertainty, Liu Kai stepped forward. To the astonishment of the soldiers, he swiftly approached the cage containing the giant python. Then, with a decisive clang, he unlatched the cage and entered. The python, quick to react, began to coil its massive body, ready to strike. Yet, Liu Kai's speed was unmatched. His right fist crashed down upon the python's vital heart region. Boom. Hisses. With a resounding impact. The python let out two defiant cries before its head thudded heavily against the floor, rendering it unconscious. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Such a maneuver exists? Meanwhile, the furious panda continued its roar, but Liu Kai was unperturbed. Once more, he slipped into the cage, his agile form deftly evading the heavy paw of the bear. A solid blow landed upon the crown of the giant panda's head. Task accomplished. The two creatures would remain unconscious for the time being. So let us commence the lifting operation, Captain, you instructed. Yu Dalong stood momentarily dumbfounded until Liu Kai called his name, prompting a reaction. Ah, right. Everyone, make haste. Let the lifting begin. Although the colossal beast had succumbed to unconsciousness, the palpable sense of pressure lingered. The soldiers, eyes filled with vigilance and reverence, cautiously tethered the ropes to the cage, striving to minimize any sound so as not to disturb the slumbering giants. Fortunately, Liu Kai's strength was perfectly calibrated, and the two titans did not awaken. Two helicopters ascended sequentially into the sky, swiftly heading towards the coastline. Shortly thereafter, they descended onto an expansive plaza, not far off. The blazing coastal No. 3 drilling platform could be seen against the icy sea surface. This site served as a refinery by the sea, now fully operational once more. The crude oil extracted from the drilling platform was refined on-site, enveloping the entire facility in a warm haze. Numerous workers busily scurried about, each diligently performing their assigned tasks. As Yu Dalong explained, the area had been transformed into an official temporary base, with relocation slated for after the completion of the shelter. With the helicopters having landed, a throng of soldiers assembled to assist in unloading. The virus expert Zhu Xiaomin rushed over from a distance, accompanied by two scientists who appeared to be his trainees. Liu Kai was taken aback by Zhu's disheveled appearance, complete with dark circles under his eyes. Had he not rested for several days? Zhu's gaze remained fixated on the two large iron cages, his eyes alight with fervor and obsession, almost oblivious to Liu Kai's presence. Burmese pythons and giant pandas, what splendid subjects for research. Zhu, it's good to see you, Liu Kai called out, snapping Zhu from his reverie. Oh, Liu. It's good to see you as well. My apologies, but I am quite busy and cannot stay. Thank you for providing the samples. Officer Zhang will ensure you receive your commission. With that, he hastily directed the nearby soldiers, quickly bring a few men to transport these to building number 5. And be careful not to awaken them. Zhu Xiaomin swiftly departed, his focus solely on the two large cages. Yet, as he left, Liu Kai distinctly heard him muttering softly to himself, how could it infect humans? Truly strange. I must work late tonight to complete the model analysis upon hearing this. Liu Kai's expression turned somber. Infecting humans? That certainly did not bode well. Just as he pondered this troubling thought, Yu Dalong patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Liu, Officer Zhang has arrived." "Oh?" Liu Kai lifted his gaze to see 5 individuals emerging from the modest office building ahead. The leading man donned a warm military coat, his physique well-proportioned and his hair thick and dark. Following closely behind were 4 armed guards. The man bore a composed visage, with few wrinkles adorning his face, suggesting he was not yet 40. The insignia on his collar, featuring 2 bars and 2 stars, indicated that he was the newly appointed chief of staff, Zhong Linyu, tasked with overseeing Fenghai. With purposeful strides, he approached the helicopter, a fleeting ceremonial smile crossing his face before he reverted to a stern expression. Zhong Linyu appeared to hold propriety in high regard. Despite the biting cold, he removed his thick thermal gloves after offering a salute. Extending his right hand, he greeted, "Hello, Consultant Liu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I am Zhong Linyu." Liu Kai mirrored his demeanor, a smile gracing his face as he grasped Zhong Linyu's right hand. "Chief of Staff Zhong, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Shall we proceed inside to discuss matters?" "Captain Yu, you may return to your duties." "Understood." Yu Dalong replied promptly, then subtly cast a glance at Liu Kai, seemingly cautioning him against uttering anything inappropriate. Chapter 142. Verbal Trials and Sudden Changes. Zhong Linyu had no office, or rather, the conference hall served as his office. He dismissed the security personnel behind him and led Liu Kai to the conference room on the top floor of the office building. As soon as he pushed the door open, a pungent cloud of smoke rushed into Liu Kai's nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. Although he himself smoked, he found the overwhelming odor quite intolerable. Nevertheless, the scent was the sole drawback. The conference room was impeccably arranged. Despite the large central table being cluttered with various paper maps, pens, rulers, and magnifying glasses, it appeared entirely orderly. All cigarette butts were discarded in a large metal bin, with not a trace of ash scattered about. Liu Kai also noted the meticulous annotations and writings on the maps, which further indicated a singular truth. Zhong Linyu seemed to possess a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. "Feel free to take a seat, Consultant Liu. The conditions here are rather simple, so please don't be offended," Zhong Linyu said, as he tidied up the maps on the table and gestured for Liu Kai to sit. Liu Kai, unreserved, pulled out a chair and sat down. He glanced around the room and chuckled. "Heh, it seems you were quite fond of smoking, Colonel Zhong." His comment carried an air of curiosity. In these times, cigarettes were indeed a scarce commodity. However, the full metal bin spoke of at least 2 packs worth, a rather extravagant habit, one that suggested a disregard for self-harm. Zhong Linyu quickly finished organizing the maps and took a seat across from Liu Kai, sitting upright. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offered one to Liu Kai, and lit his own, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Ah, I actually didn't used to smoke. It's just that the affairs here are incredibly taxing, with endless nights of overtime. I can only rely on this to stay alert." Liu Kai wondered if Zhong Linyu comprehended the subtext of his words. Naturally, he would not inquire directly, but instead followed his lead. Indeed, managing such a realm is inherently complex. "You must bear a heavy burden, Colonel Zhong." Zhong Linyu waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, let us not dwell on that. Rather, Consultant Liu, I've been hearing quite a bit about you from Secretary Qin. My ears are nearly worn out from her praises." "Oh, she hasn't been speaking ill of me, has she?" Liu Kai laughed heartily. "How could that be? Secretary Qin holds you in high regard, often mentioning your remarkable skills and keen intellect." At this, Zhong Linyu gave a thumbs up. "I heard from the soldiers about your feat of single-handedly subduing 2 ferocious beasts. Truly, your reputation precedes you." The conversation lingered in this realm of superficial flattery, devoid of substance. Liu Kai merely smiled, wishing to steer clear of further pleasantries. Zhong Linyu seemed to sense Liu Kai's subtle intention and decisively shifted the topic. "Brother Liu, I prefer to speak plainly, so I will get straight to the point. Please, Colonel Zhong, do continue." "Well, as you may know, the position of consultant did not exist in the past. It is due to your merits that this exception has been made, as you were reluctant to enlist. I believe such a peculiar identity, straddling the line between civilian and official, is quite undesirable. Thus, I once again extend a sincere invitation for you to join us, and I hope you will contemplate this matter." Upon hearing this, Liu Kai straightened his posture, leaving the chair's backrest. "Is that the intent from above, or is it?" Zhong Linyu shook his head. "No, that is my intent. I have always adhered to the rules and hold them in high regard. Yet the identity of advisor exists outside the realm of such regulations." Zhong Linyu's meaning was quite clear, almost explicitly stated. Liu Kai must either enlist and become an official or relinquish his advisory status and return to civilian life, within the jurisdiction of Fenghai City, under Zhong Linyu's governance. The presence of someone with such a delicate identity is intolerable. At this moment, Liu Kai recalled the words of Yu Dalong. who remarked on Zhang's conservative nature. Indeed. It seems to be true. Zhang, is this the purpose of your invitation today? Pretty much, that you need not rush your response. I can grant you 3 days to consider. Noticing Liu Kai's silence, he added, rest assured, your immunity still stands, regardless of your past actions. They will not be held against you, but in the future. Hearing this, Liu Kai felt a surge of displeasure. Initially, I did not seek the advisory position. It was thrust upon me by the officials. Now, the rules are being altered on a whim. Am I being toyed with? His impression of Zhang Linyu diminished significantly. He immediately adopted a sardonic tone. Well, Zhang, you are indeed quite the upright individual. By the way, did Secretary Qin do something out of line that prompted her transfer from Fenghai City? Surprisingly, Zhang Linyu did not take offense at this remark and openly admitted. She did indeed act inappropriately, but it was not I who had her reassigned. His words were delivered with remarkable calmness, an expression of nonchalance on his face. Seemingly unfazed by any information Qin Luofei may have shared with Liu Kai. Of course, it is also possible that he simply does not care about what was divulged. Simultaneously, his gaze toward Liu Kai held an inexplicable meaning, hinting at disappointment regarding Liu Kai's carefree and rule-breaking demeanor. Just as Liu Kai was about to speak again, a series of knocks interrupted. Come in. A young second lieutenant entered, holding a red folder. Zhang, the expert has confirmed that the living sample poses no issues and the reward can be dispersed. A total of 87 kilograms of gold has been prepared. Zhang Linyu glanced at Liu Kai, and upon seeing no objections, nodded slightly. Understood, place it in the helicopter. However, the lieutenant did not leave after delivering the report. He cast a discreet glance at Liu Kai, as if there was some urgent secret matter to discuss. If there is something to say, do not hesitate. Advisor Liu is not an outsider. Yes, the lieutenant, receiving this assurance, promptly handed the folder to Zhang Linyu. Advisor Zhang, a riot incited by foreign forces has erupted in our neighboring city, Hanpu. Lieutenant Xiao is short-handed and has sent a request for military assistance. What? Upon hearing this, Liu Kai was taken aback. However, Zhang Linyu merely furrowed his brow, appearing unfazed. What is the current situation? Even Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. Foreign forces. Could it be the Japanese again? These foreign entities have grown exceedingly audacious, wreaking havoc without regard for our nation. The young lieutenant succinctly conveyed the information. The rioters have taken numerous survivors hostage and are engaged in urban warfare in Hanpu, with Lieutenant Xiao not elaborating further. Zhang Linyu's brow tightened. Relay my orders. Immediately consult the military district and simultaneously gather the special forces and armored company. Once we receive approval from higher-ups, we shall depart without delay. The young lieutenant stood frozen, seemingly in disbelief. What are you dawdling for? Advisor Zhang, Lieutenant Xiao emphasized the urgency. Many survivors are in peril hearing this. Zhang Linyu's face darkened with anger. He admonished in a low voice. I am well aware of the urgency. No need for your superfluous comments. But even in urgency, we must adhere to protocol. Go report at once. The lieutenant, left with no choice, hurriedly exited the conference room. Chapter 143. Advice. In the background of Zhang Linyu, this series of actions left Liu Kai speechless, even leading him to question the capabilities of the advisor, Zhang. As the saying goes, a commander in the field is not bound by the orders of the sovereign. Meanwhile, the allied forces were engaged in fierce combat. Rather than hastening to provide assistance, he seemed preoccupied with reporting. If Li Yunlong were still alive, he would have undoubtedly led a team into action by now. Despite the sudden upheaval, Zhang Linyu remained remarkably unperturbed. However, he no longer possessed the leisure to continue their conversation. Rising to his feet, he addressed Liu Kai. Advisor Liu. It appears that the timing is rather unfortunate. I must excuse myself. I shall have Dalong show you around, and perhaps you can have lunch before departing? Liu Kai gently shook his head. No, I have a meeting scheduled with Mr. G this afternoon, so I shall take my leave. He made no attempt to conceal his intentions, deliberately mentioning Mr. G to gauge Zhang Linyu's reaction. As expected, upon hearing the name, Zhang Linyu's brow furrowed slightly before he quickly regained his composure. He refrained from saying much more, simply escorting Liu Kai out of the office building. Due to the sudden outbreak of chaos in the neighboring city, the oil refinery had descended into disarray. Numerous armed personnel hurriedly began to assemble. At that moment, Yu Delong passed by with a small team, and Zhang Linyu called out to him. Captain Yu, your special operations team need not participate in this action. Ensure the main base is secure. By the way, please send someone to escort Advisor Liu back. Turning to Liu Kai, he added, I shall not keep you any longer. Do remember to provide me with a response within 3 days. Liu Kai noncommittally nodded, turning to follow Yu Dalong towards the nearby helicopter. Advisor Liu. Just then, Zhang Linyu spoke up once more. Liu Kai turned in confusion. Is there something else you wish to convey, Advisor Zhang? Ah, I would not presume to give orders. Zhong Linyu approached and lowered his voice. I do not know if you intend to continue in this roaming merchant profession, but I feel compelled to offer a word of caution. Please, Advisor Zhong, proceed. Regardless of your undertakings, and irrespective of how well you may have considered them, please ensure you adhere to the rules. There are certain matters one must not touch, nor sell, such as drugs. Rest assured, Advisor Zhong, I understand. With that, Zhong Linyu departed, leaving Liu Kai in a state of deep contemplation. He sensed that his visit today had been somewhat fruitless, as he had failed to decipher Zhong Linyu's true intentions. Why had he so decisively acknowledged that Qin Luofei had acted inappropriately? Earlier, he had mentioned that matters in Fenghai City were complex and required a smoke to clear his mind. Yet, what could possibly be so convoluted in the small city of Fenghai, especially when the major issues had been well managed by Qin Luofei? Could it be that he smoked excessively to mask another scent? However, that earlier admonition against selling drugs seemed pointed, perhaps even directed at Mr. G or the Mutual Aid Society. Was Zhong Linyu truly a protective shield? After arranging the helicopter for Liu Kai's return, Yu Dalong turned back to find him lost in thought. He waved his hand, signaling the others to proceed, before approaching Liu Kai and quietly inquiring, "What occupies your mind?" "Oh, nothing in particular. I just feel a bit muddled," Liu Kai replied. "You didn't ask anything inappropriate while we were upstairs, did you?" Liu Kai shook his head. "You need not ponder excessively. As I previously mentioned, I believe there is nothing amiss with Advisor Zhong." "How can you be so certain?" "Hiki, you possess intermediate access rights. A glance at Advisor Zhong's dossier will clarify everything. Liu Kai has not inquired about the records as of yet, but he is somewhat curious. Has Qin Luofei ever expressed her doubts? She has indeed investigated, yet being a woman, her suspicions linger, and she is reluctant to abandon this line of inquiry. Is that so? Very well, Brother Liu. I must apologize for my lack of hospitality today, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I have stated before that I owe you my life." "Oh, why speak of such things?" Liu Kai suddenly chuckled. "However, I do have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Please assist me in investigating the AI automated power supply data of the Fenghai Electric Group. A brief examination will suffice, just the past month." "Are you suspecting?" "This is rather unlikely. Let us give it a try. What if we uncover something?" Yu Dalong nodded and turned to leave. The helicopter powered up, preparing to return with Liu Kai. In truth, Qin Luofei had also contemplated this matter previously. The enigmatic sports arena housed an abundance of electric heating devices, consuming a staggering amount of electricity. As Yu Dalong mentioned, the likelihood of such a scenario is minimal. After all, it is a time of natural disaster. If a location exhibits excessive power consumption, it blatantly contravenes the primary principle of ensuring the survival of the majority of humanity. Thus, the AI of the power group would prevent such occurrences. She is more inclined to believe that the arena employs alternative power generation methods. Nevertheless, Liu Kai still yearns to uncover any traces of evidence. After all, the ability to infiltrate Qin Luofei's military-grade equipment and erase videos indicates that the adversary possesses considerable computing expertise. While breaching the AI program may be improbable, deceiving the program could be feasible. As the helicopter ascended, Liu Kai recalled Yu Dalong's admonition. In fact, he had contemplated investigating Zhong Linyu's records last night. However, such inquiries leave a trace. Should there truly be foul play at hand, that inquiry record would pose a risk of exposure. Following their earlier encounter, Liu Kai harbored only a negative impression of Zhong Linyu, yet he discerned no apparent issues. Coupled with Yu Dalong's assurances, he retrieved the military-grade tablet. After verifying his identity, he proceeded to access the data. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Linyu's dossier appeared densely populated on the screen. He was relatively young, merely 37 years of age. Yet his resume was remarkably extensive, enlisting during university, earning commendations, promotions, peacekeeping missions, special forces, and clandestine assignments. Some details were even redacted, classified as top secret. Beyond Liu Kai's access rights. Naturally, Liu Kai was indifferent to this individual's notable achievements. His gaze remained fixated on the familial information section. Gradually, Liu Kai's expression grew complex, and his suspicions regarding Zhong Linyu began to dissipate. His father was a narcotics officer who perished when his undercover identity within a drug trafficking organization was compromised, leaving Zhong Linyu just 9 years old. His mother was a university professor who was assassinated by a hired gunman bribed by drug traffickers. Upon reaching this point, Liu Kai comprehended the essence of Zhong Linyu's earlier reminder. It was merely a cautionary note. Furthermore, he firmly believed that Zhong Linyu could never relinquish the hatred stemming from the loss of his parents, nor would he condescend to collude with those who wronged him. Yu Dalong shared a similar sentiment. However, it was evident that Qin Luofei remained unconvinced. Her skepticism towards everything rendered her a believer solely in reality and tangible evidence. She maintained that human nature is incapable of withstanding trials, and that thought processes are not immutable. The notion of unwavering loyalty, she posited, merely reflects a lack of substantial incentives offered by adversaries. This line of reasoning prompted Liu Kai to chuckle softly. He and Yu Dalong, though men, appeared rather sentimental, while Qin Luofei, as a woman, exhibited an extraordinary level of rationality. Chapter 144. Frantic speculations on Mr. G's identity. Liu Kai had finally unearthed the answers he sought. He reclined in his seat, stowing away his tablet, and gazed out at the world beyond the cabin window. The journey home was already past its midpoint, and the helicopter flew at a modest altitude. Below, a dense cluster of buildings sprawled across the landscape, punctuated by gently rolling hills in the distance. Suddenly, a well-known line of poetry surged into his mind. To reach the summit is to see all mountains as mere hills. This very verse ignited a spark of inspiration within him, as if it held a key piece of information, elusive yet palpable. Liu Kai quickly focused his thoughts, striving to recall that fleeting sensation, his lips whispering the lines of the poem repeatedly. The helicopter pilot, hearing Liu Kai's murmured recitation through the open microphone, chuckled and seized the opportunity to engage. Ah, Mr. Consultant, what a poetic inclination. Indeed, the higher one stands, the farther one can see. The phrase to reach the summit encapsulates this perfectly. A sudden clarity washed over Liu Kai as he pondered the pilot's words. The notion that elevation grants broader perspective struck him profoundly. He was reminded of an incident from his university days involving a classmate, A, who, while shopping, chanced upon another student, B, a recipient of financial aid, dining at an upscale restaurant. Classmate A was incensed and reported B to the counselor, demanding the revocation of the financial assistance. However, the counselor continually sought to suppress the matter, urging A to keep it confidential. Unfortunately, the news spread, inciting outrage among onlookers who suspected foul play, particularly speculating that the counselor had accepted bribes. Eventually, the truth emerged. Uncomplicated, yet somewhat farcical. Classmate B had been working part-time at the restaurant and, on that day, was treated to a lavish meal by the compassionate owner in celebration of his birthday. The counselor's reluctance to disclose this was rooted in a desire to protect B's pride. Thus, Liu Kai contemplated that sometimes, decisions made by those in authority, which might appear baffling, are not necessarily underhanded. Rather, they may possess insights and information that elude the average observer, leading them to decisions that the majority cannot comprehend. With this realization, Liu Kai felt a wave of relief. He held no doubts about Qin Luofei's dedication, yet he also trusted in his own judgment as well as that of Yu Dalong. If his suspicions proved correct, then the motives behind the official's actions extended far beyond the mere affairs of the Fohai Mutual Aid Society. Regrettably, he had lost contact with Qin Luofei and was unaware of her current endeavors. Even if new information surfaced, he could not relay it in a timely manner. For the moment, he set aside his doubts regarding Zhang Linyu, though Mr. G of the Mutual Aid Society remained a figure of interest. It was hard to believe that Mr. G was entirely oblivious to the actions of Vice President Ma Yongxing. Surely, one cannot be unaware of what transpires in their own backyard. As the helicopter returned Liu Kai to his destination, it was already 11 a.m. Drawing near the appointed time to meet Mr. G. Manipulating the storage space to completely consume the newly acquired gold showed progress, albeit not remarkably so. Naturally, Liu Kai was not in a hurry. He released the snowmobile from the storage space and, after a moment's contemplation, also let out Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Although time stood still within the storage space, Xiao He and Xiao Bai felt as if they had instantaneously emerged from the bunker. Their playful and energetic instincts immediately stirred. Xiao He sprang into action, tongue lolling, ready to chase after a flurry of snowflakes, only to be caught by Liu Kai by the scruff of his neck. Come back. You're driving. Head north. Understanding Liu Kai's command, Xiao He, with tail tucked and head hung low, scurried to the driver's seat. The snowmobile sped northward, while Liu Kai lounged in the passenger seat, not out of laziness but rather engrossed in gathering information on Mr. G using a military-grade tablet. Though he had known Mr. G for quite some time, he had only been aware of his surname. Other details remained elusive. Due to the existence of the Mutual Assistance Association, Mr. G's identity was classified as secret, albeit the lowest tier within confidential information. Soon, the details of this individual appeared on the tablet. Ji Zihan, a local of Fohai. Born in 2001, 42 years old, president of the Fohai Municipal Mutual Assistance Association, took over the family business, Pippi Shrimp Real Estate, from his father Song Wenqi at the age of 25. With exceptional business acumen, he reached a peak net worth exceeding 10 billion, colloquially known as Mr. G. At 40, He liquidated his holdings and exited the business world, becoming particularly passionate about outdoor adventures and extreme sports. Perusing the densely packed biography, Liu Kai couldn't help but reflect. The lives of the affluent are indeed simple yet monotonous. He casually clicked on the information about Ji Zihan's parents, discovering that he inherited his mother's surname. However, both of his parents had already passed away. His mother had died a year prior to his assumption of the family business. Yet, when Liu Kai saw the date of his father Song Wenqi's death, his brow arched in surprise. What a coincidence! May 2nd, 2043. Just 3 days before the onset of the Cold Wave apocalypse. The reason he found it coincidental was that it reminded him of a certain individual, a marine biologist who had dived with him during the salvage operation and was subsequently devoured by a ferocious giant octopus. Song Yuming. Prior to the Cold Wave, Song Yuming had fortuitously taken bereavement leave due to his father's death, narrowly escaping a disaster that could have buried him in the underwater research facility. Not only did this man share the surname Song with Ji Zihan's father, but their fathers' dates of death also aligned strikingly. The crucial question lingered. In retrospect, Liu Kai felt an uncanny resemblance between the faces of Song Yuming and Ji Zihan. Coincidence? Clearly, Liu Kai did not believe in mere chance. He swiftly employed the tablet once more to search for Song Yuming's information. However, a curious anomaly emerged. No information was filled in for Song Yuming's father. The records indicated that he was raised solely by his mother, growing up in a single-parent household. Similarly, Song Wenqi's records showed that he had only one son, Ji Zihan. This is indeed peculiar. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Liu Kai mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, as he perused Song Yuming's profile once more, he astutely uncovered a significant piece of information. Song Yuming was raised by his mother and hails from a modest background. Consequently, during his undergraduate and postgraduate studies, he sought not only scholarships but also social assistance. The benefactor organization was the AIXIN Siami Foundation. Liu Kai's conjecture was accurate. This was, in fact, a foundation under the auspices of the Pai Pai Xia Real Estate Group. Upon discovering this, his spirits soared. Just then, the snowmobile entered a zone with power supply, and a signal was available nearby. He took out his phone and searched for news regarding the late Mr. Song Wenqi, the former chairman of Pai Pai Xia Real Estate in Fohai City. Although the 3G network was somewhat sluggish, it was functional. After all, Song Wenqi was a figure of some renown in Fohai City. A series of search results quickly appeared. As he scanned through them, Liu Kai indeed found a photograph from the funeral service. Chapter 145. Unveiling Secrets. Is Ma Yongqing also here? From the photographs taken at the funeral, it is evident that the setting is an expansive and grand hall. At the center lies the body of Song Wenqi, surrounded by white fabric, chrysanthemums, and wreaths, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and silence. Ji Zihan, clad in black, leads the attendees in a moment of silent tribute before the deceased. Liu Kai, however, is not concerned with these individuals. His gaze roams the scene, searching intently. At last, a vaguely familiar silhouette enters his line of sight. There, in the corner of the hall, partially obscured behind a robust marble pillar, stands a man. Only half of his figure is visible, capped with a black baseball hat that obscures much of his face. Despite the limited resolution of the images, Liu Kai experiences an immediate sense of familiarity upon spotting this figure. The mysterious spatial ability skin allows for a clear perception of one's posture and movements. Thus, from the stance and actions of this individual, Liu Kai is convinced it is none other than Song Yuming, whom he previously encountered. Of course, there exists one final possibility regarding Song Yuming's presence here. It may be that Song Wenqi is not his father, and he has come to pay his respects out of gratitude for the Foundation's support. Yet, the furtive manner in which he appears hardly aligns with the demeanor expected of someone honoring a benefactor. Liu Kai has internally solidified a bold hypothesis. This revelation is intriguing. The Mutual Aid Society may be entangled in a myriad of unsavory affairs. A fortnight ago, for reasons unknown, Song Yuming attempted to sabotage the weapon salvage operation. Regardless, it seems that all of this is intricately linked to Ji Zihan. Exhaling deeply, Liu Kai stows away his tablet, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Intriguing indeed. He sends the small black vehicle back to the trunk and personally drives the snowmobile, accelerating northward. Along the way, he observes numerous members of the Mutual Aid Society. Perhaps due to Ji Zihan's decisive actions in previously clearing the ranks with gunfire, those he encounters now seem compliant, diligently distributing supplies. As time passes, the snowmobile approaches its destination. Upon looking up, he sees a magnificent villa, its lower levels encased in ice, with 1.5 stories still exposed. Surrounding the villa, a significant number of armed guards stand vigilant, having even carved out trench-like defensive fortifications in the ice. A careful count reveals more than 20 security personnel, encircling the estate. Liu Kai is surprised by the scale of Ji Zihan's operation, which has evidently grown far more formidable since the near disaster at the government building over a few firearms. At the entrance of the villa, four individuals clad in thick winter attire stand resolutely against the biting wind, awaiting the approach of the snowmobile with an air of high-standard hospitality. Centrally positioned among them is Ji Zihan. It is now 11:45. Liu Kai had not informed Ji Zihan of his departure, yet he finds him punctually waiting at the entrance. A sense of danger stirs within Liu Kai. There are too many eyes from the Mutual Aid Society. Nevertheless, he conceals his apprehension, meticulously surveying his surroundings at the villa's entrance. To the left of Ji Zihan stood an unfamiliar middle-aged man, someone Liu Kai had never encountered before. However, the two individuals to his right were quite familiar, the couple Su Chi-feng. Liu Kai felt a sense of surprise. From what he understood, the Su couple seemed to be mere ordinary members of the Mutual Aid Society. Logically, they should be outside distributing supplies with others at this moment. How could they possibly be here? The snow-covered vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of the villa, just as Liu Kai opened the door to exit. Ji Zihan approached him with a broad smile, eagerly grasping Liu Kai's hand. "Brother Chiu, your presence is truly an honor for me," he exclaimed. Then turned to the armed guards surrounding them, calling out loudly, "You all pay attention. This young Brother Chiu is my savior. From now on, whenever you see Brother Chiu, treat him as you would treat me." "Understood." At once, a chorus of voices echoed around them. "Understood, Mr. Chiu." This display was indeed quite flattering. Yet, on the other hand, a life-saving grace certainly warranted such treatment. Liu Kai also smiled, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Mr. Ji, you are far too gracious. There is no need for such a grand gesture." "Oh, it's nothing, really," Ji Zihan replied. At that moment, the Su couple approached, their faces alight with expressions of gratitude. While the woman remained somewhat reticent, Su Chi-feng spoke up, "Mr. Chiu, it's a pleasure to see you again." "I stop." Liu Kai quickly interjected. "Let us forego the expressions of thanks. If you continue to be so polite, I might just decline this lunch." "Haha. Brother Chiu is quite an open-minded person, so you two shouldn't hold back," Ji Zihan interjected at an opportune moment. He then patted the silent middle-aged man beside him. "By the way, Brother Chiu, allow me to introduce you. This is our Mutual Aid Society's vice president, Ma Yongxing, and also a dear friend of mine." The middle-aged man displayed little emotion, merely nodding slightly toward Liu Kai and offering a faint smile. "Brother Chiu, I shall refrain from further expressing my gratitude. Since you are a brother of old Ji, you are also my brother. Should you need anything, feel free to ask." In that moment, as Ji Zihan made the introduction, Liu Kai felt his heart skip a beat. Ma Yongxing. This was the very person mentioned by Qin Luofei, the one he had seen in that mysterious gymnasium. Had this been yesterday, upon encountering Ma Yongxing, Liu Kai would have certainly confronted him, even to the extent of turning against Ji Zihan on the spot, and risking harm to Su Chi-feng and his wife. He would have apprehended the man immediately for an intense interrogation. However, today was different. He had suddenly realized that the authorities were hesitating to take action, perhaps due to insufficient evidence. It was also highly likely that they intended to play a long game to catch bigger fish. He was convinced that the absurd scenario of a female traffic officer recklessly pursuing a drug dealer, forcing the narcotics police to prematurely close in, would not manifest in his situation. Striving to control his emotions, Liu Kai suppressed his racing heart and the urge to act. Ultimately, no distinct emotion was reflected on his face. He maintained a polite smile while exchanging pleasantries with Ma Yongxing. He was oblivious to the reason behind Ji Zihan's invitation to Ma Yongxing today. Was it an unintentional act born of ignorance, a deliberate provocation, or perhaps a test? He remained entirely in the dark. Ji Zihan, having completed the necessary formalities, promptly beckoned Liu Kai, saying, "Come along, my dear Chiu brother, it's freezing outside. Let us retreat indoors for a warm cup of tea." Liu Kai, however, did not budge. "By the way, Mr. Ji, I have two little ones in my car who also need to share a meal with you today." "Oh, there are others in the car?" Liu Kai smiled as he opened the trunk of his snow vehicle. Suddenly, with a jolt, a large black dog leaped out, howling loudly, followed closely by a smaller white dog. The imposing presence of the canine, reminiscent of a wolf king, instilled a palpable sense of intimidation. As if the all-read chapter 146, Deception and Eavesdropping, Liu Kai caught a glimpse of the crowd's reactions out of the corner of his eye, prompting a cold smirk within him. Moments ago, Ji Zihan had proclaimed to everyone that encountering Mr. Chiu was akin to encountering him. Yet, without any provocation, they wore expressions as if facing a formidable adversary. Their performance was utterly lacking in authenticity. Moreover, one individual's reaction caught Liu Kai's attention, Ma Yongxing. Unlike the others, he displayed no vigilance, nor did he share Su Qingfeng's bewilderment, and he was certainly not as nonchalant as Ji Zihan, who appeared unperturbed by any potential danger. Instead, a barely perceptible trace of concern flitted across his face, quickly masked by a facade of calmness, emulating Ji Zihan's composed demeanor. Little did he know, Liu Kai had already begun his scan, taking in the physical presence of everyone present. Ji Zihan and Ma Yongxing were not as unruffled as they seemed. Their hearts raced within their chests, but their faces remained impassive. Liu Kai was uncertain whether Ji Zihan's tension stemmed from fear of being harmed by the dog. But he was acutely aware of Ma Yongxing's anxiety. The dog's keen sense of smell likely detected something amiss. Stealing a discreet glance at him, Liu Kai feigned an apologetic expression towards Ji Zihan. My apologies, Mr. Ji. While my dog appears robust, he is quite gentle. Ji Zihan withdrew his gaze from the sturdy black dog and glanced at the equally robust white dog, resembling a lynx. He genuinely remarked, Little Chiu, you are indeed remarkable. Even your pets are extraordinary. With a chuckle, he added, Come, let us proceed inside together. With laughter and conversation, the group followed Ji Zihan into the expansive upper level of the villa. The black and white dogs trailed closely behind, under the watchful, albeit dubious eyes of the security personnel. The villa's opulence was evident. Even the imperial villas of the leisure Tsiyuan community could scarcely rival its grandeur. The interior was impeccably heated, brilliantly illuminated, with the temperature already above 20 degrees Celsius. The guests removed their thick winter attire, hanging them on a rack, while the dogs seemed unfazed by the nearly 80-degree temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. Curiously, they surveyed their surroundings before obeying Liu Kai's command to lie down in a corner of the spacious upper level. Ji Zihan observed their behavior closely. From such small details, one could infer that the dogs were accustomed to experiencing such temperature fluctuations. This implied that Liu Kai's living conditions were not inferior to his own. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, warmly inviting everyone to take their seats around the expansive round dining table. Liu Kai was deliberately placed at the head of the table, facing south, with a valuable ancient painting of a screen behind him. Ji Zihan occupied the seat to his left, while Su Qifeng and his wife were seated to his right. In a show of respect, Ma Yongxing, the third in command of the Mutual Aid Association, found himself seated directly opposite Liu Kai. Soon, several attendants emerged from the lower levels of the villa, carrying steaming platters of various dishes: cabbage and pork soup, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour ribs, a sumptuous array of over 10 dishes in total. Such dishes, once considered mere home-cooked fare before the cold wave, now rival the opulence of a national banquet. After all, meat can be preserved with relative ease. Yet, upon beholding the exceptionally fresh cabbage, asparagus, and greens, a flicker of intrigue danced in Liu Kai's eyes. A full 55 days had elapsed since the onset of the cold wave. Not even the most advanced refrigeration could maintain the freshness of vegetables for such an extended period. His access to fresh produce was solely attributable to the benefits of spatial abilities. Other survivors, indulging in slightly more extravagant fare, could only manage rehydrated, pre-packaged vegetables soaked in hot water. Yet here was Ji Zihan, inexplicably acquiring such rare delicacies. Liu Kai's mind wandered back to the vivid scene described by Qin Luofei. Crops cultivated in the central area of that enigmatic gymnasium. Ji Zihan, ever the astute individual, operated with meticulous precision. He signaled to a couple of attendants, who soon returned with 2 large steel basins brimming with premium canned meats, carefully placed before Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Though both were known for their hearty appetites, having dined on sumptuous fare alongside Liu Kai, they initially regarded the canned meats with disdain. However, upon catching Liu Kai's subtly admonishing gaze, they instantly understood and feigned an insatiable hunger for the meat before them. As the guests settled and the dishes were presented, Ji Zihan showed no reluctance. He retrieved 4 vintage white porcelain bottles of Maotai and a bottle of fine red wine from beneath the table. Rising, he personally distributed them among the 5 guests, 4 men and 1 woman, before launching into his opening remarks. As you all know, I, old Ji, am quite carefree and dislike formalities. Thus, we shall forego the pretentious wine pourers. We are all friends here, so let us be straightforward. 1 bottle per person, drink until it's finished. He then turned to Su Qingfeng's wife, He Xiao, offering her a warm smile. Of course, ladies first. He redirected his attention to the guest of honor, Liu Kai. Brother Xiao, does this arrangement suit you? Observing Ji Zihan's amiable demeanor, Liu Kai felt no need to object. He nodded with a smile, As you wish, Mr. Ji. I shall defer to your arrangements. Oh, Brother Xiao, no need for such formality. If you don't mind, just call me Ji Zihan. Or Ji Gu if you prefer. Very well, I shall not be polite then. Ji de Gu? Excellent, haha. Ji Zihan's smile radiated even more brightly, causing a few wrinkles to crinkle at the corners of his eyes. Even without mentioning life-saving favors, Brother Xiao and I seem to have an instant rapport. Why not make a toast today? The wine had yet to be poured, yet the jovial banter had already commenced. Thus, the banquet unfolded in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. However, Liu Kai, who had long harbored suspicions about certain matters, remained on high alert throughout the proceedings. His innate caution was fully engaged. Though he wore a cheerful facade, his vigilance was unwavering, continuously scanning the surroundings and monitoring the movements of the security personnel. Even the food and drink that passed his lips were discreetly stored away in his spatial compartment, untouched by his mouth or stomach. His observations confirmed the extraordinary nature of this villa, with bulletproof glass and fortified walls being merely standard features. Indeed, as recorded in Chun Jian's notebook, beneath the villa lies an exceptionally sturdy two-tiered shelter. Although constructed in an earlier era, its specifications and quality are by no means inferior to the sanctuary in Liu Kai's possession. As Liu Kai meticulously scanned every inch of the villa and the bunker, a sense of doubt began to creep into his mind. The environment was unnaturally pristine, almost excessively so. There was not a single item out of place, whether in the villa above or the fortress below. Not to mention corpses, bloodstains, firearms, or narcotics. Not even a solitary cigarette was found. Such immaculate conditions struck him as distinctly jarring and contrived. While these observations may not constitute concrete evidence, a sudden action from Ma Yongxing heightened his vigilance. Seizing the opportunity of a phone call, Ma excused himself and temporarily left the room. Draped in a coat, he stepped out from the warmth of the interior and, after a few strides, vanished from the sight of the others. Yet, within Liu Kai's scanning vision, he distinctly observed Ma Yongxing descending to the lower level, extracting a square black object and affixing it to the chassis of a snow vehicle. Chapter 147. Indirect hints. Xiao He in action upon witnessing this scene. Liu Kai's heart raced with alarm, prompting him to narrow his eyes. He meticulously scanned every inch of the internal structure of the black device. There were no explosives. It was not a bomb. There were no high-power electromagnetic wave structures. It was not an EMP. There were no microphones. It was not a listening device. Thus, the only possibility remained. It was a locator. However, he refrained from apprehending Ma Yongxing in the act and chose to bide his time instead. Soon after, Ma Yongxing returned to the room, phone in hand, appearing as though he had just finished a call. Noticing Liu Kai engrossed in his meal, his gaze diverted elsewhere. Ma Yongxing subtly directed his attention towards Ji Zihan, giving a slight nod. Ji Zihan's actions were even more discreet. He did not move his head, but merely gestured for Ma Yongxing to take a seat. Yet, they would never realize that all these seemingly flawless maneuvers had been observed by the astute Liu Kai. He even noted the momentary irregularities in the heartbeat of both Ma Yongxing and Ji Zihan during their exchange. At that moment, Liu Kai felt that all his suspicions had been validated. Whether it was Song Yuming's unusual behavior or the nefarious deeds committed by Ma Yongxing, they were undoubtedly intertwined with Ji Zihan. He held no doubts regarding the authenticity of the video that Qin Luofei had mentioned. After all, Yu Dalong was also aware of this matter. From various indications, Yu Dalong appeared to be an upright and qualified soldier, unlikely to wrongfully accuse anyone in such affairs. Moreover, Liu Kai's suspicions about Ji Zihan did not originate solely from Qin Luofei's video. Their first encounter at the municipal government building had left an impression. At that time, Ji Zihan had concealed his identity, much like Liu Kai. It remained unclear whether his identity was later uncovered by the authorities or if he had voluntarily confessed. During that initial meeting, Liu Kai's cognitive abilities had been enhanced alongside his physical prowess, granting him an almost sixth sense. He keenly sensed something extraordinary about Ji Zihan. Although he appeared wise, composed, cultured, and carefree, there lingered an undercurrent suggesting an inherent ruthlessness. Reflecting on it, it was not surprising. Taking over a family conglomerate in one's 20s and thriving in such a competitive environment could hardly be the mark of a benign character. Unbeknownst to the others, Liu Kai's mind was in turmoil while laughter and chatter filled the dining table. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, a rosy hue and a sense of inebriation crept upon everyone's faces. Liu Kai noticed that although Ji Zihan's complexion was flushed and his speech slightly slurred, his eyes remained clear. The drunkenness was feigned. Of course, Ji Zihan was not the sole performer in this charade. Liu Kai, having consumed not a single drop of alcohol, was also merely pretending to be tipsy. Thanks to his enhanced physical capabilities, he effortlessly controlled his body, forcing blood to the capillaries in his face, creating the illusion of a flush. Subsequently, under Ji Zihan's subtle hints, Su Qifeng and his wife, in a state of drunkenness, raised their glasses once more to express their profound gratitude to Liu Kai, albeit with slurred words. As he gazed upon the faces of the two individuals, Liu Kai experienced a sudden epiphany. He comprehended certain truths. He understood why the couple, Su Qifeng and his wife, had been invited by Ji Zihan to gather here. It was certainly not to express gratitude for some trivial act of salvation. Instead, it stemmed from a psychological phenomenon known as the Franklin effect. In simpler terms, those who have received assistance from you are more inclined to help you again than those whom you have aided. Liu Kai had once extended his support to Ji Han as well as to the Su couple. Psychologically, Liu Kai should be predisposed to assist or trust them once more. Thus, the three gathered here inadvertently instilled a psychological suggestion within him, causing him to unconsciously dismiss any doubts regarding the mutual assistance group. Of course, Liu Kai believed that the Su couple had no involvement in any nefarious deeds. Their presence was merely a gesture of gratitude, unwittingly manipulated by Ji Han. Upon reflecting on this, Liu Kai couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle in his heart. Thankfully, he had abstained from alcohol, and his mind was sharp and agile. Otherwise, he might have genuinely come to regard Ji Han as a good brother. With a radiant, drunken smile adorning his face, he concealed any signs of suspicion and shared several more toasts with the Su couple. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Ji Han. By the way, Brother Ji, why are only we few present for this meal? Your family. Before Liu Kai could finish his sentence, he felt Su Qifeng discreetly tugging at his clothing. He glanced down, and the hints of inebriation faded slightly as Su subtly conveyed a desire for him to refrain from further inquiries. Indeed, Ji Han's expression momentarily stiffened at that moment. Liu Kai was well aware that Ji Han's parents had passed away. He had intentionally steered the conversation in this direction. Nevertheless, he had to maintain the necessary facade. Immediately adopting an expression of realization, he then donned a look of contrition. My apologies, Brother Ji. I didn't mean to. It's nothing. My young brother Chio. Ji Han waved his hand dismissively. I, Ji, am a man of misfortune. Though I possess wealth, my parents have departed. I find myself alone at my side, and I have no offspring. Alas. Liu Kai seized the opportunity and placed a hand on Ji Han's shoulder with a sigh. I too have never seen the visage of my parents since childhood. Oh, it appears we truly share a common plight, Ji Han remarked. In all matters, nothing is everlasting. Only the living bear the sorrow. When one branch breaks, the world above and below holds no one to rely upon. As he spoke, Ji Han raised his glass and drained it in one gulp, his face etched with sorrow. Liu Kai nodded in agreement, lifting his own glass to finish it in a similar manner. He then posed the most crucial question. Brother Ji, do you have any other relatives? Siblings, perhaps? No, my mother had only me, Ji Han replied. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Liu Kai's eyes. He sensed that when Ji Han uttered this statement, his heart remained utterly unperturbed. There was no deception in his words. While this statement was not a lie, it did not imply the absence of complications. If Ji Han had simply responded with a no, it would have been normal. However, the addition of my mother had only one suggested an attempt to conceal deeper truths. This can only be understood as Song Yuming being his half-brother. After a lengthy and convoluted journey, Liu Kai finally acquired the answer he had sought. Remaining here held no further significance. Subsequently, the crowd exchanged a series of inconsequential pleasantries. Liu Kai, ever respectful, refrained from mentioning the matter of the Mutual Aid Society members assaulting the survivor. The entire gathering, shrouded in ulterior motives, ultimately drew to a close. Liu Kai, appearing rather inebriated, insisted on departing. Meanwhile, Ji Han, equally intoxicated, persistently urged Liu Kai to stay for a day to sober up, citing the old adage that one should not drink and drive. In the end, Ji Han, unable to resist, reluctantly agreed to send someone to drive the snow vehicle back. However, Liu Kai discreetly cast a glance at Ma Yongxing, a cold smirk forming in his heart. He then declared his intention to showcase a remarkable skill. Immediately, Xiaohei leaped onto the snow vehicle, effortlessly starting it up and gripping the steering wheel with determination. After Liu Kai boarded and bid farewell to the onlookers, he affectionately patted Xiaohei on the head. The crowd stood in stunned silence as the large dog adeptly maneuvered the vehicle, swiftly disappearing from sight. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ma Yongxing's smile vanished completely, his face a tumultuous mix of colors, leaving one to wonder about his thoughts. Chapter 148. An unexpected meeting. Ma Yongxing harbored two particular concerns. Firstly, the large white dog exhibited an extraordinary intelligence that was quite unsettling. Would the locator be discovered? More critically, he worried whether any lingering scent remained on him. Following the forced deletion of the video by the intrusion system, he was acutely aware that Qin Luofei had him in her sights. Furthermore, he knew that her last message had been sent to Liu Kai. The authorities had yet to take any action, possibly due to Qin Luofei lacking concrete evidence. However, it was peculiar that the usually solitary Liu Kai had made an exception to accept an invitation to a banquet. This thought sent a shiver down Ma Yongxing's spine. The exposure of Fenghai's enterprises was a minor issue, but if it implicated higher powers, thus, His proactive request to attend the banquet today was also a matter of testing the waters. Fortunately, his fears had not yet materialized. The locator continued to function normally as they sped toward the southern part of the city in the snow vehicle. Liu Kai, having received reports from his informants, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Liu Kai, appearing flushed and leaning against the passenger seat of the snow vehicle with eyes closed, resembled someone intoxicated. He had witnessed the prowess of the Mutual Aid Society's informants and wisely chose not to take the wheel, allowing Xiaohei to drive instead. Although feigning sleep, Liu Kai had gleaned crucial information from Xiaohei. During a transaction in the northern part of the city, he had encountered a drug addict who had inadvertently revealed his whereabouts. Despite Xiaohei being feverish and asleep at the time, he had retained the memory of the distinct scent of burnt drugs. Just moments ago, Xiaohei detected the same odor emanating from Ma Yongxing. Remarkably, even with the biting cold wind outside, Xiaohei's keen senses pinpointed the origin of the scent, aligning perfectly with their route toward Liu Kai's home in Fenghai's urban area. As Xiaohei drove home, he kept his nostrils flared to track the smell. Alas, as they reached the coastal avenue that divided the southern and northern sections of the city, the scent abruptly veered eastward. Xiaohei intended to follow the trail, but Liu Kai suddenly seized the steering wheel, signaling for him to disregard it and head straight home. Observing Xiaohei's bewildered expression, Liu Kai surmised that the scent had likely dissipated with the wind, growing fainter by the moment. Even if they continued pursuing it, the chances of yielding results seemed bleak. Moreover, given the presence of the locator in the vehicle, they could not afford to be overly conspicuous. Liu Kai was naturally untroubled by the prospect of assassination or direct confrontation. His primary concern was that the adversary might perceive their movements, potentially triggering unforeseen complications. Indeed, as the snow vehicle continued southward along the coastal avenue, Ma Yongxing exhaled in relief, seemingly grateful that Liu Kai had not detected any irregularities. This was precisely Liu Kai's intention, to provoke Ma Yongxing. Xiaohei's adept driving showcased its brilliance and uniqueness, and by not pursuing the scent, it afforded Ma Yongxing a temporary sense of relief. However, the combination of these factors engendered an additional effect. It instilled in Ma Yongxing an unsettling feeling of insecurity, as if a stronghold could be discovered at any moment. According to Qin Luofei, the video that vanished was recorded at 11 p.m. Ma Yongxing typically attends to his business during the night. Thus, Liu Kai surmised that Ma Yongxing would likely act again tonight, perhaps even conducting a thorough check to reinforce his defenses and eliminate any potential risks of discovery. Liu Kai merely needed to bide his time, waiting patiently near Benhai Avenue for Ma Yongxing's appearance. Xiaohei arrived at the garage, and Liu Kai did not rush to remove the positioning device from beneath the vehicle. After securing the snow vehicle, he left it parked in a corner, uncertain if Ma Yongxing would send someone to discreetly verify its location. Liu Kai had no intention of driving again that night. It was now 4 p.m. Upon returning to the bunker, Liu Kai immediately commenced cooking. Despite having just participated in a lavish feast, he had consumed not a morsel. Coupled with the extensive scanning during the banquet, he was famished and felt faint. Xiaohei and Xiaobai, with their discerning palates, had barely touched the canned food. Liu Kai simply stewed 2 plump chickens and prepared 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a soup, alongside a large bowl of steaming rice. After a rapid meal, he finally felt much better. Once he tidied up the dishes, the clock struck 6 p.m. and the external power was restored. At that moment, his phone in the living room suddenly chimed with new messages. He quickly dried his hands and rushed to check. Liu Kai initially assumed it was a message from the missing Qin Luofei. However, to his astonishment, it was Wang Ning who sent 2 messages, subtly indicating a desire to discuss something with Mr. Chiu, the roaming merchant. Su Qifeng also messaged, similarly hinting at a matter to discuss. Witnessing this exchange, Liu Kai's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Could it be? He refrained from responding directly and created a small group chat including Wang Ning and Su Qifeng, subsequently screenshotting their messages and sharing them in the group. Wang Ning, Su Qifeng, could it be that you both wish to address the same issue? To his surprise, both reacted with increasing excitement upon seeing the message. Wang Ning, Su Qifeng, Xiao Su, why are you deceiving me? Su Qifeng, Wang Ning, Wang Jie, you also misled me. We agreed not to involve ourselves in this matter. Wang Ning, sigh, Xiao Su, this situation is extraordinary. You must not get entangled in it. Observing their banter, Liu Kai intervened. Enough of this dispute. Let us meet at the west gate of Qishan community at 8 p.m. Su Qifeng, slightly puzzled, asked, Brother Chiu, do you know what Wang Jie and I wish to discuss? Initially uncertain, he now had a rough idea, deeming it inappropriate to discuss online and suggesting they meet in person. After this, Liu Kai dismissed the group without waiting for further responses. After a brief respite, at 7:30 p.m., Liu Kai quietly ventured out, taking advantage of the night with his drone. The snow vehicle remained concealed in the garage, and he opted to ride a snowmobile. Due to limited space on the snowmobile, he did not release Xiaohei and Xiaobai, navigating through the darkness with headlights extinguished. I remained vigilant for any watchful eyes belonging to the Mutual Aid Society. At long last, I arrived punctually near the Qingshan community before the clock struck 8. Concealing my motorcycle, I cautiously approached the western gate of the community, keeping close to the wall. It was then that Liu Kai noticed Wang Ning had been waiting downstairs for some time. Even Su Qingfeng had arrived early, though his wife was absent. Everyone seemed to be quite punctual. Liu Kai's low voice emerged from the shadows, startling the two. Yet, they remained silent, turning to gaze at Liu Kai, who had appeared as if from nowhere, with urgency etched upon their faces. Observing their expressions, Liu Kai raised a hand to signal for silence. He wasted no time and got straight to the point. If I am not mistaken, you wish to discuss some unsavory dealings of the Mutual Aid Society? Both individuals were taken aback by his words, responding in unison, Brother Chiu, little Chiu, you are aware of this matter? Chapter 149, Confession of Identity. A night of vigil. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the two, Liu Kai hastily gestured for them to be silent, aware that they were entrusted with an investigation. He urged them to refrain from meddling further. However, he noticed they appeared to be on the verge of speaking. What is it? Do you have something more to say? Wang Ning was the first to speak. Indeed, Brother Chiu, we initially intended to ask for your assistance in facilitating an introduction. I have some information to report to the newly arrived Chief Zhang Linyu. Su Qifeng remained silent but nodded in agreement, indicating he shared the same sentiment. Ah. During lunch at Gzihan S, you wanted to mention this, but couldn't find the opportunity, correct? Upon hearing Liu Kai address Mr. Ji by his full name, Su Qifeng displayed no sign of displeasure, merely scratching his head in embarrassment. Liu Kai had meticulously observed everyone during the luncheon and was taken aback by Su Qifeng's remarkable emotional control. His expressions and heartbeat revealed no flaws, prompting Liu Kai to regard him with newfound respect. Yet, he did not acquiesce to their request. To be frank, it may be rather challenging for you to meet Chief Zhang Linyu, given his meticulous nature. It is quite unrealistic for an ordinary person to gain an audience with him. Noticing their slight disappointment, Liu Kai added, if you trust me, I can relay the information on your behalf. At these words, the two exchanged glances. Su Qifeng hesitated, uncertain of how to express his thoughts. Would it imply he did not trust his savior? However, Wang Ning was far more forthright, with a hint of apology in her eyes. She said, I'm sorry, Mr. Chiu. This matter is too significant. I would still prefer to report directly to Chief Zhang. Oh, so you do not trust me? Liu Kai remarked with a chuckle. No. Wang Ning began to defend herself anxiously, but Liu Kai raised his hand to halt her. After a moment's contemplation, he removed his face mask, restoring his voice to its original tone. Sister Wang, do you recognize me? Upon hearing that familiar voice, a flicker of confusion appeared in Wang Ning's eyes. When she raised her phone to illuminate his face with the screen's glow, her mouth fell open in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. She quickly clasped her hands over her mouth, stifling any sound. Observing this scene, Su Qingfeng felt utterly bewildered but refrained from asking further questions. After a while, Wang Ning managed to compose herself, slowly lowering her hands, though her voice still trembled with incredulity. Liu Kai? How could it possibly be you? No. I mean, how could you be a wandering merchant? Looking at the excited Wang Ning, Liu Kai spread his hands in resignation. To avoid being sought after, Sister Wang, do you now trust me? Compared to a wandering merchant she had scarcely met, Wang Ning naturally placed her trust in the well-acquainted Liu Kai, nodding almost without hesitation. She retrieved a storage card from her pocket and handed it over. It's difficult to convey the situation in mere words. This card contains detailed information. A complex expression flickered across Wang Ning's face. Little Liu, your secret sister does not pry, but the contents of this card were exchanged for a life. It is entrusted to you. Liu Kai accepted the memory card with a firm nod, understanding. He then turned to Su Qifeng, who appeared awkward. Chiu. Brother Chiu. You heard that too? My surname is Liu. Brother Liu, rest assured, I will not spread this around. Liu Kai was indifferent, for he had once engaged in misdeeds, fearing retribution from the authorities, hence his attempts at concealment. Now, holding the official promise of amnesty, he had no need to feign mystery any longer. He raised the storage card given by Wang Ning. This is what you intend to report to Zhang Linyu, correct? Su Qifeng nodded. Yes. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. If needed, I can act as an insider within the Mutual Aid Society. Liu Kai patted his shoulder and smiled. All right, I will convey your message to Zhang Linyu. The Qingshan community was conveniently located on the southern side of Binhai Avenue. After bidding farewell to the two, Liu Kai did not head home. Instead, he proceeded to the scent divergence point detected by Xiaohei. Silently, he entered an uninhabited residence. Beginning his vigil, the memory card given by Wang Ning could wait. he needed to observe Ma Yongxing's movements. According to Su Qingfeng, after the midday banquet, the couple, Ji Zihan and Ma Yongxing, remained in the villa to recover from their inebriation. They did not awaken until 7 p.m., merely having a simple dinner. Following the meal, Su Qingfeng excused himself, taking his wife and leaving early. He then arrived alone at the Qingshan community for their appointment. As he departed, he noticed Ma Yongxing still in the villa, seemingly discussing something with Ji Zihan. Thus, estimating the travel time, Liu Kai felt it reasonable to stake out here in advance. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. From 8:30 p.m. until 2:30 a.m., the entirety of Beihai Avenue lay in silence. Not only was there no sign of Ma Yongxing, but even a fly was absent. Xiaohei, lying flat on the ground, was utterly bored, having detected no unusual scents. It was not just Xiaohei. The drone had silently hovered in the air for 6 hours, employing thermal imaging and phased array radar to monitor a 2-kilometer radius. Yet, after exhausting 3 batteries, it yielded nothing. Liu Kai's mind raced with possibilities. There could be numerous reasons for this situation. Perhaps Qin Luofei's intelligence was flawed. Xiaohei's sense of smell was inaccurate during the day, or Ma Yongxing might have sensed something and cancelled his actions for the night. Regardless of the costs, Liu Kai was nothing if not stubborn. Having already staked out until 2 a.m., he decided to continue his watch until 8 a.m. As morning approached, he noticed some survivors descending to fetch ice. To avoid detection by the Mutual Aid Society's eyes, Liu Kai reluctantly abandoned his vigil. With his current physical condition, he could endure 5 days and nights without sleep. Thus, despite the long night, he remained alert and vigorous. He did not return to the bunker immediately. Instead, he prepared to check the garage where the snow vehicle was parked to see if anyone had truly followed the tracker there the previous night. When Liu Kai arrived at the garage, he was astonished to discover a snowmobile beside the snow-covered vehicle. Seated atop the motorbike was an individual clad in a thick military overcoat. This person was not a member of the mutual aid group, but rather a familiar-looking second lieutenant. The most striking feature was the empty sleeve of his right arm. Upon noticing Liu Kai's arrival, the lieutenant promptly stood up to greet him, saying, "Advisor Liu." Liu Kai nodded. "You are Chen Yu, right?" This individual was a subordinate of Yu Dalong, who had previously accompanied Yu Dalong in piloting the submarine during the drilling platform operation. It was during that mission that they encountered a ferocious, great white shark, resulting in the loss of his right arm. Chen Yu discreetly handed Liu Kai a military USB drive that he had been clutching. "Advisor Liu, Captain Yu said this is the data you requested him to procure." "Oh, quite efficient, indeed," Liu Kai replied, his expression brightening. He had only asked Yu Dalong the previous day to retrieve the power supply data from the Fenghai Electric Power Group's AI, and to his surprise, it had been obtained overnight. "Well, Advisor Liu, I shall take my leave," Chen Yu said. "Please convey my gratitude to Captain Yu." Chapter 150, Gathering Intelligence. More questions as Chen Yu departed. Liu Kai commenced a meticulous scan of his surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he indeed uncovered certain traces. In addition to the footprints left by Chen Yu, there were also tracks from 2 other individuals around the snowmobile, which had not been present when Liu Kai left the previous day. Although the intruders had exercised caution and attempted to obscure their footprints, Liu Kai's scanning precision had improved significantly and remained undeterred. Clearly, someone had been there. These traces instilled in Liu Kai a newfound respect for Ma Yongxing's vigilance. His unsuccessful stakeout the previous night was likely due to the adversary's heightened alertness, unaffected by the antics of the little black creature. Nevertheless, Liu Kai remained undaunted, for he still possessed 2 crucial pieces of intelligence. He proceeded to his study and powered on his computer, importing the data from Wang Ning's memory card along with the power supply data provided by DeLong. First, he examined the power supply data from the Fenghai Electric Power Group. He could not help but express gratitude for the extraordinary smart glasses of the power exoskeleton, which were far superior to typical AI analysis software. Following Liu Kai's commands, he connected the computer to the local network, loading the power supply data onto a map of Fenghai City. Soon, a 3-dimensional VR map of Fenghai City materialized before him, with bright yellow points indicating power supply. By adjusting the timeline, he could clearly and intuitively observe the power supply quantity across various districts of the city over the past month. However, despite Liu Kai scrutinizing the map repeatedly, whether through the smart glasses or his own cognitive analysis, he could discern no discrepancies. Reluctantly, he set this task aside and turned to the materials provided by Wang Ning. The contents of the memory card were extensive, yet only 1 document was present, while the remainder consisted of various clandestinely captured photographs and videos. The document was concise and did not reference the mysterious underground gymnasium but did mention the Mutual Aid Society's involvement in drug trafficking, enticing survivors into forced labor, and abducting them. It further referenced a corporate entity, the evolutionary biology group located in the provincial capital, Rongqing. Intelligence suggested that the Mutual Aid Society was operating on behalf of this company. Furthermore, a significant number of the abducted survivors had become subjects of horrific human experimentation, particularly younger children, whose vigorous metabolism made them ideal candidates for such trials. The evidence was a rather blurry video segment depicting a figure clad in a stark white lab coat injecting an unconscious young boy's arm with some substance. Moments later, the boy convulsed violently and bled from the mouth, yet remained unresponsive. Thus, he succumbed to death while still in a state of unconsciousness. The brutality of this scene made Liu Kai's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Clenching his hand tightly, he crushed the mouse with a sharp crack. Damn, a pack of scoundrels. The violent rise and fall of his chest revealed that his fury had reached a boiling point, on the verge of eruption. Such means, not to mention witnessing, were merely remnants of the atrocities committed by the enemy, existing solely within the annals of history. Liu Kai had always considered himself a villain. Yet upon today's observation, he realized that in comparison to these brutes, he was hardly a villain at all. He felt akin to a savior, embodying the compassion of a bodhisattva. Ultimately, Liu Kai refrained from unleashing his fury. Taking a deep breath to quell the anger surging within him, he resumed perusing the photographs contained within the documents. The collection was vast and the information eclectic, predominantly portraying scenes of unspeakable horror. Among them, he discerned numerous crates emblazoned with the logo of the survival of the fittest biological group, alongside various pharmaceuticals. Naturally, the figure of Ma Yongxing also appeared multiple times within the images. Initially, Liu Kai presumed that the Mutual Aid Society engaged in such activities to dominate the entirety of Fohai City. However, he was astounded to discover that a powerful entity was backing them. Perhaps this was the reason behind the officials' hesitance to take action, too many entanglements and an abundance of unresolved matters. The survival of the fittest biological group was indeed renowned, and Liu Kai had some understanding of its operations. It encompassed a multitude of fields including drug development, ecological conservation, biochemical research, and genetic engineering. Its influence was not only immense domestically, but also resounded internationally. The breakthrough in conquering AIDS was a testament to the group's scientific achievements. Yet, rather than being merely a corporate entity, it resembled a coalition of interests. It was said that it lacked traditional major shareholders or a chairman. Instead, it was established and governed collectively by affluent individuals wielding significant power. Liu Kai was well aware of many details. However, when he attempted to access information about this group via his tablet, he found it astonishingly classified at the highest level of secrecy. With his intermediate access, he was unable to delve into the specifics. Reluctantly, Liu Kai continued to scrutinize the photographs. His perseverance bore fruit when one particular image suddenly captivated his complete attention. The photograph depicted a group of individuals transporting black boxes. The scene appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, in the corner of the background, an unexpectedly blurred yet colossal chimney emerged. This chimney exhibited an exaggerated opening at its apex and an equally exaggerated height. Though encased in ice, it continuously emitted white vapor, clearly the cooling tower of a nuclear power plant. Observing the surrounding landscape, he confirmed it was the coastal nuclear power station located 15 kilometers north of Fohai City. This revelation sparked a flash of insight in Liu Kai's mind. No wonder the AI power supply data from the power group revealed no anomalies. What if the electricity utilized by that mysterious gymnasium was not routed through the power group, but directly sourced from the power plant? Yet, there remained peculiarities. Hastily, he instructed his smart glasses to conduct a verification, discovering no signs of digital alteration in the photograph. According to the information Liu Kai had gathered, nearly all nuclear power stations nationwide should have depleted their fuel supply and extinguished operations by this time. Why then was the cooling tower still emitting smoke? He attempted once more to search for information regarding this nuclear power station on his tablet. The good news was that the information was classified at a confidential level, allowing Liu Kai access. However, the details he uncovered left him utterly astounded. Since the onset of the Cold Wave, this nuclear power plant has never ceased operation. It is under a strict mandate from the authorities to be preserved at all costs. Of the generated electricity, a mere 15 is allocated to Fohai City, while 35 is supplied to the provincial capital, Rongqing. The remaining power is directed to the state's high-tech factories, which, in essence, are research institutions nestled within the mountains to the west of Rongqing. When it was inaugurated, the publicity was overwhelming, making it well-known both domestically and internationally. The cutting-edge technology has allowed Huagua to gain significant prestige on the global stage, being home to the world's first fully automated military-industrial facility. This establishment produces missiles, satellites, space stations, and advanced weaponry. Here, there are only researchers and station security forces. No laborers are needed for production, as all tasks are performed by various automated machines. Liu Kai had previously speculated that the mysterious weapon he salvaged was likely delivered to this very location. Chapter 151. Urgent Distress Signal. Hanpu City. Certain mysteries have been unraveled. Yet an abundance of questions continues to arise. Given the paramount importance of the nuclear power plant, is it conceivable that no military personnel are stationed there? Why does the photograph feature elements associated with the biological group of natural selection? If this organization is indeed siphoning off electricity, how could the authorities remain oblivious? Regrettably, information regarding the military presence at the nuclear facility is classified, rendering verification impossible. Liu Kai found himself in a quandary. Initially, he believed he was merely dealing with local drug dealers and traffickers in Fenghai City. However, the deeper he delved, the more alarming the revelations became. His once fervent enthusiasm began to wane, giving rise to thoughts of retreat. After all, the implications of this situation were considerable. The authorities likely possessed information that was at least as extensive as his own, and they may have already devised a concrete plan, rendering his involvement as a minor player unnecessary. Yet, upon reflection, Liu Kai suddenly grasped a crucial insight. If the authorities truly had full control, they would undoubtedly have acted by now. There must be undisclosed information yet to be discovered, or perhaps they were reluctant to act for other reasons. The haunting image of the young boy who had met a tragic fate resurfaced in his mind. Liu Kai's resolve was reinvigorated. He must investigate the nuclear power station. Come what may. It was not yet 10 a.m. Although it was not the optimal time for stealth, the Mutual Aid Society's informants were confined to the city. The nuclear plant lay on the outskirts of the northern seaside. He could circumvent these individuals by taking a route through the mountains to the west of the city. Alas, events often unfold in unexpected ways. As Liu Kai secured Xiaobai and Xiaohei in his storage space and prepared to depart on his snowmobile, his tablet emitted an urgent notification. Curiously extracting the device, he observed the screen flashing frantically, a prominent red exclamation mark pulsating at its center. SOS. An urgent distress message from Major Qin Luofei, secretary to the provincial military district commander. To Liu Kai's astonishment, the location indicated by the flashing red mark was Hanpu City, a mere 40 kilometers north of Fenghai City. He was taken aback. Wasn't Qin Luofei stationed in the provincial capital? What had taken her to Hanpu City, given her plea for assistance? It was plausible that she had fallen into the clutches of malevolent individuals. Thus, Liu Kai refrained from responding hastily. An audible alert could potentially arouse the attention of the wrongdoers. Moreover, he had no intention of mounting a rescue. For he had learned the previous morning that unrest had erupted in Hanpu City, with calls for assistance directed to Zhang Linyu, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. It was likely that military forces would arrive in Hanpu City by nightfall. Qin Luofei's distrust of Zhang Linyu had prompted her to reach out to Liu Kai. However, both Liu Kai and Yu Dalong had concluded that Zhang Linyu was reliable. It was sufficient to report the situation to the authorities and allow them to orchestrate the rescue. With this in mind, Liu Kai hastily reached for his phone to contact Zhang Linyu. However, the response he received was a disheartening message indicating that the number he dialed was no longer in service. A frown creased Liu Kai's brow. It was not that he was unwilling to use the tablet. Rather, the military's version of the device was akin to a stripped-down version of WeChat. It could only send messages, not make calls or video chats. Who could say whether Zhang Linyu would see the message in a timely manner? In a moment of desperation, he dialed Yu Dalong's number once more. Fortunately, this time the call was successfully connected. With the situation being dire, there was no time for pleasantries. Liu Kai hastily conveyed the circumstances. However, Yu Dalong's response once again took Liu Kai by surprise. Brother Liu, things have become rather complicated. What is it? Captain Yu? Please don't dawdle. Well, the truth is, we haven't dispatched any troops to aid Hanpu City. What? Why? Liu Kai was taken aback. Given the urgency of the situation the previous morning, with time slipping away, he had assumed that Zhang Linyu had reported to the higher-ups. Yet, he never anticipated that Zhang Linyu had failed to mobilize any forces. Yu Dalong seemed equally perplexed, his tone tinged with frustration. Because the superiors disagreed and even instructed us to bolster the defenses of Fenghai City. Damn it. Brother Liu, don't fret. I'll report this to Chief Zhong right away and personally lead a team for rescue. Forget it. If your Chief Zhong finds out, he might just report it himself. I'll go on my own. Brother Liu. The line went dead as Liu Kai, disinterested in further conversation, hung up. He revved the throttle of his snowmobile and sped northward. Unbeknownst to him, his character typically wouldn't lead him to be so invested in Qin Luofei's affairs. Yet now, his mind was consumed by the flickering red exclamation marks, as if any delay could precipitate dire consequences. He raced along the suburban roads to the west. occasionally navigating small hills to evade observation. This undoubtedly delayed his journey. Liu Kai felt a surge of irritation, directing his anger towards Ji Zihan and Ma Jiangxing. He would settle the score with them later. After an hour of travel, Liu Kai finally arrived at the Nirvana Mountain Park on the western outskirts of Hanpu City. The mountain was not particularly high, yet it offered a panoramic view of the flat urban landscape. The scenery bore little distinction from Fohai City, characterized merely by the steel and concrete structures cloaked in frost. Thankfully, the location for the assistance request from Qin Luofei was precisely situated at the foot of Nirvana Mountain Park, within a luxury hotel. From his vantage point atop the mountain, he could easily spot the hotel. Rather than hastily descend, he chose to assess the situation first. A drone had flown for 6 hours the previous night, and its backup batteries were now depleted. Thus, he resorted to using a Zeiss telescope for observation. This scrutiny revealed numerous peculiarities. He could faintly discern dark scorch marks scattered across the streets of Hanpu City, alongside conspicuous craters left by explosions. These were signs of combat. It appeared that the station troops had indeed engaged in exceptionally fierce urban warfare. Strangely, the streets were devoid of any life. Not only were there no so-called rioters, but even the station soldiers were conspicuously absent. His gaze drifted further towards the coast, where the refuge of Hanpu City was situated, and it too was currently under construction. Beyond the magnification of the telescope, Liu Kai's vision was somewhat blurred. However, his eyesight was exceptional, allowing him to faintly discern that the troops were concentrated in that particular area. This was rather peculiar. Hadn't it been said that the insurgents had taken survivors hostage? Even if they had clandestine support from foreign forces and substantial firepower, it seemed unlikely they could force the troops into such a defensive posture. Even in the absence of reinforcements, wouldn't the hostages be attempting some form of rescue? Of course, these matters were not Liu Kai's primary concern. He shifted the telescope's view back to the hotel at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting shadow in the window of the top floor. He quickly widened his eyes to observe closely. To his astonishment, it was not merely a shadow, but a group of figures. All were clad in black and armed, bustling through the hotel as if they were searching for something. Chapter 152. The Rescue. Another missile launch as Liu Kai continued his observation. He realized that the bustling scenes were not confined to the rooftop but extended to other floors as well. It dawned on him that they might be searching for Qin Luofei. Time was of the essence, yet to avoid alarming the enemy, he prudently stowed away both the binoculars and snowmobile into his storage space, utilizing the cover provided by the tree canopy that had yet to be buried in snow. He hastened towards the hotel at the base of the mountain. The Nirvana Mountain was not particularly high, and with Liu Kai's remarkable speed, he quietly reached the hotel's backyard in just 2 minutes. The backyard resembled a landscaped garden, adorned with a multitude of decorative palm trees, which served as excellent cover at this moment. Without further ado, Liu Kai concealed himself behind the trees and commenced an extensive scan of the area. He enveloped a radius of 400 meters in his sensory sweep. This time, the clarity of what he observed far surpassed that of the binoculars. Yet the scenes before him were even more shocking. He noticed a scattering of armed individuals outside the hotel, converging towards the building. Furthermore, he discerned that the weapons they wielded were indeed overseas versions not found in China. Astonishingly, the number of armed personnel within the hotel exceeded 200. This was after accounting for those who had survived the previous battle. The station troops in Hanju City amounted to merely a company, and even with the cooking team included, they barely totaled 150 individuals. What could these foreign forces possibly intend to achieve in the small town of Hanju? Moreover, Liu Kai discovered over 80 captives, dressed in tattered winter clothing, their faces grimy and bound with rough ropes. However, while they might deceive others, they could not fool Liu Kai. Despite their ragged exterior, the inner insulation of their garments remained intact and provided adequate warmth. The ropes had not actually restrained their hands or feet. They were all nestled in various rooms of the hotel, smoking, drinking, and playing poker. Were these truly hostages? It seemed more like a vacation. It became evident that they were not hostages at all, as Liu Kai observed one of them enthusiastically greeting an armed individual in pursuit. Although he could not discern the words, the movement of the lips suggested that the conversation was likely in Japanese. Liu Kai's lips twitched. Remarkably, nearly 300 individuals within the building were all of Sakura lineage, with not a single Chinese national among them. Were they indulging in a bondage cosplay, attempting to deceive the authorities? It dawned on him why the higher-ups had refused to send reinforcements to support Zhang Linyu. If the hostages were mere illusions, then what was the point of sending aid? Moreover, fortifying the defenses of Fenghai was indeed the more prudent course of action. Just then, Liu Kai suddenly realized he had not seen any trace of Qin Luofei. The rescue signal had undoubtedly originated from this location. Had he missed her? This time, Liu Kai narrowed the scanning range to enhance precision. Indeed, he discovered something unusual. right in the pitch-black first floor of the hotel, completely buried in ice. Near a decorative rock formation in the lobby, there lay a deep underground water well. The appearance of this well within the opulent hotel did not surprise Liu Kai. After all, it was a wellspring of mountain spring water, a favored choice for those pretentious individuals who fancied emulating the ancients by brewing tea with well water. The well, being quite deep, retained a low temperature, yet a thin layer of ice floated upon the surface. Beneath this fragile crust, a figure was inexplicably adrift in the water. It was evident that it was a woman of commendable stature, with a soft tube lodged in her mouth, the other end protruding from the water for her to breathe. It was none other than Qin Luofei, who had sent out a distress signal. Liu Kai was at a loss for words. A major, no less, surely held some rank. Yet here she was, alone, ensnared by adversaries in the frigid depths, too embarrassed to show her face. This was nothing short of an international farce. At that moment, Qin Luofei was in a dire state. Since sending out her distress signal, she had been submerged in the icy water for over an hour. Her heavy winter attire was thoroughly soaked, clinging to her skin and siphoning away her body heat. She trembled uncontrollably, exuding a pitiable weakness that suggested she could succumb at any moment. Grumbling aside, saving her was paramount. Uncertain of the official intentions, he refrained from recklessly charging in with brute force. Instead, he swiftly darted to a corner of the hotel, adeptly navigating into the blind spot of the search personnel. Due to the ice covering, he materialized on the third floor. Utilizing his foresight, he effortlessly evaded the patrolling guards and descended to the first floor. With hands and feet bracing against the sides of the well, he quickly climbed down. Upon reaching the water's surface, he bent down and plunged his right hand into the water, seizing Qin Luofei by the collar with a decisive grip. Startled by the abrupt turn of events, her dazed consciousness abruptly sharpened. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to scream while reaching for the dagger at her waist. Liu Kai, quick as lightning, covered her mouth with his left hand and whispered, "Don't shout. I'm here to save you." Hearing that familiar voice, Qin Luofei froze in her struggles. Her eyes regained clarity, allowing her to faintly discern Liu Kai's face in the darkness. An indescribable emotion surged within her, and a smile, more grotesque than tears, flickered across her pale visage. In a whisper, she managed to utter, "Liu Kai, you finally came." Her strength had been utterly depleted. Before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her, her smile frozen on her lips. Liu Kai, unceremoniously, withdrew the defenseless Qin Luofei into his storage space. He quickly scaled the well's mouth. Just as he prepared to flee, his smart glasses began to flash a crimson light. Warning, Longsword 15 cruise missiles incoming. Impact in 15 seconds. Please evacuate immediately. Furious exclamations escaped Liu Kai's lips. No wonder the authorities had refrained from action. They had intended to capture everyone at once. Yet, the missiles chose this precise moment to arrive, a most unfortunate twist of fate. He hastened to the hotel wall and instantly transported himself from the first floor to the icy surface of the third floor outside. The long-distance teleportation exacted a heavy toll on his stamina, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Yet he could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. After all, the Longsword 15 missile had a blast radius of 150 meters. Suppressing the discomfort within his body, he steeled himself and sprinted towards the distant Nirvana mountain. Fortunately, time was still on his side. After Liu Kai had darted over 300 meters like a rabbit, a sudden burst of intense light erupted behind him. Boom. Within less than a second after the blinding flash, a deafening explosion reverberated, accompanied by a violent shockwave. It sent a multitude of shattered ice, swirling snow, and concrete debris flying in all directions. Even though he was outside the blast zone, the ferocious winds from the explosion caused him to stagger momentarily. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Liu Kai pressed onward towards the mountains. In truth, there was nothing worth witnessing. The once resplendent hotel, along with the fates of the over 200 souls within, shared a grim destiny. None would escape. The incessant sounds of collapse behind him served as testament to this reality. Simultaneously, Liu Kai was acutely aware that he had likely been detected. Satellites in the sky were undoubtedly monitoring this area. Fortunately, he always carried an electromagnetic wave shield, ensuring that the shocking scene of his escape from the hotel would remain concealed. Chapter 153. The mysterious black box patient. Liu Kai hurriedly made his way to a relatively gentle slope. The dense canopy of trees enveloped the area. He retrieved a complete set of camping gear from his storage space and erected an impenetrable tent. A thick down blanket was laid on the ground, and a bonfire was kindled in front of him. Once the temperature inside the tent began to rise, he contemplated bringing the unconscious Qin Luofei out. However, her heavy clothing was already soaked through. If he were to release her and then remove her garments, she might succumb to the cold. Thus, with a flicker of thought, he swiftly stripped her outerwear from her. After all, they were destined to meet again in the future, and Liu Kai lacked the courage to remove everything entirely. He left on her most intimate garments, as well as a digital watch that hung from her chest. Yet, even with these modest coverings, her alabaster form was laid bare before his eyes, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. The only blemish on this exquisite physique was a rather terrifying scar on her right shoulder, a gunshot wound. Although Liu Kai was curious, he did not delay in his actions. He hurriedly placed Qin Luofei inside the warm tent, covering her with a thick quilt to prevent further heat loss. He wrung out most of the moisture from her drenched clothes and set them on a wooden rack to dry, uncertain of when she might awaken. Liu Kai found himself idly gazing down the mountain. The power of the missile was indisputable. The hotel had been reduced to ruins. In the wake of the explosion, the station troops, who had previously taken refuge in the Hupu city shelter, had now mobilized. They swiftly arrived at the hotel wreckage. Military drones ascended, meticulously surveying the still smoldering debris. It seemed they were aware of Liu Kai's presence, as the drones did not venture towards the direction of Nirvana Mountain but diligently scoured the hotel perimeter. Upon confirming there were no survivors, the drones returned. Shortly thereafter, over 100 soldiers, equipped with metal detectors, shovels, and hammers, surged forth. Behind them trailed several excavators. Liu Kai watched with keen interest as they rummaged through the ruins. Time slipped away unnoticed, and daylight gradually dimmed. At last, the excavation work culminated with an enthusiastic shout from one of the soldiers. The team collectively unearthed a half-meter-sized, perfectly square black metal box from the debris. The black box was swiftly hoisted onto a transport vehicle. A convoy of personnel, accompanied by 2 armored vehicles, escorted the transport northward, while the remaining troops sounded the retreat, gathering to report their numbers as they began an orderly withdrawal from the hotel ruins. By this time, night had fully descended, and the bonfire in front of the tent became distinctly visible. Through the darkness, Liu Kai discerned a middle-aged man with a captain's insignia casting a glance towards the slope. However, he said nothing further and turned back to lead his troops away. Liu Kai speculated that this middle-aged captain was likely Captain Xiao, stationed in Hupu City, yet he remained unaware of what lay within the enigmatic black box. The hotel contained numerous cabinets, and he had not specifically noted this particular box during the scanning process. However, it managed to survive the missile explosion, at least reflecting the protective standards of an aircraft's black box. It is indeed worthy of such official efforts, appearing remarkably impressive. While he pondered this, a feeble groan suddenly emanated from within the tent. It was Qin Luofei awakening. Her condition remained dire. She was burning with fever, her face resembling a boiled crab, and her lips devoid of color, struggling to sit up while tightly wrapping herself in the blanket. She felt an unexpected surge of safety upon seeing the figures outside the tent. Yet, the realization that she was left with nothing but her undergarments reddened her cheeks even further. Liu Kai scanned Qin Luofei from head to toe, tossing a pre-prepared packet of medication and a thermos filled with hot water beside her. Finally awake, are you? He watched as she reached out from the warm blanket to retrieve the medicine and thermos. A smile broke through her feverish confusion, her voice weak and hoarse. You really came. I thought I was dreaming. Take your medicine. The food will be ready soon. Liu Kai continued to tend to the potato and beef stew simmering in the pot, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Qin Luofei detected the scent, her nose twitching as her stomach emitted a soft growl. Embarrassed, she chuckled, unsure of what to say, her hands fidgeting with the thermos lid. However, her weakness rendered her incapable. Her hands, usually strong enough to snap an enemy's neck, now trembled uncontrollably. Liu Kai, are you busy? Upon hearing her call, Liu Kai set down his spoon and leaned into the tent, utterly surprised by her frail state. The tent was not spacious, and as he squeezed in, they were nearly pressed against one another. He opened the thermos lid and handed it to her, only for Qin Luofei's shaky hand to nearly spill the water. Liu Kai, exasperated, took the cup back. Seriously, Qin, how are you supposed to take your medicine like this? Should I feed you? Her face flushed deeper as she anxiously rubbed her hands together, looking down and muttering, would you mind feeding me just this once? What about when it's time to eat? Should I feed you then, too? Liu Kai grumbled while unwrapping the medication, and Qin Luofei obediently parted her lips. With the pill in her mouth, she tremulously took a sip of water. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally summoned the strength to swallow the pill. Just then, her stomach grumbled again. Without uttering a word, she gazed at Liu Kai with wide eyes. Liu Kai raised his hands in surrender, quickly retreating from the tent. All right. I yield. I'll feed you. The steaming tomato beef stew was ladled over a mound of white rice. After mixing it thoroughly, Liu Kai re-entered the tent with the bowl. Open wide. It's hot. Can you blow on it for me? Sure. Open wide now. It's not too hot anymore. Bit by bit, she consumed the rice, yet she sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. Avoiding eye contact with Liu Kai, she began to glance around nervously. Despite her illness, Qin Luofei exhibited an impressive appetite, as if she were not unwell at all. Half a pot of beef brisket and a large bowl of rice swiftly vanished, and the pallor of his lips gradually regained a hint of color. Gazing at the empty porcelain bowl, Liu Kai felt an overwhelming urge to weep, lamenting. You couldn't leave me a little? I haven't eaten yet. I am sorry. Liu Kai could only retreat from the tent, quietly retrieving a bag of small bread from his storage space to nibble on, just as he munched on the bread while washing the dishes. A soft voice called out from within the tent, Liu Kai, I need to use the restroom. Upon hearing this, he nearly choked on the bread. Hastily gulping down 2 mouthfuls of hot water, he fished out a brand new chamber pot and handed it over. Why are you so troublesome? Just make do for a bit. Qin Luofei did not accept it, burying her head in the blankets, too timid to lift it. From within the covers, a muffled voice emerged. I need to go number 2. Glancing at the still damp clothes by the fire and then at the biting wind swirling in the pitch-black hillside, Liu Kai sighed inwardly. Caring for a patient is truly not a task for the faint-hearted. He retrieved a set of thermal clothing tailored to his size from the storage space and stuffed in a pair of snow boots. Inside the tent, Qin Luofei hesitated as she donned the coat. After much deliberation, she finally mustered her courage. I lack the strength to stand. Could you help me? Damn it. Liu Kai completely broke down, his frantic cries echoing across the peaks of Nirvana Mountain. Chapter 154, Exchanging Intelligence, Installing Mirrors in Space? The significant matters of life ultimately resolved smoothly. The two of them wrapped in blankets sat side by side in silence before the warm bonfire. Liu Kai was not a virtuous man. Ever since his encounter with He-Wire, he had abstained from indulging in carnal desires. Now, taking care of an ailing individual, especially a strikingly beautiful one, presented itself as an exquisite opportunity, particularly since he had recently saved Qin Luofei's life. However, after witnessing 2 missiles in quick succession, he was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for the authorities. Therefore, an unspoken boundary lingered in his mind that he was reluctant to cross. One must not harm the officials, and one must certainly not indulge in relations with them, especially with a promising young major whose future appeared boundless. Complications could easily arise. Even while sitting side by side, he maintained a deliberate distance. Qin Luofei's physical condition was relatively robust. After taking her medication, she gradually felt better. As she observed her clothes drying by the bonfire, she realized that their parting was imminent. She lifted her cup of hot tea and took a sip, clearing her throat. She turned to Liu Kai and said, thank you. Polite, Liu Kai remarked, poking at the fire. After a moment of contemplation, his curiosity got the better of him. Did you send your distress signal solely to me? Qin Luofei nodded. Only to you. Having not yet received any assistance, Liu Kai had already deduced the answer. However, hearing this confirmation still surprised him. You truly took a risk. What if I hadn't come to rescue you? I believed you would, Qin Luofei replied, her smile radiant. Don't ask me why. Belief is an indescribable feeling. Thankfully, this time the feeling proved correct. Otherwise, you would have been obliterated by a missile in that hotel long ago. Missile? Qin Luofei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Her brow furrowed slightly. They indeed chose to launch the missiles. Liu Kai did not dwell on this but continued his inquiry. Why did you abandon your stay in the provincial capital to come here? Is it for that black box? Did that black box survive? I was astonished that it could withstand a missile. What exactly is it? Qin Luofei fell silent for a moment, seemingly torn about whether to disclose the truth. Ultimately, after a deep sigh, she resolved to confide in Liu Kai. You guessed correctly, I came here to retrieve the black box. It is the flight recorder of the aircraft. A black box? ISNT that's supposed to be orange? Qin Luofei shook her head. It is not an ordinary aircraft-S black box. It is that of a space plane. Liu Kai was taken aback but remained silent, waiting for Qin Luofei to elaborate. This is also the reason for the ongoing debates among the higher-ups regarding the missile launch. Some believe the data is too crucial to risk, while others argue that the materials within the black box are extraordinary and worth attempting to recover. It's surprising that it has taken so long, yet they ultimately chose to launch. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai could not suppress his curiosity. Why not simply deploy troops to seize control? Why reject the offer of military assistance from Fenghai City? Qin Luofei promptly dismissed Liu Kai's notion. It is not so straightforward. Should we deploy forces and corner the enemy, they could easily employ an EMP pulse to obliterate the black box data, rendering our efforts futile. If even the military cannot resolve this, what brings you here? For this reason, Qin Luofei produced an electronic watch from around her neck, shaking it slightly. This is no ordinary timepiece. It was through this device that the distress signal was relayed to you. Furthermore, once within a 5-meter radius of the black box, it can decode encrypted data while simultaneously copying and discreetly deleting it. I never anticipated the enemy's defenses would be so formidable. They detected me before I could locate the black box. Alas, now that the black box has been discovered and taken by the station troops, one can only wonder if it will reach its intended destination safely. Observing Qin Luofei's demeanor, Liu Kai found himself at a loss for words. Unable to fathom the trial she must have endured. How could she harbor such distrust towards her own people, willing to risk her life to act alone? The recent inability to contact her might have been a deliberate attempt to sever communication and avoid revealing her location. After some contemplation, Liu Kai resolved to offer gentle counsel. In truth, I believe you need not be overly wary of the authorities. At times, it may lead to unnecessary entanglements. Noticing Qin Luofei's non-committal response, he continued, for instance, Chief of Staff Zhang Linyu, though somewhat rigid, is trustworthy. Upon hearing Zhang Linyu's name, a flicker of complexity crossed Qin Luofei's face, revealing her deep-seated wariness towards him. You don't understand. Liu Kai persisted, striving to maintain a calm tone as he recounted his encounters with Zhang Linyu and Ji Zihan, along with his aspirations for broader horizons. Qin Luofei listened in silence, her head bowed in contemplation, seemingly moved. Yet, persuading her to relinquish her excessive vigilance would undoubtedly be a formidable task. When she heard the intelligence provided by Wang Ning, she suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Liu Kai with surprise. Do you suspect the survival of the fittest biological group? Indeed, I had initially intended to visit the nuclear power station today, but circumstances led me to this encounter with you. Qin Luofei chuckled sheepishly. Aha, my apologies, but it appears our thoughts align. So, you wish to investigate the nuclear power station covertly as well? Noticing Qin Luofei's nod, Liu Kai shot her an exasperated glance. The area is heavily guarded. To infiltrate it alone would be tantamount to courting death. You should simply return to the provincial city and recuperate. I promise to inform you should I uncover anything. Qin Luofei straightened her posture, asserting her capability, yet the wave of weakness that coursed through her body caused her to slump once more. Witnessing her state, Liu Kai finally nodded in satisfaction. That is much better. By the way, I forgot to ask you earlier, what significant data resides within that black box? A sly smile crept onto Qin Luofei's face. Curious, are we? This information is classified as top secret, and your access privileges are insufficient, Consultant Liu. Liu Kai rolled his eyes and turned his head away. Feel free to talk, but if you choose not to, so be it. It was merely a jest. Do not be so stingy. I might make an exception and divulge it to you. No, since it is top secret, it is better for me to remain uninformed. And you should not breach protocol. Clearly, her refusal was of no consequence. Qin Luofei had already resolved to confide in him. It is not necessarily a breach of protocol, especially since this matter pertains to you. How could I possibly be connected to aerospace vehicles? Qin Luofei spoke eloquently because aerospace vehicles possess remarkable payload capacity, swift speed, and low costs. We plan to install numerous mirrors in space. At that moment, Liu Kai's mind became remarkably clear, and he felt a spark of inspiration. Mirrors? Mirrors? Are you referring to one-way transparent mirrors? You seem quite knowledgeable. Indeed, it is akin to the one-way mirrors commonly found in police interrogation rooms. Chapter 155, The Earth-Thawing Initiative. Upon hearing this, there was no need for Qin Luofei to elaborate further. Liu Kai had already grasped the situation entirely. This matter indeed bore a certain connection to him. The plan involved the extensive deployment of unidirectional light-reflecting mirrors in space, serving two primary functions. The first was to enhance the frequency with which sunlight was reflected within the Earth's atmosphere, thereby maximizing the release of solar energy to heat the planet. The second function was similarly aligned, involving the mysterious weapon Liu Kai had salvaged. This ray weapon could be stationed on the ground and directed towards the mirrors in space. The searing rays would reflect back and forth, contributing to the heating of the Earth. Although solar energy is immense, its direction cannot be controlled. Conversely, while the energy from the ray weapon is comparatively modest, it can precisely target specific areas, potentially triggering a chain reaction to assist in raising temperatures. The two mechanisms could complement each other, possibly offering a swift means of liberating the Earth from its icy grip. However, it was evident that these mirrors were not ordinary. They must have integrated advanced technologies from various fields. Moreover, the quantity required was substantial, which explained the necessity of utilizing space planes for transportation. Due to the immense demand, the risk of failure was considerable. Liu Kai thus genuinely comprehended the overarching concept of the Earth-Thawing Initiative. He nodded in agreement, remarking, "What a bold proposition. Was this jointly proposed by several nations?" Qin Luofei affirmed, "Indeed, it was a collaborative effort among scientists from several major powers. Unfortunately, during the inaugural test flight, an incident occurred. The spaceplane disintegrated upon re-entering the atmosphere, with debris falling into the forest west of Hanpu City. Do you know the cause of the disintegration?" Liu Kai inquired. Qin Luofei shrugged. "No, at that moment, The aircraft was in an area where communication was impossible, so we can only analyze the wreckage afterward. It's also perplexing how those damned invaders managed to find the black box before us. If it weren't for the total lockdown, they would have slipped away long ago. Suddenly, Liu Kai sensed an illogical aspect to the situation. Wait a moment. The experimental data within the black box is crucial. But isn't the invader nation also a member of the joint research team? Once we retrieve the data, it will be shared. Why are they in such a hurry? Qin Luofei scoffed. Because we are not naive. We would only share information related to the installation of the mirrors, not any other flight data. With this, she subtly puffed out her chest, her tone tinged with pride. I won't claim expertise in all areas, but when it comes to spaceplane technology, our nation leads the world. Liu Kai then connected the dots. Moreover, the test flight mission is not a one-off deal. Qin Luofei nodded. Precisely. Even if this data is compromised, there will be subsequent test flights, which will not significantly affect the overall thawing initiative. Now, the logic was clear. The invader nation and its American counterpart have been clamoring for spaceplanes for over 2 decades. Yet, the critical rotating detonation ramjet engine remained at the prototype stage, let alone the high-performance specialized coatings. Originally, when the cold wave first descended, the traitor Huey had intended to steal the paint samples, only to be thwarted by Liu Kai, who swiftly seized the opportunity, leading to a failed mission. In contrast, Huawei had successfully completed the maiden flight of its first aerospace aircraft 5 years ago. A conversation allowed Liu Kai to uncover numerous secrets. Yet it appeared that the black box incident was not related to the mutual assistance meeting. Therefore, he felt little interest and refrained from further inquiries. He reached out to touch the cold weather gear beside the campfire, which had completely dried. It was now evening, with darkness enveloping the surroundings, making it an opportune moment to investigate the nuclear power plant. Liu Kai stood up, stretched lazily, and brushed off the ashes from his clothes. He turned to Qin Luofei and inquired, "Did you drive here?" To his surprise, Qin Luofei shook her head. "I walked here." In disbelief, Liu Kai exclaimed, "You walked 90 kilometers from the provincial capital to here." Seemingly incensed by Liu Kai's reaction, Qin Luofei furrowed her brows and waved her fist in dissatisfaction. "Who do you look down upon? When I was in the special forces, traversing 100 kilometers through dense jungle was a mere trifle." Liu Kai was taken aback but did not doubt her words, recalling the bullet-wound scar on her right shoulder. Moreover, her previous decisive command during operations indicated she was no mere academic officer untouched by the ravages of war. "Very well, goddess of war Qin, I must take my leave. You are not in the best condition. It would be prudent to call someone to escort you back." "You're leaving?" Qin Luofei stood up with some difficulty, her excitement palpable. "You are going to the nuclear power plant, right? Take me with you. It would be more convenient for me to act alone, especially since you are still unwell." "You should return to the provincial capital," Liu Kai replied, turning towards the snowmobile. However, Qin Luofei stubbornly tugged at his clothing, her eyes misty and vulnerable. "Little Liu, can you bear to leave me all alone here? What if I am devoured by wolves? You are the goddess of war Qin. Are you afraid of mere wolves?" Liu Kai slowly extricated his clothing from her grasp. Yet, he reconsidered, realizing it would indeed be dangerous to leave her alone, especially since he had not seen her sidearm when he rescued her from the hotel earlier that day. Liu Kai inwardly scoffed. Did this woman forget her sidearm as if it were a programmed setting? Thus, he went behind the tent and quietly retrieved a large backpack from his storage space. Returning to the campfire, he opened the backpack in front of Qin Luofei, who watched with curiosity. Inside were a Japanese SFP-9 pistol, a domestic CS-LS-7 submachine gun, 2 M84 flashbangs, several fully loaded spare magazines, a set of bulletproof vest and helmet, as well as several packs of compressed biscuits, jerky, and potent cold medicine. "I understand you have concerns about the situation above. If you truly do not wish to call for assistance, then you must make your way back alone. These supplies are for your protection," Liu Kai stated. He had acquired a plethora of weapons and equipment, so parting with these items was of little consequence to him. Qin Luofei stood wide-eyed, astonished at the plethora of items crammed within the backpack. She remained blissfully unaware that Liu Kai was exceptionally affluent in terms of resources, nor did she comprehend the concept of storage space. She initially assumed that Liu Kai had relinquished all his weapons to her. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, accompanied by a fleeting emotion known as gratitude. Yet, instinctively, she found herself protesting. "No, Liu Kai, what will you do if you've given me all your weapons? Don't you need them? If that is the case, I simply cannot accept them." Observing Qin Luofei's perplexed expression, he could not help but chuckle. "It's just a jest. Rest assured and take them. I have plenty more." With that, he chose not to linger any longer. He mounted his snowmobile and departed with effortless grace. "Take care of yourself. Feel free to reach out if anything arises." Chapter 156, Infiltration, Are there monkeys in the nuclear power plant? The biting wind howled as Liu Kai sped southward on his motorcycle. He suddenly felt that vehicles were even rarer than firearms. Previously, he had gifted a dilapidated motorcycle to Su Chi-feng, while a four-wheeled snowmobile had been overturned and exploded by a foolish dog. The last snowmobile had been equipped with a tracking device, quietly resting in the garage to avoid detection. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to provide Qin Luofei with another. Meanwhile, atop Nirvana Mountain, Qin Luofei silently gazed at Liu Kai's departing figure. She had no intention of contacting anyone for assistance, nor would she stealthily follow Liu Kai to the nuclear power plant in her ailing state. There was still one more crucial destination to reach. Clenching her trembling fists, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. Hampa City was nearly 30 kilometers from the nuclear power plant. Yet it took Liu Kai almost 2 hours to arrive in the vicinity. He believed he had a fair understanding of the plant's defenses, but he had gravely underestimated them. The nuclear power plant was constructed on a flat coastal alluvial plain, isolated from human habitation, within a 10-kilometer radius. There were no tall buildings, and even the trees were sparse. Starting 5 kilometers from the plant, the area was densely populated with unmanned infrared sentries. Liu Kai had initially planned to charge in on his snowmobile, but the extraordinary level of defense caught him off guard. Fortunately, his exoskeleton smart glasses issued a timely warning, forcing him to dismount and proceed on foot. He had to leap, detour, and even teleport to evade the multitude of sentries. Furthermore, within a 1-kilometer radius of the plant, numerous tall observation towers loomed, where armed soldiers vigilantly maneuvered searchlights back and forth. With almost no obstacles for cover in the vicinity, Liu Kai found his infiltration efforts to be exceedingly challenging. The nuclear power plant was surrounded by a formidable iron fence, its interior brightly illuminated, with bright white lights illuminating the fence at regular intervals. A greater number of soldiers, armed and alert, patrolled in squads of 10, accompanied by tightly wrapped military dogs. Occasionally, various vehicles entered through the main gate without manual inspection, passing directly through X-ray scans. Even a fly hidden within a tire would be easily detected. This display left Liu Kai dumbfounded. Armored vehicles and helicopters were one thing, but the sheer number of rare military dogs was astonishing. Yet, alongside his astonishment, a profound curiosity began to stir within him. If such a large force was stationed here, what business did the Darwinian biological group have? Moreover, if this group was indeed stealing electricity, how did they manage to evade detection by the military? The secrets lay within. With intense focus, Liu Kai scrutinized the nuclear power plant, contemplating how to blend in. Hiding in a vehicle was impractical, and he had no idea when another might arrive. The coverage of the white lights on the iron fence was extensive, making instantaneous movement from the ground unreliable. The ground was frozen solid, rendering tunneling a far-fetched idea. Ultimately, Liu Kai resolved to employ a strategy of diversion. Once the plan was established, there was no time to waste. Immediately, I retrieved an old crossbow and an Mk3A2 grenade from the storage space. I wound the crossbow's mechanism and raised it with my right hand, aiming at a light fixture on the iron railing ahead. In my left hand, I held the grenade, biting down on the safety pin. With a swift motion, I hurled the grenade towards the distant gate. The strength of the exoskeleton was formidable, even at a distance of approximately 200 meters. The grenade landed accurately about 5 meters in front of the gate. The sound of the grenade hitting the ground was unmistakable. The dozen or so soldiers stationed at the gate reacted swiftly, raising their weapons in the direction of the noise. Yet, the next moment, a thunderous explosion illuminated the night sky, accompanied by a deafening blast that reverberated around the desolate nuclear power plant. This type of grenade lacked shrapnel and had a mere 2-meter kill radius, but the brilliance of the explosion was immense. Such a commotion captured the attention of the majority of patrolling soldiers, who converged towards the gate. The searchlights atop the surrounding watchtowers instinctively turned in this direction, creating a cacophony at the nuclear power station's entrance. Hidden in the shadows, I decisively pulled the trigger of the crossbow. The bolt sliced through the air silently, striking the light fixture on the railing in an instant. The area surrounding that section of the railing was engulfed in darkness. Seizing the opportunity, I retracted the crossbow and, after a fleeting moment of gathering strength, surged forward. The ice beneath my feet fractured into a web of cracks as I dashed towards the railing with the agility of a panther, covering the 200 meters in a mere 5 seconds. In a flash, I slipped through the railing, maintaining my speed as I charged towards a low building of uncertain purpose. It was at this moment that the nuclear power station erupted into a blaring alarm, with red lights flashing in every corner. Almost immediately, the whir of propellers filled the air as dozens of drones took flight. Witnessing this, I felt a sense of relief wash over me, for the attention of the guards was now entirely focused on the gate. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, I once again slipped into the partially ice-enshrouded structure before me. Inside the dimly lit building, the floor was lined with a series of stout iron pipes, presumably steam conduits. This place was ideal for concealment, and I quickly found a dark corner to crouch down. Concentrating my mind, I unleashed my unparalleled scanning technique, revealing the spatial structure within a 400-meter radius in my mind, including the nuclear power plant's most vital area, the reactor. However, this scan left me momentarily dumbfounded. I clearly observed that the reactor's heavy lead shielding, designed to contain radiation, bore cracks of damage. Without the need for testing, I knew that the vicinity of the reactor was likely saturated with radiation. Even more concerning was the fact that this apparatus was notoriously difficult to repair, with no signs of prior restoration evident. It appears that the nuclear power plant has been operating under duress for an extended period. The reactor chamber's radiation levels have soared. Thus, there are naturally no personnel patrolling within. However, within the radiation control room situated above the reactor, there are 5 individuals. Liu Kai immediately discerned that these 5 were not official personnel, as they donned identical black thermal suits, adorned with a peculiar logo on their chests and backs. The logo depicted 2 creatures, one, a common giraffe, and the other, the long-extinct chelan, which is the ancient ancestor of the giraffe. This unmistakably represented the emblem of the biological group of natural selection. Yet, the presence of this enigmatic group within the nuclear facility is not the most astonishing aspect. Rather, it is the very reason for their presence here. Given the intricate operational protocols of the nuclear power plant, even with the majority of functions controlled by AI, a considerable number of staff members are still required to ensure its seamless operation. The damaged reactor has resulted in excessive radiation levels in the vicinity, rendering it unsuitable for human work. Even those clad in radiation suits cannot remain for extended periods. Curiously, it is not humans who are currently scurrying around near the reactor, ensuring the plant's efficient functioning, but rather, a troop of monkeys. Chapter 157, Discovery of Secrets, Server Room. The species of monkeys present was quite common, and Liu Kai was well acquainted with them. They were the ideal variety for scientific experimentation, the crab-eating macaque. Upon witnessing the absurd scene before him, Liu Kai's jaw dropped in astonishment. These monkeys exhibited remarkable coordination, remaining silent and orderly, performing human tasks with astonishing precision. The root of this extraordinary phenomenon lay in the peculiar iron rings affixed to each monkey's head, reminiscent of the tightening headband worn by Sun Wukong. The rings flickered with light, connected to a metallic rod securely embedded in the monkey's occipital region. It was evident at a glance that this contraption was designed to control the animal's movements. Inside the radiation-proof control room, 5 individuals were engaged, each wielding a tablet, seemingly orchestrating the actions of the monkeys with methodical precision. Additionally, the 2 trucks that had previously entered the nuclear power plant were also holding many more anesthetized monkeys adorned with similar iron rings, presumably waiting to replace the ones that would succumb to radiation near the reactor. At this moment, Liu Kai suddenly grasped much of the situation. He understood why the authorities would permit the evolutionary biology group to operate in this location. The provincial capital, Rome City, could not afford a power outage. The high-tech research facility nestled within the mountains to the west of Rome City also required a continuous power supply. Hence, the nuclear power plant, even in a compromised state, had to remain operational. However, it could not sacrifice human soldiers' lives for electricity. Therefore, controllable experimental monkeys became an optimal, if not the only, choice. Currently, the evolutionary biology group occupied the heart of the nuclear power station. The prospect of siphoning off a portion of electricity to supply other locations seemed alarmingly simple. Just as Liu Kai believed he had unraveled the mystery, he sensed an unsettling anomaly. It was the monkeys' brains. They appeared to be inundated with an excessive amount of blood. An alarming situation indeed. All the monkeys exhibited symptoms of an abnormal influx of blood to their brains. Liu Kai's expression darkened. This could only indicate 2 possibilities. Either the monkeys collectively suffered from hypertension, which was evidently not the case, or there remained but one alternative. This group of monkeys was infected with that mysterious, virulent virus. At this realization, Liu Kai's heart raced. He suddenly recalled the virus expert, Zhu Min, who had recently appeared disheveled from sleepless nights. Just yesterday morning, he had inadvertently heard Zhu mention that the virus seemed to exhibit tendencies towards infecting humans. If these primates, sharing a lineage with humans, had already fallen victim, how far could humanity be from the same fate? Could this truly escalate into a biological crisis? No, it couldn't be. Could this virus have been engineered by the evolutionary biology group? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. It appeared that the iron rings on the monkeys' heads served not only to issue commands, but also to suppress any violent impulses within the animals. Unbeknownst to Liu Kai, his assumptions were in stark contrast to the truth. A tempest of thoughts continued to swirl in his mind. If the virus was indeed the product of this group, what could their ultimate goal be? To control all of humanity and, perhaps, even dominate the animal kingdom worldwide? Alas, a gathering of lunatics. It appears that the authorities remain oblivious to these circumstances. The reasoning behind this assertion lies in the gaze of these primates. Their brains may be engorged, yet their eyes exhibit no signs of the bloodshot condition characteristic of other virus-infected creatures. This undoubtedly possesses a potent deceptive quality. Were it not for the presence of scanning technology, Liu Kai might have been unable to discern any anomalies. The scanning process was but a fleeting moment, during which the entire nuclear power station remained on high alert. Liu Kai also observed numerous soldiers hastening towards the entrance of the radiation control room, presumably to bolster the protective measures. His earlier musings were merely conjectures. He required concrete evidence, the power supply data from the nuclear facility. A reckless intrusion was out of the question, yet he was fortunate to possess extraordinary exoskeletal smart glasses, much like the remarkable electronic device adorning Qin Luofei's chest. These glasses had the capability to extract data. However, Liu Kai did not intend to rouse suspicion at the radiation-laden reactor. Instead, his focus was directed towards the server room. The entire nuclear power station was replete with surveillance cameras, yet the recent scan had provided him with a comprehensive understanding of the layout, revealing that there were indeed blind spots, particularly advantageous for someone as elusive as Liu Kai. To avoid revealing any scent that might alert the military dogs, he donned his exoskeletal helmet and activated the fully sealed emergency oxygen mode. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swirled within the low building, and Liu Kai's form vanished in an instant. Neither man nor beast could perceive the spectral figure deftly navigating through the shadows. This phantasmal presence evaded the watchful eyes of cameras, sentinels, and walls as if they were mere illusions. With a few deft maneuvers, he effortlessly slipped into the cargo hold of a truck laden with monkeys. Without uttering a word, Liu Kai seized 2 anesthetized monkeys and stowed them away in his storage compartment, simultaneously appropriating a futuristic translucent control tablet. He vanished once more. Merely 3 seconds later, he reappeared within the heavily guarded server room. Though the room was not particularly spacious, it too harbored its own blind spots. At that moment, Liu Kai crouched low behind a towering server rack, successfully evading the camera's gaze. He lifted his helmet, removed the smart glasses, and unveiled a connector from within the glass's leg. Randomly selecting a server module's port, he inserted the connector and commanded the smart glasses to search for and copy the power supply data. Unbeknownst to Liu Kai, the server's firewall was remarkably vigilant. At the very moment the glasses initiated their intrusion into the system, the previously tranquil server room erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Simultaneously, chaos ensued in the control room situated above the reactor. The 5 members of the bioselection group, who were originally managing the monkeys, were suddenly confronted with a computer screen wildly flashing with garbled text. Despite their frantic efforts yielding no results, they surmised that the system had likely been breached and data was in the process of being compromised. They hastily opened the control room door and called out for assistance from the guards outside. However, there was no need for their alarm. The nuclear power station security measures were exceptionally robust. At the very moment the server emitted an alarm, a team of computer experts initiated a technical interception. Simultaneously, several patrol squads of 10 swiftly converged from various directions towards the server room. Time was of the essence for the smart glasses, yet within mere seconds, not even a firewall had been breached. As the scans revealed the patrol teams drawing ever closer, anxiety welled up within Liu Kai. Before long, the patrol squads reached the entrance of the server room, poised to burst through the door at any moment. Liu Kai realized that hesitation was no longer an option. Resolutely, he steeled himself. The spatial ability was activated. Suddenly, the surveillance cameras hanging in the 4 corners of the server room emitted a blinding spark, instantly rendering them inoperative. Following this, he retrieved 2 steel rods from the storage space and secured the server room door firmly. Just then, a distinct sound of the lock mechanism disengaging echoed from the door. Chapter 158, Departing with Composure, the location of the gold mine as the lock cylinder sprang open. The door was suddenly thrust inward from the outside. Fortunately, the other end of the steel pipe was firmly anchored to the floor, causing the door to merely tremble without yielding. Outside the control room, a cacophony of voices arose, seemingly inquiring about the situation with the one who sought entry. Bang! Bang! The cacophony did not persist for long, as a more intense banging resounded. The entire server room trembled slightly, with dust cascading from the ceiling. Fortunately, at that moment, the smart glasses successfully navigated the firewall, uncovering the deeply concealed power supply data. The countdown for the data transfer stood at 10 seconds. Liu Kai could not help but exhale in relief. 10 seconds would suffice. However, before he could bask in his moment of joy, The external scene once again took him by surprise. A piercing, jarring sound suddenly reverberated throughout the server room. It was the unmistakable noise of a chainsaw. The door of the server room was not particularly thick and was swiftly breached, creating a narrow slit. Intense, brilliant sparks surged through the gap, revealing the rapidly spinning teeth of the saw. Liu Kai understood that he had to halt the cutting process. In a moment of inspiration, a clever idea struck him. Cut. Once more, the spatial ability is wielded, slicing through the serrated edge. Crack. Bang. The saw blade shattered instantaneously, fragments scattering in all directions. While the remaining portion remained firmly lodged against the door of the machine room, immovable. Outside, a cacophony erupted once more. This maneuver had successfully garnered ample time, and the smart glasses finally signaled the completion of the data transfer. Liu Kai exhaled in relief, deftly stowing away the 2 iron pipes that had obstructed the door. He then sprinted back to the server module and removed the smart glasses. Whoosh. Bang. At the very moment his silhouette vanished into the control room, the grand door was suddenly thrust open by an immense force. This was the combined effort of several robust warriors launching a coordinated assault. However, this time, the door was bereft of the steel pipe's obstruction. The warriors, in their fervor, lost their balance and tumbled to the ground with a series of thuds. Yet, as they scrambled to their feet, brandishing their weapons, they turned the entire control room upside down. Apart from discovering friction marks on the floor left by the steel pipe and the inexplicable damage to the surveillance cameras, they found no trace of human presence. Not even an ant could be seen. After all, Liu Kai adhered to a principle of prudence. Before his departure, he did not forget to stir the winds using his storage space, causing the dust on the control room floor to swirl, erasing any remaining footprints. This bizarre intrusion quickly became a tale recounted among the soldiers, eventually morphing into an unsolved mystery of supernatural phenomena. From the moment he arrived at the nuclear power station, creating a diversion with grenades, to successfully acquiring the data and making a composed retreat, the entire sequence transpired within a mere 2 minutes. The alarms of the nuclear power station had yet to cease, and chaos reigned supreme. Liu Kai retraced his steps to a safe distance, not once glancing back, and swiftly mounted his snowmobile to make his escape. The disorder and clamor were left behind, and ahead lay an expanse of enveloping darkness and silence. To conceal his movements, he refrained from activating the snowmobile's headlights throughout his journey. The smart glasses remained tirelessly engaged, continuously analyzing the recently acquired data. Despite the multiple layers of encryption, the absence of firewall protection rendered it inert, leaving only the intelligent eyewear to meticulously unravel its contents. Upon Liu Kai's return to the urban expanse of Fohai City, the data analysis finally reached its conclusion. The familiar power supply range map reappeared before him in a virtual reality format. A curious discovery unfolded. There was indeed something amiss in a particular area. Fohai City is bisected by the Feng River, with its estuary being exceptionally wide, home to a crescent-shaped island known as Falling Star Island. It was here that the power supply data from the nuclear power plant exhibited anomalies over the past month. This island lies in close proximity to the No. 3 offshore drilling platform and the military-occupied oil refinery. Such a nefarious site lurked beneath the very noses of the authorities. Liu Kai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Furthermore, the analyzed power supply data aligned closely with the military intelligence he had uncovered. 15% of the electricity was allocated to Fohai City, 35% to the provincial capital, Rongqing, while the remaining 50% was directed to a research facility nestled deep within the mountains. These figures were rounded estimates. Daily power consumption experienced minute fluctuations. Yet the electricity supplied to Falling Star Island consistently stabilized around 0. 2. This seemingly negligible quantity was cleverly disguised in the official reports as line losses. The fabrication of these accounts was executed with remarkable skill. Under the pretext of cold wave impacts and reactor damage, certain parameters of the transmission lines were adjusted, resulting in artificially inflated loss figures. Astonishingly, this ruse had gone unnoticed for such an extended period. Fortunately, the intelligent glasses excelled, keenly identifying the discrepancies and restoring the original data, despite being a mere 0. 2. This amount was alarmingly sufficient to support the consumption of a superlarge city powered by a nuclear plant. It could undoubtedly sustain the lavish expenditures described by Qin Luofei regarding the stadium. The location had been pinpointed. Liu Kai recalled Qin Luofei's deployment of satellites, which had thoroughly scoured Fohai City, yielding no results, and her subsequent 3 hypotheses. First, the stadium was not located within Fohai City, eliminating that possibility. Second, the manipulation of satellite data by internal officials was also largely dismissible. The final hypothesis suggested that the stadium was constructed underground, shielded by ice and earth, thereby isolating it from thermal dissipation. Having gathered sufficient clues, Liu Kai was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, it was not yet midnight. It was likely the opportune moment for the unfolding drama within the cavernous lair. Liu Kai, known for his decisive nature, promptly redirected his snowmobile northward. Although Falling Star Island lay to the southeast, even at night, the cautious Liu Kai preferred to avoid the northern district of the city. He planned to take a wide detour, approaching the island from the eastern sea. After a long and arduous journey, the snowmobile's battery was nearly depleted. After a series of detours, the vehicle finally succumbed to the icy terrain just off the eastern edge of Falling Star Island. Unlike the undulating land, the frozen sea was a vast expanse of flatness. Liu Kai had no intention of boldly riding his vehicle directly onto the island. In fact, he did not even plan to stroll over with an air of confidence. Securing the snowmobile, he activated the fully enclosed mode of his exoskeleton once more. With a surge of energy, he executed a swift teleportation, penetrating nearly 10 meters of ice to enter the frigid waters below, allowing gravity to guide him down to the ocean floor. Stepping upon the soft silt, he advanced steadily forward. Liu Kai's decision was undoubtedly prudent. In such perilous locales, one could scarcely expect to find them unguarded. The island's elevation was modest, almost entirely submerged beneath the rising icy snow. Yet, at its highest point, a tower loomed. Shrouded in darkness, equipped with telescopes, 3 sentinels took turns vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Alas, no matter how alert the watchtower remained, it could not perceive the figure concealed beneath the waves, swiftly approaching. Liu Kai had now reached the boundary where the ice met the seabed, officially setting foot upon this island. Chapter 159. Gathering evidence. Was Zhong Linyu back at the military district? As per the usual protocol, scanning the terrain was imperative. This small island, with its modest expanse, had a maximum length of no more than 1 kilometer. Thus, in Liu Kai's perception, both the elevated watchtowers and the subterranean structures stood out like torches in the night. At that moment, Liu Kai witnessed those heart-stirring images with profound clarity. Although he had heard descriptions of this place in Qin Luofei's videos, the visceral experience ignited a simmering anger within him, fueled by the striking scenes before him. Poppies, narcotics, forced labor, innocent boys and girls, women. Observing those individuals, entranced by indulgence, wearing brazen smiles as they savagely humiliated their fellow beings, Liu Kai found some faces eerily familiar. While he could not name them or identify their statuses, they were undoubtedly prominent figures frequently seen in the public eye, either high-ranking officials or wealthy magnates. Concealed beneath the water, Liu Kai silently observed the unfolding chaos. Regardless of how the world transformed, there would always be a faction that thrived atop another, reveling in their dominion, perhaps unwilling to relinquish their past positions of power. It seemed that only through the relentless oppression and humiliation of others could they continue to satiate their own arrogance and superiority. Despite the tumult of emotions surging within him, Liu Kai merely suppressed his anger, choosing to watch with a detached demeanor. He had little inclination to offer assistance, let alone provoke further complications by recklessly intervening. At present, his priority lay in swiftly collecting evidence and subsequently relaying the newly acquired information to the authorities. It was essential for the officials to orchestrate a comprehensive plan to dismantle every link in this nefarious chain. Steeling himself, Liu Kai teleported once more, reappearing atop the icy surface. He certainly would not be foolish enough to enter through the main entrance of the watchtower's pipeline. Instead, he deftly navigated his way to a concealed ventilation duct. Fortunately, the ample underground space necessitated a supply of fresh air, allowing for generously sized ventilation shafts. However, Liu Kai was acutely aware of their limited load-bearing capacity. Thus, he opted to shed his powered exoskeleton in favor of a lighter, insulated suit, leaving only his smart glasses firmly in place on his face. Even so, a sense of trepidation lingered within him, since consuming the serpent's egg to enhance his physique. His weight had surged dramatically. Yet, no better alternatives presented themselves at that moment. Hunched over, he squeezed into the duct, alternating between walking and teleportation to deftly avoid layers of dust nets and exhaust fans. Following the mental map he had scanned, he made precise turns at each junction. Thanks to his absolute mastery over his physical form, the entire crawling process, while swift, generated minimal vibrations within the duct, producing not a whisper of unnecessary noise. Upon reaching the cultivation area, he commanded his smart glasses to zoom in and capture photographs, meticulously documenting the heaters, cultivated grains, and poppy plants below without missing a single detail. The next phase involved the production area and the pleasure zone. Once again, the abhorrent scenes of drug production and the exploitation of innocent children were captured in their entirety. The final image was the most crucial one. Indeed, Ma Yongxing was present. It seems that the snow vehicle, equipped with a tracker, had remained in the garage, allowing him to lower his guard. Liu Kai's spatial abilities exceeded the comprehension of ordinary humanity. Even the most impenetrable defenses, so strict that not even a fly could penetrate, became as trivial as stepping on solid ground before him. His only drawback was that the constant use of teleportation and scanning drained his stamina. Hunger gnawed at him. Yet the process of clandestinely gathering evidence unfolded with remarkable ease. After replenishing his energy, Liu Kai once again focused his mind and activated his teleportation, arriving in a dimly lit area that was out of sight. This time, he had procured vital intelligence for the authorities, and he was to claim his rightful reward, a staggering 6 tons of gold bars. Meanwhile, the oblivious wealthy individuals outside, lost in their revelries, remained unaware that the gold bars securely locked in their robust safes had vanished without a trace. These bars were originally intended as reserves for the aftermath of the cold wave, but now they found themselves bankrupt overnight. Liu Kai slipped in like a specter, silently infiltrating and vanishing like a whisper in the wind. Upon safely returning to the outside world, he felt a swell of admiration for his own skills. It was a shame he wasn't in the espionage business. Learning from the previous incident involving the deletion of Qin Luofei's video, Liu Kai refrained from transferring the footage captured by his smart glasses to the military's tablet. Instead, he opted for the most secure method, retrieving a pristine USB drive from his storage space. No matter how adept a hacker might be, they could not possibly infiltrate a drive that was incapable of connecting to the internet. At this juncture, Liu Kai believed he had conducted his investigation to the fullest extent. He felt he had not betrayed the inexplicable trust placed in him by Qin Luofei, nor had he betrayed the remnants of his own conscience. Now, all that remained was to deliver the materials to Zhong Linyu, after which he could return to the tranquil mining operations in Guangming town. With this thought, Liu Kai's spirits lifted considerably. As the gold bars were consumed by his storage space, his body began to strengthen once more, while his stamina rapidly restored. To ensure safety, he donned his exoskeleton and teleported into the sea. After walking along the seabed for about 10 minutes, he finally set foot on the land of Fohai City. Looking up, he spotted the brightly lit military oil refinery not far away, whose signal station had benefited from the illumination, maintaining a steady signal. After some contemplation, Liu Kai decided to reach out to Zhong Linyu. However, upon dialing the number, he was once again met with a system notification. A frown creased Liu Kai's brow in confusion. It was not a dead phone. Rather, it was out of service range. This suggested that Zhong Linyu was not in the vicinity of the refinery. Could it be that this officer was personally leading a mission at this late hour? With a mindset of trying his luck, Liu Kai reached out to his second acquaintance. Fortunately, Yu Dalong had always proven reliable. He could be contacted at any time. Captain Yu, you're still awake? Liu Kai inquired as the call connected, and Yu Dalong's voice came through distinctly alert. Brother Liu, I have yet to sleep. Are you near the oil refinery? The entirety of Fohai City is devoid of power at night, save for the vicinity of the refinery. Thus, he deduced that Liu Kai must be nearby. Indeed, I initially intended to seek out Advisor Zhang, but was unable to reach him. How unfortunate. Advisor Zhang departed by plane just half an hour ago, apparently summoned back to the military district. Returning at this hour? I have heard that there is an issue at the nuclear power station in the northern suburbs, and a mission needs to be assigned. Liu Kai was taken aback upon hearing this. The nuclear power station? Could it be that the incident was triggered by his infiltration? He had originally planned to personally hand over the materials to Zhong Linyu, only to discover that he was absent. However, having Yu Dalong relay the information is also a commendable alternative. I see. Is expert Zhu Xiaoman present? Old Zhu is here. Do you wish to come over? That would be splendid. Please kindly invite expert Zhu, and prepare a computer as well. I have something of great importance to share with you. Observing Liu Kai's urgency, Yu Dalong could not help but entertain a suspicion. Could it be that new evidence has been uncovered? Speculation is futile. He promptly dispatched someone to summon Zhu Xiaoman while he himself hurried to the entrance of the oil refinery, eagerly awaiting Liu Kai's arrival. Chapter 160. Action Review and Intelligence Handover. Zhu Xiaoman's research appeared to be progressing poorly, his disheveled hair reflecting his turmoil. Upon hearing that Liu Kai was approaching with something for him, his weary eyes brightened with anticipation. He genuinely required additional live specimens for his studies. Consequently, he declined the arrangement to wait in the conference room and hurried to the entrance of the refinery, joining Yu Dalong. The outdoor wind howled fiercely. Yu Dalong, concerned, attempted to persuade Zhu Xiaoman to wait inside the office building. However, Zhu Xiaoman, indifferent, fixated eagerly on the enveloping darkness outside. Soon, a rustling sound emerged from the shadows, and Liu Kai stepped forth, striding purposefully towards the refinery, 2 iron cages trailing behind him, scraping against the icy ground. Observing this, Yu Dalong rushed forward to assist with the cages. Brother Liu, let me help you, he offered. Liu Kai waved him off. No need, let's get inside quickly. Upon reaching the refinery entrance, Liu Kai was taken aback by Zhu Qiaomin's appearance. Expert Zhu, you look even more haggard than yesterday. Have you not slept for days? Alas, how could I sleep? Zhu Qiaomin sighed, his expression one of weariness, before glancing at the cages Liu Kai had brought. Where did you capture these two crab-eating macaques? Lowering his voice, Liu Kai replied, I suspect these monkeys might be infected with that virus. What? Zhu Qiaomin's voice involuntarily rose in pitch, but he quickly regained composure. Asking in a trembling whisper, are you serious? His astonishment stemmed from the unexpected realization that the virus could infect primates. What he had speculated yesterday about the virus having a tendency to infect humans was merely conjecture. Now, if Liu Kai's suspicion proved accurate, it would indeed signify dire news. Liu Kai nodded. Let's find a quiet place to discuss this further. Yu Dalong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, instructed the other team members to disperse. Leading only Liu Kai and Zhu Qiaomin into a secluded workshop, the heavy door was shut, muffling the howling wind outside. The two monkeys remained in a state of unconsciousness. Liu Kai wasted no time, retrieving a translucent tablet used to control the monkeys from his pocket. However, before he could speak, Zhu Qiaomin's keen eyes had already spotted the logo on the tablet. Xiao Lu, ISNT this from the survival of the fittest biological group. Where did you acquire it? Hesitant, Liu Kai pondered whether to divulge this information. His initial intention had been solely to inform Zhu Qiaomin about the monkey's apparent infection and the fact that they could be controlled by this special device. As for the survival of the fittest biological group and additional matters, he was uncertain if Zhu Qiaomin had the clearance to know. Yu Dalong, perceptive to Liu Kai's hesitation, quickly interjected, Brother Liu, feel free to speak. Elder Zhu is here on a special mission and possesses high clearance. Reassured by this explanation, Liu Kai finally relaxed. Immediately, he retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and plugged it into the laptop brought by Yu Dalong. Initially, I intended to communicate directly with Advisor Zhang. But as he was absent, I kindly request that you relay this message to him upon his return. Yu Dalong confidently patted his chest and nodded, assuring me, no problem. In truth, this matter requires us to hark back to Secretary Qin. Liu Kai, integrating the computer data, eloquently narrated the meticulously prepared script. He began with a startling hypothesis. Ji Zihan and the marine expert Song Yuming, who appeared during the salvage operation of the ray weapon, may very well be half-brothers. Ignoring the astonishment of the two, Liu Kai continued his exposition. Next, he addressed the incident involving the undercover agent assigned by Qin Luofei, whose video was mysteriously deleted, as well as the power supply data collected by Yu Dalong. Both of these matters were within the two men's knowledge, hence they exhibited no signs of surprise. However, as Liu Kai gradually delved into the intelligence provided by the informants, Wang Ning and Su Qingfeng, their expressions began to shift. They had encountered a certain term, nuclear power station. Subsequently, Liu Kai skipped over the rescue of Qin Luofei in Hanpu City and proceeded to the next segment. He briefly recounted his observations at the nuclear power station, revealing that the monkey had been illicitly extracted from there. Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin exchanged a shocked glance, then simultaneously whispered, "It's indeed you." They finally grasped why Zhong Linyu had been summoned overnight. The culprit was right before their eyes. "Shoo, do not shout. The matter isn't over yet," Yu Dalong interjected, his lips twitching. "Please, continue." Liu Kai gestured towards the still anesthetized monkey in the cage, directing his gaze to Zhu Xiaomin. "Old Zhu, I now have reason to believe that the mysterious virus was concocted by the survival of the fittest biological group." Zhu Xiaomin furrowed his brow, responding, "Understood. I will study the virus and report this matter to the higher authorities." Liu Kai nodded slightly, maneuvering the mouse to open the final folder on the USB drive. This time, he refrained from speaking, allowing the photos and videos on the computer to transition automatically. Yu Dalong and his companion required no introduction. They were instantly captivated by the content. Even having witnessed it once before, Liu Kai still felt an intense fury at certain images. For Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin, who were only acquainted with the accounts relayed by Qin Luofei, seeing it firsthand was overwhelmingly impactful. As the final frame of the last video concluded, the already silent factory became even more hushed. Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin, both seasoned in combat and familiar with the harsh realities of life and death, did not succumb to rage-fueled outbursts. Instead, their tightly clenched fists and slightly twitching eyelids silently revealed the tumultuous emotions within them. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly oppressive. After a brief moment, Liu Kai observed that the two had nearly absorbed the information. He then placed a reassuring hand on Yu Dalong's shoulder, the first to shatter the oppressive silence. "Captain Yu, I have only managed to conduct this level of investigation, thereby fulfilling Secretary Qin's commission. Old Zhu, I fear you must toil a while longer in your studies. These two monkeys shall serve as my gift to you, no gold required." The two suppressed their rising indignation. each letting out a deep sigh and nodding resolutely at Liu Kai. Yet, Yu Dalong appeared somewhat embarrassed. Brother Liu, Secretary Qin initially asked me to assist you further, but it seems I was unable to offer much help. Look at the situation we find ourselves in. There is no need for such formality. As long as the matter can be resolved, that is sufficient. At that moment, Liu Kai felt an inexplicable weight lift from his heart. He promptly bid farewell to the two and prepared to depart. However, just then, a thunderous roar of helicopter engines suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Chapter 161. Interrogation and dispute. Upon hearing the sound of a helicopter, Liu Kai felt no sense of alarm. However, Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin were filled with curiosity. For only one helicopter had departed that day, the one that had returned Zhong Linyu to the military district. Could it be that Advisor Zhong had returned so early? Yu Dalong was the first to exit the workshop, hurrying towards the square just as the helicopter was landing. Indeed, it was Zhong Linyu, who was stepping off the aircraft with a stooped posture, his face darkened and furrowed, seemingly in a foul mood. Upon seeing Yu Dalong approach, he promptly commanded, "Captain Yu, please contact Liu Kai and have him come over tomorrow." Yu Dalong was taken aback that Zhong Linyu referred to Liu Kai by name rather than his title. Just as he was about to respond, Liu Kai's voice came from behind him. "No need to wait until tomorrow. I am available right now." As Liu Kai approached, Zhu Xiaomin followed closely behind. Zhong Linyu appeared somewhat surprised, but his frown deepened as he stepped directly in front of Liu Kai, locking eyes with him. "Advisor Liu, where were you at noon today?" Liu Kai understood the implication behind Zhong Linyu's inquiry and felt no inclination to conceal the truth. However, sensing the hostility in Zhong's tone, he felt a surge of irritation. With a dismissive glance, he replied coolly, "I was at Nirvana Mountain in Hanpu City. What guidance do you seek, Advisor Zhong?" "This afternoon, there was a military operation at Nirvana Mountain. May I ask, Advisor Liu, as a civilian, why were you not properly stationed in Fenghai City, but instead ventured to Nirvana Mountain?" Zhong Linyu's tone was accusatory, igniting Liu Kai's ire. He had no desire to offend the authorities, yet he would not tolerate being reprimanded like a subordinate. "As a citizen of Huagua, I possess the right to personal freedom. Where I choose to go is my own affair, and it is not within your purview to be concerned. Regarding the military operation, may I inquire if you issued any announcements? Did you establish a blockade? Set up a warning zone? Since none of these measures were taken, how was I to know you were conducting an operation? As if I were eager to participate in your affairs." Zhong Linyu's single remark was met with Liu Kai's retort of three. Infuriated, Zhong was left speechless. Yet Liu Kai, evidently not finished, interjected, "Moreover, Secretary Qin was also at the hotel at that time. Had I not promptly rescued her from beneath the enemy's nose, your missiles would have mistakenly struck friendly forces." He then shrugged in a self-effacing manner, adding, "No need to thank me." Liu Kai had not disclosed the events at Nirvana Mountain to Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin earlier. Upon hearing this revelation, both men were visibly taken aback, especially Zhu Xiaomin, who had a favorable impression of Qin Luofei. The notion that she had nearly been endangered by their own missiles altered his gaze towards Zhong Linyu, infusing it with an odd intensity. Unbeknownst to Zhong Linyu, he too was surprised by Liu Kai's words, yet he did not dismiss them as mere fabrications. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face, prompting him to shift the topic to dissipate the tension. "All right, setting aside Nirvana Mountain, how do you explain the breach at the nuclear power station this evening?" "I did it," Liu Kai boldly confessed, shedding any pretense. However, he was acutely aware that the act of invading the nuclear power plant could never be justified, inevitably leading to accusations of espionage. He took the liberty of using Qin Luofei as a shield, asserting that it was Secretary Qin who had authorized him to conduct the investigation, and he had indeed uncovered certain intelligence unknown to your officials. In truth, this statement held validity. Strictly speaking, it was indeed Qin Luofei who had enlisted his assistance in the investigation. Upon Liu Kai's acknowledgement, Zhong Linyu's expression darkened as he was about to voice his thoughts. At that moment, the fortuitous intervention of Yu Dalong emerged, who hastily whispered in Zhong Linyu's ear, succinctly summarizing the intelligence Liu Kai had discovered. Zhong Linyu's countenance shifted once more, culminating in a shocked glance towards Zhu Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin said nothing further, merely nodding slightly. Observing this, Liu Kai once again adopted a humble demeanor, stating, "No need for thanks." Zhong Linyu disregarded Liu Kai's mockery, bowing his head in contemplation for a while before finally masking all expressions from his face, his voice devoid of emotion. "Take me to see the monkeys." Within the factory, Zhong Linyu meticulously reviewed all the intelligence provided by Liu Kai, glancing at the two monkeys still in slumber. He then turned to Liu Kai and uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. "I apologize, Consultant Liu. It was my failure to grasp the situation earlier." Liu Kai, taken aback, raised an eyebrow, surprised that this seemingly unyielding individual had finally shown a semblance of understanding. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. I was merely acting on someone else's behalf, discreetly, without prior notice to you, Commander Zhang. Just as Liu Kai's perception of Zhang Linyu shifted. Believing him to be somewhat reasonable, he was unprepared for Zhang Linyu's subsequent remarks. With a shift in tone, Zhang Linyu continued. However, the confidential information regarding the nuclear power plant is classified as top secret, and your status as Consultant Liu does not qualify you as an official personnel. Thus, Secretary Qin's authorization for you is deemed invalid. Liu Kai was nearly taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Confused, he looked at Zhang Linyu, uncertain of his intentions. Consultant Liu, yesterday morning we discussed the topic of identity. I initially intended to grant you 3 days to respond, but it now appears imperative that you provide me with an immediate answer. As the current administrator of Fenghai City, I cannot tolerate the existence of such a peculiar entity, disorganized, undisciplined, acting at will. You can understand, can't you? Liu Kai realized that he had been kept waiting for this very moment. Anger surged within him, and he coldly scoffed. Ha! Disorganized and undisciplined? According to your discipline, when will the truth of this matter be uncovered? By your standards. Should Secretary Qin have been obliterated by a missile? By your standards, should the children and women in the gold mine have been subjected to assault? By your standards. Should we merely stand idly by as a virus wreaks havoc, ultimately infecting humanity? Commander Zhang, please enlighten me. Is this what you mean? Liu Kai was not genuinely concerned with uncovering the so-called truth. He merely sought to express his disdain for Zhang Linyu, using these arguments as a pretext to berate him. Yet, it was evident that Zhang Linyu was equally incensed. Unconsciously raising his voice, Liu Kai vehemently asserted, I have never advocated for the indulgence of wrongdoing. I merely wish to convey that discipline constitutes the fundamental boundary. He did not shy away from expressing his fury. To hell with boundaries. If we were to adhere strictly to your standards, perpetually reporting and awaiting orders, humanity would have perished long ago. Advisor Liu. I urge you to choose your words with care. Zhang Linyu bellowed in response. Any procedure or discipline that you deem redundant, convoluted, or even detrimental to efficiency has been forged through the blood and tears of our predecessors. Do you comprehend this? Without such disciplines, the toll would have been far greater. Each held their own convictions, at this moment standing at an impasse, refusing to yield. Beside them, Yu Dalong and Zhu Xiaomin remained silent, uncertain of what to say. The perspectives of Liu Kai and Zhang Linyu were not easily classified as right or wrong. Both possessed their own rationale. Yet each also exhibited a degree of extremity that could not be overlooked. Rigidly clinging to so-called rules without adaptability can lead to dire consequences, while allowing boundaries to be incessantly breached poses equally severe repercussions. Chapter 162, is Ji Zihan justly disavowing kinship? The rationale is indeed sound. Yet, both individuals are presently engulfed in their tempers, unable to reflect calmly upon these matters. Very well, Chief Zhang, I shall refrain from engaging in further debate with you. The title of consultant was never my desire. It was imposed upon me by your insistence, and now, due to your personal whims, you wish to retract it. Such capriciousness is hardly conducive to garnering respect. You may petition the higher-ups for its withdrawal, but to expect me to relinquish it willingly. Absolutely not possible. Liu Kai felt that their conversation was increasingly unproductive and, in a fit of frustration, declared his intent to leave. The bluntness of his words caused Zhang Linyu's chest to heave with indignation. As Liu Kai turned to exit through the door, Zhang Linyu, suppressing his anger, called out urgently, Wait. Liu Kai glanced back, his expression one of impatience. Oh, what further guidance does Chief Zhang have? Zhang Linyu took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Do you know how that video received by Secretary Qin was deleted? He did not keep Liu Kai in suspense, directly confessing, I was the one who facilitated its deletion. Liu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Before he could respond, Yu Dalong, standing nearby, exclaimed incredulously, What? Zhang Linyu cast a sidelong glance at him. Do not be so shocked, Captain Yu. Do you think I am unaware of your agreement with Secretary Qin? He then turned his attention back to Liu Kai. Did you believe I was oblivious to Secretary Qin's use of binary code to leave you the USB drive? That video was deleted by the hackers from the Mutual Aid Society, and I had intentionally disabled the military firewall's interception feature to allow them to succeed. Although Liu Kai was irked by Zhang Linyu, he had never doubted him. Now, upon hearing this candid admission, he began to grasp the underlying implications. Is this the intention of the higher-ups? Zhang Linyu nodded. Consultant Liu, being so astute, should be able to discern the higher-up strategy, correct? It is a matter of fishing. Indeed, we must cast a long line to catch the big fish. Secretary Qin is overly fixated on punishing the immediate evils, choosing to investigate from the bottom up. However, this is merely a superficial remedy. A thorough approach from top to bottom is necessary for a lasting solution. It cannot be denied that adhering to regulations may sometimes hinder efficiency, yet it significantly minimizes the chances of misdirection. Once the course is wrong, the more effort exerted, the further one strays. This time, Liu Kai refrained from countering as he too leaned towards a top-down approach. A rash attack on the Mutual Aid Society might alleviate the suffering of many survivors, but to the true masterminds, it would only amount to a lizard shedding its tail, merely alarming the snake without achieving any substantial effect. Seeing Liu Kai's agreement, Zhong Linyu let out a slow sigh. I bear no ill will. My focus is on the matter, not the individuals involved. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Yet I still hold reservations regarding your identity and will report and petition to my superiors. In truth, Liu Kai was indifferent to this identity. He merely did not wish to be treated like a puppet. With a nonchalant shrug, he replied, "Do as you see fit." As he was about to depart, Zhong Linyu once again called out, "Advisor Liu, you might want to consider joining us." Liu Kai did not turn his head, merely waved his hand and vanished into the night, leaving behind a light chuckle. Perhaps another time. The snowmobile had run out of power. Yet Liu Kai's own speed was hardly inferior to that of the vehicle. He regarded it as a means of physical exercise. After a frantic dash of over 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the multi-story garage. Liu Kai immediately scanned his surroundings, finding no new footprints or traces nearby. It seemed that Ji Zihan and Ma Yongxing had already dismissed their suspicions of him. Moreover, the tracker installed beneath the snowmobile could not withstand the low temperatures for long and had ceased functioning due to a depleted battery. He casually removed the tracker and shoved it into another vehicle. He stored the snowmobile in the compartment and returned to the long-lost bunker. Just as he had mentioned to Yu Dalong earlier, Liu Kai believed he had done all he could. As for the biological research conducted by the competitive organism group, there were two reasons for his detachment. First, the group's headquarters was located in the provincial capital, far beyond his reach. Second, the authorities had already intervened, making his involvement unnecessary. That night, he decided to recharge both the snowmobile and motorcycle, as the matter of mining the next day was of utmost importance. After all, he had a premonition that his spatial abilities were on the verge of a significant transformation. However, the most pressing concern was to satiate his hunger. Having spent the entire day outside, Liu Kai had not enjoyed a proper warm meal. He retrieved a table full of hot food and indulged heartily, washing away his exhaustion before burrowing into the warmth of his bedding for a deep slumber. Recently, Liu Kai's dreams had become increasingly scarce, which corresponded with an improvement in his sleep quality. He slept soundly until 9 a.m., awakening refreshed for another day. Both vehicles were fully charged and ready for action. Just as Liu Kai was preparing to set off, his phone buzzed with another message from Yu Dalong. Could it be that something else had occurred? Puzzled, Liu Kai gazed at his phone and murmured to himself. Upon opening the message, the dense array of text caused his expression to shift to one of complexity. Indeed, something had happened. The scene rewinds to 7 a.m., while Liu Kai was still lost in dreams. An unexpected visitor arrived at the entrance of the seaside oil refinery, Ji Zihan. Clad in a black overcoat, he drove alone, claiming to come to apologize to Zhong Linyu. To Liu Kai's shock, the car contained a corpse, none other than Ma Yongxing's lifeless body. A gruesome bullet hole marred his temple, and the blood had long since congealed. This shocking revelation left Zhong Linyu utterly bewildered. Soon after, Ji Zihan was taken to the office, where, without hesitation, he launched into a tearful accusation against Zhong Linyu. He first berated himself, lamenting his poor judgment and friendships, having been deceived by Ma Yongxing. Then, he began to unravel a series of misdeeds committed by Ma Yongxing, revealing everything from the embezzlement of official resources to the indulgence of subordinates who took advantage of survivors during resource distribution. Ultimately, he dropped two shocking bombshells. Firstly, there lies the subterranean gold mine on Falling Star Island, which, according to his account, was entirely crafted by Ma Yongxing. Moreover, it was acquired by Ma Yongxing long before the onset of the Cold Wave, specifically repurposed into an underground black market engaged in illicit activities. Following the Cold Wave, he further ensnared and corrupted several influential figures, preparing for a resurgence once the Cold Wave had passed. It was only in the early hours of yesterday that Ji Zihan uncovered this secret. He immediately set forth to Falling Star Island with his entourage, only to encounter fierce resistance from Ma Yongxing and his followers. Ultimately, they were cornered, leading Ma Yongxing to take his own life with a bullet. As for the gold bars stolen by Liu Kai, Ji Zihan made no mention of them, perhaps under the impression that Ma Yongxing had relocated the gold. This matter, of course, cannot be disclosed to the authorities and must be pursued by him discreetly. The second matter is even more surreal, concerning the aircraft that crashed in Hanpu City. Undoubtedly, this significant blame shall also be placed upon the deceased Ma Yongxing. Ji Zihan, being a top-tier tycoon, possesses a private satellite. To his astonishment, Ma Yongxing accepted illicit funds from Japanese entities and orchestrated a skilled infiltration of his private satellite. Just as the aircraft was re-entering the atmosphere, the satellite was manipulated to collide with the aircraft, resulting in its destruction. Chapter 163. A desperate struggle for change. Certainly, these words represent Ji Zihan's confession, a mere one-sided narrative. Furthermore, the two incidents are rife with peculiarities. First, Ji Zihan led a group to engage in a fierce confrontation with Ma Yongxing's men on Falling Star Island. Zhang Linyu promptly dispatched personnel to the scene for verification. Yet, apart from the scattered corpses and utter chaos, there were no survivors. Most alarmingly, the computers containing the surveillance footage were all obliterated, either shot to pieces or consumed by flames, rendering them irreparable. Additionally, the experts above have analyzed the wreckage of the aerospace vehicle and the data from the black box, arriving at a conclusion just before dawn yesterday. The crash was indeed caused by a small satellite. These circumstances, when considered collectively, cannot simply be deemed coincidental. Zhang Linyu felt a considerable irritation. Just as Liu Kai provided intelligence, the black box was successfully retrieved. Amidst the impending revelations, Ji Zihan suddenly emerged like a cat sensing blood, performing a grand act of familial betrayal. Moreover, throughout Ji Zihan's account, he consistently omitted any mention of the biological group of natural selection. When Zhang Linyu inquired about the origin of the electricity in the gold mine, Ji Zihan innocently claimed complete ignorance. From beginning to end, Ji Zihan packaged this affair as a narrative of ideological discord leading to fraternal conflict, presenting it as a tale of noble familial betrayal. However, it is apparent to any discerning individual, even an ordinary person, that this is nothing short of a blatant attempt to shift blame. It remains uncertain whether Ma Yongxing willingly embraced death or was coerced into it. In any case, everything was conveniently attributed to the deceased. Finally, Ji Zihan, with a tone steeped in guilt, reiterated his failure to discern character and expressed his willingness to assume responsibility. Yet, his notion of accountability merely entailed resigning from the presidency of the Mutual Aid Society. This position would be inherited by a seldom-seen second-in-command. He also requested Zhang Linyu to assign a political commissar to the Mutual Aid Society, a role intended to guide the organization in wholeheartedly assisting survivors while simultaneously monitoring its actions. His arrangements were articulated with fervor and righteousness, particularly the self-initiated request for a political commissar, which seemed to exude an air of unblemished conscience. To this, Liu Kai could only utter, "I trust you not at all. The Mutual Aid Society is entirely comprised of your people. Even if the military were to dispatch a political commissar, sending 10 would be futile. The unseen would remain imperceptible." Due to the lack of evidence and to avoid arousing the enemy's suspicion, Zhang Linyu refrained from taking action against Ji Zihan, merely consenting to his request. He immediately stationed personnel within the Mutual Aid Society for guidance surveillance. Concurrently, he instructed Yu Dalong to discreetly contact Liu Kai's informants, Su Qifeng and Wang Ning, hoping to investigate the Mutual Aid Society's operations from various perspectives. This encapsulated all the information sent by Yu Dalong, which was also forwarded to Qin Luofei. Qin Luofei did not respond, leaving him uncertain whether she had even seen his message. His decision to confide in Liu Kai stemmed from a desire for him to be better informed, should the need arise. He hoped Liu Kai would lend his assistance once more. However, Liu Kai had resolved not to involve himself further. After all, in Zhang Linyu's eyes, he was merely an undisciplined anomaly. Rather than forcefully pressing his warm face against someone else's cold shoulder, why not seek fortune in the mountains? Moreover, Liu Kai held no interest in the newly appointed deputy of the Mutual Aid Association, who was merely another affluent individual, a close friend of the association's founder, Ji Zihan. If there were issues within the association, this deputy was certainly not innocent. He was merely a puppet, with Ji Zihan ultimately calling the shots. Naturally, should the association attempt any underhanded dealings in the future, they would surely conceal their actions more effectively. Nonetheless, Liu Kai believed such maneuvers were merely desperate flails. When the enigmatic biological group, which thrived on the survival of the fittest, was thoroughly investigated, it would spell the end for the affiliated Mutual Aid Association. Returning to the exquisite wooden cabin nestled in the forest of Guangming Town, Liu Kai resumed a life governed by the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. He had always been a proponent of freedom, once loathing the monotonous predictability of a life where the end was all too visible. He often fantasized about winning the lottery, tossing his resignation in his superior's face, and embarking on a journey to explore the world, driven by dreams and propelled by the wind to discover the wondrous landscapes unknown to most. Yet now, circumstances had shifted slightly. Each day was consumed by over 10 hours of tedious mining, devoid of beauty, entertainment, or companionship. Even his two companions, Xiaohe and Xiaobai, were both male. All that surrounded him was the unchanging white snow and cold ice. However, compared to the dullness of his toil, the rewards of precious metals rendered these monotones insignificant. Day by day, he reveled in the joy of his advancing spatial abilities, filled with hope. Time swiftly passed, and more than a month slipped by. On the 5th day back in the mountains, the final ton of precious metal completed the enhancement of his spatial ability. Although his physical strength and spatial capabilities had not visibly increased, his finesse in controlling both had reached its zenith. For instance, his most precise scans could detect at the nanoscale, allowing him to discern the basic etched circuits of a chip. Additionally, he had honed other abilities, such as sharpening tools out of thin air and precisely controlling the trajectory of bullets within a certain range. He even sensed the presence of nearly atrophied muscles, such as the exceedingly rare auricular muscles found in humans, which instinctively oriented towards sounds, enabling him to gather information previously inaccessible. The auricular muscle was merely one example. All these myriad enhancements coalesced to grant Liu Kai a new ability, a sixth sense. Of course, this was not the ethereal sixth sense of legend. Liu Kai's sixth sense, upon closer examination, was a compilation of information gathered from various organs. Through the synergy of a keen intellect, innate memory, and accumulated experience, one can derive insights regarding peril, foresight, intuition, and more. Even in moments of indecision, it can offer relatively sound or long-term counsel. After acquiring a sixth sense, Liu Kai suddenly felt himself drifting further away from the X-01-powered exoskeleton. While he possessed some of the strength of the exoskeleton, its speed was increasingly unable to keep pace with his own. The exoskeleton's features, ballistic resistance, sealed oxygen supply, radiation protection, and pressure resistance, he could replicate through his spatial abilities. Even the functionalities of the smart glasses, such as night vision, alerts, and proficiency in firearms, he could substitute with corresponding capabilities. The sole limitation lay in the precise computational power of the smart glasses computer. Remarkably, these advancements were merely the fruits of his 5th day. His subsequent enhancements with Chapter 164, a month of seclusion in the mountains, power surge on the 20th day of my return to the mountains, bolstered by the 3 tons of gold bricks from the gold mine and having voraciously consumed raw ore, Liu Kai's physical prowess escalated to an extraordinary level. Even his relatively weaker left hand exhibited a grip strength exceeding 700 kilograms, surpassing that of a powered exoskeleton. Correspondingly, his reaction speed saw a remarkable enhancement, and his physical resilience against strikes intensified. With ease, he could shatter a pine tree trunk with a diameter of 30 centimeters, his skin remaining unscathed. Nevertheless, he remained a carbon-based life form, incapable of withstanding even a .22 caliber bullet through sheer physical endurance. However, he could keenly detect the flame at the gun's muzzle, analyze the bullet's trajectory, and instinctively evade in advance. The augmentation of his physical attributes also brought about side effects. The density of his muscles and bones surged again. Despite his well-proportioned physique and height of 1.8 meters, his weight skyrocketed to 200 g. The sustenance he consumed over the past 20 days was equivalent to what he would typically ration over half a year. Fortunately, his mastery over his body was meticulous, preventing any awkward situations where he might inadvertently leap 3 meters high or crush a mobile phone with ease due to uncontrollable strength. On the 30th day of my return to the mountains, the pace of physical enhancement revealed familiar signs of diminishing returns, ultimately yielding only marginal improvements. However, as Liu Kai had surmised, the increase in physical strength was merely a byproduct of his spatial abilities. The true source of his elation lay in the advancement of these spatial capabilities. To elaborate, Liu Kai's spatial abilities encompassed 4 fundamental functions: storage, teleportation, scanning, and cutting. The manipulation of objects in midair, trajectory control, acceleration of items, confinement of adversaries, and bulletproofing were merely extensions of the storage function. This latest enhancement significantly elevated these 4 core capabilities. The already vast storage space expanded exponentially, rendering the previously occupying materials even more insignificant. Additionally, he gained control over the flow of time within the storage space. Objects placed within would typically experience a halt in time, but now he could allow time to resume normalcy in the storage space or specific regions within it. Furthermore, through the expenditure of additional physical energy, he could accelerate the passage of time within that space. Moreover, the extended applications of storage were simultaneously reinforced. He could forcibly contain or restrain a ferocious tiger, catch a barrage of incoming bullets, or even intercept a small-scale missile. The scanning function could now cover a radius of 3,000 meters, accurately tracking the trajectory and speed of bullets without the need to account for wind speed, humidity, or gravitational forces, achieving a remarkable enhancement in power and precision. As for teleportation, what once left Liu Kai breathless after a mere half-meter jump now encompassed distances within 5 meters, qualifying as short-range teleportation. His maximum teleportation distance surged to an impressive 300 meters, truly allowing him to come and go like the wind. The cutting ability extended further, with the capacity to operate simultaneously at numerous different locations. In comparison to these enhancements, the scanning function appeared somewhat less impressive, aside from enhanced precision and broader range. There were no other significant changes. If the four fundamental abilities were to be categorized within the realm of gaming, Liu Kai could merely be regarded as a nimble berserker. However, with the macro aspects being further reinforced to their utmost limits, the fifth significant ability of spatial manipulation emerged quietly. This novel capability transformed Liu Kai's character dramatically, transitioning him from a berserker to a truly elusive and spectral assassin. He named this new ability folding. As the name suggests, this power allows a portion of space to be folded into a higher dimension, detaching everything within that space from the current world. This folded space can encompass Liu Kai himself as well as other objects. Once within the folded space, one becomes impervious to any influences from the three-dimensional world, such as touch, impact, light, radiation, and other electromagnetic waves. In simpler terms, it grants invulnerability and invisibility. One cannot suffer any harm, nor can one be detected by means such as thermal imaging, infrared, or radar. Furthermore, the position of the folded space can be altered continuously, facilitating rapid movement. However, the drawbacks are undeniably present. The air within the folded space is limited, a shortcoming that can be mitigated through a storage space. Yet, the ability to perceive the world relies on light reflected from objects entering the eyes. Once within the folded space, no light from the three-dimensional realm can penetrate. Thus, anyone concealed within becomes a veritable blind person. Nevertheless, for Liu Kai, this was not a significant issue. With the scanning function activated, he could perceive movements in the three-dimensional world without the need for sight. The real concern lay in the consumption of energy. Even with enhanced physical attributes, greater stamina, and accelerated recovery, the four foundational abilities, coupled with the newly emerged fifth ability of folding, each demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. If used too intensely or too frequently, even a robust physique could succumb. There is a cost to using energy. If depleted, one begins to lose health. Forcing the use of these abilities when fatigued could inflict irreversible damage on the body. In deep contemplation, Liu Kai ultimately devised a rather unconventional solution. The essence remained in consuming food. In extreme situations, he could directly transfer food from his storage space into his stomach for digestion. Practical tests confirmed the feasibility of this method. Yet, the absence of savoring the food through his mouth felt devoid of a certain ceremonial quality. The sensation of becoming stronger was exquisite. However, all enhancements came to a sudden halt on the 30th day. Liu Kai distinctly felt the effects of precious metals on his spatial abilities vanish entirely. It was no longer a matter of developing resistance, but rather a complete cessation of efficacy. Even the impulse that had long been suppressed within him, voraciously consuming precious metals, dissipated completely. This disheartening revelation threw him into a state of disarray. Had he truly reached his limit, destined to remain at this juncture? In truth, remaining at this stage was not entirely unfavorable. With his current capabilities, it would not be an exaggeration to declare him superhuman in the realm of ordinary mortals. The vast mineral vein of Bright Town remains largely untouched, with barely a tenth of it having been mined. It can be said that I have had my share, leaving the bounty for the authorities. Yet, Liu Kai could not shake off his lingering dissatisfaction. Resolute, he embarked once more on his frenzied mining expedition. After 4 days had elapsed, Liu Kai finally reached a point of acceptance. The raw ore he had extracted was now beyond his capacity to consume. The once alluring elements of iridium and platinum, which had captivated Liu Kai like a beautiful chariot and maiden, had now transformed into mere burdens. Ultimately, a resigned sigh echoed through the snowy forest of Bright Town. Ah, so be it. Liu Kai resolved to descend the mountain. Swiftly, he gathered all his belongings into his storage space, leaving only the exquisite wooden cabin he had built with his own hands. In the future, should he find himself weary of city life, he could return for a brief respite. Hearing his call, Little Black and Little White emerged from the dense thicket, one after the other. Observing their figures, Liu Kai felt as though he had stepped into a different era, having been isolated from the world for over a month. Both the cat and dog had experienced a remarkable growth spurt. Chapter 165. Discovery of a New World, Devouring Radiation at Present. The little white cat has grown to a size comparable to that of an adult Labrador. Its sleek black fur glistens with a polished sheen, forming a robust and resilient first line of defense. The well-defined musculature embodies the inherent explosive power characteristic of felines. Hidden beneath its thick paw pads, its claws glint ominously, exuding an air of intimidation. The little white cat now engages in combat with an adult male without a hint of difficulty. The absurdity of the situation is further compounded by the presence of the foolish dog, Little Black. Who could have anticipated that the once trembling pup, shivering in the biting wind, would evolve into a creature the size of a wild wolf king? Now, it has expanded even further, surpassing the size of the largest North American gray wolf. Standing on all fours, its height aligns perfectly with Liu Kai's chest. Even while bearing the weight of Liu Kai, who weighs 200 pounds, it can still sprint effortlessly across the snowy expanse. If it were not for its wise gaze, which retains its intelligence, one might mistake it for a formidable beast. As the cat and dog squeezed into the rear cargo area of the snow vehicle, the broad tires visibly sagged under their weight. What once appeared to be a spacious vehicle now seemed rather cramped. Observing the two, Liu Kai found himself in a quandary. The underground fortress, while ample in size, was designed with the dimensions of a human in mind. The black cat, Little White, was manageable, but accommodating Little Black on the second living level would clearly be impractical. With their size having increased dramatically, their energy levels had also surged. In this forest, daily excursions allowed them to expend their vigor effectively. However, what would happen upon returning to the fortress? Liu Kai suddenly recalled the chaotic scenes from before and vigorously shook his head. He could not allow them to wreak havoc on the furniture in the living quarters. The first level of the fortress, serving as a shooting range, also functioned as a parking and charging area. Although Liu Kai could rely on his spatial abilities for perfect aim, shooting, a pastime favored by many men, served as an excellent diversion in this post-apocalyptic world. This area was not suitable for them. Equally, the fourth-level equipment area was off-limits. Thus, he was left with but one option. With his enhanced physical capabilities, ordinary exercise had become futile. The third level, formerly transformed into a swimming pool, had likewise lost its purpose. It could be reconfigured into an activity zone once more. By tossing in some discarded tires, furniture, and metal frames, it would provide the perfect playground for the mischievous cats and dogs. Liu Kai quickly resolved to embark on his descent down the mountain. After some consideration, he decided to don the X-01 powered exoskeleton. Although many of his abilities now surpassed those of the exoskeleton, actions such as singing, dancing, or playing basketball still required a certain expenditure of energy. With the aid of this high-tech prosthetic, he could conserve his strength, ensuring a greater degree of safety in unexpected situations. This seemingly casual decision, however, unexpectedly opened a door to a new world for Liu Kai. As he concentrated on the exoskeleton within the storage space, a familiar surge of impulse washed over him. What? Liu Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Once again, he attentively sensed the exoskeleton for a considerable duration and finally confirmed that it was not merely an illusion. It was an impulse, a consuming compulsion, much like the initial urge he felt when he ingested the nib of a pin. However, this time, the object of his desire to devour was not the metal of the exoskeleton, but rather the small plutonium-238 radioactive isotope generator. This generator incessantly emitted alpha radiation, which was captured and converted into electrical energy to power the exoskeleton. Upon being drawn into the storage space, the flow of time for the object ceased. The radioactive particles, moving at nearly the speed of light, also came to a standstill in that space. Yet, when he manipulated the flow of time within this segment of space to return to normalcy, he was astonishingly surprised to discover that the storage space could indeed consume these radioactive particles. By the same principle, accelerating the time within the storage space intensified the decay of plutonium-238, simultaneously releasing a greater quantity of high-energy alpha particles. Liu Kai found himself immersed in the sensation of devouring particles, with time fleeting by. For the outside world, only a mere 3 minutes passed, while for the isotope generator powering the exoskeleton, a full 3 days elapsed. Countless radiation particles were devoured, and Liu Kai felt a tingling sensation enveloping his entire body, akin to ants crawling over him or someone teasingly tickling him with a feather. Startled, he abruptly awoke from this instinctive impulse, hastily ceasing this reckless action. Drenched in cold sweat, he couldn't help but curse himself for having lost his senses. After all, it was nuclear radiation that everyone sought to avoid. Who knew whether being consumed by the storage space would have repercussions for him? If he were to contract severe radiation sickness, not even divine intervention could save him. Liu Kai swiftly quelled his unease, conducting an exceedingly precise scan of every inch of his body. It was not until a nano-level detailed examination had been completed that he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his initial concerns transforming into a glimmer of joy. There were no abnormalities in his body, and the DNA strands within his cells showed no signs of rupture. Moreover, he keenly sensed that the bodily and spatial enhancements, which had seemingly come to a halt, appeared to be loosening once again. Indeed, The fortification of both body and spatial capabilities had not reached its limit. Could it be that the next phase of enhancement involved the consumption of radiation? This absurd yet entirely plausible thought emerged in Liu Kai's mind, prompting a flurry of ideas. Based on his scant knowledge of physics, he recalled that radiation is categorized into two types: ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. Non-ionizing radiation includes light, microwaves, and communication electromagnetic waves. Yet he felt no urge to consume them, allowing for their exclusion. Ionizing radiation, on the other hand, encompasses a broader range of types. Gamma radiation and X-rays belong to the category of high-energy electromagnetic waves under ionizing radiation. Occasionally, stray gamma radiation from the cosmos descends to the Earth's surface. However, after standing in an open area for an extended period, Liu Kai sensed no desire to consume this type either. Thus, only one final category of ionizing radiation remained: particle radiation, which includes alpha radiation, beta radiation, and neutron radiation. After much contemplation, Liu Kai finally arrived at the most plausible conclusion. He was also pondering where to procure more radioactive materials for consumption. The dream was splendid, yet the reality was stark. Ionizing radiation, particularly of the particle variety, is not as commonplace as cabbages sold on the street. Whether in times of peace or amidst the current apocalyptic chill, it remains far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even those within official circles face an arduous process to access these heavily regulated substances. Continuing to mine seemed a reasonable option, given that there are indeed numerous uranium mines within the borders of Huaghua. However, this thought was fleeting and quickly dismissed by Liu Kai. Not only are there no uranium mines in the vicinity of Fohai City, but even if there were, daring to pursue them would be out of the question. Recently, he had engaged in petty theft, extracting a bit of iridium and platinum. Even if discovered, it could merely be seen as avarice. However, illicitly mining uranium would be an entirely different matter. It would be an outright rebellion. Just as Liu Kai found himself at a loss, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Why must he confine his search for radioactive elements to his homeland? Stealing from abroad was also a viable option. Chapter 166. Completion of the shelter and the harrowing path of escape. This marked the second occasion for Liu Kai to appreciate the advantages of his advisory role. The first instance had been when he received immunity. Now, what he sought was a moderate level of access to classified information. Each nation regards its own secrets with utmost importance. In contrast, the confidentiality surrounding secrets from other countries tends to be significantly lower. For example, details concerning nuclear power plants in Huaghua are classified as confidential, if not top secret, whereas information regarding foreign nuclear facilities is often merely secret or, in some cases, entirely unclassified. Utilizing the military-issued tablet, he bypassed the usual identity verification process to directly access the information. A smile crept across Liu Kai's lips as his objectives crystallized. He entered the keywords Japan and nuclear fuel into the tablet. In a mere moment, a plethora of information flooded the screen, each entry detailing the storage of nuclear fuel by the enemy nation. Some of the data had even been updated recently, with satellites tracking the movements of nuclear fuel rods with precision. However, discovering this information did not imply that procuring the fuel would be straightforward. Prior to the onset of the Cold Wave, the enemy nation boasted 69 nuclear power plants. Even the nearest, the Sendai plant, lay a daunting 360 kilometers away from Fohai City. Even with an electric snow vehicle and a silent generator, traversing such a great distance was no trivial task. One could only speculate the obstacles that might arise along the way. Meticulous planning was essential. Several minutes had elapsed since Liu Kai had realized that nuclear radiation could be consumed. Xiao He and Xiao Bai, resting within the vehicle, seemed to grow increasingly restless. Hearing their whines, Liu Kai finally snapped back to reality. Donning his exoskeleton, he mounted the snow vehicle and set off toward the city. As he hurried back, it dawned on him that the day marked the 90th day since the cold wave had commenced. It had also been 2 months since his initial meeting with Yu Dalong. According to prior official arrangements, the shelter in Fohai City should have been completed by now, perhaps due to the incident involving Qin Luofei. Liu Kai had not stored the tablet in his inventory during the mining period, remaining oblivious to any notifications regarding the shelter. Now, recalling this matter, he retrieved the tablet and began searching. Soon, several brief messages appeared on the screen. On July 20th, 2043, the western area of the Fohai City shelter in the North District was completed and began to accommodate some survivors. By July 25th, following a military rescue campaign, the shelter welcomed over 20,000 survivors. By July 31st, the eastern and southern sections of the shelter were fully completed, allowing a total capacity of 180,000 inhabitants across the 4 areas. On August 1st, the construction team and most of the station troops withdrew north, leaving a heavy armored mixed battalion to guard Fenghai under the leadership of Staff Officer Zhong Linyu. An official announcement stated that, as all citizens from certain sectors had entered the shelter, power supply to those areas would cease, while the remaining areas would see an increase in daily power supply from 2 hours to 3. The latest update came yesterday, on August 3rd. Including survivors from the northern Hanpu city, over 80,000 individuals had taken refuge in the Fenghai shelter. The authorities issued a statement confirming sufficient bedding in the shelter and urging survivors to arrive promptly. These reports were reminiscent of the announcements Liu Kai had heard in his previous life, with the only distinction being a time frame that was advanced by nearly 4 months. Given the less than 10% survival probability for humanity, approximately 800,000 individuals should still remain in the cold grip of Fenghai City. It was estimated that around 350,000 survivors resided within the urban area. The shelter's capacity was insufficient to accommodate such a multitude. However, due to the vast expanse of the city, most survivors, lacking assistance, would find it nearly impossible to reach the distant shelter. As the snow vehicles entered the urban area, Liu Kai once again witnessed the grim scenes he had encountered in his former life. Despite the treacherous journey, many starving survivors clung to a fleeting glimmer of hope. Groups of survivors, distant from the shelter, set out together. Unfortunately, prolonged hunger had left them physically weakened, and coupled with the nearly -60-degree chill and the absence of adequate winter clothing, the vast majority could not endure even half the journey. The once bustling streets of the city lay beneath a mantle of frost, desolate and empty. Now, countless lifeless bodies littered the ground. Some lay alone in the middle of the street, while others huddled together for warmth. Many, afflicted by hypothermia, had stripped off their clothes, frozen into statues of ice. Tragically, numerous young children succumbed to the merciless cold, desperately seeking warmth in their parents' embrace, their eyes filled with hope as they gazed toward the shelter, only to be met with the harsh reality of their frozen fate. The sky remained shrouded in gloom. The biting wind carried icy shards, brushing against the bodies that resembled frozen sculptures. Snowflakes fell softly, gradually covering the forms of these dreamers, as if attempting to conceal this hellish scene beneath a pristine blanket of white. Yet, the horror extended beyond the mere presence of corpses. The darker facets of humanity would be magnified in the depths of despair. Those of sound mind recognized the impossibility of reaching the shelter and thus turned their thoughts to their fellow beings. Like-minded individuals congregated in secrecy, lurking in the shadows. They fixated on the vulnerable survivors, commencing their ruthless pillaging. They seized the meager rations carried by these individuals and stripped them of their clothing. Once they amassed a sufficient supply of sustenance and warm garments, they cocooned themselves and resumed their arduous journey towards the sanctuary. Yet, these very individuals might soon become the next targets of such marauders. They sought merely to survive, yet in doing so, they extinguished the hopes of others. Conversely, there existed another breed of individuals who appeared to derive pleasure from malevolence. They continued to prey upon survivors, yet instead of seeking refuge, they reveled in their cruelty. Their methods were increasingly barbaric. They committed acts of debauchery, enslaved others, and even resorted to cannibalism, committing every conceivable atrocity. Actions once deemed reprehensible by societal norms, morals, and laws were now executed without restraint, and they found joy in their depravity. These horrific scenes served as a constant reminder to the other survivors, as if to proclaim, "This is the consequence of your reckless ventures." In a previous life, Liu Kai was similarly struck by the brutality of such events. Coupled with a modest supply of provisions at home, he chose to persist in a state of cautious survival. He managed to endure for another fortnight before succumbing to the butcher's steel blade. What astonished Liu Kai the most, however, was the conduct of the Mutual Aid Society. The members possessed adequate warm clothing and a plethora of vehicles, yet they did not hasten to the sanctuary. Instead, they organized themselves with precision, exerting every effort to assist the weary survivors journeying alone. Each vehicle was vastly overloaded, crammed with a dozen or more individuals, tirelessly shuttling between the refuge and distant urban areas, continually infusing the sanctuary with fresh hope. Chapter 167. The Imperial Villa occupied. The Mutual Aid Society not only assists survivors in reaching the sanctuary, but also occasionally intervenes to eliminate numerous marauders who find delight in looting. It was only when Liu Kai stopped a member of the society for an inquiry that he discovered these actions were decreed by the new president, the former second-in-command. Naturally, the political commissar dispatched by the military also played a significant role in this endeavor. Although the scene of fleeing from disaster remained harrowing, it was undeniably an improvement compared to Liu Kai's previous life experiences. However, his perspective has grown more profound. Having personally endured everything, he is acutely aware of the true nature of the upper echelons of the Mutual Aid Society. The grand gesture of aiding survivors is undoubtedly a stratagem to lull both the authorities and the survivors into complacency, a fade for a much larger conspiracy. The authorities are, of course, cognizant of these machinations, yet constrained by personnel limitations, they are unable to provide effective assistance to every survivor. Now, as someone attempts to obscure the truth by offering free labor, the authorities can only turn a blind eye, relishing in the situation. Witnessing these starkly contrasting scenes, Liu Kai found himself in a quandary, simultaneously wishing for the mutual aid society to endure longer while yearning for its swift demise. Surely, at this moment, Zhang Linyu harbored similar sentiments. However, these dilemmas were not Liu Kai's true concerns. What truly preoccupied him was the Lashik Garden community. The imperial villa atop the bunker had been seized. As Liu Kai routinely approached the vicinity of the community, securing his snow vehicle and pets in preparation to return to the bunker, his keen senses detected an unusual sight from afar. It appeared that shadows were flickering within the imperial villa. He paused, concealing himself outside the community, and expanded his scanning capabilities to take in the entirety of the scene. Indeed, he discovered that there were 15 individuals within the villa, 8 of whom were armed. Judging by the disordered state of the villa, this group had likely occupied the premises for over a week. The silver lining was that they remained oblivious to the fact that the entrance to the bunker lay beneath the storage room. The drone charger installed on the rooftop of the villa was also intact. Witnessing this scene, Liu Kai felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. While the imperial villa was lavishly decorated, it was crucial to note that Fohai City is a southern locale, and the villa's walls were not specially treated for cold weather. Coupled with prolonged vacancy and a complete absence of food, it was perplexing that no one had attempted to occupy it before. Now, with the establishment of the sanctuary, it had suddenly become a target. What could this possibly signify? Driven by curiosity, he cautiously approached the villa while enhancing his scanning precision, allowing the images in his mind to sharpen. Inside the villa, he observed warm flames dancing in the fireplace, and several generators were set up on the first floor. The entire villa was illuminated, radiating warmth and comfort. Even the ice covering the third floor was beginning to show signs of melting. One room was brimming with an assortment of food and supplies. Liu Kai also recognized several familiar faces among the occupants. Of the 15 individuals inside the villa, 8 wielded foreign-made rifles, and astonishingly, the leader of the armed group was a young man Liu Kai knew. His name was Xiaobin. As the cold wave descended for 2 weeks, Liu Kai transformed into a wandering merchant, selling goods. He encountered a group of elderly residents from the Lisher Tsiyuan community who attempted to impose their moral standards upon him. To preserve his reputation, he refrained from resorting to violence, merely declaring that he would accept precious metals, regardless of their origins. That very night, the moralizers fell victim to a brutal robbery at the hands of the community's residents. Among them was a certain Xiaobin, who was none other than the thug who had broken into the home of the leading matriarch, fatally striking her with an ashtray. At that moment, 7 others inside the villa were unarmed, all of whom were young female homeowners from Lisher Tsiyuan. Some were disheveled and filthy, bound and struggling in a third-floor room. Others appeared numb and motionless, with expressions of despair. Meanwhile, 2 women, resplendent in their attire, nestled close to Xiaobin, allowing his restless hands to roam in sensitive areas. It was evident what had transpired here. Coupled with the foreign firearms held by these individuals, Liu Kai's brow furrowed in contemplation. He suddenly recalled encountering a destructive squad previously. Could Xiaobin and his associates be backed by foreign forces? Liu Kai chose to exercise caution, opting to assess the situation further. In no time, his shadowy figure had seamlessly slipped into the villa, concealing himself in the darkened tea room, listening intently to the sounds outside. In the living room on the second floor, Xiaobin lounged on a soft sofa beside the fireplace, his legs crossed, with one arm draped around each of 2 beautiful young women, his hands wandering inappropriately over their soft forms. On the coffee table before him, an electric grill was sizzling away, as 2 of his subordinates diligently cooked meat. Casting envious glances at the women, their mouths watering, unsure whether it was the grilled meat or the women that tempted them. Though the 2 women wore smiles of allure and submission, their eyes betrayed a longing for the grilled meat, suggesting they had been starved for days. Apart from these few, 5 armed individuals had gathered on the 3rd floor, where the windows and doors were encased in frost. The skylight was the only entrance and exit to the villa. Xiaobin, however, did not neglect his subordinates, providing them with a grill and meat. The group reveled in their merriment, roasting by the electric heater, drinking, eating, playing cards, and laughing boisterously. The rich aroma wafted through the windows, filling the air above the community. The remaining homeowners, who had survived, caught a whiff of the enticing scent, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green glow. Yet, as they gazed at the imperial villa, they were struck with trepidation, shivering at the sight, their cravings for meat swiftly dissipating. At that moment, the meat in the living room was perfectly cooked. As spices were sprinkled over the sizzling, oily morsels, the fragrance intensified. Xiaobin pushed the women aside and rose, grabbing a thick slice of grilled meat, inhaling deeply with a look of pure enjoyment. He waved the meat tantalizingly before the women. With a swift motion, he tossed the meat onto the distant floor, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "You too," he commanded. "Crawl over and pick it up with your mouths. Whoever retrieves it first gets to keep it. Remember what I taught you. Call out while you crawl." The two women exchanged a glance, each displaying a fierce determination not to yield. With a sudden thud, they both dropped to the ground. Addressing Xiaobin in unison with a flirtatious tone, "Yes, master, woof woof." They proceeded to mimic dog barks as they swiftly crawled on all fours towards a piece of meat not far away. Their speeds were remarkably matched, and almost simultaneously, they seized the meat with their mouths. A fierce tug-of-war ensued as they each devoured half of the meat slice. After wolfing down their portions, they remained on the ground, continuing to lie there like dogs, gazing up at Xiaobin with eyes full of longing. "Master, we want more." "Yes, master, please toss us another piece." "Ha ha ha, all right, all right. Everyone gets some." Chapter 168. Eavesdropping. Yet another mutual aid meeting as he observed the scene before him. A deranged and unrestrained grin spread across Xiaobin's face. He tossed a piece of roasted meat down, reveling in the sight of the two once proud and stunning women who had previously scorned him, now devoid of dignity. Desperately seeking sustenance. A perverse satisfaction surged within him, feeding a primal urge that overwhelmed his senses. Unconcerned by the presence of his two lackeys nearby, he succumbed to his basest instincts, seizing one of the women with a grip as unyielding as iron, dragging her to a nearby sofa. Amidst her startled gasp, he began his grotesque endeavor. With a twisted expression, Xiaobin mockingly taunted, "Weren't you once so haughty? Refusing to submit? Where's that pride now?" The woman, suppressing her humiliation and rage, swiftly picked up the discarded piece of roasted meat from the ground and chewed it vigorously. In that moment, it felt as though she was not merely consuming food, but rather savagely gnawing at the very essence of the devil before her, Xiaobin, instead of inciting anger. This defiance only fueled Xiaobin's maniacal laughter. Before the chilling wave descended upon them, despite residing in this upscale community, the dwelling was not his own. It was merely a refuge provided by his brother, who had facilitated his escape abroad, only for him to find himself trapped here by the impending storm. For an extended period, the glamorous female residents of the neighborhood had recoiled at the sight of his disheveled appearance, avoiding him as one would a fly. Their disdain unmistakably etched on their faces. The opportunity to indulge in such exhilarating acts had been utterly absent until now. In times of prosperity, women are valued as treasures. In times of turmoil, they are worth but a measure of rice. Regardless of their purity or virtue, when faced with the choice between submission and starvation, most will inevitably opt for the former. Xiaobin's long-standing lack of self-esteem had festered into a pathological mindset, magnified in this lawless world. All thanks to the mysterious figure who had provided him with the means to exert power. Witnessing their leader's unrestrained revelry, his two lackeys, who had also been indulging in roasted meat, felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. They each placed a few pieces into their bowls, offering sycophantic smiles as they suggested, "Boss, those women have been hungry for a couple of days. We'd like to check on them." Xiaobin, impatient, waved them off. Go, go, go. Don't disturb me." Their faces brightened with delight as they nodded eagerly, scurrying towards the room where 5 other women were confined. Unbeknownst to Xiaobin, who was entirely absorbed in his own indulgence, a deadly presence lurked within the villa's tea room. Watching the debauchery unfold, Liu Kai's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He inwardly cursed this depraved group, disgusted by their occupation of the villa and their vile antics. Though he had already sentenced Xiaobin to death, many details remained unclear, and he chose to remain a detached observer. After 3 seconds, Xiaobin felt a sense of unencumbered relief wash over him. The fervor in his eyes faded, leaving only a sense of ennui. He kicked at the woman's slender waist with disdain, ordering her to get lost. Returning to the sofa, he lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he savored the barbecue. Just then, 2 more figures approached on the icy surface outside the villa. Through the skylight, I entered the villa and exchanged greetings with the few guards, then descended the staircase to the living room on the 2nd floor. Brother Ben. Today we completed the 3 hard labor slots. It seemed that the loud voice of the younger brother was not to his liking. Little Ben frowned and admonished softly. What are you shouting for? I am aware. Instantly, the 2 fell silent, closing their mouths. They then cautiously spoke again. However, Brother Ben, while today's tasks were accomplished, that old stubborn man in the imperial community is not cooperating. What shall we do tomorrow? Not cooperating? Humph. That old fool is asking for trouble. Little Ben, visibly angered, slammed his chopsticks down with a cold snort. The 2 younger brothers trembled slightly, hastily taking on the role of sycophants. Indeed, giving face yet being ungrateful. It's merely asking him to do a bit of hard labor for a few people. We are exchanging goods, not taking from him for free. Exactly. Those neighbors are not even his relatives. Why act so high and mighty? Brother Ben, if that's the case, I can go teach him a lesson tonight. Upon hearing the suggestion from his subordinate, Little Ben shook his head. No, that old man is resistant to both soft and hard measures. And the imperial community is like a solid wall. Even if we were to eliminate him, it would be futile. Then, shall we capture someone from the Lisher Chiyuan community? That won't do either. The people here are our last reserve. It's best not to act unless absolutely necessary. The living room fell silent for a moment. Little Ben seemed to have thought of a brilliant idea, a ruthless expression crossing his face. Tomorrow, let us revert to our old ways. We'll intercept those heading to the shelter to fill our ranks, and let us be discreet about it. As for that old stubborn man, I recall he has a little grandson, right? Hearing such a plan, the corners of the two younger brothers' mouths curled into cruel smiles. Yes, he indeed has a little grandson. That precious child is his Achilles heel. Let's lock him in a small dark room for 2 or 3 days, and see if the old man doesn't panic. Little Ben nodded, exuding an air of strategic mastery. If the old man remains defiant, we can simply fabricate a crime to tarnish his reputation. We can also easily support a spokesperson within the imperial community. Clever, truly clever. What a brilliant scheme, boss. Enough flattery. Quickly devise a plan to capture his grandson tonight. After a moment's thought, Little Ben added, also, don't forget to develop the surrounding communities. We must not allow them to unify like the imperial community. It's best to create divisions from within. The two immediately acknowledged, understood. Yet one of them could hardly contain his curiosity. But Brother Ben, what does the Mutual Aid Society mean? They seem to publicly rescue people while secretly requiring so many hard laborers. For what purpose? I heard that other districts are also capturing people like us. Silence. Ask fewer questions that are not your concern. Be careful lest trouble arises from your words. Seeing Little Ben's anger, the other quickly tugged at his companion's sleeve, signaling him to apologize hastily. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Ben. Please don't be angry. We'll get to work now. The two scurried out of the living room, tails tucked between their legs, until they reached the corner of the staircase. They finally huddled together to engage in whispered conversation. Bingo, Hammer brother. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. He really thinks he is the boss. Observing his companion's displeasure, another quickly interjected, Sho, let us keep it down. Have you not seen the tactics of the Mutual Aid Society? Humph. Were it not for his uncle's standing within the society, this impotent man would not be able to wield such power. Under the roof of another. One must bow their head. Let us endure this fool for a while longer. Indeed, once the Mutual Aid Society procures enough hard laborers, everything will improve. Our better days lie ahead. The two conversed in hushed tones. Xiaobin did not overhear this exchange, but the keen-eared Liu Kai caught every word with clarity. He also gleaned much vital information. Initially believing it to be the machinations of foreign forces, he was surprised to discover it was the work of the Mutual Aid Society. This group operated with far greater secrecy. Ostensibly, they spared no effort in assisting survivors to reach the refuge, yet covertly, they continued their abduction schemes. The gold mining den beneath Falling Star Island had been destroyed, yet a steady stream of laborers was still required. It appeared the Mutual Aid Society had other bases. Chapter 169. Kill or release. In comparison to the likes of Xiaobin, Liu Kai possessed a wealth of information. Behind the Mutual Aid Society lurked the enigmatic biological group, which thrived on the principle of survival of the fittest. Thus, these laborers were likely destined for fates far grimmer than mere toil, perhaps even cruel human experiments. It remained uncertain how far the authorities had advanced with their plans. More than a month had elapsed since Liu Kai ascended the mountain. Yet no action had been taken to eradicate this malignant presence. Regardless, Liu Kai had resolved to eliminate this group. The bunker beneath the villa remained undiscovered. He could easily feign ignorance, allowing this group to linger within the villa, potentially gleaning more insider information. However, he recalled the missile attacks on the towering skyscraper and the hotel at the foot of Nirvana Mountain. Should these individuals persist in their occupation, they might inadvertently attract the attention of the authorities, resulting in another missile strike. At that point, the underground fortress would be compromised. The decision crystallized in an instant. Liu Kai instantly teleported to the stairwell, materializing before the whispering duo. Before their astonished mouths could utter a sound, a pair of iron fists, propelled by a fierce gust, struck their chest with devastating force. Crack. In an instant, the sound of snapping bones echoed simultaneously. Their hearts shattered, the two henchmen contorted in agony, mouths agape yet voiceless. Collapsing at the corner of the stairs. Before the thud of their bodies could draw the attention of others, Liu Kai drew his pistol. With a swift sidestep around the stairwell corner, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunfire reverberated throughout the villa, resonating through the walls and into the community. Xiao Bin, still engulfed in smoke, had no time to react as a bullet found its mark in his forehead. Blood splattered, staining the sofa. The few individuals on the third floor, indulging in drink and revelry, were startled by the gunfire, springing to their feet to investigate. Yet, Liu Kai granted them no opportunity. He teleported directly before them. Bang, bang, bang. A few more shots rang out, and they all fell into a pool of blood. Lastly, in the room where the women were confined, two unfortunate souls had just disrobed, preparing to deliver a harsh lesson to the ungrateful women. The sudden gunfire caused them to falter, their resolve crumbling. Before they could don their clothes and retrieve their weapons, the door burst open with a resounding kick. The last sight they beheld was a formidable figure exuding a murderous aura. Moments later, ribs fractured, and their hearts were crushed by an overwhelming force. An intense wave of pain and weakness engulfed them as they incredulously stared, slowly succumbing to the ground. The entire confrontation could be described as a one-sided slaughter. In mere seconds, all 10 armed men led by Xiao Bin met their demise, leaving behind only a few trembling women in the living room and rooms, desperately covering their mouths to stifle their cries. Liu Kai was no cold-blooded killer. Moreover, he had not revealed his spatial abilities before these women. Thus, there was no need for silencing them. He swiftly severed the ropes binding them. Silently, he turned away, dragging the lifeless bodies as he made his way outside the villa. The tremendous commotion naturally attracted the attention of numerous residents in the community. Some mustered their courage to peer out from their windows. They beheld Liu Kai, hoisting the corpses of Xiao Bin and others, one by one, out of the imperial villa, callously discarding them onto a vacant patch of ground. The sight rendered the survivors speechless. Upon recognizing Liu Kai's attire, realization struck. It was the wandering merchant who had dispatched this group of tyrants. Suddenly, someone flung open a window and shouted, "Neighbors, the tyrants are dead." It was the wandering merchant. The wandering merchant has come. This declaration drew even more onlookers. As everyone beheld the bodies of Xiao Bin and his gang, their eyes fell upon Liu Kai's familiar garb, and they could no longer contain their elation. The community erupted in joyous exclamations. It truly is the wandering merchant. He has come to save us. Excellent. They got what they deserved. Ha ha ha. Damn. Those scoundrels died too easily. I want to desecrate their corpses. It was evident that these survivors had endured torment at the hands of Xiao Bin and his ilk for far too long. Only after Liu Kai had removed all the bodies did the 7 women still in the villa regain their senses. Huddled together in the warm living room, they wept uncontrollably. Yet, the most heart-wrenching cries did not come from the 5 women who had resolutely refused to submit, but rather from the 2 who had succumbed to Xiao Bin, crawling on the floor to snatch meat. Hearing the cacophony of wails from the living room, Liu Kai felt an overwhelming irritation. He bellowed, "Silence." The command startled several into a tremor, prompting them to stifle their sobs and look fearfully at the scowling Liu Kai. These women were survivors from Li Shizhu Yuan community, and they naturally recognized the garb of the wandering merchant. Although they had escaped the clutches of Xiao Bin and his gang, who could say whether this wandering merchant might not become the next demon? Their apprehensions were unwarranted. After 2 months of abstaining from meat, even the sight of a dog would seem appealing. Yet, gazing upon these malnourished, filthy, and emaciated women as they cried, Liu Kai found no interest at all. "You have 3 minutes to leave. From this moment onward, this villa is mine." Upon hearing these words, the women felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Their eyes sparkled with intense joy as they expressed their gratitude and hurried towards the exit on the 3rd floor. However, the 2 women who had wept the most bitterly did not depart. With tear-stained eyes, they exchanged glances, each discerning the same unspoken intention within the other. They stood, brushed off the dust from their garments, and swayed toward Liu Kai, eager to articulate their thoughts. The wandering merchant was powerful and affluent. Aligning with him signified a sanctuary of warmth, an abundance of exquisite food and drink. This was the life that everyone yearned for amidst the frigid apocalypse. What if they were to become mere playthings for others? Liu Kai, quick-witted, discerned their intentions with ease. His principle had always been that while it was permissible to pick wildflowers, they were not to be brought home. Moreover, the 2 individuals had just been in the company of that repugnant-looking Xiao Bin, and upon this realization, Liu Kai found it utterly difficult to muster any interest. Before the 2 could utter a word, his expression turned icy. "Get lost." The chilling command startled the women, causing their bravado to wane as they cast a wary glance at the pistol resting on Liu Kai's thigh. At this juncture, they dared not harbor any further illusions, otherwise the bullet would not discriminate. They could only harbor resentment in their hearts, criticizing Liu Kai for his lack of masculinity. Swiftly wrapping themselves in their garments, they lowered their heads and brushed past Liu Kai, hastening to catch up with the group of women who had departed ahead. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Liu Kai gestured to gather the scattered firearms and ammunition that littered the room. He then retrieved several blocks of solid alcohol fuel from his storage space and made his way briskly outside the villa, where he cast the fuel atop the corpses of Xiaobin and the others. Before long, a roaring inferno erupted upon the icy surface outside the villa, with tongues of flame twisting and devouring the remains strewn about. Chapter 170. Boldly defiant, military aircraft. The women who had departed from the villa had yet to leave. At this moment, they huddled together, casting cold glances at the roaring bonfire. Not only that, but several survivors from the adjacent residential buildings also emerged. Stepping forward with a mixture of awe and gratitude towards Liu Kai, their eyes fixed on the burning pyre of corpses. A crowd had gathered. Yet no one dared to approach and speak. The onlookers quickly learned from the women that Liu Kai would be residing here in the future, prompting a wave of hushed whispers among the crowd. However, they soon accepted this reality, even feeling a semblance of relief. After all, given the merchant's previous reputation and his benevolent act of releasing those women, the people were inclined to believe he was a man of integrity. Furthermore, he was an exceptionally formidable individual. The memory of his decisive confrontation with the enemy team was still vivid in their minds. With such a principled and powerful figure residing in their midst, even if they could not reach the official shelters, they felt assured that their safety was secured under his protection. It was precisely the hour for power supply, as Liu Kai had anticipated. News of the events here spread like wildfire throughout Fenghai City in the span of a mere half-day. Unsurprisingly, it reached the ears of Ji Zihan, which was precisely his intention. With his strength, eliminating Xiaobin and his associates would have been effortless. Yet, he deliberately opted for a conspicuous display of gunfire, brazenly claiming this imperial villa. Even if he chose to remain absent from the community in the future, it was unlikely anyone would dare to challenge his claim. This course of action also mitigated the possibility of an official raid, ensuring the bunker remained concealed. As for the Mutual Aid Association, Liu Kai held them in contempt. Given the current circumstances, should they choose to act defiantly or retaliate in any manner, it would undoubtedly lead to their own downfall in the eyes of the authorities. The bonfire continued to blaze, and the murmurs of the gathered survivors grew louder, seemingly deliberating something important. Soon, amidst the clamor, a resolute middle-aged man was pushed forward by the crowd. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and approached Liu Kai. Casting a glance back at the expectant faces of the crowd, he mustered his courage and whispered, Mr. Merchant. Liu Kai glanced at him. What is it? It's just that this group of bullies has taken a considerable amount of food from us, and the middle-aged man's voice dwindled, growing increasingly timid, until it was nearly inaudible as he struggled to meet Liu Kai's gaze. Liu Kai understood. The supplies stacked within the villa had likely been pilfered from these survivors by Xiaobin and his crew, and now they sought to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Logically speaking, those items were spoils of war. Although he was not in need of supplies, he had no intention of relinquishing them. However, these survivors are wretched souls struggling to make ends meet, rendering their plight rather disheartening. Furthermore, a significant portion of the supplies was acquired by these individuals through hard-earned money, purchased from Liu Kai. Now, reclaiming these resources from Xiaobin and his companions to return to them could be viewed as a rather peculiar after-sales service from the wandering merchant. Nevertheless, Liu Kai wished to avoid giving the others a false sense of assurance, fearing that it might lead to future complications. Thus, he remained silent, feigning deep contemplation. Yet, this very silence weighed heavily on the hearts of those present, as they feared that this proposal might incite the merchant's wrath, leading to their untimely demise. As time slipped by, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, leaving the survivors feeling as though a weight had lodged within their chests, suffocating them. Despite the biting cold wind, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Some timid individuals trembled, contemplating abandoning the supplies and fleeing. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Liu Kai nodded. I can provide for you, but it will not be for free. The middle-aged man immediately beamed with joy, ingratiatingly responding, Thank you immensely, esteemed merchant. Please, do share your demands. The others, upon hearing this, felt a mix of surprise and trepidation, fearing that Liu Kai might insist on payment in precious metals. They had long been drained of their resources, unable to produce even half a gram of gold. Fortunately, Liu Kai no longer required such valuables. First, the villa is in disarray. You are to tidy it up. Second, once the bodies of the scoundrels are incinerated, they must be disposed of outside. Third, keep a vigilant watch over this villa. Even in my absence, no one is permitted to approach without my consent. Absolutely. The middle-aged man, seemingly terrified of Liu Kai's potential change of heart, agreed without a moment's hesitation, his face alight with delight at these rather reasonable conditions. The surrounding survivors mirrored his joy, their gazes toward Liu Kai filled with gratitude. Soon, under Liu Kai's approval, the group entered the villa to commence cleaning, with many hands making light work. The villa was swiftly restored to order. Yet, no one noticed Liu Kai had quietly vanished. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly teleported back to the bunker. The third-floor swimming pool, long and used, had become murky and overgrown with moss. With a sweeping gesture, Liu Kai summoned his storage space to cleanse it thoroughly. Next, he adeptly removed the waterproofing tarp and dismantled the water barriers, restoring the third floor to its original, spacious condition. He fashioned 2 cozy nests from cotton mattresses for the small black and white animals, and constructed a rudimentary restroom adjacent to the drainage area. Given their current intellect, litter was no longer necessary. Flushing the toilet became a customary practice. Finally, he secured discarded furniture, iron barrels, and wooden stakes as obstacles in the open space. Though the third floor appeared chaotic, resembling a forsaken storage room, it provided an ideal environment for the cats and dogs to expend their energy. After accomplishing all these tasks, he finally released Xiaohei and Xiaobai, allowing them to frolic freely. He then teleported back to the villa atop the fortress. At this moment, the entire villa had been thoroughly cleaned. Even the bloodstains on the living room sofa and the floor had been meticulously wiped away. The group, displaying remarkable self-discipline, refrained from moving any supplies, instead wielding shovels and burlap sacks. They diligently shoveled the charred remains of Xiao Bin and others from the icy surface, preparing to dispose of them outside. Liu Kai nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the arrogant individuals who had once roamed freely when the cold wave first descended, these people had learned their lesson well. Just then, he felt a sudden stir in his heart, as if sensing something. He lifted his gaze to the northern horizon. Moments later, a cacophony of roaring sounds echoed from the distance, capturing the attention of the survivors. They beheld a transport helicopter and 2 armed helicopters descending through the clouds, heading towards the Lisher Chu Garden community. Chapter 171, The Legend of a Mysterious Identity, the initial encounter with the military region commander observing the trajectory of the 3 helicopters. Liu Kai was resolutely certain that their destination was this very location. A profound premonition surged within him. They had come seeking him. He could not help but furrow his brow. The assassination of Xiao Bin and his associates had been conducted without any concealment, so it was hardly surprising that the authorities were aware of his whereabouts. However, he had remained undisturbed on the mountain until now. Why then? Had military aircraft arrived merely hours after his descent? Was there something that could not be communicated via the tablet, necessitating a face-to-face discussion? For a moment, Liu Kai found himself uncertain whether the officials intended to transport him elsewhere. With this thought in mind, he summoned the middle-aged man from earlier, instructing him to finish disposing of the bodies before leading his team to gather supplies from the room. He also directed him to secure the skylight, ensuring that no one could intrude upon the villa uninvited. Once his orders were conveyed, he walked with palpable curiosity toward the open area ahead, quietly awaiting the aircraft's landing. As anticipated, the 3 helicopters gracefully descended upon the clearing. The sight left the survivors, who were engaged in the grim task of body removal, utterly astonished. A contingent of heavily armed soldiers disembarked from the transport plane, with a colonel in a thick military coat leading the group. The colonel, obscured by a heavy cold-weather mask, was difficult to age, yet he approached Liu Kai with brisk steps and offered a salute, whispering a few urgent words. Liu Kai paused, momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he nodded and followed the others onto the transport aircraft. The helicopters lingered only for a fleeting moment before soaring back into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Once the roar of the engines faded completely, the onlookers emerged from their astonishment. Their expressions varied as they engaged in hushed speculation. Transport planes were a common sight. However, the 2 advanced armed helicopters from Hua country were rare indeed. The military had not only dispatched a full colonel to retrieve a wandering merchant, but had also provided dual armed escorts. What was his extraordinary identity? Was he a high-tech talent fallen into obscurity? A protagonist from an exhilarating tale of urban warfare? Or perhaps an undercover operative conducting covert investigations? Regardless of their conjectures, they ultimately branded Liu Kai with an unmistakable label of inviolability. Even the glances cast toward the imperial villa were tinged with a hint of reverence. In truth, Liu Kai remained oblivious to the reason for the official's visit even as he boarded the aircraft. The colonel had merely offered a brief introduction, stating he was from the provincial military district headquarters. He had come to convey that Major General Yang Hongchang, the commander of the military region, urgently sought Liu Kai for a matter that required elaboration at the headquarters. This revelation was unexpected for Liu Kai. He had assumed the visit was orchestrated by Zhang Linyu, only to discover it was a direct delegation from the provincial military district. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. A thorough scan confirmed that the emotions of these individuals bore no semblance of deceit. With a burgeoning curiosity, he stepped onto the aircraft, his mind racing with speculation. His interactions with the military had been limited, and he believed that the clandestine mining operations had not been exposed. The only potential option left lies with the natural selection of the biological group. However, all tasks have been accomplished, and intelligence has long been shared. What else could he possibly seek for himself now? Throughout the journey, Liu Kai paid no heed to the inquisitive and curious gazes of the others in the cabin. Instead, fixating on the thick clouds outside the window, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. After an indeterminate passage of time, the helicopter finally descended once more. Upon discerning the scene outside the aircraft, Liu Kai was taken aback. They were situated on the slope of an unnamed mountain. Before him loomed a vast and towering cave. The space outside the cave was exceptionally spacious, seemingly a platform forcibly carved out. Numerous helicopters, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft missile units, and ammunition boxes were stationed there. A multitude of heavily armed soldiers patrolled back and forth or stood guard at the cave's entrance. The colonel, observing Liu Kai's rustic demeanor, refrained from displaying any mockery. Instead, leading the group off the aircraft, he began to introduce Liu Kai to the surroundings, explaining that this was an armaments factory established long ago, now serving as the office for the provincial military district. However, upon hearing they were to enter the cave, Liu Kai was instantly alarmed. Entering the cave inevitably involved security checks, and he was still clad in a powered exoskeleton. If subjected to the metal detector, it would likely register an overwhelming response. He couldn't possibly claim that his ironclad will trigger the alarm. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse, informing the colonel of a pressing need to use the restroom. With a swift motion, he darted into a nearby portable toilet and shut the door. He quickly removed the powered exoskeleton and donned a thermal suit, draping over it his self-made signature gray cloak. When Liu Kai emerged shortly thereafter, the colonel and several soldiers exchanged surprised glances. It seemed as though the advisor had lost a considerable amount of weight in such a short time. Surely, one could not shed that much mass in merely 2 minutes. However, they did not press for further details. The group proceeded toward the security checkpoint of the cave. The security personnel were diligent, conducting a thorough inspection to ensure Liu Kai bore no firearms. All he possessed was a mobile phone and a military tablet. After confirming his clearance, they gestured for him to pass through. The soldiers dispersed to rest, leaving only the colonel to accompany Liu Kai deeper into the cave. The interior of the cave revealed an unexpected vista, entirely unlike his oppressive preconceptions. The mountain had been nearly hollowed out, accommodating numerous buildings, partitions, and defensive structures. Electric forklifts busily transported tightly packed crates in the well-lit environment, where staff hurried about, engrossed in their tasks. Liu Kai observed his surroundings while following the colonel through the winding paths. Soon, they halted before a massive steel door, flanked by several guards. After verifying the identities of Liu Kai and the colonel once more, they entered a code to unlock the door. At this juncture, however, the colonel did not intend to enter. Advisor Liu, Commander Yang is waiting for you inside. You may proceed alone. Liu Kai did not inquire further. He simply nodded and stepped through the door. Ever since entering the cave, he had activated his scanning abilities, quickly discerning that beyond the entrance lay an office. There was no one else present, save for a middle-aged general with a square face, appearing to be in his 50s. Despite his own extraordinary nature, Liu Kai felt an inexplicable twinge of anxiety at that moment. Perhaps it was the first encounter with someone of such high rank. Prior to the Cold Wave, such individuals were beyond his reach throughout his lifetime. Thus, upon rounding a corner and beholding the middle-aged man seated at the desk, engaged in writing and drawing, Liu Kai maintained the humility expected of youth. He greeted politely Commander Yang, contrary to his expectations of a commanding presence or a stern demeanor. The general lifted his gaze to Liu Kai, a gentle smile gracing his features. Chapter 172. The meeting Qin Luofei has been missing for a whole month? Yang Hongchan's smile radiated warmth, akin to that of a humble farmer in the fields, were he not adorned in military attire. As he capped his pen and set it aside, he gestured toward the chair in front of his desk. Liu Kai, please have a seat. Upon witnessing this, Liu Kai felt the initial tension dissipate entirely. He approached the chair with confidence, abandoning any pretense, and settled down. Yang Hongchang maintained his genial demeanor, sizing Liu Kai up with a nod of approval. Ah, quite commendable. This young man exudes vitality, far surpassing my own youthful days. Caught off guard by such unexpected praise, Liu Kai found himself momentarily speechless, reminiscent of his student days when he would be at a loss for words in response to a teacher's commendation. Noticing Liu Kai's awkwardness, Yang Hongchang waved his hand, encouraging him to relax. Understanding Liu Kai's temperament, he refrained from adopting a commanding presence, opting instead for a friendly approach. This amiable demeanor, while fostering rapport, also unmistakably established the hierarchy between them, a simple distinction of elder and junior. Having attained the esteemed rank of general, one not only possesses exceptional abilities but also excels in the art of human relations. This approach allowed Liu Kai to lower his guard, while simultaneously paving the way for the ensuing discussion. Liu, I hear you've had a bit of a disagreement with that young lad, Zhang Linyu? Liu Kai was taken aback by this direct inquiry from Yang Hanchang. He hesitated, struggling to comprehend. He would categorize his relationship with Zhang Linyu as contentious, after all. It was merely a matter pertaining to his advisory role. Was it truly significant enough for a general to intervene directly? Although uncertain about Yang Hongchang's intentions, Liu Kai recognized that the latter likely possessed a clear understanding of the situation, making deception inadvisable. He promptly shook his head. I wouldn't describe it as a disagreement. It's merely a difference in perspective between myself and advisor Zhang. I hold no ill will towards him. He is quite a stable individual. After considerable thought, Liu Kai managed to articulate the word stable. Upon hearing this, Yang Hanchang chuckled. Stable? Are you implying he is somewhat rigid? Caught off guard by the revelation of his thoughts, Liu Kai awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Yang Hanchang, observing his discomfort, shook his head. Young Zhong can indeed be a bit inflexible at times, yet he remains a reliable person. He recently reported to me regarding the cancellation of your advisory role, but I did not concur. Oh? Liu Kai was surprised by Yang Hongchang's forthrightness. There is no need for such astonishment. Although you and Young Zhong may have differing ideologies, your intentions are aligned in doing good. Our principle is to cultivate close ties with the public through unity and collaboration, allowing for diverse opinions to coexist. Thank you, Commander Yang, for your understanding. Yang Hanchang waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's turn the page on that matter. Let us discuss something else. Liu Kai felt a surge of anticipation, knowing that the essence of their meeting was about to unfold. Liu, may I pose a question? You are free to refrain from answering, but please do not resort to falsehoods. Understood? Please, Commander Yang, go ahead and ask. All right. My inquiry pertains to whether you have recently encountered Major Qin Luofei. After posing the question, Yang Hongchang's gaze towards Liu Kai bore an air of scrutiny. However, Liu Kai found himself perplexed by this inquiry. Encountering Qin Luofei? For over a month now, he had been laboring in the mountains without laying eyes on a single soul. Thus, he resolutely shook his head. I have not seen Secretary Qin in quite some time. Really? Is there something amiss, Commander Yang? Seeing that Liu Kai's expression did not suggest deceit, a flicker of disappointment and concern crossed Yang Hongchang's face. I must thank you for your assistance the last time we were in Hanpu City. He then shifted the conversation. However, since that occasion, Major Qin Luofei has not made an appearance, and we have been unable to locate her. Liu Kai was taken aback. She hasn't returned to the provincial capital? He thought to himself, could that foolish woman have met her demise on the journey back? Upon seeing Yang Hongchang shake his head, he bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. Commander Yang, I genuinely have not seen her, but I am curious as to why you believe I might have. Yang Hongchang's tone remained neutral, devoid of concealment. Our technical personnel discovered that she designated you as her emergency contact, and indeed, the sole contact, having blocked all of us. Liu Kai's confusion deepened. Such a situation exists? But how does she possess the capability to block you? Certainly, she has the means. You must have seen the electronic pocket watch she carries, correct? Upon Liu Kai's nod of acknowledgement, Yang Hanchang recounted the unfolding events. First, there was the video from an undercover operative sent by Qin Luofei regarding the gold mine, which Yang Hanchang had instructed Zhong Linyu to delete. Subsequently, it was he who issued the order to transfer Qin Luofei back to the provincial capital, placing her under his watchful eye. It was precisely because of this incident that Qin Luofei became increasingly paranoid, losing trust in the entire military establishment. Even suspecting that Yang Hongchang was the hidden protector of the ruthless biological conglomerate. Yang Hongchang's motives were straightforward, to cast a long line in hopes of reeling in a substantial catch, and to keep Qin Luofei, whose character was excessively obstinate, from becoming overly involved in the matter. The underlying reason, though somewhat melodramatic, was that numerous individuals investigating this issue had met with inexplicable assassinations, suspected to be the handiwork of that enigmatic organization. Qin Luofei's father had shared a profound camaraderie with Yang Hongchang. After her father perished on the battlefield, Yang Hongchang took Qin Luofei under his wing. The pocket watch in her possession had belonged to her father and possessed significant authority. In a bid to care for the descendants of martyrs, and considering that Qin Luofei had entered military school, destined to become an officer upon graduation, the authorities had refrained from reclaiming the watch or revoking its privileges. This authority was granted by the central government to certain distinguished senior officers, encompassing, but not limited to, access to highly classified information, with only the central authority able to revoke such permissions. Thus, Qin Luofei had the ability to block the provincial military district where Yang Hongchang was stationed, effectively rendering herself invisible. After absorbing this information, Liu Kai grasped the general situation. Yet he found himself powerless in the face of Qin Luofei's disappearance. One can only provide the information he possesses to the best of his ability. All I know is that she has been eager to investigate the survival of the fittest bio group concerning their human experimentation. Beyond that, I am truly uninformed. Yang Hongchang nodded, acknowledging. I am aware of what you mentioned. Although Qin Luofei is missing, she occasionally manages to relay critical intelligence to us through special channels. What? Liu Kai expressed confusion. Doesn't she distrust you? How could she still send back intelligence? Yang Hongchang appeared somewhat bemused. This child can be quite contradictory, while she harbors suspicions about me. There are moments when she cannot fathom that I could engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Liu Kai resonated with this sentiment. Indeed, her character is quite paradoxical, almost childlike. Young Liu, he continued, do you know why I am so anxious to find her? Liu Kai was about to respond with uncertainty, but suddenly sensed a peculiar significance in Yang Hongchang's gaze directed at him. Chapter 173. A call for help. Yu Dalong has been captured. Yang Hongchang's expression seemed to test Liu Kai's intellect. He swallowed hard, grappling with the unspoken words, and began to analyze the information at hand. Soon, a singular possibility emerged in his mind. Could it be? Commander Yang, are you preparing to net your catch? Indeed. A look of approval graced Yang Hongchang's face. We have thoroughly mapped out the positions of both big and small fish. We are ready to cast our net. However, she remains unaccounted for outside, and I wish to avoid a repeat of the harrowing scene in Hanpu City. Liu Kai nodded in understanding. Yet, with Qin Luofei deliberately absent, he felt powerless. He then produced his tablet. Commander Yang, you mentioned she designated me as her sole emergency contact, so I should be able to reach her, correct? Certainly. But if she chooses to ignore your messages, there is little you can do. Might I request assistance from above to temporarily revoke her high-level permissions? Yang Hongchang shook his head once more. It is not so simple. This matter requires the joint authorization of several high-ranking officials. At this point, his voice grew somber. However, recently, a venerable elder has passed away. The incident was sudden, and he did not have the chance to transfer his authority. Higher-ups are currently seeking a solution. Liu Kai was taken aback by this revelation, having never heard of any prominent figure's demise. With the pertinent questions now exhausted, Yang Hongchang felt a profound sense of disappointment and no longer expected to find a breakthrough through Liu Kai. After a few pleasantries, their conversation came to an end. Just as Liu Kai was about to depart, curiosity got the better of him. Commander Yang, I have a question that has lingered in my mind. Does the survival of the fittest biological group have a protective umbrella? Yang Hongchang did not elaborate. He merely smiled enigmatically and retorted, I trust you have already deduced the answer, have you not? Liu Kai silently nodded and took his leave. Coincidentally, events often unfold at the most opportune moments. Just then, Liu Kai's tablet emitted a series of urgent alarm signals. Beep, beep. Not only was Liu Kai startled, but even the ever-composed Yang Hongchang was taken aback. He swiftly rose from his seat and hurried towards Liu Kai at the door, exclaiming, Hurry, this is a distress signal. Let us see what it says. Without needing further prompting, Liu Kai quickly retrieved the tablet. The two stood side by side. And on the screen, a large red exclamation mark flashed frantically. SOS. An urgent distress message from Major Qin Luofei, Secretary to the Provincial Military District Commander. Liu Kai was flabbergasted. No way, dear sister, you've been surrounded again? This is an uncanny coincidence. The rescue signal arrived just in time. Yang Hongchang merely glanced at the coordinates displayed on the tablet. It was not far from the provincial city's coastline. His brow furrowed immediately, and he pulled out his walkie-talkie, shouting, Emergency mission, assemble immediately. Yang Hongchang swiftly issued the attack orders to various units, then set the intercom down and turned to Liu Kai. Xiao Lu, are you going? I think I'll sit this one out, especially since the main force is involved. There should be no issues. Liu Kai candidly expressed his thoughts, although he felt a twinge of guilt for not attending, as it seemed to undermine Qin Luofei's trust in him. The matter at hand was significant. On one hand, a military operation to rescue missing comrades. On the other, a personal family affair concerning his uncle's misguided trust in his foolish niece. It was not his place to interfere in their domestic matters. Very well, I shall. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted Yang Hongchang's attempt to arrange for Liu Kai's return. Huh? There is a signal in this cave? Liu Kai queried, perplexed as he retrieved his phone. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback, then directed the phone screen towards Yang Hongchang. Caller, Ji Zihan. Yang Hongchang's brow furrowed at the sight of that name. He was well aware of Ji Zihan's identity, as one of the major players soon to be ensnared. Why would he choose this delicate moment to call Liu Kai? Noticing Yang Hongchang's nod, Liu Kai answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Brother Ji, what a surprise. Are you inviting me for drinks? Liu Kai jested lightly. Yet, the voice on the other end was devoid of any warmth. Little Chiu. Or should I call you Liu Kai? Ji Zihan's tone was icily detached. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu Kai dropped the pretense. What do you need, Mr. Ji? Huh, Liu Kai. I considered you a brother, but it seems you wish to play games with me? Spare me, Mr. Ji. Your act of installing a locator on my snowmobile hardly earns you the right to use the term brother. Very well. Let me ask you, the incident at Leisure to UN community. It was you who killed Xiaobin, wasn't he it? Liu Kai unabashedly admitted. You mean that scoundrel who helped you with human trafficking? Indeed, I killed him. Meanwhile, Yang Hanchang discreetly instructed technicians to track Ji Zihan's location. You also captured the monkeys at Fenghai Nuclear Power Station? And exposed the location of Falling Star Island? Yes. Well, you have indeed become a pawn of the military. Since that is the case, I shall not waste any more breath on you. Ji Zihan's voice grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, Liu Kai's messaging app received several images. The photos depicted a scene of carnage, blood and corpses strewn across the ground, including that of soldiers as well as individuals clad in black tactical gear. Liu Kai recognized these figures from intelligence photos provided by Wang Ning. They belonged to the Biotic Evolution Group. From the images, it was evident that the black-clad individuals had triumphed. The soldiers had been disarmed and bound, most of them imprisoned in an outdoor cage surrounded by barbed wire. A few were on the ground, being ruthlessly beaten by several black-clad figures, blood evident on their faces. Among the victims was Liu Kai's acquaintance, Yu Dalong, along with his team. The location depicted in the photos was one Liu Kai knew all too well, Fenghai City North Nuclear Power Station. Your brother is in my custody. I am giving you 1 hour to come to the nuclear power station alone or else. The call was abruptly terminated by Ji Zihan, leaving Liu Kai no opportunity to respond. Faced with such a threat, Liu Kai was tempted to declare that he was not affiliated with the military, and that using the lives of those soldiers to intimidate him was futile. However, Yang Hanchang was still present, making such a statement clearly inappropriate. At that moment, the technicians also relayed information to Yang Hanchang, indicating that Ji Zihan's mobile signal was pinpointed to the nuclear power station. This hypocrite is evidently losing his composure, displaying quite an astute sense of awareness. Yang Hanchang let out a cold snort, his irritation mounting due to the unexpected turn of events. Commander Yang, what is going on? How could Captain Yu be at the nuclear power station? This, sigh. Yang Hanchang exhaled lightly, succinctly relaying some intelligence to Liu Kai. Chapter 174, More Secrets. I'm going to Japan to steal. As Liu Kai is aware, the Fenghai nuclear power plant, due to a reactor breach, was reluctantly entrusted to the Evolutionary Biology Group to maintain its operations. This arrangement was facilitated by the protective umbrella surrounding the group. However, as a consequence, the control system of the nuclear power station has fallen firmly into the hands of adversaries. Should one act recklessly, the resulting power outage in the city would be a minor concern compared to the catastrophic implications of an outage at the official research and weapons factory deep in the mountains. During this period, the authorities have not been idle. They have sought alternative energy sources for the factory. Thus, even in the event of a power failure at the nuclear station, the impact would be mitigated. Yet, if the enemies are cornered, they could very well sabotage the nuclear facility, unleashing radiation contamination indiscriminately upon the land and sea. The consequences would be dire, akin to a fish dying in a broken net. The nation is acutely aware of the repercussions from the pollution discharged into the ocean by the enemy nation 2 decades ago. Therefore, the authorities are determined to devise methods to avert such a calamity. Under the pretense of a troop rotation, they have withdrawn the original guard stationed at the nuclear power plant and summoned personnel from various regions to form a new force, which includes Yu Dalong's Special Operations Team. This decision does not stem from a lack of trust in the original station soldiers, but rather from the gravity of the situation, where even the slightest risk is unacceptable. The intention was to allow them an opportunity to quietly reclaim control of the nuclear power station, thereby enabling the authorities to act decisively. Yet, to their astonishment, the enemies have fortified their military presence at the nuclear facility and have defeated and captured the regular army forces. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai was left in a state of bewilderment. The combat prowess of the regular army is indisputable. Their defeat evidently resulted from the numerical superiority of the opposition. The pressing question arises, where did the Evolutionary Biology Group acquire such a large number of personnel? Liu Kai surmised that this group must be colluding with foreign forces. But it was implausible that all these cloaked figures were solely supported by external influences. Yang Hongchang's subsequent revelation left him utterly astonished. The authorities have investigated, and the overwhelming majority of these black-clad individuals are indeed foreign operatives, specifically, agents dispatched by the United States directives from the enemy nation. However, They are not members of the self-defense forces, but rather hardened criminals from various countries, sent to China to atone for their sins through service. Yang Hanchang swiftly relayed this information, his face etched with concern as he regarded Liu Kai. After all, Ji Zihan had explicitly requested Liu to undertake this mission alone. It seems Ji Zihan is also privy to the impending actions of the authorities. Escape is no longer an option, hence, exposing one's true nature and location has become inconsequential. Likewise, resistance would not inflict significant damage upon the authorities. This is a final, desperate struggle. Venting all fury upon Liu Kai, the individual of pivotal importance, drawing him into th if you are willing to assist, we would be most grateful. However, should you choose not to help, we shall not compel you. The special forces will manage the situation. That said, there is an unmistakable tinge of concern in Yang Hongchang's tone. If this matter were truly so easily resolved, it would not have lingered in such a passive state. Conversely, with Liu Kai's current capabilities, resolving this issue would be a trivial endeavor. With his newfound abilities, even if the enemy possesses aircraft or tanks, he would remain unscathed. Ji Zihan's desire to drag him down is nothing but a pipe dream. Moreover, he holds a relatively favorable impression of Long. It would be prudent to offer assistance and cultivate goodwill with the authorities for future dealings. Yet, in the eyes of ordinary individuals, the peril of attending a meeting unaccompanied is evident. Furthermore, Liu Kai has always been motivated by personal gain. If he were to straightforwardly agree to attend this time, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, Liu Kai, with a clever glint in his eye, decided to seize this opportunity to negotiate for some compensation. With a smile, he turned to Yang Hanchang. Commander Yang, I am willing to visit the nuclear power station and take care of the scoundrels there. Yang Hanchang, seeing Liu Kai's unwavering confidence, felt no doubt. After all, his impressive track record speaks volumes. Without further ado, the mere act of infiltrating the nuclear facility to obtain intelligence is enough to baffle anyone trying to decipher his motives. Investigations into Liu Kai had been ongoing in the shadows, yet they had yielded no results. Inquiring directly might only elicit vague responses about his internal capabilities. Yang Hanchang cast aside these distracting thoughts. The paramount concern now was that Liu Kai had indeed agreed. Before the elated Yang Hanchang could express his joy, Liu Kai, with a broad smile, extended his right hand, rubbing his 3 fingers together. However, I am not on the official payroll, so what about benefits? He chuckled. Seeing is believing, little Liu. You truly are motivated by self-interest. Speak, what do you desire? Yang Hanchang chuckled, generously inviting Liu Kai to propose his terms. In his understanding, Liu Kai likely sought something akin to gold. Although this is strategic material, parting with a small portion would not be unfeasible. To his surprise, Liu Kai's subsequent request took him aback. To be honest, Commander Yang, I wish to travel to Japan soon, so I require transportation. Liu Kai understood that the official's promise of not surveilling him hinged on his compliance. However, if he wished to leave the country, even with his spatial abilities, he could not evade the watchful eyes of the authorities. Rather than risk misunderstandings later, it was better to be forthright about certain information now. What? You wish to go to Japan? Upon hearing this, Yang Hongchang's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance, his gaze toward Liu Kai now scrutinizing. It is no wonder he felt such apprehension. The relationship between Huagua and the Japanese has been exceedingly delicate of late. The central government is currently planning to utilize the privileges of the 5 permanent members to exclude Japan from the technical sharing organization of the Earth Thawing Project. There are even plans to conduct the first thawing experiment within the confines of Japan, allowing them to experience the juxtaposition of ice and fire, thereby instilling a lasting lesson. At this very moment, Liu Kai expressed his intention to travel to Japan. In that foreign land, he harbors neither family nor foes, nor does he possess any official commission. What purpose could he possibly have for venturing to such a desolate place? Naturally, the fleeting suspicion of Liu Kai's betrayal flitted through his mind. After all, no defector would brazenly confess to the authorities, let alone request transportation from them. Such audacity seems rather excessive. After a moment's silence, Yang Hanchang furrowed his brow and inquired. Liu, may I ask, what is your purpose in going to Japan? I intend to procure some items, Liu replied. What do you intend to steal? Nuclear fuel rods. Chapter 175. Sealing the deal. I can fly what? What? Yang Hanchang could scarcely believe his ears, even stuttering momentarily, a rare occurrence for him. His astonishment was fleeting, as he swiftly regained his composure. Why would you steal such a thing? Are you attempting to craft a nuclear weapon by hand? Commander Yang jested. Even if I wished to do so, I lack the large centrifuges required. Liu Kai chuckled awkwardly. Noticing Yang Hongchang's unwavering scrutiny, he felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, these matters could not remain concealed, which is why he chose to come forward. However, he could not possibly disclose the enhancement of spatial capabilities at this juncture. After some contemplation, he decided to employ the ultimate tactic of sincerity. Commander Yang, I must apologize for not being able to divulge specific uses. But I have a promise and a proposal. Yang Hanchang nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. I can assure you that the fuel rods will not be brought back to our homeland. Even if there is contamination, it will be on hostile territory. I understand your concerns, Commander Yang, which is why I propose that the officials send someone to accompany me to Japan. Liu Kai's words struck a chord deep within Yang Hanchang. His apprehensions indeed revolved around these two pivotal issues: the fear of nuclear contamination affecting China and international waters, and the worry that Liu Kai might betray their trust. This arrangement demonstrated considerable goodwill, particularly the voluntary offer to have someone accompany him, essentially inviting oversight. Yang Hanchang was aware that the individual sent would likely not be a match for Liu Kai. However, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that if Liu Kai were to engage in any indiscreet actions, this person could issue a life or death warning. Of course, Yang Hanchang had other options. He could reject Liu Kai's proposal and dispatch a special forces team to address the nuclear power station issue. Yet, was he truly confident in that decision? The stakes were exceedingly high. It not only pertained to the lives of numerous soldiers but also determined the fate of the nuclear facility and the overall success of the operation. Although the high-tech arms factory had located a backup power source, the electricity derived from various sources would come at a cost. Once utilized, countless ordinary individuals might succumb to the cold due to lack of power. Furthermore, the electricity was limited, sufficient only for the basic operations of the factory, causing many crucial research projects to stall. The price was undeniably steep. Many situations in life necessitate sacrifices and choices. After a moment of reflection, Yang Hanchang arrived at the most prudent decision. With a long sigh, he nodded. Very well. I will provide you with a small civilian electric propeller aircraft, with a range of 5,000 kilometers when fully charged. Liu Kai's face lit up with joy. The aircraft's speed far surpassed that of a snowmobile, and a range of 5,000 kilometers was certainly adequate. However, in the next moment, he recalled the aircraft's potential shortcomings. Would a conventional plane withstand the frigid temperatures? Moreover, flying openly to Japan would undoubtedly attract the attention of their radar systems. Yang Hanchang, aware of Liu Kai's concerns, continued, "Rest assured, I will arrange for engineers to modify the aircraft using cold-resistant materials. Additionally, it can assist in providing the optimal flight path to evade Japanese radar, allowing for a seamless entry and exit." Upon hearing this, Liu Kai let out a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Commander Yang. Do not thank me yet." Yang Hanchang replied, a smile reappearing on his face, one that bore a hint of mischief. "Do you know how to fly a plane?" He presumed Liu Kai would be incapable of piloting an aircraft and intended to assign a pilot to accompany him to Japan. However, Liu Kai, equally beaming with confidence, responded, "Rest assured, Commander Yang, I can." Of course, Liu Kai had no actual flying experience, nor did the intelligent glasses of his powered exoskeleton contain any piloting skills. Yet, he was confident that he could learn rapidly within the next few days. This was possible due to a highly realistic flight simulation game installed on the Bunker S computer, which accurately replicated the operations of most aircraft. With his enhanced physique, he could effortlessly control every muscle with precision. Mastering the joystick was merely a routine task. Moreover, along with his physical augmentation, his cognitive abilities had also improved, enabling him to quickly grasp the various maneuvers required for flying. Liu Kai's response took Yang Hanchang by surprise, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. After a deep glance at Liu Kai, he remarked, "I didn't see that coming, Liu. You truly are a hidden gem." This revelation was indeed good news for Yang Hanchang, as pilots were exceptionally rare talents. Deploying a pilot to monitor Liu Kai would not only squander specialized skills but also pose significant risks in infiltrating enemy territory. Since Liu Kai could fly, he could instead assign a seasoned veteran with ample combat and infiltration experience, which was undoubtedly the best choice. With the matter settled, both parties were satisfied. Yang Hanchang promised that the aircraft would be modified and delivered to Fenghai City in 5 days. No matter when Liu Kai planned to depart, he merely needed to reach out in advance, and the authorities would promptly send personnel to accompany him. Having received the benefits, Liu Kai did not linger, promptly rising to head towards the nuclear power station. However, just as he was about to exit the office, Yang Hanchang called out to him once more. "Liu Kai, is there anything else, Commander Yang?" "Nothing much, just a reminder to be mindful of international implications. There are actions the enemy can undertake, but we must not. At least not overly. Do you understand?" Liu Kai, quick-witted, immediately grasped the essence of this remark. He smiled and nodded, "Understood. If I were to be captured in Japan, I wouldn't divulge your name." "Huh, you're rather blunt, aren't you? Some things are better left unspoken." "Rest assured, Commander Yang, The one who can capture me has yet to be born. Upon leaving the cave, Liu Kai, as was his custom, made a detour to the restroom to change attire before boarding the helicopter. This time, the troops outside the cave were considerably fewer, likely having been dispatched to search for Qin Luofei while also commencing their net operations. The colonel who initially accompanied him was no longer present. Thus, he proceeded southward. Liu Kai suddenly sensed that the helicopter pilot regarded him with an unusual gaze, one filled with a kind of reverence typically reserved for daring adventurers. He couldn't help but internally lament, "I'm not here to court death." The weight of such scrutiny left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. In response, Liu Kai instructed the pilot to lower the aircraft beside the grove located 5 kilometers west of the nuclear power station and hover. Without delay, amidst the pilot's astonished stare, he flung open the cabin door and leaped from nearly 20 meters above. As he descended, a flurry of snow erupted, creating a deep crater in the wide expanse. The helicopter pilot stood in stunned silence, and just as he began to question whether Liu Kai had met his demise, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the snow pit. With remarkable agility, Liu Kai sprang to his feet and dashed away, skillfully maneuvering until he vanished into the snowy thicket. Chapter 176, Seizing Control. The call from Yu Dalong in comparison to a month ago when Liu Kai infiltrated, the nuclear power station had undergone little transformation. The only notable change was the replacement of the guards atop the towering watchtower. The soldiers clad in snow-white camouflage had been supplanted by a cadre of masked individuals in black attire. Moreover, the patrolling sentinels were now more vigilant than before. With the sun shining brightly and the surroundings devoid of any cover, Liu Kai could no longer rely on the stealthy approach he had employed previously. However, this posed no challenge for him. In an instant of spatial folding, Liu Kai vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the external illumination was severed, plunging him into utter darkness. With dual focus, he scanned the surroundings while adeptly maneuvering the shifting spatial dimensions, like a cube existing independently of the three-dimensional world. He enveloped himself and swiftly surged toward the nuclear facility. Within a mere 30 seconds, he traversed the final 2 kilometers. Finding a concealed corner, he materialized, his legs buckling as he leaned against the wall, breathless. While the spatial folding technique was undeniably effective, it exacted a substantial toll on his stamina. Hastily, he tore open a pouch of glucose solution and gulped it down. After several deep breaths, he finally dispelled the dizzying sensation. Upon his infiltration of the nuclear power station, Liu Kai had discerned a troubling issue. His extensive scanning had entirely enveloped the facility, even penetrating deeply underground. He observed soldiers confined within a central holding cell, corpses stacked in secluded corners, and, notably, Yu Dalong. However, there was one conspicuous absence. The whereabouts of Ji Zihan remained elusive. Moments prior, military technicians had conducted triangulation, confirming that the mobile signal originated from this very location. Satellites were also monitoring the area, ensuring that no individuals or vehicles had departed. Only one possibility remained. The call had been rerouted from another location, transmitted through the local signal base station. Liu Kai could not help but curse inwardly. This wily old fox was indeed cunning, appearing determined to drag him down with him in a mutual demise while simultaneously playing a game of survival with multiple escape routes. Yet, such considerations were of little consequence now. The pressing matters at hand were twofold: reclaim control of the nuclear power station's AI and rescue the hostages. Furthermore, he could not afford to cut the power, which implied that he must refrain from damaging the server room. Thus, Liu Kai naturally set his sights on the central control room. Presently, the control room was heavily fortified. Not only were several armed black-clad guards stationed outside the door, but even within the control room, apart from a few technical personnel, there were black-clad sentinels on watch. To others, such a scenario might seem insurmountable. Yet, regrettably for them, they were contending with Liu Kai, the unparalleled ace. Sensing that his energy had been sufficiently restored, Liu Kai inhaled deeply and re-entered the folded space. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying velocity of the folded space silently transported him to the control room. At that moment, he was like a specter suspended in midair, betraying not a hint of his presence. He did not hasten to reveal himself. Instead, he focused his mind for a moment, suddenly opening his mesmerizing eyes. Cut. In an instant, 8 spatial distortions manifested within the minds of those in the control room. The 8 individuals present froze simultaneously, as if struck by a spell of paralysis, unable to emit a single sound. Their brains were instantaneously cleaved in two, consciousness dissipating, as Liu Kai swiftly extinguished their lives. Only the spinal nerves remained, reflexively controlling their limbs to twitch slightly. Almost simultaneously, all bodies softened, teetering as if about to collapse. Liu Kai would not allow the corpses to make a sound. Revealing himself, he waved his hand, instantly storing all the bodies within a spatial storage. A skin showed that the black-clad individuals outside the control room remained oblivious, While the group of operators below continued their diligent tasks, Liu Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly removed his exoskeleton smart glasses, pulled out the connection cable, and turned to plug it into the main control computer's interface. In a hushed tone, he commanded the glasses, "Seize control of the nuclear power station." The smart glasses housed a miniature quantum computer. Despite its small size, its computational power far surpassed that of traditional, larger computers. As the command was given, a torrent of complex information surged into the control room's computer. A series of prompts illuminated the glasses. Current progress 0. 83. Estimated completion time 2 minutes. Liu Kai understood that he could not afford to forget this matter and prepared to wait patiently. Once control was successfully seized, he could continue to utilize his cutting ability to assassinate nearly 300 black-clad individuals within the nuclear power station, one by one from the inside out. As long as the enemies capable of damaging the reactor were eliminated, the guards outside were merely insignificant, posing no threat. Time flowed slowly, and the progress bar on the smart glasses gradually approached 100. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Fortunately, he had set it to vibrate mode beforehand, avoiding any sound. Liu Kai took out his phone, and upon seeing the incoming call display, he was utterly astonished. He had assumed it was Ji Zihan urging him to hasten to the meeting. To his surprise, the caller was Yu Dalong. As he answered the call, he initiated a full scan. An image materialized in Liu Kai's mind. In the cell where soldiers were imprisoned, Yu Dalong had somehow managed to break free from his restraints. He was crouched among the crowd, quietly holding his phone to his ear. However, Yu Dalong was unaware that his actions of calling had already attracted the attention of 3 black-clad individuals approaching swiftly from a distance. Liu Kai's brow furrowed. Yu Dalong's call had completely disrupted his plans. If he did not rescue him, Yu Dalong would surely meet his demise. Yet, if he ventured out to save him, the black-clad individuals would undoubtedly be alarmed, especially those within the building, who could potentially jeopardize the nuclear reactor. Control has been seized. The smart glasses sent a notification, leaving him little time to ponder. With a swift mental shift, Liu Kai resolved to save him first. He hastily removed the glasses and put them on. Grasping his phone, he instantaneously teleported 50 meters away, finding himself beneath the towering cooling towers of the nuclear power plant. At that moment, Yu Dalong felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Initially, he had dialed Liu Kai's number with a mindset of mere experimentation, yet to his astonishment, the call connected. However, the pressing issue was Liu's failure to answer. It seemed as though his fervent prayers had been answered, as the call finally went through. Before Liu Kai could utter a word, Yu Dalong seized the initiative, exclaiming, "Listen to me, Brother Liu. Did Ji Zihan send you to the nuclear power plant? Do not come here. It is a trap. Ji Zihan is not here at all. I implore you, stay away." His words were laced with desperation and delivered at a frantic pace. Just as he finished speaking, several men in black had arrived outside, violently rattling the iron bars of the enclosure. They shouted incomprehensible foreign languages, seemingly warning you. Chapter 177. The Great Compassion of Gatling, One Breath. 3,600 turns. Yu Dalong was taken aback by the sudden roar. Upon turning to face the figure in black, he realized that he had been exposed, and it was evident that he was staring death in the face. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a visage marked by rage and distortion. He once again shouted into his phone, "Brother Xiao Lu, heed my words and do not come. I owe you a life, and there is no way I can repay it, perhaps in the next life." With that, he hurled his phone with ferocity towards the figure in black, shattering it against the iron bars. He bent down, seizing a bent steel rebar from the ground. With a blaze of fury igniting in his eyes, he charged at the iron bars. He was acutely aware that this was a suicidal act, and he knew that with only the rebar in hand, he could not inflict harm upon the enemy. The adversaries would not even wait for him to approach before opening fire. At this moment, he possessed nothing but sheer courage. Unwilling to become a captive of his foes, he refused to serve as bait, luring his comrades to their demise in a futile rescue attempt. He understood that once he was dead, he could no longer be of use to the enemy. This was the singular thought echoing in Yu Dalong's mind, a readiness to embrace death. Bang! In the next instant, a deafening gunshot reverberated across the nuclear power station. Yu Dalong instinctively halted, but as he lowered his head to search himself, he discovered no bullet wounds. To his astonishment, he observed 3 figures in black outside the cage, their heads suddenly exploding as if struck by an unseen force, blood spraying high into the air. Incredulously, he turned towards the source of the gunfire. Glancing up to the left, there, atop the towering cooling tower of the nuclear power station, dense white vapor continued to rise, and a familiar silhouette crouched at the summit, brandishing a long black sniper rifle. Liu Kai. Not only Yu Dalong, but all the captured soldiers bore witness to this spectacle, their mouths agape in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted once more, a torrent of bullets pouring forth. Liu Kai, atop the tower with the Russian-made V-94 anti-material sniper rifle, unleashed a barrage of fearsome 12.7mm rounds in all directions, each shot finding its mark with precision and cunning angles. One bullet could pierce through the bodies of 3 enemies simultaneously. He first decimated the foes surrounding the prisoner camp. Then 2 shots tore through the heavy iron chains of the camp's enclosure. Utilizing the rapid reloading feature of his storage device, the sniper rifle, with its meager 5-round capacity, felt as though it had transformed into a machine gun. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the nuclear power station, red lights flashing ominously. However, the alarm lasted only a brief half-second before falling silent, for Liu Kai, having seized control, forcibly disabled the alarm using his smart glasses. The captured soldiers within the camp erupted in cheers, their voices echoing into the skies. With Liu Kai's miraculous arrival, coupled with the elimination of the enemies outside the camp, hope surged among them. Courage surged once more within the hearts of the warriors. Brothers, charge forth. Kill. Kill. They cried, breaking free from their restraints to liberate their comrades. Swiftly, they seized anything that could serve as a weapon, surging wildly towards the iron-barred wall. With a resounding crash, accompanied by a cloud of dust and ice shards, the already precarious iron chains were shattered by their combined force. The captured soldiers poured forth like a torrential flood, streaming out of the main gate. They retrieved the fallen weapons of their slain foes and launched a counterattack. The sound of gunfire erupted within the nuclear power plant, a cacophony of chaos. Unbeknownst to the others, Liu Kai had vanished from the top of the cooling tower. He remained apprehensive about the control room and reactor, fearing destruction. After rescuing the captured soldiers, he swiftly returned to the building, stowing away his long sniper rifle. Utilizing the formidable defense of his powered exoskeleton, he braved the relentless hail of bullets from the black-clad assailants. Sparks flew as bullets struck him, yet he dashed through the corridors with the swiftness of lightning. Armed with a pair of SFB-9 handguns in each hand, he unleashed a torrent of fire. The deafening explosions echoed throughout the building, intensifying in ferocity. Without question, this was yet another one-sided massacre. Wherever Liu Kai tread, each black-clad assailant met their end with a precise bullet to the forehead, their bodies twitching and collapsing lifelessly. The ground was strewn with enemy corpses, blood saturating the air, offering no semblance of resistance. In a mere half-minute, all 300 black-clad figures within the reactor building were vanquished. Outside, countless gun barrels were now aimed at the main entrance. Adding to the tension, the sky rumbled ominously as several black-clad figures piloted the seized helicopters. Their heavy cannons also locked onto the target. They awaited Liu Kai's appearance, ready to unleash their firepower without hesitation. It was evident that these individuals were somewhat apprehensive. None desired to jeopardize the nuclear reactor in a desperate act of mutual destruction. Yet their emotions were complex. For they had heard reports from their dying comrades. The invader was but a single individual, a superhuman, impervious to harm, swift as the wind, with unparalleled marksmanship. Whether the reports were true or not, their singular focus was to eliminate the intruder. In the next instant, the tightly sealed door of the reactor building was forcefully kicked open, flying far away amidst a cloud of dust. A vague silhouette emerged through the haze. All the black-clad figures froze, poised to pull their triggers. Yet, a scene of utter astonishment unfolded before them. The figure surged forth with an unprecedented speed, darting through the dust, brazenly standing beneath the guns of all present. Liu Kai appeared, his attire tattered and riddled with bullet holes, his body drenched in a horrific crimson, reminiscent of a deity of death. More terrifying still was his visage. With an ammunition box strapped to his back, a Gatling gun firmly held in his right hand, and an RPG resting on his left shoulder, he commanded the attention of all present. Yet, Liu Kai showed no mercy. His lips curling into a cruel smile as he declared, "Relish the slaughter." The ominous hum of electricity filled the air as the Gatling gun's motor whirred into rapid motion. A terrifying tongue of fire erupted forth. The benevolent Gatling Bodhisattva, spinning at a staggering 3,600 revolutions per minute, unleashed its wrath upon the wicked, accompanied by an absurdly dense barrage of gunfire. A torrent of bullets surged from the barrel, hurtling towards the throngs of adversaries before Liu Kai. The sickening sounds of flesh being pierced echoed through the air, interspersed with the sharp clinks of spent casings and fallen links, collectively forming a symphony of carnage. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding figures clad in black fell like wheat before the scythe, a gruesome tableau of blood and severed limbs flying through the air. Chapter 178, The Rebirth of Rambo. Scouring the battlefield, a barrage of bullets pierced through the enemy's bodies, their force unabated as they struck the thick ice beneath. Ice shards erupted in all directions, showcasing the terrifying suppressive power of the Gatling gun once more. The figures clad in black finally reacted, emitting incomprehensible cries of terror as they scattered in search of cover, instinctively raising their rifles to fire wildly in Liu Kai's direction. Yet, no refuge could save them. Grenades arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely beside the black-clad adversaries hiding behind their meager shields. Accompanied by blinding flashes and shockwaves, they burst into chaos. No one knew how Liu Kai managed to throw grenades while wielding weapons in both hands, but in the face of death, such details were inconsequential. The expansive plaza of the nuclear power station was a scene of devastation, engulfed in flames and the cacophony of battle. Simultaneously, 3 armed helicopters in the sky opened fire. Liu Kai was acutely aware of the destructive power of large-caliber cannons. Even powered exoskeletons could not withstand their might. Swiftly, he maneuvered to evade the cannon fire, raising his left hand to pull the trigger as an RPG warhead, trailing thick white smoke, surged towards the helicopter. The pilot, clad in black, reacted with remarkable speed, decisively abandoning their attack to ascend while releasing a multitude of dazzling flares. Unfortunately, the flares were effective only against guided missiles. To the unguided RPG warhead, they were merely a futile distraction. Under Liu Kai's deft control, the RPG warhead disregarded the violent winds generated by the helicopter's rotor blades, striking the fuel tank with unerring accuracy. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted in the sky, illuminating the heavens and casting shadows over the battlefield. The helicopter, struck in its fuel tank by the RPG, had no hope of survival. The ignited fuel detonated violently, a massive fireball expanding instantly, reducing the aircraft to a shower of debris raining down. With 1 helicopter down, 2 remained. Liu Kai accessed his storage space to unleash another RPG warhead, aiming unhesitatingly at the second helicopter. Meanwhile, his Gatling gun continued its relentless barrage. The sheer volume of firepower required no precise aiming. He simply targeted the densest clusters of enemies. The frigid temperatures around him further alleviated any concerns of overheating barrels. As he witnessed severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying amidst the carnage, a surge of fervor coursed through Liu Kai's veins. His eyes reddened, and the grin at the corners of his mouth grew increasingly maniacal. This was unmistakably the sign of a bloodthirsty frenzy. He was consumed by a primal urge to kill, unrestrained by any emotions, and unleashed his most savage instincts. Any figure clad in black was met with unambiguous intent: kill. Even the black-clad sentinels stationed far from the power station, atop their watchtowers, were not spared, each meeting their end with a handful of lead. Meanwhile, in the distant prisoner of war camp, Yu Dalong and his fellow soldiers, having vanquished the remaining foes along their path, rushed towards the sounds of the explosions, prepared to lend support to Liu Kai. Yet, upon arrival, they beheld Liu Kai, a veritable demon from the depths of hell. In a relentless dance of evasion, bullets from the cannon whizzed past at an almost spectral velocity. The onslaught was merciless, claiming life after life, as aircraft were brought down in rapid succession. This frenzied spectacle seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Eventually, the thunderous roar of the Gatling gun subsided, and the RPG fell silent, ushering in an eerie stillness that felt almost unnaturally quiet. The remnants, engulfed in flames, crackled as they burned. All 3 helicopters erupted in fiery explosions, leaving no survivors among the shadowy figures present. The once pristine ice was now stained a haunting crimson, littered with severed limbs and unrecognizable body parts. The air surrounding the nuclear power plant was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Yu Dalong found himself at a loss for words to describe the scene before him. Although he hadn't kept count, it was evident that over 800 black-clad individuals had perished, all the work of Liu Kai alone. The events that unfolded had been captured vividly by satellite imagery. Inside the command center of the military district, an oppressive silence reigned. Yang Hongchang and several technicians stared in disbelief. Although they had heard tales of Liu Kai's extraordinary combat prowess, they had never imagined it to be to such an outrageous degree. In his presence, even First Blood seemed overly conservative. Yang Hongchang stroked his chin, puzzled. Liu Kai's record was unremarkable. He had never stood out in any significant way throughout his life, appearing to be an ordinary individual. How could he possess such formidable combat skills? Was he a clandestine asset of the higher-ups? The uncertainty regarding his identity lingered only briefly. Yang Hongchang was jolted back to reality by the latest report from the rescue team. The location where Qin Luofei had signaled for help was utterly deserted. He immediately shouted into the communicator, "Hurry! Dispatch someone to the nuclear power plant to retrieve Liu Kai, at once." The slaughter had concluded. Gazing at the chaos strewn across the ground, he inhaled the nauseating scent of blood deeply and let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. What a thrill! After venting all his pent-up emotions, he turned his attention to Yu Dalong and the soldiers nearby. Their blood-soaked, bullet-riddled appearances were unsettling, causing several to instinctively take a half-step back, apprehensive that Liu Kai, in his bloodlust, might turn on them as well. Yet, As they observed the blood-red hue in his eyes gradually fade, their anxiety began to dissipate. Yu Dalong approached, stepping through the pool of blood. His expression a complex amalgamation of relief, gratitude, guilt, and concern. Noticing his hesitance, Liu Kai smiled and said, "Captain Yu, your warning came a bit late. I had already arrived here." Yu Dalong refrained from expressing thanks, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Brother Liu, there is no need for words of gratitude. I owe you 2 lives now." Liu Kai waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. However, for your sake, I did breach the Geneva Convention by using an anti-material sniper rifle on people, so you must treat me to a meal." Hearing this jest, Yu Dalong's heavy heart lightened considerably. He clapped Liu Kai on the shoulder, laughing, "Haha, all right. Once we wrap up these matters, I will definitely treat you to a meal." After the pleasantries, there was no need for any deliberate arrangements. The warriors instinctively began to cleanse the battlefield. They scavenged firearms and ammunition from the fallen and gathered the bodies of their comrades. The technicians, undeterred by the lingering stench of blood within the building, hurried inside to assess the reactor's operational status. Once the meticulous cleanup was complete, a loader arrived, scraping away the crimson layer of ice. In a rather brutal manner, it pushed the mixed remnants of the black-clad corpses and helicopter debris towards the outskirts of the power station. Soon, this area was rendered immaculate, devoid of any traces of the fierce battle that had transpired. As the others busied themselves with the cleanup, Liu Kai discreetly sought a corner to stow his weapons in the storage space. He tallied the resources he had expended: 3 RPG warheads, 12 grenades, and numerous rounds of various calibers. The most significant consumption had been from the Gatling gun. The terrifying firepower came at an equally terrifying cost in ammunition. In merely 2 minutes of combat, over 12,000 rounds of 7.62mm bullets had been expended. Yet, despite such reckless consumption, Liu Kai found his firepower still ample. Furthermore, given the current ambiguous stance of the authorities towards civilians wielding firearms, he hesitated to claim the weapons and ammunition of the fallen black-clad figures as his own. Chapter 179. All came to seek Liu Kai. Zihan's whereabouts were elusive. Liu Kai's mission was solely to rescue. He had discreetly instructed the smart glasses to issue remote commands, relinquishing control of the nuclear power station. His task was deemed satisfactorily accomplished, with the subsequent details to be handled by the authorities. However, just as he prepared to withdraw gracefully, a message from Yang Hongchang appeared on his tablet. Upon reading the message, Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback. According to the distress coordinates provided by Qin Luofei, the troops had surged forth. Despite the presence of the biological group, who had conducted extensive sweeps and arrests, Qin Luofei remained unaccounted for. Yang Hongchang sought to invite Liu Kai back to the command center, leveraging his status as the sole emergency contact to enable the technicians to attempt locating Qin Luofei's latest position. At that moment, the roar of helicopter engines resonated once more across the northern sky. Liu Kai donned a fresh cloak before stepping into the open area. The helicopter had landed and stabilized. A weary second lieutenant swiftly disembarked and approached, clearly anxious, and went straight to the point. "Apologies, Consultant Liu. Commander Yang requests your presence once more." Liu Kai nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. Let us proceed." As fate would have it, another helicopter rapidly approached from the south. It was evident that this aircraft was also in haste. With a swift maneuver, it landed, and before it could fully stabilize, Zhang Linyu impatiently flung open the cabin door and leapt out, his face etched with urgency, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Upon spotting the second lieutenant beside Liu Kai, a hint of surprise crossed his features. "Ah, little Wang, you are quick on your feet." Lieutenant Wang immediately saluted. "Commander Zhang, I have been dispatched by Commander Yang to retrieve Consultant Liu." Zhang Linyu's expression turned peculiar. "I am here to collect Consultant Liu as well." Lieutenant Wang appeared troubled. "But Commander Zhang, Commander Yang, I am aware of Commander Yang's intentions," Zhang Linyu interjected, gesturing dismissively. He turned to Liu Kai. "You need not return to the military district, for I have located Secretary Qin." As the principal party involved, Liu Kai was left in a state of bewilderment. Why were both of them here for him? It seemed they had not communicated with one another. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of Zhang Linyu. "Since you have found Qin Luofei, did you not report to Commander Yang?" "I reported not long ago, yet the military district did not respond. It appears they are experiencing electronic interference," Lieutenant Wang exclaimed, his alarm evident. "What? I did not anticipate the enemy's audacity. That is the official stronghold. Even in their desperate hour, they would dare to exploit our vulnerabilities." Zhang Linyu cast a glance at the lieutenant. "I have already dispatched personnel to assess the situation. Little Wang, you must return promptly." "Understood. I shall depart at once." With the situation unclear, Lieutenant Wang did not dare to linger, hastily boarding the helicopter without even a formal farewell. Zhang Linyu, too, was pressed for time. Without further ado, they pulled Liu Kai onto the plane and swiftly headed north. Commander Zhong, now that you have located Qin Luofei, what do you require of me? Zhang Linyu withdrew his gaze from the window, his tone tinged with resignation. Secretary Qin has been captured by Ji Zihan and is currently in Hanpu City. Liu Kai was taken aback. Such intelligence is remarkable. How do you know what the military district is oblivious to? It was Wang Ning who informed me. Sister Wang. Rest assured, she is quite safe. Zhong Linyu reassured Liu Kai, and then succinctly recounted the events. Just moments ago, Ji Zihan learned of Liu Kai's rampage at the nuclear power station and, in a fit of rage, attempted to reach him again, but the call did not connect. Liu Kai had put his phone away in his storage space during the fight, making it impossible to get through. Thus, Ji Zihan turned to Zhong Linyu, demanding that he locate Liu Kai immediately and have him arrive in the provincial capital, Rongqing, within an hour. Otherwise, he would execute over 100 hostages. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai could not help but curse vehemently. That despicable hypocrite. Does he think I'm a fool? Just moments ago, Ji Zihan summoned me to the nuclear power station. But there was nothing there. Now, he wants me to go to Rongqing. However, Zhang Linyu revealed that Ji Zihan was actually in Hanpu City. Wasn't he this simply a farce? Just as Zhong Linyu received this news, a message from Wang Ning arrived. According to her informants from the Mutual Aid Association, Ji Zihan was indeed in Hanpu City and held a female officer captive. The photo she sent corroborated this claim. It was a candid shot of Officer Qin Luofei, surrounded by what appeared to be numerous hostages. Zhang Linyu remained vigilant, randomly selecting a few hostages and confirming their identities as citizens of Huagua through facial recognition. He promptly reported this to the military district, but due to electromagnetic interference, the report was futile. At this point, he exhibited the decisive nature expected of a commander. He resolutely decided to dispatch troops to Hanpu City while personally retrieving Liu Kai to accompany him. Clearly, Ji Zihan harbored a deep-seated grudge against Liu Kai. If he wished to toy with him, Zhang Linyu would bring Liu Kai along to discern Ji Zihan's true intentions. Liu Kai, having limited information, could not help but harbor more questions. Commander Zhang, why not deploy a strike team to eliminate Ji Zihan and rescue the hostages? Ji Zihan cannot be killed just yet. He possesses secrets we are unaware of. So you intend for me to persuade Ji Zihan to surrender? Precisely. Liu Kai could not suppress a roll of his eyes. You overestimate me. That hypocrite would relish the chance to eliminate me. Though Ji Zihan is a hypocrite, he values loyalty. You once saved his life. So it may be worth attempting. These words left Liu Kai in silence, with death looming, who still clung to notions of loyalty. It was uncertain whether to deem Zhong Linyu naive or someone unwilling to relinquish even a sliver of hope. However, is the net not being cast above? If there are any issues, why not directly inquire with the senior management of the biological group of natural selection? Zhang Linyu shook his head in resignation. Ji Zihan was engaged in private matters, unbeknownst to his superior. Private matters? Liu Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise, suddenly recalling something. Earlier this morning, upon returning to Lisher Ziyuan, he found that Xiao Bin and others were still ensnaring laborers. At that moment, Liu Kai began to suspect that, in addition to supplying the group for human experimentation, Ji Zihan had perhaps established a second gold mine akin to the fabled Falling Star Island. Could it be that the so-called private matters pertain to this? After hearing Liu Kai's analysis, Zhong Linyu was somewhat astonished by his deductive reasoning and promptly nodded in affirmation of this reality. Chapter 180. Will you dare to insult again? The actions of Ji Zihan, including his role as a despicable collaborator, stem from a deeply pathological psyche. Once a man of considerable wealth, he found that mere affluence could not shield him from the demands of power. Even the act of bribery required a subservient demeanor. As a chilling wave descended, he established a mutual aid society, finally experiencing the intoxicating allure of power, the realization that life and death hinge upon a single thought. From that moment, he spiraled into an uncontrollable descent, almost wishing for the cold wave to persist indefinitely. Upon learning that his half-brother, Song Yuming, had leaked certain information, his mind began to race with possibilities. Utilizing unknown methods, he successfully persuaded Song Yuming to assassinate Liu Kai and sabotage weapon recovery efforts. Liu Kai was aware of the subsequent events. Although Ji Zihan harbored contempt for various power holders, believing he would ultimately trample them underfoot, he recognized the necessity of leveraging their influence for his ambitions, whether it was the Starfall Island or the enigmatic second gold mine. These represented the initial steps towards his grand aspirations. The authorities had long possessed clues about the second gold mine but struggled to pinpoint its exact location. It was during the meeting between Liu Kai and Yang Hongchang earlier that morning that Zhong Linyu had quietly orchestrated a purge of the Mutual Aid Society in Fenghai City. Several core members, including the current president, were apprehended and taken for interrogation. The entire process of questioning was intensely gratifying, yet, regardless of the pressure, none divulged the whereabouts of the second gold mine. They truly appeared to be in the dark. Simultaneously, their search of Jizihan's villa and even the dual-layer underground stronghold yielded nothing of value. The only remaining hope lay in the capture of Jizihan himself. As the two conversed, a helicopter swiftly arrived over Hanpu City, but instead of landing in the urban area, it descended at a spacious leisure villa located in the northern suburbs. At that moment, the vicinity of the villa was abuzz with activity. The advanced troops dispatched by Zhong Linyu had already converged with the stationed forces of Captain Xiao in Hanpu City. Numerous armored vehicles, tanks, and over 200 soldiers had encircled the structure. Above, a plane hovered, broadcasting repeated messages urging surrender. While the exterior of the villa appeared relatively normal, the interior exuded an unsettling aura. A dozen armed, masked figures in black stood brazenly in the courtyard, unperturbed by the presence of soldiers. This was a blatant and pathological provocation. Neither side fired upon the other, resulting in an eerie standoff. Upon disembarking the helicopter, Zhong Linyu made his way toward the frowning Captain Xiao. "Old Xiao, what is the situation?" Captain Xiao, pressed for time, quickly summarized, "Zhong, Jizihan, Secretary Qin, and 114 hostages are inside, but Jizihan has rigged the entire building with explosives." "Remote-controlled explosives? Can we employ electronic jamming?" Captain Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. The bomb's detonation device was particularly unique. It emitted a continuous signal to prevent triggering. Once subjected to electronic interference, it would explode immediately. Moreover, Jizihan was exceedingly arrogant. In addition to the manual detonation, the bomb was remotely connected to the life detector on him. If he were to be killed, the bomb would detonate instantaneously. Upon hearing this, Zhong Linyu did not exhibit much reaction, as he had no intention of executing Jizihan on the spot. He then turned to the side and addressed Liu Kai. "Advisor Liu, why don't you give it a try?" At that moment, Captain Xiao also noticed Liu Kai, and a glimmer of inscrutable meaning flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this arrangement, Liu Kai remained non-committal. The first step was to deflect responsibility. "I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee the outcome." "No worries, go ahead. I have a backup plan." "All right." Liu Kai was not inclined to waste too much time on these desperate individuals. Resolutely, he took a loudspeaker and stepped out of the crowd, making his way toward the building of the leisure villa. Since Liu Kai had disembarked from the plane, Jizihan, who lurked in the shadows above, had already noticed him. Seeing him approach alone with a loudspeaker, a hint of resentment surfaced on his face. Liu Kai had reached the front of the building. Mimicking the brazen demeanor of the group of black-clad individuals, he stood before them and tested the loudspeaker. Hello? Is Brother G inside? You wanted to see me, right? Well, here I am. Shouldn't you show yourself?" Creak. The window on the upper floor was pushed open. Jizihan, wearing a broad smile, leaned against the windowsill with both hands. This sight resembled a reunion between old friends. "Brother Liu, I never expected our next encounter after that banquet would be under such circumstances. It truly is lamentable. Enough with the reminiscing, Brother G. You should surrender promptly to seek leniency." Jizihan scoffed coldly. Leniency? Do you think there is any leniency for the deeds I've committed? So, that means you're not surrendering? Very well, may you fare well." Liu Kai raised an eyebrow. Without waiting for Jizihan's reply, he turned and walked away. Calling out to Zhong Linyu in the distance, "Advisor Zhong, I've done my best. He refuses to surrender." The approach was decidedly perfunctory, for he understood that no amount of persuasion would be effective. Regardless of Jizihan's significant contributions, he was ultimately doomed. Witnessing Liu Kai's demeanor not only infuriated Zhong Linyu and the others, but also left Jizihan momentarily stunned. Was he truly this dismissive? Halt. Before Zhong Linyu could voice his frustration, Jizihan on the upper floor could no longer contain himself and bellowed furiously. "What else do you want, Brother G? Time is of the essence. If you have anything to say, let us discuss it when I come to pay my respects at your grave." Upon hearing this taunt, Jizihan dropped the pretense. The smile on his face morphed into a fierce scowl. "What the hell, Liu Kai? What are you pretending for? Did I allow you to leave?" Liu Kai, known for his fiery temper and having grown up without parents, detested being addressed with such disdainful words. Instantly, his expression darkened as he drew a pistol from his coat and aimed it at the upper floor. Click! Liu Kai cocked the gun's hammer, embodying a resolute stance, prepared to fire at any moment. His gaze, chilling and unyielding, fixated on Jizihan as he slowly uttered through clenched teeth, "Dare you to repeat that?" This display nearly sent the onlookers, including Zhong Linyu, into a state of panic. "I implore you to maintain your composure. There are hostages inside and explosives." Even the men in black were taken aback. Their previous bravado stemmed from the conviction that the military would not act recklessly, not from an absence of fear for their lives. Yet, this young man, draped in a cloak, was defying all expectations. To their astonishment, Ji Zihan, witnessing Liu Kai's furious demeanor, merely laughed disdainfully. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe you can kill me? Ji Zihan brandished his own pistol, aiming down at Liu Kai with an air of superiority. Chapter 181. For shots fired, Zhang Linyu's last resort. The smile on Liu Kai's face gradually faded. Liu Kai, I genuinely wish to regard you as a brother, yet you offer me no respect, he said. Liu Kai, unrelenting, began to unleash a torrent of curses. Silence, you hypocrite. Who was it that was chased like a dog by the Japanese invaders, nearly perishing in the government building? And who saved your wretched life? Now you serve as a lapdog to the enemy, and you dare to call me brother? Ji Zihan, refusing to back down, retorted, Humph. Do not assume that one act of salvation will earn my eternal gratitude. To acknowledge you as a brother would be a concession on my part. Today, you shall recognize me as your brother, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, your beloved Qin girl may suffer dire consequences. With that, Ji Zihan seized Qin Luofei from behind, binding her limbs and gagging her, as she struggled against her restraints. Upon seeing her again, Qin Luofei's expression bore no trace of submission, only a fierce hatred directed at Ji Zihan. She then cast a glance at Liu Kai, her eyes reflecting a hint of remorse, yet she urgently signaled him to flee. This scene instantly heightened the tension among the troops outside. Ji Zihan chose not to exploit Qin Luofei further, tossing her aside to escape the gaze of the others. At times, Liu Kai felt utterly helpless. Ji Zihan's most glaring flaw was his arrogance and reckless conjecture. Previously, he had surmised that Liu Kai was affiliated with the military. And now he assumed Liu Kai harbored feelings for Qin Luofei? Liu Kai's impatience grew more pronounced. He regarded Ji Zihan coldly, mocking him. I say, Ji Zihan, while it is commendable to engage in critical thinking, I fear your mind is quite disordered, prone to wild assumptions. If you are so adept at guessing, why not set up a stall at the bridge and practice fortune-telling? Before the furious Ji Zihan could respond, Liu Kai continued. Your antics arise merely because I disrupted your schemes, and you wish to use me as a scapegoat for your vengeance. Come now. I, Liu Kai, stand here to indulge your twisted proclivities. If you dare, take your shot. Struck at his core, Ji Zihan's face twitched. You. Yet he swiftly suppressed his murderous impulse, for he needed Liu Kai to concede. He must make him yield. Otherwise, he would find no peace in death. Shaking his head, he demanded, Liu Kai, you have yet to answer my question. Will you acknowledge me as your brother? I recognize you as nothing but a foul fool. Very well. If you wish to be disrespectful, is that it? Did you just invite me to curse you again? Listen closely. I bang, bang. The sudden gunfire startled everyone present, their bodies tensing in shock. No one anticipated that Liu Kai would actually pull the trigger. A heart-wrenching wail echoed from above, as Ji Zihan's anguished cries filled the air, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard him. Liu Kai had shot off both of Ji Zihan's ears, blood streaming down his face. In agony, Ji Zihan clutched his mutilated ears, contorted in pain. After being insulted twice, Liu Kai could no longer contain himself. Following the gunfire, he unleashed a wave of mockery. Ji Zihan, you belong to the post-90s generation, do you not? In your childhood, did you ever watch an animated series called Black Cat Detective? Strangely enough, you bear quite a resemblance to the character One Ear, though now you can aptly be called No Ear. Liu Kai, Ji Zihan trembles violently, exclaiming that he wishes for your demise. How dare you? Bang, bang. Consultant Liu, cease this madness. The onlooker, Zhong Linyu, could not refrain from urgently intervening. Yet, it was ultimately too late. 2 more shots rang out, striking Ji Zihan on either arm. To be frank, I am not affiliated with the military and harbor no fear of your detonating the bomb. Go on, continue your insults. I wonder where else on your wretched body I could aim. Though Liu Kai was enraged, he was not foolish. He certainly did not wish for the bomb to explode, as it would not only result in the deaths of hostages, but also obliterate any information regarding the second treasure trove. The audacity with which he fired was rooted in his extraordinary abilities. Upon his arrival, he had already scanned and pinpointed the bomb's location. It was not far, conveniently situated on the 2nd floor. From the moment he began addressing the crowd with a loudspeaker, he had activated his spatial abilities to silently sever the connection between the bomb's signal receiver and the detonation device. Even if he were to shoot Ji Zihan dead now, the bomb would remain intact. If it weren't for the reinforced windows of the building, which prevented a direct assault, and the multitude of spies surrounding them that necessitated discretion in using his spatial abilities, he would have already teleported to the 2nd floor to deliver a sound thrashing to Ji Zihan, rather than engaging in this lengthy exchange. Seeing Liu Kai's demeanor, Ji Zihan felt a surge of fear. He swallowed his pride, refraining from further insults. The reason was simple. He did not wish to perish alongside the hostages and the military. He had orchestrated this scenario merely to negotiate terms. As long as he could escape with the hostages, he believed assistance would come from the Japanese. Yet, who could have foreseen that the very person he sought to torment, Liu Kai, was such an audacious madman? Not only was he frightened, but he also felt regret. Why did he not simply engage in honest negotiations with the military instead of seeking revenge? Now, he found himself outmaneuvered by Liu Kai, trapped in a precarious position. Noticing Ji Zihan's silence, Liu Kai lost interest in further dialogue. He holstered his pistol and, grasping the loudspeaker, strode back to the crowd. Before Zhong Linyu could utter a word to lighten the tense atmosphere, Liu Kai spoke directly. "Zhong, I believe it is time to launch a strong offensive." "What a jest." "This is no jest. Ji Zihan does not wish to die. Even if we were to attack, he would not detonate the bomb." Zhong Linyu retorted with irritation. "Of course, I recognize that Ji Zihan does not wish to die, but we cannot force him. What would become of the hostages and Secretary Qin?" Liu Kai shrugged helplessly. Within the building, aside from Qin Luofei, the hostages, and Ji Zihan, there were no other black-clad figures present. In his view, Ji Zihan's decision to provoke with the black-clad individuals outside was a foolish gamble. If the special forces were to scale the building from the rear, coordinating with the soldiers below, as the special forces eliminated the exterior assailants, they hurled flashbangs into the building. Capturing Ji Zihan should be a matter of mere jest. Listen to the applause. However, in the eyes of Zhong Linyu, the situation was far from straightforward. Little did he know that Liu Kai had tampered with the bomb, rendering it ineffective. Thus, any potential threat to the hostages warranted utmost caution. Liu Kai, too, dared not reveal the bomb's ineffectiveness, and could only let out a resigned sigh, saying, "Very well, Consultant Zhong, my mission is complete. Do you not have a contingency plan?" Upon hearing the term contingency plan, the anger on Zhong Linyu's face dissipated, replaced by a complex expression of hesitation. Both Liu Kai and the nearby Captain Xiao couldn't help but feel intrigued. "Consultant Zhong, what do you mean by your contingency plan? You need not concern yourselves with that." Zhong Linyu replied resolutely, a determined look settling upon his face. "Captain Xiao, please withdraw the team 300 meters. No one is to return without my command." Chapter 182. The deceptive Zhong Linyu withdraw the troops? Captain Xiao was taken aback. Why would the highest-ranking officer, Zhong Linyu, delegate this task to a mere company commander? The only plausible explanation was that Zhong intended to remain here alone. Liu Kai, too, pondered this possibility. The glances exchanged between the two men were laden with confusion. "Chief of Staff Zhong, what is your true plan?" "Execute the orders," Zhong Linyu commanded, his words brooking no dissent. He then turned to the departing Liu Kai, saying, "Advisor Liu, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. Your assistance may soon be required." Liu Kai had indeed intended to leave, but given that Zhong had explicitly called for him, it was no longer prudent to slip away unnoticed. Ultimately, Captain Xiao led the bulk of the troops to retreat 300 meters in all directions. However, the encirclement remained intact, ensuring a swift response should any unforeseen events arise. As Liu Kai retreated with the others, his scanning device remained active. He distinctly observed Zhong Linyu turning back toward the helicopter, retrieving a small, finger-sized sealed steel vial from his sleeve. Intriguingly, the vial contained a small amount of an unidentified liquid that had not frozen into ice shards despite the frigid temperatures. With the vial in hand, Zhong Linyu returned to the front of the building. He discarded 2 military handguns from his embrace and raised his hands to converse with Ji Zihan above. The black-clad figures below surrounded him, and a group of them hurriedly opened the tightly shut windows to enter. Upon witnessing Zhong Linyu's entrance into the building, Captain Xiao and his soldiers felt a surge of tension, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, prepared for an assault. Meanwhile, Liu Kai observed the unfolding scene from a distance, sensing that something momentous was about to occur. He did not believe this was merely a negotiation. The third floor, level with the icy exterior, was eerily vacant. Surrounded by the black-clad men, Zhong Linyu ascended to the 4th floor and entered a narrow room. Inside were only Ji Zihan and the tightly bound Qin Luofei. Perhaps fearing Zhong Linyu's hand-to-hand combat prowess, for black-clad men remained in the room. While the others positioned themselves strategically, some closed the door to guard it, while others ascended to the 5th floor to watch over the captured hostages, preventing any military ambush. As Zhong Linyu entered the room, he discreetly slid the steel vial from his sleeve into his hand. With a gentle twist, he uncorked it, and the liquid within swiftly vaporized, dissipating without a trace. An invisible, odorless gas filled the cramped room. Observing this, Liu Kai felt a twinge of confusion. Could the contents of the vial be akin to a narcotic? Yet, something felt amiss. If it were indeed a sedative, such a small vial could only incapacitate a few individuals within the room. What of the black-clad guards at the door and on the upper floors? What transpired next unequivocally refuted Liu Kai's hypothesis. This was not a narcotic. Zhong Linyu wore a grave expression, while Ji Zihan appeared confident of victory. The two engaged in conversation for a while, seemingly exchanging conditions. However, as several minutes passed, the individuals in the room exhibited no signs of being incapacitated. At that moment, Zhong Linyu abruptly raised his right hand to glance at his watch. He then exchanged a few words with Ji Zihan. Ultimately, Ji Zihan nodded and opened the door to the room. Accompanied by several men in black, he escorted Qin Luofei up to the 5th floor where the hostages were detained. Zhong Linyu conducted a brief survey of the crowd, noticing that the survivors appeared to be relatively unharmed, which evidently relieved him. He then turned his attention back to Ji Zihan, initiating a new round of negotiations. Liu Kai speculated that their discussion had reached the critical juncture concerning the fate of the hostages. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhong Linyu seemed less eager to resolve the situation and more inclined to drag out time. After a considerable interval, he raised his right hand once more to check the time. Suddenly, Liu Kai noticed a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of Zhong Linyu's mouth. Thud. Abruptly, one of the black-clad men, who had been among the first to enter the room, crumpled to the floor. This unexpected turn of events caused Ji Zihan's expression to change, and he glared at Zhong Linyu. The other men in black also cast furious glances in his direction, just as they prepared to raise their weapons and demand an explanation. A series of thuds echoed through the air. Not only Qin Luofei, the men in black, and Ji Zihan, but even the survivors on the 5th floor seemed to have their strength drained, collapsing one after another. Yet, despite falling, none of them lost consciousness. Zhong Linyu was the last to succumb, but he did not fall completely. He merely knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his expression was one of agony. It seemed he was resisting the encroaching dizziness. Witnessing this scene, Liu Kai was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Zhong Linyu would so recklessly employ such a narcotic, disregarding the safety of the hostages. Yet this substance appeared to differ from typical anesthetics. Why had it not taken effect in the 4th floor room? Why did it not act immediately upon reaching the 5th floor? Strangely, it only manifested its effects after a significant delay, simultaneously affecting everyone present. His questions remained unanswered as Zhong Linyu retrieved a walkie-talkie. Simultaneously, the walkie-talkie in the hands of Captain Xiao at his side crackled to life. A voice emerged, tinged with pain and weakness, calling out, "Captain Xiao, quickly, send a small team over. Please bring Advisor Liu as well." Upon hearing this directive, Captain Xiao said nothing further. He promptly selected a 10-man team in accordance with the order. He then cast a curious glance at Liu Kai and said, "Advisor Liu, I appreciate your assistance." Liu Kai, feeling somewhat helpless and uncertain about Zhong Linyu's intentions, nonetheless held a measure of admiration for him. This gambit, though somewhat hazardous, had proven remarkably effective. Zhong Linyu had not instructed the soldiers to don gas masks, presumably because the toxic gas in the building had already dissipated. Liu Kai, wishing to keep his exoskeleton concealed, also refrained from wearing a sealed helmet. As he was the first to dash into the building, he found everyone sprawled on the ground, with Zhong Linyu alone still managing to crouch there. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, prompting him to lift his heavy gaze in that direction. Upon the arrival of Liu Kai, Zhong Linyu let out a sigh of relief and promptly waved him over. However, as Liu Kai approached, he was unexpectedly pulled into an embrace by Zhong Linyu, who leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. The moment those hushed words reached Liu Kai, a look of incredulity gradually spread across his face, swiftly morphing into a deep-seated fury. In a swift motion, he seized Zhong Linyu's head and drew his pistol. Pressing it against his chin, his expression a tempest of rage as he bellowed, "Are you betraying me?" Coughing softly, Zhong Linyu struggled to catch his breath, the embrace constricting him. After a brief moment to regain his composure, he managed a faint smile. "Liu, the situation has escalated to this point. Even if you were to kill me, it would be futile. Please put the gun away. The soldiers will arrive shortly." Chapter 183. The Virus of Annihilation. Sensing a group of soldiers approaching from outside the building, Liu Kai's expression oscillated between varying shades of uncertainty. Ultimately, he relinquished his grip on the pistol. "Commander Zhong, I shall remember this matter, and we will settle accounts in due course. After all, we shall be together for a while." With a disdainful huff, Liu Kai raised his weapon once more, decisively pulling the trigger at the black-clad figures sprawled on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the 10-member squad had also arrived. They cautiously examined the bodies of the fallen, confirming their demise before feeling a sense of relief. They then proceeded to dismantle the already defunct explosives and untie the over 100 hostages on the 5th floor, with Liu Kai's assistance. They carefully transported each individual into 2 military transport vehicles waiting below. In the end, only the beleaguered Zhong Linyu and the utterly defenseless Ji Zihan remained inside the building. The time for interrogation had arrived. Inside the transport vehicle, Qin Luofei leaned against Liu Kai's shoulder, her face etched with anguish as she wrestled with fatigue in a final stand. The soldiers, wearing expressions akin to mourning, were somber. This was because Zhong Linyu had instructed Liu Kai to reveal the truth to everyone, as well as to the distant commander Xiao. His backup plan was the small metal canister, which contained not a mere anesthetic, but a mysterious virus capable of driving biological entities into madness, or rather, a mutated strain of that enigmatic virus. This was the newest generation of variants capable of infecting humans. Zhu Jimin had unwittingly discovered and cultivated this virus while researching the monkeys Liu Kai had previously captured. The peculiar effects of the virus were precisely why Zhong Linyu chose to employ it in this situation. This virus was fundamentally different from the zombie virus Liu Kai had envisioned. Firstly, it is almost never transmitted through bites. For large animals, especially carnivorous ones, infection leads to a loss of rationality and a descent into madness. In contrast, smaller animals, perhaps due to insufficient physical resilience, exhibit no symptoms. However, for humans and primates, creatures of moderate size and omnivorous nature, the manifestations of this virus are rather bizarre. It does not induce frenzy in its host. Instead, it renders individuals devoid of desire for life. The brain relaxes completely, leaving one defenseless and willing to speak freely. Both mind and body become utterly devoid of will to fight. In 2 words, lying flat. Additionally, there is a pronounced side effect of excessive drowsiness. The specific onset mechanisms had been outlined by Zhu Xiaomin, yet Zhong Linyu could hardly grasp the details, only remembering terms such as hippocampus, amygdala, and dopamine secretion inhibition. The iron rings worn by the monkeys at the nuclear power plant were not meant to suppress their madness. Rather, they stimulated the brain to secrete dopamine, enhancing their drive. Those with exceptionally strong wills might forcibly muster the energy to resist the viral invasion. Zhu Xiaomin also mentioned that if one successfully countered this mental erosion, it was possible to develop antibodies against the virus within their body. Zhong Linyu had long anticipated Ji Zihan's refusal to surrender. Thus came a so-called contingency plan, carrying a sealed steel canister containing the virus. He, a seasoned warrior, considered himself a person of unwavering resolve, a belief that proved to be accurate. Releasing the virus and awaiting its effect, he forced his weary body to continue its arduous journey. Without bloodshed, he managed to capture Ji Zihan and effortlessly extracted the secrets during interrogation. Furthermore, he was aware that the squad dispatched by Captain Xiao comprised elite members, endowed with formidable willpower. After assisting in the rescue of the hostages, they would inevitably be exposed to the virus. Should anyone manage to withstand the viral onslaught and develop antibodies, it would significantly benefit vaccine research. As for the predicament involving Liu Kai, Zhong Linyu had succumbed to a habitual mindset. He presumed that Liu Kai, with abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary human, bore the appearance of a seasoned veteran, likely possessing some concealed identity and exceptional willpower. Such an exemplary subject for experimentation could not be overlooked. Although orchestrating the infection of many might be deemed unethical, the virus in question posed no lethal threat and was merely a temporary measure. Nature had already birthed viruses that were increasingly virulent. Once the Earth's thawing plan commenced, regardless of the outcome, even with a slight rise in temperature, an excellent opportunity for the virus to proliferate would arise. A widespread infection among humanity would lead to unimaginable consequences. At first glance, this non-lethal virus seemed to pose limited danger. Yet, with a broader perspective, its terrifying potential vastly exceeded that of the legendary zombie virus. After all, prior to the onset of the Cold Wave, many young individuals espoused a philosophy of complacency. Yet, the reality remained that they could neither succeed in their endeavors nor fully relinquish their struggles, barely managing to maintain the normal functioning of society. Should the virus render everyone devoid of ambition, it would spell utter doom. Individuals like Liu Kai, even in a state of complacency, would not face starvation, as they would not allow themselves to perish. However, if survivors collectively succumb to lethargy, their fate would be one of freezing or starving to death. Should the authorities also fall into a state of complacency, the prospects of vaccine research would be utterly extinguished. If one day the Earth were to warm, the entirety of humanity lying in wait would face the wrath of ferocious beasts. Merely contemplating this scenario evokes a profound sense of dread. This represents a catastrophic crisis of extinction, even more perilous than the freezing of the Earth. The gravest concern is that even the very group that engineered this virus lacks a vaccine, and conventional antiviral medications are utterly ineffective. According to Zhong Linyu's perspective, whether it be himself, Liu Kai, Qin Luofei, the 10-member team, or the over 100 survivors. They all needed to be isolated in a designated location for research and observation. Upon hearing this, the soldiers in the transport vehicle fell silent. Their expressions a tapestry of fluctuating emotions. Some were disgruntled at being ensnared by Zhang Linyu, while others were resigned to the harsh reality. Since lamentation was futile at this juncture, they could only muster their strength to resist the viral encroachment. If, as the experts predicted, they were indeed to develop antibodies, they might save more lives. The group exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. In his eyes sparkled the unwavering light of faith. In the distance, Captain Xiao, who was tasked with overseeing the troops, felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. He remained oblivious to Zhang Linyu's intentions. It was only after hearing the words brought forth by Liu Kai that a wave of trepidation washed over him. The higher-ups were merely aware of the viral mutation but were completely uninformed about the operational plans for the day. Having known Zhang Linyu for many years, Captain Xiao had always perceived him as cautious and pedantic, meticulously reporting every detail for fear of bearing any responsibility. To his astonishment, today he had transformed into someone so bold, cunning, and devious. However, there was a silver lining. The 2 trucks carrying the squad and survivors were equipped with autonomous driving capabilities, eliminating the need to send 2 unfortunate souls to drive. Zhang Linyu had assigned him the task of spraying disinfectant along the route, ensuring the safe escort of the 2 transport vehicles to the coastal oil refinery base, thereby preventing the potential spread of the virus among those aboard. Chapter 184, Built-in Antibodies? As the crowd harbored their thoughts, a commotion arose within the confines of the leisure villa. Suddenly, the window on the 5th floor swung open with a loud clatter. In the next instant, the figure of Ji Zihan appeared, leaping headfirst from the window in an audacious manner. Thud! With a sharp sound, Ji Zihan's head struck the ground, falling straight onto the unforgiving, icy surface. Blood splattered, and there lingered a glimmer of relief in his eyes. The man known as the Iron Tower within the Weixing platform ultimately met his demise after plummeting from the heights. At that moment, Zhang Linyu had just managed to reach the window's edge, his expression filled with regret as he beheld Ji Zihan's lifeless body below. Swiftly, he turned back, dragging his weary form down the stairs. He knelt beside Ji Zihan's corpse, searching and probing before confirming that he had truly breathed his last. Standing there in the biting wind, he let out a deep sigh. With great difficulty, he began to haul Ji Zihan's body towards the transport vehicle. Despite Ji Zihan's death, the virus still resided within him, and he could not simply leave the body to rot in the wilderness. Zhang Linyu had acquired the intelligence he sought and believed Ji Zihan deserved his fate. His frustration stemmed from the conviction that Ji Zihan should have faced judgment, with the law stripping him of his life. This principle had always been his steadfast belief. Zhang Linyu ascended into the vehicle where Liu Kai was situated, securely closing the cargo door behind him. Captain Xiao promptly dispatched personnel to don gas masks and proceeded to conduct virus extermination. The main force regrouped, escorting 2 self-driving transport vehicles southward. Inside the vehicle, several soldiers cast complex glances toward Zhang Linyu. Though their resolve had solidified, they remained somewhat displeased with his reckless actions. Yet, Zhang Linyu appeared oblivious to their expressions, casually finding a spot to sit down. Observing Qin Luofei and the other soldiers, he felt a sense of satisfaction. According to the timeline, they should all have succumbed to the virus by now. Yet, unlike ordinary survivors, they were not completely giving up. They continued to battle against their own bodies. Previously, the human subjects chosen by Zhu Zhimin had all ended in failure. Now, it seemed that the emergence of antibodies was indeed a plausible outcome. With this thought, Zhang Linyu felt a surge of hope filling his heart. The lethargy that had threatened to overwhelm him was somewhat subdued, and his mind felt considerably lighter. Nevertheless, the soldiers were suffering immensely. They sensed the virus gradually eroding their bodies and wills. A powerful urge to abandon their struggle, to lay down their arms, to forsake orders, and to simply collapse on the ground consumed their thoughts. Zhang Linyu took in the scene before him, a flicker of unnoticeable compassion flashing in his eyes. Yet he refrained from voicing his sentiments. However, when he laboriously turned his head towards Liu Kai, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. Liu Kai, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, was engrossed in playing a game on his phone, appearing utterly unfazed by the turmoil around them. Zhang Linyu was left astonished. He quickly gathered his spirits and asked Liu Kai with difficulty, "Advisor Liu, why do you have no reaction at all?" Liu Kai exhaled a puff of smoke, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. "I don't know." Upon hearing this response, Zhang Linyu was momentarily speechless. Yet, suddenly, a fierce spark ignited in his eyes. Could it be? Are you inherently immune? This certainly warrants thorough investigation by old Zhu. Liu Kai rolled his eyes, too indifferent to engage further. The truth was, he genuinely had no idea. As the soldiers gradually began to exhibit reactions, Liu Kai remained vigilant for any sign of viral invasion. However, after much waiting, his body remained unperturbed, showing no signs of response whatsoever. Regrettably, the virus was minuscule, and even with spatial abilities to scan, he could not ascertain the internal situation. He could only speculate that his robust physical constitution allowed his immune cells to swiftly eliminate the virus. As for the self-generated antibodies Zhang Linyu mentioned, it was not entirely implausible. Having been in close contact with the infected Xiao He and Xiao Bai for an extended period, it was conceivable that he might have indeed developed some form of immunity. Regardless, it was ultimately a positive outcome. If he had not contracted the virus, it meant he could return home, no longer needing to remain isolated with Zhang Linyu and the other senior officials. Should he indeed possess antibodies, it would significantly expedite vaccine development, perhaps even presenting an opportunity to reap some benefits. Observing Liu Kai's demeanor, Zhang Linyu lost any further inclination to interrogate. The cargo truck fell silent, filled only with the lingering scent of smoke and the sounds of mobile games. Time passed unnoticed until the truck finally came to a halt. Once more, Liu Kai initiated a scan and discovered that the convoy had arrived at the familiar seaside oil refinery. Although the shelter had been established, the rooms were reserved for the survivors, thus this location remained the military's main base in Fohai City, also serving oil refining and research purposes. A group of individuals clad in heavy yellow protective suits had been awaiting their arrival. As the vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of a factory, the group was greeted with the utmost courtesy of a disinfectant wash. Subsequently, Zhang Linyu, Liu Kai, and the surviving soldiers were isolated within this independent factory. The interior of the factory was spacious, furnished with numerous prepared beds, yet sealed off as a vast glass enclosure, with only a single exit requiring disinfection for any ingress or egress. Before long, Zhu Chaomin, also donned in protective gear, hurriedly approached. Through the glass, he gazed at the individuals confined within. Liu Kai, eager to speak, was preempted by the frail Zhang Linyu, who struggled to rise and pressed against the glass, exclaiming, "Old Zhu, please test Advisor Liu immediately. He shows no symptoms." Without needing a reminder, Zhu Chaomin had already noticed the lively Liu Kai, his eyes sparkling with delight. Liu Kai felt uncomfortable under that gaze, yet in the interest of returning home sooner, he nodded in agreement. Zhu Chaomin, brimming with anticipation, double-checked his protective suit and eagerly entered the glass enclosure with a syringe in hand, having anticipated the need to draw a vial of blood. As the crowd succumbed to drowsiness, he quietly stored the exoskeleton in his spatial compartment. He reflected upon the remarkable resilience of his skin. To avert the awkward situation of the syringe failing to penetrate, he discreetly administered a cut to himself just before the needle's approach. Blood was drawn as intended. Zhu Xiaomin cast a glance at the others, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes, seemingly aware of Zhang Linyu's scheme all along. He merely patted Liu Kai on the shoulder, offering no further words. The agony of waiting was palpable as Liu Kai lay listlessly on a wire bed. He yearned for the test results to arrive swiftly. Yet, after an hour had passed, there was still no sign of the results. Dinner time arrived. Despite being infected by the virus, and the ordinary survivors having long lost the will to move or speak, the instinct to eat remained intact. The meals provided by the authorities were a far cry from the meager rations they had subsisted on for Chapter 185. The arrival of Yang Hongchang and the side effects of an extraordinary physique, this comical scene left Liu Kai utterly astonished. And a genuine chill began to creep into his heart. He had already grasped the terrifying nature of the virus, but it had only been a figment of his imagination. Now, it felt as though he was witnessing the future unfold before his eyes, a vision of humanity succumbing to the virus, reduced to mere shells of existence, akin to livestock mindlessly eating and sleeping. What would happen once they had exhausted their resources? They would likely perish in an abyss of despair. It was evident that Zhang Linyu had come to a similar realization. During their meal, he appeared distracted, his eyes filled with worry. However, Liu Kai, lacking any sense of burden, believed he could weather any storm. His concern for the nation and its people quickly dissipated as he focused on the dinner before him. At that moment, the factory's main door swung open once more. The newcomer was not the person Liu Kai had been eagerly anticipating, Zhu Jimin, but rather a distinguished figure who startled all the soldiers present, Major General Yang Hongchang from the Provincial Military District. Upon the arrival of their superior, Zhang Linyu set down his unfinished meal and immediately mustered his spirits to greet everyone and salute. Yang Hongchang waved his hand, signaling him to forego the formalities. His square face was etched with concern as his gaze swept over the weary soldiers, whose spirits had wilted like frost-bitten eggplants. When his eyes landed on Qin Luofei, who was half asleep, a profound sense of sorrow and guilt was unmistakably etched on his countenance. Despite his heartache, Yang Hongchang's primary purpose for being there was not to attend to Qin Luofei. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Liu Kai, with a notable figure observing him. Liu Kai felt it inappropriate to remain reclined, feigning indifference. Reluctantly, he rose and stepped forward to meet Yang Hongchang's eyes through the glass partition. There were countless words he wished to express, yet even someone as seasoned as Yang Hongchang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Xiaolu, you have worked hard." Liu Kai resonated with this sentiment. He indeed had endured considerable strain. In the span of just one day, he had met with Yang Hongchang, navigated the perilous nuclear power station, and participated in the capture of Jizihan, only to be further burdened by Zhang Linyu's miscalculations. He had initially intended to leverage Yang Hongchang's visit to request some benefits, but ultimately opted for restraint, feigning nonchalance. "Commander Yang, you're being overly courteous. The priority is to eliminate that malignant tumor. Indeed, this successful operation owes much to your efforts," Xiaolu, Yang Hongchang acknowledged, before shifting the conversation. "I only recently learned of Chief Zhong's decision. It was a disservice to you to involve you without cause. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, I hope you can assist Teacher Zhu in expediting the vaccine's development. And of course, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." The implications of this statement were clear. Firstly, Yang Hongchang was deflecting blame, indicating that he had no part in the predicament Liu Kai found himself in. Secondly, he aimed to secure Liu Kai's cooperation in the research. Lastly, he shifted the onus of requesting benefits back onto Liu Kai, absolving himself of the responsibility to propose any rewards. Should Liu Kai miss out on any advantages, it would be of no fault to others. However, Liu Kai was not inclined to take the bait. Feigning ignorance, he smiled modestly. "Oh, what demands could there possibly be? As long as Commander Yang offers some overtime compensation, I am satisfied. However, I suspect that my lack of viral symptoms is not due to the conjecture of Advisor Zhong. Therefore, if subsequent test results confirm the absence of antibodies, I sincerely hope Commander Yang will allow me to return home." The meaning behind Liu Kai's words was quite evident. Firstly, he had risked his life to resolve numerous issues for the military. How could they possibly deny him a substantial reward? Secondly, he did not wish to be confined here as a mere guinea pig. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongchang paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Since Liu Kai was so transparent in his intentions, even Yang Hongchang, despite his thick skin, felt it inappropriate to press further. "Rest assured, Liu, we will not let your efforts go unrewarded. The higher-ups will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response after their research. If Teacher Zhu's examination results are clear, you may return home." But, receiving this assurance, Liu Kai exhaled in relief. "I understand, Commander Yang. If I do indeed possess antibodies, I can discern what is of greater significance." Both men received the answers they sought. The ensuing conversation shifted away from such serious matters. Yang Hongchang cast a worried glance at Qin Luofei, revealing his genuine concern, before engaging in casual family talk with Liu Kai. In that moment, he appeared less like a high-ranking general and more like a concerned elder worried for his daughter. This atmosphere did not linger for long, as Zhu Xiaomin soon rushed back with the report in hand. Liu Kai and Yang Hongchang turned to him in unison, while Zhang Linyu, who had been seated cross-legged with his eyes closed, struggled to open his eyes, eager to verify his earlier hypothesis. Ultimately, it was Yang Hongchang who broke the silence first. "Teacher Zhu, what are the results?" Zhu Xiaomin glanced at Liu Kai in the glass chamber, then turned to Yang Hongchang. "Alas, Advisor Liu does possess antibodies." Hearing this, Liu Kai let out a silent sigh. It seemed he would have to remain here for the foreseeable future. Joy suddenly sparkled in the eyes of Yang Hongchang and Zhang Linyu. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaomin continued, almost breathlessly, "But one could also say he does not have antibodies." The abrupt shift caused Yang Hongchang's smile to falter. "Teacher Zhu, please finish your statement in one go. Be patient. I wish to convey that Advisor Liu's body is quite unique, exhibiting a vitality I have never encountered in my life." Liu Kai remained unfazed, whereas Yang Hongchang and Zhang Linyu appeared intensely curious. "I have just examined the blood sample and discovered that the ferocious virus is proliferating rapidly. However, the white blood cells in the sample are acting even faster, swiftly engulfing the virus." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Yang Hongchang's face, and even Zhang Linyu, who had been filled with hope, closed his eyes in dismay and lay back in silence. Indeed, as Zhu Xiaomin had stated, Liu Kai lacked antibodies specific to this virus. Yet, he possessed a far more formidable defense, his white blood cells. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Liu Kai's physical constitution cannot be replicated on a large scale. Even if one were to disregard ethical considerations and clone Liu Kai 1,000 times, it would yield no significant results. This implies that Liu Kai offers no assistance in the production of viral vaccines. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhimin, seemingly oblivious to Yang Hongchang's disapproving demeanor, speaks with increasing fervor. For instance, Liu Kai's immune system is not only capable of vanquishing this ferocious virus, but also possesses the ability to eliminate HIV, rabies virus, and Ebola virus. It can even discern and engulf cancerous cells, rendering him a veritable embodiment of invulnerability. However, this invincible constitution harbors a rather unfortunate drawback. Liu Kai's genetic material also carries white blood cells, although typically present in minuscule quantities. There remains a considerable risk of these cells attacking female ova or even fertilized eggs. At this juncture, Zhu Xiaomin cast a sympathetic glance at Liu Kai. This implies that if Consultant Liu wishes to have children. All right, enough of that. Teacher Zhu, you may return to your duties now. Chapter 186, Resolving Misunderstandings. Ultimately unable to escape the ravages of the virus, Yang Hongchang was at a loss for words, pressing his forehead to interrupt Zhu Xiaomin, and instead turned his attention to console Liu Kai. Well, Advisor Liu, as Teacher Zhu mentioned, it's merely a high probability rather than an absolute certainty, especially considering the option of artificial insemination. Liu Kai's expression darkened upon hearing this, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He had no immediate plans for progeny. Yet he felt that while he could choose not to, he could not be without the possibility. After a brief silence, Liu Kai sighed and looked towards Yang Hongchang. Commander Yang, since the test results have emerged and I can offer no further assistance, I shall take my leave. Yang Hongchang contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Standing tall before Liu Kai, he adopted a solemn demeanor and raised his hand in salute. His voice resonated with authority, and even his form of address became formal. Advisor Liu, your contribution shall never be forgotten. On behalf of the military district, I extend my heartfelt gratitude once more. Although Yang Hongchang lowered his stance, Liu Kai understood the importance of maintaining the necessary decorum. He quickly responded, Commander Yang, you are too gracious. This is merely my duty. Ah, by the way, little Liu. The aircraft you requested will be ready for modification in a few days and will be stored in the military district hangar until needed. These assurances merely reflected the official stance. Liu Kai nodded in acknowledgement and turned to approach a nearby compartment. An automatic sprayer released disinfectant, enveloping him completely in a sanitizing mist. The double glass doors opened sequentially as he arrived before Yang Hongchang once more. Commander Yang, I shall take my leave now. Before Yang Hongchang could respond, Zhang Linyu, mustering his strength, sat up from the bed. He called out through the glass, Advisor Liu. Is there something else, Officer Zhang? Gazing at Liu Kai's inscrutable expression, Zhang Linyu revealed a rare hint of guilt. I merely wish to express my apologies once again for dragging you into this situation. I understand. Liu Kai's face broke into a sincere smile. Officer Zhang, your actions were devoid of selfish intent, and I truly admire your willingness to personally engage in this matter. His words were heartfelt, and this incident had significantly altered his impression of Zhang Linyu, whom he now regarded with newfound respect for his courage, not leading others into danger, but stepping into the fray himself. Most importantly, the virus had not infected him. It was merely a delay, not worth harboring anger over. Hearing Liu Kai's genuine demeanor, Zhang Linyu exhaled in relief. Thank you, Advisor Liu. In truth, if the opportunity arises, we could become friends. That would be splendid. Once you're finished with your obligations, let us invite Captain Yu for a proper drink. Liu Kai would certainly not decline, as more friends meant broader paths, especially one as esteemed as a senior military officer. Zhang Linyu beamed at this response, satisfied. Meanwhile, Yang Hongchang observed this side of Zhang Linyu, seemingly never having witnessed such a demeanor before, and couldn't resist teasing. I say, little Liu, little Zhang, are you planning on drinking without including me? Zhang Linyu's face turned awkward. Liu Kai hastily remarked, it is not that I fear Commander Yang is preoccupied with official duties, rather, it would be an immense honor if you could attend. Should I participate, you would undoubtedly feel constrained and unable to fully enjoy yourselves. All right, Xiao Liu. I shall send someone to escort you back, replied Yang. Very well, Commander Yang. And you, Advisor Zhang, take care. Departing from the factory, Liu Kai boarded the helicopter arranged by Yang Hongchang. As the aircraft soared westward, he gazed toward the horizon. The thick clouds could not entirely obscure the sunlight, which was tinged with a faint golden hue from the setting sun. He greedily inhaled a breath of the crisp air. Although Liu Kai had prepared himself psychologically for a degree of self-sacrifice, being confined within that glass chamber had felt overwhelmingly stifling. Now, having regained his freedom, a sense of exhilarating liberation surged within him, akin to a bird soaring high in the sky. While awaiting the military to complete modifications on the aircraft, he planned to hastily embark for Japan to procure nuclear fuel. For the moment, his task was to remain at home, utilizing flight simulation games to swiftly familiarize himself with piloting a small fixed-wing propeller aircraft. However, unbeknownst to Liu Kai, as he departed, The half-awake Qin Luofei within the glass room seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly sitting upright, she glanced about, but found no trace of Liu Kai. A flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon young Hongchang outside the glass enclosure, her expression darkening abruptly. Young Hongchang, witnessing this, sighed softly. He understood that his niece's obstinate nature had led to profound misunderstandings regarding him. Now, with the true instigator apprehended, the remaining criminal stronghold was on the verge of being dismantled by nightfall. It was time to resolve these misunderstandings. When the helicopter touched down once more at the Lashik Garden community, it was already 7:30 in the evening. The sky was dimming. Yet thanks to the authorities extending power supply hours to remote areas by an hour, the community remained brightly lit. Hearing the roar of the helicopter, many survivors peered through the glass to observe the situation below. In their eyes, the itinerant merchant had been politely escorted away by the military in the morning and returned with equal courtesy in the evening. Little did they know that within this brief span, numerous significant events had transpired, far more thrilling than the experiences of most in their lifetimes. The speculation surrounding Liu Kai's identity had initially quieted, but with his return, the chatter within the residents group reignited. Nevertheless, the phrase "do not provoke" had become inexorably linked to his enigmatic persona. The community displayed remarkable efficiency. The ashes of the bodies that had burned upon the ice had been thoroughly cleaned. Simultaneously, the resources within the villa's top-floor room had been entirely consumed. Perhaps there had been incidents or conflicts during the division of supplies, but Liu Kai was indifferent to such matters. Before the onset of the chilling wave, he had envisioned a retirement life, relying on his foresight and spatial abilities, yet he found himself busier each day than he had been at work. Fortunately, after transforming the bunker's third-floor swimming pool into a multifunctional room in the morning, he generously provided ample nourishment for the two ancestors, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, thus averting another episode of domestic destruction. Upon returning to the bunker, Liu Kai did not neglect his own labor. He indulged in a warm shower that washed away his fatigue and then retreated to his study to immerse himself in a flight simulation game, diligently learning the intricacies of piloting a fixed-wing aircraft until the late hours of the night. After a midnight snack, he nestled into his long-neglected bed, surrendering to a deep slumber. Little did Liu Kai realize that while he slept, his body was silently undergoing monumental changes. Sleep marked the time when both body and spirit were at their most relaxed, coinciding with the slowest rate of metabolism. As blood flow diminished, the transport of nutrients also decelerated, coupled with the mild and comfortable environment within the bunker. The nearly eradicated ferocious, lying flat, virus began to proliferate wildly within Liu Kai's system once more. Chapter 187, Refining Will, the third distress signal this time. The once fervent white blood cells within him had laid down their arms. It was not until nearly 11 o'clock the following morning that Liu Kai finally opened his eyes. Lying in bed for a considerable time, he eventually discerned something amiss with his body. His head was clouded, devoid of energy and motivation. This sensation was profoundly peculiar, wholly distinct from the fatigue that follows overexertion. He could evidently perceive that his mind was alert and capable of thought, yet on a subconscious level, he resisted all contemplation. Similarly, he could feel strength in his limbs, ready for movement, yet his subconscious refused to engage in any physical activity. As Liu Kai grasped this reality, he abruptly sat up in bed, his senses sharpened. Even he, despite his usual foolishness, comprehended a great deal at that moment. He had indeed fallen prey to the virus. Just as he was preparing to contact the military and confess, a strange occurrence unfolded. As he rose and began to move, his mind gradually cleared. Particularly after breakfast replenished his strength. The lethargy that had enveloped both his thoughts and body began to dissipate seamlessly, requiring no deliberate exertion of willpower on his part. Had he been able to scan with greater clarity, he would have observed that his immune system had embarked on a new wave of ferocity. Observing this unusual scene, Liu Kai furrowed his brow and contemplated on the sofa. Although he could not clearly witness the internal battle, he surmised its nature with reasonable accuracy. It appeared that the virus he had contracted the previous day had not been entirely eradicated, seizing the night to wreak further havoc. With this realization, Liu Kai chose not to contact the military immediately. Instead, he resolved to stay awake throughout the night. By maintaining his body in an active state, he hoped to empower his immune system to obliterate the troublesome virus. Reality, however, proved Liu Kai overly optimistic. He spent the entire day in the bunker, alternating between meals and indulging in simulated flight on his computer. Yet, as the clock struck 6, a wave of drowsiness once again enveloped his mind. Given his current physical condition, the notion of skipping an afternoon nap seemed trivial. He could easily forego sleep for 3 days and nights without consequence. Thus, Liu Kai became acutely vigilant, summoning every ounce of energy to combat this lethargy. His perseverance yielded some effect, albeit minimal. even though his mind commanded him to resist sleep. The ingrained habits of years had lulled his immune system into a habitual slumber. By 2 in the morning, he was drenched in cold sweat. And despite gritting his teeth in defiance, his muscles trembled incessantly. This was the consequence of his struggle between his entire being and the urge to succumb to lethargy. At this juncture, he finally comprehended the anguish experienced by Zhang Linyu and the soldiers. Unlike those who had faced life and death, Liu Kai was merely an ordinary individual. And thus his willpower was considerably inferior. His most arduous efforts had once been confined to the relentless study during his senior year. Hanging by a thread and enduring the sharp prick of a needle. To resist this impulse originating from the depths of his being solely through willpower felt, to some extent, a formidable challenge. Fortunately, thanks to Liu Kai's rigorous mastery over his body, he gradually discovered techniques to divert his attention and ignite his desire for perseverance. He could even sense that, in the battle against the viral invasion, his immune cells were relentlessly and frantically dividing. Correspondingly, his body was undergoing a tremendous expenditure of energy. Thus, he tore open bag after bag of high-calorie food, hastily consuming them. The first night passed in this painful struggle. It was not until 9 a.m. the following day that he sat in his study, bearing dark circles under his eyes. As he felt the impulse to succumb gradually recede, he let out a long sigh and slumped wearily in his chair. Damn, this feeling is truly bittersweet. Yet, despite his expletives, Liu Kai had begun to clarify some matters in his mind. He was no longer inclined to contact the authorities, for he clearly sensed that, after a night of resistance, the viral encroachment on his body seemed to diminish significantly. Yesterday morning, he had slept fitfully until nearly noon, only to feel the symptoms abate. Today, however, he had endured until just past 9. If this trend continued, he believed he could conquer the virus entirely in a few days. He planned to remain at home to avoid infecting others and would notify the authorities later for a health examination. If his body truly generated antibodies, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Furthermore, Liu Kai had witnessed the valiant struggles of mere mortals who resisted viral symptoms solely through their iron will. His current strength relied heavily on spatial abilities, and his willpower was undoubtedly lacking. It would be beneficial to hone that aspect as well. As daylight swiftly passed, night fell once more. At 8 p.m., the familiar sensation of dizziness returned. Liu Kai had no intention of pulling another all-nighter today. After all, prolonged sleeplessness would weaken his immune system, potentially undermining his battle against the virus. He forced himself to maintain focus and descended to the 3rd floor, ensuring that his pets, Little Black and Little White, had ample food. Just as he was about to rest in his room, a sudden alarm blared from his study computer. This jolt dispelled all traces of sleepiness, and he hurried to his study. Since his return, he had set the drone on the roof of Building 1 to automatic surveillance mode. Any living creature that approached within a 20-meter radius of the villa would trigger the alarm. With the military's backing and his own warnings, no survivor from the Lashik Garden community would dare to seek trouble at the villa. Soon, a puzzled Liu Kai observed the silhouette of an intruder on the monitor. To his astonishment, it was a figure clad in a sealed chemical protective suit, obscuring their features. They appeared exceedingly weak, stumbling toward the villa. Unfortunately, the tightly shut skylight thwarted their efforts. No matter how hard they pushed, it would not budge. Yet, it was evident that this person was frantic, raising their fists to strike against the skylight. Regrettably, their frail body prevented them from succeeding. After a few vigorous strikes, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed into a chair with his back to the window, panting heavily. Liu Kai's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to provoke him at such a time. Just as he was about to scan for the intruder's background, the military tablet on his desk emitted a series of urgent beeps. The screen displayed the familiar red exclamation mark flashing frantically. SOS. An emergency assistance message from Major Qin Luofei, the secretary of the provincial military district commander. Upon reading this message, Liu Kai's anger dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment. The location marked by the exclamation point was none other than the Lashik Garden community. Good heavens, could it be that foolish woman in a chemical defense suit?